I've liked you for 3 years. From the first time I saw you during military training, I was completely fascinated by you. I knew I wasn't good enough, so I worked hard to improve myself in the past 3 years. Now, I'm finally qualified to stand in front of you. He handed over the 99 roses in his hand and said in a deep and powerful voice, "Be my girlfriend." I was stunned. Why did this line sound so familiar? Wasn't this the line I prepared? Jiang Yungying stared at him blankly, a faint blush on her face. She reached out to take the rose and nodded slightly. Cheers broke out all around. The boys' relatives and friends surrounded them, laughing and applauding, as if celebrating a grand victory. And I could only stand there, looking at the lonely blue rose in my hand, feeling bitter in my heart. Then a man named Cheng Yaojin showed up, tall, rich, and handsome, and snatched the princess away. And what about me? I'm not even a passerby. Behind him, the brothers were all petrified. Li Tao silently looked at the screen of his mobile phone, which was written in colorful words, "Qian Ming, the best in the world." He pursed his lips and silently deleted the words. "How about we go up and beat that guy up?" "Stop it. Don't make things difficult for Qianming." The cheers continued, and at this moment, Jiang Yungying suddenly saw me. She was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "Ji Qianming, why are you here?" Everyone looked at the blue rose in my hand with different expressions, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. I pondered for 2 seconds, then said expressionlessly, "This flower doesn't look good. It has too much heat. Blue roses can reduce heat and inflammation. It can also help it return to its original state and achieve perfection." After saying that, I reached out and inserted the blue rose in the middle of the 99 roses, then turned around and left without looking back. The whole action was clean and neat, without a trace of dragging, and even had a bit of mastery. There was silence behind me for a second. Jiang Yungying, Jin Tong, and the friends and relatives who were watching were all stunned, as if they couldn't digest what I had done. "This master, bah, do you know this lunatic?" someone asked Jiang Yungying in a low voice. She didn't say anything, but just looked at my departing back deeply, as if thinking about something. A breeze blew, and among the bunch of bright red roses in her hand, a solitary blue rose trembled in the wind. A petal fell and disappeared into the night. After turning the corner, I couldn't hold it in any longer, and I ran as fast as I could, with an indescribable feeling in my heart. Damn it, what the hell is this about having a beginning and an end? I shouldn't have read those inspirational quotes. Don't you know your own weight? You have to go there and embarrass yourself. It's a wrong payment, after all. The streets were rapidly receding behind me. I didn't know how long I had been running until I was exhausted. I stopped, holding onto my knees, gasping for breath. There is a beginning and an end. I guess mine has a beginning and an end, although it's not a good ending. My breathing slowly calmed down, and I told myself that Jiang Yungying was just a part of my high school life, and there would be better choices in the future. Don't force it if it's not destined for you. Why bother yourself? After resting for a while, I looked around and found that I had run to an unfamiliar place. The streets were pitch black, with street lights sparsely scattered, not to mention taxis. There was not even a ghost in sight. I smiled bitterly and could only walk back obediently. However, the next second, a sports car came speeding by, breaking the silence of the night. In the car, a young man in gorgeous clothes was hugging a woman in seductive clothes. The woman laughed coquettishly and suddenly screamed, "Mr. Hua, there's someone in front." The young man was stunned, looked up and forward, his face suddenly changed, and he slammed on the brakes. Squeak! The harsh sound of tire friction resounded through the night sky. I just turned around, and a dazzling high beam suddenly zoomed in. The next second, a huge impact force hit me. My body was thrown into the air violently, and the air seemed to freeze in an instant. I was like a kite with a broken string, drawing a parabola in the air and falling heavily to the ground. After rolling a few times, I lay there motionless. All around, there was a dead silence. The young man got out of the car with a terrified look on his face, carefully sniffed my breath, and his face turned pale instantly. His body went limp, and he almost fell to the ground. Mr. Hua, what happened?" the woman in the car said in a trembling voice. "It's over, someone's dead." The young man's lips trembled slightly, and he rushed back to the car, slapped the woman in the face, and said viciously, "It's all your fault, bitch. Pretend you didn't see what happened just now. Otherwise, you know my tricks." The woman's face was pale, her lips trembling, and she nodded frantically. The engine of the sports car roared again, and it sped away, completely disappearing into the night. I lay quietly on the cold ground. My life was gone, and I melted into the darkness. Didn't notice that a silver light slowly bloomed from my chest, and a strange and complex pattern gradually appeared, like some kind of ancient and mysterious mark. My story began like this. Ding dong. The crisp doorbell sounded in the silent room. In the darkness, a man in black who had closed his eyes suddenly opened them, and a trace of alertness flashed in his cold eyes. "Who? Sir, room service." A calm male voice came from outside the door. The man in black frowned, slowly stood up, walked through the luxurious living room, went to the door, and looked through the peephole. A man in a waiter's uniform was standing outside the door. He was fat and had a kind smile on his face. He was pushing a food cart and waiting at the door. The man in black thought for a second and finally opened the door. "Sir, this is the midnight snack provided by the Hyatt Hotel for the distinguished guests in the presidential suite." The fat man pushed the dining cart into the room with a smile on his face. The man in black raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh, what do you have?" The fat man opened the lid and said casually, "We have steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roast duck." Man in black: "How can this shabby little food cart hold so many dishes? Are you telling crosstalk here?" However, the moment the lid was opened, the black-clothed man's expression suddenly changed, and he stepped back. That was not a midnight snack, but a black pistol. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire suddenly rang out, and 3 high-speed rotating bullets formed a triangular shape to block all retreat routes, leaving no gaps. "Master." A trace of shock flashed across the black-clothed man's eyes, and the lines on the back of his hands suddenly lit up. A spiral of light emerged, and the next second, a huge safe appeared out of thin air in front of him. Boom! The heavy safe fell to the ground, and 3 bullets hit the alloy door, splashing a string of sparks, and then bounced to the side. The man in black stopped and stared at the fat man with cold eyes, murderous intent in his eyes. The other party was not panicked at all, and even grinned. Dreamer, leaf pattern danger level, a sequence ranking 37. It is indeed a magical ability. The man in black was unmoved and said slowly, "Interesting. The people of Gou Chen also rank the leaves? Are you the mentor?" The fat man lit a cigarette, squinted his eyes, and smiled. "Guess." "How did you recognize that I was not a waiter?" he suddenly asked. The man in black smiled faintly. "Guess." The fat man took a puff of his cigarette, with an expression of "I've seen through everything" on his face. "You must have secretly memorized the faces of all the waiters at the front desk, right?" The man in black raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "No. How could such a high-end hotel have a waiter as fat as you?" The cigarette in the fat man's hand trembled slightly, and his face turned pale in an instant. "You're done, little brother." Darkness suddenly spread from under his feet. The whole room instantly fell into a dead silence. The black-clothed man's face suddenly changed, as if he had seen a ghost, and his voice trembled. You are the Lord of Hell. Where am I?" I slowly opened my eyes. My vision blurred for a few seconds, and an unfamiliar street came into view, a blood-stained road, and the sky gradually turned pale. After a few seconds of silence, I stood up suddenly and felt around my body with my hands. The head is still there, the intestines haven't flowed out, and the legs are also there. I unzipped it and checked it, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was still there. But wasn't I hit by a car? Why didn't I have a single wound on my body? With my brows furrowed, I looked down at my chest and suddenly found a silver pattern lying quietly on my left chest. The hexagonal complex diamond structure looked like a snowflake from a distance. "What is this? What's going on?" As I was carefully examining this strange pattern, the world suddenly turned, and everything in front of me seemed to be swallowed up in an instant, and my consciousness entered another world. The gray space was boundless, with fog rolling all around, so oppressive that it made people feel breathless. I frowned and reached out to grab the mist. It was no different from ordinary fog. I looked down, and although I could only see a gray haze, I could clearly feel the solid touch under my feet. "Where the hell is this?" I whispered, bending down and trying to touch the ground. However, the moment his fingertips touched the ground, boom, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from under his feet. No, not just under his feet, but every inch of the ground in the entire space was glowing. The dazzling light swallowed up the gray fog. In an instant, all the fog was quickly evaporated and the entire space became extremely clear. The light gradually faded, and I forced myself to open my eyes, my heart pounding. Under my feet was a huge mirror. It was smooth and transparent, without a trace of dirt, and reflected my figure as clearly as crystal. My mind was in a mess. What on earth was this? Why did such a mirror appear in my consciousness? Before I could think, a few lines of small words suddenly appeared on the mirror under my feet. The initial soul energy has been collected. Mirror flower is activated. Activate the primary ability, non-flower. Activate the innate ability, reproduction. Activate the soul energy embodiment function. I stared at these lines of words for a long time, was stunned for a second, and then filled with ecstasy. System. Isn't this the golden finger that the male protagonist in the novels is equipped with? The system blesses, the luck protects the body. Isn't this the treatment of the protagonist? Mirror flower? It sounds like it has something to do with the mysterious pattern on the chest. The name is quite literary. But how do I use this thing? I asked tentatively. Can you introduce him to me? Silence, dead stillness, and the words on the mirror did not change at all. Not giving up, I changed a few codes. Open the instruction manual. Mirror, mirror, who is the most handsome man in the world? CD. The mirror didn't react. I stared at it eagerly and suddenly realized a detail. The color of the word feihua is different from the other words. I tentatively reached out my hand and lightly touched it with my fingertips. Buzz. A pop-up window popped up. Non-flower. Change the rules of physics on the surface of objects with reflective properties. Level 1 comment. You can even see in the mirror. Well, me. The description of this ability is clear, but what the hell is this review? I am so pure. How can I understand it? However, changing the rules of physics on a mirror sounds interesting, but compared to cool abilities like fire, thunder, and time travel, it still feels a little off. But I still have a talent. Talent sounds more advanced than ordinary skills, so I excitedly clicked reprint. The next second, my pupils suddenly contracted and I took a breath. Replicate. Replicate the leaf pattern's abilities after continuous contact for a certain period of time. Note 1. The time required for reproduction is related to the complexity of the leaf pattern. Note 2. After the clone, the capabilities are reset to the current system version level. Note 3. Each level of this ability unlocks a replica position, and a maximum of 6 leaf patterns can be replicated. Note 4. When a system version is upgraded, the replicated capabilities will be upgraded accordingly. Level 1. Comment. Damn it. How did you come across such a magical skill? My heart skipped a beat. Replicate other people's abilities? This ability sounds like a bug, but the question is, what exactly is this leaf pattern? The pattern on my chest? If so, do other people have similar leaf patterns on their bodies? So how do I reach them? Do I have to knock the person out first and then touch them again? Rely on what? Lean against the mirror and show them a movie? I couldn't help but hold my forehead, feeling the frustration of finally getting an SSR, only to find out I don't know how to use it. Forget it. There's one last function, soul materialization. I clicked it again. Soul chi collection. When a person's emotions fluctuate violently, the 3 souls and 7 spirits loosen, and the soul chi leaks out. After collection, it can be used to update the system version. The system prompts the current progress. 0/1000 comments, shock, fear, ecstasy, and hee damn love. I touch my chin, thinking, I've heard from the old people before that people have 3 souls and 7 spirits. When stimulated, the soul and spirit will fluctuate. If the stimulation is too great, the soul and spirit will even leave the body for a short time. So, the system can absorb soul energy and enhance capabilities. In other words, scare people, deceive people, and fool the feelings of ignorant girls can all make me stronger. My teeth ached for a moment. The first few were acceptable, but the last one was a bit outrageous. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Putting away my messy thoughts, I sighed, and my figure slowly disappeared into the night. Hey, did you guys watch the news? There was an explosion at the Hyatt Tower. I know. It was an electrical overload. Bullshit. It's not that simple. Li Tao lowered his voice. My friend was downstairs at the time. He said he heard gunshots before the explosion. Gunshots? Really? Real. Someone also saw a dark figure jumping down from the 38th floor. Listening to their discussion, I raised my eyebrows slightly, thinking, Hyatt Tower, gunshots, dark shadows. I always felt that things seemed to be much more complicated than I imagined. As soon as I entered the rental house, I heard Li Tao whispering mysteriously to Wang Wenrui, his eyes wide open, as if he had heard some shocking secret. Qianming, where did you go last night? We were so worried about you. Li Tao asked hurriedly when he saw me come back. This rental house was rented by Li Tao and I specifically for the college entrance examination, along with my roommate Wang Wenrui. I found an internet cafe and played all night. Elite casually. My bus is at 2 p.m. Fat Li has gone home too. When are you going home? Wang Wenrui pushed his glasses and asked. I haven't packed my things yet, so I have to stay here for a while. I responded vaguely. I have never told anyone that I am an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. This rental house is my only place to live. If I move out, I will have to live on the street. I can't go back to the orphanage with a shameless face, right? Even the rent of this house is half subsidized by the government, and the other half is earned by me working. Sometimes I really envy Li Tao and Wang Wenrui. No matter what happens, home is always waiting for them. But I only have myself. Li Tao patted my shoulder and said earnestly, be careful if you live here by yourself. The world is not peaceful these days. Superman has appeared. Superman. I was stunned. I would have definitely just laughed it off in the past, but now I know that superpowers like Yuan really do exist in this world. So, could the explosion at the Hyatt Tower that Li Tao mentioned also be related to Yuan? I thought about the non-flower that I just got. Maybe I should find a chance to try it. But you have to let people stand in front of the mirror. I looked at my two busy roommates, but unfortunately they had no intention of looking in the mirror at all. I couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. It seemed like God heard my prayers and the opportunity finally came. At this moment, Li Tao was standing in front of the sink, looking at himself in the mirror, combing his hair cockily. He hummed a song while combing and twisted his body to the rhythm. The scene was extremely eye-catching. My eyes lit up and I secretly activated my ability. Whose heart is it left alone? Li Tao was struggling with whether to part his hair in the middle, 3:7, or just comb it back. Suddenly, in the mirror, a woman in a white dress appeared behind him, with long black hair covering her entire face, and her pale hands slowly reaching towards his neck. Ah! A pig-killing scream exploded in the bathroom. Wang Wenrui heard the noise and rushed over quickly. I followed closely behind him, pretending to be confused. In the bathroom, Li Tao sat on the floor, his face pale, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the mirror, his lips trembling. Yes, there is Sadako. We looked in the direction of his finger and saw only the reflections of 3 people in the mirror and the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers outside the window. Where was the shadow of Sadako? Wang Wenrui kicked Li Tao and cursed. Fat Li, what are you howling about? Sadako? Why don't you yell zombies? Li Tao got up, looked at the mirror carefully, and muttered to himself. Damn it, could it be that I've been staying up too late recently? I held back my laughter, and suddenly a line of small words appeared in the mirror in my mind. Li Tao Soul Collection plus 5 Soul Materialization Progress Bar, then turned into 5 out of 1,000. So this is how soul energy is collected. I understand, just scare people. Now that the opportunity has come, I have to continue the experiment. I smiled and patted Wang Wenrui on the shoulder. Let's go, it's nothing. As soon as I stepped out of the bathroom, the screams like a pig being slaughtered rang out again. Oh, zombies! We turned around suddenly and saw that Li Tao in the mirror had turned into a zombie with a green face and fangs, wearing the official uniform of the Qing dynasty, and was jumping towards the outside of the mirror. Li Tao's Soul Collection plus 7 Li Tao was completely frightened and rushed out of the bathroom, muttering as he ran, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, please keep the evil spirits away. Bless me. I will go to the temple to worship when I get back. What a weird thing. The train originally scheduled for 5 p.m. was changed to 2 p.m. because he insisted on going with Wang Wenrui. Before leaving, Li Tao held my hand solemnly, with a serious face. Qianming, you must be careful here. This house is spooky. The corners of my mouth twitched wildly. My good brother, I'm sorry for having wronged you. After sending them away in the afternoon, I was the only one left in the room, which was a good time to test my abilities. In fact, in just one morning, I had already had a lot of ideas. I took out a small mirror from the drawer, threw it into the air, and activated non-flower. The next second, the mirror seemed to be under a spell, floating steadily in the air. My eyes lit up. Sure enough, changing the rules of physics also includes changing gravity. I began to slowly move the mirror left and right, then up and down, and then tried to flip the mirror. But the moment he turned over, the mirror suddenly shook violently and finally lost control, falling directly to the ground and shattering into pieces. I shook my head and sighed. I'm still not proficient enough. Objects with reflective properties. Reflective properties. I pondered for a few seconds, picked up a basin, filled it with water, and activated non-flower. The reflection on the water's surface gradually changed, revealing a charming beauty with a seductive posture and turbulent waves. What the hell? My face turned red, and I quickly waved my hand to dismiss the scene. Wait, water can also materialize images? If I control the surface of a water, can I also make it float? I stared at the water with my eyes wide open and tried my best to exert my mind. Unfortunately, there were only a few ripples on the water surface, and it was impossible to float like a mirror. I tried windows, floor tiles, and TV screens in turn, and finally summed up the pattern. Not all surfaces with reflective properties can change all the rules of physics. Its effect depends on the reflective ability of the object. For example, mirror can be fully controlled. It can make objects float. It can also visualize physical images. Water surface can only create shadows, cannot control floating. TV, floor tiles can only barely outline the outline, cannot move at all. Damn, this ability is pretty good for magic, but it's not very useful for fighting. Is it a pity? Or is it simply because I don't have enough control? I was lost in thought when suddenly an idea struck me, and I grabbed a piece of mirror fragment from the ground. I took a deep breath and activated the non-flower. I saw an imperceptible blue light emanating from the edge of the fragment, which actually exuded a sharp aura. Snap! I scratched the stone with my lens, and a deep scratch appeared on it, 5 centimeters deep, as sharp as a knife. I was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Good boy, it seems that my ability may not be really useless. Hiss! I took a breath of cold air. The enhancement of this sharp attribute is simply outrageous. If controlled properly, could it be possible to use the lens to kill people like Shao Li's flying knife? It could even adjust the flight trajectory, lock onto the target unexpectedly, and kill accurately. Interesting. The corners of my mouth rose unconsciously, and the excitement in my heart almost overflowed. I was worried about not having a means of attack before. After all, the probability of scaring someone to death with an illusion is really low. Now, I finally have a means to fight head-on. But in this case, should I buy a few more mirrors? The dusk deepened. The rush hour had passed, and there were only a few pedestrians on the road, hurrying home. The number of vehicles in this small town also gradually decreased, and the streets became deserted. At this moment, in a remote alley, a dark shadow staggered out, his steps unsteady and his shoulders trembling slightly. Ahem! Damn it, I didn't expect that fat guy was actually the Lord of Hell. The black shadow cursed in a low voice, his furrowed brows revealing pain. The inside of his coat had long been soaked with blood, blending into the black color, and it was impossible to notice unless you looked carefully. There were too many pedestrians on the street during the day, and the risk of being exposed was too great, so he endured in the alley for a whole day and only dared to come out now. Looking around, he chose a more hidden direction and staggered forward along the shadows of the street. Descendants of the mountains, love the sun. I was carrying 2 big bags, jumping and skipping as I walked, humming a song, and feeling extremely happy. The college entrance examination is over, and the talented young man with extraordinary abilities is about to have a bright future. Is there anything more gratifying than this in the world? A shabby little building came into view. I was about to go upstairs when a black shadow suddenly flashed out from the shadow of the stairs. The cold barrel of the gun instantly pressed against the back of my head. Don't move, this is the real thing. A deep voice sounded in my ears, filled with murderous intent. So fast. I broke out in a cold sweat instantly. This guy is too fast. Everything blurred before my eyes, and before I even had time to react, I was subdued. The pride that he had felt before, because of the ability he had acquired, had completely vanished at this moment. Before taking the first step towards your invincible dream, you're going to die tragically on the street. At the same time, the faint smell of blood coming from behind told me that this man definitely dared to shoot and kill people. I swallowed and tried to speak in a calm tone. Hey man, I didn't bring any money with me today. Can I scan the QR code with WeChat? The man in black was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect me to answer like this. Stop talking nonsense. Open the door and go home. Don't do anything stupid. The force of the gun barrel increased a little, as if he would pull the trigger at any time. Okay, man, don't be impulsive. I climbed the stairs stiffly. Even my hand was shaking when I tried to insert the key. I tried several times but failed. The man in black behind me was almost worn out by me, and his tone was filled with anger. Can you hurry up? My blood is almost dried up, and you are still embroidering here. Creak! The door finally opened. The man in black pushed me into the house, quickly locked the door, drew the curtains, and even cut off the telephone line. He kept the muzzle of his gun pointed at me until he finished these actions. Then he spoke, "Alcohol and gauze, bring them to me quickly." I didn't even dare to breathe, and quickly rummaged through the drawers and took out all the medical supplies in the house, even Yunnan Baiyao and trauma wine. The man in black raised his eyebrows when he saw these things. Wow, this equipment is more complete than mine. I secretly thanked Li Tao for the medical kit he left behind. He was a member of the football team, so it was not surprising that he had these things at home. If it weren't for this, I would be in danger today. After all, if this man really couldn't find the medicine, he might just kill me to silence me. Stay still and don't play any tricks. The man in black began to treat my wounds, and I, though obedient on the surface, had quickly calmed down on the inside. My previous cowardly look was 3 parts real and 7 parts fake. I acted submissive on purpose, just to let him down. This man was covered in blood and had a gun. He ambushed me downstairs and subdued me in an instant. This kind of skill is definitely not that of an ordinary person. Moreover, the pattern on his left hand that I just saw is very similar to my mirror flower. Is he also a leaf pattern holder? If he is just an ordinary armed criminal, I can use non-flower to create illusions and find opportunities to counterattack. But what if he is an unknown ability holder? If I act rashly, I will only die, but I must find out his ability. How can I test him? My brain was working rapidly, and I soon came up with a solution. Good man, let me help you. I smiled flatteringly and quickly reached out and touched the pattern on his left hand. If this is really Yi1, my replica should have a reaction. The man in black was obviously stunned for a moment, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Get lost. Bang. A kick hit me in the chest. I flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, knocked over the coffee table, and rolled on the ground for several rounds. I almost fainted from the pain. Damn, he hit me so hard. I covered my chest, beads of sweat oozing from my forehead. My breathing became rapid, and the severe pain made me almost suspect that my ribs were broken. Damn it. This guy actually saw through my intentions in an instant and took action decisively. But this also means that he is extremely vigilant about his own leaf patterns. I suppressed my anger and put on a pleading look. Hey man, why did you kick me? I just wanted to help you apply the medicine. The man in black looked pale. The kick he received earlier had torn his wound, causing more blood to seep out. However, his expression was still fierce. I told you, don't do anything unnecessary. He raised his right hand slightly, and suddenly, a black pistol appeared out of thin air in his hand. My pupils shrank suddenly, and my heart was shaken. No, I clearly remember that his gun was on the table just now. But now, I glanced at the table, and it was empty. He could actually recall the gun out of thin air. Is this his ability? Fortunately, I didn't act impulsively just now. I secretly rejoiced that the pistol that appeared out of nowhere proved that this man was definitely a capable person. If I had really rushed forward, I would probably have been killed in the next second. The man in black and I stared at each other for a few seconds. He stared at me, looked at me again, and finally snorted coldly and put down the gun. It seems that in his eyes, I am just a coward with no threat. Don't come near me again. His tone was like ice chips, full of warning. This time is just a warning. Next time, shudder. In this guy's eyes, I'm just a tool that can be used when needed and thrown away after use. If I don't obey, I may be shot at any time. Cold sweat slid down my back, but at the same time, my consciousness sank in my mind, and new small words appeared on the mirror. It was detected that the leaf pattern dialoger had been touched. Do you want to start reproducing? Reproduction progress. 0/1 20 seconds. Dreamer? My heart was slightly moved. Hearing this name, it should be the ability to turn fantasy into reality. But if he could really create everything, then why didn't he just conjure up alcohol and gauze, but instead risked his life to come to someone else's house to heal his wounds? And the pistol that just disappeared and reappeared, maybe he can only materialize one item at a time. When one appears, the other disappears. Thinking of this, another bolder idea suddenly emerged. If this man in black is a person with superpowers, then who beat him like this? Another person with special abilities? The battle between the superpowers, the explosion of the Hyatt building, the sound of gunfire, the figure jumping off the building. A light flashed in my eyes, and it seemed that everything was connected. At this time, the man in black had treated his wounds, slowly stood up, and observed the situation outside through the gap in the curtains. "Do you live alone?" he suddenly asked. "Yes." "Where did you go?" "To buy something at the supermarket." "Where are the things?" I pointed to 2 plastic bags on the ground. He squatted down and looked through them, frowning. "Why did you buy so many mirrors?" My heart skipped a beat. But on the surface, I lowered my voice and pretended to be mysterious. "My dear, don't disbelieve me. This house is spooky." The man in black paused. "Weird? What do you mean?" I said with an exaggerated expression, lowering my voice even lower. "This house is ridiculously cheap. Do you know why? People have died before, and more than one." The man in black frowned slightly, but did not interrupt me. I continued to lower my voice. "I heard from neighbors that the original family who lived here was a family of 3. On Christmas Day, they were having dinner at home when suddenly someone knocked on the door. After the man opened the door, a psychopathic murderer broke in, stabbed him and his wife to death, and then skinned them in front of their children." The man in black's eyes darkened slightly. Just when a murderer was about to skin the child, the police arrived and rescued her. I glanced at the mirror, and small black words kept appearing. "Ren Esol Energy Collection +6, +7, +9. Hee. I just want to ask you if you are afraid?" The man in black snorted, seemingly not believing it. I lowered my voice and spoke slowly. "The weirdest thing is that after the police took the little girl away and asked her questions, she remained silent. Until she left, she suddenly opened her mouth and sang a song." The room was silent for 2 seconds. The man in black's eyelids twitched slightly and asked in a cold voice, "And then?" I took the bait. I took a deep breath, and my voice became more sinister. The next morning, the child was gone. The police returned to the building and found her body in the room. Her skin was half peeled off, and her flesh and blood were blurred. Next to her was a fruit knife with only her fingerprints on it. So she skinned herself. A hint of coldness flashed across the black-clothed man's eyes, but he quickly returned to his indifference and sneered. "Are you making up a story? How can a person peel off his own skin?" I spread my hands, looking helpless. "If you don't believe me, forget it. Anyway, I can't move it, so I can only hang more mirrors to ward off evil." As I said this, I took out a mirror and hung it on the wall, chanting, "A bright mirror can suppress evil, and the demons will retreat." "Nayuniuniu. Oh, Nayuniuniu," it died tragically. "I am innocent. Please don't come looking for me." Man in black. He was just about to close his eyes and meditate, but when he heard this, he almost laughed out of anger. "Do you really take ghost stories seriously? Are you afraid of ghosts? Or do you want to bring bad luck to me?" "Shut up." "Oh." As time passed, the man in black slowly opened his eyes, his expression becoming even colder. "That fat guy," he cursed inwardly. He originally thought that he could recover some strength through meditation, but he didn't expect that the remaining netherworld power in his body was so brutal that it actually sealed 80% of his abilities and could not be broken at all. He was cursing when he suddenly froze. "What are you doing?" I was holding a rag, wiping the floor tiles with sweat all over my forehead, with a silly smile on my face. I heard that mirrors can ward off evil spirits, so the floor should be wiped clean too, so that ghosts won't come. The black-clad man's eyelids twitched wildly. "I believe that mirrors can ward off evil, but isn't it too much to hang a Hello Kitty mirror? In your enthusiasm for work, are you trying to humiliate me?" He took a deep breath and said coldly, "I will leave after I have rested. I will not hurt you. Just consider it as compensation to you." As he spoke, he waved his hand. A golden bar appeared out of thin air, shining brightly. My eyes were wide open. This ability is amazing. If I can reproduce the fantasy, does that mean I can make money whenever I want? No, I must get this ability. But will this guy really let me go? What a joke. After he recovers from his injury, the first thing he will do is to kill people and silence them. It's still uncertain who will live and who will die. I sneered and rubbed the ground a little harder. At the same time, not far from this small building, on a rooftop, a fat figure stood with his hands behind his back, frowning and scanning the surrounding buildings. Damn it, that bastard got away. The fat man gritted his teeth. The power of the netherworld can only track this area. How can we find it? Suddenly, the phone rang. The fat man took out his flip phone, answered it, and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, I lost you. How many times have I told you not to call me Your Majesty?" A deep voice came from the other end of the phone, with a somewhat helpless tone. The fat man laughed, then his tone sank. Old Zhang, my netherworld power has tracked to a residential area, but I'm worried that he has taken hostages. If I don't handle it properly, ordinary people might get hurt. The other end of the phone was silent for a while, and then said, the sky is not over there now, so it cannot help you find his exact location. You'd better act with caution and wait for the sky to arrive over you in 26 hours before taking any action. The fat man frowned. He was worried that the mouse could not wait for 26 hours. He knew better than anyone what kind of person Ren-yi was, cold-blooded and cruel, and would do anything to achieve his goals. If he kills someone to silence him before the sky arrives, then all my waiting will be in vain. By the way, once you're done, head to Junjiang. We need someone there. It may take me 2 days to get there. The fat man's eyes narrowed. Junjiang? That thing is coming out. Yes, it must be as soon as possible. Shang Xie's gang of cancers have arrived. The fat man grinned. Okay. By the way, the man on the other end of the phone suddenly added. The last time the sky I scanned, new fluctuations were detected. There should be new leaf patterns emerging. It looks like a young boy. Go take a look. If he has a good character, bring him to our academy. Sky is verifying his identity. I'll send it to you later. The fat man's eyelids jumped, and his tone was a little surprised. 2 leaf pattern holders appeared in the same place. After hanging up the phone, he looked towards the dark residential area in the distance with mixed feelings. This city is really becoming more and more interesting. It was midnight. The whole building was dark, except for my house, which was very conspicuous. Turn off the lights. Rennie glanced out the window and ordered coldly. I slowly turned off the lights, and in the moonlight, I saw him take out his cell phone and make a call. No, the Lord of Hell showed up, and I got hurt. Well, I found a place to heal now. Junjiang? That thing is going to be born. I understand. I'll leave as soon as possible. Just a few words, but revealed a huge amount of information. Lord Ming? This name is so domineering. Is this the person who injured him? In Junjiang, the next city? What was he doing there? What was about to be born? I had a vague feeling in my heart that I had begun to come into contact with the real world of superpowers. But this is not something to be happy about. He said this in front of me, which means that in his heart, I'm already a dead person. I can't delay any longer. I must strike first. The moment he hung up the phone, he caught a glimpse of a red figure flashing by in the mirror. He suddenly jumped up from a sofa, his eyes suddenly cold. Who? There was a strange smell in the air. The moonlight outside the window was pale, and the whole room fell into an eerie silence. His eyes slowly swept across the room, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Suddenly, my pupils shrank, and my hair stood on end. In the full-length mirror in the bedroom, a girl covered in blood was standing there. She was not tall, and most of her skin had been peeled off, with her flesh and blood stuck to her tattered skirt. One eye was mostly bulging out, the other eye socket was empty and pitch black. The corners of his mouth were stretched to his temple, and white maggots were wriggling out his eye socket. It was extremely creepy. The corners of the girl's mouth rose slightly, as if she was laughing. Rinyi's back suddenly stiffened. Damn, what that guy said was actually true. He raised his right hand suddenly, leaf patterns flashed, and a pistol materialized. He pointed it at the mirror without hesitation and fired 3 shots in a row. Bang, bang, bang. The mirror shattered, glass shards flying everywhere. At the same time, a fat man on a building in the distance suddenly stood up, his ears moved slightly, and his eyes instantly locked on the direction. Found it. He did not feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart, but instead felt something was wrong. With Ren-yi's methods, he doesn't even need to use a gun to kill ordinary people. What exactly happened there? He didn't have time to think about it. His figure flashed and turned into a black shadow, rushing towards that direction at a high speed. Run, he let out a long breath, but the cold sweat on his forehead could not be wiped away. The gunshots had already been heard, and the fat man would be here soon. We couldn't stay here any longer. He was about to leave when his eyes suddenly focused. In the mirror on the opposite wall, a blurry blood shadow appeared again. This time there was more than one. In the mirror to his left, a bloody woman emerged, grinning, her neck tilted to one side, revealing her white cervical vertebrae. In a mirror on his right, a man was standing there with his abdomen hollowed out and his intestines hanging on the ground, but his mouth was still twisted and he was smiling strangely. Ren-yi's scalp tingled. Damn it. He had been in the martial arts world for so many years. When had he ever seen such a strange thing. But wait. His eyes narrowed slightly, and something suddenly occurred to him. Who bought these mirrors? Where's that boy now? What a coincidence. Is he the one behind this? In an instant, all the clues were connected together in his mind. His face was gloomy, and he was about to look for Ji Qianming, but the whole room suddenly fell into pure darkness. In the darkness, his heart suddenly shrank. This darkness, why is it so similar to the domain of the Lord of Hell? The fat guy won't come so soon. No, that's not right. If the Lord of Hell came, he wouldn't be able to stand so well. Follow me, left hand, slow motion, right hand, left hand, slow motion replay. Suddenly, a familiar melody sounded in the darkness. Ren Yi turned around abruptly and fired several shots at the source of the sound. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, this song. It brings you happiness. Have you fallen in love with me? The sound didn't stop at all. Ren Yi's eyes darkened and he calmed down. That guy must have hidden the speakers in advance. At this moment, a sharp cold light flashed past quietly. Puff! The sharp lens fiercely scratched his abdomen. Ren Yi's face changed and he stepped back suddenly, covering the wound on his abdomen with one hand, blood flowing out from between his fingers. In the darkness, he finally realized he was really doomed. I endured the severe pain all over my body, gritted my teeth, and staggered forward. At this moment, I was already in a mess. My clothes were torn by the shock wave of the explosion, my limbs were burning with pain, and I even had the illusion that my internal organs were about to be shattered. But none of this can compare to the excitement in my heart. That's an opportunity. Ren Yi's right arm was still twitching slightly. Even though it had been separated from his body, it was still surrounded by black arcs of electricity and a strange netherworld aura. I suppressed the ecstasy in my heart, ran over quickly, and grabbed it. Replicate. In an instant, the leaf pattern on my chest vibrated violently, and countless densely packed characters suddenly appeared on the mirror in my mind. Special leaf pattern detected. Dreamer. Meets the conditions for re-engraving. Do you want re-engraving? Yes/no. Re-engraving progress. 0/300 seconds. 300 seconds. It's longer than the previous 120 seconds, which shows that this thing has a higher level of capabilities. Without thinking too much, I chose yes without hesitation. Buzz. Yiwen was madly absorbing Run Yi's remaining abilities. A large amount of information instantly flooded my mind. Familiar yet unfamiliar electric arcs seemed to explode in my blood, and a strange feeling of expansion came from all my limbs. In my palm, a faint black electric current was flowing, as if it had life, slowly crawling towards my arm. Ah! I gritted my teeth and groaned, cold sweat breaking out. The right arm seemed to be swallowed by a violent lightning, and a numbness accompanied by tearing pain spread throughout the body. But at the same time, an extreme sense of power is also surging up explosively. I can feel that something is being completely activated in my body. Ha ha! You little bastard! A resentful voice suddenly sounded behind him. My pupils suddenly shrank, and when I looked back, I almost jumped up in fright. Ren Yi is still alive. He fell in the ruins of the explosion. Half of his body was charred. His face was as pale as paper. The corners of his mouth were full of blood bubbles, and one of his eyes was blurred by the explosion. But he could still move and laugh. Do you think you won? His voice was like a broken bellows. As long as I live one day, I can kill you 100 times. He raised his only remaining hand with difficulty. The remaining light of the leaf pattern flickered, but it still produced a ball of faint blue lightning. He can still use his abilities? I was horrified, and, without a second thought, I threw a sharp lens at him. But at this moment, bang! With a loud noise, the whole world seemed to stop. The air was suddenly filled with cold black fog, like countless invisible hands, rushing in from all directions, swallowing up everything. A burly figure slowly walked out of the black fog. His steps were steady, and every step seemed to be stepping on the soul, carrying a suffocating pressure. Run, Yi. A deep voice sounded, as if coming from the endless abyss. You are finished. Ren Yi's expression changed completely. Ming Lord. He struggled violently, but the black mist was like the shackles of the underworld, trapping him in an instant. You can't escape. The black fog rolled, and the fat man's figure was completely revealed. He was no longer the fat man with a grin on his face, but like an emperor in the night. The dark aura condensed into lines like the god of death's scythe, spinning under his feet like a hell that devoured souls. At this moment, it was Ren Yi's turn to completely collapse. Ming Jun, you can't kill me. He screamed crazily, his voice cracking. I am Shanxies. I am the dreamer of Sequence 37. If you kill me, Shanxie will never let you go. However, there was no expression on the fat man's face, and he didn't even bother to look at him. He simply raised his finger and pointed it at the ground. Kneel down. Boom! Ren Yi's body was struck by lightning, and he was pressed to the ground by an invisible pressure. His knees smashed the floor, and a lot of blood foam flowed from the corners of his mouth. Ah! He screamed hysterically and struggled, but he couldn't even move a finger. The fat man walked towards him slowly, and every step seemed like death approaching. You're alive today because Shanxie needs you, but it's a pity. Today is your end. The fat man raised his hand indifferently, and a pure black netherworld flame slowly ignited in his palm. Goodbye. Ren Yi completely collapsed. No. Boom. The black flames devoured his body. There was no explosion, no struggle. His body instantly turned into a ball of black ash, which was swept away by the black mist and completely dissipated into the air. There will never be a person named Ren Yi in this world again. Everything is returned to silence. The wind is howling, but the night remains the same. I stood there blankly, staring at the hellish scene before me, my heart beating wildly, until the fat man's eyes slowly fell on me. I immediately broke out in a cold sweat on my back. Shit, are they going to kill me to silence me? Chapter 9 Remake, The Fantasy. In the explosion just now, Ren Yi was at the center and bore the greatest force. If it hadn't been covering the devil's right arm at that time, this hand would have been reduced to ashes. Although his power has dissipated after his death, his arm is still intact. On the back of the broken arm, the spiral leaf pattern was lying there quietly. Ji Qianming jogged all the way, picked up the broken arm, and covered the surface of the leaf pattern with his right hand. It has been detected that the leaf pattern dreamer has been touched. Do you want to start reproducing? Whether. The small words appeared on the mirror again, and Ji Qianming chose yes without any hesitation. The moment his fingers touched the mirror, a progress bar appeared below the pop-up window, moving bit by bit. Vomit. Ji Qianming finally couldn't help it, and he held the broken arm and vomited nonstop. He was just an ordinary boy. He had never even killed a chicken. When had he ever seen such a bloody scene? Not to mention that he was in close contact with the bloody broken arm. The smell of blood alone made his stomach acid boil. You have to know that it was still on a living man a few minutes ago. But even so, he still held the broken arm tightly in his hand. It would take 2 minutes to replicate, so he had to persevere no matter what. At this moment, he felt the temperature around him drop instantly, and a ball of darkness appeared in front of him like a meteor. The dark outline gradually changed, and a fat figure walked out of it. Ji Qianming's pupils suddenly shrank, and the breath of the underworld made him shudder. Another person with special abilities. And, judging from this ability, it is very likely that this is the Hades who beat Ren Yi like a dog, but this Hades is quite different from what he imagined. Alas, I'm still a step late. The fat man looked at the mess on the ground and the fire upstairs, his face full of regret. Just as he turned his head, he was stunned. A dirty young man was holding a broken arm, half kneeling on the ground and vomiting violently, glancing at him from time to time while vomiting. Fatty Chui has been in the world for so many years, but this is the first time he has seen such a strange scene, and he was immediately amused. Boy, what are you doing holding that broken hand? Oh, I'm scared. I want to find something to hold on to that can give me a sense of security. Ji Qianming wiped the unknown liquid from the corner of his mouth and said seriously, Fati cuiese maut tuichda. Are you really afraid? Why are you holding something else? What's the matter with you holding someone's bloody, severed hand? Aren't you afraid that others will be scared when seeing this? You must be the new owner of the leaf pattern, but how did you kill the visionary when you are so weak? Fatty Chui looked at the frail Ji Qianming and asked curiously. Although Ren Yi is a coward, he is also a genuine third-level ability user, and one of the top-ranked ones. Even if most of his abilities have been sealed by himself, he cannot be defeated by a young boy who has just obtained the leaf pattern. Ji Qianming was shocked. He clearly had not mentioned this matter to anyone. Even Ren Yi couldn't see it before. How'd he know? Even though his greatest reliance was exposed by the other party, Ji Qianming's expression was very innocent. Uncle, what are you talking about? I'm just an ordinary member of the Communist Youth League. He didn't know whether the strange fat man in front of him was an enemy or a friend, so he naturally couldn't admit it directly. Fatty Chui rolled his eyes and said, "Put down the severed arm in your hand first, and then we'll talk. And the lens in your other hand." An ordinary member of the Communist Youth League? Are you kidding a fool? Oh, seeing that he was exposed by the fat man, Ji Qianming simply threw away the broken arm and lens in his hand. The opponent was able to beat such a strong run into such a miserable state. If he wanted to kill me, he would have no chance of winning at all. Most importantly, the 2 minutes are up. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Fatty Chui looked around and saw a figure rushing towards this place in the distance. We can't stay here for long. Let's talk somewhere else. Ji Qianming rolled his eyes. Generally, people who said such lines were not good people, but he still followed obediently. His consciousness glanced at the mirror, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. The visionary has been reproduced. Current level, LV1. The progress bar on the mirror has been completed, and a complex graphic has appeared on a replica pop-up window, which is slowly rotating. It is Run Yi's Dreamer Yi1. Wow, wow, wow. The water ripples, and steam rises from the pool. When it touches the ceiling, it condenses into water droplets. The heat fills the entire bathhouse, making it warm and humid. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A burst of bubbles appeared from under the water of the bathtub, followed by a mass of white flesh suddenly emerging from the bottom of the water. That flesh, oh no, that person shook his hair and wiped his face. Soaking in a bathhouse is still the most relaxing thing. Fatty Chui's face was full of enjoyment, and he moaned in comfort. So when you say change the place, you mean take me to the bathhouse? Ji Qianming, who was sitting next to him, rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "You're still talking." Fatty Chui gave him a look of disdain. "Look at how dirty you were before. You were covered in dust and blood. I couldn't stand it." Ji Qianming hesitated for 2 seconds, pointed at the sink, and said slowly, "Then why are you drinking my bath water?" Fatty Chui was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned pale. He stood up suddenly and climbed desperately towards the shore, splashing large amounts of water. Vomit. Is this guy really the Lord of Hell? Ji Qianming seriously doubted his previous judgment. Fatty Chui retched for a long time, then slowly sat down by the pool, refusing to get in the water again. He lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and then blew out a smoke ring. "Kid, I know you have a lot of questions, just ask. Why did you drink my bath water? Is it impossible to get through?" Ji Qianming clearly saw Fatty Chui's huge body tremble, and then he glared at him fiercely, which made him laugh. At least this fat man had no ill will towards him, he thought. But then his brows furrowed slightly. He had too many questions and didn't know where to start. What exactly are leaf patterns? After pondering for a while, he still asked the original question. Fatty Chui chuckled, turned around and pointed at his white butt. "What do you think this is?" Ji Qianming's face turned dark, and he suddenly felt the urge to get up and leave. "I didn't expect you to be such a fat guy. Sorry, I pointed to the wrong thing." The fat man also felt something was wrong, so he raised his fingers slightly and pointed to his last coccyx. "There's a black crescent-shaped pattern there. It's the same as the one on your chest. This is the leaf pattern." The fat man turned around. "You'll have a special class to learn the details when you get to school, but I can briefly explain it to you. Each leaf pattern represents an ability. From ancient times to the present, we have recorded a total of 361 leaf patterns. We have divided them according to their degree of danger. They are Class C, mild danger, Class B, medium danger, Class A, high danger, and Class S, extreme danger." Ji Qianming nodded thoughtfully and asked again, "Since each leaf pattern is unique, when the owner of a leaf pattern dies, will the leaf pattern disappear as well?" "Not really." Fatty Chui shook his head. "Between 1 and 24 hours after the host dies, the leaf pattern will disappear on its own, and after a period of recuperation, it will look for the next host again. This time is not fixed. It could be a year or 1,000 years." Chapter 10, Gou Chen Academy. Ji Qianming suddenly felt that he seemed to have missed something. He was stunned for a few seconds and realized that something was wrong. "No, what do you mean by, I'll learn it when I get to school? I haven't even gotten my college entrance exam scores yet. And when did college teach these things?" Ji Qianming raised his eyebrows, realizing that things were not simple, and had a vague, ominous premonition in his heart. The fat man looked at him with a smile, and his amiable face made Ji Qianming shudder. "Ji Qianming, 18 years old. You were picked up at the door of an orphanage in 1999 and raised by the orphanage. Your grades are average. You used to work part-time in a factory. You have no bad record and have been single for 18 years. Fatty Chui looked at Ji Qianming with sympathy and smiled slyly. Still a virgin, Ji Qianming was shocked that his entire background had been thoroughly investigated. But how did they know about the leaf pattern so quickly when I had just obtained it 2 days ago? Ji Qianming. Fatty Chui stood up, stared at Ji Qianming, and said word by word, I am officially informing you that you have been admitted to Gou Chen College. The admission letter will arrive in the next 2 days. Oh, unexpectedly, Ji Qianming agreed to it after just a brief consideration. With such abilities in hand, are you really willing to just be admitted to an ordinary university, find a job that anyone can do, and spend your life on a meager salary? Everyone has middle school fantasies. Ji Qianming is also a teenager. After actually possessing mirror flower, he has been holding back a desire to become a different person. After 18 years of silence, he is tired of it. Besides, judging from this fat guy, the organization behind him is not bad, and they are well connected. There should be many people with various abilities, right? Gou Chen College, it sounds good. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. What would have happened if I had refused just now? Ji Qianming asked curiously. Huh? Fatty Chui smiled mysteriously. Believe me, you don't want to know. The corners of Ji Qianming's mouth twitched slightly, and suddenly a series of bloody scenes appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. By the way, what are your abilities? When Fatty Chui saw Ji Qianming nod, he finally asked the question he had been holding back for a long time. What kind of incredible ability could allow him to kill a third-level dreamer at level 1? Ji Qianming waved his hand, and pictures appeared on the shimmering surface of the pool. The heroines in the pictures are all dressed sexy and pose seductively, which makes people's blood boil. Fatty Chui stared at the surface of the pool. Having watched countless movies, he could recognize almost everyone's name, and his nose was about to bleed. Qianming. Fatty Chui said in astonishment, your ability is so cool. Ji Qianming rolled his eyes and waved his hand to disperse the inappropriate scene on the surface of the pool. When Fatty Chui saw the picture disappear, he suddenly lost interest, and his doubts became even greater. That's it? Don't tell me he was so overwhelmed with excitement that he exploded. Of course not. Ji Qianming almost laughed out loud. He had to admit that he did have this thought for a thousandth of a second when he was thinking about the battle plan. My ability is to control the physical rules of the mirror surface, including the movement trajectory of the mirror. Ji Qianming only mentioned the ability of non-flower and said nothing about replica. That was his biggest trump card. Fatty Chui nodded thoughtfully, but his brows were still furrowed. He still couldn't figure out how this ability could defeat the dreamer. He shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore. He stood up and walked towards the door. It's time to go. We have to hurry. Where are you going? Zhenjiang. Snap. A flash of lightning flashed in the dark clouds, leaving a hideous mark. Heavy rain poured down, and the whole Changzhou was shrouded in heavy rain. On the lakeside, more than 20 kilometers away from the center of Changzhou, a luxurious manor stands quietly in the rain. Damn it, when will this rain stop? It makes people so noisy. In the security booth at the entrance of the manor, a middle-aged security guard looked at the heavy rain outside and cursed. That's enough, Laoli. Another sturdy security guard lit a cigarette and crossed his legs leisurely. You have such a comfortable job, and you're still not satisfied. You don't have to do anything all day long but guard people's homes. You only get 10,000 a month. What are you complaining about? Old Lee chuckled. That's right. You said that rich bosses are generous. What's so hard to defend in this desolate mountain? Did you see those girls who just went in? They're so pretty. As he spoke, an obscene light flashed in his eyes from time to time, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Do you think you can play with a woman of that level? Just stay at the door. The burly man snorted coldly, and suddenly his brows furrowed slightly, and he squinted his eyes to look outside the security booth. In the heavy rain, a figure in a black raincoat stood there, looking in the direction of the security booth, motionless. Old Lee, what's wrong with that guy? Go out and take a look. I say, Lao Zhao, maybe they just want to see the rich man's house. You're making a fuss. Old Lee curled his lips and disagreed. Bullshit, Old Zhao cursed. Who would come here to look at a house in this desolate mountain? After saying that, he picked up the electric baton and walked out holding an umbrella. It was raining heavily and the wind was very strong. An umbrella could not stop the rain at all. Not long after he walked out, the rain soaked his clothes. He touched his face and shouted loudly. What are you doing? Only when he got closer did he see clearly that there was a young man under the black raincoat. The young man was very handsome, but his expression was as cold as a piece of ice at the moment. His pair of beautiful eyes looked at Lao Zhao without any emotion. I want to go in. Kid, this is a private manor, and you are not allowed to enter. If you don't leave, I will beat you up. Seeing that the person coming was a teenager, old Zhao let down his guard and said viciously. Noisy. The young man frowned slightly, walked straight towards the iron gate, and ignored old Zhao beside him. Old Zhao immediately became furious. You little bastard, I'm giving you face, right? Well, anyway, no one will see me giving you a lesson in this remote mountain area. He became so daring that he pressed the button on the electric button. Times la la la. Tiny flashes of electricity appeared on the stick, making a sharp sound. Old Zhao swung the electric stick straight at the boy. At this moment, a golden light burst out from the boy's left eye. The electric baton, which was coming at him with great force, suddenly stopped 1 centimeter away from the boy's head and could not move forward any further. Old Zhao was stunned. He gritted his teeth and tried hard. His whole face turned red, but he still couldn't bring down the electric baton. The young man slowly turned his head and looked at Lao Zhao sideways. At this time, Lao Zhao finally saw the true face of the golden light. There was a golden rune flashing in the left eye of this young man. What the hell? What the hell? Old Zhao felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Who on earth is he? The young man raised his right hand, and suddenly a huge force came from the electric baton in Lao Zhao's hand. The electric baton directly pulled out his arm and floated quietly in the rain. The rain poured on the electric baton, and electric light spread everywhere. Suddenly, the electric baton stabbed Lao Zhao's body. The strong electric current instantly flowed through his entire body, and he began to twitch continuously. Ah! He let out a series of screams. His face turned pale, then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Old Lee in the security booth witnessed the whole process, picked up another electric baton, and was about to go up to rescue old Zhao. At this moment, the boy in the rain glanced at him and moved his finger slightly. Bang! The door of the security booth slammed shut, and then with a click, the bolt was locked tightly. Monster! Monster! Old Lee's eyes widened, his whole body trembled, then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The boy turned around and walked straight towards the huge iron gate. With a creaking sound, the 3-meter-high iron fence gate seemed to be squeezed by an invisible giant hand, twisted and deformed, and a gap appeared that was big enough for one person to pass through. The golden light in the boy's eyes slowly went out, and his face under the black raincoat did not change at all. The rain slid down the raincoat to the ground. Hualalalal. He walked towards a manor step by step like a black ghost in the rain. Chapter 11 Guardian. No. Hey, don't spoil the fun. The young man stood at the door of the room and heard bursts of chaotic noises from inside, which made him furious. It's all because of you beasts. You all deserve to die. Bang. There was a loud bang, and the huge door fell down straight away, raising a cloud of smoke and dust. The room was decorated extremely luxuriously. A huge round bed took up most of the space. Other corners were filled with all kinds of strange things. The walls of the room were covered with pictures of women in various poses. The woman lying on the huge round bed was so frightened that she screamed and hid under the quilt. Who is so bold? The young man was frightened this time. His face turned pale, and he shouted viciously. I saw a young man in a black raincoat standing quietly at the door, his left eye shining with golden light. The remaining raindrops dripped down the raincoat and fell onto the expensive floor. The boy looked at him as if he was looking at a corpse. Security? Where's the security? Don't shout, they can't come. The boy replied calmly. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my uncle is? When the young man saw that the security guard had not arrived yet, his arrogance gradually disappeared. Base. A sharp dagger flew from the boy's body and stopped in front of the young man. If it moved a little further, it would pierce his eyeball. This. The young men were all shocked. A foul smell came from the bed, and the faces of the women curled up in the quilt suddenly turned ugly. Do you still remember Lu Fong? The young man stared at the young man, not hiding his murderous intent. I don't know him. The young man had never seen such a scene before and answered in a crying voice. The young man frowned and thought for a while. What's your name? Xiang Yunch. You lied to me. Brother, my real name is Xiang Yunch. If you don't believe me, you can look at my ID card. The corner of the boy's mouth twitched slightly, then returned his cold look and asked, Who is Xiang Lungfing to you? He is my uncle. The young man looked confused. Why was he asking about his uncle? Oh, the boy said calmly. Sorry, I found the wrong person. Xiang Yunj. You bastard, I was scared to death and you're like this? Xiang Yunj's expression was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. The young man stretched out his arm, and the dagger hovering in front of Xiang Yunj flew back by itself. Xiang Yunj finally let go of his worries. Even if you're not him, you deserve to die, and all of you in the Xiang family deserve to die. The cold voice sounded again. Is this going to end? Huh? Are you playing tricks on me? Xiang Yunj really wanted to rush over and beat him up, but he was just thinking about it. But the boy paused. I promised someone that I would not kill innocent people anymore. Then he shook the rain off his raincoat, turned around, and left. Before leaving, he glanced coldly at Yungu, which scared him. Oh boy, he finally left. Xiang Yunj breathed a sigh of relief. All right. The boy suddenly appeared at the door again. Do you know where Xiang Lingfeng went? I heard that he went on a business trip to Zhenjiang. Xiang Yunj didn't dare to play any tricks and said honestly, Oh, I see. The figure flashed, and this time he really left. The man in the black raincoat walked into the rain again and disappeared. Rubbish Gou Chen, the intelligence is really unreliable. A faint sound of cursing came from the rain. Dear passengers, please note that the train is about to depart. The next stop is Zhenjiang Station. The elegant voice echoed in the carriage, and the train started slowly and headed towards the next station. A fat man and a young boy were sitting by a window of the train. Fatty Chui was wearing casual clothes. He had adjusted the seat recliner to the lowest position and was lying comfortably in the chair, soundly snoring. There seemed to be a slight snoring sound coming from him. The boy was wearing a gray sweatshirt and holding a magazine in his hand, reading it with great interest. If you ignore the upside-down magazine, he looked like an artistic young man. Ji Qianming's mind was not on the magazine at all at the moment. His mind was carefully studying the changes on the mirror. Replica skills. Visionary. Making imaginary things concrete in the real world. Note 1. Whether it can be visualized will be determined by the ability level. Note 2. Whether the object can be visualized will be determined by the host's degree of impression of the object. Note 3. If the judgment fails, the thing that impressed the host the most will be materialized. Level 1. Comment. What are you waiting for? Go daydream. Ji Qianming carefully pondered the skill introduction and frowned slightly. The conditions for using this ability were very harsh. It cannot materialize things that are beyond its ability level, and it cannot materialize things that it is not familiar with. However, not everything that is materialized here is necessarily something that exists in reality. The ball of light and the devil's right arm that Ren immaterialized before did not seem to be from this world. In other words, after reaching a high enough level, one can materialize fantasy things? Ji Qianming felt his blood boiling when he thought of that cool devil's right arm. What a great ability it had. However, the changes to the mirror surface are not limited to these. There are also a few more lines of small words in the soul energy concrete pop-up window. Ren yich bish, ren yich yidi, ren yi jaltu. More than 20 pieces of information about Ren Yi soul energy collection were collected, which provided Ji Qianming with nearly 200 points of soul energy. However, the color of the font inside was different. A small part was black, most of it was red, and there was also a dark red one. The dark red one provided Ji Qianming with 50 points of soul energy. Ji Qianming fell in a deep thought. When he scared Li Tao before, the fonts were all black. Black should represent fear, so red should represent anger. Ji Qianming carefully analyzed Run Yi's emotional fluctuations at the time and came to this conclusion. As for the deep red, it should be the soul energy released by the soul before death, right? Looking at the progress bar that was only 1/5 completed, Ji Qianming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ren Yi only provided him with 1/5. When would the system be able to be upgraded? Ji Qianming exited the mirror world and patted Fatty Chui, who was sleeping soundly. Fatty moved for a while before slowly opening his eyes. Is it coming? Fatty Chui yawned, looked at the scenery outside the window, and suddenly remembered something. By the way, your admission letter has arrived in Zhenjiang. You can go and get it yourself when the time comes. Yi Qianming nodded. He had a vague feeling that something big was going to happen on this trip to Zhenjiang. Not only them, but the organization behind Ren, he also seemed to be going to Zhenjiang to look for something. What was about to come out? Zhenjiang. Is there really something hidden there? If he can't figure it out, he might as well stop thinking about it. Anyway, he's still a rookie now. If the sky falls, there are tall people to support it. Why should he worry about it? By the way, what exactly does your school do? Do you train students to be chivalrous and righteous? Ji Qianming suddenly remembered that he knew nothing about the school he was about to enter and couldn't help but ask. It's not you, it's us. Fatty Chui rolled his eyes. The purpose of Gou Chen Academy's existence is protection. Protecting what? Peace. You can say that, but it's not what you think. The meaning of our existence is not to eliminate some evil people with special abilities, but to resist the invasion of a group of people or a group of things. Fatty Chui didn't know what he was thinking about. Anger suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he clenched his fists tightly. The temperature in the entire car suddenly dropped a lot. Ji Qianming swallowed his saliva and became nervous unconsciously. Resist what? Fatty Chui also realized that his emotions were out of control. He took a deep breath, and the cold air in the car gradually dissipated. He looked at Ji Qianming with an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. It is too early for you to get in touch with these things now. You just need to know that protection is the meaning of our existence and the reason why Yuan was born. This is worth sacrificing our lives for. Ji Qianming nodded, as if he understood. What was the reason for the birth of Yuan? What is Gou Chen resisting for the entire human race? The train slowly stopped, and the passengers picked up their luggage and prepared to get off. Fatty Chui was queuing with his luggage. At this moment, Ji Qianming suddenly caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. There was a small word engraved on the dining board that Fatty Chui had just used. It was unclear whether Fatty Chui had engraved it intentionally or accidentally due to losing control of his emotions. Ji Qianming narrowed his eyes. It was a word that everyone could recognize. God. Chapter 12 Girl and We've arrived at Zhenjiang Station. Passengers who want to get off, please hurry up. When you get to the hotel, stay there by yourself. I have to go on a mission. Fatty Chui dragged his luggage and instructed, if there is anything urgent, call this number. If you can't get through, come to Jinshan to find me. Also, I've written down where to pick up your acceptance letter, but this city has been a bit uneasy lately, so try not to go out as much as possible on weekdays. As he spoke, he handed Ji Qianming a room, card, and a note. Ji Qianming was stunned and asked, aren't you staying in a hotel? Fatty Chui shook his head and said with a wry smile, the situation here is a bit serious. There are too many things for me to do. I don't think I can go back for a while. The two men walked to the exit of the high-speed rail station. Fatty Chui suddenly stopped and looked at his watch, as if he was waiting for something. This little girl is never on time. He snorted and muttered quietly. The two waited in the crowded high-speed rail station for more than 10 minutes. The buzzing sound of the engine came from afar, getting closer and closer. A red Ferrari sports car was like a red lightning, speeding towards them with a lot of flying dust and noise. Loud music came from the convertible car, which was extremely arrogant. It's the new year in the first month of the year. Swish! The red sports car drew an elegant arc in front of the high-speed railway station entrance. And then there was a harsh friction sound, and it stopped steadily in front of the stunned Ji Qianming. A golden-haired woman got out of a sports car. She was tall, and her sexy leather jacket perfectly outlined her amazing curves. Her face under the sunglasses was delicate and lovely, with the temperament of a typical Korean female star. The luxury car and the beautiful woman, almost everyone in the high-speed railway station was attracted by this combination, and the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard one after another. Sorry, Director Chui, I'm late. The blonde beauty looked at Fatty Chui and gave a playful smile, which made the men around her feel excited. Forget it. I'm used to it. Fatty Chui smiled helplessly and waved his hand. Who is this? The blonde beauty noticed Ji Qianming, who was shocked, and asked curiously. This is Ji Qianming, the new student. Fatty Chui patted Ji Qianming's shoulder with a smile. Qianming, this is your senior, Park Jimin. Ji Qianming was stunned. Park Jimin? Korean? Hello, senior sister. Ji Qianming bowed obediently and said. Freshman. Park Jimin was stunned, took off her sunglasses, and narrowed her charming eyes into a crescent as she looked at Ji Qianming carefully. After a while, she smiled sweetly, stretched out her right hand, and said, Junior brother Qianming, welcome to Gou Chen. If anyone bullies you in school in the future, just report my name, even though there are not many people in our school. Ji Qianming's face turned red, and he stretched out his hand stiffly. A soft touch came from his hand, crisp and soft. This was the first time he touched a girl's hand, and it happened in public. It would be a lie to say he wasn't embarrassed. Okay, Jimin, stop teasing him. We still have important things to do. Fatty Chui saw Ji Qianming's predicament and said with a smile. Park Ji-min nodded, and the two got into the car. Ji Qianming was stunned. Wait, this sports car seemed to have only 2 seats. He had a bad feeling. No, I can't sit down anymore. Ji Qianming said quickly. Fatty Chui raised his eyebrows and smiled slyly. Who said you were going to take the bus? I've given you the address. Just go take the bus yourself. Yi Qianming. Park Ji-min looked at his confused and helpless expression, chuckled, and waved at him. Then, the sound of a sports car's engine sounded again, raising a cloud of dust and driving away. Ji Qianming looked at the taillights of the car going away, his whole body disheveled in the wind. What serious situation? What unrest? I think you just want to leave me alone and enjoy myself. Yi Qianming kerst invadably. Well, let's take the bus. He raised a room card and took a look. The black and gold room card had crystal fonts engraved in the middle. Fuxalai Hotel, 2101. This little brother is really interesting. It's been a long time since I last saw a freshman. Inside the sports car, Park Ji-min's mouth curled up slightly. The canopy had been covered, and the deafening music had disappeared. This kid is good. Fatty Chui smiled. What is the situation? Park Ji-min's expression became serious, and he said, Not good. The intelligence department has sent news that there are about 200 thugs coming to the Shangxie Society this time. Some of them are armed, and there are 3 core members, and the puppeteer is on the way. A guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Fatty Chui frowned with a stern look. Our people had a fight with him a few days ago, and he was injured. Park Ji-min's eyes flashed with anger. These bastards, the gods are about to completely invade, and they are still here to stir up trouble. But this time I came to pick you up so ostentatiously. They must know you're here, and they will be more restrained in their actions. Now that I'm here, it's useless for them to restrain themselves. This time I'm going to make sure they never come back. Fatty Chui spoke coldly, revealing a strong sense of self-confidence. He tilted his head to look out the window, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Ji Qianming tilted his neck and looked at the towering hotel building in front of him, sighing. It seems that Gou Chen Academy is really rich, with sports cars and top-notch hotels. When will I be able to live such a good life? After an hour of bumpy ride, he finally found the Fuxalai Hotel. The journey almost made him bile boil, and he cursed the fat man countless times in his heart. After walking through the magnificent lobby, he pressed the button for the elevator to the 21st floor. As the elevator went up at such high speed, Ji Qianming felt that his ears were starting to hold their breath. 21st floor, here we are. A sweet female voice sounded and the elevator door slowly opened. There are only 6 rooms on this floor. Ji Qianming found the innermost room, 2101. When he was about to swipe the swipe key to open the door of the next door, 2102, suddenly opened. Ji Qianming turned his head and was stunned. A young girl walked out. She was not tall, but had long silver hair that reached her waist like a silver waterfall. Ji Qianming had seen girls with dyed silver hair before, but the hair of the girl in front of him was so natural and silky, as if she was born that way. The girl seemed to notice his gaze and turned her head slightly. Ji Qianming felt his breathing stagnate, and his heart skipped a beat. The snow-white skin and the face as beautiful as ice and jade seemed like a gift from God to the world. The girl in front of him was like a silver-haired elf who tightly clenched Ji Qianming's heartstrings. The girl just looked at him coldly and turned her head away, and then another figure walked out of the room. She was a young woman with a noble and cold temperament. Time seemed to have left no trace on her exquisite appearance, but she unconsciously exuded a sense of oppression. Yes, pressure. Ji Qianming thought for a long time before finding this word to describe the feeling. It was as if an emperor was looking down on the world, making people's hearts tremble uncontrollably. She also saw Ji Qianming on the side, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 13, Zhongfan. Ji Qianming's hair stood on end under the gaze of the beautiful woman. He quickly looked away, took out the room card and swiped it on the door. With the sound of a door opening, Ji Qianming's figure disappeared behind the door. Master, is there something wrong with that person? Seeing the beautiful woman's thoughtful expression, the young girl asked, her voice sounding like nature. The beautiful woman shook her head, looked at the door deeply, then turned and left. At this time, Ji Qianming, who was in the house, saw the 2 people leave through the peephole, and his heart finally settled down. He let out a long breath. Today was really weird, he muttered. Only then did he have the chance to look around the room, and his eyes suddenly lit up. My goodness, this is the presidential suite. The luxurious living room is furnished with a set of neat European-style furniture, and the wine cabinet on one side displays several rows of red wine, each priced in four figures. There's an indoor cinema, a large bathtub, and even an Xbox. Are all the people from Gou Chen treated so well when on business trips? He stood in front of the huge French window, taking in most of Zhejiang, and couldn't help but yearn for Gou Chen College. The excited Ji Qianming looked here and touched there, having a lot of fun. When he had enough fun, he lay down on the big round bed and closed his eyes comfortably. As an orphan, the most luxurious place he had ever lived in his life was a 3-star hotel. It seemed that he was participating in an academic competition at that time. He and Li Tao shared a room and spent a full $50. By the way, I haven't tried the visionary ability myself yet. Ji Qianming suddenly thought of it. He jumped up from the bed, closed his eyes, and silently activated the dreamer leaf pattern. As long as it is within your capabilities and you are familiar with it. Ji Qianming thought for a while and began to outline the shape of an object in his mind. The leaf pattern of dreamer was shining in the pop-up window. Suddenly, his hand felt heavy and an object appeared out of thin air. He opened his eyes and saw a school bag lying quietly in his arms. Success! Ji Qianming was delighted. As a student who had just experienced the hard days in high school, he was very familiar with his school bag, and this time it was not difficult at all. He suddenly became playful and materialized pens, pillows, desk lamps, and other things one by one. However, every time an item was materialized, the previous item would disappear, which was the same as he had guessed before. Can I now materialize the devil's right arm? Ji Qianming suddenly thought of this, and this idea lingered in his mind. Although he knew that the possibility was not great, he still wanted to try. Then he closed his eyes and began to carefully outline the appearance of the devil's right arm in his mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes again and was stunned. Just as he guessed, the demon's right arm did not materialize, but what materialized was something he never expected. It was a familiar, long-lost blue rose. Ji Qianming sat quietly on the bed, looking at the rose like a sculpture. The thing that impressed me most in my subconscious mind was actually this rose. A trace of bitterness arose in his heart, and all the things in the past came to his mind. There were clearly things that happened just 2 days ago, but it seemed like a lifetime ago. But it was only a slight feeling. He knew clearly that since he chose to leave with Fatty Chui, he could never go back to an ordinary life. After all, he and she were from 2 different worlds. What was there to be sad about? He shook his head, put these distracting thoughts behind him, and took out a note from his pocket. On the front is a phone number, and on the back is an address. Number 43, Chili Lane, Zhongzhou Road. Ji Qianming packed up simply and prepared to open the door and leave. Suddenly he paused, as if remembering something. He turned around, took out 3 small mirrors from his school bag, and put them in his pocket. Then he went out with peace of mind. There was a click of the door, and then the whole room fell into silence. It was dusk. The pale yellow sunlight was scattered on the streets. Pedestrians were rushing along the road like a tide. The roads were jammed with traffic, and the shrill sounds of horns could be heard one after another. A young boy stood at the entrance of an alley, looking up at the street sign. Chili Lane, this is it. Ji Qianming walked along the alley, counting the card from house to house. This alley is very old, with uneven gray bricks and stones on the walls, and large patches of vines entwined around them. There are not many shops open in the alley, most of which are shabby tobacco shops and hardware stores. The rest have tightly closed rolling shutter doors with patches of moss growing on them, which shows that no one has been here for a long time. I hardly saw any other pedestrians along the way, and the whole alley looked lonely and deserted in the dusk. Suddenly, Ji Qianming stopped at the door of a store. The small iron sheet at the door of the store was covered with large pieces of rust, but the numbers 43 could still be vaguely made out. I saw that the door of the store was closed, and a large piece of gauze covered the transparent glass door. Through the gauze, I could see a faint pink light coming from inside. There were 4 large characters in bright red font on each side of the store door. Adult healthcare, sex toys. At this moment, Ji Qianming felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. His face turned pale, and he just wanted to beat up that fat guy. What the hell is this? Why is my notice in a store like this? Ji Qianming forced himself to suppress the urge to turn around and leave. After a struggle between his conscience and his desires, he finally walked in. Dinkling. The bell on the door rang, and Ji Qianming felt a strange smell coming towards him, and then he finally saw the true face of this store. Under the pink light, a small counter was placed in the middle of the store with a rusty iron rack on each side, on which were placed a wide variety of indescribable goods. Yikian minkis eyelids twitchet. This was really just an ordinary adult product store. Just as Ji Qianming was about to turn around and leave, an old man wearing a white vest and waving a palm leaf fan came out from a small door. "Young man, what do you want to buy? We have everything here. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." The old man's voice came with a strong voice and a hint of unseriousness. Ji Qianming's face flushed instantly, and he stammered, "No, I'm not here to buy anything. I'm here to get my admission letter." He really wanted to slap himself at this moment. Who would believe that he would come to a store like this to get an admission letter? "Oh." The old man raised his eyebrows, looked at Ji Qianming carefully for a long time, and took out 2 packages from under the cabinet. "May I have your name?" "Yikian Mink." Yikian Mink answered honestly. "Here, this is your admission letter." The old man put on his reading glasses, examined it for a while, and then handed over a package. "Yikian Mink. This is really true. The admission letter is placed in an adult store. What kind of magical school is this?" Despite all the complaints, Ji Qianming still took the package obediently. "You're a good young man. Keep working hard." The old man patted him on the shoulder. "Come to me if you need anything in the future. I'll give you a discount." The old man winked at Ji Qianming with a lewd smile and an expression that said, "You know what I mean." Thank you, sir." Ji Qianming was speechless for a while, and after trying for a long time, he finally uttered, "Thank you." How embarrassing. Ji Qianming felt like he was about to get embarrassed and just wanted to leave quickly. Just as he turned to leave, the doorbell rang again. Dinkling. They both looked at the same time and saw a handsome young man walk in. He looked around the store, his stern expression not changing at all. This guy is really good. He can walk into a store like this without changing his expression. He must be an expert, Ji Qianming thought to himself. "I'm here to get the admission letter," the boy said calmly. The old man raised his eyebrows. Name? Zhang Fan. Chapter 14, Puppet Master. The old man nodded and handed over another package, but his eyes were staring straight into the boy's left eye. What a gift, what a gift. The old man murmured to himself. Ji Qianming looked at the young man in front of him, and a thought flashed through his mind. Is he also a new student of Gou Chen? Zhang Fan took the package, checked it, turned around, and pushed the door open. He's so cool. Ji Qianming felt that Zhang Fan gave him the feeling of 1,000-year-old ice, and no one should get close to him. He hesitated for a moment and followed him out. Are you also a new student of Gou Chen? Ji Qianming ran to Zhang Fan and asked curiously. Zhang Fan glanced at him and nodded. Then we should be classmates. Ji Qianming extended his right hand enthusiastically. My name is Ji Qianming. Zhang Fan frowned slightly, hesitated for a while, and finally shook Ji Qianming's hand and said lightly, Zhang Fan. Then he turned and continued walking forward without looking back. Zhang Fan. This name sounds very fierce. Ji Qianming thought to himself. You're also a new student of Gou Chen, so you also have leaf patterns, right? How much do you know about Gou Chen? I don't understand. Where do you live? Ji Qianming followed Zhang Fan closely, asking questions one after another, with a curious look on his face. Zhang Fan's eyelids were twitching. Finally, he suddenly stopped, looked into Ji Qianming's eyes, and spoke seriously. You better stop following me. Where I'm going is very dangerous. Okay. Ji Qianming sighed and stopped. It seemed impossible to get more information for Zhang Fan, but what on earth was he going to do? He looked at Zhang Fan's departing back and fell in a deep thought. City center. A tall building stands quietly in this golden area. The entire outer surface of the building is reflective glass, like a huge mirror shining brightly under the sunlight. There are 4 words written on the roof of the tall building. Qingyuan Group. Creak. The door of the conference room made a dull sound, and a man wearing a dark blue mask slowly walked in. There was a picture of an evil ghost with fangs on the mask, which looked extremely creepy. You are late, Qing Liao. Another man spoke hoarsely on the sofa in the conference room. The man also wore a dark blue mask with a hexagram on it. Humph, Qing Liao said impatiently. It's just a crappy combat meeting between 3 people. What's the point of being late? A burst of laughter came from the window, and a woman wearing a rose-patterned mask walked seductively to Qing Liao. She stretched out a hand and rubbed Qing Liao's chest, her body twisting like a water snake, extremely enchanting. Hey, Warlock, why do you say that about our lovely newcomer? Look at this solid body. I can hardly control myself. Qing Liao suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the woman's arm tightly, and said viciously, Hua Gui, next time you touch me with your dirty hands, I will chop it off. Oh, you try it. Hua Gui's voice gradually became colder and filled with murderous intent. That's enough. The warlock on the sofa slowly stood up, his hoarse voice echoing throughout the conference room. Shangxie didn't ask you to start an internal conflict. Let's start this combat meeting quickly. The special envoy will be here soon. Qing Liao and Hua Gui snorted coldly at the same time, put away their murderous intent, and found a seat to sit down. The warlock took out a map and spread it on the table, then circled the location with a red pen. After calculations by headquarters, the thing was born in this place. Jinshan, Hua Gui exclaimed softly. Is there a Jinshan temple in that place? The sorcerer nodded and said, yes, this Jinshan temple is not simple. Legend has it that it was built by a great man in ancient times. He used Jinshan temple to gather the dragon vein energy of the entire Zhongnan region to suppress that thing. Gou Chen's people have already begun to set up a barrier near Jinshan. If we want to complete the mission, we have to do it in two ways. First, we need to cause a riot in the city center. Qing Liao, you will do this. Qing Liao snorted coldly and said, why not let those brainless thugs do this kind of thing? I don't want to do such a boring thing. Hee, of course it's because you're the weakest newcomer. With your level 2 strength, are you going to Jinshan to deliver food to others? Hua Gui spoke lazily and sarcastically. You, Qing Liao was furious and stared at Hua Gui. Woman, do you want to die? Bang! The warlock slammed his palm on the table, and the loud noise echoed in the empty conference room. Whoever causes trouble again will get out. He glanced at the two of them coldly and said word by word. Continue. The warlock cleared his throat. I'll go to Jinshan. Hua Gui, you take some thugs to guard here. The key to our mission is hidden inside Qingyuan Heavy Industry. You must guard it well for me. Okay, I know. Hua Gui said with a delicate voice. Qing Liao frowned, and after thinking for a while, he said, I heard that the Lord of Hell is coming this time. Can we stop him? Before the warlock could speak, a deep voice came from the door of the meeting room. Mingjun, leave it to me. The three of them looked together and saw a man wearing a white crying face mask standing at the door. An invisible aura made the three of them breathless. A name flashed through the minds of the three people at the same time. Puppet Master. Ji Qianming was walking on the street at night, holding a piece of pancake in his hand. It's not that he likes eating show-pulled pancakes. He didn't have much money on him when he followed Fatty Chui out. Before Fatty Chui left, he left nothing but the rune card and a note. Ji Qianming rummaged through his school bag for a long time before taking out 7 yuan, which was only enough for one show-pulled pancake. This Fatty Chui, isn't he responsible for himself when he brought me out? Ji Qianming secretly complained to himself, and somehow he suddenly felt like he was being led out by Fatty Chui's sweet words to elope. Just as he was daydreaming, several motorcycles sped past him like lightning, splashing water from the side, which just happened to pour on the pancake. Ji Qianming blinked, not reacting to what was happening for a moment. Fuck me. Half a second later, Ji Qianming felt a burst of evil fire rising from his heart. I spent my last $7 on this hand-pulled pancake, and you guys just wasted it? If the fat guy doesn't come back in a few days, I will starve to death. Is there any humanity left, huh? Don't leave if you dare. Come back here. Ji Qianming turned around suddenly, raised his middle finger at the motorcycle that was almost out of sight, and yelled. Suddenly, the motorcycle stopped, seemed to talk for a few seconds, and then drove back in unison. Ji Qianming was stunned. No way, big brother, you can hear it from so far away. Seeing several motorcycles getting closer, Ji Qianming turned around and ran. However, a few seconds later, the motorcycle easily caught up with him and drifted in front of Ji Qianming. The long-faced man got out of the car, stared at Ji Qianming, and said viciously, Boy, was it you who shouted just now? Brothers, what are you talking about? Ji Qianming blinked and looked at the long-faced man innocently. Boss, there's no mistake. I clearly heard someone yelling that we are cowards. A yellow-haired man stopped the car and spoke in a voice like a drake. Forget it. Have you forgotten the boy from this afternoon? He beat more than 80 brothers by himself. He was very evil. I get scared when I see kids of this age now. The big man with tattoos started to persuade him, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Ji Qianming. Chapter 15, I have a bold guess. Ji Qianming was stunned. Somehow, Zhang Fan's figure suddenly appeared in his mind, and he spoke inexplicably. Brother, let me make a bold guess. Is that boy very handsome, cold, and speaks in a way that makes him look like he deserves a beating. The three of them looked at him in unison, their faces filled with shock. The tattooed man trembled all over. Look, I told you, this kid must be no ordinary guy. What is your relationship with that boy? The long-faced man asked cautiously. Oh, he's my boss. Seeing everyone's expressions change when they heard his words, Ji Qianming couldn't help but straighten his chest and said with full energy, Hiss. The three of them took a breath and looked at each other. The yellow-haired man took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket like lightning and started shouting desperately in a hoarse voice. We found the boy's accomplice. Repeat, we found the boy's accomplice. We are across from China Mobile on Guanqian Street. Come quickly, brothers. Got it. We are chasing that boy near Pagoda Mountain Park. Send a team there immediately. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Repeat, reinforcements will arrive soon. Yiqianming. His whole face was twitching wildly. He never expected that things would turn out like this. The three men looked at him warily and pulled out steel rods, brass knuckles, and golf clubs from somewhere, slowly forming a circle. This is too much. I'm not Zhang Fan, who can easily knock down a bunch of people. Ji Qianming gritted his teeth and said, Now that it has come to this, let's do it. The three of them saw a flash before their eyes, and a mirror flew in front of them, hovering in the air and slowly rotating. Before they could react, the mirror suddenly burst out with a blinding golden light. The three of them felt like their eyes were going to be blinded, so they bent over, covering their eyes and howling. What is this? My eyes. Woo woo woo, Mom. A wooden stick suddenly appeared in Ji Qianming's hand, and he smashed it hard on the heads of the three men. After a lot of smashing, all three of them fell to the ground, holding their heads and rolling around, especially the big man with tattoos, whose tears and snot were all over Ji Qianming's wooden stick. Ji Qianming felt a chill as he looked at the wooden stick and immediately canceled the materialization. At this moment, he vaguely heard the sound of a large number of motorcycle engines rushing towards this place. He looked around and saw a black mass of motorcyclists rushing towards them, holding all kinds of weapons in their hands, looking ferocious and vicious. Ji Qianming's hair stood on end immediately, and he quickly got on a motorcycle and sped towards Pagoda Mountain. At this time, I still have to rely on my brave boss Zhang Fan. In Ji Qianming's heart, the image of Zhang Fan, whom he had only met once, was infinitely magnified. Boom! Ji Qianming tightened the handlebars of his motorcycle more and more. At this moment, his speed was no less than that of an ordinary car. However, the motorcyclists behind him were still following closely, and their number was even increasing. Fortunately, this place is in the suburbs, otherwise I would have been chased by the traffic police. Damn, why haven't I heard of so many motorcyclists in Zhenjiang before? He cursed inwardly. Suddenly, Yiqianming's pupils shrank. He saw several motorcycles speeding towards him from the side at the intersection ahead, and they were about to intercept his car. The leaf pattern on Ji Qianming's chest flickered slightly, and a mirror emerged from his pocket, facing the direction of the intercepted motorcycle, emitting a dazzling golden light. I can't see. What the hell is this thing that's so bright? A burst of shouting and cursing was heard, followed by the harsh sound of brakes, and several motorcycles overturned due to untimely braking. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up, and the other two mirrors in his pocket slowly rose up. The three mirrors surrounded Ji Qianming, and a golden light shone brightly. Sunglasses. Where are my sunglasses? Mom, I see the sun. Ah, my eyes. Ji Qianming was like the sun in the dark night, streaking across the streets like a meteor. The motorcyclist behind him only dared to follow him from a distance, for fear of being blinded by his light. Just when Ji Qianming had breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly realized a serious problem. So, where's Pagoda Hill? Qingyuan Heavy Industry. There was a vibration, and the warlock slowly stood up and answered the phone. What's up, boy? Okay, I get it. After replying a few words coldly, he hung up the phone, holding his head as if thinking about something. What's wrong? Hua Gui asked curiously when he saw the sorcerer was silent. Something happened with the thugs. The warlock's hoarse voice came, with a hint of doubt in his tone. It is said that a teenager broke into their gathering place and injured half of them. Now, there's another fight over at Pagoda Mountain. The flower ghost laughed out loud. The branches and branches trembled, and the surging waves made people feel excited. A bunch of losers, Qing Liao said with disdain. More than 200 people can't even catch a teenager, and you still have a nerve to call them thugs? Don't they have guns? The warlock glanced at him, as if he were a mentally retarded person. Use guns? Once the gunshots are heard, things will completely deteriorate. Now it's just a gang fight, but once the gunshots are heard, it will be called a terrorist attack. The warlock pondered for a moment and continued. Before we start the plan, we must not allow any complications to arise. Qing Liao, go to Pagoda Mountain and capture that young man. Remember not to cause too much noise. Qing Liao's face was ugly, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. You asked me to deal with a teenager, and you all look down on me, right? When I reach the 3rd level, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. He clenched his fists, snorted coldly, and strode out the door. What are the characteristics of that boy? Suddenly, a low voice sounded from the other side of the conference table. The puppeteer was seen leaning against the window, with moonlight shining on the pale, crying mask, which was extremely creepy. The warlock thought for a moment and replied, I heard that there was a golden light coming out of the boy's left eye. He should also be a user of leaf pattern abilities, but I don't know what his abilities are yet. Why didn't you remind Qing Liao just now? Hua Gui asked with a smile. The warlock's cold mask flashed with cold light, and he said indifferently, It's not a good thing for newcomers to be too sharp. Golden light in the left eye? The puppeteer suddenly thought of something, turned his head to look out the window, and the corners of his mouth under the mask rose slightly. Could it be him? Ji Qianming is very upset. The motorcycle's gas was running low, but there was a large group of motorcyclists following behind him. If he continued to drag on like this, he would only be beaten up. Fortunately, he remembered that when he was in the hotel, he looked down at Zhenjiang and seemed to have seen a mountain with a pagoda faintly standing on it. It turns out that Ji Qianming may not be good at other things, but he has a good sense of direction. A mountain can be seen faintly in front of him, with the outline of a pagoda on it. The motorcycle drove to the foot of Pagoda Mountain. Ji Qianming simply abandoned the motorcycle and ran to the top of the mountain. More than 80 motorcycles followed closely behind, and a group of fierce-looking men came down from them, holding a variety of weapons in their hands. That kid went up. A strong man carrying a hoe pointed at Ji Qianming's back and shouted, You dare to run up the mountain? You really don't know how to live or die. The skinny man wielding a butterfly knife sneered, Everyone, charge at me. If we don't catch that bastard today, no one can go back. Everyone responded and rushed up the mountain in a black mass. Ji Qianming couldn't help but shiver when he heard the deafening shouting behind him. Boss, oh boss, you really have let me down badly. Ji Qianming was in tears. This was a physical tug-of-war. Ji Qianming's physical fitness was not high to begin with, while the motorcyclists behind him were as energetic as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The gap between the two sides was narrowing rapidly. Just when Ji Qianming was about to despair, the stone stairs finally reached the end. At the entrance of a park, there was another group of black figures standing there. There were another group of motorcyclists, and their number was twice as many as that behind Ji Qianming. In front of this group of people stood a handsome young man, and around him lay a group of bikers, some of whom were covering their heads, and some were covering their stomachs, with wailing sounds coming one after another. The young man stood under the moonlight, his left eye as bright as a star, overlooking all living beings. Chapter 16. One man guards the pass. Everyone on the mountain heard the sound and turned around to look at Ji Qianming. Being stared at by 100 pairs of ferocious eyes, Ji Qianming broke out in a cold sweat. He swallowed his saliva and ran toward Zhang Fan. Classmate. No, boss. What kind of people did you offend? When Ji Qianming saw Zhang Fan, who was like a god from heaven, it was like he had seen a life-saving straw. In this situation where he was surrounded by enemies, Zhang Fan, as his future classmate, was the only person with whom he could fight alongside. Zhang Fan was also stunned when he saw Ji Qianming. He never expected to meet him again under such circumstances. He saw Ji Qianming running to him, looking at him eagerly. Zhang Fan was a little confused. When did he become a boss? He was about to ask when he suddenly turned around and saw another group of motorcyclists running down the stone stairs with murderous intent. As expected, you two are in the same group. You're the boss, right? I want to see what you are capable of. The skinny man ignored Ji Qianming and said coldly. Zhang Fan's eyes flashed, and the golden light in his left eye became stronger. Since everyone is here, no one should leave. Zhang Fan exuded immense self-confidence. Facing a group of more than 200 motorcyclists, he was not at all inferior in momentum and even slightly overpowered them. Several bikers swallowed their saliva, frightened by the devilish aura of the young man. We have more than 200 people. Are we afraid of these two little brats? Charge at me. The skinny man holding a butterfly knife shouted, and then the motorcyclist rushed forward with murderous intent. Ji Qianming had never seen such a big scene before. His face turned pale, and he whispered, "There are too many of them. Let's run." Zhang Fan looked at the thugs in front of him coldly and shook his head. "They can't run away. They have motorcycles after we get down the mountain. We can only kill them all on the mountain." After saying that, he rushed straight into the crowd like a ghost. Zhang Fan grabbed with his left hand, and the butterfly knife in the skinny man's hand suddenly stopped and then flew towards Zhang Fan uncontrollably. The butterfly knife was seen spinning at high speed in the air, flying around Zhang Fan, scaring the motorcyclists at the front so much that they staggered. "What the hell is this?" Zhang Fan rushed into the crowd with a flying butterfly knife. The spinning butterfly knife flew up and down, bringing up pieces of blood. "Oh, my fingers! Disfigured! I am disfigured! Damn, don't fly down there!" Wailing sounds rose one after another, echoing in the empty park. I saw a burly man holding up a thick iron rod and smashing it hard on the back of Zhang Fan's head with a ferocious look on his face. Zhang Fan slightly turned sideways, and the golden rune on his left eye jumped. The sturdy man felt that the iron rod in his hand suddenly moved to the side uncontrollably, missed Zhang Fan's body, and hit the ground heavily. A huge recoil came from the iron rod, which made his palm numb. He felt a flash before his eyes, and a fist quickly enlarged in his eyes. Bang! Before the fist touched his face, an invisible force hit his nose hard. With a dull sound, the nose broke into two pieces. Blood gushed out, the strong man screamed, and fell to the ground, covering his nose. One strong man fell down, and thousands of strong men rushed over roaring. Zhang Fan snorted coldly, and the leaf pattern on his left eye suddenly burst into a strong light. He swung his right hand violently, and the weapons in the hands of a dozen thugs soared into the sky. Baseball bats, beer bottles, machetes, bayonets, densely packed weapons were suspended in front of Zhang Fan in an orderly manner, aimed at the crowd that was swarming in. The thugs stood there stupidly, unable to react for a moment. "Fuck! Run!" Someone suddenly shouted, his voice still trembling. Only then did everyone react and started running away in all directions. "Go!" Zhang Fan had a cold expression on his face. He gave a light scold and waved his right hand forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the suspended weapons turned into lightning and shot towards the crowd. All that was heard was a series of miserable screams from the crowd. Large amounts of blood spurted onto the ground, gathering into a bloody stream that slid down the stone steps. The handsome young man stood quietly in a pool of blood, looking coldly at the fleeing thugs, with no emotion in his light golden left eye. He slowly raised his right arm again, like a ferocious demon raising a butcher knife. Everyone was frightened and pale. They threw their weapons to the ground and ran down the mountain. Ji Qianming on the side was dumbfounded. He had thought that Zhang Fan was very strong, but this was too outrageous. At this moment, the invincible figure under the moonlight was deeply engraved in his heart. It was so handsome, so handsome. This was a real boss. Compared with him, his Jinghua was really far behind. However, he believed in Jinghua's potential and believed that his future would not be worse than his with the system. Seeing that most people had run away, Zhang Fan's golden light in his left eye faded away, and he slowly walked towards Ji Qianming's direction. So strong. Ji Qianming looked at the motorcycle riders on the ground and secretly swallowed his saliva. Is this the average level of the prospective students of Gou Chen College? In comparison, his ability to control the mirror for the time being is simply weak. However, he knew very well that he was weaker in the early stage with the mirror flower and would become stronger in the later stage. Zhang Fan's ability was so strong. Why not copy his ability next time? Just as Ji Qianming was thinking, Zhang Fan staggered and almost fell to the ground. With the help of the moonlight, Ji Qianming could see that Zhang Fan's face was pale and he looked listless. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" Ji Qianming was shocked and quickly supported Zhang Fan. "It's okay. I just overdrawn my mental strength a little bit." Zhang Fan frowned slightly, with a few drops of sweat oozing out of his forehead. "Run quickly. They will be back soon." No matter how strong he was still only a first-level ability user. It was already very difficult for him to operate so many weapons at the same time. He raised his arm again just to scare away the remaining people. Otherwise, the two of them would be in danger. Besides, after a long fight, only 70 or 80 people were killed, and there were still more than 100 thugs left. They were just frightened by the momentum created by Zhang Fan for a while, and when they reacted, they would definitely fight back. Ji Qianming nodded repeatedly, supported the weak Zhang Fan, and walked towards another mountain road. They're indeed a bunch of losers. They can't even handle two young boys. Just then, a contemptuous voice came from a distance. Ji Qianming's heart skipped a beat, and they both looked over at the same time. I saw a man wearing a dark blue mask, walking slowly in the darkness. A fanged, evil ghost on the mask looked hideous and terrifying in the moonlight. Zhenjiang, an unnamed alley. It was late at night, and most of the shops in the alley were closed, with the dim street lights flickering. A fragrance wafted out from the depths of the alley. I saw a noodle shop at the end of the alley. The noodle shop was not big, and 3 or 2 tables took up most of the space. Large chunks of paint had fallen off the wall, and the furnishings were very old. Swoosh! At this moment, on a small table, a middle-aged man was slurping noodles in big mouthfuls. Steam was rising from the soup, and the aroma of the noodles filled the air. So refreshing. The middle-aged man put down the bowl he had licked clean, his face full of enjoyment. Although Zhenjiang is not a big place, this pot-cover noodle is really a must. The middle-aged man was wearing a beige windbreaker, his hair was messy, and there was stubble around the corners of his mouth, making him look like an unkempt, greasy uncle. At this moment, sitting opposite him was a young man, wearing glasses, dressed in a suit, and looking very well-mannered. He pushed his glasses and said helplessly, "Your Majesty, is it really okay for us to sneak away openly like this?" Chapter 17. Green Ghost Under the Moon. The middle-aged uncle smacked his lips and said with a smile, "With that fat guy in charge, there's no need for me to worry about anything." That's true. Although the teacher is not very reasonable on weekdays, he is still very reliable at critical moments. The man with glasses nodded, suddenly remembered something, and took out 2 documents from his briefcase. "Your Majesty, here are the information of the 2 new students. Please take a look." The middle-aged uncle waved his hands and scolded with a smile. "I say, Qing Dao Dao, you have been following me for such a long time. Don't you know that I am most afraid of reading these tedious documents? Just pick out the key points and read them to me." "Yes." The man with glasses responded respectfully and cleared his throat. Zhang Fan, 20 years old. His father died when he was 3 years old, and he was raised by his mother, LV Fong. He was once hailed as a once-in-a-century genius and received an exceptional admission letter from MIT. He was 16 years old that year. The man with glasses raised his eyebrows slightly. This kind of genius boy is extremely rare. In the same year, he was diagnosed with a rare disease. His family spent all their savings on his treatment, so they had to put their studies on hold. At the age of 19, he could not bear the severe pain and could not bear to continue to drag down his family. On September 4th, he jumped off the building and committed suicide when the nurses were not paying attention. Hiss! The man with glasses took a deep breath. Jumping off a building to commit suicide? So are ghosts applying for admission to the school now? He suppressed his curiosity and continued reading. Early in the morning of September 20th, the gravekeeper found the coffin opened, but it was empty. According to the description, the coffin board was more than 20 meters away from the coffin at that time. After Zhang Fan came back from the dead, he returned home and found that his mother, LV Fong, was missing. According to his uncle, LV Fong disappeared after she went to ask her high school classmate, Lung Fong, for money. Afterwards, black lines were drawn on Zhang Fan's information, as if it had been tampered with by someone. The man with glasses narrowed his eyes. Usually, this kind of treatment method is used by the top management to hide some secrets that cannot be disclosed, but this is the first time he has seen it appear in the freshman information. What is this for? What has Zhang Fan done that deserves to be classified as a top secret? Xiang Lingfeng. Why does this name sound so familiar? The man with glasses pondered for a while and suddenly thought of something. Xiang Lingfeng. He is the puppeteer Xiang Lingfeng, one of the special envoys of the Shangxie Society. The man with glasses looked at the middle-aged uncle, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Your Majesty, this Xiang Lingfeng." The middle-aged uncle's expression did not change at all from beginning to end. He interrupted the man with glasses and said lightly, "No need to read Zhang Fan's. Read the other little guys." The man with glasses saw the middle-aged man's expression, and an idea flashed through his mind, but he didn't ask any more questions. He had been with this man for so long that he knew clearly what to ask and what not to ask. Ji Qianming, 19 years old, was found at the gate of an orphanage in 1999. He is an ordinary high school graduate with average grades and no bad record. There was a silence afterwards. The middle-aged man was stunned for a while and asked tentatively, "No more? No more?" The man with glasses had a strange look on his face. He flipped through the documents over and over again, but there was only this sentence. "Have they been to Mr. Chen's place?" "Yes." "What did Mr. Chen say?" Mr. Chen's evaluation of Zhang Fan is that he is extremely talented. Extremely talented. The man with glasses imitated Mr. Chen's tone seriously. "Where's Ji Qianming?" The bespectacled man twitched his lips. Old Chen said he was, good boy. Keep working hard. Okay, I understand. Looking at the strange masked man in front of him, Ji Qianming felt a chill running up from his feet, and his hair stood up. "Run." Zhang Fan's face turned even paler when he saw Qing Liao. "Damn it. Why did I meet the core members of Shangxia at this time?" Ji Qianming came to his senses, and without any hesitation, the two of them ran away. A gust of wind blew past his ears, bringing up a cloud of sand and stones. Ji Qianming felt a flash before his eyes, and a fang-toothed evil ghost mask suddenly appeared in front of him. "Run? Can you run away?" A teasing voice came from under the mask, and in a flash, a green arm suddenly stretched out from under the cloak. Ji Qianming's pupils suddenly shrank, and he leaned back violently. At the same time, a ray of light flashed on the dreamer Yi when in the mirror of his mind. An iron rod suddenly appeared in his hand and hit the green arm diagonally. The blue arm was slightly deflected by the blow and slid past Ji Qianming's lower abdomen. Ji Qianming, who had exerted too much force at this moment, could not control his center of gravity at all and fell straight to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ahem! Ji Qianming coughed, quickly got up from the ground, and stared at the man in front of him. With the help of the moonlight, he was able to see clearly the arm that had just attacked him. The arms were green all over, thin and long, with strong muscles crowded together. There were sharp hooks at the joints of the palms and elbows, which looked hideous and terrifying. "He is Qing Liao, a core member of Shangxia." A weak voice came from the ground. Zhang Fan supported himself on the ground with one hand, staring at the dark blue mask. Shangxia. Ji Qianming was stunned. This was the first time he heard of this name. The gathering place of jackals. Zhang Fan spoke coldly, not hiding his murderous intent at all. The core members inside are all capable people, at least level 2. Each of them is responsible for at least a dozen lives. It is not a pity for them to die. This Qing Liao is a newcomer to the Shangxia society. He is only at the second level of strength. We are not without a chance. Second level ability user. Ji Qianming frowned, as if facing a formidable enemy. It is true that he had indirectly killed the third level dreamer Rini before, but that was 99% due to luck, and even so, he was unable to defeat the opponent. If Ren Yi had not noticed the arrival of Fatty Chui and blew himself up directly, he would definitely have been the one to die. The man in front of them was a true level 2 ability user in his prime, and he had killed people like crazy. Could 2 level 1 teenagers really defeat him? Don't you think there's no chance? Just you guys. Qing Liao sneered. "I didn't even use 1/10 of my strength just now. Where do you get the confidence from?" As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to twist. Large areas of skin began to turn blue, and bulges moved under his clothes. His originally thin physique became stronger, and he grew half a meter taller. Click! The mask on his face made a slight sound, and a crack quickly spread from the middle. In the blink of an eye, the entire mask broke and fell directly to the ground. The moonlight shone on Qing Liao's face, and a green, ferocious ghost face appeared in front of the two of them, with 2 long fangs sticking out of its mouth. From a distance, it looked like a demon from hell, eerie and terrifying. Hiss! Ji Qianming took a deep breath. He never expected that a person would turn into a green-faced, fang-toothed evil ghost right in front of him. Even Zhang Fan on the side frowned slightly. It was not because he was frightened by Qing Liao's transformation, but because his calculations showed that the probability of victory had decreased again. Qing Liao's strength was even higher than he had imagined. "Now, do you still think you have a chance?" Qing Liao's bloody mouth revealed a cruel smile, and the corners of his mouth stretched directly to his ears, which made Ji Qianming feel a chill. Qing Liao stomped his strong right leg hard on the ground and rushed forward like a sharp sword with unparalleled momentum. Zhang Fan snorted coldly, moved his fingers slightly, and a sharp steel pipe bounced up from the ground and flew straight towards Qing Liao's face. Qing Liao looked at the flying steel pipe. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, and his figure kept running without stopping. The steel pipe approached Qing Liao at a very fast speed, and just when the tip was about to pierce his forehead, a sound of metal hitting each other was heard. Bite! The tip of the steel pipe seemed to hit the hard rock surface, unable to move forward at all, and flew out completely. In a flash, Qing Liao had already rushed in front of Zhang Fan. Chapter 18, Fierce Battle. Qing Liao smiled ferociously, turned sideways, twisted his waist, and kicked Zhang Fan fiercely with a green leg. So fast, Zhang Fan's pupils suddenly shrank. After Qing Liao's transformation, his speed, strength, and defense were far beyond the reach of ordinary people. No matter how powerful he was, he could not make up for his physical deficiencies, not to mention that the two were not on the same level at all. In a hurry, he protected his chest with both hands. A golden light flashed in his left eye, and invisible mental power covered his body. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and a figure flew out like a cannonball and directly hit a sturdy tree. The huge impact force broke the trunk in half. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Fan struggled to get up from the ground, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood, and there was no trace of blood on his handsome face. Qing Liao's power is so terrifying. If he hadn't tried his best to use his ability to cover his body, he would have broken several bones, if not died. Boss! Ji Qianming shouted and ran towards Zhang Fan desperately. Boy, are you in such a hurry to die? When Qing Liao saw Ji Qianming rushing towards him, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he was full of murderous intent. Ji Qianming was extremely calm at this moment. His brain was working rapidly. He slapped his pocket with his right hand, and a mirror flew up into the sky. With just a crisp sound, the mirror automatically broke into 7 pieces in the air, and bits of cold light flashed on the sharp corners of the fragments. The leaf pattern on his chest flashed silver, and 7 pieces of fragments flew rapidly towards Qing Liao. The current Ji Qianming is no longer the same person who had just obtained Fei Hua. After a battle with the Dreamer and countless times of practice, his control over his abilities has greatly improved. Qing Liao just stood there, looking coldly at the flying debris, with no intention of dodging at all. You think you can hurt me with just a few fragments? Ji Qianming was delighted that this Qing Liao was so arrogant. The fragments that had been sharpened and strengthened were not comparable to those of ordinary knives. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 fragments made a sound of breaking through the air and easily pierced his blue skin, penetrating a full 2 centimeters. Qing Liao's face twitched slightly, but he was too late to pull out the pierced lens, because the remaining 2 fragments were now piercing straight into his eyes. Cruel little bastard. Qing Liao cursed inwardly. If he was stabbed by this attack, he would definitely go blind. No matter how much this ability was strengthened, it could not reach his eyes, so his eyes would always be his weak spot. He did not dare to be careless, and the nails on his right hand grew rapidly, like 5 sharp bayonets. The muscles in his right hand tensed up, 5 cold rays flashed, and the 2 lenses were cut into several pieces, flying to unknown places. How dare you hurt me? Qing Liao pulled out the fragments that were deeply embedded in the muscles one by one, and spoke viciously. Red light flashed in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was really angry. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ji Qianming quickly ran to Zhang Fan's side. Boss, are you okay? Ahem, it's not a big problem. Zhang Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke weakly, his eyes fixed on the furious Qing Liao. Roar, roar, roar. Qing Liao let out a long howl towards the sky. His eyes turned completely red, his body became stronger, and his shirt burst directly. The large blocks of blue muscles were like rocks, full of explosive power. Not only that, his forehead suddenly bulged, and 2 red horns pierced his skin, with a faint red light flowing. Oh no, this guy can actually transform twice. Both of them changed color. Very good, you have completely pissed me off. A burst of cold air escaped from Qing Liao's mouth, and he said viciously, I will chop your bodies into pieces in front of you, and then eat your heads bite by bite. Super high movement speed, overwhelming power, and mind-boggling defense. How do you fight this? There were only 2 mirrors left in his pocket, and his most powerful move didn't seem to have much effect on him. The boss was also seriously injured. What should he do next? Ji Qianming looked straight at Qing Liao. He was in an absolutely calm state, with his brain working rapidly. Zhang Fan noticed that Ji Qianming seemed like a different person at this moment, completely different from his heartless appearance during the day. Now his eyes were like that of a wolf. A patient, ferocious wolf who is always looking for opportunities to tear his opponent apart. Boss, can you still control those machetes and bottles? Can. Well, I have a plan. Ji Qianming leaned over to Zhang Fan's ear and muttered something inaudible. Zhang Fan frowned slightly and said, "It's too risky. If we don't take risks, we won't have any chance of winning." Ji Qianming looked at Qing Liao in the distance and spoke lightly. For some reason, Qing Liao's heart skipped a beat when he saw Ji Qianming's indifferent expression. This kid can actually make me sense danger? This is not the first time Qing Liao has encountered this situation. After the transformation, he seems to have a beast's intuition and is very keen in predicting danger. This warning sign has saved his life more than once. He hesitated. Should he trust his instinct and turn away? At this moment, Ji Qianming suddenly ran towards him, giving him the middle finger as he ran, and behind him were a machete, broken wine bottles, and a butterfly knife. A surge of nameless evil fire suddenly surged up in him. He was already extremely manic in a state of rage, and this provocation made him throw the warning signs aside. Can these two guys pose a threat to me? He roared, stomped the ground hard, and left a trail of afterimage as he quickly ran towards Ji Qianming. He is faster than before, Ji Qianming thought to himself. The leaf pattern on his chest flickered beneath his clothes, and a faint blue light flowed through several weapons around him, all of which were enhanced with sharpness by him. The reason why Zhang Fan was allowed to control the machete, the broken wine bottle, and the butterfly knife was because they all had reflective properties, and it had been proven before that sharpened weapons could cause damage to Qing Liao. In fact, he could also manipulate these himself, but on the one hand, the reflective properties of these objects were not particularly strong and difficult to control flexibly. Secondly, his operation was very dangerous, and he could not be distracted at all. Zhang Fan sat on the ground with a pale face, golden light overflowing from his left eye, and he carefully controlled the three weapons. Ji Qianming, success or failure depends on this one. He moved his fingers slightly, and the three weapons suddenly accelerated, forming a line, passing Ji Qianming and flying towards the aggressive Qing Liao. Qing Liao did not dare to be careless this time. He swung his sharp claws and chopped hard at the broken wine bottle that was hit first. Cool. The sharp claws slashed through the air at high speed, making a series of sounds of breaking through the air, and a shadow slashed through the broken wine bottle and was cut into several pieces. Then the blue arm swung again, and the butterfly knife could not escape the same fate. However, just as the sharp claws were about to chop the machete suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Qing Liao's pupils suddenly shrank. His arms swept across the empty space in front of him, and he continued to rush forward by inertia. Ji Qianming did not think twice and dodged, clenched his right hand, and chopped at Qing Liao's neck with all his strength. A strong light burst out in the mind of the dreamer Yi Wan. At the moment when Qing Liao lost consciousness, the machete appeared out of thin air in Ji Qianming's hand again, and a deep blue light burst out, intensifying its sharpness to the extreme. At the same time, Zhang Fan's right hand pulled violently in the air, and golden runes shone brightly in his eyes. An identical machete quickly emerged from the darkness behind Qing Liao, also emitting blue light. The whole process seems complicated, but it actually took less than half a second before the two machetes chopped towards Qing Liao's neck at the same time. Snap! There was only a slight sound, and a hideous head was thrown high into the air and rolled to the ground with its eyes wide open like a pair of copper bells, as if it died with its eyes open. Perhaps until his death, he never figured out how all this weird stuff happened. The whole principle is also very simple. When the two were whispering, Ji Qianming had materialized an identical machete. This machete was controlled by Ji Qianming himself. As long as he controlled the time of its disappearance and reappearance, he could catch him off guard. Zhang Fan controlled another machete and quietly went behind Qing Liao, waiting for the opportunity to kill him with one blow. However, the key to the entire plan is that Ji Qianming must control the time perfectly without any mistakes. Otherwise, he will be cut into pieces by Qing Liao in a flash. Seeing Qing Liao was completely killed, Ji Qianming's tense spirit finally relaxed, and his whole body collapsed to the ground. I was wrong, Fatty. I was really wrong. I should have listened to you and stayed in the hotel. Ji Qianming almost cried when he thought of Fatty Chui's reminder. What a sin, what a sin. I went through hell just for a pancake. Isn't this just looking for trouble? The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth slightly raised, and just as he was about to say something, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Boss, are you okay? Do you want to call 120? Ji Qianming got up and trotted to Zhang Fan. I'm fine. Zhang Fan waved his hand. Just find a quiet place to rest. Ji Qianming nodded, helped Zhang Fan up, and said with great joy, then let's go to my place. I'm not bragging to you, but the presidential suite. After a night of hard fighting, the two young men supported each other and slowly walked down the mountain. The east gradually brightens. Chapter 19. The Four Chosen Emperors, inherited from generation to generation. After a long time, a figure suddenly appeared on the stone steps on the other side. He looked at the messy ground and the beheaded body of Qing Liao beside him, with one hand supporting his chin as if he was in deep thought. Under the morning sun, the white crying face mask sparkles. Jinshan Temple. A group of people in white uniforms were busy. Some were carrying instruments to detect everywhere. Some were exchanging data in a makeshift shed, and some were planting small flags in the soil. On the top of the temple, a round fat man was looking down at the well-organized crowd below, holding a ceramic teacup in his hand and yawning from time to time. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried high heels was heard, and a beautiful blonde in a fiery red dress appeared on the top of the tower, her brows furrowed and her face anxious. Teacher, something happened. She handed the tablet in her hand to Fatty Chui and said solemnly, Hey, young people are impatient. Just take your time to talk. Fatty Chui took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. The people in the technical department calculated and found that the thing was born 48 hours earlier than originally thought. What? Fatty Chui's hands trembled, and the teacup almost fell to the ground. His face changed drastically. For 48 hours? How long is it until now? There are 14 hours and 26 minutes left. Park Ji-min reported the time accurately. The fat man's face turned pale, and he muttered to himself, This shouldn't be the case. This is unscientific. How could it be so early? Teacher, what should we do next? The three talents maze formation has been set up, but the four symbols heavenly chaos formation has only been half set up. The Liuha Taiwei formation to trap the enemy and the 7-star formation to kill the enemy have not yet been set up. If this continues, Park Ji-min didn't say anything else. He believed that his teacher would know clearly what the consequences would be. Fatty Chui pondered for a few seconds and said quickly, Pass the order down. Everyone stop what you are doing immediately. There's no need to set up the four symbols chaos formation. Everyone set up the 7-star formation, and make sure you set up the 7-star formation before it comes out. Yes, teacher. Park Ji-min received the order and went downstairs quickly to arrange the task without any question. This time, we're in big trouble. Fatty Chui frowned and looked into the distance, wondering what he was thinking. Fuxalai Hotel, 2101. Dingling. The alarm clock rang, and a hand stretched out from under the quilt. After searching for a long time, it finally turned off the alarm clock. After a while, a young man slowly sat up from the bed, looked around in confusion. His messy hair looked like a bird's coop. Ji Qianming was stunned for a long time before finally coming to his senses. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and slowly got out of bed to wash. Boss, why are you sitting on the ground? Ji Qianming walked into the living room and saw Zhang Fan sitting cross-legged on the floor with his eyes closed, breathing slowly in a strange rhythm. A few seconds later, Zhang Fan opened his eyes and said calmly, I'm meditating. Meditation? Ji Qianming was stunned and suddenly remembered that he had done the same thing before. What is that for? Meditation can quickly restore your mental strength and also train your mental strength. Persistence will be beneficial to the breakthrough of Yi Wen's ability. Zhang Fan answered concisely and clearly. Ji Qianming nodded. This was a training method to improve one's abilities. His eyes lit up. Can you teach me? Ji Qianming looked at Zhang Fan eagerly, his face full of anticipation. Sure. Zhang Fan nodded. Meditation is actually very simple. Sit cross-legged, empty your mind, and imagine a crystal clear crystal in your mind. At the same time, control your breathing. Don't use your lungs, but use your abdomen instead. Inhale for 7 seconds and exhale for 8 seconds each time. Ji Qianming followed Zhang Fan's instructions, sat cross-legged, and cleared his mind, cleared it. After a few seconds, Ji Qianming's whole body began to shake slightly. His head sank uncontrollably, and faint snoring sounds could be heard. Zhang Fan's mouth twitched, and he coughed violently. Ji Qianming suddenly woke up, looked at Zhang Fan seriously, and said, I successfully dreamed of crystal-clear crystals. Zhang Fan, asking you to meditate on crystals does not mean asking you to dream about crystals. Zhang Fan suddenly felt a little annoyed. Is this idiot really the Ji Qianming who planned and plotted against a second-level ability user last night? I have always had a question. Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment and finally said, Why do you call me boss? Ji Qianming coughed a few times, his expression a little awkward. The origin of this name is a bit complicated, but you see, if I just call you Zhang Fan or classmate, doesn't it sound strange? If I call you Xiao Fan or Xiao Zhang, it's too cloying. In my hometown, Lauda doesn't necessarily mean big brother. Friends can also call each other that, which makes the relationship seem closer. Hearing the word friend, Zhang Fan's heart tightened. He glanced at Ji Qianming and turned away, saying calmly, I have never been interested in interpersonal communication. You can call me whatever you want. Ji Qianming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't just tell him that he called him boss because he had tricked him, right? All right. Ji Qianming suddenly thought of something. How did you get into trouble with those bikers last night? They're not ordinary bikers, but thugs from the outer circles of the Shangxie society, calling themselves thugs. Zhang Fan paused, a rare trace of embarrassment on his face. I originally wanted to look for my enemies, but I took the wrong road and accidentally broke into their lair, so I beat them up. Ji Qianming was dumbfounded. He could find the old nest just by getting lost, and beat up more than 200 people. This was too hardcore. I heard that the danger level of leaf patterns is divided into 4 levels. Boss, you are so powerful. You should be ranked high, right? Ji Qianming looked at Zhang Fan excitedly, his eyes full of admiration. After all, he looked so handsome when he fought against hundreds of people alone last night. I don't know about this either. Zhang Fan pondered for a few seconds. It seems that part of my ability has been sealed. I don't have any specific information about the leaf pattern in my mind. Now I only know that I can control objects through mental power. It may be B, 98, controlling objects with the mind. Grade B, medium danger. No way. Such a strong ability is only grade B. Ji Qianming found it a little unbelievable. If this was only grade B, then what would the extremely dangerous grade S be like? Then what are the first and second stages they're talking about? Ji Qianming blinked his eyes like a curious baby. This cannot be blamed on him. It is really because Fatty Chui told him too little information, which led to the fact that he now knows nothing about Yi Wen's world. He didn't even mention the most basic practice method, such as meditation. Ji Qianming was so angry when he thought about how Fatty Chui left in a luxury car with beautiful women. He didn't know how he was doing now. That refers to the level of control over the leaf patterns. The higher the level of control over the leaf patterns, the more power you can use. For example, our current level of development of leaf patterns is 1%. The development level of a second-level ability user is 5%. The third level is 15%. The fourth level is 30%. And the fifth level is 60%. Ji Qianming waited for a while, and seeing that Zhang Fan had no intention of continuing, he asked in confusion, Then what? There's no level 6. Level 6 is a level that only exists in theory. It represents 100% control over the leaf patterns. It also means that he has completely assimilated with the leaf patterns and has left the human level. So that's how it is. Ji Qianming took note of it secretly, but now he has only developed 1% of the ability of Mirror Flower. What does the complete Mirror Flower look like? He couldn't help but start fantasizing. Wait, strictly speaking, my Mirror Flowers was brought by the system. So is Mirror Flowers among the recorded leaf pattern types? If so, who was the previous owner? If not, then where did it come from? The more he thought about Ji Qianming, the more confusing it seemed. The huge mirror in his mind was truly too mysterious. Although the 6th level only exists in theory, 5th level leaf pattern ability users do exist. Seeing Ji Qianming silent, Zhang Fan thought he was hit, so he hesitated for a while before continuing to speak. Level 5 is also known as the Emperor level, but the number of people is extremely rare. There are less than 10 people on the entire Earth who have reached this level. The entire Earth? Only less than 10? Ji Qianming's eyes widened. This ratio made him doubt his life. How many people are there on the entire Earth? There are only 10 emperors? Then how many do we have in China? Ji Qianming asked anxiously. Zhang Fan slowly raised 4 fingers and said, We China is the chosen country. We have half of the emperor-level masters in the world. The titles of these 4 emperors are Flame Emperor, Ice Emperor, Wind Ancestor, and Thunder God. Emperor Yin, Emperor Bing, Ancestor Feng, God of Thunder. Ji Qianming muttered to himself, engraving these names deeply in his mind. Unlike the emperors of other countries, the imperial emblems of these 4 emperors have their own thoughts and will not dissipate. What do you mean? Ji Qianming was a little confused. Could anyone have thoughts? What did it mean that he would not dissipate? These 4 imperial patterns appeared thousands of years ago. The meaning of their existence is to protect China and pass it down from generation to generation. Moreover, these 4 imperial patterns are very special. First of all, ordinary leaf patterns will return to nothingness and cultivate after the host dies. But these 4 emperor patterns do not need to be cultivated. When the host dies, they will appear on the next host. Secondly, even if a general leaf pattern appears again after many years, the new host level will still start from level 1. But each of the 4 emperors, from the moment they obtain the emperor pattern, they enter the emperor level. Although the inheritance method of each imperial emblem is different, all inheritors have one thing in common. They're all willing to sacrifice their lives to protect something. The 4 emperors chosen by heaven, passed down from generation to generation. Ji Qianming has been deeply shocked. The powerful and mysterious image of the 4 emperors lingers in his mind. He feels that he has vaguely come into contact with the true appearance of this world. Our ancestors have stipulated that all Chinese people must use honorifics when they meet the 4 emperors. A honorific? Ji Qianming tilted his head. What honorific? Respect him according to the ancient emperor's etiquette and call him Your Majesty. Chapter 20. The Enemy Appears. His Majesty. One majestic name, Ji Qianming thought to himself. Zhang Fan looked down at his watch, slowly stood up, and walked towards the door. Where are you going? Seeing Zhang Fan was about to leave, Ji Qianming stood up hastily. It's not peaceful outside. Don't forget that there are thugs chasing us. Zhang Fan took his black coat from the hanger at the door and said calmly, I'm going to look for someone. Looking for an enemy? I'll go with you. Zhang Fan was startled, turned around, and found Ji Qianming looking at him seriously. We are friends, and you're my boss. After last night's life-and-death fight, the 2 of them could be considered to have a life-and-death friendship. Ji Qianming had already considered Zhang Fan a friend in his heart. Although he is a little eccentric and unruly on weekdays, he has always been loyal. Yesterday, Zhang Fan took the siege of a group of people for him. If he retreats now, he will look down on himself. Ji Qianming's heart suddenly surged with blood, and he was immediately filled with heroic spirit. He wished he could immediately follow Zhang Fan out to kill everyone in the crowd and repay his brotherhood with the blood of his enemies. I don't need friends. Zhang Fan was silent for a long time and spoke coldly. Yi Qianming. Ji Qianming never expected to hear such an answer. He felt as if a stream of cold water was pouring over him from head to toe, and his high morale was instantly extinguished. Zhang Fan opened the door and walked out without looking back. He could vaguely hear another voice. My enemies are very strong, and you will get killed. Ji Qianming stood there in a daze, looking at the direction Zhang Fan left. After a long time, he smiled brightly. Qingyuan Heavy Industry. The sound of high heels echoed in the long corridor, and an enchanting woman was walking from the end of the corridor. Next to the huge French window, the man wearing the 6-pointed star mask turned around and said in a hoarse voice from under the mask, Is everything arranged? Hua Gui chuckled. We have already arranged it. The entire 51st floor of Qingyuan Heavy Industry is guarded by armed thugs. Not even a fly can fly in. What about that place? Of course, that place is guarded by people themselves. The sorcerer nodded and said calmly, It's about time. I guess the people in Gou Chen are busy now. I will leave soon. You must guard that place well. Hey, it seems our newcomer didn't come back. Hua Gui suddenly thought of something and complained, I've been coveting his body for a long time. That rubbish. The warlock snorted coldly. Don't worry about him. Although that boy is not simple, it is more important to complete the mission now. At this moment, the brows under the mask suddenly frowned, and a hint of doubt flashed through his heart. Strange, where did the special envoy go? He hadn't seen the special envoy since the last meeting, which made him a little worried. After all, it was a bit difficult for him to break into the heavily guarded Jinshan alone. If the special envoy was there, he would have a 99% chance of success. He shook his head. The envoy's mission was only to stop the Lord of Hell. As for the rest, he had no need and no power to care about it. Noon. The bustling city was scorched by the sun. The streets were crowded with people, and some store on the street was playing cheerful music, making it very lively. In a shade beside the road, a handsome young man stood quietly, out of tune with this world. Zhang Fan glanced at his phone and saw a message he had received 2 days ago. Sky Eye observed the puppet master at 2:43 and 19 seconds p.m. on July 26th. Location: number 8 Shuefu Road, Zhenjiang. There are 72 hours left until the next observation. He looked up and saw that it was an ordinary coffee shop. It was not big and looked old. There were a few large brown words written above the glass door. Manhwa Cafe. Zhang Fan observed at the door for a long time, then pushed it open and walked in. Ding, welcome. An electronic sound rang out, and immediately a rich aroma of coffee beans wafted over. The interior furnishings were in the standard Western coffee shop style, with a brown base color and a few scattered wooden tables, where a few guests were sitting in groups of 3 or 4. A man in a suit reading a magazine, a programmer in a green plaid shirt, and 3 female college students chatting and laughing. Zhang Fan glanced around, slowly loosened the hand holding the blade in his pocket, found a seat by the window, and sat down, sighing slightly. This is really just an ordinary coffee shop. Perhaps he just happened to pass by when the sky I was observing, or maybe he stopped to buy a cup of coffee. The probability that this is the puppeteer's safe house is too small. Creak. The old bar door made a sound, and the young waiter walked over and said with a smile, "Sir, what do you need?" "A cup of latte, no sugar," Zhang Fan said lightly. "Okowo." The waiter responded and turned to leave. Zhang Fan stared out the window in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Time passed by minute, and I didn't know how many pedestrians had walked past the window. I only saw the sun setting in the west, and it was almost dusk. No, Zhang Fan suddenly came to his senses. Why hasn't my coffee arrived after so long? Why has no one come in or out for so long? When did the cafe, which was bustling just a moment ago, become silent? He turned his head, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The only 6 people in the room stood up at some point, staring at Zhang Fan with dull eyes, without any expression on their faces, as stiff as puppets. Zhang Fan's hair stood up, and he quickly stood up, tightly gripping the blade in his hand. Puppet master. Rage burned in his eyes, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent as he uttered each word one by one. "You finally found out." The man in the suit spoke mechanically, without any emotion in his voice. "Is this really your safe house?" "Safe house." The programmer smiled stiffly. "Who would dare to use a safe house when they know that you have the sky eye?" Zhang Fan frowned. "Then how did you find me?" "I've been following you since you left the hotel." The waiter's low voice sounded. "And you? Isn't it always looking for me?" The 3 female college students spoke one after another, and the 6 of them grinned at the same time, making people's scalps numb. "You come out here." The golden rune on Zhang Fan's left eye suddenly lit up. He raised his right foot and stomped on the ground. All the tables in the room moved back 3 feet, leaving a blank area. "You only dare to talk to me through a puppet. Is this one of the famous 4 evil envoys?" Zhang Fan roared with murderous intent. At this moment, the door curtain of the back kitchen moved slightly, and vaguely a man wearing a white crying face mask was standing there. "You are quite arrogant for a first-level ability user. I will do as you wish." An indifferent voice came from under the mask. "Xiang Lungfeng." Zhang Fan's breathing became rapid, and the anger in his eyes became more intense. "Do you still remember Lu Fong?" The puppeteer tilted his head slightly, as if recalling something. After a while, he spoke softly. "Are you talking about the woman who only cares about money and not her life?" "Try to say it again." Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and stared at the puppeteer. The golden light in his left eye was shining brightly, like a scorching sun. The tables and chairs in the room suddenly began to tremble slightly. The porcelain cups, knives, forks, and coffee beans displayed on the bar even floated up into the air, as if an invisible giant hand was moving everything in the cafe. "What did you do to her?" "Oh, what is your relationship with her? Are you the precious son she tried so hard to save?" The puppeteer did not answer, but spoke with interest. Zhang Fan didn't answer, but just stared at him. "I'm so sorry." The puppeteer spread his hands and said lightly, "She's dead. I killed her." Chapter 21. That's it? Boom! A thunderbolt sounded in Zhang Fan's head, and he couldn't help but tremble. He had been mentally prepared for this answer. When the people from Gou Chen told him the news, although he was furious and desperate, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if they were wrong? When he heard this fact from the puppeteer's mouth with his own ears, his spirit completely collapsed. Mother! He couldn't help but recall the time when he was lying on the hospital bed, tortured by illness and feeling worse than death, and it was his mother who gently stroked his head and coaxed him to sleep. When the doctor suggested to give up treatment, his mother firmly refused and raised money for his treatment. Xiao Fan, Mom will definitely raise money to cure your illness. In his memory, his mother with gray hair on her temples was sitting beside the bed, speaking to him gently. Mother! Two hot tears flowed from the corners of Zhang Fan's eyes. An infinite power poured out from his left eye. The golden leaf patterns were spinning madly, with black lines faintly entwined on them, forming a miniature formation that absorbed most of the power. Bang! A slight sound came from Zhang Fan's body, as if something was broken, and a powerful mental force overflowed from his body. The puppeteer's pupils shrank slightly under the mask, but he regained his composure and spoke lightly. So what if I broke through to the second level? The gap between us is beyond your imagination. Go to hell! Zhang Fan roared, his eyes filled with ferocious bloodshot and his hands clenched into fists. He could feel that his control over the leaf patterns had greatly improved after breaking through to the second level, and he immediately mobilized all his mental power to control everything in the room. He swung his right fist forward violently, and coffee cups, glasses, knives, tables, and chairs, and even huge coffee boxes flew towards the puppeteer densely, covering the sky and the earth. The puppeteer took a step back, and a huge silver figure appeared in front of him out of thin air. The figure almost filled the entire coffee shop. The whole body was shining with metallic luster, and a ferocious giant eye on the head was flashing red light. It was a giant ape made of pure metal. Puppet number 6, the Cyclops. The puppeteer said slowly, "Stop it. Your attack can't even break his defense." His fingers moved slightly, as if controlled by invisible threads. The Silver King Kong's single eye glowed red, and his strong right arm swung violently, smashing all the weapons in the air into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. King Kong's huge iron mouth opened wide, as if roaring silently, and his two arms kept beating his chest, making a sharp, buzzing sound. Zhang Fan's face turned pale. He had used all his strength just now, but was easily defeated by the one-eyed King Kong. This is only number 6. Is there number 5? Number 4? Even number 1? The farce is over. The puppeteer waved his hand and dispersed the mighty one-eyed King Kong. I have important things to do, and I don't have time to play with you. When Zhang Fan saw the one-eyed king disappear, his eyes suddenly lit up, his mental power covered his whole body, and he rushed towards the puppeteer. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The distance between the two was rapidly shortened. Zhang Fan flipped his hand, and a blade in his palm emitted a cold light and stabbed forward like lightning. Well, a soft sigh echoed in Zhang Fan's ears, and his whole body suddenly stopped in the air. Zhang Fan felt that all the muscles in his body were out of his control, as if invisible threads were pulling on every bone in his body, tightly controlling his body. At this moment, the blade in his hand was only a hair's breadth away from the white mask, but it could not move forward at all. Zhang Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes full of disbelief. I told you that the gap between us is too big. Why don't you believe it? A helpless voice came from under the mask, and the puppeteer slowly stretched out 2 fingers. Zhang Fan's body moved uncontrollably, twisting like a toy, and then he stood straight on the ground, like a soldier about to be reviewed by his superiors. A deep feeling of powerlessness surged from Zhang Fan's heart. How could he defeat such a terrifying enemy? Don't worry, your ability is very interesting. I won't kill you. The puppeteer glanced at Zhang Fan and walked towards the door slowly. However, your future life will be worse than death. Zhang Fan's body also moved slowly, following the puppeteer very naturally, with a bright smile on his face. Damn it, he can even control his facial expressions. Zhang Fan struggled with all his strength, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was useless. An unprecedented feeling of despair enveloped his mind. Swish! At this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from the huge glass of the coffee shop. The puppeteer's eyes were stung, and he covered them with one hand. Zhang Fan at the side did the same, but he couldn't cover his eyes, and he couldn't even close his eyes. Ding, welcome! An electronic sound suddenly sounded. The puppeteer waved his right hand without thinking, and the one-eyed king, Kong, appeared in front of the two of them again. Ding, ding, ding. There was a sound of metal clashing, and several mirror fragments were deeply embedded in the hand of the one-eyed King Kong. Through the gaps between his fingertips, the puppeteer could vaguely make out the outline of a young man. 7 small suns were floating behind the boy, walking out from the light. "Boss, I'm here to save you." At this moment, Zhang Fan had not yet recovered from the dazzling golden light, and everything in front of his eyes was still white. He was shocked when he heard the voice. "What are you doing here? Run." The golden light behind him slowly faded away, and Ji Qiming's figure appeared in front of the two of them. He had a cold expression on his face and glanced at them lightly, like a king looking down on all living beings, full of the demeanor of a master. It was so cool. The scene where the protagonist stepped forward at the critical moment was so cool. At this moment, Ji Qiming looked cool on the surface, but he was very excited inside. Wait, is the boss crying or laughing? Ji Qiming's eyes swept over Zhang Fan, and he was stunned. Zhang Fan still had a bright smile on his face at the moment. His handsome face was full of sunshine. If he were to go out, he would surely charm many girls. However, 2 tears streaked across his eyes, as if he was neither crying nor laughing. The boss was moved to tears by me. Ji Qiming suddenly realized that the boss was such a soft-hearted person. "Who are you?" The puppeteer was intimidated by Ji Qiming's aura and spoke vigilantly. "The one who killed you." Ji Qiming turned on the movie star mode and spoke coldly, looking at the puppeteer as if he was looking at an ant. Swish! The one-eyed King Kong at the side launched an attack without warning, and his thick giant hand slapped towards Ji Qiming fiercely, bringing with it a whistling sound of breaking wind. Ji Qiming was about to say something when he was suddenly hit hard against the wall and fell limply to the ground. "Puppet Master, is that all you can do?" The puppeteer was speechless. He thought some tough guy had come, but he was knocked down with just one move. "Yiqian Mink." Zhang Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he shouted loudly. At this time, Ji Qiming struggled to get up from the ground, with bruises on his face, and pointed at the puppeteer tremblingly. "You sneak attack! Shameless!" The puppeteer was too lazy to pay attention to him. He dispersed the one-eyed King Kong and moved his finger slightly. "Since you're here, just follow this kid." Ji Qiming's whole body suddenly stood up, as if controlled by invisible threads, his eyes full of disbelief. What kind of ability is this? Can it actually directly control a person's body? Is the boss also being controlled by someone? He thought about the state when he just met the other party, and immediately understood, but why was he grinning foolishly? Ji Qiming pondered. Soon, the puppeteer answered this question for him. A moment later, the 2 young men followed the puppeteer with silly smiles on their faces and walked away. Chapter 22 Yun, E. Qingyuan Heavy Industry, 51st floor. Hua Gui was sitting on a chair with her head supported by one hand, looking bored. Behind her was a huge metal door. The metal door was 4 meters high and 7 meters wide. It was dark gray in color. I didn't know what kind of metal it was made of. There were thick iron locks wrapped around it, as if suppressing something. A trace of cold air seeped out from behind the door. "What the hell is in here?" Hua Gui shuddered and muttered. According to the sorcerer, the thing behind this door was escorted by someone sent by the headquarters a month ago. Even he didn't know what it was exactly. The escorting envoy had warned no one to open this door. The thing behind this door was the key to this mission and must not be lost. Could it be some treasure? Her eyes rolled around under the mask, and she slowly stood up, extending a finger and tentatively pointed at the huge metal door. A biting chill quickly spread from the fingertips to the whole body, as if the whole body had fallen into an ice cellar. Hua Gui was shocked and took several steps back, exhaling a breath of cold air. Why is it so cold? Creak. Just as she was thinking, another secret door was slowly opened. Hua Gui turned around suddenly and saw the puppeteer walking in, followed by 2 young men, smiling foolishly. "Special envoy, who are these 2? When Hua Gui saw this strange scene, he was stunned. "Kill the young man who killed Qing Liao." The puppeteer said calmly. "Their abilities are very interesting. When I come back, I will take them back to the headquarters for research. You keep an eye on them." Hua Gui looked at the 2 young men with great interest. His eyes lightly swept over the silly Ji Qianming and then stared at the sunny and handsome Zhang Fan. "Little brother, you are very handsome." Hua Gui walked to Zhang Fan, slowly lifted Zhang Fan's chin with one hand, and spoke frivolously. Anger flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes. He tried to turn his head away, feeling a chill in his heart. Seeing his resistance, Hua Gui became even more excited. Her hands wandered up and down his body, as if she was groping for a toy she had just received. The peak of her breast pressed against his strong chest, leaving Ji Qianming, who was standing by, stunned. What a sin! Am I so insignificant? My boss is resisting me so much. Come at me if you dare. Enough, they are precious test subjects, not something a little kid like you can eat. The puppeteer snorted and spoke coldly. Hua Gui's movements paused. Then he snorted coldly and reluctantly took his hand away from Zhang Fan's face. Understood, special envoy. She took out a walkie-talkie from her waist, pressed a button, and said slowly, 2 people will come up from the 50th floor. Not long after, 2 fully armed thugs appeared in front of the iron gate. They were wearing thick bulletproof vests, and their black helmets were equipped with the most advanced night vision goggles. The submachine guns in their hands flashed a cold light. Go, take these 2 little guys away and lock them up, and send someone to watch them for me. These are the people that the special envoy specifically requested. Hua Gui said in a sarcastic tone, emphasizing the word special envoy heavily. She quietly looked at the puppeteer, only to see him standing there quietly, with no idea what expression he had under his white crying mask. Yes. The 2 armed thugs responded and put a heavy metal block on the hands of Zhang Fan and Ji Qianming. They put their hands into the block and the mechanism rotated, locking them tightly and fitting them tightly. The 2 men pointed the submachine guns in their hands at the backs of the 2 teenagers. The puppeteer waved his hand slightly, and the 2 teenagers felt their bodies lighten. The power controlling themselves suddenly disappeared, and they regained control of their bodies. Don't play tricks, otherwise, the puppeteer's cold voice sounded. Zhang Fan shook his head at Ji Qianming. Ji Qianming, who was about to curse, held his words back, his face turning pale. 2 armed thugs escorted them to the door. Zhang Fan turned around expressionlessly and looked at the puppeteer deeply, wondering what he was thinking. Seeing the 2 being sent away, the puppet master said, the time is almost up, and I should leave too. Hua Gui, you take care of yourself. The puppeteer didn't even look at Hua Gui, turned and left, leaving behind a few faint words. Hua Gui looked at the puppeteer who was gradually going away, snorted coldly, and sat back in his chair obediently. Hey, what's going on? Why is the scenic spot closed? That's right. I came all the way from Yangzhou, but I didn't even see the shadow of the mountain. Even the army is here. Could there be terrorists inside? Outside the Jinshan scenic area, a group of tourists were chattering about what was happening. The once bustling tourist area had been completely blocked off. With Jinshan Temple as the center, all roads within a 10-kilometer radius were guarded by troops, and no one was allowed to enter. The entire area has become a completely restricted military zone. Under this strict guard, a figure suddenly rose mysteriously from the ground. A man wearing a hexagram mask walked out of the dense forest at the foot of the mountain and looked coldly at the army stationed in the distance. He actually bypassed the tight guards and entered the blocked, restricted area easily. The sorcerer bent down and used a fallen branch to draw an intricate pattern on the ground. It was composed of extremely regular geometric patterns, like some kind of alchemical formation circulated in the west. The warlock put his hands together, then pressed one hand hard on the formation. Strands of yellow electric light emerged from the alchemy formation and continued to move. There was a flash of dazzling light, and then the warlock disappeared on top of the golden mountain. Figures in white uniforms were busy working, and small flags were being inserted into the mountainside in a mysterious pattern. Some were on the ground, some were in the cracks between rocks, and some were directly inserted into tree trunks. In a tent on the top of the mountain, a young man with a plaster cast on his arm was pacing back and forth with a bitter face. Suddenly, the curtain of the tent was pulled open, and a fat man walked in with a smile, followed by Park Jimin. Teacher, when the young man saw the fat man, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he spoke excitedly. Yin Yi, how is your injury? When Fatty Chui saw the plaster on Yun Yi's hand, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and then he spoke with a normal expression. The excitement in Yun Yi's eyes faded, replaced by annoyance, and he lowered his head slightly. It's just a common fracture, nothing serious, but I can't fight in the next 2 days. As he said this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Fatty Chui nodded and patted him on the shoulder, not hiding the admiration in his eyes at all. You are really good. You even tied with the warlock. Although he's only a 3rd-level ability user, he is still considered top-notch among them. Teacher, stop praising me. How can it be called a draw? I wasn't hurt at all. Yun-E raised his head, and his smile was uglier than crying. Junior brother Yun-E, your ability is not suitable for fighting. It's already very good that you can achieve that situation. Park Jimin on the side encouraged with a smile. A blush flashed across Yun-Yi's face. He looked at Park Jimin, and the luster returned to his gray eyes. He nodded heavily. Yun-E, I know this request is excessive, but the situation is very critical now, and we need your strength. The fat man put away his smile and said solemnly, you don't have to feel psychologically burdened. You have the right to refuse. You don't have to agree to me immediately. Teacher, Yun-E suddenly spoke, his eyes full of determination. I am Gou Chen's student. There are no cowards among Gou Chen's students. Just tell me what I need to do. I'm not afraid of anything. Fatty Chui was shocked and remained silent for a long while before he spoke. Yun-E, the appearance of that thing was suddenly advanced this time, and the four symbols Chaos Heaven formation was not set up in time. If it is allowed to appear like this, it will cause panic in society. We need your power to create a thick fog. The fat man opened his arms and gestured a big circle. A thick fog that surrounds the entire Jinshan mountain for 10 kilometers. The fog doesn't need to cover every place. It just needs to form a ring like a barrel so that the outside world can't see the changes happening inside the fog. Yun-E pondered for a few seconds and nodded heavily. I understand. I will definitely do it well. Fatty Chui didn't say anything, but patted Yun-Yi's shoulder heavily again and looked at him deeply. Good boy. After saying that, the two of them turned and left the tent. Fatty Chui looked back at the lonely tent and spoke coldly. That warlock must die. Don't worry, teacher. A murderous intent emerged on Park Ji-min's pretty face. If anyone dares to hurt my junior, I will hunt him down to the ends of the earth. Chapter 23 Valkyrie. On the mountainside, a warlock wearing a hexagram mask suddenly emerged from the ground, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. The warlock's face was livid under the mask. He frowned and looked towards the top of the mountain, as if thinking about something. Is this the 3 talents maze formation of Gou Chen? The 9 formations of Gou Chen are indeed worthy of their reputation. He muttered to himself. Just now, he used the underground escape technique to try to reach the top of the mountain directly, but ended up falling into the 3 talents maze formation. He was trapped for a full hour before he got out, and ended up back to where he started. He pondered for a while, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Since we can't sneak up secretly, let's just force our way in. He pulled out jars of blood from some unknown creature from his pocket, smeared them on his fingers, and leaned over to carefully draw an alchemy array on the ground. It took the warlock 5 full minutes to draw this alchemy array, and the consumption of his mental energy was enormous. When the last stroke was completed, the warlock's figure shook, and he barely avoided falling to the ground. I saw a huge red pattern lying quietly on the ground, with a radius of 2 meters. The lines in it were extremely complicated and bloody. Ordinary people would lose their minds when they saw it. It looked like bloody lines oozing out from hell, which made people shudder. The warlock rested for a while, then slowly stood up, checked it carefully, put his right index finger to his mouth, and bit it. Blood immediately flowed out from his fingertips. The warlock clasped his hands together and pressed his palms hard on the alchemy array. Swish! A bolt of thunder fell from the clouds and struck the center of the formation directly. Suddenly, dazzling lightning overflowed from it. A dark red bloody door was quietly suspended in the air. Countless screams and wails came from behind the door, making people's scalps numb. The cruel guard of hell, gods of blood and darkness. I summon with the blood of 61 creatures. I pray that you will bring disaster upon the world again. Let the ignorant world offer you its fear. Great Cerberus! The warlock roared crazily, half kneeling on the ground with his arms open, like a devout believer. Boom, boom, boom. A dull sound came from behind the bloody gate, as if something was constantly banging, responding to the warlock's call. Boom! The bloody door burst open, and a huge black figure jumped out from behind the door and landed heavily on the ground. It was a huge creature, as tall as a 6-story building, similar to a dog or a wolf. Its huge body was covered with a layer of long hair like steel needles. Its 3 ferocious heads suddenly raised up, and it let out a sharp howl at the same time. Roar, 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 roar. The huge noise reached the top of the mountain directly. Everyone looked up at the same time and looked at each other in surprise. Fatty Chui and Park Ji-min, who were discussing countermeasures in Jinshan Temple, suddenly turned their heads and stared in one direction. Teacher, I'll go. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Park Ji-min's eyes, and he turned and spoke to Fatty Chui. Fatty Chui frowned slightly, and just as he opened his mouth to say something, Park Ji-min's delicate face showed a bright smile. Teacher, you have more important enemies, right? We're no longer the students who needed you to worry about everything. Just go ahead and leave this to me. Fatty Chui opened his mouth and hesitated for a long time. Finally, he sighed and said seriously, "Be careful." Park Ji-min smiled playfully, took out a silver suitcase from somewhere, pressed the button on the handle, and a mechanical friction sound came from the suitcase. Snap! The suitcase transformed rapidly like a transformer, and 2 seconds later a silver spear was tightly held in her hand. The spear shaft was 5 feet long, with a spindle-shaped spearhead. A red tassel fluttered in the wind under the spearhead, and cold light flickered at the tip of the spear. Teacher, I'm going. Park Ji-min smiled elegantly and rushed down the mountain like lightning. Fatty Chui stood there, watching Park Ji-min leave, with a relieved smile on his face. Mountainside, a huge black shadow leaped into the air, blocking out the sky and the sun. Then the entire figure landed in the woods and rushed straight forward. The surrounding dense forest was broken in half, raising huge smoke and dust. The warlock stood firmly on the back of the 3-headed hellhound, looking up at the vaguely visible mountaintop, but his brows were furrowed under the hexagram mask. According to the speed of the hellhound, it would only take a few tens of seconds to get from the mountainside to the top of the mountain. However, it has been sprinting for nearly 5 minutes now, and the top of the mountain is still standing firmly above, as if it has not moved forward at all. This 3 talents maze formation is really troublesome. The sorcerer cursed inwardly. He didn't need to think, it must be the formation that was causing trouble. His mission was to destroy Gou Chen's plan, but if he couldn't even get to the top of the mountain, what mission was there? He couldn't afford to lose face. Just as he was about to make a move, a cold light pierced over from the top of the mountain. The hellhound seemed to have sensed something and slammed its front paw on a huge rock, which instantly crumbled into powder, but it also successfully used the force to change direction. Bang! A silver spear pierced the path of the hellhound like lightning. After a loud bang, a deep pit more than 5 meters deep appeared on the ground. What a terrible power! The warlock's pupils suddenly contracted. If it weren't for the beast-like instincts of the hellhound, he would have been seriously injured on the spot. At this moment, a graceful figure leaped down from the air and landed lightly on the ground. Gun! The graceful figure uttered a light shout, and the silver spear that was deeply embedded in the ground suddenly trembled violently, then turned into a silver light and returned to her hand. Park Ji-min, wearing a red long skirt, pointed her spear at the ground, her long golden hair fluttering in the wind. The cuteness just now had disappeared without a trace. She looked at the warlock coldly, full of heroism. You are the Valkyrie of Gou Chen. The sorcerer suddenly thought of something and said in a lost voice, "Umph." Park Ji-min snorted coldly, and the spear in his hand formed a gun flower, with the tip of the spear flashing with cold light pointing straight at the sorcerer. "It was you who hurt my junior," she said calmly, not hiding the murderous intent in her eyes at all. The warlock was stunned for a moment, then sneered. "Are you talking about the guy who controls the weather? His strength is not that great, but he has a lot of tricks." Park Ji-min's eyes suddenly burst into anger, and surging murderous intent rose to the sky. A line of wrinkles glittered on the exposed skin behind her long skirt. A huge statue of a god of war loomed behind Park Ji-min, and a huge pressure enveloped the entire area. The warlock felt his legs go weak, and he almost fell to his knees. The danger level of the vein is A14, martial soul. The warlock tried his best to stabilize his body and growled through gritted teeth. Park Ji-min's long hair moved without wind. A faint red light overflowed from her eyes, and her aura reached its peak, like an invincible Valkyrie. "Not that strong? Then let me see how strong you are." After saying that, Park Ji-min stomped his right foot hard on the ground, creating large cracks on the ground. He then rushed towards the 3-headed dog of hell like an arrow shot from a bow. Roar, roar, roar. The 3-headed hellhound sensed the crisis coming, and its 3 ferocious heads roared, and its sharp claws suddenly grabbed Park Ji-min. The hellhound's huge body is almost 10 times larger than Park Ji-min, but at this moment Park Ji-min did not retreat at all, and the 2 figures approached rapidly. Park Ji-min tapped the ground with his left foot, twisted his waist, and the silver spear in his hand left a trail of afterimages. Then stabbed towards the sharp claws, the spear shot out like a dragon. Bite! The sharp sound of impact echoed on the mountainside. The ground under the feet of the man and the beast could not withstand such a huge force, and a deep pit was directly knocked out. The whistling wind surged out from between the claws and the spear, rustling the surrounding leaves. The hellhound retreated several steps after the attack, while Park Ji-min only took 2 steps back before steadying himself. In this power duel, Park Ji-min actually had the upper hand. The warlock jumped off the hellhound at some point, and the corner of his mouth twitched under the mask. What kind of monster is this woman? She actually competed with the 3-headed dog of hell and won. Park Ji-min raised his spear, a hint of contempt in his eyes, and said lightly, "Your strength is just so-so." Chapter 24. Martial Spirit Possession. The warlock's hoarse laughter came from under the mask, like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, making people's hair stand on end. So what if she's a Valkyrie? I haven't made a move yet. As he spoke, he took out a pair of white gloves from his pocket and put them on slowly. There were different alchemical formations engraved on the back of each glove, which looked mysterious and profound. Park Ji-min raised his eyebrows. The spear in his hand made a humming sound, his back slightly arched, and after a while of accumulating strength, he launched another charge. The warlock stood there, muttering something in a low voice. The red formation on the back of his right hand quickly lit up, and a fireball the size of a football appeared in his hand out of thin air. The flames on the surface of the fireball kept swirling, and the light it emitted made the hexagram mask red. The warlock waved his right hand, and the fireball flew rapidly towards Park Ji-min. This was not the end yet. After a brief chant from the warlock, 2 more fireballs appeared in the shape of a Chinese character, blocking all her movements. Park Ji-min snorted coldly, exerted force with his right hand, and the silver spear stabbed 3 times in a rapid succession, leaving 3 afterimages, each time hitting the core of the fireball. Bang, bang, bang. 3 soft sounds were heard, and all the fireballs turned into streams of light and fell to the ground. In the flowing light, the graceful Valkyrie didn't pause for a moment and stabbed the warlock's heart with a spear. The warlock's pupils suddenly contracted, and without thinking, he pressed his left hand hard on the ground, and his whole body sank into the ground so quickly. The attack missed. Park Ji-min stopped, frowned slightly, and asked in confusion, "Earth escape technique?" At this moment, the warlock's figure reappeared from 5 meters away, with a cruel smile on his face, and he snapped his fingers lightly. Despair. A huge red alchemy array emerged under Park Ji-min's feet, and terrifying waves spread within it. A hint of shock flashed in Park Ji-min's beautiful eyes. In the blink of an eye, a red light lit up, and a huge flame instantly engulfed her figure, followed by a series of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. A mushroom cloud slowly rose from the mountainside, attracting the attention of everyone on the top of the mountain. At the top of Jinshan Temple, the fat man's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was about to rush down the mountain. At this moment, an emotionless voice came from beside him. "I advise you not to move." Fatty Chui's face turned pale. He slowly turned his head and saw a young man in a white Gou Chen uniform standing next to him, speaking mechanically. "Puppet Master." Fatty Chui's voice was as cold as if it came from the underworld, and he spoke word by word while gritting his teeth. "How did you break through the 3 talents maze?" "Who said I passed through the 3 talents maze?" The young man raised his lips stiffly. "I just controlled your subordinates on another hill and let him sneak in." Fatty Chui snorted coldly and said calmly, "This is meaningless. Your real body is too far away. You can only control this puppet. You are no match for me at all." "Oh!" The young man quickly pulled out a pistol and put it to his temple. "It doesn't matter, even if your men lose their lives for this." Looking at the livid Fatty Chui, the young man controlled by the puppeteer laughed. "I don't have to fight you at all. As long as I know your weakness, you will have to submit. And your biggest weakness is your soft-heartedness. A despicable villain who hides his head and shows his tail." A surge of anger rose up from Fatty Chui's heart. His eyes were full of struggle, and his hands were clenched into fists. At the same time, absolute darkness spread from under his feet, and the entire top of the temple suddenly felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar, freezing cold. After a while, he slowly loosened his fist. The darkness gradually faded away. He looked in the direction where the explosion came from, his eyes full of worry. "Jimin, Please be safe. The warlock looked at the ruins after the explosion and sneered. So what if she's a Valkyrie? She's still in my hands. Just when he was feeling proud, he discovered that the three-headed hellhound beside him was still staring at him, with its muscles tense, as if facing a powerful enemy. The warlock's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned to look at the ruins, with a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. The smoke and dust in the sky seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, gradually spinning and getting faster and faster, and actually form a tornado. The huge centrifugal force caused the surrounding leaves to rustle, and the tiny stones on the ground were directly lifted up by the wind and were sucked into the vortex. In the tornado, a graceful figure in a red skirt holding a silver spear was standing quietly. With a thrust of the silver spear, a faint dragon roar came from the tip of the spear. The entire tornado suddenly dispersed, and the sturdy trees around were broken in half by the strong wind. Even a big hole appeared in the clouds in the sky, as if the sky was pierced by a blow. The wind was howling, and the ferocious three-headed hellhound bent its body slightly, digging its four sharp claws into the ground, and kept roaring at the front. The warlock was blown back several steps. He quickly drew a rune in the air with his fingers before he stood steadily. What kind of monster is this woman? He cursed inwardly with a dark face. The strong wind dissipated, and the red skirt was torn off in large pieces, revealing the snow-white skin. However, Park Ji-min didn't care at all, and just looked coldly at the man and the beast. Is this the extent of a strong, third-level ability user? She shook her head with a hint of sarcasm on her lips. Well, I'll show you what the strongest is. The leaf pattern behind her shone brightly, and her aura rose steadily. The statue of the god of war slowly appeared behind her again. The difference from before was that this time the statue of the god of war was more solid, and its pressure was even more terrifying. Please ask the martial spirit to possess me. She pointed the spear in her right hand to the ground, made a mysterious hand seal with her left hand, and bowed slightly to the statue of the god of war behind her. A beam of white light flew from the statue of the god of war into Park Ji-min's body, and her entire aura suddenly changed. Surging power overflowed from her body, and terrifying pressure covered the entire area. Her solemn expression and her arrogant eyes made the warlock tremble with fear. She just stood there quietly, but she suppressed him so much that he couldn't raise his head. The information about this high-risk leaf pattern quickly emerged in the warlock's mind. Danger level A14. Martial soul can communicate with the dead strong. If you can get their approval, you can get the protection of the martial soul, use their best skills, and even let the martial soul directly possess you. But the conditions for using this ability are also very harsh. First of all, this strong man must have killed countless people during his lifetime, and his blood must remain in one place for many years before we can communicate. Secondly, gaining recognition is a very vague concept. It is likely to be a life or death struggle. If you fail, the host will be completely annihilated. This woman should be in a state of being possessed by a martial spirit now, the sorcerer thought to himself. But what kind of existence could possess such power? May I ask your name? The sorcerer raised his head with difficulty and spoke loudly. The expression of the figure in the red dress did not change at all. She raised the spear, and a deep male voice came from her mouth. Zhao Zilong of Changshan, please fight. Chapter 25. Guns Breaking the Sky. Zhao Yun. The sorcerer's face twitched violently under the mask. She actually found the martial spirit of Zhao Yun, one of the 5 tiger generals, and got his recognition. Before the sorcerer could speak, the figure of Park Ji-min became blurred and disappeared on the spot. So fast. It's totally different from before. The warlock's pupils suddenly contracted. The three-headed hellhound beside him roared angrily, and just as he was about to make a move, his left head suddenly exploded, and a spear shot out from the blood mist. Blood splattered on Park Ji-min's face without any expression, like a cold and bloody Shura. Roar, roar, roar. The other 2 heads roared like crazy and bit towards her fiercely with their sharp fangs. The figure in the red skirt shook, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, and perfectly avoided all the attacks. 2 dragon roars sounded, and Park Ji-min stabbed twice like lightning. 2 sharp cold lights fell on the roaring head respectively, and 2 balls of blood mist exploded. The headless, 3-headed dog collapsed limply, blood gushing out like a fountain, and then black mist floated from its entire body and disappeared into the sky. 3 shots. She actually used only 3 shots to kill her most powerful killer instantly. The warlock began to tremble all over, and a deep feeling of powerlessness surged from his heart. How could he fight such a terrifying enemy? Park Ji-min swung the blood-stained spear in the air with an expressionless face, and drops of blood flew directly onto the warlock's hexagram mask, as if he had just killed a bug casually. The warlock shuddered all over and bit his tongue fiercely. A huge alchemical array instantly took shape under his feet. He sank suddenly and disappeared directly into the ground. He was already frightened out of his wits, and he didn't hesitate to use up all his vitality to perform long-distance escaping underground. He secretly swore in his heart that he would never mess with this woman again. Mission? Damn it, what mission is this god of death doing here? The ground behind him was retreating madly, and just as he was secretly rejoicing that he had escaped, a familiar silver spear pierced through his chest. Well, what? His face was full of shock and disbelief. He turned his head reluctantly and saw a horrifying bullet mark more than 20 meters long appeared behind him. It was as if someone had stabbed the ground with a bullet, which pierced the earth and passed through his chest accurately. He immediately groaned in pain and covered his chest tightly with one hand, where there was a black alchemy array. As a core member of Shangxia who has been in the martial arts world for decades, he had already used his abilities to transform his body. He had already formed 2 hearts in his body, so this shot could not kill him. The warlock gritted his teeth, a hope burning in his heart, and tried to pull out the spear while enduring the severe pain. Suddenly, his movements paused. He didn't know when a figure in a red dress was beside him. A slender hand was holding the gun and looking at him coldly. Puff! The spear was pulled out of his body in an instant, and the warlock's face was distorted in extreme pain. Before he could scream, a terrifying energy wave overflowed from Park Jimin, his body. She was seen holding a spear in her hand. Horrifying waves overflowing from her body. Gusts of wind blew up from the tip of the spear, and she thrust the spear in her hand fiercely. Boom! A dazzling white light shot up into the sky from deep underground. The spear-like light pierced through the ground and rushed straight into the air. A few seconds later, a large hole suddenly appeared in the thick clouds, revealing dazzling sunlight. This shot actually poked a hole in the sky. In the spear's light, the warlock was completely reduced to ashes, deader than dead. Park Ji-min looked at the sorcerer who was completely destroyed by the spear light, and slowly said, "It's over. Don't ask me to take action against enemies of this level in the future. You can handle it yourself." As she spoke, the terrifying aura around her suddenly disappeared. Park Ji-min's legs went limp, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her face pale. She curled her lips and said in a low voice with grievance, I know, I won't do it next time." When the fat man on top of Jinshan Temple saw this shocking scene, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and then he burst into laughter. Puppeteer, did you see that? I didn't even have to do anything. This shot was truly astonishing. You're worthy of being my student. Ha 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 ha. Another loser. The controlled young man snorted coldly, slowly put down the gun in his hand, and sneered, "But don't be too happy too soon. I didn't expect that loser to complete the task at all. He was just a cover for me to attract attention. My goal has been achieved." Fatty Chui's laughter suddenly stopped, and his expression suddenly became stern. "What did you do?" "Hey, guess." The young man laughed brightly. Then his whole body shook, and he sat down on the ground. "Damn it!" The fat man cursed inwardly. The puppeteer had already released the puppet's control, which meant that his goal had really been achieved. Suddenly, the temple under his feet shook suddenly. Qingyuan Heavy Industry. 2 heavily armed thugs were pointing guns at 2 teenagers and taking them to a small storage room. "Goin." A thug kicked Ji Qianming hard, and the latter staggered and fell face first into the ground. Ji Qianming was about to curse, but there was a bang and the heavy metal door was closed. "Boss, they bullied me." Ji Qianming looked at Zhang Fan on the side with eager eyes and spoke aggrievedly. Zhang Fan didn't say anything. He stood up and carefully observed the storage room. The storage room was not big. Several rusty shelves took up 2/3 of the space, leaving only enough space for 2 people to lie sideways. Thick dust covered the ground, and several huge spider webs hung above their heads. It was obvious that no one had used it for many years. Seeing that Zhang Fan didn't respond, Ji Qianming tried to pull his hands out of the metal block, but some mechanism had stuck his hands tightly, and he couldn't get them free no matter how hard he tried. In this case, I can only rely on that. He secretly activated the leaf pattern of Dreamer in the pop-up window, sketching the appearance of the chainsaw in his mind. But when he opened his eyes, there was nothing around him. How could this happen? Ji Qianming was stunned. Even if the concrete image failed, there would at least be a flower, right? It's useless. Zhang Fan frowned slightly and said, "This is a specially made forbidden god lock that can seal your spiritual flow. Yuan's ability cannot be used at all." Ji Qianming's face suddenly turned bitter. He couldn't use any of his abilities anymore. So how could he escape? After investigating around, Zhang Fan sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. "Boss, aren't you panicking?" Ji Qianming couldn't help but ask when he saw Zhang Fan so calm. "What are you panicking about? That crying man wants to capture us and take us back for experiments." Ji Qianming shuddered as he imagined all kinds of cruel human experiments. "The people of Gou Chen will come to rescue us." Chapter 26, Escape Plan. Ji Qianming was about to cry. "Boss, it seems that they all went to Jinshan to wait for something to come out. Who would know that we were caught?" "Sky Eye," Zhang Fan said calmly. "Sky Eye? What is that?" The Sky Eye is a special satellite of Gou Chen, which is specially used to monitor the fluctuations of Leaf Pattern's abilities, so as to locate the position of Leaf Pattern's ability users. Yi Qianming suddenly realized. No wonder Fatty Chui knew his identity as a person with special abilities so easily. It turned out that he did it through observation with the Sky Eye. "Can the eye in the sky see us now? Has Gou Chen sent people to rescue us?" Ji Qianming jumped up and said excitedly. The Sky Eye's observation target is the entire Earth. It circles the Earth once every 72 hours on average. Zhang Fan's words immediately extinguished Ji Qianming's hope. It will take another 20 hours until the next visit to Zhenjiang. Ji Qianming sat down on the ground dejectedly. After 20 hours, he was almost dissected, right? Since there is a Sky Eye that can observe the movements of all the leaf patterns, why doesn't Gou Chen directly find the lair of the Shangxia society and wipe it out in one fell swoop? Ji Qianming suddenly thought of something and asked. The observation depth of the Sky Eye is not deep enough. Once they hide deeper than 5 meters underground, we will be unable to observe them. Zhang Fan explained. Besides, we are not obligated to eliminate the Shangxia society. That is the business of Organization Zero. We have more important enemies to deal with. Organization Zero? Ji Qianming blinked, waiting for Zhang Fan to give an explanation. Zhang Fan glanced at him helplessly and said slowly, "As long as there is a superpowered terrorist organization, the country will naturally have a superpowered anti-terrorist organization. Organization Zero is an organization that specializes in dealing with the Shangxia society. National Anti-Terrorism Capability, Organization Zero." Ji Qianming muttered to himself, "It sounds pretty good." Just as Ji Qianming was about to ask something else, Zhang Fan simply closed his eyes, with no intention of answering any further. It's so tiring to be this guy's science popularization tool. He is simply a walking question of 100,000 whys. Ji Qianming pursed his lips and swallowed the question that had just come to his lips, but he was itching in his heart. What is the identity of the boss? He is obviously a freshman like himself. How can he know so much? After thinking for a long time, I still couldn't figure it out, so I simply closed my eyes and sank my mind into the mirror in my head. There is no difference in other places, except that there are large pieces of small text in the pop-up window of Soul Materialization. Li Gudan's Soul Energy Collection +4. Wang Tieju's Soul Energy Collection +7. Zhang Wei's Soul Collection +6. Ji Qianming swiped the touchscreen for a long time before he reached the bottom, and it was all red. He was full of doubts. Who are these people? Why don't I know any of them? And there are so many angry souls. Why can't I remember when I offended so many people? He turned to the last entry with confusion, which was a deep red record. Green Fong's Soul Energy Collection +50. This should be the man wearing the green ghost mask. The name is quite descriptive. When did I offend so many people before killing him? Suddenly, the scene of the locomotive group running in a circle flashed through his mind, and the corners of his mouth twitched. I finally found you, my benefactors. Ji Qianming roughly estimated that this group of people provided him with nearly 400 soul points. The progress bar, which was originally only 1/5, was directly pulled to 3/5. Good person. Ji Qianming vaguely felt that he seemed to have found a shortcut to increase his soul energy. Single point output was too low, so he had to use group damage. Ji Qianming happily exited the mirror, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The Forbidden God Lock can lock Yi Wen's abilities, but his own abilities come from a system. His heart was pounding as he secretly activated non-flower on the metal block. Suddenly, a close-up of a beautiful woman appeared on the surface of the metal block. Really, Ji Qianming was overjoyed that this god-forbidden lock could not restrict his non-flower, and became even more curious about the origin of the mirror in his mind. This mirror opened up a space in his mind, granting him a power that resembled a leaf pattern but did not belong to a leaf pattern, as well as a mysterious soul energy collection system. But what if I can use non-flowers? There's not a single mirror in this damn place, and the reflective ability of the forbidden god lock in my hand is not enough for me to control it directly. Should I call the thugs guarding outside to come in and tell them that I want to look in a mirror? Ji Qianming calmed down and thought carefully. Mirror? Where's the mirror? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came into his mind. He still remembered that when he was controlled by the puppeteer, he had seen the entire building. Almost all of its exterior was made of glass with excellent reflective properties, which meant Ji Qianming's eyes lit up. Boss, I thought a way to get Gou Chen to rescue us right away. Zhang Fan opened his eyes and looked at Ji Qianming in confusion. What do you have in mind? Ji Qianming smiled slyly. You'll know when the time comes, but I have to leave this room, otherwise my ability won't work because the distance is too far. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. Can you use your ability? Ji Qianming nodded, pointed outside with his head, and gave Zhang Fan a look. Someone come. Someone come quickly. This piece of metal of mine is going to explode. Screams came from the storage room. The two thugs guarding outside changed color at the same time, looked at each other, opened the door, and rushed in. What the hell are you yelling about? The thug said viciously. I saw that the block of metal in Ji Qianming's hand was gradually turning red, like a branding iron roasting in fire, as if it would explode at any time. The metal block in my hand suddenly became like this. It's so hot inside. My hand is about to be burnt. Ji Qianming was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, and he kept shouting, What are you still standing there for? Open it for me quickly. I am a precious test subject. If something happens to me, can you bear the responsibility? The two thugs stared blankly at the red-hot piece of metal in his hand and looked at each other in bewilderment. What the hell is going on here? I've never heard of a god-forbidden lock exploding. Just bear with it for now. I'll ask for instructions. A thug said, and then reached for the walkie-talkie at his waist. Suddenly, he felt a sound of breaking air behind his ears, and then a hard, heavy object hit the back of his head. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Another thug heard the sound and looked over, only to see a handsome young man standing coldly behind him, holding a piece of metal. You guys! He finally reacted, shouted, and quickly reached for his waist with one hand. Bang! Another clean and powerful blow, and the thug fell to the ground. Well, just open it when I tell you to. Why are you asking for permission? Ji Qianming glanced at the two people who had fainted and sighed. Chapter 27, How can you tell whether I am a man or a woman? Let's go quickly. They will report the situation every once in a while. We don't have much time. Zhang Fan said to Ji Qianming without even looking at the two of them. Ji Qianming thought about it, then took the walkie-talkie from a thug's waist with his mouth and tucked it under his armpit. The two men crouched down and moved along the wall toward the outside of the house. Outside the storage room was a long corridor with tightly closed metal doors on both sides of the corridor, which looked similar to the storage room. Apart from the two fallen thugs, there was no one guarding the entire corridor. What distance is required for your ability to be activated? Zhang Fan squinted his eyes and observed for a while, then asked in a low voice. Ji Qianming hesitated for 2 seconds and said, About 10 meters. He had never tested the extent of his ability. He only remembered that when he scared Li Tao in the rental house, he was about 10 meters away from the mirror on the wash basin. In this case, it is better to be conservative. Zhang Fan nodded, and the two of them walked quietly towards one end of the passage. In front was a large office area with desks neatly arranged in it. However, there was no company employee at the moment. There were only 5 armed thugs standing in different directions, slowly looking around. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up when he discovered that the partition between the manager's office and the ordinary office area was made of glass with good reflective effects, and the floor-to-ceiling windows of the manager's office were the outer glass surface of the building. Ji Qianming touched Zhang Fan and signaled him with his eyes to look in the direction of the manager's office. Zhang Fan frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Now that we know the target location, how can we get past the 5 thugs in front of us? I'll be the bait, and you take the opportunity to get around. We are Shangxie's experimental subjects, and they won't do anything to me. Zhang Fan pondered for a long time and spoke softly. Ji Qianming shook his head and crouched down to retreat along the corridor they came from. Zhang Fan saw Ji Qianming actually started to walk back, so he suppressed his doubts and followed him. Ji Qianming walked to a narrow wooden door and stopped. He stretched out the metal block in his hand and pressed the door handle down hard. Creak! With a slight sound, the small wooden door opened slightly, and an indescribable smell hit me. It was a narrow space, cluttered with cleaning tools such as mops, brooms, and toilet plungers. Is this the cleaning room? Zhang Fan was stunned. What were they doing here? Hiding? Once the thugs found out that they had escaped, they would definitely send people to search for them. They couldn't hide in such a conspicuous place. He was about to say something, but Ji Qianming pulled him inside and spoke in a low voice. Boss, I will use this intercom to report our escape in a moment. Have all the thugs on this floor search in the opposite direction. Then we just need to wait here for them to leave, and we will be able to get closer to the manager's office. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up, and he nodded. He had to admit that Ji Qianming had more ideas than him. Ji Qianming cleared his throat, pressed the intercom button with the metal block in his hand, and whispered, "The two boys on the 50th floor have escaped." Repeat, "The two boys on the 50th floor have escaped. They are moving towards the north staircase. All brothers on the 50th floor come to support immediately." Got it. Coming right up. Ji Qianming was delighted and laughed triumphantly. That's not right. Number 8. When did you become a man? At this moment, a puzzled voice came from the intercom. Ji Qianming. Zhang Fan. They suddenly thought that one of the thugs didn't say a word from beginning to end, and they were all armed from head to toe, and not even a hair could be seen. How the hell could they have imagined that she was actually a woman? Oh no. Number 8 and number 9 have been killed. All personnel on the 50th floor, be on alert. Immediately conduct a carpet search and make sure to find them. A man with a deep voice on the other end of the intercom quickly gave orders, followed by a series of responses. Ji Qianming could already hear someone running towards them at this moment, and he immediately panicked. Boss, what do we do now? Zhang Fan's eyes were fixed on the wooden door in front of him, his muscles tensed, and he quickly entered a state of preparation for battle. Let's take it one step at a time. Ji Qianming swallowed his saliva. The other party had a submachine gun. If he was hit by a burst of bullets, he would be killed instantly. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Zhang Fan's body arched slightly, and his ears moved slightly, like a hunter waiting for his prey to come. The time is now. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with light, and he slammed hard into the wooden door. Bang! The wooden door was suddenly kicked open. A gunman who had just run past the door suddenly turned back when he heard the noise. Before the wooden door fell to the ground, Zhang Fan didn't even look at him, as if he had already anticipated his position. He twisted his body like lightning, and the metal block drew an arc and smashed hard into his face. There was a scream, and the thug's mask was shattered by a blow, embedding itself into his face, and he fell to the ground in a bloody mess. Ji Qianming was stunned, watching from the side. Isn't this too fierce? Even if Zhang Fan has lost his ability, he is still terrifyingly strong. Hurry up and go. Zhang Fan shouted when he saw Ji Qianming standing there in a daze. Ji Qianming reacted and ran towards the office area. At this moment, there was only one thug left in the office area. He was stunned when he saw the two people running wildly. Then he suddenly raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Boom, 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 boom. The fire from the submachine gun spewed out rapidly, and bullets flew towards Ji Qianming and Zhang Fan at a high speed. The two of them fell to the ground at the same time, and one rolled under the crowded office desks. Go quickly. Leave him to me, Zhang Fan shouted, and then he swung the metal block in his hand upwards. A series of bullets hit the metal block, making a harsh sound. Zhang Fan quickly moved under the desk and took a look at the metal block in his hand. There was not even a bullet mark on it. He wondered what material it was made of, but it was so hard. When Ji Qianming heard Zhang Fan shout, he gritted his teeth, stood up slightly, and ran towards the door of the manager's office. The glass room in front of him was getting closer and closer. At this moment, the thug who was fighting with Zhang Fan seemed to notice him and suddenly turned around and fired in his direction. Get down! Zhang Fan's voice reached Ji Qianming's ears, and he lay down like lightning without thinking. A string of bullets flew past his scalp, and he was immediately frightened and broke into a cold sweat. Just as the thug was about to continue shooting, Zhang Fan suddenly flipped out from under the desk, slammed his feet on the desk, and leaped straight towards the thug. The thug who was aiming was knocked to the ground by this blow, and and the two of them immediately started to wrestle. Zhang Fan rode on him and swung the metal block in his hand and hit him hard, smashing him into a bloody mess. At this moment, Ji Qianming finally ran into the glass house. Chapter 28, Gou Chen saves life. The leaf pattern on Ji Qianming's chest flashed, and he quickly activated non-flower. "Boss, come in quickly," Ji Qianming shouted at Zhang Fan. After killing the thugs, Zhang Fan jumped over the desk like an extreme parkour player and entered the manager's office in a few flashes. Ji Qianming closed the door and activated his ability, and the two figures quickly disappeared from the glass house. Just then, several armed thugs suddenly rushed into the office area and looked around. "Strange, I clearly heard gunshots here. Why is there no one in sight?" "Number 3, a thug exclaimed as he spotted thug number 3 lying on the ground in a bloody mess. "They've been here before." The man at the back frowned and said, "They should run to other floors now. Immediately notify the brothers on the 49th floor and have them quickly alert. Don't we need to inform Master Hanagi on the 51st floor? Lord Wag already knows about it, and if they dare to go to the 51st floor, they will be courting death." The thug sneered. Ji Qianming sat down on the ground in the glass house, gasping for breath. It was too dangerous just now. If it had happened in the past, he would never have dreamed that one day he would be chased by someone with a submachine gun. "Can't they see us now?" Zhang Fan saw several thugs' eyes sweeping across here and then turning to look elsewhere, as if they couldn't see them at all. It was the first time he saw Ji Qianming use the ability of mirror illusion, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Ji Qianming smiled and explained, "My ability is to control the physical rules of the surface of objects with reflective properties. I partially absorb the light from the glass surface, so naturally they can't see us." Zhang Fan nodded and then asked, "Has the distress message been sent out? Can they see it?" Ji Qianming smiled brightly. "Don't worry, boss. They will definitely see it." "Hey, look, what is that? This building actually has a display screen? This is the first time I've seen one. Gou Chen, help me. What does this mean?" "I guess it's advertising. This seems to be a heavy industry company. Gou Chen should be the name of the new product." "Oh, I see." On the giant glass on the outer surface of Qingyuan Heavy Industry in the city center, there were a few words written in huge red fonts, shining brightly in the sun. "Gou Chen, help me." Each word is almost 5 stories high, and the last exclamation mark spans 8 floors. Coupled with the eye-catching bright red color, people in the entire city center instantly noticed this peculiar building. Beside a road in the city center, 2 figures were standing blankly, looking up at a few large characters, the corners of their mouths twitching wildly. "Your Majesty, what is this?" The man with glasses was carrying a long wooden box on his back. His mouth was wide open, and his eyes were full of shock. The middle-aged man in a beige windbreaker next to him was stunned for a while, then burst out laughing. "Interesting, really interesting. This is the first time that our Gou Chen's name has appeared so prominently in front of the world." The man with glasses opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. This was truly something he had never seen before. If those devils in Gou Chen Academy saw this scene, they would probably feel like they had found a confidant. "Qing Dao Dao, our 2 children seem to be in danger. Go and help them," the middle-aged man said with a smile on his face. "But your Majesty, if I'm not here." The man with glasses pointed to the wooden box behind him and spoke hesitantly. "Just come to me when you've done it." "What? Are you not confident in my ability?" The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and scolded with a smile. The man with glasses quickly shook his head and replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, then you must be careful. I will finish this as soon as possible." Then, he carried the huge wooden box on his back and ran towards Qingyuan Heavy Industry. The middle-aged man looked quietly at the bright red "Gou Chen help," wondering what he was thinking. "Master, look at that. Fuxalai Hotel, 2102. The silver-haired girl pointed at the building not far away and said to the young woman, "Gou Chen, help me." The young woman raised her eyebrows. Which of Gou Chen's juniors came up with this? How dare they be so ostentatious? The silver-haired girl smiled, squinted her crescent-shaped eyes, and looked at Qingyuan Heavy Industry and said softly, "I think it's very interesting. I wonder what kind of person can come up with such an idea." The young woman hesitated for 2 seconds and said, "Let's go over and take a look. After all, he is from Gou Chen, so we will help him if we can." "Yes, master." The silver-haired girl's eyes lit up, and she replied, "Qingyuan Heavy Industry, 51st floor." Hua Gui raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "You mean we searched the entire building but couldn't find him?" "Yes, sir. The voice on the intercom was trembling. We have sent all our personnel to conduct a carpet search. I believe we will be able to find the missing person soon. Waste. Hua Gui's face turned pale with fear. If the special envoy knew that he couldn't even keep an eye on two teenagers, and he hadn't treated him well before, he would be in trouble when he returned to the headquarters. She snorted coldly, stood up from the chair, her eyes flickering under the mask, and looked back at the closed metal door. It should be okay to leave for a while, right? She pondered for a few seconds, made up her mind, and walked straight towards the secret door. 50 floors. Ji Qianming lay leisurely in the comfortable boss chair, with his legs directly on the table, watching the anxious thugs outside the house, searching for their traces, and was in a good mood. At the same time, he noticed lines of small red words appearing on the mirror. Li Yifeng's Soul Energy Collection +3. Kai Shuquan's Soul Energy Collection +5. Lu Han's Soul Collection +4. Good people. Ji Qianming really wanted to go out and shake hands with them one by one to thank them for their contribution to his soul. Zhang Fan stood quietly aside, carefully observing the situation outside the window. Suddenly, a petal floated in through the ventilation duct, spun a few times in the air, and finally landed on Ji Qianming's nose. Ji Qianming took it off casually and threw it aside, stunned. That's not right. How could the petals come from in the ventilation duct at a height of more than 50 floors? Just when Ji Qianming was puzzled, an enchanting figure wearing a rose mask slowly walked into the office area from the corridor. Sir, when several thugs saw the person coming, they all bowed their heads and spoke respectfully. Hua Gui stepped on her high heels and kicked the thug on the head hard. The sharp sole of the high heels pierced his head directly. The thug trembled all over and fell down limply, with blood and brain matter flowing all over the ground, which shocked the other thugs. Ji Qianming's face turned pale, and he almost vomited when he saw the bloody scene. Zhang Fan frowned and stared at Hua Gui. You are a bunch of trash. You can't even find me, even if I hide in front of you. Hua Gui said coldly. Then, she slowly turned her head and looked straight in the direction of Ji Qianming with the rose mask. Chapter 29 Goodbye. Ji Qianming broke out in a cold sweat instantly and immediately jumped off the boss chair, as if facing a formidable enemy. Interesting. Is it an illusion-type leaf pattern? Hua Gui narrowed her eyes. From her perspective, this was a completely empty room. After all, the manager's office was so transparent that no one would think of pushing the door in to take a look. The flower ghost waved his right hand, and several red petals shot out like lightning, and their speed was not slower than that of a bullet. Ding, ding, ding. There was a sharp crashing sound, and several petals were bounced away the moment they touched the mirror, leaving only a few white marks on the surface of the glass. Hua Gui frowned slightly. She knew best the power of this attack. The lethality was definitely not less than that of a rifle bullet. How could this ordinary glass in the manager's office block it? Could this be bulletproof glass? One of the boy's abilities must be related to the mirror. She quickly came to the conclusion. In fact, Hua Gui's guess was completely correct. Ji Qianming became alert the moment Hua Gui raised his hand, and instantly strengthened the hardness of the glass to the maximum extent, just enough to withstand the attack. Hua Gui snorted coldly, and the leaf pattern on his calf flickered. Dense rose petals like red clouds suddenly appeared and rushed towards the manager's office. The densely packed petals were like sharp blades, constantly cutting a small area of the glass, leaving large white marks in the blink of an eye. Boss, I can't take it anymore. Ji Qianming gritted his teeth and pushed Fei Hua to the extreme. However, there were too many petals, and they were all purposefully concentrated in one area. Even the armored shell of a tank could not hold out for long under such an attack. There was a loud shattering sound, and the entire glass was completely shattered. The figures of Ji Qianming and Zhang Fan appeared in front of everyone. The thugs widened their eyes. They had never understood what Hua Gui meant by always in front of them. Now, they gasped when they saw the two people appearing out of nowhere. So we were busy for a while, and these two were just watching us? The thugs all raised their guns and pointed them at the two teenagers, waiting for Hua Gui's order to shoot them into pieces. Don't be impulsive. This woman is a third-level ability user. Zhang Fan spoke calmly when he saw Ji Qianming begin to control the mirror fragments. Ji Qianming's hands trembled. A third-level ability user? Wouldn't that mean he was on the same level as Rennie? If he was a person with second-level abilities, he might be able to fight back, but a person with third-level abilities would just be at the mercy of others. Perhaps if he surrendered directly, he would have a chance to survive. You have to know that even the severely disabled Run, he had the ability to kill him, let alone a third-level person in his prime. Ha ha! Dear sister, there is probably some misunderstanding between us. We just want to play hide-and-seek with our brothers. Ji Qianming spoke awkwardly, and his smile was uglier than crying. Hua Gui looked at him coldly, but was very surprised in his heart. She originally thought that the two had used special means to remove the forbidden god lock before they could use their abilities. Now it seems that the forbidden god locks in the hands of both of them are intact, which means that one of them has the ability to be immune to the forbidden god lock. No wonder the special envoy wanted to take them back for research. If that's the case, these two little guys really can't die. But it should be okay to be disabled, right? Don't be afraid, little brother. I'm just joking with you. Hua Gui chuckled and said with a hint of chill at her voice, "Come and play a game of rock, paper, scissors with me?" Ji Qianming's eyes lit up. He was best at games. Okay, what do we play? Do you think I can kill you with one punch? What the hell is this rock, paper, scissors game? Is this how you play it? Ji Qianming's smile froze on his face, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, I guess you can't. A cold female voice came from a distance. Hua Gui was stunned and looked around. She was the only woman in the room besides the men. Where did the female voice come from? Bang! A loud bang was heard from outside the window, followed by the sound of large pieces of glass shattering. All the windows on the outside of the office area shattered at once. Strong winds from high altitudes poured in through the gaps, making everyone in the room unstable. In the strong wind, a young woman walked in from the window, her white windbreaker rustling in the wind, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped the entire space. Soon after, a silver-haired girl followed in, her black gemstone eyes scanning the entire room curiously, as if she was looking for something. Huh? Ji Qianming was stunned. Aren't these the two mysterious women who lived next door to him? He still clearly remembered the scene at that time. The young woman made him feel suffocated with just a few glances. Are they all people with special abilities? Are they from Gou Chen? Ji Qianming's eyes suddenly lit up, and he waved at the two of them. Senior, are you the senior from Gou Chen? Are you here to save us? The two looked over when they heard the voice. A hint of surprise flashed across the young woman's eyes, and then the corners of her mouth slightly raised as she said calmly, "We are not from Gou Chen." Ji Qianming suddenly became depressed, but the second half of the sentence made him excited again. "But we are here to rescue you." The silver-haired girl looked at Ji Qianming carefully, her beautiful eyes flickering. It was unknown what she was thinking. "Who are you?" Hua Gui stared at the young woman as if she was facing a great enemy. She felt a sense of overbearing oppression from the other party. "And this is the 50th floor? How did these two women walk in directly from the window?" Her eyes glanced out the window, and her brows furrowed slightly. "I saw a suspended light blue object appearing from nowhere on one side of the window, hanging steadily in the air. Is that ice?" Before she could figure it out, the young woman turned her head and glanced at her lightly. Hua Gui's body suddenly began to tremble unconsciously. An invisible fear quickly spread. Compared with the other party, her mental strength was like a blade of grass in a tornado. Just this one glance made her collapse. "Do you think you are worthy enough to know who I am?" The young woman spoke coldly, revealing her domineering attitude. Ji Qianming and Zhang Fan were both stunned. How could this young woman subdue Hua Gui with just a glance? Who is she? Zhang Fan's body suddenly shook, and he stared at the young woman in a daze. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. "Master, let me do it." The silver-haired girl volunteered. The young woman pondered for a moment, retracted her gaze, and said, "Well, her strength is not bad. It's not bad for you to train her." Hua Gui felt her body lighten, and she almost fell to the ground. Large patches of cold sweat soaked her back, and she gasped for breath. The silver-haired girl slowly walked up to her and looked at her without any expression. Take action. Chapter 30. Sword-slashing flower ghost. A strong sense of humiliation surged in Hua Gui's heart. Since she obtained the leaf pattern, she had never been defeated by anyone with just a glance. However, she knew very well in her heart that the woman was not someone she could afford to offend, so she accepted it. "But you, how dare you? A little girl whose hair hasn't even grown out yet. Challenge me." An unknown flame burned fiercely in her heart. Hua Gui stared at the silver-haired girl in front of her, and the leaf patterns on her calves flickered. A cloud made of red rose petals appeared again, sweeping towards the silver-haired girl like a violent storm. "Be careful," Ji Qinming shouted. He was most aware of the power of this petal cloud, which was enough to cut through armor in an instant. If hit head-on, he would be cut into pieces in an instant. The young woman raised her eyebrows, slightly turned her head to look at the nervous Ji Qinming, and a smile flashed in her eyes. The silver-haired girl paused when she heard this, and then a white light flashed from her collarbone. She stomped her right foot, and a thick icicle pierced out from the ground, freezing most of the red cloud. As expected, it is related to ice. Hua Gui's brows were furrowed beneath the mask. Ice-based abilities are her natural enemy. She must do her best in this battle. The remaining red cloud instantly split into 3 strands, transforming into 3 red swords that stabbed at the silver-haired girl from 3 different directions. The angles were extremely tricky, blocking all of the girl's escape routes in an instant. There was no trace of panic on the silver-haired girl's delicate face. She stretched out her right hand, pulled out a snow-white sword from the void, and swung it lightly. I saw a crystal-clear frost dragon flying out from his sword, its long body wrapped around the body of the silver-haired girl. The 3 red clouds hit the body of the ice dragon, but did not leave any traces. The body of the frost dragon shook, and suddenly a white frost began to spread above the red cloud. The cutting speed of the red cloud slowed down visibly, and after a few breaths, it froze into ice. What kind of method is this? Hua Gui looked at the frost dragon with shock in her eyes. She had never heard of any elemental user who could materialize a living creature. Frost creature. In the strong wind, the girl held a snow-white sword in her hand, her silver hair fluttering in the wind, and spoke softly. Ji Qinming was dumbfounded. Hua Gui was a user of 3rd-level abilities, but this mysterious girl had a complete advantage over him. In other words, this seemingly frail girl was also a user of 3rd-level abilities? Frost creature. Hua Gui muttered to himself, and then suddenly thought of something. He looked fiercely at the young woman standing quietly beside him, his eyes full of shock. "I know. You are. Drop." At this moment, the walkie-talkie on Hua Gui's waist suddenly lit up, and a panicked male voice was heard. "Master Hua Gui." A young man, wearing glasses and carrying a wooden box, broke in from the main entrance on the 1st floor. He said he was looking for his junior. We couldn't stop him at all. He has already killed his way to the 6th floor. Hua Gui could no longer hear what was being said on the intercom. She was completely disheartened, and her eyes beneath the mask were filled with despair. The young woman smiled at Ji Qinming and said, "Your people from Gou Chen are here to look for you." Ji Qinming's eyes lit up. He had finally waited for this opportunity, and it sounded like this senior was extremely brave. "Boss, did you hear that? The people from Gou Chen are here." Zhang Fan nodded absent-mindedly, his eyes constantly moving between the young woman and the silver-haired girl, not knowing what he was thinking. The silver-haired girl frowned slightly, pointed the tip of the sword in her hand at the distraught flower ghost, and asked, "Why don't you fight?" "Fight!" Hua Gui laughed self-deprecatingly and pointed at the young woman. "Even if I can beat you, can I beat her? What difference does it make whether I fight or not?" The silver-haired girl was about to say something when the leaf pattern on the flower ghost calf suddenly lit up. Bang! With a slight sound, the flower ghost exploded into a ball of rose petals and was blown out of the building by the strong wind. "Qi Shui, she is trying to escape." The young woman quietly looked at the flower ghost that turned into petals and spoke slowly. In fact, before the young woman could speak, the silver-haired girl's eyes suddenly became stern, and she followed the petals that were blown away by the strong wind and jumped downstairs in one step. "Wait, this is the 50th floor." Ji Qinming was shocked when he saw the girl jumping off the building. The young woman said slowly, "Don't worry, she will be fine." Outside the building, the wind was howling. A ball of red cloud rushed down rapidly along the vertical outer surface of the high-rise building, and a girl holding a long sword was following closely behind it. Every time the girl stepped on the vertical glass surface, a small piece of ice would condense under her feet to stabilize her body. The strong wind blowing upward along the vertical glass made her long silver hair look like a white cloud. 2 figures were running at high speed on the glass, and the gap between them was shrinking rapidly. Next to the window on the 36th floor, a young man wearing glasses and carrying a wooden box stepped over the bodies of the thugs. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of 2 figures passing by, and a hint of doubt flashed across his fair face. We can't let her escape any further. If she's too close to the ground, she'll be discovered. We have to end this quickly. The silver-haired girl frowned, and the leaf pattern on her collarbone suddenly shone brightly. The girl held a sword and drew a white circle in front of her. With a light shout, a beam of white light shot out from the circle in extremely fast speed. In an instant, the red cloud was swallowed up by a huge white light column. In a thick ice column, a rose-like red cloud looked extremely strange under the sun. The silver-haired girl moved without any pause. She stomped one foot on the glass and rushed towards the huge icicle like a meteor. She slashed several times with the snow-white sword in her hand and then stood steadily on the vertical glass. Ding, ding, ding. After a few sword cuts, the huge icicle suddenly exploded and turned into small pieces of ice, which slowly floated downwards with the wind. The rose-red cloud turned directly into dust and disappeared. Huh, why is there snow in the middle of summer? A pedestrian on the street touched his face and said in confusion, "That's ridiculous. It could be someone else's air conditioning water." The pedestrians looked up at the sky. A huge sun hung in the blue sky, scorching the earth. On top of a tall building that he had never noticed, the girl quietly looked at the falling ice crystals, put away the sword in her hand, and her silver hair gently brushed her face in the wind. She turned around and walked away. 50 floors. Oh my God, this is too powerful. Gou Chen witnessed the whole process of the silver-haired girl beheading the flower ghost with a sword, his face full of shock. Is this the world of third-level ability users? Compared to them, I'm just a little lamb. The girl jumped in gently from the window, looked at Gou Chen with admiration on his face, and a blush flashed across her face. Just as she was about to say something, the electronic sound of the elevator suddenly came from a distance. Ding dong. The elevator door slowly opened, and a fair-skinned young man wearing glasses looked around, frowned slightly as he looked in one direction, hesitated for a moment, and walked straight there. "Qingya, it's you," the young woman said with some surprise when she saw the young man walking out of the corridor. The young man was stunned. After seeing the young woman clearly, his face was full of surprise. Then he bowed to the young woman respectfully. Qingya, the secretary of the Gou Chen sect, greets His Majesty the Ice Emperor and greets the Ice Emperor's successor. Chapter 31, Organization 0. Ice Emperor? This young woman was actually the Ice Emperor that Zhang Fan mentioned. Gou Chen couldn't remember how many times he was shocked today, but he still looked at the young woman in white with great shock. No wonder. I was overwhelmed by the pressure when he just looked at me. Is this the 4 emperors of China? Zhang Fan was not surprised at all, as he had already guessed the identities of the 2 people in front of him. "You are here. Is Zhang Jingyan here too?" the young woman asked, her beautiful eyes turning. "His Majesty Emperor Yin has already gone to Jinshan. I will set off immediately and must reach His Majesty before that thing comes into the world." Qingya glanced at the time and replied. As soon as the words fell, the whole building began to shake. An earthquake? Gou Chen was stunned. The area around Zhenjiang is not on the edge of the Earth's crust, so there shouldn't be an earthquake, right? Qingya's face changed, and the young woman chuckled and said, "It seems you can't catch up. Your Majesty, I have something important to attend to. I will take my leave now." Qingya said anxiously, bowing quickly. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Gou Chen and Zhang Fan. "My 2 juniors, I have something to do, and I'll leave first. You can go to Jinshan to find us. The people from Gou Chen are there." After saying this, he turned into a shadow and disappeared from everyone's sight. The earthquake became more and more violent. Gou Chen staggered and almost fell to the ground, but a snow-white hand held him steadily. Gou Chen looked up and saw the silver-haired girl looking at him with a smile and speaking softly. "My name is Zhao Qixue. What's your name?" "My name is Gou Chen." Jinshan. Fatty Chui stood on the ground, looking at the violently shaking Jinshan temple, his face ashen. "Teacher." Park Jimin ran to Fatty Choi, carrying a metal suitcase. "Is that thing going to be released?" Fatty Choi nodded and was about to say something when a roar of a strange beast came from the foot of the Golden Mountain. "Roar, roar, roar, roar. Hurry up and pass the order down. Let non-combat personnel evacuate quickly." Fatty Choi gave the order calmly, with darkness in his eyes and an invisible pressure emanating from his body. "Yes," Park Ji-min responded and quickly turned around to evacuate the personnel. The shaking of the earth became stronger and stronger. With Jinshan Temple as the center, the whole Zhenjiang was experiencing an earthquake that had not been seen in a century. Sharp air defense sirens echoed over the city. Damn it, there was an earthquake? This is the first time I've experienced an earthquake in my life. I'm so excited. Everyone, leave the building immediately and find an open area to hide. Don't panic. By the way, did you hear anything roaring? In the city, the police station, having received orders from higher-ups, is arranging the evacuation of residents in an orderly manner and calming everyone's emotions. In an instant, the entire Zhenjiang traffic was paralyzed, especially in the residential area near Jinshan. Almost half of the police force in Zhenjiang was deployed here. Hurry up. We have issued a death order. All residents in this area must be evacuated within an hour. In a dark crowd, a middle-aged man in police uniform was yelling loudly. His face was red from shouting for a long time, and his voice was very hoarse. A buzzing sound came from the sky. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and looked up, only to see 3 armed helicopters whizzing past. His brows immediately furrowed. Damn it, what happened? Are a large number of armed forces coming to attack us? He muttered to himself. In this operation, he only received the order to evacuate the crowd. As for what exactly happened, that was the country's top secret. Look, an armed helicopter. Someone in the crowd shouted, and the whole crowd suddenly became excited, and panic and anxiety quickly spread. Is it going to be a war? What the hell is going on? We have a right to know. Yes, you must explain it to us clearly. Seeing that the originally well-organized evacuation team suddenly turned into a mess, with even signs of riot, the middle-aged man was so anxious that his veins were exposed. Just as he was about to say something, a hand suddenly patted him gently on the shoulder. It's okay, leave it to me. A gentle voice came from behind him, and he felt the irritability and anxiety in his heart quickly disappear, replaced by peace. He turned his head and saw a young man in a white robe standing quietly beside him with a kind smile. You are? The middle-aged man asked doubtfully. The young man in white robe took out an ID from his pocket. When the middle-aged man saw it, his face changed and he saluted respectfully. So you are a major general? Excuse me. He was shocked. When did such a young major general appear? What was the major general doing in this small city? And what was Organization Zero? How come he had never heard of it? In any case, the chapter cannot be faked. Perhaps this is a state secret, he thought to himself. The young man took off his white gloves and patted them gently. The noisy crowd instantly quieted down, and everyone looked at the young man. Don't panic, everyone. Due to plate activity, the crust in this area of Zhenjiang will experience a short-term tremor, which will end soon. Our government is concerned about your safety and has arranged 3 armed helicopters to patrol this area. As long as you follow the command and evacuate, I guarantee that your life and property will not be damaged in any way. The young man spoke gently. His voice seemed to have an invisible force that dispelled all the negative emotions of the crowd and made people feel inexplicably at ease. After hearing this, everyone showed an expression of as expected and followed the police to evacuate in an orderly manner. The middle-aged man took a long breath and was about to say something to the young major general, but he found that he was frowning and looking at the direction where the helicopter was flying away, his face full of worry. Do you think Gou Chen can really subdue that thing? It's an ancient, vicious beast. On the armed helicopter, a middle-aged man with a beard put down the binoculars in his hand, looking a little uneasy. If we can't even defeat Gou Chen, then we'll just be sending ourselves to waste. A little girl of 7 or 8 years old took out a lollipop from her mouth and said leisurely, Don't forget that our mission this time is to prevent that thing from coming into the world and hurting the people. As for how to subdue that thing, we don't have to worry about that. Look, this little girl is more mature than you. Where have you been at your age? Ha ha ha. The woman with a long ponytail laughed heartily. The bearded man rolled his eyes at her, raised the telescope in his hand, and continued observing. Jinshan. The violent vibration shook the entire temple, and the golden light inside the temple became dimmer and dimmer, like a candle in a strong wind that could be extinguished at any time. Fatty Chui looked at the temple nervously and swallowed secretly. Suddenly, with a flash, the golden light finally disappeared. The shaking earth suddenly became quiet, and then a giant hand suddenly reached out from the top of the mountain and crushed the temple to pieces with one palm. Chapter 32 Zhu Yan. Immediately afterwards, a huge creature that looked like an ape or a lion slowly stood up from the ground. Large pieces of earth and rocks rolled down from the top of the mountain, and suddenly smoke and dust rose up. The giant beast raised its head, its chest slightly bulged, and it opened its bloody mouth and roared. Roar, 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 roar. A huge sound wave quickly spread out with it as the center, directly collapsing several small hills and blowing down large tracts of forest. Cover your ears. Park Ji-min yelled at the staff behind her, covering her ears tightly. Even so, she was still dizzy from the shock. At this moment, they were at least 5 kilometers away from the center. On the helicopter, the 3 people saw the visible sound waves spreading rapidly. The little girl snorted and threw the lollipop in her hand out of the helicopter with all her strength. A huge, invisible barrier blocked her in front of her. This barrier is 6 or 7 miles long. Behind it is the residential area of Zhenjiang near Jinshan. The horrifying sound waves hit the barrier and were blocked. As expected of Xian, she blocked this horrible sound wave so easily. The bearded man gave the little girl a big thumbs up. Xuan's lips were raised so high. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Wait, look what that is. The woman with a long ponytail suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed to the sky. Above the sky, the clouds seemed to be guided by some mysterious will. They rolled violently, gradually shrinking towards the middle, and actually condensed into a ring. I saw the cloud ring in the sky, gradually descending, getting closer and closer to the ground. The 3 people in the armed helicopter looked at the cloud, descending like a miracle with shock on their faces, and their mouths were big enough to fit an egg. What kind of power is this? The bearded man rubbed his eyes and confirmed that what he saw was not an illusion. The clouds turned into a ring by themselves? What is this for? They saw the cloud ring in the sky, gradually descending and covering them, like an iron barrel about to cover the ground. They want to block the outside world's view. Xian suddenly thought of something and exclaimed. On top of another mountain, Yin-Yi closed his eyes tightly, concentrating on controlling the clouds, and the leaf pattern behind him shone brightly. Fatty Chui's instructions came to mind again. There should be a thick fog, like a barrel, isolating Jinshan from the outside world. Yinjiang. Yin-Yi frowned, gave a light shout, and formed a mysterious hand seal with his hands in front of him. The huge cloud ring just covered the ground, turning into a wall of cloud and mist surrounding the Golden Mountain. No matter how the wind blew, the wall of cloud and mist did not move at all, as if it was pressed firmly in place by an invisible giant hand. Yin-Yi's legs went limp, and he felt his knees on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. There was no trace of blood on his face. "Teacher, I did it," he said softly, his bloody mouth corners slightly raised. Fatty Chui stood with his hands behind his back at the foot of the giant beast. The surrounding area was already a ruin. When he saw this miraculous wall of cloud and mist taking shape, a gratified smile appeared on his face. The giant beast seemed to have sensed something and looked down at his feet. Unexpectedly, there was a fat man in black clothes grinning foolishly. It suddenly raised its huge right palm and smashed it hard on the ground. Large cracks appeared on the ground instantly, raising a large amount of smoke and dust. When it raised its right palm again, a palm print 6 or 7 meters deep was embedded in the ground, but the pit was empty. A darkness gradually took shape on the other side. Fatty Chui patted his chest in fear, frowned, and muttered to himself. "This is Zhu Yan." Zhu Yan saw that the annoying fat man was still there. Just as he was about to make a move, his huge head suddenly lifted up and stared in one direction. Fatty Chui, who was about to dodge, was stunned to see Zhu Yan's eyes were red and his face was ferocious, as if he was extremely angry. Roar, 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 roar. The crazy roar almost broke Fatty Chui's eardrums, and he cursed in his heart. What the hell is going on? Isn't it better to just wait for His Majesty to come? After Zhu Yan roared, his huge body slightly lowered and then rushed in one direction like an arrow, like a monster out of control. Fatty Chui was stunned, then his face turned pale. Oops, that's the direction of the city center. Not only him, but the 3 people on the armed helicopter were even more frightened. From their perspective, Zhu Yan was rushing towards them like a madman. "Oh no, it's going to the city." The bearded man was the first to react and shouted. Xian's face turned pale from being frightened by the aggressive Zhu Yan. She asked weakly, "What should we do? We can't stop it by ourselves." Downtown? What on earth is there in the downtown that makes Zhu Yan so crazy?" The woman with a long ponytail frowned, her brain working rapidly. If Zhu Yan was allowed to break into the downtown, how many lives would be lost? Look behind it. The two of them looked in the direction of the long, ponytailed woman's hand and saw the knight following closely behind Zhu Yan. We can't let it get into the city at any cost. Fatty Chui took off the intercom in his hand and shouted, "Activate the 7-star demon-slaying formation." Got it. Park Ji-min took out a formation plate, and in an instant his hands connected several seals, leaving behind several afterimages. 7-star demon-slaying formation, rise. Above the Golden Mountain, a huge blue formation suddenly appeared. 7 dazzling spots of light rose slowly from the formation, and terrifying waves overflowed wildly from it. I saw 7 bright spots slowly connecting to form the Big Dipper, and a blue starlight sword appeared on the top of the Golden Mountain. The tip of the sword was pointing straight at Zhu Yan, who was running wildly. The sword body was vibrating slightly, as if it was about to stab out in the next moment. Hurry! Park Ji-min bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the formation plate. The huge starlight sword on the Golden Mountain trembled and rushed away at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye and caught up with Zhu Yan in a breath. Zhu Yan seemed to be aware of the danger coming. He slapped the ground with his giant palm and slightly shifted his body, narrowly avoiding the sword of starlight. Even so, his arm was cut by the sword. Seeing that the starlight sword missed its first strike, it quickly turned the sword, and the starlight left a trail like a meteor, rushing towards Zhu Yan again. Zhu Yan roared angrily and did not choose to dodge this time. The blood-red divine power gathered in his hands, and he grabbed the starlight sword directly. Bite! In a flash, the starlight sword pierced Zhu Yan's palm, bringing up a large amount of blood, but it could not move any further. Zhu Yan's ferocious face twitched wildly. A sharp pain came from his hand, and his painful roar resounded through the sky. Its eyes were red, and it forcibly pulled one hand off the tip of the sword and slammed it into the blade of the starlight sword. The sword hummed, and the starlight dimmed a little. Then Zhu Yan slapped the same spot several times in a row. With just a slight sound, the starlight sword was broken in half and disappeared in the air. Chapter 33. Lord of Hell versus Zhu Yan. Park Ji-min suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and he looked at Zhu Yan's figure in shock. It actually broke the 7-star demon-slaying formation. In the darkness of the night, Fatty Chui looked stern, and the darkness in his eyes was spreading rapidly. If the 7-star demon-slaying formation doesn't work, then let me meet you. His fat body suddenly burst out with amazing fighting spirit and pure darkness. With him, as the center, instantly covered the world. "It's dark," Xian exclaimed. The night enveloped the armed helicopter, and an extremely cold and gloomy air made the 3 people in the plane shiver. "It's not that it's dark. This is the netherworld of Lord Gou Chen." The woman with a long ponytail pointed at the other 2 planes. "Didn't you notice that our propellers can't turn in this area?" The propellers of the 3 helicopters seemed to be frozen, quietly suspended in the air. Not only the propellers, but the entire armed helicopters seemed to be embedded in the night, motionless. Seeing this strange scene, the remaining 2 people couldn't help but gasp. In this area, everything is controlled by the master of the area, the Lord of Hell. As long as he has a thought, we will be destroyed and killed. The woman with a long ponytail continued. "Is this the S-13 danger level netherworld? It's really extremely dangerous." The bearded man shuddered. In the underworld, Zhu Yan looked around vigilantly, his pair of scarlet eyes flashing continuously, as if he was looking for something. Suddenly, a huge black flaming axe appeared above its head. The axe was 10 meters long, and the black flames burning on it gave people an extremely cold feeling. Zhu Yan suddenly raised his right arm, and the red divine power instantly condensed into a long stick, firmly blocking the giant axe falling from the sky. The fat man holding the black flaming axe raised his eyebrows, and black spikes suddenly shot out from the ground and stabbed towards Zhu Yan's head. Zhu Yan roared angrily and exerted his strength to block the 10-meter-long black flame axe, then rolled to the side to avoid the fatal blow. "Oomph!" Fatty Chui snorted coldly, clasped his hands together, and slammed the ground hard. "To the souls wandering in the underworld, I summon you as the Lord of the Netherworld. I promise you that you will be reincarnated after this battle. Souls rise." As soon as Fatty Chui finished speaking, pale hands scrambled out from the ground one after another. An endless stream of dead souls responded to the call and gathered into a white, withered beast that looked neither human nor beast. What on earth is this? It's so scary. Xian covered her eyes and was almost scared to tears by this horrifying scene. The white withered beast roared silently, then quickly rushed towards Zhu Yan. Pale white hands emerged from the withered beast's body, which was extremely creepy. Zhu Yan's eyes showed a look of disgust, and he leaned back slightly, holding the red giant stick in his right hand and raising it high, with one end of the stick turning into a spike. A whistling sound of breaking wind was heard, and the red javelin was thrown out like lightning. The dead soul in the middle of the white, withered beast's body dispersed, forming a hole, and perfectly avoided the attack. In the blink of an eye, the white, withered beast was in front of Zhu Yan. Souls like a tide flowed along Zhu Yan's hands and feet, all over his body, and it opened its bloody mouth and bit him. The scene before him was like a group of ants devouring an elephant. Zhu Yan, who was swallowed by the ghosts, roared in pain and rolled around, trying to get rid of the dense swarm of ghosts, but to no avail. Fatty Chui's eyes lit up, and he took steps forward. With each step, his figure grew taller. After 9 steps, his body was the same size as Zhu Yan. The darkness turned into a cloak draped over his shoulders. He raised his right hand high, and a black flaming battle axe took shape again. At this moment, he is like a dark god of war. Wow, what is this? The bearded man looked at the majestic Fatty Chui and asked in surprise. That's the complete form of the Underworld Lord. He's so terrifying. He's worthy of being a top-level 4th-order powerhouse, a quasi-emperor Underworld Lord. Fatty Chui raised the black flame battle axe high in his hand, and at this moment a strange phenomenon occurred. Zhu Yan, who was bitten by the ghosts, had a hint of mockery in his eyes. He stomped his right foot hard, and all the ghosts on his body were shaken away like a tide, and there was not a single scar on his body. This Zhu Yan actually knows how to use a trick. This thought flashed through Fatty Chui's mind like lightning, and a chill enveloped his whole body. Zhu Yan. Ji Qinming's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "Isn't that the fierce beast from the classic of mountains and seas? It actually exists, and it's suppressed under the Golden Mountain." The young woman looked in the direction of Jinshan and nodded. Yes, in fact, many legendary beasts do exist. Zhu Yan is even known as one of the 4 great beasts. The Western Mountains classic records. 400 miles to the west, there is a lot of white jade on the surface and a lot of red copper below. There is a beast that looks like an ape, but has a white head and red feet. It is called Zhu Yan. If you see it, a large army will be launched. Soldier. Ji Qinming was stunned. Soldier? The big soldiers mean that there will be a large-scale war. The birth of Zhu Yan means that there will be a huge catastrophe. Zhang Fan explained lightly. War? With whom? The 3 of them were startled and said in unison, God realm. God and God again. So it seems that the protection that Fatty Chui mentioned is to protect the earth from being attacked by the gods? Then what exactly is the gods? He was about to speak when the young woman said, Let's go and see what this rumored Zhu Yan looks like. Wait, the silent Zhang Fan suddenly spoke, and everyone looked at him with confusion. Your Majesty the Ice Emperor, there must be something wrong with this Qingyuan heavy industry, and it may be related to Zhu Yan. Zhang Fan looked at the young woman and said seriously. The young woman frowned slightly. After being reminded by Zhang Fan, she also realized that something was wrong. Now that Zhu Yan has come into the world, Shang Xie has actually specially left people to guard this Qingyuan heavy industry, and even mobilized a large number of armed thugs to guard every floor. You know, Shang Xie has always been a secretive organization. What is the reason for suddenly making such a big fuss? You mean that weird door upstairs? Ji Qinming's eyes lit up. Yes, most companies would not install such a large metal door on the top floor and have a third-level expert guard personally. Come on, take me to see that strange gate. The young woman said after a moment of hesitation. Any details related to Zhu Yan must not be missed, otherwise it would be a catastrophe for the world. She touched the God-forbidden chain on Ji Qinming and Zhang Fan's hands, and the metal blocks were instantly frozen into ice. The 2 of them tore the God-forbidden chain apart with a little force. Zhang Fan took the 3 of them to the 51st floor, found a study, and pulled out an electronic combination lock from the bottom shelf. Boss, I remember there are more than 20 passwords for this lock. You didn't remember them all, did you? Ji Qinming recalled the scene when the puppeteer opened the lock. His fingers pressed the password as fast as lightning, and he couldn't even see it clearly, let alone remember it. Zhang Fan did not answer. He thought for a while and then quickly entered the password. After a dazzling operation, there was a slight sound, and a secret door slowly opened. Chapter 34, Tail Cut. Everyone walked into the secret door, and inside was a huge space. At the innermost part stood a huge metal door with densely packed large locks on it, as if sealing the evil spirits from hell, which made people's scalps tingle. It's quite cool in here. Ji Qianming felt a cool breeze flowing out from the metal door. He didn't notice it the last time he was brought here by the puppeteer, but now he suddenly felt like he was walking into an air-conditioned room. The young woman let out a light exclamation, walked to the metal door, and looked at it carefully. Ji Qianming didn't dare to speak, and quietly moved to Zhao Qishue's side and asked in a low voice, "Qishue, is His Majesty the Ice Emperor your master?" Zhao Qishue looked at the sneaky Ji Qianming with her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but find it a little funny and nodded. "Yes. Then aren't you the next Ice Emperor?" Ji Qianming's eyes widened. He couldn't connect the porcelain doll-like girl in front of him with the Ice Emperor who protected China. Zhao Qishue pursed her lips, leaned over to Ji Qianming's ear, and whispered, "Theoretically, that's the case, but I hope that day will never come." Ji Qianming felt the heat beside his ears, as well as the faint scent of the girl's body. A blush flew across his face, and he pretended to be calm and asked, "Why? Aren't the four emperors supposed to be majestic?" The inheritance methods of the four emperor patterns are all different. The inheritance of the Ice Emperor is that the current Ice Emperor chooses a successor, forms a master-disciple relationship, and then plants a cotyledon pattern on the disciple's body. This leaf pattern will grow as the disciple's spiritual power grows, but it will never exceed the fourth level. Unless the current Ice Emperor dies, the disciple can inherit the complete emperor pattern and become the true Ice Emperor. "You mean?" Ji Qianming's eyes widened. "Only if your master dies can you become the Ice Emperor." Zhao Qishue's face was full of bitterness, and she nodded. "Yes, in fact, the inheritance method of the four emperors is so cruel, so I hope I will never become the Ice Emperor in this life." Ji Qianming didn't know what to say for a moment. The day he became emperor would be the day his master died. This was too cruel. The young woman at the side raised her eyebrows. A faint smile hung on the corner of her mouth, and then she pointed a finger at the metal door. "I saw large pieces of frost spreading from my fingertips, covering the entire metal door in the blink of an eye." The young woman knocked lightly on the door with the joint of her index finger. Boom! After a loud bang, the heavy metal door turned into ice chips and collapsed in an instant. Ji Qianming took a deep breath and broke the door with one finger. Is this the strength of the four emperors? Everyone looked behind the door and saw a 3-meter-high square block of ice standing quietly on the ground behind the door. They could vaguely see a thick red rope sealed inside, with a trace of blood on it. "What is this?" Ji Qianming walked forward. He couldn't help but shiver as a bone-chilling chill emanated from the ice. He put his eyes close to the ice and found that it was not a rope. It was covered with red hair and was as thick as the trunk of a 1,000-year-old tree. One side was pointed with a barb on it, while the other side had a smooth cross-section. The blood was overflowing from here. "This is Zhu Yan's severed tail." The young woman pondered for a while and said word by word, "Zhu Yan cuts off his tail?" The three of them were stunned and looked at the ice again. It did look a bit like a giant tail. It is said that when the great god fought Zhu Yan, he cut off Zhu Yan's tail with a sword, but later found that the tail on the ground was missing. Someone must have stolen it. I don't know whether the Shangxia organization existed at that time, or it was collected by Shangxia after changing hands many times in later generations. If it is the former, then Shangxia has a very long history. The young woman frowned. Why did Shangxia put Juyan Duanwei here? What was their purpose? Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly burst into a gleam of light, and he said, "They want to lure Zhu Yan to attack the city." Everyone's hearts were shocked, and all the clues in their minds were connected. From the beginning, Shangxia's intention was not to kill Zhu Yan himself, but to use the newly born Zhu Yan to break the existing human order. They started planning a long time ago and acquired this building in the city center in advance. As the saying goes, great people hide in the city, which can not only conceal their tracks, but also attract the newly born Zhu Yan to the city. Then things would be much simpler. They only needed to send people to disrupt Gou Chen's arrangements so that they could not resist the furious Zhu Yan. As long as Zhu Yan appeared in front of the world, it would inevitably cause panic in society and even the whole world, and their goal would be achieved. Oh no, Let's go to Jinshan quickly. The young woman figured everything out in a moment, her face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. She slapped the ice hard with her palm, turning the ice and the broken tail inside into ice powder. Then she gently waved her right hand, and a huge ice phoenix condensed out of the air, its figure agile and lifelike. Jinshan, the realm of the underworld. The surging red divine power gathered on Zhu Yan's right palm. His scarlet eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain, and his red fist landed on Fatty Chui like lightning. Bang! A huge shock wave came from the place where the two collided, directly shattering the night. The scorching sunlight shone in, and the darkness faded away like a tide. The huge Fatty Chui was blown away like a cannonball and crashed heavily into the Jinshan mountain, shaking the entire earth. Oh no, the netherworld has been pierced. The bearded man was shocked. 3 helicopters fell straight down from the sky, and the ground quickly enlarged in their eyes. At the critical moment, the air below them suddenly became sticky, and the 3 helicopters slowly sank to the ground as if they had fallen into a swamp. The leaf pattern on the back of Xuan Xuan's neck flickered wildly, and her thin eyebrows were almost twisted together. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the 3 helicopters landed steadily on the ground, her face full of fear. Xian Xian, you are so great. The woman with the long ponytail hugged Xian Xian tightly, her body covered with tears and snot. Just now I thought the plane was going to crash, and I was going to die. The bearded man still had a serious look on his face. As he looked at the gradually disappearing Hades, his heart sank quickly. This attack was so powerful that not only did it shatter the netherworld, but I'm afraid even the king of hell wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Who would protect the city behind him? Cough, cough, cough. Fatty Chui, who had transformed into the lord of the underworld, was like a deflated ball. His body shrank rapidly, and the darkness on his body gradually disappeared. He spat out mouthfuls of blood on the ground. Damn it, this guy has such a high IQ and can even pretend to be dead. I'm in trouble now. His face was pale, and he looked up at the approaching behemoth, but he could not move at all. A trace of despair emerged in his heart. Roar, 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 roar. Zhu Yin pounded his chest with his fists and roared, as if celebrating his victory. His scarlet eyes stared at Fatty Chui, who was lying on the ground. He gave a hideous smile and smashed down with his huge fist. Chapter 35 Flame. Sizzle, sizzle. Just when Fatty Chui was in despair, a spark appeared in front of Zhu Yin, and his dead face suddenly showed ecstasy. Boom! The spark suddenly exploded, and a wall of fire suddenly appeared in front of Fatty Chui, steadily blocking Zhu Yan's punch. This wall of fire spread from the east and continued to the west. There was no end in sight. The wall was 100 meters high, as if it were an ancient city wall standing here. The extremely high temperature distorted the surrounding light, and it was sacred and inviolable. Yin, Emperor Yin is here. The bearded man was overjoyed when he saw this miraculous wall of fire. Roar, roar, roar. Zhu Yan's arm was burned. He roared and looked towards the east angrily. On the eastern wall of fire, a middle-aged man in a beige coat walked over with a ball of fire dancing on his palm. He didn't even look at the furious Zhu Yin and walked straight to Fatty Chui. Your Majesty, you are finally here. Fatty Chui was about to cry when he saw the person coming. I'm sorry I'm late. Zhang Jingyan scratched his messy hair and said apologetically, Fatty Chui, you are amazing. You fought with Zhu Yin for so long. You deserve credit, great credit. As he said this, he patted Fatty Chui on the shoulder, causing the latter to grimace in pain. Stop hitting me, Your Majesty. All the bones in my body are broken. If you keep hitting me, I will break. Fatty Chui forced a smile, which was uglier than crying. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Zhang Jingyan's eyes, and then he returned to normal and spoke with a smile. After I deal with Zhu Yin, I'll go back and treat you to a drink. Ahem, I leave it to you, Your Majesty. Yes. Zhang Jingyan slowly stood up and looked at Pangda Zhu Yin expressionlessly. A terrifying aura permeated from him, but there was incomparable confidence in his plain words, leave it to me. Zhu Yan's huge body leaned down slightly, and his scarlet eyes stared at the middle-aged man in front of him. His intuition told him that this man was very dangerous. Zhang Jingyan clenched his palm, and the flickering flames in his palm were extinguished instantly, and a hotter fireball covered his fist. Let me see how powerful the 4 ferocious beasts of the divine world are. He looked at Zhu Yin, who was tense all over, and said lightly, and swung his burning right fist forward fiercely. A ball of fire larger than Zhu Yan's body suddenly exploded. From a distance, it looked like a burning meteorite. It condensed into a huge fist and rushed towards Zhu Yan with great momentum. Zhu Yan roared, and dazzling red divine power gathered on his fist. Terrifying waves came from his fist. This was a more powerful attack than the punch that just broke through the netherworld. It squatted its huge body, lowered its center of gravity, and smashed forward with its right hand, meeting the meteorite-like flaming fist. Bang! The surrounding ground made a humming sound and was crushed several meters away. A giant pit with a radius of 3 meters appeared on the wasteland. There was a deep ravine under Zhu Yan's feet in the center of the pit. He was knocked back dozens of meters in the previous collision, while Zhang Jingyan only retreated 3 steps. It's quite powerful. Zhang Jingyan shook his hands and said lightly. Zhu Yan stared at the man who had knocked him back with one punch. His scarlet eyes gradually lit up like 2 red stars. Roar, roar, roar! It slammed the ground with both its palms, and the entire golden mountain shook. The red divine power spread over its huge body, and a monstrous, murderous aura rolled, and the sky and the earth changed color. Black clouds floated in from nowhere, covering the sky, and faint flashes of lightning could be seen moving in them. Boom! He hammered the ground with both palms again, making a deafening sound. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up, carrying countless broken trees into the air, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. Are you starting to get serious? Zhang Jingyan narrowed his eyes. The strong wind made his windbreaker rustle, but he stood still like a rock. Zhu Yan is the beast that brings disaster. In the thunderclouds, more and more lightning flashed, causing a series of crackling sounds. There was a flash of white light, and then a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the thundercloud and landed directly on the ground where Zhang Jingyan was. Click! The thunder struck a deep pit in the earth, but Zhang Jingyan's figure had disappeared, leaving only a few sparks floating in it. Just as Zhu Yan was looking around for his trace, a beam of fire appeared out of nowhere above his head, and Zhang Jingyan, wearing a beige windbreaker, jumped out with a calm expression. Zhang Jingyan raised his palm as a knife, and a dazzling flaming sword appeared in his hand. He slashed it down fiercely from the top of Zhu Yan's head, drawing a red halo. Zhu Yan suddenly raised his head, red divine power burst out, and his huge teeth fiercely bit towards the sword of flame. Bite! The sound of metal clashing was heard, and the giant teeth bit the sword of fire tightly. Zhang Jingyan's mouth curled up slightly, and the sword of fire in his hand suddenly burst into flames and exploded directly. Boom, boom, boom! A huge fireball exploded in the sky, and the horrifying wave directly blew a big hole in the thundercloud. Zhu Yan's ferocious mouth was covered with blood, and he roared in pain. Zhang Jingyan's figure reappeared from the firelight. 2 flaming arms burst out from behind him. His hands crossed and clenched, turning into a red hammer, and swung directly towards Zhu Yan's injured face. Zhu Yan roared angrily, and suddenly stabbed out with his sharp claws, carrying with him a whistling wind, and slashed towards the flaming hammer. 5 sharp wind blades directly shattered the flaming hammer, and following inertia, they swept across a small hill, cutting it in half. The top of the hill slid down along the cut, raising a large amount of dust. The bearded man swallowed his saliva. The aftermath of the battle flattened a mountain. The battle before him was completely beyond his imagination. Could it be that a fight between gods was just like this? How about we move further away and watch? Agree. Second, Xian and the woman with a long ponytail were also frightened. The 3 of them ran backwards, fearing that they would be blown to pieces by the aftermath. Zhang Jingyan raised his eyebrows slightly, snorted coldly, and turned into a beam of fire and rushed towards Zhu Yan quickly. Zhu Yan rushed forward towards the flames, and the red divine power transformed into a totem. This totem was as big as a Qingyuan heavy industry, with countless blood-colored veins carved on it, and a murderous aura lingering in it. The totem stirred up a strong wind and smashed towards the fire fiercely. The fire in the air suddenly turned, bypassing the shocking stick, and the totem fell directly to the ground. There was a loud bang, and a bottomless ravine spread wildly from the place where the totem landed, spreading out evenly like a spider web. Wherever it went, mountains collapsed, rivers changed direction, and the terrain of the entire area had changed. At this moment, a spark flashed, and another thick flame swept over from Zhu Yan's side, knocking the latter to the ground. Zhu Yan struggled to get up from the ground, shook his head vigorously, his hair with strands of fire, staring at Zhang Jingyan, who was floating in the air. "Your Majesty, the sealed book is here." A voice came from afar. Zhang Jingyan turned around and saw Qingya walking in the strong wind, holding a wooden box in his arms and looking hurried. Chapter 36, Sudden Change. Qingya opened the wooden box in his hand, took out a black scroll, and waited for Zhang Jingyan's instructions. However, Zhang Jingyan just glanced at him, then turned around and continued to fight with Zhu Yan. Bursts of horrific explosions were heard, mixed with Zhu Yan's roars. "Your Majesty?" Qingya was stunned. Didn't they say that Zhu Yan should be crippled and then sealed? Why didn't they follow the script? Zhu Yan's totem smashed down a mountain again. At this time, it was covered with wounds, with only a pair of ferocious eyes full of fighting spirit. He waved the totem in his hand and rushed towards Zhang Jingyan again. Zhang Jingyan's hands were outlining something in the void, and he didn't pay any attention to the aggressive Zhu Yan. Just when the huge totem was about to hit his head, 7 sparks appeared out of thin air beside it. Zhu Yan's scarlet eyes suddenly shrank. An extreme sense of crisis instantly enveloped him, and red divine power instantly covered his whole body. I saw the 7 sparks becoming brighter and brighter, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into red stars, and then exploded with a loud bang. Boom, 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 boom. 7 huge fireballs enveloped Zhu Yan's huge body. The horrific explosion brought up ripples visible to the naked eye, raising the few remaining mountains around to the ground. The rocks below were sublimated in the blink of an eye, and the extreme heat burned everything. The 3 members of Organization Zero turned around and saw little suns rising in the sky. A heat wave swept over them, and they all swallowed their saliva. Is this the power of Emperor Yin? The horrific explosion gradually disappeared. Zhu Yan, who was at the center of the explosion, was already covered in wounds. He was half kneeling on the ground in a mess. One of his eyes had been blinded by the explosion. He was already seriously injured. "Your Majesty!" Just as Qingya was about to speak, a flaming sword appeared in Zhang Jingyan's hand and slashed fiercely at Zhu Yan. At this time, Qingya finally understood Zhang Jingyan's intention. He didn't want to seal Zhu Yan, but wanted to kill him on the spot. Every swing of the sword of flame caused an explosion. Zhu Yan, who had lost his ability to move, used the totem to barely support his body, and his only remaining eye was fixed on Zhang Jingyan. Zhang Jingyan had an indifferent expression, his beige coat swaying in the wind. The flaming sword in his hand was pointed diagonally at the ground, and he walked towards Zhu Yin step by step. "Human, human." Zhu Yin held up his shattered body and uttered 2 words with difficulty. Zhang Jingyan paused and asked in surprise, "You can actually speak? Then what were you yelling about just now?" "If it weren't for, I only recovered 30% of my strength." Zhu Yin spoke word by word, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time, "with you being a half-step god king." Base. A huge flaming blade swept across, and Zhu Yan's right arm was directly cut off, with blood gushing out. The severe pain made Zhu Yan's body tremble, and he roared again. "I thought you were going to say something. How boring." Zhang Jingyan, holding the sword of flame, said indifferently with an expressionless face, "I can help you fight against the god realm." Zhu Yan suppressed the anger in his heart and said word by word, "Oh." Zhang Jingyan raised his eyebrows. "This is quite interesting. Aren't you a fierce beast from the god realm? Why would you help us fight against the god realm?" "I was exiled and resented." Zhu Yan's tongue seemed to be a little stuck, and it took him a long time to express what he meant. "Are you saying that you were exiled from the divine realm and therefore hate them?" Zhang Jingyan asked. Zhu Yan nodded and was about to say something when a flaming blade slashed across its throat. Blood gushed out, and its huge head slid down the smooth wound and rolled to the ground. A scarlet, I stared at Zhang Jingyan, and until his death, he never figured out why this man suddenly killed him. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Zhang Jingyan glanced at it and spoke slowly. In the distance, a crystal-clear ice phoenix flapped its wings and broke through the clouds and flew straight towards Zhu Yan's body. What happened here?" Ji Qianming exclaimed as he looked at the devastated land. Although he had never been to Jinshan, he had seen many photos posted by others. It was really difficult for him to connect the apocalyptic scene before his eyes with the beautiful Jinshan. "Look there." The young woman pointed to one side of the ruins and vaguely saw the corpse of a giant beast and a man in a beige coat. Is that Zhu Yan? Zhang Fan looked at the corpse of the giant beast, somewhat surprised. The huge ice phoenix slowly landed on the ground, and 4 people jumped off from the back of the ice phoenix one after another. Zhang Jingyan was stunned when he saw the newcomers and spoke in surprise. Bai Qing, why are you here? The young woman chuckled and said, It seems that I was worrying too much. I never thought that our Emperor Yin would kill Zhu Yin single-handedly. Zhang Jingyan scratched his head in embarrassment. He no longer had the domineering look he had when he killed Zhu Yin with his sword just now. The newborn Zhang Fan of Gou Chen pays his respects to His Majesty Emperor Yin. Zhang Fan bowed slightly and saluted. Ji Qianming, the newborn of Gou Chen, pays his respects to His Majesty Emperor Yin. Ji Qianming followed suit and secretly glanced at the awe-inspiring Emperor Yin out of the corner of his eye. With messy hair, a beige windbreaker stained with oil, and an untidy beard, he looked just like the guy next door, Mr. Wang. He didn't look like an emperor at all. Are you Ji Qianming? You were the one who wrote those words, Gou Chen help? Zhang Jingyan looked at Ji Qianming with a smile, rubbing the stubble on his chin with one hand. The situation was urgent at the time, and I had no choice but to resort to this last resort. Ji Qianming thought to himself that this was not good. Could it be that Lord Yin Emperor was going to hold him accountable for misusing the name of Gou Chen? Zhang Jingyan just patted him on the shoulder and scolded him with a smile. Fatty Chui is right. He is really a devil. Work hard when you get a Gou Chen. You will like it there. After that, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Fan. And Zhang Fan, with great ability comes great responsibility. When the time comes, take care of Ji Qianming. Zhang Fan nodded slightly, but a trace of doubt flashed through Ji Qianming's mind. They were obviously freshmen, so why did it feel like they had known each other for a long time? We found Zhu Yan's broken tail in the building protected by Shang Xia. Bai Qing suddenly remembered something, frowned slightly, and slowly told the secret of Qingyuan heavy industry. Ji Qianming noticed Zhu Yan's corpse on the ground at this moment and walked over curiously. This is Zhu Yan, he's so huge. Ji Qianming looked at the head of Zhu Yan in front of him that was bigger than his own and sighed. But he was still beheaded by His Majesty Yin Emperor. Why are you glaring at me? If you have the guts, glare at His Majesty Yin Emperor. Ji Qianming looked at the scarlet eyeballs that were as big as copper bells, stuck out his tongue, and said, If you have the guts, get up and hit me again. The huge eyeball stared at Ji Qianming, as if it was really looking at him, causing Ji Qianming to shiver involuntarily. Just as he was about to say something, Zhu Yan's eyeball seemed to move slightly in a trance. A chill suddenly rushed from the soles of Ji Qianming's feet to the top of his head, and his face turned pale instantly. How could this dead guy still move his eyes? He was about to shout when a red light shot out from Zhu Yan's eyes like lightning and directly penetrated Ji Qianming's eyes. Chapter 37. 3,000 Mirror Worlds. Boom! Ji Qianming only felt a red flash before his eyes, and a loud noise erupted in his mind. Zhu Yan's figure slowly emerged, walking towards the depths of his mind with a grin. Human, you are so stupid. When I succeed in taking over another's body and my cultivation is restored, I will tear that damn fireman into pieces. At this moment, Ji Qianming suddenly fell straight to the ground, attracting the attention of several people around him. Yiqian Mink! Zhao Qixue exclaimed and ran to his side, her expression full of anxiety. What happened? Zhang Fan reached out and felt his breath, checked his eyeballs, and frowned slightly. Like he fainted. Why did he faint? Zhang Jingyan and Bai Qing came over and used their mental power to check Ji Qianming's physical condition. Bai Qing was also puzzled. Strange, he really fainted. Zhang Jingyan looked at Zhu Yan's head, which was no different from before. He pondered for a while and said, This Zhu Yan is a fierce beast from the God realm, with a strong, evil spirit. Perhaps he was injured by the evil spirit left after Zhu Yan's death and fainted for a while. He will be fine after recuperating for a while. Everyone nodded thoughtfully, but Zhao Qixue still had a hint of worry on her face. Bai Qing, I still have to take Fatty Chui back to treat his injuries. I don't have time to take care of this little guy, so I'll trouble you to take care of him first. Zhang Jingyan said, When he wakes up, tell him that school will start on September 1st, and he must come here. Bai Qing's beautiful eyes turned, and she said with a smile, Hey, my master and I are planning to play around for a few days, and I'm tired recently. I'm afraid. Master, leave him to me to take care of. Seeing that Bai Qing was about to refuse, Zhao Qixue spoke quickly. Since my apprentice has said so, Then let's do this. Bai Qing saw from the corner of her eye that Zhao Qishue's face was full of nervousness, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and said helplessly, Zhang Fan, come with me. Zhang Jingyan looked at Zhang Fan and suddenly said, Good. The clouds and mist surrounding Jinshan gradually dissipated, revealing the devastated land and unrecognizable mountains. Par Jimin led the people of Gou Chen to find Zhang Jingyan and the seriously injured Fatty Chui, and hurried back to Gou Chen. The turmoil caused by Zhu Yan's birth finally came to an end. On top of a mountain, 3 men in white robes were overlooking Jinshan. The bearded man lit a cigarette and looked hesitantly at the broken earth, his brows almost twisted together. Alas, it has become like this. How can I explain this to the public? Xin took out a lollipop from somewhere and put it in her mouth. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she jumped up from the ground, waving frantically in one direction. Brother Lan Xin, here. Several people looked together and saw a young man in a white robe slowly walking towards them from distance. Seeing the excited Xin, he smiled. It was the Major General who had comforted the people outside the battlefield before. TSK. It turns out that women are all about looks. Why is Xin so concerned about that brat Lan Xin? The bearded man curled his lips and muttered softly. The woman with a long ponytail rolled her eyes and said unhappily, Have you ever seen a little girl like a greasy uncle? Ba'adatman. Ji Qinming was like a spectator at this moment. He could only watch the ferocious Zhu Yan break into the deepest part of his consciousness. Whenever he tried to resist, Zhu Yan's eyes would make his mental strength completely collapse. Damn it, how could this happen? If this goes on, I won't really be possessed by it. Ji Qinming cursed inwardly, and his mind couldn't help but emerge the scene of his body being taken over by Zhu Yan and then being beheaded by Emperor Yan. I don't even have a girlfriend. I still don't want to die. Ji Qinming frantically mobilized his mental power to intercept, but he couldn't stop Zhu Yan at all. The two were not at the same level at all, even if the other party was just a residual soul. Zhu Yan took a step forward and suddenly came to the mysterious space in Ji Qinming's mind. Zhu Yan looked at the mysterious space filled with rolling fog. A look of surprise appeared on his ferocious face, and he exclaimed, Spiritual consciousness turns into fog. Such a vast fog. Who is this kid? It was stunned for a long while, then burst into wild laughter. It's really fate that my real body was shattered, but I accidentally took over such a heaven-defying body. It's really fate that's playing tricks on me. Ha 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 ha. Ji Qinming was watching from the sidelines, bewildered. Spiritual consciousness turning into mist? Was he talking about the thick fog here? He sounded very impressive when he said that. Am I actually a genius? The more he thought about Ji Qinming, the angrier he got. I have such a good qualification, and you are the one who gets it for free? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Mirror. He also has that mysterious mirror system. Can the mysterious mirror that gave him the mirror flower, the ability to replicate and materialize soul energy, solve his current predicament? A glimmer of hope ignited in Ji Qinming's heart. It's exposed, so what's the point of hiding this mirror when the person has been possessed? Ji Qinming made up his mind and pressed down hard on the mirror under his feet with his right hand. Mirror, mirror, please give me some strength. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from under Zhu Yan's feet, and the thick fog that filled the space rolled violently. Zhu Yan squinted his eyes and looked down. Suddenly, a few lines of big red characters appeared on the mirror under its feet. An intrusion of a life form that does not have permission to use has been detected. It is determined that there is malicious intent. Open 3,000 mirror worlds. In an instant, 6 white chains suddenly emerged from the mirror and locked Zhu Yan tightly like lightning. Zhu Yan's heart was pounding. What was this? A magical weapon? He had never heard of anyone hiding a magical weapon in the spiritual space. A large amount of red divine power emerged from Zhu Yan's body, but the moment it touched the chains, it was absorbed and could not condense into shape. It roared, exerting every inch of its body, but the chains did not move at all. The mirror surface under its feet rippled like a swamp. The chains kept pulling Zhu Yan's body into the mirror swamp, and deep fear appeared in Zhu Yan's eyes. Damn it, what the hell is this? After a few seconds, Zhu Yan's head was also swallowed by the mirror. The ripples slowly disappeared, and the entire mirror returned to tranquility as if nothing had happened. Ji Qinming was watching in amazement. He walked to the place where Zhu Yan had just sunk and poked the mirror tentatively with his finger. It was no different from an ordinary mirror. Suddenly, a roaring giant beast emerged from the other side of the mirror, scaring Ji Qianming so much that he sat down on the mirror. However, no matter how Zhu Yin angrily knocked on the mirror, he could not get away from it. It was as if he was sealed in a world in a mirror. Ji Qianming took a breath of cold air. This mirror is too weird. It can actually seal life directly into the mirror. Behind this mirror is the so-called 3,000 mirror world. Chapter 38 Face. Boy, let me out. A thought came from behind the mirror, scaring Ji Qianming. You can still speak after being locked up? Ji Qianming tentatively poked Zhu Yan's head in the mirror with his hand. Zhu Yan opened his bloody mouth and was about to bite him, but was blocked behind the mirror. Interesting. Ji Qianming sat down on the mirror and watched Zhu Yan's furious look leisurely, as if he was watching a tiger jumping through a fire ring in the zoo. Boy, if you let me out, I promise not to take over your body and give you a great opportunity. Seeing that intimidation didn't work, Zhu Yan began to bribe him. Oh, Ji Qianming raised his eyebrows, revealing an interested look. What opportunities are there? Tell me about them. For example, the treasures left by the God Emperor Daoxian, the Taoist tradition left by the ancient Holy Land Yao Qi, and my personal collection of thousands of years. Any one of these secrets can cause a sensation in the world if it is released. As long as I get out, these will all be yours. Seeing that Ji Qianming was interested, Zhu Yan tried hard to show a kind expression and said in a persuasive manner. Ji Qianming was stunned when he heard this, and said in confusion, "What is Daoxian Divine Emperor? I have never heard of him." In Yao Qi, wasn't it overturned by Monkey King? This time, it was Zhu Yan's turn to be stunned. Who was Monkey King to be able to overturn Yao Qi? No, wasn't Yao Qi destroyed by the ancient God Emperor? Have you never heard of the story of Sun Wukong? Seeing Zhu Yan's bewildered face, Ji Qianming enthusiastically explained the story to him. The story begins in the Tang Dynasty. There was a monk named Xuanzang. Zhu Yan listened to Ji Qianming's journey to the west for more than half an hour and began to realize that something was wrong. This didn't seem to be a background from the God realm. Wait a minute, I'm talking about Yao Qi in the God realm. What are you talking about? The Queen Mother's Yao Qi? Ji Qianming widened his eyes and answered as a matter of course. Zhu Yan. Ji Qianming's heart tightened. This Zhu Yan was not a creature from Earth? Could it be that most of the fierce beasts recorded in the classic of mountains and seas came from the God realm? Who was that Daoxian Divine Emperor from the God realm? You just mentioned Emperor Xianxin. Why does he sound so much like the leader of a cult? Is his treasure very valuable? Ji Qianming asked doubtfully. You are indeed an ignorant earthling. Zhu Yan looked at him with disdain and said patiently, Daoxian Divine Emperor is a great divine emperor. He is the ruler of the divine realm. If he makes a move, he can smash your earth to pieces in a blink of an eye. Do you think the treasure he left behind is valuable? If he's so powerful, why doesn't he just destroy the earth? Of course, it is because of the existence of the world barrier that beings above the level of God General cannot enter this universe. Zhu Yan seemed to have thought of something. His voice stopped abruptly, and then he sneered. You want to use me to get information from the God realm? You humans are in a bad situation right now, right? When Ji Qianming saw that his purpose was discovered, he changed his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. He slowly stood up and said leisurely, I don't know whether the human situation is good or not. I only know that your situation is very bad. What a joke. You just want to take over my body, and now you want me to let you out? If you didn't want to know more about the God realm, I wouldn't have paid any attention to you. Ji Qianming rolled his eyes at Zhu Yan and left the mirror space without looking back. It was already dusk. The golden sunlight poured in through the windows, and a faint fragrance filled the house. Ji Qianming slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a clean bed. The furnishings around him were very luxurious and even somewhat familiar. The silver-haired girl beside the bed was dozing off in a chair, her body shaking slightly. Is this Fuxalai Hotel? The room of Her Majesty the Ice Emperor and the others? Ji Qianming thought for a moment and understood where he was. He turned his head to look at the dozing Zhao Qi Xue. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly with her breathing, and her silver hair emitted a faint golden light in the dusk, giving people an indescribable sense of beauty. Ji Qianming swallowed lightly and was about to get out of bed when Zhao Qi Xue slowly opened her eyes. Where are you going? A soft voice sounded, and Ji Qianming was shocked. I want to go to the bathroom. Ji Qianming said hesitantly. Are you okay? Zhao Qixua blinked, looked at Ji Qianming carefully, and let out a light exclamation. Why is there a red diamond on your forehead? She stood up and placed her delicate palm on Ji Qianming's eyebrows, rubbing them gently. I saw a red diamond that seemed to be tattooed between Ji Qianming's eyebrows, and it would not fade no matter how much it was rubbed. Obviously, it wasn't there before I passed out, but it's pretty nice. The silver hair rubbed against Ji Qianming's face, and waves of body fragrance came from the front. At this time, the girl's face was almost touching his forehead, and Ji Qianming could vaguely see a ravine from the drooping neckline. His face suddenly turned red, and his eyes couldn't help but glance in one direction. Just as he was about to say something, Zhao Qixua suddenly stood up. You've been unconscious for so long. You must be hungry, right? I remember there are instant noodles in the kitchen. I'll go make some. When Ji Qianming saw Zhao Qixua standing up, he quickly turned his head and asked casually, How long have I slept? It's almost 20 hours. Zhao Qixua's voice came from the kitchen, followed by the clinking sound of kitchen utensils. Where did the ice emperor go? Ji Qianming suddenly thought of something and looked around quickly with a cunning look in his eyes. The teacher went out to buy something. Ji Qianming breathed a sigh of relief. If the ice emperor had seen what he had just done, he would have been shattered into pieces evenly. Not long after, Zhao Qixua, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen with a bowl of hot instant noodles in her hand and handed it to Ji Qianming with a smile. Eat it while it's hot. Ji Qianming stared blankly at the instant noodles in front of him. A sour feeling suddenly surged up from the bottom of his heart. As an orphan, this was the first time in his life that someone had personally cooked a meal for him, even if it was just a bucket of instant noodles. The dim sunlight shone into the room, and behind the steaming instant noodles was the girl's expectant gaze. The scene before him was something he had never dared to imagine in his dreams. In this strange city, with a girl whom he had only met twice, he felt the feeling of home for the first time. He scooped up the instant noodles, slowly put them into his mouth, chewing them carefully. Suddenly, 2 lines of tears rolled down the corners of his eyes. Qixua, what were these green things? Ji Qianming fished out a ball of green, unidentified object from the instant noodles and looked at Zhao Qixua with tears in his eyes. I don't know either. I thought it looked good in the kitchen, so I put it in. Doesn't it taste good? Zhao Qixua's face was suddenly filled with disappointment. Ji Qianming cried as he took a mouthful of mustard and gave a big thumbs up. Delicious. So delicious. Then why are you crying? That's because I was so touched. Ji Qianming wiped away his tears and swallowed the instant noodles in big mouthfuls, avoiding the contact of mustard with his mouth to a great extent. Chapter 39 Flowers. Ji Qianming put down the clean bowl in his hand, took out the last piece of toilet paper from the 6-pack of toilet paper, and wrung his nose fiercely. Thank you, Qixua. Zhao Qixua's pretty eyes narrowed into 2 small crescents. You're the first person to eat the food I cooked. The master didn't let me cook before. It seems that I have a talent. I must cook for the master once in the future. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Qianming coughed violently. I believe your master will like it very much. After a long time, Bai Qing opened the door with 2 large bags of snacks. Seeing Ji Qianming, who was already awake, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Your Majesty, the Ice Emperor. When Ji Qianming saw Bai Qing coming back, he quickly stood up from the sofa and spoke respectfully. No need to be polite. I brought you some snacks. Come and eat them. When Zhao Qixua saw the snacks in Bai Qing's hand, her eyes suddenly lit up. She hurriedly took the bag from Bai Qing and examined it carefully. Potato chips, shito, ah. There are even spicy strips. Zhao Qixua's voice sounded in surprise, like a child who got his favorite toy. Ji Qianming was stunned when he saw Zhao Qixua's reaction and asked in confusion, Aren't these very common snacks? Zhao Qixua stuffed a handful of spicy strips in her mouth, handed the bag to Ji Qianming, and said vaguely, Because I usually practice with my master on Changbai Mountain, I rarely go down a mountain once a year, and these things can only be eaten when I go down the mountain. Changbai Mountain. Ji Qianming's eyes widened. Is it the Changbai Mountain in Jilin that has snow all year round? Zhao Qixua nodded, and Ji Qianming couldn't help but take a breath. Practicing on the top of Changbai Mountain all year round. Is this the practice of the Ice Emperor's descendant? Isn't this too hard? Qixua, it's time for us to go back. Bai Qing suddenly said. Zhao Qixua paused, then nodded slowly and answered obediently. Yes, master. The joy on the girl's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by melancholy and frustration. Her beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance, which made Ji Qianming's heart ache. Your Majesty the Ice Emperor, why don't you stay one more day? I will take Qi Shui to the nearby amusement park to have some fun tomorrow. She'll get sick if she stays in the mountains all the time. Ji Qianming couldn't help but speak. Bai Qing pondered for a while, looked at the frustrated Zhao Qixue, sighed, and said, "Okay, Qixue and I have been alone in the mountains for so many years. It's rare to have a new friend. You can take her out for some fun tomorrow, and we'll set off the day after tomorrow." Zhao Qixue's eyes suddenly regained their spirit, and she became excited. She blinked gratefully at Ji Qianming and smiled brightly. The next morning, Ji Qianming took Zhao Qixue to the nearest amusement park early. Looking at the new Century Park in front of her that looked like a fairy tale world, Zhao Qixue's eyes widened. "Qianming, what's that thing sliding on the track? It looks so exciting." "Qianming, this machine that falls from the sky looks so fun. Let's go ride it." Qianming, that spinning chair in the sky is so cool. I want to go on it." Ji Qianming staggered down from the flying chair. His legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the lively Zhao Qixue. "Isn't the children's play area next door nice? Why do you have to play these scary and life-threatening projects? The most exciting project I have ever played was just bumper cars. What's wrong with you?" Zhao Qixue asked with concern when she saw Ji Qianming lying on the ground. "Nothing, I just..." Ji Qianming paused for a moment, then walked towards the children's play area with firm steps. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he walked quickly towards a building with Zhao Qixue. "Mirror Experience Hall?" Zhao Qixue saw the hanging sign and read it out loud. Ji Qianming showed a mysterious smile on his face and walked in with Zhao Qixue. Lifting the black door curtain, there was a long mirror corridor inside. There were large mirrors on both sides of the corridor and above the head. Walking, and it was like walking into a world in a mirror with their figures everywhere. "It's interesting here, but not as fun as the bungee jumping machine." Zhao Qixue made a few faces in front of the mirror and said unhappily, "Come a little further in. I'll show you something amazing." Ji Qianming smiled, and the two of them walked in along the mirror corridor. After passing through the corridor, there is a large space surrounded by huge mirrors. There are some small passages between the mirrors. No matter where you look, you can see your own shadow, which makes people dizzy. "Mirror maze?" Zhao Qixue saw the sign next to it and was dizzy from the light here. Ji Qianming turned around, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and snapped his fingers. Swish! The entire space suddenly fell into darkness, which scared Zhao Qixue. "What happened?" "Ji Qianming, where are you?" As soon as she finished speaking, dots of blue light floated past her. An array of sunlight fell in front of her. Unknowingly, a bunch of blue roses appeared there, swaying slightly, holy and beautiful. Zhao Qixue let out a light exclamation and was about to bend down to pick the blue rose when suddenly another beam of sunlight shone down, becoming more and more, and the whole space became brighter and brighter. They saw a sea of blue roses appearing around them, densely packed and extending all the way to the horizon, stretching for thousands of miles. There were a few white clouds floating leisurely above his head, and there seemed to be a breeze blowing through the sea of flowers, bringing up blue waves. Tiny petals rose with the wind and lingered around Zhao Qixue like blue elves. Zhao Qixue stared blankly at the dreamlike scene in front of her. Her childhood was almost entirely spent in the snow, and she rarely saw even a flower, let alone the endless blue sea of flowers in front of her. At this moment, she stood among the sea of flowers, slowly stretched out her arms, and the blue petals passed through her palms and floated into the distance. "How is it? Do you like this farewell gift?" Ji Qianming stood beside her and said with a smile, "I like it." Zhao Qixue felt an inexplicable emotion in her heart. She looked at the sea of flowers and said softly, "I never even dreamed of seeing such a scene. Do you think such a beautiful place really exists?" Ji Qianming waved his hand to dispel Fei Hua's illusion, and after a few seconds of silence, he said firmly, "Yes, there must be such a beautiful place in a corner of this world." Zhao Qixue nodded and said to Ji Qianming solemnly, "Thank you, I really like this gift, but I haven't prepared anything for you." A look of annoyance appeared on her face, and Ji Qianming's mouth corners raised, revealing a bright smile. "You've already given it." In his mind, a bowl of steaming instant noodles emerged, carrying with it warm memories, engraved in his heart forever. Chapter 40 Admission Letter. Airport Security Checkpoint. Bai Qing, wearing sunglasses, was dragging a trolley case, Her black hair was scattered on her shoulders, and her noble and cold face attracted the attention of the men around her. Following behind her were Gou Chen and Zhao Qixue. Gou Chen was dragging two large suitcases and carrying a heavy mountaineering bag. He gritted his teeth and moved forward with difficulty. There was a hint of frustration on Zhao Qixue's face. She looked at Gou Chen beside her eagerly, as if she wanted to say something. "Okay, let's send it here." Bai Qing looked at the time and spoke. Gou Chen handed the luggage to the two of them, wiped the sweat from his head, and said breathlessly, "I wish your majesty a safe journey, and pray for snow. Remember to call me when you are free. I will go to Changbai Mountain to see you during the holidays." Zhao Qixue nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance, and she said softly, "I will come to find you next time I go down the mountain." Gou Chen showed a brilliant smile. At this time, Bai Qing seemed to remember something and gave instructions. "Zhang Jingyan asked me to tell you that Gou Chen will start school on September 1st, and asked you to be there on that day. Otherwise, you will lose the opportunity to enter Gou Chen." Gou Chen was stunned for a moment, then nodded, feeling vaguely that something was wrong. "Leave." Bai Qianming. The two said goodbye to Gou Chen, turned and walked into the security check, and their figures disappeared from Gou Chen sight. Gou Chen smiled and waved. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and the smile froze on his face in an instant. "Wait, where's Gou Chen College? How do I get there?" Gou Chen shouted hurriedly, but the two had already walked far away and did not hear his voice at all. The corners of Gou Chen mouth twitched wildly. He wouldn't be the first student to be expelled because he didn't know where Gou Chen was, right? He opened his phone and frantically searched for Gou Chen Academy, but he couldn't see any information about it, as if it didn't exist in this world at all. A non-existent university? Yiqianming frowned. Gou Chen undoubtedly existed, but due to its special nature, it was impossible for it to appear directly in the public eye. Since he couldn't find its address, how could he get there? Acceptance letter. Gou Chen suddenly thought of the notice he had received from the health products store. He was chased by thugs on the way back. Later, when he took Zhang Fan back to recuperate, he left it in the hotel and never had time to open it. "Oh no, I've already checked out, but my notice is still inside." Gou Chen hurriedly ran out of the airport, took a taxi, and rushed to Fuxalai. 2101, right? Let me check for you. The front desk clerk said politely, and then typed on the computer for a while. "I found it for you. There's indeed a backpack, but I'm not sure if there is an admission letter inside. It is in the storage room on the left. Please go and take a look." Gou Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Since the bag was still with the admission letter, it must still be there. He trotted out of the storage room to get his backpack and started rummaging through it. The old man at the door of the storage room walked up to him with a smile. "Young man, which school is this acceptance letter from?" "Oh, Gou Chen College." I haven't heard of it. Is it a second-tier book?" Gou Chenming's eyes lit up, and he took out the admission letter from inside. After hesitating for a while, he said, "It's not a few books, it's a special school." The old man was stunned and said earnestly, "Young man, you can't go to a fake university. I heard that some fake universities cheat students under the guise of special education, and the tuition is very expensive." Gou Chen suddenly stopped. Yes, he forgot to ask how much the tuition was. He suddenly felt a toothache. Why did he feel that what the old man said made sense? There was no official website, no address, no idea what the school taught, no idea how much the tuition was. I wouldn't really be tricked into going to a fake university, right? It was noon, the hot sun was scorching the streets, pedestrians were dazzled by the sunlight and could not open their eyes, so they walked in a hurry. On one side of the street, a young boy was sitting on the stone steps with a school bag on his back, holding an admission letter in his hand, which he opened carefully. "Dear Yiqianming, I am honored and unfortunately to inform you that you have been admitted to Gou Chen College. For thousands of years, Gou Chen has protected mankind. After becoming a student of Gou Chen Academy, you will become a part of the protection of humanity. You need to give up everything you have now, including your identity, status, relatives, and friends. From now on, you will become a ghost in the world, and everything you have done for humanity will not be remembered by the world. All your achievements will be engraved on a monument, and only a very small number of people will remember your name. Perhaps thousands of years later, this piece of history will be presented to the world, but by then you may no longer be alive. You can still choose to quit now. If so, please tear up this notice, destroy the spirit key, and swear not to use the leaf pattern for personal gain and endanger society." The admission channel to Gou Chen Academy opens once every 2 years, and only on September 1st each time. If you're willing to fight to protect humanity, please be sure to activate the spirit key with your mind on that day, and it will open the door to Gou Chen for you. P.S. Before opening the door of Gou Chen, cut off your attachment to the human world. Principal, Zhang Jingyan. Ji Qianming finished reading the letter in silence, staring at the busy street in a daze. The content of this letter was beyond his imagination. It was more like a threatening letter than an acceptance letter. Giving up everything he had and fighting for humanity without the other person knowing anything about it. Is there really anyone who would do such a stupid thing? But he has nothing. He has no happy family, no true friends with whom he can confide, and no one cares about his life or death. Even if he starves to death on the street today, the police will only treat him as a homeless person, and there won't even be anyone to see him off. He is like a fallen leaf that stays in the human world. After a gust of wind blows by, no trace is left. Then what is the meaning of my existence? This is not the first time that Ji Qianming has thought about this question. He has been living alone for so many years, and he has been asking himself why he is living in this world. For 19 years, he had not been able to find the answer, but now the answers seem to be in his hands. In order to protect humanity, this answer sounds good, Ji Qianming thought. He unzipped his collar and looked at the silver leaf pattern lying quietly on his chest. Is this also the reason why you chose me? Ji Qianming stuffed the letter back into the shell and took out a black key from it. The shape of the key was very strange, like the key used by ancient people. It was long and big, all black, and felt a little cold when held in the hand. Is this the spirit key? Chapter 41, Haunted House. Ji Qianming carefully examined the spiritual key in his hand and muttered, "How can this thing open the door of Gou Chen? How do I use it? If I insert it into the door and shout, 'Open sesame,' will Gou Chen appear in front of me?" He solemnly put away the notice and the spirit key. Anyway, there was still a month and a half before school started, and he wouldn't be able to find out anything now. Ji Qianming slowly stood up and suddenly realized the problem. There was still a month and a half left. How should he survive? The hotel has been checked out by Gou Chen's people, and I don't have a penny on me. I definitely can't go back to this shabby little building. So where should I go? Is there any prospective college student who is more miserable than me? Ji Qianming said with a wry smile and walked along the street. No matter what, he should find a place to stay first. After an unknown amount of time, a small poster caught Ji Qianming's eye, and his eyes suddenly lit up. 1.5 months passed in a flash. Time was like a progress bar being dragged, and in the blink of an eye, it was the end of August. The scorching summer heat is gradually dissipating, and a large number of students are rushing to school from home to start a fulfilling and wonderful new semester. At this time, the flow of people in the New Century Amusement Park has become much smaller, but there is still a long queue at the door of Haunted House. Hello everyone, I am the explorer Xiaoya. The hot haunted house we are visiting today has gained a lot of fame in the past month. It is called the scariest haunted house in Zhenjiang. Is it just a false reputation, or is it worthy of the reputation? Xiaoya will bring 2 heavyweight guests to live broadcast the whole process for you. In the long line, a fashionable girl was introducing her partner on the phone screen. This is Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao is the design consultant for the domestic mobile haunted house, Fujiwara Ghost School. The haunted houses designed by him are all popular across the country. It can be said that he is very experienced. Today he will comment on this haunted house. Brother Zhao's strong body appeared on the screen, and he greeted the audience in the live broadcast room with a smile. Then Xiaoya turned the screen to another thin man and introduced him in a sweet voice. This is the famous haunted house experiencer Li Xiang. He has experienced nearly 1,000 haunted houses at home and abroad. It is Xiaoya's honor to invite him this time. The thin man forced a smile, then returned to his cold zombie face. His eyes kept looking at the haunted house in front of him, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this time, a middle-aged man walked out of the haunted house and said to the 3 people, "I am Chen Gou, the owner of this horror house. Are you from the Haunted House Club?" Xiaoya nodded and said, "Boss Chen, I'm Xiaoya. We talked on the phone before." After a brief greeting, Chen Gou led the 3 people into the door of the horror house. Behind them was a desk with a stack of papers on it. "Everyone, you need to sign a waiver agreement before entering our haunted house." Chen Gou handed over a pen and said kindly, "Humph." The thin man snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. "You are all knowledgeable, so stop pretending and get straight to the point." Chen Ji's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, You may have some misunderstanding. This waiver is not a prop to create a tense atmosphere, but for your safety. You cannot enter and experience it without signing the waiver. The thin man was about to lose his temper when Brother Zhao took the pen with a smile and signed his name neatly. He hesitated for a moment, but still signed his name honestly. After the agreement was signed, Chungo led the three people through a long corridor and explained the background of the story. This is a scene adapted from a real event called Silent Ghost School. In a school for the deaf built on the hillside, 6 deaf girls in the same dormitory died mysteriously. What killed them? Rumor has it that every midnight, the sound of nails scratching the wall can be heard in the sealed dormitory. Someone also saw a girl hanging upside down in the cubicle of the girls' restroom. What is the truth behind these events? Chunji's voice seemed to have a magical power. The three people behind him suddenly felt the temperature dropped a lot. Xiaoye took out a small notebook from her pocket and kept writing something. Story background setting, 8 points. Chingu took a glance and looked away. There's one more thing I need to remind you of. When they reached the end of the corridor, Changgu suddenly spoke up. If you encounter a particularly dangerous situation in the haunted house, you must shout at the camera. If there are no cameras around, find a place to hide first. I will go in and rescue you in 20 minutes. Xiaoye's eyelids twitched. What does it mean to encounter a particularly dangerous situation? Aren't we just here to visit a haunted house? Everyone, please come in. Chenggu pushed open the heavy iron door. Behind it was a pitch-black space. A chill swept in from inside, and the three of them couldn't help but shiver. You're just being mysterious. The thin man glanced at Chenggu and walked into the iron gate first. Xiaoye and Brother Zhao looked at each other and followed closely behind. Is it so cold? Is the air conditioning here turned on too high? Xiaoye rubbed her hands, holding the live broadcasting mobile phone against her chest, and her eyes kept looking around. This is a dim corridor. The faint light above flickers on and off. Long black hair is scattered irregularly on the floor tiles underfoot. The dark green walls are very old, with a few sharp scratches on them from time to time. Brother Zhao stopped and rubbed the scratches carefully with his hands. He exclaimed, "This scene is so realistic. The width of the scratches is very similar to the width of a human finger. And judging from the warped wall, it doesn't look like they were made with a tool." You mean these were picked out by the boss with his fingernails? Nonsense. The thin man spoke sarcastically. The scene here is really nice. Xiaoye squatted down and carefully observed the dark stain under her feet, frowning slightly. Look at this blood clot. Artificial blood should be red after coagulation, but this one is dark red. It doesn't look fake, and it even smells a little fishy. It could be chicken blood or pig blood. He can't possibly use so much human blood to decorate it, right? The thin man couldn't stand the two people's hesitation, so he walked straight into the back of the corridor. At the end of the corridor is a classroom. The window facing the corridor was nailed shut with wooden boards, leaving no gaps, as if someone was afraid something would run out of it. The thin man looked out the window for a while, then walked to the door of the classroom. The paint on the old wooden door had almost peeled off. He pushed the door open, and a strange smell accompanied by dust blew in his face. Chapter 42, Mirror Terror. The thin man frowned and used the flashlight in his hand to carefully examine the classroom furnishings. Unlike ordinary classrooms, this empty classroom only had 13 desks and chairs, and they were very close to the teacher's podium. Some of the desks had a few old books on them. Why are all the windows on the sunny side sealed? Brother Zhao took a quick look and asked in confusion. It should be to prevent light from entering and create a terrifying atmosphere, right? Xiaoye answered thoughtfully. No. Brother Zhao pointed to the wall facing the sun. There are no windows on that wall at all. The two were stunned and looked towards the wall on that side. It was just as Brother Zhao said. The two wooden boards on this wall were nailed directly to the wall, but they were symmetrical with the position of the window on the other side, making people subconsciously think that there were sealed windows there. The thin man walked up, removed a piece of wood, and sneered. Sure enough, there is a mystery. The wooden boards here are not nailed on, but hung on. Several people quickly removed a few wooden boards, and a large square mirror appeared behind the boards. They then removed the wooden boards at the window position in the back half of the classroom and found another mirror. Mirror? Why are there 2 window-sized mirrors in the classroom? Xiaoye was stunned and started thinking. Look here. Brother Zhao, who was checking the books on the table with a flashlight, suddenly shouted. The two walked to the table and saw densely packed small words written in red pen on the cover of the book. D. 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 The crooked red characters formed a big word death, which was extremely creepy under the dim yellow light. Huang Qian is the girl's name. Brother Zhao took out another exercise book from the drawer with a name written on it. What a lowly method, the thin man said disdainfully, using such meaningless words to arouse fear in the hearts of ordinary people. I still think highly of this haunted house. How many of us came down here? Xiaoye stood beside the two of them, hesitating and looking pale. 3? What's wrong? Brother Zhao was stunned and said in confusion. Xiaoye slowly raised her arm and tremblingly pointed at the mirror facing them and whispered, Then, why are there 4 people in the mirror? They both looked at the mirror at the same time. 1, 2, 3, 4. From a mirror, in addition to the 3 of them huddled together, one can vaguely see a girl in school uniform and twin ponytails standing quietly beside the 3 of them. The 3 of them felt a chill running from the soles of their feet directly to the top of their heads. The thin man turned around suddenly, but there was no one around him. When he looked back at the mirror, the girl with twin ponytails had disappeared. Did you see it? Brother Zhao swallowed and asked in a low voice. This mirror must have a mechanism, like a display screen, which can make the girl's shadow appear according to a set program. The thin man didn't believe it, so he walked straight forward and knocked on the glass surface with his hand. Impossible. I just checked. It's just an ordinary mirror. Xiaoye immediately denied. Bite. A crisp sound was heard, and the thin man suddenly knocked a crack on the mirror. Then the crack became bigger and bigger, and the whole mirror shattered directly. I didn't mean it. The thin man's face turned pale, and he explained hurriedly. The next moment, his pupils shrank, and he suddenly froze in place. The mirror was just an ordinary mirror, as Xiaoye said, but on the wall behind the mirror, there were several large words written in bright red paint. You all must die. Xiaoye and brother Zhao also looked livid. The handwriting of these words was from the same person as on the book cover. Brother Zhao suddenly remembered something and took out an old photo from a book. Come and see. Does this girl look like the shadow that just appeared in the mirror? Brother Zhao pointed at a girl wearing a white school uniform, with twin ponytails and a shy smile. Xiaoye took a breath. It's her. It's definitely her. Why did her figure appear in the mirror? Was that really just a trap set up by the owner of the haunted house? Xiaoye asked doubtfully, took out a small notebook from her pocket, and wrote another line. Horror index, 9 points. I don't know. I think this classroom is pretty weird. Let's go somewhere else and take a look. Brother Zhao didn't want to stay in this classroom any longer and went straight to the next place. Xiaoye followed closely, leaving only the thin man standing among the mirror fragments, his eyes full of bloodshot, scratching his hair desperately. What method did he use to create such an effect? When he came to his senses, he found that the 2 people had disappeared and he was the only one left in the dim classroom. He vaguely felt a chill coming from behind. The thin man turned his head stiffly, and a flash of lightning suddenly passed through his mind. I saw that the mirror that had been shattered into pieces just now was now intactly stuck to the wall, without even a piece of broken glass under my feet. The thin man stared at the intact mirror. In the mirror, a pale girl with twin ponytails put her hands on his shoulders. The corners of her mouth slowly rose, and finally her whole face cracked from the corners of her mouth, revealing her densely packed teeth. Ghost! There really is a ghost in this haunted house. The thin man's mind was shaking wildly. In extreme fear, his eyes rolled back and he fell straight down. At this time, a young man walked in from the cubicle with a smile. It was Gou Chen. What? He's so arrogant but so timid. Gou Chen muttered, carried the thin man on his back, and walked out through the employee passage. Ever since he saw the recruitment advertisement for this haunted house on the roadside last month, Gou Chen made up his mind to come here to work during the summer vacation. Firstly, because food and accommodation are provided, and secondly, for collecting soul energy. A haunted house, a place full of fear and horror, is a great place for him to collect soul energy. After showing his mirror magic, Gou Chen successfully became Chunji's employee. Unfortunately, the haunted house business was slow at that time, with only a few customers a day. With the strong joining of Gou Chen, the reputation of this haunted house has risen rapidly. Now, it has become the most popular haunted house in Zhenjiang. The soul collection column in Gou Chen's mirror space has also become 899/1000. Brother Chun, this man has fainted from fright. Gou Chen shouted when he saw Chun Gu sitting in the monitoring room. Chun Gu smiled bitterly, asked someone to carry the thin man away on a stretcher, and said, Be gentle, kid. This is the nth time this week. Ji Qiming scratched his head embarrassedly and turned around to go back to the haunted house scene, but Gu stopped him. Chapter 43, Compartment. You don't have to go. They were both frightened and fainted. I'll have someone go in and carry them out. Ji Qiming was stunned. Are they already fainted from fright? I haven't even scared them yet. 5 minutes ago. Brother Zhao, please walk slowly and wait for me. Xiaoya jogged after Brother Zhao, looking around. Do you think this house is really haunted? Brother Zhao shook his head and said, there are no ghosts in this world. As they were talking, the two walked to the door of the women's restroom. This women's restroom looked like it had been abandoned for a long time, and there was a large spider web on the sink. There was no light in the toilet. It was pitch black, and pieces of bloody toilet paper were scattered on the floor, some even stuck directly to the ceiling. The haunted house owner mentioned the toilet in his introduction just now. There should be clues there. Xiaoya pondered for a few seconds and spoke. Brother Zhao looked a little strange and said awkwardly, Xiaoya, it's not appropriate for me to go into this women's restroom. Otherwise, I'll leave it to you. Xia, are you serious about the haunted house scene? If you're scared, just say so. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoya finally plucked up the courage and walked into the toilet alone with a flashlight. A ticking sound came from somewhere. The flashlight shone on the door of the cubicle, illuminating several bright red handprints and several long bloodstains. This scene is so real. Xiaoya smelled a strange odor from the toilet and frowned slightly. There is nothing suspicious about this toilet except the cubicles. I guess the clues must be in these cubicles, Xiaoya thought to herself. As expected of a professional haunted house anchorwoman, she took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the first cubicle door of the toilet. Squeak! The sharp sound of the door being pushed open was heard. Xiaoya leaned sideways and searched inch by inch with the flashlight in her hand. An ordinary toilet, ordinary walls, ordinary floor, everything seemed no different from a normal toilet, and Xiaoya's tense nerves relaxed. Most haunted houses like to set up scare points behind the door, because when the door is opened, people will more or less feel fear of the unknown behind the door, but the owner of this haunted house does not seem to have set up any here. Xiaoya opened the doors of several cubicles at the back one after another, and there was nothing unusual. She soon reached the innermost cubicle. According to her experience, there must be a scare point behind this last door, otherwise the scene in this bathroom would be meaningless. She took a deep breath and flung open the door. The mechanism that I imagined would suddenly appear did not appear, and like all the previous compartments, there was no scaring point. She frowned slightly and walked into the compartment. Why is there a hole here? On the side wall of this compartment, there was a thumb-sized hole connected to another compartment. Xiaoya rubbed it with her fingers for a while and moved her eyes to the hole. Suddenly, a bloodshot eye popped out from the other side of the hole, staring at Xiaoya, as if wanting to eat her alive. How is this possible? I just opened that compartment, and there was nothing inside. Xiaoya's heart was shaken, and she took a few steps back. Just as she was about to open her mouth to scream, a hand suddenly appeared from behind her and covered her mouth tightly. Xiaoya struggled desperately. As soon as she raised her eyes, she saw an upside-down female corpse hanging above her head. The empty eyes looked at Xiaoya, and a pair of pale hands tightly clasped her mouth. Creak! The door of the next cubicle slowly opened. Xiaoya kicked her legs hard, trying to break free from the control of the upside-down female corpse. At this moment, a familiar voice came from outside the toilet. Xiaoya, what's going on in there? Did you get any clues? Why aren't you talking? I know you're blaming me. Can I go into the next scene first? There seems to be a dormitory in front. Let's go and take a look. Xiaoya paused, and an unprecedented fear enveloped her heart. I'm clearly here. So who is that person who just left? Who is the person who is with Brother Zhao right now? Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Brother Zhao glanced at Xiaoyu beside him, feeling a little strange. When did she become so white? But he didn't think about anything else at all and walked directly into the last scene, the band girls' dormitory. There were 2 seals on the dormitory door. Brother Zhao tore them off without thinking and pushed the door open. This was a 6-person room with 2 bunk beds on the left and only one on the right. He walked slowly into the room and looked around with the help of a flashlight. Well, the furnishings look normal. There's nothing wrong. Brother Zhao picked up a group photo from the table on his right. It showed 6 youthful girls smiling brightly at the camera. When Brother Zhao saw Huang Qian in the photo, he couldn't help but shudder, thinking of the strange scene in the classroom just now. Where's Li Xiang? He suddenly thought of another teammate who was traveling with him. It seemed that he had never seen him since he left the classroom. Could it be that he went out on his own? He shook his head cleared his mind of messy thoughts, and began to look for clues carefully. As soon as he lifted the quilt on the bed, he was startled. There was a strange-looking doll under the quilt, its body covered with bloodstains, and its bones were strangely twisted, as if it had suffered a heavy blow. When the flashlight swept across its head, a chill ran through Brother Zhao's whole body. Isn't this the girl in the photo? He quickly took out the photo and compared it. The two were surprisingly similar, as if the girl's face was torn off and pasted on the doll. Brother Zhao has been playing in haunted houses for many years, but this is the first time he has seen such an exquisite doll. He found the girl's name, Wang Jia, on the name tag beside the bed. Then he lifted the remaining quilts one after another, and underneath each quilt was a doll that looked exactly like the girl in the photo. Fang Zhilan, Lu Wei, Zhao Xiao Xiao, Qian Rong. He kept checking the names on the dolls and the bedside, and the condition of each doll was different. There was a deep mark on Fang Zhilan's neck. Lu Wei's head was swollen, as if it had been soaked in water for a long time. Zhao Xiaoxiao's lips were black and purple, and Qian Rong's body was covered with knife wounds. When he lifted Huang Qian's blanket, there was nothing underneath. Huang Qian doesn't have a puppet? What does this mean? He frowned and reasoned carefully. These 5 puppets represent falling from a building, suffocation, drowning, poisoning, and slow slicing, but the puppet representing Huang Qian does not exist. Does this mean she is not dead yet? He was shocked by his own thought, and then shook his head. No, it's impossible. The owner of the haunted house said that 6 girls died tragically, so why is there no body of hers? Could it be that her body is not in the dormitory? Chapter 44, Farewell. His eyes lit up, and he felt that he had grasped the key point. Where was Huang Qian's body? This should be the core part of this scene. Xiaoya, there are only some dolls inside. Nothing special. Brother Zhao turned his head, but was suddenly stunned, and saw that there was nothing behind him. A strange feeling lingered in Brother Zhao's heart, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. It seemed that he was the only one left in this huge haunted house scene. He immediately denied his idea. Impossible. Li Xiang would go out, but Xiaoya is still live streaming. It's impossible for her to leave me alone. Could she be going somewhere else? Brother Zhao came back to his senses suspiciously and continued to look for clues with a flashlight. Just as his flashlight swept across the puppet next to him, his body shook slightly. Strange, was the puppet in this posture just now? He frowned. The head of the puppet, representing Wang Jia, was slightly tilted at this moment, and a pair of empty eyes stared straight at Brother Zhao, which was extremely creepy. It is estimated that the owner of the haunted house installed a mechanism in the doll's body. This detail is handled very well, Brother Zhao thought to himself. His flashlight slowly swept across the other dolls, and there were more or less some changes. Some had one leg exposed, some had their quilts lifted up, and some had their entire bodies leaning towards the edge of the bed as if they were about to fall out. Suddenly, Brother Zhao felt something was wrong and turned the flashlight back again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A chill suddenly surged up, and drops of cold sweat oozed from the back of his neck. Where did the 6th puppet come from? There were only 5 just now. He quickly shone the flashlight on Huang Qian's bed and saw a familiar figure lying quietly on the bed, covered with a quilt, giving him a pale smile. Xiaoya, Xiaoya, how did you get up there? Where's the live broadcast phone on your chest? Brother Zhao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xiaoya, but he soon discovered that something was wrong. That's not right. I didn't see you come in just now. And you, why don't you have a shadow? The dim flashlight shone on Xiaoyu, but there was no shadow on the wall behind her. You are not Xiaoyu. What on earth are you? Brother Zhao's face turned pale, and he shouted in panic, stepping back repeatedly. Suddenly, he seemed to have bumped into something and turned his head stiffly. Huang Jia's doll was seen standing quietly behind him. Her twisted skeleton made her body much shorter than Brother Zhao. She was raising her head at the moment, and a pair of empty eyes on her pale face were staring at Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao froze in place. It was impossible. If he wanted the puppet to stand up, there must be a lot of equipment installed in its body. He had just weighed the puppet, and it was not much heavier than a doll. How could it possibly stand up? Bump. The old dormitory door seemed to be pushed by something. It made a harsh friction sound and then closed tightly. The whole dormitory suddenly fell into silence. Brother Zhao pushed Huang Jia's puppet down, walked quickly to the door of the dormitory, turned the handle desperately, and shouted, I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play anymore. Let me out now. However, no matter how hard he tried, the door did not move at all. Brother Zhao struggled for a while, then suddenly thought of something and turned around cautiously. The dim light of the flashlight shone behind him, and he saw 5 puppets standing behind him at some point. Their pale faces had no expression at all, except for Xiaoyu in the middle, whose mouth corners began to rise, and a bloody crack spread from the corner of her mouth directly to the base of her ear. With a click, Xiaoyu's jaw dropped down, and a scarlet tongue twisted wildly like a snake. Ah! Brother Zhao had never seen such a horrifying scene before. He screamed heartbreakingly and turned around desperately to break open the door. However, he hit his head against the door and fainted. After a while, 2 staff members carrying a stretcher walked into the scene, followed by Chun-Gu and Ji Qianming. Why is his forehead swollen? Ji Qianming looked at Brother Zhao, who was lying on the ground in confusion, and asked. He must have bumped into the door and knocked himself unconscious. Chun-Gu glanced at the puppets lying quietly on the bed and said lightly. After taking Brother Zhao away first, the 2 began to look for Xiaoya. Finally, they found Xiaoya fainted on the floor in the innermost cubicle of the toilet and carried her out together. Strange, why don't I remember any scary settings in this toilet? Ji Qianming glanced around and found nothing special, thinking suspiciously. The 2 men carried Xiaoya outside the haunted house. The warm sun shone on the ground. They placed her neatly together with the thin man and Brother Zhao. Ghost! There's a ghost! Brother Zhao suddenly woke up, scratching his hands and feet, and shouted in fear. Then he found himself outside the haunted house, and 2 lines of tears immediately flowed down. Vu, he survived, he survived. Yikian Minkis mount twitchet wildly. What on earth did you go through in there? How come I don't know anything? After a while, the other 2 woke up one after another, said hello simply, and left in a hurry, as if they were hiding from something. Ji Qianming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked at the setting sun, hesitated for a moment, and walked straight into the haunted house. Passing through the dim corridor, Ji Qianming came to the classroom where the thin man had just fainted. At this moment, Chun-Gu was carefully recreating the scene inside. Brother Chun, this may be my last day at work. Ji Qianming organized his words and spoke. Chun-Gu paused and said slowly, School is about to start? Well, there's still 1 day left, and I want to visit some more places. Chun-Gu walked up to Ji Qianming, patted his shoulder, and smiled encouragingly. Okay, work hard when you get to school. Come find me when you have nowhere to go during the holidays. You will always be my employee. He took out a red envelope from his pocket and stuffed it into Ji Qianming's hand. This is a bonus for you. Have fun for 2 days before school starts. Ji Qianming was about to refuse, but seeing Chun-Ji's expression that did not tolerate rejection, he accepted it with a wry smile. Thank you, Brother Chun. I'm off work now. I'll come back if I have the chance. Yikian bowed deeply to Chenge. From the bottom of his heart, he was very grateful to this boss, who took him in when he was most helpless, gave him a job, and treated him very well on weekdays. If school was not about to start, he really wanted to work here for a long time. Chun-Gu smiled and nodded, watching Ji Qianming leave. When Ji Qianming was far away, he let out a long sigh. Alas, I really like this boy. Now that he's gone, the haunted house is deserted. He said softly with some regret. What do you think, Huang Qian? In the mirror, a girl with twin ponytails suddenly appeared, looked in the direction Ji Qianming left, and nodded slowly. Chapter 45, Orphanage. We are about to arrive at Danyang Station. Passengers who want to get off, please prepare your luggage in advance and get ready to get off. A pleasant female voice sounded, and Ji Qianming, carrying his backpack, slowly stood up from his seat. He looked at the familiar scenery outside the window and felt a little emotional. It has been 2 months since I left without realizing it. Now that I'm back home again, it feels like a lifetime ago. Before you open the gate to Gou Chen, cut off your attachment to the human world. Ji Qianming softly recited the last sentence of the admission letter. Originally, he had nothing to be nostalgic about, but he still decided to go back to his hometown to see the place where he once lived. After leaving the train station, he directly stopped a tricycle. It was not that he had no money, not to mention the salary he earned from working for a month and a half. Chun-Gu gave him a big red envelope of 2,000 yuan before he left. It was just that Ji Qianming's living environment since childhood made him develop the habit of thrift. Sitting on the bumpy electric tricycle, a small, old building gradually appeared before his eyes, with a rusty iron gate, moss-covered walls, and even the few large characters on the door were faded beyond recognition. Changshan Orphanage. Looking at everything familiar in front of him, Ji Qianming's mind couldn't help but emerge with memories of his childhood. He jumped off the tricycle, carrying his backpack, and walked quickly towards the orphanage. He walked across the bumpy little playground and came to the door of the small building, where he could faintly hear the sounds of children playing. Xiao Qianming. A surprised voice came from the side of the corridor. Ji Qianming turned his head, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Only. Antly walked up quickly and gave Ji Qianming a big hug, then looked at him carefully. Little Qianming has grown up and is much stronger than when he was a child. Antly is still as young as before. Ji Qianming said with a smile, but he felt sad in his heart. In his memory, Antly still had a head full of black hair, but now it is gray and the wrinkles on her face are very obvious. You are such a sweet talker. Why are you back today? Antly asked, covering her mouth with her hands and smiling. I'm in college now, so I came back to visit. Antly was startled. Then a look of joy suddenly appeared on her face. She clapped her hands and said, Great! Another college student has come out of our orphanage. Go and see the director. He will be so happy to hear the news. After that, she took Ji Qianming to the dean's office with quick steps. The dean's office was a small, cramped office, and the sign on the door was no longer visible. Antly knocked on the door. Please come in. An old voice came from inside the house, and Antly walked in quickly. Dean, look who's here. Ji Qianming walked in from outside somewhat embarrassedly and saw a 60-year-old man with gold-rimmed glasses sitting behind the shabby desk. He held a newspaper in his hand, and his face was full of wrinkles and age spots. When he saw Ji Qianming, he squinted his eyes and looked at him carefully for a while. Is this Xiao Qianming? The dean asked tentatively. Ji Qianming bowed respectfully. Dean, Qianming is back to see you. Dean, Qianming has been admitted to university. Antly reminded with a smile. Oh, the dean's cloudy eyes lit up, and he walked up to Ji Qianming and laughed. Okay, I've always thought that Qianming has a promising future. Qianming, did you get into a good university? Ji Qianming was silent for a while, then nodded heavily. Dean, I go to the best university. The dean nodded with satisfaction and suddenly remembered something. He took out a metal box from the locked drawer on his desk and slowly placed it on the table. Qianming, actually, even if you don't come back today, I will have to call you back after a while. You are an adult now, and I can tell you some things. The dean's old voice sounded, and Ji Qianming was shocked. Dean, is it about my parents? Ji Qianming asked hurriedly as countless possibilities flashed through his mind. The dean nodded and said slowly, Because you were too young, I didn't tell you. This matter may be a little cruel to you. Ji Qianming's heart was beating wildly. Parents was such a strange word to him. What kind of people were they? Why did they abandon him in an orphanage when he was still a baby, leaving him to live a miserable life without a father or a mother? He used to hate his parents. No matter what the reason was, since they brought him into this world, why were they unwilling to take responsibility for him? As he grew up, his mind became more mature, and his hatred for his parents had dissipated. He disregarded them as two strangers. However, when he heard the dean mention them again, he couldn't suppress his excitement. It was one night in 1999. I was resting in the office when I suddenly heard a baby crying. I followed the sound to the door of the orphanage and saw a man in strange clothes holding a baby and knocking on the door. Dressed weirdly? Yes, he was wearing a kind of clothing I had never seen before, like a robe, with many mysterious patterns embroidered on the edges. Most importantly, he was covered in blood. Ji Qianming felt his heart skip a beat. Who was this father of his? Was the blood on his body his own or someone else's? Ji Qianming vaguely felt that his father's identity must be extraordinary. Later, he entrusted you to me and told me your name was Ji Qianming. He asked me to raise you well, and he also left something for you. As he spoke, he pushed the metal box on the table over to him. Ji Qianming swallowed and slowly opened it. Inside was a jade pendant. This jade pendant was very large and engraved with a pattern that Ji Qianming had never seen before. It looked like two yin and yang fish, but it was far more profound and mysterious than that. Ji Qianming carefully held the jade pendant in his hand. A cool touch came from his hand, which made him feel inexplicably at ease. At that time, he gave me a nice shining pearl as child support, but I have not been willing to sell it all these years. Now I'll give it to you as well. The dean took out an exquisite red box from somewhere with a nice shining pearl in it. Little bits of light were spilling out of it. It was obvious at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Ji Qianming was about to refuse, but the dean spoke first. Don't refuse. Although I am old, I also know that this nice shining pearl is very valuable. The cost of raising you over the years is far from worth its value. When you become successful in the future, you can come back to visit us old people more often." The dean grinned on his old face and forced the night pearl into Ji Qianming's hand. Ji Qianming could only accept it with a wry smile. "He also asked me to bring you a message." "What?" "Saw the..." Chapter 46. Who are you? Ji Qianming fell into silence, with mixed feelings in his heart. It seemed that there was a hidden reason for his parents abandoning him, and his life experience was even more confusing. Apart from other things, the night-shining pearls used as alimony alone were priceless. However, no matter how valuable these things were, they were not as shocking as the 3 words, "I'm sorry," to Ji Qianming. What on earth have you been through? Even after he walked out of the orphanage, his mentality had not yet calmed down. He kept guessing about what happened back then, but he still had no clue. He hung the jade pendant close to his chest with a red string and kept the night pearl close to his body. Suddenly, he felt like he had become rich overnight. How much is this night-shining pearl worth? Hundreds of thousands? Million? Ji Qianming suddenly became very interested in the value of the night-shining pearl and secretly decided to find an expert to appraise it. It was impossible to sell it, but perhaps he could use this to find clues about his parents. Seeing that it was getting late, he found a hotel nearby and stayed there for the night. The next day, September 1st, Ji Qianming carried his backpack and walked to the last place, the number 3 middle school. The school had not started yet, and the campus was deserted. Ji Qianming walked around the school slowly, and the time when he had worked hard appeared before his eyes. "Qianming, shall we go to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria to eat tonight?" "Qianming, where do you plan to study after graduation?" Look, Jiang Yangying seems to be looking at you. We're all about to graduate. Aren't you going to confess your feelings to Jiang Yangying?" Ji Qianming suddenly remembered Li Tao's heartless words, and that graceful figure appeared in his mind again. "I'm leaving soon, and I may never see you again in this life." Ji Qianming smiled bitterly and shook his head, suddenly stunned. Jiang Yangying, wearing a pure school uniform, was seen standing in front of the teaching building, posing in various postures. Opposite her was a girl holding a camera who kept pressing the shutter button at Jiang Yangying. I just said I would never see it in this life, and it appeared immediately? Yiqian Minkis Malt Tvichet. Did this count as his wish coming true? Jiang Yangying seemed to have seen Ji Qianming in the distance. Her whole body trembled, and a surprised smile appeared on her little face. "Qianming, why are you here too?" Jiang Yangying trotted over and said, School is about to start, so I thought I'd come back to see him." Ji Qianming scratched his head and said with a smile, "Why are you here too?" Jiang Yangying pointed at the girl next to her and said, "My bestie and I were planning to take a set of photos in high school before school starts, and I saw you when we were just starting." Ji Qianming showed an expression of "I see." He suddenly thought of something and said, "I remember you applied to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, right? How was it? Were you accepted?" "I'm accepted." Jiang Yangying smiled brightly. "How about you? Is the school you're going to be attending far away?" "Far, very far." Ji Qianming thought for a moment and replied. The two fell into silence, not knowing what to say, and Ji Qianming took the lead in breaking the awkward situation. "You take the photo first. I'll go to the classroom and take a look." "Okay. I'll wait for you to come out and take a picture together later." "Good." Ji Qianming turned and walked towards the teaching building. Jiang Yangying stood there in a daze, looking at his departing back. "Yangying, what are you thinking about? Keep taking pictures." The girl holding the camera came over and patted her on the shoulder. Ji Qianming climbed 4 flights of stairs. The long corridor seemed to end in just a few steps. Looking down from the 4th floor, he could still see the familiar playground and cafeteria. He walked around the classroom, found his seat, and sat down. The seat was still the same, but the feeling was different. It's still too deserted. Ji Qianming stood up with a wry smile, looked around, and his eyes fell on a place not far away. As he recalls, the girl who once infatuated him sat in this position, looking up at the sky outside the window from time to time and smiling back. Cut off the lingering feelings. Ji Qianming muttered softly and stood quietly for a long while, seeming to be thinking about something. There was a flash of light, and a blue rose appeared out of thin air in his hand. He gently placed the blue rose in his hand on the table, and it cast a circle of light blue light under the warm sun. At this moment, Jiang Yangying, who was absent-minded downstairs, suddenly had a jump in her heart. After hesitating for a moment, she ran directly upstairs. "Yangying, where are you going?" "I'll be back soon." The voice floated out from the corridor, leaving the girl who was traveling with her alone and disheveled in the wind. In the classroom, Ji Qianming took a deep breath and took out the black spirit key from his pocket. It's time to set off, he muttered to himself, covering the spirit key with his mental power and silently chanting Gou Chen to open the door. Suddenly, strands of blue electric light appeared on the black spirit key and became more and more dense. A mysterious wave came from the spirit key, which made Ji Qianming raise his eyebrows. Oh my God, is this really how it's used? I saw blue light shooting out from the top of the spirit key, and a door made of thunder slowly took shape in the blue light. The entire door was black, and thick lightning bolts kept jumping on it, as if it contained terrifying energy. There was also a small keyhole in the door. This door is too magical, right? Ji Qianming opened his mouth so wide that an egg could fit in it. He pinched his thigh with his hand to confirm again that everything in front of him was not an illusion. He tentatively inserted the key in his hand into the keyhole, keeping a distance from the door for fear that he would be struck by lightning. The black spirit key was gently inserted into the hole and slowly rotated. Buzz! An ancient and heavy voice was heard, and a thunder gate slowly opened. Behind the gate was a vortex, and it was unclear where it led to. Ji Qianming looked at the unknown vortex in front of him, took a deep breath, looked back at the familiar classroom again, and stepped into the door resolutely. Yi Qian. Jiang Yungying ran to the classroom door breathlessly, just in time to see Ji Qianming's figure slowly disappearing through the door, and she froze in place. Swish! With Ji Qianming's entry, the entire thunder gate suddenly turned into streaks of lightning and disappeared into the air in an instant. Jiang Yungying was stunned for a while, then slowly walked into the classroom. She waved her hand at the place where the thunder gate disappeared, but she felt nothing. Only the remaining lightning on the ground kept reminding her that everything she had just seen was real. What is this? And who is he? Jiang Yungying muttered to herself. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye. A blue rose was lying quietly where she used to be. Jiang Yungying slowly walked to the table and picked up the blue rose. Suddenly, the blue rose began to turn into particles of light, scattered in her hands, and disappeared into the air as if it had never existed. Jiang Yungying stood there in a daze for a long time, and then spoke softly. Ji Qianming, who are you? Chapter 47. Welcome to Gou Chen Academy. Ji Qianming stepped over the vortex and felt the world spinning around him. He seemed to hear someone calling him vaguely, and then he suddenly fell on hard ground. Ouch, it hurts. Ji Qianming touched but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and the moment he opened his eyes, he was stunned. It was the first time he saw the sky so close. Looking up, the azure sky was like a huge cover covering his head. There was not even a cloud in the sky, only pure blue. He slowly stood up and saw a blue-gray stone slab beneath him and a quaint black door behind him. The door was hollow with only a door frame, and it looked very much like the outline of the thunder gate that he had just opened with the spirit key, except that it was several times larger. Did I come out from here? Ji Qianming suspiciously reached out to the center of the stone gate, but found nothing. He walked to the edge of the slab, looked down, and gasped. This place is not close to the sky, but it is in the sky. I saw white clouds floating leisurely below, and below was a prosperous human city. In the distance, I could see densely packed buildings, like grains of sand and gravel. Gou Chen Academy is floating in the air. Ji Qianming couldn't help but exclaimed. That's right. A familiar male voice came faintly from behind Ji Qianming, scaring Ji Qianming so much that he almost fell down. Looking back, he saw a young man wearing a Western vest, a black tie, and a pair of black glasses standing there and looking at him with a smile. You are Senior Qingya. Ji Qianming remembered who this young man was. It was he who rescued him when he was in danger at Chengyuan Heavy Industry. Junior Ji Qianming. Qingya turned sideways, made a gesture of invitation, and spoke with a smile. Welcome to Gou Chen Academy. Ji Qianming followed Qingya along the long suspended stone slab road, occasionally looking down and shivering. Senior Qingya, are all the buildings in Gou Chen College so exciting? What if someone is afraid of heights? Qingya explained with a smile. This is the only place that is hollowed out. The other buildings are all on a huge, suspended mountain. You can't see such an exciting scene. The place you just came out of is the gate connecting Gou Chen and the human world called the Arc de Triomphe. Connecting Gou Chen and the human world? Isn't Gou Chen in the human world? Ji Qianming asked puzzledly. Yes, The place where Gou Chen College is located is a small world suspended above Shanghai. It does not exist in the space of the Earth. Therefore, from the outside world perspective, there is nothing here. Shanghai. Shanghai. Are you saying that the prosperous city below is the demon city? This is a small world outside the Earth. Within 3 minutes of reaching Gouchen, Ji Qianming's worldview collapsed successfully. That's right. Indianadith. The reason why this place is called the Arc de Triomphe is because those who walk out of this door to go on a mission usually risk their lives. So the word triumphal is used to express hope. However, on September 1st every 2 years, it is used to welcome new students. So the principal sent me here to welcome them. Then don't you need to stay there, senior? What if someone comes later? Haha, there are others waiting there to welcome the new students. After all, this is a task with generous rewards. Besides, you have overestimated the number of new students in Gochen. Qingyu shook his head with a wry smile. The two of them slowly moved forward along the hollow stone slab. Ji Qianming could already see the huge, floating mountain in front of him. On the mountain stood a variety of buildings, including a glass building that soared into the sky, a Japanese-style dojo, and a series of circular trial fields. About 3 minutes later, the two finally stepped onto the suspended mountain. The first thing that caught their eyes was a wide square. In the center of the square stood a huge statue of a unicorn. It was majestic and snow white, with a pair of bright eyes staring into the distance, like a guardian god. This is Gou Chen. Qingyu pointed to the statue in the center of the square and explained, Gou Chen is known as one of the 6 sacred beasts along with azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and tongue snake. It is rumored that Gou Chen is bloodthirsty, but in fact, he is kind and all those he kills are guilty. The ancient book Mao records that Gou Chen's image is actually called Qilin, and it is located in the center of the power on the day of Wu. It is a benevolent beast that governs with the virtue of earth. Gou Chen guards the Middle Earth and kills for what he protects. This is the original intention of establishing our Gou Chen Academy. This is Gou Chen. Ji Qianming carefully looked at the domineering beast in front of him. His mind moved slightly. Killing for the sake of defense. It is indeed a benevolent beast. The two walked around the statue and continued inside. Ji Qianming spotted a few black foreigners and asked in confusion, Does Gou Chen College still have international students? Those are not international students. Qingyu smiled. They are students of Gou Chen. There are only 2 schools on the entire Earth that aim to fight against the God Realm. The enrollment scope of this Gou Chen Academy covers the entire hemisphere. It can be said to be a joint school. It does not belong to China, but half of the people here are Chinese. The students of Gou Chen College come from all over the world. Ji Qianming was stunned. He never thought that he was attending an international school. But why can't I see many people along the way? There are many reasons for this. The first one is what I just mentioned. There are very few new students in Gou Chen. Ji Qianming made a rough calculation and said, for the entire Asian region, recruiting once every 2 years, this will not be less than 3,000 people, right? 3,000. Qingyu almost choked and glanced at him. Guess how many freshmen there were in the last class? Forget it, you can't guess right. There were only 17 freshmen in the last class. 17. Ji Qianming widened his eyes and said in disbelief, How could it be only this much? First of all, Gou Chen Academy only recruits young people with leaf patterns. Qingyu held up a finger. You have to know that there are only 361 kinds of abilities recorded worldwide, and most of them are still dormant. Among the remaining leaf pattern users, excluding the elderly, those who have joined evil organizations like Shangxia, and those who are afraid of death and don't want to be enemies with the God Realm, how many are left? Ji Qianming was speechless. With this calculation, it was already quite good that Gou Chen had so many new students every 2 years. Qingyu held up a second finger and said, Secondly, the mortality rate of Gou Chen students is extremely high. However, someone will tell you about these things during the freshman opening ceremony, so I won't go into details. The last reason is that the students of Gou Chen are not greenhouse flowers. Every year, they are required to complete a certain number of tasks. Otherwise, they will not be able to earn enough credits. Now, half of the students are out doing tasks, so naturally there are not many people staying in school. Chapter 48. Peach Blossom comes? Going on a mission? It sounds like something from a mysterious organization. Ji Qianming thought to himself. The two walked to the inner end of the square. There stood a huge display screen in the center with densely packed small characters written on it. C rank mission. Investigate the cause of the loosening of the seal of the divine realm deep in the Cape of Good Hope Strait. Reward, 2.5 credits. A-level mission. Assist members of the Zero organization to surround and kill the Shangxia's special envoy, Poison Lord. Reward, 12 credits. B-level mission. Find the trace of the divine spies who fled to Cambodia. Reward, 5.5 credits. S-level mission. Extremely dangerous. Find and kill the purple sky god general who emerged from the seal of the god realm. Reward, 30 credits. Below the display screen, a few people were talking in groups of 3 or 4. When they saw Qingya and Ji Qianming coming over, they all gathered around them. Qingya, are you reporting for the new students? A black man asked generously, staring at Ji Qianming with interest. Yes. Are you planning to go on a mission? Qingya greeted several people one by one, as if they were old friends. Yes, otherwise you won't have enough credits this semester, and you'll have to repeat the year. The black guy said with a wry smile, and then gave Ji Qianming a big hug. Ni hao, new student, Gou Chen welcomes you. Ji Qianming was a little overwhelmed when he was warmly hugged by a black man for the first time. Oh, thank you, thank you. The people around him immediately laughed. Little brother, just speak Chinese. We brothers can understand it. A young man who looked like an Arab said with a smile, which made Ji Qianming look confused. No, brother, where did you learn Chinese? After saying goodbye to a few people, Ji Qianming couldn't wait to ask, Brother Qingya, why do people speak Chinese? Qingya raised his eyebrows and said as a matter of course, this is China. Of course they have to speak Chinese. Ji Qianming scratched his head, as if something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. As they walked, Qingya introduced the layout of Gou Chen to Ji Qianming. A deserted building appeared in front of them with 5 big words written on it. New Student Reception Office. When I walked into the building, I saw 2 figures already standing in front of the reception counter. Junior brother Yun. Qingya saw the man in white and greeted him with a smile. Brother Qingya. Yun Yi's eyes lit up. Why are you also here to take on the task of welcoming new students? You shouldn't need credits anymore, right? The 2 hugged each other, and Qingya said with a wry smile, I don't know where your majesty has gone these days. I have nothing to do in the academy, so I took on a small task. It's great to be his secretary, to be able to be with his majesty often. Yun Yi showed an envious expression, turned to look at Ji Qianming. Junior, I'm Yuni from the 3rd year. Gou Chen is pretty good, right? This place is much more amazing than I imagined. Ji Qianming said with a smile. To be honest, he had also imagined what the Gou Chen Academy looked like, but no matter how hard he tried, it could not compare to the real Gou Chen Academy in any way. At this time, the girl following Yun Yi came over with a file bag. She was a Russian girl with long blonde hair draped over her shoulders, fair skin, 3-dimensional facial features, and an extremely hot body. Ji Qianming's eyes were fixed on her. Ji Qianming, who had always lived in a small city, had never seen such a plump and beautiful white beauty. His eyes unconsciously glanced in some places, and he was secretly shocked. Is this the strength of the fighting nation? They're so good in every aspect. This is Natalia. We'll be classmates from now on. Yun Yi introduced Natalia to Ji Qianming with a smile and winked at him secretly. Little brother, it's not that the senior didn't give you a chance. You can't give up such a beautiful girl to those black guys. Hello, I'm Natalia. Natalia extended her hand generously, with a bright smile on her exotic face. Ji Qianming swallowed his saliva and held the delicate and white little hand. Hello, my name is Ji Qianming. Natalia's eyes were always looking at Ji Qianming curiously, especially the red mark between his eyebrows, which always attracted her attention unconsciously. Qianming, the mole on your head is so beautiful, Natalia said, unwilling to look away. Mole? Ji Qianming was startled, and then he remembered the red diamond that appeared on his head after suppressing Zhu Yan. He had speculated that this was the mark left on his body when Zhu Yan took over his body, but his life had not changed much since it appeared, so Ji Qianming had never paid attention to it. Thank you. Ji Qianming rubbed the mark somewhat puzzledly and said politely, Natalia's soul energy collection +1. A line of small pink words appeared on the mirror, and Ji Qianming was shocked. What's wrong with you, Qianming? Natalia asked with concern, blinking her eyes. I'm fine. Ji Qianming smiled awkwardly, with a huge wave of emotion rising in his heart. Pink. If I'm not mistaken, pink represents love, right? Did you fall in love with me the first time we met? This is love at first sight. Natalia hesitated for a moment, then said awkwardly, Qianming, I heard that the Chinese food in the cafeteria here is delicious, but there are many dishes whose names I don't know. Can you? Can you take me with you? Yikian Yun, Yi, and Qinya were shocked, their mouths wide open enough to fit an egg. No way. I swear I just casually brought them together, and Natalia agreed to it? Do all Russian beauties like innocent boys like Ji Qianming? Yun, Yi kept looking at Ji Qianming with a face full of suspicion. This is fine. It was the first time that Ji Qianming was asked out for dinner by a girl, and a top beauty like Natalia at that. His heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Natalia smiled happily and handed over a note. My WeChat. Remember to contact me. After watching Yun, Yi, and Natalia leave, Qinya looked at Ji Qianming with a strange expression and said slowly, I didn't expect you to be an expert in love. Ji Qianming was immediately embarrassed. Was it me? How come I didn't know? The two walked to the new student reception desk. Ji Qianming took out his ID and completed the formalities. The receptionist also handed him a file bag. Your dormitory is in 304-1. The room card is already inside, along with your ID, a specially made smartphone and bank card. Ji Qianming was stunned. Why was he giving away a mobile phone? Gou Chen students are often on missions outside, and Gou Chen is in a small world, which is beyond the reach of ordinary mobile phone signals. Moreover, this phone has many special functions. You can explore them yourself when the time comes. Qinya seemed to see his confusion and said with a smile, Then I don't have to pay tuition? Ji Qianming suddenly thought of something. Chapter 49, Forest of Inscriptions. Tuition. Qinya was startled and looked at Ji Qianming seriously. You may have some misunderstanding about Gou Chen. Unlike ordinary schools, the purpose of Gou Chen is to cultivate talents who can protect the earth. Do you know how high our annual mortality rate is? Everyone here is a hero who protects the earth. So how can we charge tuition? On the contrary, we have student grants every year. Subsidy. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands excitedly. How much is it? Qingyao's mouth corners slightly raised, and he held up a finger. $1 million a year. Ji Qianming felt his heart skip a beat, and he stammered. $1 million? Doesn't that mean nearly 7 million RMB? Seeing Qingya nod, Ji Qianming couldn't help but take a breath. He had never even seen 10,000 yuan in his life, and now he could make 7 million a year. No wonder people in Gou Chen are so generous. With this income level, they would be considered rich in the real world. Don't rush to the dormitory. There's another place I want to take you to. Qinya said. Where are you going? The Forest of Inscriptions. Qinya said calmly. All freshmen must go to the Forest of Inscriptions once after arriving at the academy. This is a mandatory arrangement of the academy. Inscriptionsted? Ji Qianming felt that it sounded somewhat familiar. Isn't this the place mentioned in the admission letter where achievements are recorded? He didn't ask any more questions, but quietly followed Qingya towards the back of the academy. Gou Chen Academy is located on the hillside of a floating mountain. They walked out of the academy complex along a main road. The surroundings became more and more desolate, and then they took a small path and gradually approached the top of the mountain. After walking for about 20 minutes, a black-themed steel garden appeared in Ji Qianming's sight. The entire top of the mountain is bare, without a single blade of grass or green vegetation. Only black stone tablets stand there, densely packed together like a black jungle. Standing in front of the steel forest, Ji Qianming felt a sense of desolation and bleakness coming towards him. His mood seemed to be overshadowed by the vast expanse of black, and gradually became heavy. He slowly approached a black steel, placed his palm lightly on the steel, and a chill surged into his heart. In 1867, the 40th Ice Emperor Li Ran was sealed in the Changbai Mountain Divine Realm to stop the emergence of 6 divine generals. He killed 4 of them in a row and died heroically in battle. Ji Qianming recited it softly, his heart trembling slightly. Although he didn't know what level the god generals were, from the S-level mission just now, it could be seen that every god general was extremely dangerous. Changbai Mount. Isn't that the place where Zhao Qixue practiced? Why did every Ice Emperor stay there? Is it related to the seal of the divine realm? He looked at the bottom of the stone tablet, which mainly recorded Li Ran's achievements and some messages from his friends. He turned his head and continued walking inside. In 1936, the 43rd Thunder God King Xingang and the 42nd Wind Ancestor Qin Zhou joined forces to stop the Fuqiu God King in the Bermuda Triangle and died heroically in battle. In 1957, Jiang Chengfeng of Gou Chen was trapped in the encirclement of the gods and died heroically in battle. In 1973, Gou Chen Zhang Jingguo was beheaded by a divine servant while trying to cover his teammates' retreat. He died heroically in battle. In 2000, Gou Chen Ingjun took advantage of the loosening of the seal of the God Realm and broke into the God Realm alone. He successfully abducted the third concubine of General Sihai and provided a large amount of confidential information of the God Realm to the outside world. After being discovered by General Sihai, he died heroically in battle. Ji Qianming was stunned, feeling that there was something strange mixed in. Then he shook his head, thinking that his eyes must be playing tricks on him. As he looked around, he saw countless black stone tablets covering the entire top of the mountain. Moreover, every one of them died heroically in battle, and none of them died of old age. Is this the final destination of Gou Chen? Ji Qianming stood there in a daze, looking at the black forest of steels in front of him. Perhaps one day, it will have its own monument, like all the monuments here, with died bravely in battle engraved on it. Regret? He didn't know. But he knew that there were always people who had to do some things, and leaving an inscription of dying bravely in battle here was better than dying in obscurity. Isn't this the reason why he chose to come to Gou Chen? If one day his monument appeared here, what would be written on it? Was it a servant of the gods, a general of the gods, or the God King who killed him? It would be nice if he could kidnap one of the God King's concubines. A smile appeared on his lips. From a moment he entered Gou Chen, he had a fear in his heart. What would his future be like? Would he really die at the hands of the gods? Now, that trace of fear has disappeared, because this forest of steels clearly told him the answer. This is his home. This should be what Gou Chen wants to show to all new students. Only by facing fear can we better face fear. Ji Qianming turned around and strode out of the steel forest. A certain shackle in his heart had been unlocked, and he felt clear-headed and refreshed. Have you thought it through? Qing saw Ji Qianming walking out of the steel forest with a smile. His whole temperament changed quietly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Well, I've thought it through. Ji Qianming nodded with a smile. Not bad. Qing's eyes were full of admiration. When I first came here, I was almost scared to death. You are much better than me. Ji Qianming scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, I'm alone. There's nothing to be afraid of. Qing patted his shoulder and said, the moment you join Gou Chen, you are no longer alone. Okay, the procedures are completed. You can walk around the academy by yourself. I'll leave first. All right. Qing seemed to remember something. There will be a freshman meeting in the auditorium at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember to go. After seeing Qing off, Ji Qianming went straight to the dormitory without thinking too much. After all, it was where he would soon live, and his heart was filled with curiosity. 10 minutes later, Ji Qianming stood in front of a group of luxurious villas in a daze, his face full of shock. Is this a dormitory building? Single-family villas are located on the grass. Each one is a 3-story, finely decorated villa with its own garden. Ji Qianming has seen similar ones in advertisements before. The price of each one is over 10 million. He swallowed his saliva, and as if he was energized, he quickly compared the number on the door. 301, 302, 303, 304. Ji Qianming took out the room card from the document bag and gently swiped it on the sensing area of the door handle. Drop! As the electronic sound rang out, the door of the villa slowly opened. Oh my God, it's really a dormitory. He pushed the door open with his eyes shining. Facing him was a huge entrance with a small statue of Gou Chen placed on it. Ji Qianming changed his slippers at the door and walked in excitedly. Good fortune is on his side. His love life is flourishing, and there is a faint purple aura flowing out of his fate. This is the appearance of an emperor. In the luxurious living room, a young man wearing a green gown, with a handsome face and a long hairpin in his hair, looked at Ji Qianming and spoke in surprise. Chapter 50. You are doomed to fail in love affairs. You will not live long. Velo, Qianming. Is this dormitory 304? Ji Qianming asked cautiously when he saw the young man with ancient charm. Oh, that's right. My name is Duanmu Qingyu, and I live in room 2. Duanmu Qingyu put down the divination tools in his hand, stood up, and bowed respectfully. Ji Qianming was stunned for a while. Then he bowed like the others. Then he looked at the table full of tortoise-shell bamboo sticks and asked in confusion, Are you telling fortunes? I'm just bored here and killing time. Duanmu Qingyu smiled, put away the miscellaneous things on the table, hesitated for a moment, and asked tentatively, Well, I'd like to ask you a question. Are you having a lot of luck with romance recently? He waved his hand and explained seriously, I'm not trying to pry into your privacy. It's just that this hexagram is too weird. I have no choice but to ask this question. Ji Qinming pondered for a while, then slowly said, I also feel a little excited. I used to be insulated from the opposite sex, but now there are girls. But how did you tell that? Duanmu Qingyu smiled bitterly and explained, I came early, and when I had nothing to do, I used the qi reading technique to look at the fortune of the other two rooms and use it to infer your personalities. Qi Guang. Ji Qinming's eyes widened. Isn't this feudal superstition? Yes, I see a faint purple aura rising from room 1, which means that the person living in this room has an imperial aura. But the strange thing is that a red aura is faintly covering the purple aura, and it is actually gradually growing. Duanmu Qingyu paused and continued. Based on its growth rate, I simply speculated that it should have started 1 to 2 months ago, and now it is almost growing to the point where it will have an affair. If it continues to grow like this, there will be big problems. This. Ji Qinming took a breath of cold air. 1 to 2 months ago? Wasn't that after suppressing Zhu Yin? Sure enough, it was that red mark that was causing trouble. Are there any side effects? Ji Qinming asked hurriedly. Of course there are. Duanmu Qingyu said seriously. You are still at the stage where you are more likely to be liked by women. If you let it continue to grow, you will become a peach blossom disaster within a month, and everything will go wrong because of women. Within half a year, you will definitely die at the hands of a woman. Die at the hands of a woman? Ji Qinming never dreamed that one day he would die just because he was too popular with women. He didn't know why, but his own inscription suddenly appeared in his mind. In 2018, Gou Chen Ji Qinming was poisoned to death by a fanatical pursuer because he was too popular with women. No, absolutely not. Master Ba, classmate Duanmu, what should I do then? Ji Qinming asked anxiously. Duanmu Qingyu frowned and paced slowly in the room. After thinking for a long time, he said, Now we can only use metaphysical means to seal your peach blossom. With my ability, it should not be difficult to do this, but it will also seal your other luck. Your luck may get worse in the future. Ji Qinming had a bitter face. He was just going back to the dormitory. So why did it become like he had terminal cancer and had to have both the tumor and the organ removed? Okay, as long as I don't die for love, I'm willing. He gritted his teeth and agreed. Seeing Ji Qinming nod, Duanmu Qingyu took out a piece of yellow paper and a cinnabar pen from his bag, paused for a while, and then began to draw carefully on the yellow paper. Ji Qinming stood aside, not daring to breathe, for fear of disturbing Master Duanmu's talisman drawing. Duanmu Qingyu looked solemn and took a long breath. Faintly, a green leaf pattern could be seen shining under his wrist. About 3 minutes later, Duanmu Qingyu put down the pen in his hand and breathed a long sigh of relief. In front of him, there was a faint green light flickering on the yellow paper with messy lines drawn on it, which looked extremely mysterious. Done. Duanmu Qingyu folded the yellow paper, stuffed it into a small brocade bag, and handed it to Ji Qinming. You must always wear this sachet. It can only suppress the leakage of your luck to a certain extent, but there will still be some leakage. It's okay now, but if you haven't found a way to solve the peach blossom problem after a year, it can't protect you. Ji Qinming took the brocade bag, put it close to his body, and sincerely thanked Duanmu Qingyu. Duanmu Qingyu smiled and waved his hand. We are all classmates. No need to be polite. Oh, right. Ji Qinming suddenly thought of something and asked, Did you also get angry at the guy in room 3 just now? What kind of person is he? Ji Qinming felt a little curious about this roommate who had not yet appeared. Judging from her aura, she should be a woman, not Chinese, and has a generous personality. Duanmu Qingyu said, Female? Not Chinese. Ji Qinming suddenly became a little excited. He didn't expect that the dormitory here was mixed with men and women. Does this count as living with a girl? Duanmu Qingyu saw Ji Qinming's thoughts and reminded him with a smile. Don't be too happy too soon. This is just a temporary dormitory grouping. In 2 days, the dormitories will be reallocated according to the establishment of the combat team. Ji Qinming was stunned and looked at Duanmu Qingyu in confusion. What do you mean? All students of Gou Chen must form combat teams of 3 starting from their freshman year. Once confirmed, the teams cannot be changed unless there is death of a member. The dormitories will be rearranged after the trio is formed. The purpose is to cultivate tacit understanding among members starting from daily life, so the current dormitory allocations are temporary. Duanmu Qingyu explained patiently. I see. Yiqianming suddenly realized. Form a 3-person team? The first person that came to Ji Qianming's mind was Zhang Fan. Needless to say, he had to hold on to this big thigh. At this moment, the door of the villa was slowly opened again, and the two of them looked towards the door in unison, looking forward to the arrival of the exotic beauty. Hey, baby, a short and strong woman with dark skin came out from the entrance, dragging a suitcase. Her eyes lit up when she saw the two of them. She waved her chubby little hands excitedly and spoke enthusiastically in a Drake-like voice. Yiqianming, Duanmu Qingyu. At this moment, Ji Qianming fully realized the humanity of establishing an independent team to rearrange the dormitories and began to sing praises to this wise and great school in his heart. Babies, I am Nadia from Africa. I love China. I love you. Ji Qianming and Duanmu Qingyu looked at each other and exchanged glances dozens of times in an instant. Ji Qianming, is this the exotic beauty you mentioned? Duanmu Qingyu, God can see that I only said she was a heroic foreign woman. I didn't even mention any exotic beauties, okay? Ji Qianming, you go and entertain her. Duanmu Qingyu, you go by yourself. You just took my talisman. Now it's time to return the favor. Hello, I'm Ji Qianming. His name is Duanmu Qingyu. He told me that he particularly likes African beauties. Ji Qianming stood up and introduced stiffly. Duanmu Qingyu's face suddenly turned pale. Chapter 51 Date. What Qingyu baby? Thank you. Nadi threw a coquettish glance at Duanmu Qingyu, who was shocked. After the few of them got to know each other for a while, Ji Qianming felt that Nadia's personality was really good. Although he looked like a small tank, he exuded positive energy and was very lively. Ji Qianming suddenly remembered something, took out the note Natalia had given him from his pocket, and hesitated. If Natalia took the initiative to show her affection to Ji Qianming because of the Zhuyan seal, then now that his peach blossom has been sealed, should he still go to the banquet? After pondering for a while, Ji Qianming still added the friend. After all, they would be classmates fighting together in the future. Even if it was not for love, it would be normal to just have a meal together, right? Almost at the moment Ji Qianming sent out the invitation, Natalia accepted the friend request, and the two started chatting. After a while, Ji Qianming slowly stood up and said to the two of them apologetically, Sorry, someone has a dinner appointment. Let's talk when I come back in the evening. Duanmu Qingyu's face froze, and he suddenly looked up at Ji Qianming, their eyes meeting again. Duanmu Qingyu, did Peach Blossom invite you to dinner before? Ji Qianming, that's right. Duanmu Qingyu, what about me? Ji Qianming, of course you'll eat with our good roommates. Duanmu Qingyu, oh Qingyu baby, it seems that we have to go out to dinner together tonight. Seeing Ji Qianming leaving for an appointment, Nadia threw a coquettish glance at Duanmu Qingyu. Ha ha, okay. Duanmu Qingyu smiled on the surface, but in his heart he regretted extremely having drawn that talisman for Ji Qianming. Fated to have a romantic relationship? You deserve it. Ji Qianming, just wait for me. The sun is setting. As there were no clouds blocking the view, the dim sunlight sprinkled on the entire Gou Chen Academy, turning the entire floating mountain golden. For the first time, the sunset appeared so clearly in front of Ji Qianming's eyes. He stood on a light golden Gou Chen square, quietly enjoying the tranquility and peace. Qianming, Natalia's voice came from afar, and Ji Qianming turned around to look. Natalia, wearing a light blue dress, walked towards them with a smile. Her long golden hair draped over her fair shoulders. Her delicate facial features were flawless, and her pair of light blue eyes flickered as she looked at Ji Qianming, like a princess from a fairy tale, breathtakingly beautiful. Ji Qianming swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but get nervous. Without the blessing of peach blossoms, how could he attract such a beautiful girl? Have you been waiting for me for a long time? Natalia's attitude didn't seem to have changed much, and she asked a little embarrassedly. Ji Qianming waved his hands repeatedly and said with a smile, No, I just arrived too. The two walked side by side on the path at dusk. Ji Qianming didn't know what to say for a moment, and the two fell into a brief silence. Qianming, why did you come to Gou Chen Academy? Aren't you afraid of the God realm? Natalia broke the silence first and asked curiously. Ji Qianming was startled and smiled bitterly. I'm afraid, but I think my value lies here. The value is here? What does it mean? Natalia pondered over it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. I am an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. I have an ordinary appearance and average academic performance. I have no relatives or particularly good friends in this world. If I were to use something to describe my value to society, it would be fallen leaves. Fallen leaves? I'm separated from the collective and drift with the wind. The soil is my destined destination. Even if I disappear from the world, no one will care. Ji Qianming sighed softly. After a while, he said firmly, I don't want to be a fallen leaf. So Gou Chen is the place where I can realize my value. Although it is also unknown, at least I have protected it. I will become a monument in the forest of steels instead of rotting in the soil. Natalia blinked, looked at Ji Qianming seriously with her light blue eyes, and suddenly a bright smile broke out on her face. Qianming is not a fallen leaf. You are the light that protects mankind. Everyone in Gou Chen is light. Ji Qianming looked at Natalia's serious eyes, scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and asked, What about you? Why did you come to Gou Chen? Natalia placed her hands on the collar on her chest and slowly pulled it down, revealing a large area of fair skin. A deep ravine appeared in front of Ji Qianming's eyes. Ji Qianming's face turned red instantly, and most of her snow-white skin was exposed. At this time, a blue leaf pattern appeared on her left chest. It brings me strength. People with strength should protect those without strength. That's why I came. At dusk, a blush passed across Natalia's face, and then she spoke seriously. The leaf patterns are so white. No, the leaf patterns are so big. Jing, you are much purer than me. Ji Qianming used all his strength to shift his gaze away from a certain place and swallowed secretly. The girls from the fighting nation all have such figures. What? Natalia straightened her collar, and a 6-story cafeteria appeared in front of them. It is called a cafeteria, but it is actually a big hotel. The dishes here cover most of the eating habits of the entire hemisphere, including Chinese, Western, Japanese, Korean, and special dishes for some countries. The cafeteria here has nearly 200 chefs to cater to the tastes of students from the entire hemisphere. Fast food is mainly distributed on the first 3 floors. The 4th floor is used for cocktail parties, the 5th floor is the Sky Restaurant, and the 6th floor is the luxury box. Where do you want to go? Natalia introduced the distribution of the cafeteria to Ji Qianming and then asked, Sky Restaurant? Sounds good. Ji Qianming hesitated for a moment and chose the 5th floor. The two of them walked through the hall and chose a booth closest to the edge. Ji Qianming quietly looked down from the side and felt dizzy. Qianming, please order some Chinese food. Natalia handed the menu to Ji Qianming and lay quietly on the table, her blinking eyes never leaving Ji Qianming. Well, then let's have a Peking duck, Yangchang Lake hairy crabs, and a stewed pig's trotter. After taking a quick look at the menu, Ji Qianming was shocked at first. Then he remembered that he also had an annual income of 7 million, so he ordered boldly. Most of them I had only heard of but never eaten. This time I can finally satisfy my taste buds. Natalia, I want to ask you a question. Do you feel that I am different from this afternoon? After hesitating for a moment, Ji Qianming still asked this question. After all, he was now back to being insulated from the opposite sex. It seems like there is something. Natalia tilted her head and thought for a while. I always felt that something was attracting me in the afternoon, but it's gone now. But I like Qianming more now. She is kind and real. Chapter 52, Opening Ceremony. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Qianming suddenly started coughing, his face slightly red. It was the first time a girl told him she liked him so directly, and he couldn't help feeling a little proud. What? I can pick up girls without the Jian mark, okay? Various dishes were brought up one after another. Natalia on the side widened her eyes and looked at the various delicacies on the table in surprise. Qianming, are these all edible? Natalia's eyes sparkled. Yes, they're all edible. As he said that, Ji Qianming picked up a piece of tender roast duck, placed it on the thin skin, dipped it in some sauce, wrapped it with a few side dishes, and handed it to Natalia. This is so delicious. Natalia took the first bite, and a taste she had never experienced before burst out on her taste buds. She was shocked and exclaimed. Then she swept away the delicacies on the table like whirlwind, which made Ji Qianming laugh and cry. Slow down, I won't fight with you. No, spit out the crab shell. You can't eat that. Where are the bones left from eating the pig's trotter? Where do the bones go? As the night deepened, the two came out of the cafeteria, touching their round bellies. Natalia burped in an ungraceful manner. I didn't expect Chinese food to be so delicious. Thank you, Qianming. I enjoyed my meal today. Natalia's eyes narrowed into crescents, and she said to Ji Qianming with a smile. This is also the first time I've eaten such delicious food. Hiccups. Ji Qianming nodded with satisfaction. The 2,000 yuan was well spent. I should go back now. We'll eat together next time. Bye. As she said that, Natalia stood on tiptoe and gently left a kiss on Ji Qianming's cheek. A blush appeared on her face under the moonlight. Without waiting for Ji Qianming to speak, she turned around and ran away without looking back. Ji Qianming stood there with a flushed face, his heart pounding wildly. A few small pink words appeared on the mirror in his mind. Natalia's soul energy collection +3, Natalia's soul energy collection +4, Natalia's soul energy collection +5. She wouldn't really fall in love with me, right? This thought suddenly flashed through Ji Qianming's mind. Could it be that Duanmu Qingyu's seal had failed? Did he not seal his peach blossom at all? With a heart full of doubts, he slowly walked towards the dormitory. The next day, the three people from dormitory 304 arrived at the auditorium early, and Ji Qianming once again experienced what it meant to be wealthy. In a large auditorium that could accommodate hundreds of people, only a few people sat in the first row. The podium was hung with various advanced demonstration instruments, and a 10-meter-long banner had a few large characters written on it. Gou Chen College 2018 Freshman Opening Ceremony. Ji Qianming glanced at the crowd and found that most of them had yellow skin, followed by black people and then white people. Qianming. Natalia saw Ji Qianming wave with a smile and put down the chair on her right. When everyone saw Natalia taking the initiative to invite others to sit next to her, they all turned their heads and stared at Ji Qianming with curiosity, indifference, and murderous intent in their eyes. That's right. Duanmu Qingyu stared with wide eyes as he watched Ji Qianming sit next to the white beauty, not hiding his murderous intent at all. That's all you're doing? You're just sitting with the pretty girl? And you're leaving me behind? Today, Duanmu Qingyu was wearing a white long gown, with his messy long hair fixed diagonally on his head with a hairpin. A few strands of black hair hung down to his handsome face. He was an elegant young man who was an eye-catcher. However, at this moment, a short, fat, black-skinned little tank was pulling his hand and walking towards a place excitedly. Duanmu Qingyu looked ashen and had an expression of having no desire to live. The whole scene was extremely eye-catching. It was almost 8 o'clock, and the last few students sat down one after another. Ji Qianming saw Zhang Fan among them and waved to him excitedly. The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth rose slightly, and he nodded gently. Well, almost everyone is here, so let's start. At this time, a familiar voice came from the stage, and a fat man with a plump figure and a naive smile came up the stairs happily. It was Fatty Chui, who had not been seen for many days. Fatty Chui took a quick glance and saw Ji Qianming's resentful look. He tactfully pretended not to see it and spoke with a smile. The autumn weather is bright and refreshing, and the sweet osmanthus is fragrant. Today we gather together for the Mid-Autumn Festival Party. Ahem. Sorry, I took the wrong one. Let me try again. Fatty Chui read the card in his hand for a long time and suddenly found something wrong, so he quickly changed it. Everyone in the audience. Ahem. Freshmen of the class of 2018, on behalf of all the teachers and students of Gou Chen College, I welcome you all. This opening ceremony should have been hosted by the principal himself, but due to some events in North America, the principal is not in school right now, so your Dean of Studies will host it. Ji Qianming raised his eyebrows. This guy is actually the Dean of Gou Chen. However, this greasy-haired, short, and fat guy really fits the role of the Dean. Gou Chen Academy was founded by a saint 1,000 years ago. At that time, the God Realm had just overlapped with the Earth, and the God Realm ordered an attack on the backward and ignorant Earth. At the critical moment, 5 saints descended to the human world and blocked the attack of the God Realm with their tremendous power and sealed the entrance. The head of the 5 saints, the Saint of Light, opened up a small world in the sky, captured the hanging mountain out of thin air, built a mountain on the top of the mountain, and named this place the Gou Chen Academy. At the same time, he recruited people with special powers from all over the world to educate them. For thousands of years, the Gou Chen Academy has not forgotten its original intention. Everyone in the audience listened with great interest and couldn't help but feel longing. They only regretted that they were born 1,000 years too late and didn't get to meet the Saint of Light who founded the Gou Chen Academy. Next, Fatty Chui spent another half an hour talking about the great achievements of Gou Chen and how generations of Gou Chen students turned the tide and saved the world. Although you may have heard about this, I still want to emphasize that the mortality rate of students in Gou Chen is extremely high. Fatty Chui suddenly became serious. In your previous class, which is now the sophomore class, how many people do you think died in the past 2 years? Fatty Chui showed sorrow on his face. He stretched out his hand and said hoarsely, 5 people. It's not that 5 people died. It's that only 5 people are left. There were originally 17 of them. The name and appearance of each of them are deeply imprinted in my mind. Now, most of them have become black monuments, standing in the forest of monuments on the top of the mountain. Even though Ji Qianming was prepared, he still gasped when he heard such a horrific death rate. The death rate was as high as 70%. After those 2 years, how many of us will be left? Will I still be alive? Ji Qianming could not help but be lost in thought. Chapter 53, the test begins. I'm not saying this to discourage you, but to make you feel a sense of crisis. You must cherish your lives in the next mission. Since you have come here, none of you are a coward. Each of you is a treasure of mankind, and you must never ignore your own life. Fatty Chui almost roared out this sentence. His eyes were already bloodshot. Okay, this is the end of the opening ceremony. Let's adjourn. Fatty Chui seemed to have used up all his strength at once, and said dejectedly, formal classes will start tomorrow. There will be a practical test for admission this afternoon, which is related to the future grouping. You must pay attention to it. The people in the seats had not yet recovered from the depressing atmosphere and left the auditorium in silence. Boss! Ji Qianming walked out of the auditorium and ran straight toward Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan saw Ji Qianming jogging over, so he stopped and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Qianming, long time no see. From being chased by motorcycle thugs to fighting the Green Ghost together, and from risking their lives to fighting the puppeteer to escaping from Qingyuan heavy industry, the two have experienced life and death many times and established a deep friendship. Zhang Fan's attitude towards Ji Qianming has become completely different. Boss, where have you been these 2 months? Ji Qianming asked curiously. I've been staying here forever. Ji Qianming was stunned. Zhang Fan had been living in Gou Chen for a month and a half. What was he doing here? Oh, Ji Qianming didn't ask any more questions. His eyes flashed with a gleam. Boss, I heard that everyone has to form a 3-person combat team. How about I team up with you? Okay, Zhang Fan said without hesitation. But I heard that there are restrictions on this grouping. It's not all based on my own wishes. It seems to be related to the practical test in the afternoon. Does that mean they might not be able to form a team? Ji Qianming frowned slightly, wondering what the practical test this afternoon would be like. What were the rules for forming a team? Let's talk about it after the afternoon. Ji Qianming said with a wry smile. After returning to the dormitory, under Duanmu Qingyu's coercion and inducement, Ji Qianming could only act as a small light bulb and go to the cafeteria to eat with the two of them. Ji Qianming still remembered Duanmu Qingyu's murderous eyes, as if he would suffocate him to death in bed in the middle of the night if he refused. However, with him accompanying him, he felt that Duanmu Qingyu's back straightened a lot. Just use the ground to press down. Why does she always roll her eyes at herself? After enjoying a pleasant lunch, time quickly turned to afternoon. Dear freshmen of the class of 2018, I am Chen Che, the examiner of this practical test. In front of the dense woods on the side of the hanging mountain, a middle-aged man with a crew cut spoke in a stern tone with a stern face, as if everyone present owed him 1 million. This test is very simple. The 18 of you will enter the dense forest behind me from different directions. There are several tokens hidden in this dense forest. The more tokens you get within the specified time, the better your score will be. During this process, seniors who have accepted the mission will enter the forest to hunt you down. If they determine that you have lost your ability to fight, you will be eliminated directly, and the tokens you collected will be thrown away where they were. The ranking of the test is based on the order of elimination. The first person to be eliminated is the last one, and so on. Among those who have not been eliminated when the specified time comes, they are ranked according to the number of tokens they have. The top 3 in this test will be awarded 2 credits, and the 4th to 10th place will be awarded 0.5 credits. There is no reward after the 10th place. Finally, there are a few rules that must be followed. First, you cannot attack each other. Second, you cannot collude privately and give the tokens you have already obtained to others. Third, our 3 examiners will be monitoring your performance at all times through monitoring equipment. All cheating is strictly prohibited. After the examiner with a crew cut finished explaining the rules, everyone started to get ready. Battle Royale? Ji Qianming pondered. The rules were not complicated, but the difficulty was quite high. First of all, the forest is very vast, and everyone enters from different directions, so it is difficult to meet other people in the initial period of time. Even if you really meet them, it is difficult to form a team of more than 5 people within specified time. Secondly, The strength of these seniors should be at least level 2. The probability of winning by fighting alone is very small, and team battles are the king, so the beginning is the most dangerous time. If a monster like the boss has such explosive fighting power, he doesn't have to worry about being left alone. Even if he can't win, running away shouldn't be a problem. Of course, the premise is that the seniors he meets are not monsters. In general, this test depends half on ability and half on luck. Next, you will go to these locations in order of your student numbers to prepare. When you see the red flares rise, the test will officially begin. The examiner with a crew cut took out a map and circulated it to everyone in turn. Not good. Gou Chen frowned slightly. His student number was very different from that of his boss. Whether they could meet up depended on fate. After a long time, everyone stood in their positions one by one. Gou Chen looked around and saw nothing but trees. Moreover, these trees are very old, and each one is extremely thick. The dense leaves block out the sunlight, making the entire forest dim, which reminds Gou Chen of the primeval forest he saw on TV. Bump! A flare rose slowly, and a huge red firework bloomed in the air, which was extremely eye-catching. It started. Gou Chen took a deep breath, found a direction based on his memory, and ran towards it. Outside the dense forest, a few young people who were laughing and playing saw the red signal, looked at each other, and smiled maliciously. After 2 years of waiting, we finally got to catch someone else. Damn it. I still remember that I was the first one to be eliminated by Qingya. This time I will also be the first to eliminate this group of rookies. Please show some mercy. After all, they're all junior students. When several people heard the voice, they turned around and saw Yun Yi in white clothes, smiling and speaking like a gentle scholar. Yun Yi, we have to do this for their own good, so that they can have some motivation. Otherwise, when they meet those beasts from the God realm in the future, they will not show mercy. A burly Mongolian man patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Well, you're right." Yun Yi pondered for a few seconds and nodded slowly. "Dear juniors, don't blame me for being ruthless." He raised his head slowly, and a large swathe of dark clouds suddenly covered the vast forest. At this moment, Gou Chen was struggling to move forward in the forest. The ground here was uneven, covered with branches and vines, and the light was dim, making it very difficult to climb over. It was a sunny day. Why did it suddenly become cloudy? The light was getting dimmer and dimmer. He suddenly looked up at the sky and said suspiciously, "Chapter 54, Show You a Talent." He immediately shook his head. This was not something he should care about right now. He glanced around and suddenly stopped. I saw a dark golden token hanging on the branch beside him, but it was 4 meters away from the ground. "Do you want me to climb up and get it?" Gou Chen raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. At the same time, the leaf pattern of Dreamer on the mirror in his mind flashed. A long bamboo pole appeared out of thin air in his hand. He gently lifted the bamboo pole, and the dark golden token fell down. Gou Chen trotted to pick up the token, blew away the dust on it, and saw the words Gou Chen written on it. First token received. A hint of joy flashed in Gou Chen's eyes, and he was about to continue tracking forward when he heard a faint scream from the front. This, coming so fast. Gou Chen was shocked. The voice was not close to him, but he still decisively ran in another direction. After climbing for a while, Gou Chen found another token in the grass, put it in his pocket, and happily prepared to continue his journey. At this time, a voice came from behind him. "How many have you found?" "I only found 2. Gou Chen was stunned and turned around suddenly. He saw a burly black man walking out from behind the tree with a grin. His snow-white teeth reminded Gou Chen of a certain brand of toothpaste. Gou Chen's brain was working rapidly. He was sure that this person was not among his 18 classmates. He was here to hunt us down. He stared at the pursuer in front of him, took a deep breath, and ran away suddenly. The black pursuer stood there in a daze. Looking at the situation just now, he thought a fight was going to happen, but why did he run away so easily? Run? Can you run away? Just be eliminated by me. Just as Gou Chen was running wildly, the voice was approaching rapidly and was behind him in the blink of an eye. Gou Chen's hair stood on end, and without thinking, he fell straight to the ground. A light blue wave brushed past his scalp and hit the towering trees around him, leaving deep marks on the trunks. Gou Chen took a breath, quickly got up from the ground, and stretched out a hand. "Wait a minute. What do you want to say? I'll show you a talent. Please let me go. Let me see what talent you have first." If you perform well, I'll let you go. The black pursuer showed an interested expression. It was the first time he had seen such an interesting thing. Ji Qinming flipped his hand, and a half-height mirror appeared out of thin air in his hand, which made the pursuer raise his eyebrows. The ability of the concrete system is interesting. Let me perform a little movie for you. Ji Qinming held the mirror in his hand and activated manhwa. A tempting scene that made people's blood boil appeared on the surface of the mirror, and the black pursuer's eyes suddenly widened. The heroine in the mirror was dressed extremely coolly, with only a few strips of cloth covering her key parts, revealing large areas of fair skin, which aroused endless reverie. She smiled sweetly at the black pursuer, threw him a wink, and then moved her fingers slightly downwards, about to remove the last fig leaf. The black pursuer swallowed and didn't even blink. Suddenly, a strong golden light burst out from the surface of the mirror, like a sun in the dim forest, emitting dazzling light madly. Ah! The black pursuer suddenly covered his eyes, half knelt on the ground, and shook his head desperately, as if trying to get rid of the golden light in his mind. Ji Qinming seized the opportunity and ran away. At this moment, the pursuer, who was covering his eyes, stomped his feet hard. A blue ripple, several times larger than before, spread out from under his feet, sweeping across the area in an instant, shaking the surrounding trees together, even shaking a large part of their roots. Ji Qinming only felt that someone hit his leg hard with a stick. He was shocked and turned half a circle in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Shit, I almost got blinded. The black pursuer slowly stood up, squinted his eyes, and looked around. He soon found Ji Qinming, who had fallen to the ground, and walked over viciously. Boy, isn't this move of yours too cruel? Looks like I should make you suffer a little. Blue ripples covered his palm, and he looked at Ji Qinming with a grin. Wait a minute. What happened again? I'll show you a talent again. Bullshit. I don't want to see your talent. The black pursuer trembled all over when he heard the word talent, and then said firmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a mirror appeared in Ji Qinming's hand. The black pursuer closed his eyes and turned around without thinking. After waiting for a long time, the imagined golden light still did not appear. He turned around cautiously and found that Ji Qinming had already run away. A surge of anger suddenly surged in his heart. Are you kidding me? Huh? He squatted slightly. A blue ripple flashed under his feet, and the whole person was like a blue lightning. In a breath, he bounced behind Ji Qinming and threw a punch. Ji Qinming, sensing the crisis, kicked with his right foot, twisted his body in the air, and like a magic trick, a large mirror appeared in front of his chest, with a blue light flashing on it. Clang! A dull crashing sound was heard, and a huge force was transmitted directly from the mirror to Ji Qinming's body. He crashed into the tree trunk, behind him like a kite with a broken string. This! The black pursuer covered his fist with his hands, the corners of his mouth twitching wildly. What is this mirror made of? Why is it so hard? Ji Qinming stood up with a cough, put his hands in his pockets, and unconsciously entered a state of absolute calm. In order to deal with this test, he has made sufficient preparations. Since he can't escape, he might as well face it head on. He pulled a metal box out of his pocket and threw it into the air. The black pursuer frowned slightly, only to see the lid of the box suddenly open. Several blurry shadows flashed out of it, then disappeared into the shadows, and then the empty metal box fell to the ground. Click! Ji Qinming stared at the black pursuer coldly with an indifferent expression, which made the black pursuer feel indescribably weird. He kicked his legs on the ground and ran straight towards the black pursuer, looking fearless. The black-clad pursuer raised his eyebrows, covered his hands with light blue ripples, staggered his feet slightly, put one hand in front and the other behind, and assumed a standard fighting stance. The distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. A machete appeared out of nowhere in Ji Qinming's hand, with blue light flashing on it. He chopped fiercely towards the side of the black pursuer. The black pursuer calmly dodged the fierce knife attack by moving sideways, then turned his palm into a knife and chopped straight towards Ji Qinming's neck. At this moment, Ji Qinming suddenly lowered his head, and a sharp mirror spike that was extremely similar in color to the surrounding environment popped out from his collar and flew towards the face of the black pursuer. Chapter 55, Psychic Powers. The black pursuer's pupils suddenly contracted, and his palm in midair immediately reached out to grab the mirror thorn. Blue ripples suddenly burst out in his palm, directly shattering the mirror thorn into powder. This was not the end yet. The mirror thorns hidden in the tree trunks on both sides suddenly shot out, one piercing the back of the neck and the other piercing the throat. The surface of the mirror spike changes color all the time with the surrounding environment. It is difficult to detect in such a dense forest. The black pursuer only felt a chill in his heart, his eyes fixed, and he shouted loudly. With him as the center, a terrifying ripple quickly spread out, knocking the two mirror spikes in the air away, and of course Gou Chen was also knocked away. Gou Chen felt as if his chest was hit hard by a sledgehammer. All his internal organs shook. He flew several meters into the air and fell heavily to the ground. His face suddenly flushed, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even so, his extremely calm eyes were still fixed on the black pursuer, and the pursuer, who was staring at him, felt a chill in his heart for some reason. The black pursuer looked around vigilantly, fearing that a mirror thorn would fly out from any corner and take his life. Judging from the look in that boy's eyes, he didn't look like he would hold back at all. Wait, where's the machete in his hand? The thought flashed through his mind like lightning, and he jumped to the side without thinking. A machete flashing with cold light fell from the sky, almost brushing his hair, and the blade sank deeply into the soil. Cold sweat slid down the tip of his nose as he finally figured out the whole process. This kid actually figured out his weakness from the two previous shockwaves, which is that large-scale shockwaves can only be emitted horizontally. From the very beginning, the hidden mirror spikes were just tools to attract his attention. When he was concentrating on dealing with the mirror spikes emerging from his collar, he threw the machete in his hand high up and then released a large-scale shockwave to blow everything away. When he relaxed his vigilance, the machete falling from the sky became a real killer move. What a deep plan, what a sophisticated layout. How come it was like a different person, managed by AI? The black pursuer was puzzled. Not only him, but also the three examiners who were monitoring the entire forest were very confused. This kid's state is quite interesting. He is completely different from his shameless appearance before. The examiner on the left, who was holding a cup of coffee, looked at Gou Chen under the camera with interest and said. The examiner with a crew cut sitting in the middle seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "Look at his right hand. It has been shaking unconsciously. I have seen this happen when I was studying abroad." He was the most talented mental arithmetic boy in Europe and the United States. This physiological reaction will occur when his brain performs precise calculations. This state is called telepathy. You mean he's in this state now? He can apply this terrifying computing power to combat. The female examiner on the right was surprised, and then her eyes kept flashing. From the angle of the two mirror spikes he just threw, if it were someone without large-scale control ability, it would be difficult to take two mirror spikes at the same time, not to mention the deadly move hidden behind it. The landing point is extremely precise. This kind of cunning vision is indeed not something that a teenager who has never learned fighting can have. A natural-born battlefield commander. The examiner on the left slapped the table excitedly, looking at Gou Chen as if he was looking at a treasure. The crew cut frowned slightly and said slowly, "Don't be happy too soon. He can't always maintain this state. Do you remember that when the pursuer knocked him over with the first attack, he hadn't entered this state yet? It was not until the second time, when the pursuer showed a speed that he couldn't surpass and hit him hard, that he entered the telepathic state. Does this mean that he will only enter the telepathic state when he subconsciously determines that he is in a very dangerous situation?" The female examiner raised her eyebrows and thought, if this is the case, he is indeed not suitable to be a commander. Commanders usually stay in the camp and give orders to others. Their own safety will not be threatened, so it is impossible for him to enter the telepathic state. He is very suitable to be the combat commander of the team. What is his leaf pattern ability? It's a new type of leaf pattern that can change the physical rules of objects with reflective properties. The Academy gave it a rating of C78. Hey, how did he create something out of thin air just now? The examiner on the left flipped through the document and said curiously, "This is not surprising. The degree of mastery of each ability is different, and the characteristics displayed are also different. It seems to be an ability that spans the reinforcement system, the concrete system, the mental system, and the illusion system. The rating given by the Academy is too low. It should be at least a B grade." The examiner with a crew cut made a comment on the document and spoke lightly. "Just given the blue bamboo stick." At this moment, the black pursuer had an urge to turn around and run away. This young man gave him a terrifying feeling. If he was not careful in a fight with him, he would lose his life. Just as the two were in a stalemate, a voice came from the forest. Beautiful, so beautiful. Ji Qianming and the black pursuer were both shocked. The sound was so close to them, but they didn't even notice it. When they heard the sound, they looked and saw a young man wearing a yellow haori with a samurai sword hanging on his waist walking out of the woods with a smile. The wooden clogs on his feet fell to the ground without making any sound, like a ghost. The boy's black hair was tied with a deep red knot and naturally fell to his waist. A few strands of hair were floating in the air, looking extremely graceful. His squinting eyes curved into crescents, looking in the direction of Ji Qianming. Japanese? Ji Qianming looked at the boy in front of him curiously. He remembered this face, especially the iconic squinting eyes, but he was wearing casual clothes before, so he thought he was also Chinese. How did he come here quietly? Is he here to help me? Ji Qianming suddenly had a series of questions in his mind. Can you open your eyes and speak? The black pursuer stared at him for a long time and finally uttered a word. The young man shuddered all over and turned his head slightly to look at the pursuer in black, his face still smiling, but the black pursuer felt uneasy. What's wrong with this year's freshmen? Why do they all seem so scary? I advise you to leave quickly. I'm here to save people, not to fight. The young man said softly. Save him? If you want to save him, don't you have to ask me if I agree? The black pursuer found a little funny. You come to save him, and yet you have the audacity to advise me to leave quickly? I think you may have some misunderstanding. The boy said calmly without any emotion in his voice. I'm not here to save him. I'm here to save you. Chapter 56 Hanyahara. Save me. The black pursuer widened his eyes. Although he admitted that he was timid just now, it was too much for you to say that you came to save me. Don't I have any face? Hee, you are quite arrogant. Don't blame me for eliminating you all. As he said that, he took out 5 shuttle-shaped steel pieces from his pocket and said viciously. The wind gently blew the boy's hair, and his squinted eyes could not tell whether he was happy or angry. He gently placed his hand on the knife at his waist and quietly looked at the arrogant black pursuer. A ripple appeared on the black pursuer's hand, and 5 pieces of steel were ejected like cannonballs with huge kinetic energy. The young man bent his body slightly, holding the scabbard and the handle firmly with both hands, holding the blade close to his side, squinting his eyes and looking at the handle carefully. Ji Qianming suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Wait, isn't this the sword-drawing slash of Tachibana Yukio from SNK? An invisible aura emanated from the boy's feet, and his hair was flowing without wind. No knife take, the young man chanted softly, and in an instant, a residual image was left on the spot. In a flash, he drew his sword and swung out a sharp crescent. The 5 steel shuttles with unparalleled momentum were easily cut in half by the sword light, and the huge kinetic energy contained in it dissipated instantly. Click! The long blade was sheathed, leaving behind a slight sound. The whole process of drawing the sword, swinging the sword, and sheathing the sword was as smooth as flowing water, and in the blink of an eye he broke the pursuer's killing move. Too handsome. Ji Qianming widened his eyes. He didn't even see the movements of drawing and swinging the sword clearly, but the posture of slowly putting the sword away was really handsome. Hashtag at hashtag UN%. The black pursuer was also dumbfounded and said something incomprehensible. Foreigners are really pitiful. They can't even say fuck in this situation. The look in his eyes when he looked at the young man was different. If the move just now had been aimed directly at his neck, he would not even have time to react and would have been beheaded. The ability is acceleration. It's a tricky ability to combine with martial arts. The black pursuer snorted coldly, put on an attitude that it was nothing special, turned around without looking back, and left in an extremely arrogant manner. Are you kidding? The sinister and cunning Ji Qianming is enough for him to deal with. And now there is a young man who can behead him at any time. He might really die here today. Well, let them go. Well, thank you. Seeing the pursuer running away in a swagger, Ji Qianming's mouth twitched slightly. He walked to the boy and stretched out a hand. My name is Ji Qianming. The boy narrowed his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and also stretched out a hand. My name is Hanyahara. Ji Qianming was slightly startled. The young man's hands were covered with thick calluses, most of which were traces left by sword practice. Seeing that he is about the same age as me, he has such outstanding swordsmanship. Even if his ability can speed up his speed, such smooth sword skills can only be obtained through hard practice day after day. After shaking hands, Hanyahara crossed his hands and put them into his wide sleeves, and said with a smile, Qianming Jun, how many tokens do you have? Ji Qianming took out 2 tokens from his pocket and said with a wry smile, I only got 2. Qianming Jun needs to work hard. Yuzuru Hanyu took out a string of tokens from his sleeve. At a glance, there were 8 or 9 of them, making a tinkling sound. A deep feeling of frustration surged from Ji Qianming's heart. It's not that I can't get it. It's just that I only encountered 2 along the way. Suddenly, Duanmu Qingyu's words came to his mind again. Beside your peach blossom, your own luck is also sealed. You may be very unlucky in the future. Well, is this the world of Africans? Qianming Jun, let's go together and divide the tokens we find along the way equally. Yuzuru Hanyahara suggested. Ji Qianming immediately agreed with both hands and feet. Hanyahara's fighting power was extremely terrifying. He should be at the same level as the boss, and he was also a strong thigh, and maybe he could save his own non-chief luck. Sure enough, after the 2 of them had walked a few steps, they came across a token, and after some pushing and shoving, Ji Qianming took it. Qianming Jun, look, there's one over there too. Hey, I think I stepped on a token. There's a token dropped on the ground. It should be left by someone who was eliminated. I'm really lucky today. Yiqian Mink. In just over 10 minutes, Hanyahara picked up 10 tokens. Every time he picked up a token, he would wave it at Ji Qianming with a smile, which made Ji Qianming suddenly have the urge to draw his sword and commit suicide. Why? How can the gap between people be so big? By the way, what's with that smile you always give me? Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Ji Qianming complained crazily in his heart, secretly branding Hanyahara as a black-bellied man, smiling on the surface. But his heart is as black as ink. Sure enough, those with squinty eyes are all monsters, no matter in which aspect. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion came from the 2 o'clock direction. The 2 men stopped and looked at each other. Are you going? Qianming Jun. Ji Qianming hesitated for 2 seconds and slowly said, let's go and take a look. We have 2 people. Even if we can't win, we should be able to run away. Hanyahara nodded, and the 2 of them gently moved towards the direction where the explosion came from. However, only Hanyahara was truly silent. Every time Ji Qianming's feet landed on the ground, a creaking sound was heard. How do you manage to walk without making any sound? Ji Qianming asked in a low voice, sweat breaking out. It's very simple. Just practice more. Hanyahara replied calmly. The sound of fighting was getting closer and closer to the 2 of them. Unlike the silent battle between Ji Qianming and the Black Pursuer, the battle here was extremely fierce. Thus it also well concealed the sound of Ji Qianming's footsteps. Gazing from behind the tree, a vacuum zone had been created in the forest in front of him. A pursuer in purple was standing calmly on one side, and on the other side were a bald boy with a fighting spirit and a timid girl. These 2 are classmates of the same period, and from the looks of it, they are both Chinese. The bald boy's clothes were tattered, and his body was covered with wounds. He shouted loudly and rushed towards the purple-clothed pursuer with great momentum. The purple-clothed pursuer rolled his eyes with a very reluctant expression. He hooked his finger, and a rock wall suddenly rose from the mud in front of the bald boy. I think it's time for you to take a break. You've been rushing forward for so long as if your life was in danger. I'm starting to get tinnitus from your shouting. He patted his ears and sighed. The bald boy didn't pause at all. He clenched his right fist and smashed it hard against the rock wall. Boom! The moment his fist hit the wall, a burst of fire came out from his fist, and the violent explosion directly blew a big hole in the rock wall. He shook his hands, raised his head proudly, and said loudly, I, Wu Di, will never admit defeat. Chapter 57, Trap. Invincible. The purple-clothed man was stunned and said with a smile, what a good name. The other side only has 1 person. Seeing this situation, Ji Qianming's mind became active. If they add the 2 of them, it will form a 4-to-1 situation. The bald boy can hold out for so long alone. If the 4 of them attack together, it should not be difficult to kill the purple-clothed man. Ji Qianming blinked at Yuzuru Hanyu and pointed a finger at Z. Yuzuru Hanyu hesitated for a moment and wrote a few words on the mud with his finger. Wait for the opportunity. Space. Sparks kept coming out of Wu Di's hands, making crackling sounds. He stared at the man in purple with a pair of defiant eyes and charged again. The purple-clothed man held his forehead with his hand. Is this guy crazy? Never mind. No matter what plan he has, let's eliminate this bald guy first. The yellow leaf pattern on his neck flashed, and a giant rock hand suddenly emerged from under Wu Di's feet, directly knocking the madly running Wu Di off the ground. Wu Di lost his balance and fell straight down from the air. Flames suddenly burst out from his palms, and he flew towards the man in purple like a rocket. The man in purple raised his eyebrows, and several spikes emerged from under his feet and stabbed towards Wu Di's face. However, Wu Di in the air had no intention of dodging and allowed them to stab into his body. Not good. The purple-clothed man's pupil shrank. This was originally a test, and he must not really hurt these juniors. But who knew that this bald guy would not dodge or evade, and looked so fearless? If he stabbed him, he would be crippled if not killed. Just as he was trying to retract the spikes, Wu Di in the air suddenly turned into a large group of butterflies fluttering into the sky from in front of him. This illusion, the purple-clothed man was also experienced, and he turned his vital skin into rock without thinking. At this moment, a terrifying explosion came from behind him. Boom! The man in purple flew out in a panic, but fortunately he turned into rock and absorbed most of the impact, so he was not seriously injured. At this moment, Wu Di was smiling at him with a smug look on his face, with a few wisps of green smoke coming out of his hands. He looked like a smug villain, which made the man in purple very angry. Well done, Wang Ruoi. Wu Di gave a thumbs up to the girl who had a very low presence beside him. It's you. The man in purple suddenly turned his head and looked at the weak girl who had been ignored by him, frowning. Strange. I would never make such a low-level mistake as ignoring others. Is this also the ability of that girl? In addition to creating illusions, she can also reduce her presence? Just as he was stunned, a yellow figure fell from the sky and landed in front of him as lightly as a feather. At the same time, the long knife in his hand left a residual shadow in the air and pressed against his neck. You are eliminated. Hinyahara looked at the man in purple with a smile and said lightly, This. The purple-clothed man was shocked. Everything that just happened too fast. The opponent perfectly grasped the moment when I was stunned and struck a fatal blow. I couldn't even petrify my skin. Not only him, but everyone present was stunned. How could this young man eliminate the pursuer so easily? The purple-clothed man swallowed his saliva and suddenly yelled in one direction. Yin, what about fishing? They have a knife on my neck, and you still don't do anything. I saw a figure in white slowly walking out of the woods with a wry smile on his face. It's not that I don't want to save you, but he was just too fast. I didn't even have time to warn him. There's actually someone hiding in the dark. Everyone's heart sank immediately, especially Wu Di. His face was livid. Did he fight with me for so long just to lure others into his trap? Yin, if you don't eliminate them all today, I will give all the wine you have hidden to the third brother and the others to drink. The man in purple was unhappy and threatened loudly. Damn it, it was bad enough that I was eliminated by the seniors 2 years ago, but now I'm eliminated by the freshmen again. Where can I pull my face? Ahem, I'll try my best. Yun smiled awkwardly, turned his head and shouted towards the woods, Don't hide. Your hiding is too lame. Ji Qianming emerged from the woods with a bitter face and scratched his head embarrassedly. Ahem, the ambush failed. Huh, there's actually someone here? Yun was stunned and showed a surprised expression. Yi Qianming? 4 people, junior students, come together. Yun coughed lightly, glanced at everyone, and showed a shy smile. Yi Qianming is malt tvichet. What a fellow. He can say the most domineering words with the most harmless expression, but he is still a sinister man. Be careful, he is at level 3. Hinyahara frowned and warned. Level 3? Wu Di turned his head sharply and stared at Yun, a fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Ji Qianming's heart skipped a beat. He had fought against a level 3 warrior head-on before, and he knew that the gap between level 3 and level 1 could not be made up by numbers. Examiner's room. This is interesting. The examiner on the left chuckled and watched the surveillance with interest. A genius commander with telepathic powers, a fierce and unparalleled swordsman, a self-propelled turret, and a girl with illusion control skills. To what extent can such a lineup push Yun? The female examiner compared the combat power in her mind with a slight smile on her lips. The crew-haired examiner narrowed his eyes, tapped the table slowly with his knuckles, and said calmly, It depends on the commander's ability. How long until the test ends? 8 minutes and 56 seconds left. TSK, they may not be able to hold on that long. The examiner on the left shook his head slightly and said with some regret, Not necessarily. The examiner with a crew cut stared at Ji Qianming and spoke slowly. There are 8 minutes and 56 seconds left. Hinyahara took out a watch from his sleeve and checked the time. It's just a third level. I'm not afraid. Wu Di snorted, and the sparks in his hands suddenly became active, and he rushed towards Yun Yi as if he was risking his life. No, don't rush. Ji Qianming was immediately upset when he saw Wu Di rushing out by himself. How could you be so reckless? Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang. Hurry up and pull that idiot back. Otherwise, the situation of 3 against 1 will be even more dangerous. Yi Qianming shouted anxiously. At the same time, Wu Di had already rushed to Yun Yi. Extremely unstable energy fluctuations overflowed from his palms. He thrust his hands forward, and violent flames rushed directly towards Yun Yi. Yun Yi stood quietly with a smile on his face. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept out from behind him and blew the violent explosion back. Fuck! The wind carrying violent flames hit Wu Di fiercely. Wu Di cursed and ran back without looking back. However, how could he be faster than the wind? Just as the fire tornado was about to engulf Wu Di, a figure wearing a yellow feather robe flashed across the ground like lightning, grasped the hilt of a knife with one hand, and slashed out with lightning speed. Bachin One Sword Style, Wild Scroll. Chapter 58. An Ordinary Entrance Test? The long sword danced in the air, carrying with it a strong wind, and crashed straight into the fire tornado. The two winds collided in the air, blowing the surrounding leaves into the sky. However, the strong wind caused by the sword energy only reduced the momentum of the fire tornado and was blown away directly. Come here. At this moment, a huge mirror appeared out of thin air and was fiercely inserted into the ground by Ji Qianming. He shouted at the two people in front of him. The two of them quickly hid behind the mirror and tried their best to hold up the mirror. When the fire whirlwind came, it blew towards the sky along the tilt of the mirror. The scorching flames did not have the slightest effect on the mirror. After the strong wind passed, Ji Qianming finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't conjured up an absolutely heat-insulating mirror, they would have been wiped out. Don't be impulsive. The power of the third level is not something we can resist alone. Ji Qianming said to Wu Di seriously. This was not a joke. If he continued to act recklessly, the whole team would probably be wiped out. Wu Di knew he was being reckless, but he still snorted coldly and stopped talking. We don't know his abilities now, so we'd better be cautious and focus on roaming and harassing him. As long as we can drag it out until the end of the test, we'll win. Ji Qianming's brain was spinning rapidly, and he unconsciously entered a state of telepathy. Yun Yi saw everyone hiding behind the mirror, so he pointed to the sky. He saw that the dark clouds covering the forest gradually rolled up, and there were faint flashes of lightning. He can actually control the weather directly. Wu Di widened his eyes and exclaimed, Not good. Ji Qianming's face changed drastically. Scatter quickly. The four people behind the mirror ran away in different directions, and then a huge lightning bolt struck the mirror, instantly smashing it into pieces and slowly disappearing. You react quite quickly, Yun Yi said with a smile. He moved a few fingers slightly, and the electric light in the sky condensed again. Swish! A thick bolt of lightning struck again. Ji Qianming, who was running, felt his hair stand on end. He quickly fell to the side, and a big hole was immediately blasted out on the ground under his feet. Ji Qianming lost his balance and rolled on the ground. He got up and shouted, We can't let him consume his energy anymore. Go straight to his body. As soon as he finished speaking, the cold sword light drew a full moon and slashed towards Yun Yi's waist like lightning. Yuzuru Han had already got behind him without knowing when and launched a fatal blow. North Star Sword Style, Full Moon. The blade passed through Yun Yi's body without any hindrance, but there was no resistance at all. Yun Yi's body was cut into two parts by the blade and turned into thick mist and dissipated. Is this a cloud and fog trick? Hinyahara frowned slightly. I've been on guard against you. Yun Yi's voice came slowly from the air. He was seen stepping on the whirlwind, floating steadily in the air, and his white clothes were rustling in the wind. Woody's mouth curled up. Heaven? That's just what I want. Dazzling flames shot out from his palms. Woody's hands were like double-barreled cannons, firing madly at Yun Yi. He was simply a human-shaped ground-to-air turret. When Yun Yi saw such a fierce attack, his face twitched slightly. The whirlwind under his feet suddenly changed direction, drawing a zigzag line in the air and avoiding all the attacks. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. Otherwise, the wine I've treasured for many years will be given to others. Yun Yi slowly descended in the air and said with a smile, The wind is rising. He stood on a rock in the distance, his expression gradually becoming serious, and his hands were gently raised as if he was holding something. A cyclone slowly formed in the distant woods, spinning faster and faster and becoming stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it was as big as a building. The huge suction force swept up the surrounding broken wood and fallen leaves. A tornado was slowly forming. Oh my God, such a big deal. Seeing the unparalleled gale gradually growing stronger, Gou Chen swallowed his saliva. Thoughts in his mind were extinguished one after another. If this continued, everyone would be doomed. He caught a glimpse of the pale-faced Wang Ruoyi out of the corner of his eye and spoke anxiously as if he had grasped the last straw. Wang Ruoyi, what exactly are your abilities? At this moment, the abilities of the three of them could not pose any threat to Yun. His mirror could not be controlled freely in such a strong wind. Wu Di's explosion could not hit Yun in the air, and it was even more impossible for Yuzuru Hanyu to jump into the sky to chop people. They could only pin their hopes on Wang Ruoyi's ability. Wang Ruoyi was stunned for a moment, then said, "It can reduce one's presence and create a simple illusion for others." Illusion? How many seconds can it control him? Gou Chen asked hurriedly. No, I just tried it. The mental power of a third-level ability user is too strong. I can't do it even for a second. Wang Ruoyi's voice became smaller and smaller, and a timid look appeared on her face. Gou Chen's newly ignited hope was instantly shattered. He clenched his fists in frustration. Is it really the end of the world? Wait. His peripheral vision caught sight of Yun in the distance, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and his expression gradually became strange. Listen to me. I have an idea. Everyone gathered around Gou Chen, trying hard to keep their bodies steady in the howling wind, but their eyes slowly lit up. Clouds are surging. Yun put his hands together, and the dark clouds in the sky slowly rotated, and a black corner dropped down on its own, connecting with the rotating tornado on the ground. A large amount of dark clouds were immediately sucked into the tornado. He stared closely at the black tornado and whispered two words. Lei Xing. Flashes of lightning appeared on the surface of the tornado, accompanied by terrifying thunderous sounds. The wind roared, thunder fell, and the whole scene was like the end of the world. Candidates in other corners looked up, their mouths twitching wildly. What was going on over there? Wasn't this just an ordinary entrance exam? Examiner's room. Yuni has gone too far. The examiner on the left said with a wry smile. He's almost pulling out all the trees. This shouldn't be necessary for an entrance exam. It's not like his character, but you can't blame him. His ability is just fancy. The female examiner paused and accidentally said the truth, then changed her words. Well, what I mean is that it's hard not to show off the ability to control the weather. You're right. It does look scary, but it's actually not very useful. The examiner with a crew cut said slowly. Yun is soft-hearted after all. He has already started to let us win. It depends on whether these little guys can see through it. Well, I don't want this to happen either. Why don't you just surrender? I'll treat you to a drink when I get back. Yun looked at the terrifying lightning tornado, sighed lightly, and said to several people. Oh, really? Gou Chen gave Yun a bright smile. Chapter 59, Three-Color Positioning. Since you insist on doing so, don't blame me for being ruthless. His expression condensed, and a tornado of lightning immediately moved towards them. The chaotic lightning struck the ground from time to time, leaving a deep pit. Senior brother, why? Do you want to stay so far away from us? Gou Chen said with a slight smile. Yun Yi's heart skipped a beat, but he still said calmly, Do you think I'm afraid of you? Brother, if you had placed the tornado among us at the beginning, we would not have been here until now. But you placed it in the woods hundreds of meters away from us. Although it was extremely terrifying, it caused almost no harm to us. Therefore, I made a bold guess. Gou Chen paused and said, This skill is an indiscriminate killing weapon. Once it gets too close to you, you will also be affected. So it can't be too far away from you, nor too close. It can only linger in that small area. Moreover, under the influence of the strong wind, you can't ride the wind to the sky. In other words, as long as we get close to you. Gou Chen had just finished speaking when Yun immediately ran deeper into the woods without looking back, and a lightning tornado behind him slowly approached them at the same speed. Ruoyi, Yiqianming suddenly shouted. Wang Ruoyi's pupils seemed to turn into a whirlpool, staring straight at the direction where Yun Yi was running. At the same time, Yun Yi's figure paused slightly for half a second. In this brief moment, Hinyahara suddenly rushed out and chased Yun-E at a very fast speed. Yun-E, who was unable to fly into the sky, was no match for Hinyahara in speed and was caught up in just a few breaths and was intercepted. Okay. I've almost used up all my mental strength. I surrender. Yun-E said with a smile, panting. Ding! A crisp sound came from afar. A flare shot up into the sky, and a blue firework bloomed in the air. Entrance test finished. Ji Qianming breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. His mind was too tense just now, and now that he relaxed, he felt a little weak all over. Not bad. You actually saw my weakness. Yun-E walked to Ji Qianming with a faint smile on his face and helped him up. Ji Qianming smiled bitterly and said, "Thank you for letting me go, but it's a pity that your treasure collection of many years has been wasted." "What do you mean by letting me win? I even used my strongest killer move." Yun-E raised his eyebrows. "Besides, wine is only fun when everyone drinks together, right?" Ji Qianming was slightly startled, then smiled and nodded. "This test is now over. Students who have not been eliminated, please bring your tokens to register." After everyone returned to the waiting room, the examiner with a crew cut and 2 other examiners began to check the number of tokens for each person. Only 8 out of the 18 people stood up, including Ji Qianming. He glanced at the others and found that Zhang Fan, Natalia, and Duanmu Qingyu were also among them. Roughly speaking, the ones with the most tokens should be Hanyahara and Zhang Fan, but it is not known who has more tokens. Ji Qianming had no intention of competing with these 2 big guys at all. As long as he was not eliminated, it would be good enough. After a while, the examiner with a crew cut stood up with the summary sheet and reported the results slowly and leisurely. First place, Zhang Fan, 16 medals. Second place, Hanyahara, 15 medals. Third place, Sihanauk, 12 medals. Fourth place, Natalia, 10 medals. Fifth place, Duanmu Qingyu, 9 medals. Sixth place, Wu Di, 8 medals. Seventh place, Ji Qianming, 7 medals. Eighth place, Wang Ruoyi, 5 medals. Well, they were basically all acquaintances. Ji Qianming counted on his fingers and found that besides himself, there was only one Cambodian person he didn't know. Zhang Fan sat quietly on the side, as if he was not the one who got first place. His expression was as cold as an iceberg. Yuzuru Hanyu had his unchanging smile on his face, squinting his eyes as he looked at Zhang Fan, as if he was thinking about something. "We have divided each of you into categories based on your performance, ability, and overall strength. I have 3 colors of bamboo sticks here. Red represents the main output, long-range combat, and the core of the team. Yellow represents secondary output, controllability, and assassination ability. Blue represents team support, combat command, and logistical capabilities. You must form a team of 3 before tomorrow's team combat class. The team must include 3 colors. You must note that this grouping will accompany you throughout your life and cannot be changed unless a member dies." The instructor with a crew cut said solemnly, and the female examiner began to distribute bamboo sticks to the students one by one. It was finally about to begin. Not knowing what color I was, Ji Qianming became a little nervous. Ji Qianming blue. The female examiner checked the student's information and handed over a thin blue bamboo stick with an expressionless face. Blue, just as I expected. Ji Qianming's heart was immediately relieved. With his current abilities, he was indeed not suitable to be a main combatant. Of course, this was before he obtained the next replica leaf pattern. No matter what, the next leaf pattern must be lethal. It's too tiring to fight with just mirror fragments. Ji Qianming sighed lightly and thought to himself. In fact, what he wanted to replicate most was Zhang Fan's ability. Although it was still unclear what level it was, the terrifying killing power made Ji Qianming very excited. It's a pity that the leaf pattern is in his eye. I can't dig out the boss's eyeball and make a copy of it, right? "Boss, what color are you?" After coming out of the waiting room, Ji Qianming walked to Zhang Fan first. "Red." Zhang Fan took out a red bamboo stick from his pocket and said lightly. Ji Qianming showed his blue bamboo stick and said excitedly, "Boss, we can form a team now." Zhang Fan's mouth corners slightly raised, and he nodded decisively. "One more yellow bamboo stick is missing. Do you have a choice?" Ji Qianming pondered for a while, and at this moment, Natalia walked straight towards him. "Qianming, what color bamboo stick are you?" Natalia blinked her eyes, her beautiful light blue eyes full of anticipation. "I'm blue. The boss and I have formed a team. Now we're just short of yellow." Ji Qianming's eyes lit up when he saw Natalia. Natalia shook her head in frustration, took out a red bamboo stick from behind her, and said with a wry smile, "It seems that we can't form a team. I'll go look for someone else." After saying that, she looked at Zhang Fan resentfully, turned and left. Why does it smell like vinegar? Ji Qianming's mouth twitched slightly. He must have been overthinking. Besides Natalia, I just saw Duanmu Qingyu also seem to have a blue bamboo stick. So who else has a yellow one? Yiqian Ming frowned. The sound of wooden clogs came from distance. The two turned their heads and saw Hanyahara, wearing a yellow haori, slowly walking up to them. He pulled out a yellow bamboo stick from his sleeve and spoke with a smile. "Gentlemen, shall we form a team?" Chapter 60, Trio. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Ji Qianming put down the half-packed luggage in his hands and opened the door of the dormitory. Zhang Fan, dressed in black and carrying a black suitcase, was standing at the door. There was a faint smile on his handsome face as he looked at Ji Qianming quietly. "Boss." Ji Qianming showed a bright smile on his face and moved aside to let Zhang Fan enter the house. After the groups were divided in the afternoon, the students began to adjust their dormitories on their own. Duanmu Qingyu, Wu Di, and Wang Ruoyi formed a group, and Natalia and two other international friends were assigned to a group and had already moved out. Ji Qianming was the only one left in dormitory 304, living alone in the empty room. "Boss, Hanyahara hasn't arrived yet. You can choose room 2 or 3 first." Zhang Fan suddenly stopped where he was, his eyes moving back and forth between the two rooms. There was endless entanglement and struggle in his eyes, and a painful expression on his face. Is this a fear of making choices? Ji Qianming was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. "Well, I live in room 1. How about you live next door to me?" Ji Qianming asked tentatively. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up, and he felt like he was saved. He gave Ji Qianming a grateful look and quickly walked into room 2. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang again. Hanyahara walked in quietly carrying a small luggage bag, bowed slightly to the two of them, and his eyes narrowed into crescents. "Mr. Qianming, Mr. Zhang Fan, please give me more guidance in the future." Ji Qianming and Zhang Fan looked at each other and bowed in imitation of each other. "Please give me your guidance." At this moment, Ji Qianming was a little excited. He had hugged 2 big brothers in a row. Now his life was guaranteed. 2 big brothers. I just saw some flour and vegetable stuffing in the kitchen refrigerator. It's a good opportunity for me to make some dumplings today to celebrate the formation of our 3-person team. Ji Qianming felt that his future was extremely bright, and he was in a good mood. He volunteered to go and cook. "That's good. I haven't tasted Chinese food yet." Hanyahara showed an interested expression. "I know a little bit about making dumplings. Let me help you chop the stuffing." Zhang Fan took out a brown apron from somewhere, tied it on skillfully, and followed Ji Qianming into the kitchen. Ji Qianming took out a stainless steel basin from the cupboard, poured some flour into it, rolled up his sleeves, and began to knead the dough enthusiastically. Zhang Fan took out 2 kitchen knives, took out a chopping board, and started cutting vegetables. He looked at the dish in front of him intently, holding it down with one hand and holding the knife handle with the other hand, and began to cut it inch by inch, making the distance between each piece almost exactly the same. "It took me nearly 10 minutes to cut this vegetable." Ji Qianming looked at the leaked segments on the chopping board in disbelief. Not only were the lengths of each segment exactly the same, but even the angles at which they tilted on the chopping board were exactly the same. So neat and tidy, it was outrageous. He widened his eyes and said in a daze, "Boss, you don't have obsessive-compulsive disorder?" Zhang Fan looked at the masterpiece in front of him with satisfaction, raised his head proudly, and ignored Ji Qianming's questions. "Hey, the way this vegetable is cut is so interesting." Hanyahara suddenly came over from the side and touched a few vegetables with his hand. The perfect patterns looked like they were bitten by a cow and suddenly became ugly. Zhang Fan's body trembled, and he turned stiffly to look at Hanyahara, with anger burning in his eyes. "You?" Hanyahara turned his head slightly and met Zhang Fan's angry eyes with a smile. The air between the two of them became stagnant. "Hey boss, you cut it really well. I'll use it to mix the stuffing first." Ji Qianming was so scared that he was sweating coldly. He quickly poured the leeks on the chopping board into the basin and said with a smile. Zhang Fan snorted coldly, suppressed his anger, walked to Ji Qianming, and started making dumplings. He picked up a suitable amount of dumpling filling with chopsticks, put it into the clean dumpling skin, and carefully pinched it into a perfect shape. Every tilt angle coincided with the golden section line, which looked extremely pleasing to the eye. The only drawback is that it took me only 10 minutes to make this dumpling. The corners of Gou Chen mouth twitched wildly, and he gently put the 20-second dumpling he had wrapped into the plate. At this time, Zhang Fan finally picked up the second portion of dumpling skin and began to wrap it carefully. No, you said you would help me? You only packed one for me in such a short time? Finally, when Ji Qianming put the 67th dumpling on the plate, Zhang Fan completed his third work of art. Wait, Ji Qianming was about to put the food into the pot when Zhang Fan suddenly stopped him. I saw him frowning and gently moving the dumplings around. It took him 20 minutes to arrange the dumplings on the plate into a blooming chrysanthemum. Only then did he stop with satisfaction. Yi Qianming. Boss, I was wrong. Don't go into the kitchen again. I beg you. I kowtow to you. At this moment, Henyahara gently touched the table, and the dumplings on the plate moved away, and the blooming chrysanthemums suddenly turned into chrysanthemum withered. Oh, how careless, Henyahara said lightly, looking at Zhang Fan with a smile. Finished. This sinister man just can't get along with the boss. This thought suddenly flashed through Ji Qianming's mind. You are looking for death. The murderous intent in Zhang Fan's eyes was almost overflowing, and the golden leaf pattern on his left eye flickered slightly. Several kitchen knives in the kitchen seemed to be held by invisible hands, hanging in front of Zhang Fan, with the tips of the knives pointing at Henyahara, ready to shoot out at any time. The smile on Henyahara's face became even brighter. He placed one hand on the long sword at his waist, and the few strands of hair hanging down moved without wind, as if he would draw the sword at the next moment. Want to have a fight? Stop. Stop right there. Ji Qianming, who was caught in the middle, couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Go outside if you want to fight. Don't ruin the dumplings I worked so hard to make. He grabbed the dumplings on the table in front of him and said with some pain, That's right. We can't waste Qian Mingyuan's dumplings. In the practical class, I want to personally learn from Zhang Fanjun, the #1 strength. Henyahara's smile slowly faded and he let go of the hilt. Okay, I'll wait. Zhang Fan replied coldly, waving his hand to return all the kitchen knives to their original positions, and the tense atmosphere disappeared. Ji Qianming finally breathed a sigh of relief. But looking at the two big guys in front of him, he felt that the future was full of unknowns and fog. It seems that having too many big names in a team is not a good thing. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. After a while, the dumplings in the pot gradually floated up. Ji Qianming took out a dumpling and cut a hole in it. The aroma of the dumplings quickly spread throughout the house. Well, it's almost done. Ji Qianming nodded with satisfaction, took out the dumplings one by one, and walked out of the kitchen carrying a few plates. At this moment, Zhang Fan and Yuzuru Hanyu acted as if nothing had happened. They sat upright on both sides of the dining table, their eyes staring at the dumplings in Ji Qianming's hands. Gurgle. Someone swallowed his saliva. Ji Qianming raised the corner of his mouth slightly, picked up the goblet filled with red wine, and the fine wine left a red mark in the glass. Cheers! Cheers! Chapter 61. Origin of Leaf Pattern. The next day, we had the class on leaf texture theory. The history of leaf patterns is too ancient, and it is impossible to determine when they appeared, but our researchers have found some clues from ancient books. A tall female teacher on the podium pushed her glasses and continued. 1,008 years ago, although leaf patterns existed, their number was extremely rare, only 1/10 of what is now, and their danger level was basically below grade A. It was not until the God realm opened up a passage to the earth and all living things were devastated that the number of leaf patterns suddenly increased dramatically. People with high-risk leaf patterns emerged like mushrooms after rain, becoming the main force against the God realm. What are your speculations about this? The female teacher showed a scrutinizing look and waited for the students' answers. It feels like a biological protection mechanism. Seeing that no one answered for a long time, Wang Roi said timidly. The female teacher's eyes lit up, and she looked appreciative. Go on. Wang Roi organized her words and said slowly, when an organism is invaded by an external virus, it will trigger its self-protection mechanism and produce a large number of white blood cells to fight the virus. I feel that this is very similar. That's right. The female teacher nodded. It is recorded in ancient books that the world we live in has a core, like a control room. It controls all the rules and order of this world. Legend has it that it looks like a giant tree connecting chaos and reality, and is called the World Tree. All the leaf patterns come from this World Tree. Our researchers speculate that the reason why the gods launched an attack on the Earth was also aimed at this World Tree. Leaf patterns are essentially the power that controls the rules of the world, and have the same function as the World Tree. When the World Tree senses the threat from the God Realm, it immediately releases a large number of leaf patterns and uses the power of humans to fight against the God Realm. This is the reason for the current situation. World Tree. Ji Qianming didn't react much. After all, his worldview collapsed when he came to Gou Chen Academy. Teacher, why doesn't the World Tree throw out all the leaf patterns at once? Why do the leaf patterns have to sleep? An international friend suddenly raised his hand and asked curiously. That's a good question. The female teacher nodded gently. We speculate that the leaf pattern is part of the World Tree. It can release some of its leaf patterns to humans, but if it abandons all of its leaf patterns, it will be seriously damaged. Therefore, after a leaf pattern host dies, the leaf pattern will return to the World Tree on its own to feed the World Tree until the World Tree no longer needs its power, and then release it into the human world, and the cycle continues. Ji Qianming seemed to be thinking about something, and lightly wrote a word on the table with one finger. Leaf. It's composed of a grass radical, with a sure, world, in the middle and a mu tree below. Isn't this the World Tree? It turned out that everything was laid out before him, but he didn't notice it. So, the leaf pattern is not a force that allows people to satisfy their selfish desires and bully the weak, but it's for protection. Ji Qianming said involuntarily, his thoughts returning to the scene of talking with Fatty Chui on the train. He felt that all the confusion he had at that time suddenly became clear. The female teacher glanced at Ji Qianming and smiled appreciatively. Yes, the meaning of Yi Wen's existence is to protect the World Tree, to protect humans, and to protect everyone around him. Natalia looked at Ji Qianming, her lips slightly raised and her eyes shining. In the afternoon, practical class. The 18 freshmen were divided into groups of 3. The instructor with a crew cut swept his eyes over each group. When he stopped at Ji Qianming's group, his eyes stayed for a long time. A barely perceptible smile appeared on his cold face. Now that you have been divided into groups, I will register you and number you in order. The people next to you now are your comrades, your companions. They are the ones you can trust with your back without reservation. From now on, even if it means facing mountains of swords and seas of fire, and there is no way to survive, you must face it together. Do you hear me? The instructor's powerful voice was heard, and all the groups below answered loudly. Only Zhang Fan and Yuzuru Hanyu looked at each other and snorted coldly at the same time. Ji Qianming. Instructor, is it too late for me to change groups now? QEQ? Next, in order to make your cooperation more tacit, you must be familiar with every ability of your teammates. The 3 people in the same group will find places to communicate separately. No matter what method is used, disband. As soon as the crew-haired instructor finished speaking, Ji Qianming felt 2 surges of fighting spirit surging from both sides of him. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva and silently took a few steps back. Zhang Fanjun, please. Henyahara placed his hand on the long sword with a smile. His center of gravity sank, and his yellow feather ori fluttered in the wind. Zhang Fan turned his head expressionlessly. A ball of golden light burst out from his left eye, and swords, spears, and halberds from the cold weapon walls on both sides flew over and circled around him. Just what I want. Other students were also attracted by this scene and gathered around to watch. The instructor with a crew cut raised his eyebrows, but did not say anything to stop them. After all, it was he who said, no matter what method. Besides, this may not be a bad thing. Zhang Fan's eyes focused, and a long spear trembled slightly, piercing towards Hanyahara like lightning, making a whistling sound as it broke through the air. Mirror Heart Mingji style, / Hanyahara maintained the posture of drawing his sword until the cold light of the spear was only half a meter away from his eyes. He then moved to the right in a strange posture and missed the front end of the spear. Base. I saw a sharp blade light passing through the middle of the spear, and the spear broke in the middle, leaving a cut as smooth as a mirror. Zhang Fan moved his fingers slightly, and the tip of the spear turned sharply in the air, stabbing at Hanyahara from the back while he was still swinging the sword. Oomph! A chill came from Hanyahara's back. He snorted lightly and swiped the scabbard in his left hand backwards, directly knocking the tip of the gun away and sinking it deeply into the ground. Go! Zhang Fan shouted softly, and the weapons in front of him shot towards Henyahara like sharp arrows, blocking all his escape routes. Henyahara's expression remained unchanged. Just as he was about to swing his sword, he felt the sword in his hand shake slightly and actually try to slip out of his hand. "Control my sword?" Henyahara frowned slightly and held the hilt of the sword tightly with his right hand to prevent it from flying out. But even so, he might not be able to continue using his sword skills. Several students around began to whisper, "All of Yuzuru Hanyu's skills are on this sword." Now that he is restricted by Zhang Fan, his chances of winning are slim. Several weapons were in front of him in the blink of an eye. He decisively let go of the long sword in his hand and rushed towards the weapons. Chapter 62, Battle of Two Heroes. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Henyahara jumped lightly and dodged the attacks of two weapons with an extremely tricky posture. His empty hands gently rotated, swordless style Dark Willow. His hand rested on a Tang sword, and there seemed to be a kind of magic in his palm. The whistling Tang sword seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and was easily grasped in his hand. Beichen's sword style, Raging Wind. Just as he controlled the Tang sword, he swung the sword in a circle around him. The sword energy brought up a gust of wind, which blew away all the weapons surrounding him. The yellow Haori fluttered in the wind, and Henyahara landed steadily on the ground. He hung the Tang sword on his waist, and his posture was as if he was holding his Japanese long sword. The whole process happened so quickly that the people around couldn't see Henyahara's movements clearly, but such a gorgeous reversal still made many people applaud. Henyahara's Japanese long sword spun in the air, as if being pulled by an invisible force, and fell straight into Zhang Fan's hands. "Good knife." Zhang Fan looked at the knife carefully. It was light but not thin, and the snow-white blade had the most perfect curvature. The blade flashed coldly in the sun, giving people the feeling of a winter stream, cold and agile. "What is the name of this knife?" Zhang Fan asked. "Do I need to tell you?" The instructor said to be familiar with everything about your companions. "Snow White." "Snow White." Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. "What a good name." After saying that, he threw the Snow White in his hand to Henyahara. Henyahara reached out and gently grasped the hilt of the knife, frowning slightly, seeming a little confused. "It's a part of you. Use it to fight me," Zhang Fan said calmly. Henyahara stood there quietly, and after a long silence, he smiled and said, "Okay, I'll give your knife back to you two." He swung the Tang sword in his hand and threw it straight toward Zhang Fan. However, the Tang sword stopped halfway in the air and hovered steadily in the air. A golden light flashed in Zhang Fan's left eye, and he raised his right hand and clenched it gently. Henyahara's Haori was like a python, fiercely wrapped around his body and tightly locked his movements. At the same time, the hovering Tang sword chopped towards Henyahara's head at a rapid speed, twice as fast as when he controlled several weapons before. Buzz! The Tang sword cut through the air, making a whistling sound, and turned into a blurry black shadow, making it impossible to capture its trajectory. Bound by the Haori, Henyahara didn't think twice and kicked his legs on the ground, then jumped sideways towards the terrifyingly fast Tang sword. With a slight sound, the Tang sword narrowly brushed past Henyahara's body and cut the feather webbing wrapped around his body. Henyahara suddenly squatted down on the ground, then burst out at an astonishing speed and rushed towards Zhang Fan. So fast, Zhang Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, and with a fierce pull of his right hand, the Tang sword that had missed Henyahara flew again from behind at high speed, trying to catch up with Henyahara, who was running at full speed. The Tang sword was extremely fast, but it took too long to turn back in the air. It would take at least 1 second to return to Zhang Fan, and Henyahara only needs 0.5 seconds. Beichen one sword style, blink. Snow White unsheathed her sword, leaving a residual image in the air. A snow-white blade light flashed through the air and slashed towards Zhang Fan's neck like lightning. Base! The slender Snow White stopped at Zhang Fan's throat, the sharp blade almost touching the skin, but the smile on Yuzuru Han's face froze. I saw a small piece of iron floating in front of his eyes, just a hair's breadth away from piercing his eyeball. This battle ended in a draw. The students watching the scene almost stopped breathing at this moment. Their eyes widened, and they dared not blink, fearing that one of them would fall down in the next second. Where's the familiar teammates? Especially Ji Qianming. His palms were sweaty, and his heart was pounding. These two were his companions. No matter which one of them lost, it would be a completely bad thing. A draw was already the best result. Clap, clap, clap. The crew-haired instructor came over from a distance, clapping his hands. His eyes were full of praise as he looked at the two of them. Not bad. Both of you have reached the pinnacle of combat awareness, combat skills, and the use of your abilities. So I decided to give each of you 2 extra credits. The smile on the crew-cut instructor's face gradually disappeared, and his voice became colder. But you were wrong from the beginning. Your abilities and your swords are not meant to be used against your companions. Look at you. Are you trying to kill your teammates? I'll deduct 5 credits from each of you. Suddenly, he turned around and pointed at Gou Chen. And you watched your teammates kill each other and did nothing. You will also be deducted 3 credits. Gou Chen was immediately caught in the crossfire. Well, the semester had just begun, and the credits of 3 people had already turned negative. Those 2 enemies still had 2 credits as rewards for the top 3 places, but he only had 0.5. Zhang Fan and Yuzuru Hanyu slowly put down their weapons, looked at each other, and remained silent. After this incident, the other students dispersed to familiarize themselves with their companions' abilities, and the atmosphere in Gou Chen group became awkward. Hey, 2 brothers, can we get to know each other? Gou Chen was the first to break the silence and spoke cautiously. We're already familiar with it. Kenyahara and Zhang Fan spoke at the same time, looked at each other, snorted coldly, and turned their heads away. It's over, these 2 arrogant people. Gou Chen suddenly felt a huge pressure on him and spoke after hesitating for a while. Well, let me first briefly talk about my abilities and how they can be used. My ability is to change the conditions for reflection. Gou Chen briefly talked about his abilities and then looked at Zhang Fan eagerly. Zhang Fan paused and said, My ability is unknown. Probably I can manipulate objects. You don't know your ability? Kenyahara chuckled and said slowly, If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it, or you can say that you don't have the ability. You, Zhang Fan glared at Yuzuru Hanyu and was about to explode when Gou Chen hurriedly stopped him. Well, the boss's ability is indeed unknown, and it seems to be sealed by something. Kenyahara raised his eyebrows and then fell into deep thought. Then what are your abilities? Zhang Fan asked coldly. Kenyahara spread his hands and smiled harmlessly. I don't have the ability. Zhang Fan couldn't bear it anymore. The leaf pattern on his left eye began to flicker. He asked fiercely, Do you want to die? Oh, just you. Gou Chen looked up at the sky in despair. This group was probably doomed. Just when the 2 were on the verge of a fight, the instructor in the distance glanced at them leisurely. The golden light in Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly disappeared, and Yuzuru Hanyu's hand on Shiryuki was slowly put down. My ability is acceleration, Kenyahara said casually with his signature smile. After that, the 3 of them looked at each other. No one spoke and fell into silence. Chapter 63. First Mission. Late autumn. Deep red leaves were falling from the window, and Gou Chen finally woke up from his doze. Looking at the Western mythology history teacher who was speaking eloquently on the stage, he felt sleepy again. 2 months have passed since the start of the school year, and 1/3 of the required courses for the first semester of the freshman year have been completed, including leaf texture theory, maintenance and use of thermal weapons, history of Western mythology, history of Eastern mythology, history of the divine world, outline of tactical command, and practical courses. Among them, Gou Chen's favorites are maintenance and practice of hot weapons and an outline of tactical command. The former is because he can play with guns, and the latter is purely out of interest. Although Gou Chen performance in cold weapon practical classes was average, his marksmanship was among the best in the class. The most regrettable thing was that he had made almost no progress in collecting soul energy in the past 2 months. Obviously, there was only a little bit left to the next level, but he could not get it together. Qianming, I'm so bored. A note came from the table in front of him. Natalia winked at him and smiled. Gou Qianming's mouth corners slightly raised. He added a sentence on the note and quietly passed it back. Me too. Why do you want to take a course like History of Western Mythology? It's totally useless in resisting the God realm. I heard that it's because some of the mythological history is real, and it's all related to the divine world. Gou Qianming looked at the answer sent back by Natalia and pondered. Is it the same as Zhu Yin from China? Speaking of Zhu Yin, Gou Qianming couldn't help but have a headache again. During these 2 months, he entered the mirror space in his mind several times to ask Zhu Yin about his peach blossom calamity, but Zhu Yin just looked at him and sneered and could not get anything valuable out of him. Qianming, I heard that we were qualified to go out and take on missions. Seeing that Ji Qianming did not reply for a long time, Natalia handed him another note. Can I go out and take on missions already? Ji Qianming was stunned. Gou Chen College has a rule that freshmen cannot go out on missions before being approved by the college. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and he has already been approved by the college? Are there any restrictions? Ji Qianming replied after thinking for a while. It is said that we can only accept the lowest level C rank missions, and we need a senior student to accompany us. Sure enough, even if one's abilities are recognized by the academy, there will always be some problems when performing a mission for the first time, and it is good to have a senior. I'll go back and discuss with my teammates and see if I can pick a mission. Ji Qianming pondered for a while and wrote, Be careful. I heard that the mortality rate on the first mission is very high. Come back safely. Natalia passed the note back, and her pair of autumn water eyes flickered as she looked at Ji Qianming, full of worry. Ji Qianming nodded slightly, held up the note in his hand, pointed at Natalia, and spoke silently. The same to you. Natalia understood Ji Qianming's lip language and smiled brightly. Can I take the mission? In the dormitory, Zhang Fan, who was meditating, raised his eyebrows and slowly opened his eyes. We've finally waited for this day. Hinyahara walked over quietly in flip-flops. Ji Qianming said with a bitter face, My current credits are minus 2.5. Even if I take a C-level mission, I will just get back to the level of the beginning of the school year. You can imagine that I will have to live a life of toiling like a beast in the future. Zhang Fan and Yuzuru Hanyu paused and turned their heads at the same time, as if they had not heard anything just now. Then why don't we just take a B-level mission? Zhang Fan said calmly. That's right. Hinyahara rarely agreed with Zhang Fan's point of view. My two brothers, B-level missions are prepared for third-level ability users. Hey, you are all strong men, but I am just a small first-level ability user. There are restrictions for the first mission. You can only accept C-level. Ji Qianming began to be grateful that the academy had this rule. Otherwise, these two enemies would definitely go straight to B-level, and he would probably end up as a monument. Zhang Fan stood up slowly from the ground, patted his wrinkled clothes, and walked straight out the door. Boss, where are you going? Go check the mission. Zhang Fan's voice came slowly. Hinyahara smiled, put his hands in his sleeves, and followed unsteadily. Why are other groups so harmonious, but my group is like hell? Where's the team cohesion? Ji Qianming sighed. C-level mission. Help Organization 0 to kill the core members of the Shangxie Society. Reward, 2 credits. C-level mission. Investigate the reasons why the seal of the Bermuda Divine Realm loosened. Reward, 2.5 credits. C-rank mission. Escort important items from Egypt to 1 to 13 Dangerous Goods Management Center. Reward, 3 credits. Ji Qianming selected several C-level tasks and pondered. Ding! Team 9 accepts the C-level escort mission. It is detected that Team 9 is a new team, and an assistance mission is automatically issued for you. An electronic prompt sound came from the computer. Ji Qianming was stunned and turned his head suddenly to look. Zhang Fan silently withdrew his hand from the mouse, as if nothing had happened. No, I haven't even finished reading it. How come I was chosen? Ji Qianming was confused. Was he arranged so clearly? Qianming-kun, do I still have to read this? Of course. You should choose the mission with the highest credits. Hinyahara said with a smile, as if it was a matter of course. Their opinions were actually unanimous again? Ji Qianming felt that he must have not woken up yet. Ding! Number 08051 Yun accepts the assistance mission of Team 9. The relevant information about the mission has been sent. Please check. Yunyi, the third-level senior during the entrance examination? Ji Qianming quickly remembered the name, and his heart finally settled down. In any case, with a third-level person in charge, the possibility of encountering irresistible dangers was much smaller. The 3 people's cell phones beeped with notifications, indicating that the information about the mission had been sent. Ji Qianming took a quick glance and found that there were more than 50 pages. The mission will start in 3 days, and you need to apply for absence before going on the mission. Finally, I don't have to listen to Western mythology. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up. Since Gou Chen Academy mainly focuses on practical training for its students, the credits earned from tasks account for a large proportion. In theory, as long as you complete enough tasks, you can graduate successfully even if you don't attend theoretical classes. It is common for students to take leave due to missions. The body of the Egyptian pharaoh, Zhang Fan, who had carefully read the mission overview, exclaimed in surprise. The body of the pharaoh? Ji Qianming was stunned. He looked at the mission brief again and widened his eyes. Why do we need to escort the pharaoh's body? Could this body come back to life? Chapter 64, Mirror Knife. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and a middle-aged man in a logistics department uniform stood quietly outside the door, holding a large box. Group number 9 is in this dormitory, right? The middle-aged man asked after looking at the note on the box. Ji Qianming was stunned and nodded slightly. The RD department has prepared your special weapons. Please check them. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up. He quickly signed his name and returned to the living room carrying the big box. Every freshman in Gou Chen has an opportunity to ask the RD department to customize weapons according to their requirements. A month ago, Ji Qianming and the other two submitted their requirements and filled out a thick stack of habit questionnaires. After a month, they finally completed it on the eve of the first mission. Boss, Yuan, the weapons have arrived, he shouted into the house. Zhang Fan came in his pajamas, sleepy-eyed. Henyahara walked downstairs slowly, carrying a Japanese teacup with the snow white on his waist. Ji Qianming took out 3 black boxes from a box. Well, this big one is the boss's, the medium one is mine. Why? Your box is so small. Ji Qianming looked at the box that was half the size of his palm with a strange expression. Henyahara smiled mysteriously and opened it gently. Inside lay a silver-white ring of very ancient style, and the workmanship was not something that ordinary jewelry could have. Ring. Ji Qianming suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened like copper bells, and he stammered. This can't be the storage ring that Teacher Sure of the Divine Realm mentioned. This is not a storage ring. It is a replica made by Gou Chen's RD department based on the storage ring from the God Realm. It has a very small storage space. Zhang Fan took out the instruction manual from the box and shook his head. Henyahara carefully put the ring on his finger. It was neither too big nor too small, just the right size for his finger. He held his hand on Snow White and saw a silver ring flash, and Snow White disappeared out of thin air. Henyahara showed a satisfied smile. I have Snow White, so I don't need any other weapons. But it's too conspicuous to carry her around with a lot of people. So I asked the RD department to create an item that can carry Snow White with me. It's actually possible to play like this. If I had known earlier, I would have asked for a ring too. Ji Qianming suddenly felt a little regretful. Zhang Fan opened the suitcase-sized box in front of him. 18 small metal balls were neatly arranged inside, each with a diameter about the same as a coin. The leaf pattern on his left eye flickered slightly, and 18 small balls flew up one after another, circling around Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan waved his hand lightly, and the small balls unfolded and turned into 18 flying knives, spinning rapidly in the air with a cold light. This is so handsome! Many little stars suddenly appeared in Ji Qianming's eyes. The lethality of my ability will be reduced when there are no controllable objects around, so I applied for a set of portable, small-sized weapons. Zhang Fan's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes revealed his love for this set of weapons. Hee, it's finally my turn. Ji Qianming rubbed his hands and opened his box with an itchy heart. There was a pink makeup mirror lying quietly inside. Ji Qianming's mouth twitched wildly. What was this? Why was it so different from other people's weapons? Restraining the urge to smash the mirror, he grabbed the beauty mirror, held it in his hand, and looked at it from left to right, but he couldn't find anything special and his face turned pale. Qianming-kun, try to use your ability to control the mirror. Henyahara read the instructions carefully and spoke. Ji Qianming was stunned and slowly urged Fei Hua, and suddenly let out a light exclamation. This beauty mirror is actually not a mirror, but is made up of several extremely thin pieces of unknown metal sheets overlapped together. The diamond-shaped metal sheets, as thin as cicada wings, fly up one by one and float steadily in the air. 1, 2, 12, 13. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up. 13 pieces of metal with excellent reflective ability. How powerful would they be with the addition of his own abilities? A piece of metal flew out of the door under Ji Qianming's control, with almost no air resistance. A flash of blue light appeared on its surface, and its sharpness and hardness had been increased. An imperceptible sound was heard, and the metal sheet had easily cut a piece of rock in half, leaving an extremely smooth-cut surface. So sharp, Ji Qianming became excited. Well, try pressing this again. Yuzuru Hanyu handed the outer shell of the beauty mirror to Ji Qianming and saw a small metal button on its side. Ji Qianming pressed lightly, and the pink shell quickly deformed, turning into a knife handle in the blink of an eye. This is an idea flashed through Gou Chen mind, and he immediately controlled the 13 metal pieces to be inserted into the handle one by one. The metal pieces instantly formed a slender blade, reflecting Gou Chen's excited face. It can also be combined into a sword. Gou Chen's breathing became rapid. Such a weapon greatly improved his combat effectiveness. I'll call you Mirror Blade from now on, he muttered to himself. 3 days later, in front of the Arc de Triomphe, Senior Yun Yi, Gou Chen saw the familiar figure in white and waved enthusiastically. Yun Yi smiled and waved his hand. It's been 2 months since we last met. You guys are about to start your missions too. Henyahara, wearing a haori, smiled and bowed slightly, while Zhang Fan nodded expressionlessly as a greeting. Senior, I feel much more at ease with you here, Gou Chen said with a smile. Zhang Fan and Yuzuru Hanyu raised their eyebrows at the same time. What? I can't let you feel at ease? Yun Yi shook his head slightly and said, I am just a supervisor to prevent you from getting into any accidents. I will not directly interfere with your tasks, so you still have to rely on yourself. But don't be too nervous. I've read the briefing for this mission and it's not too difficult. I believe you can handle it. Yun Yi's words made Gou Chen feel relieved. I feel relieved after hearing your words. Okay, we'll discuss the details of the mission on the way. Now let's go through the Arc de Triomphe to the real world. Yun Yi walked to the stone slab on the side of the Arc de Triomphe and gently slid his fingers. A blue star map was projected out from the stone slab. From the outline, it looked like the land plates of the entire hemisphere. Senior, what is this? Gou Chen asked curiously. The Arc de Triomphe is the passage connecting Gou Chen and the human world. There's only one door to Gou Chen, but there are many doors to the human world. There are 36 doors in China alone. Our mission location this time is in Guizhou, so we need to connect this door to the door closest to the mission location. As he spoke, a point on the star map was chosen by Yun Yi, and it began to shine. Lightning flashed faintly on the huge black stone gate, and the number increased. A swirling black mist slowly took shape in the center of the gate. This is somewhat similar to the door that was opened when the spirit key was used to search for the Chan element. Gou Chen thought to himself. Okay, let's go, Yun Yi said with a smile, then strode into the Arc de Triomphe and disappeared into the mist. The three of them looked at each other and followed closely. Chapter 65, Dawn. Passing through the black fog, Gou Chen felt dizzy, as if his mind was wandering in the void, and landed lightly in another place. This is an ordinary wooden house. There is not a single piece of furniture in the house. It is completely empty. The floor is covered with a thick layer of dust, and there are large spider webs in the corners. It looks like it has been uninhabited for some time. Gou Chen looked around in confusion. Is this from Gouchen to Guizhou? Yun in front walked to the door of the wooden house and gently pushed it open. The old wood immediately made a harsh creaking sound, which made people's scalps numb. This teleportation point has not been used for a long time, so it is a bit old, but it is enough for teleportation alone. Yun Yi explained it. Several people walked out of the wooden house one after another, and a large area of green came into their eyes. The wooden house was located on the mountainside, surrounded by endless green mountains. The three of them were stunned for a moment. Having grown up in a jungle of concrete, they had never seen such natural scenery. Gou Chen took a deep breath, looked at the white clouds floating slowly above his head, and couldn't help but sigh. The environment is really nice. It would be nice to retire here in the future. What a pity. Yun Yi's body trembled slightly, and he did not respond. Everyone here knew very well that the word retirement had nothing to do with them. They would die on the battlefield, not die of old age in the mountains. Senior, how do we go back after completing the mission? We didn't get the spirit key this time. Gou Chen suddenly thought of something and asked in confusion. The spirit key is a mobile portal. It is very difficult to create. It is only used in some specific missions or when new students start school. After this mission is over, you should return to this teleportation point and open the portal back to Gouchen from here. Yun Yi pushed aside a wooden board with his hand, revealing a stone slab that was smaller than the Arch of Triumph of Gou Chen. But please note that these doors in the human world are subportals. They can only be connected to the Arch of Triumph of Gou Chen and cannot be used to teleport to each other. Please pay attention to this when you go on missions by yourself in the future. The three of them nodded. Yun Yi walked to the wooden house, lifted the dusty blanket, and an off-road vehicle appeared in front of everyone. Generally, after each mission is completed, Someone will drive the car back to the teleportation point, and the key will be placed in the groove of the car chassis. He reached out his hand to the chassis, fumbled for a while, and took out a car key. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up. He had learned some techniques of using transportation in Gou Chen's training class and had successfully obtained a driver's license, but he had never been on the road. "Senior, let me drive." Ji Qianming volunteered. Yi smiled and handed the key to Ji Qianming, saying, "Get in the car first. We will discuss the details of the mission on the way." Buzz. The off-road vehicle's engine hummed as it slowly moved along the mountain road. Ji Qianming held the steering wheel nervously. He was sitting in the passenger seat, and behind him were Zhang Fan and Yuzuru Hanyu. "Tell me how much you know about the mission," He asked in a scrutinizing tone. "At noon today, the helicopter carrying the Egyptian pharaoh's coffin will arrive at Lipanshui military airport. Our mission is to escort this important item to the 1 to 13 dangerous goods management office near Guiyang." Zhang Fan briefly introduced the mission. "Is there anything special about this Egyptian pharaoh's coffin?" Ji Qianming asked the question he had been holding back for a long time. He was a person with special abilities when he was alive. Zhang Fan said calmly, "And this leaf pattern is very special. It has not dissipated even after his death for 200 years and still exists on his body." Ji Qianming raised his eyebrows. "Even if that's the case, it shouldn't be shipped all the way from Egypt. Why did it become a dangerous item?" It is said that before his death, this Egyptian pharaoh saw the revelation given to him by the leaf pattern. This leaf pattern will become the dawn of mankind in the future. He also made a will that his body must be sent to China after 200 years. The dawn of mankind. From what he said, he seemed to have known for a long time that the leaf patterns would not disappear. Ji Qianming thought thoughtfully. "I have heard about this before." He suddenly said, "This pharaoh was called the King of Light during his lifetime. He had boundless magical powers. His claim of being the dawn of mankind shocked the entire academic community. Countless leaf pattern researchers went to Egypt to conduct research, but they found nothing. What exactly are his leaf patterns?" Ji Qianming couldn't help but ask. He pondered for a while and then spoke slowly. "A0, morning light. A0 isn't the upper limit of each level 1? When did 0 appear?" Ji Qianming asked puzzledly, recalling what he had learned in the leaf texture theory class. "Yes, the upper limit of each level is number 1, but because of this fable of the dawn of mankind and its various peculiarities, Gou Chen specifically listed it out separately and gave it the ranking of 0, which means the beginning and the end." He replied. "So that's how it is," Ji Qianming suddenly realized. 1 hour later, Lipanshui military airport. Vomit. As soon as the SUV stopped, He was the first to rush out and started vomiting violently. Zhang Fan's face turned pale and his mouth kept twitching, as if he was enduring something. Hey, my driving skills aren't that bad, are they?" Ji Qianming said with a guilty conscience, and suddenly pointed his finger at Hanyahara, who looked calm. "Look at Hanyahara. Nothing's wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, Hanyahara staggered and walked crookedly towards the bushes behind him. "Ahem." Ji Qianming pretended nothing had happened and strode towards the gate of the military airport. Click, click, click. The sound of weapons being loaded came from behind the door. Ji Qianming's figure suddenly froze and cold sweat broke out. "Is this sound from the M416? Ji Qianming, who is proficient in firearms, immediately recognized the source of the sound and stood still without daring to move. He walked to Ji Qianming with unsteady steps and took out his ID. After a while, the gate of the military airport slowly opened. The identity certificate issued to you by Gou Chen is very useful. It can help you get help from the military, but please be aware that it will not work at some lower levels." He explained. Ji Qianming nodded. "It is useful at the high military level, but if you take it to the urban management and say that they are protecting the earth, no one will believe you." The four of them drove slowly into the gate. After turning a few corners, a huge helipad appeared in front of everyone, and next to it was a huge black van. He glanced at the time and raised his head slightly. It should be almost time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The buzz of a helicopter came from the sky, and a large helicopter appeared in everyone's sight. The strong wind made everyone's clothes rustle. Chapter 66, he wants to get some fresh air. Oh my God, is the helicopter so loud? Ji Qianming squinted his eyes and covered his ears with his hands. The huge helicopter slowly landed on the tarmac. The propeller slowly slowed down, and two men in Gou Chen uniforms walked down from the black van and carried a huge coffin down from the helicopter. The coffin is made of an unknown stone and is half a person's height. It depicts the lifelike image of the pharaoh, with his hands crossed in front of his chest and his eyes slightly open, as if he is staring at the sky. Is this the coffin of the Egyptian pharaoh? So magnificent. Ji Qianming looked at the coffin curiously and couldn't help but sigh. Two members of the logistics department moved the coffin into the black carriage, secured it securely in the middle of the carriage with strong straps, and then turned on the carriage's built-in anti-theft alarm system. I'll leave the escort mission this time to you all. A member of the logistics department got out of the car and bowed to the four people. Don't worry, we'll drive in front of you to lead the way. Ji Qianming smiled and shook the car keys in his hand, and the hearts of the three people behind him sank immediately. It's my turn to drive this time. He didn't wait for Ji Qianming to refuse. He snatched the keys from his hand and walked straight towards the SUV. Qianming, Zhang Fan, and Hanyuhara. Well done. Afternoon. The dense jungle stands unchanged between the mountains, like a green curtain, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. At this time, two cars are driving steadily on the rugged mountain road. 3. I can't bear it. The back seat of the SUV had been lifted up, revealing an open space that could accommodate 3 people. Ji Qianming's face was covered with notes and was filled with despair. What the hell is this card? After playing for the whole afternoon, the biggest card is just a J. Ji Qianming threw the only 4 and 5 left in his hand to the ground and howled angrily. Zhang Fan remained expressionless, silently put the note in his hand on Ji Qianming's forehead and began to shuffle the cards. Oh my, it's the landlord again, Hanyuhara said with a smile after touching a few cards. He turned over the landlord's 3 cards, an A and 2 twos. Ji Qianming looked at the biggest card in his hand, which was a Q. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly, and he had an urge to tear Duanmu's brocade bag into pieces. You have at least 3 sets of bombs in your hand. Zhang Fan's brain counted the cards quickly, and he said lightly to Hanyuhara, Oh, how did you calculate that? Hanyuhara raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Zhang Fan glanced at Ji Qianming and said slowly, I believe Ji Qianming can't draw a big card. Ji Qianming, a human calculator and a European emperor. What's wrong with a black guy like me to ask them to play cards with me? No more fighting. Ji Qianming tore the paper off his face and said angrily, Senior Yun-yi, how long will it take us to get there? Yun-yi glanced at the route and made a rough calculation. We have to avoid roads with dense traffic, and we can't take the highway with toll booths, so we won't arrive until at least tomorrow morning. Ji Qianming was stunned. Then where are we going to sleep tonight? Of course we sleep in the car. We should try our best to avoid going into the city. The coffin of the Egyptian pharaoh is no joke. If someone really touches it in the city, it will be a big deal. Yun-yi said as a matter of course. Ji Qianming sat down awkwardly. This mission was not what he had imagined. The life and death fight he had imagined did not occur. Could it be that the mission could be completed just by sitting in the car and playing cards? Night falls. Ji Qianming got out of the car, stretched his stiff body, glanced at the dark forest around him, and shivered. If someone wants to take action on the coffin, night is the best opportunity to do so. He said to the 3 people seriously. So, I suggest that you take turns to guard the carriage at night and be alert to possible dangers at all times. This, staying in a carriage with the corpse of an Egyptian pharaoh in the middle of the night? Ji Qianming, who had watched many mummy movies, secretly swallowed his saliva. Isn't this too exciting? I'll guard the first half of the night. Ji Qianming said quickly. It was not too late at this moment, and if the 3 of them took shifts, they should be able to change shifts before midnight. Then I'll guard the middle. Hanyuhara said indifferently. I'll watch the rest of the night. After the 3 of them were divided into groups and simply ate some dry food, Ji Qianming walked into the black carriage. There were no lights in the carriage, only the faint green light of the alarm shining on the pharaoh's coffin. The lifelike stone sculptures revealed a sense of weirdness and chillness under the green light. Ji Qianming shuddered and sat quietly in the corner, afraid that the noise would be too loud and wake up the mummy inside. May the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva bless us. Ji Qianming stared at the coffin and muttered to himself in his heart. The entire carriage was quiet. There were no mummies, no zombies. Everything was so normal. Time passed by little, and Ji Qianming could not resist the overwhelming fatigue and fell asleep. Boom! Ji Qianming woke up suddenly, his muscles tensed, and he looked around carefully, but the surroundings fell into deathly silence again. What was that sound just now? Ji Qianming was alert for a long time, but nothing happened, as if it was just his illusion. Just as he suspiciously relaxed his guard and was about to sit down again, there was a knock on the door again. Boom, boom. Not an illusion. Ji Qianming suddenly jumped up from the ground and took out a beauty mirror from his pocket like lightning. The blades of the mirror knife flew out one by one and circled around him. He carefully opened the door of the carriage a crack and looked outside vigilantly, but did not see a single person. No one. Ji Qianming frowned slightly. He did hear a knock on the door just now. Boom, boom, boom. Ji Qianming's hair stood on end, and he turned his head sharply to look at the pharaoh's coffin. The pale green light made the coffin look extremely creepy. This time he heard it clearly. The sound came from inside the coffin. Is he really resurrecting from the dead? Ji Qianming's back was already soaked with cold sweat. The current situation was really too weird. There's a knock on the door from inside the pharaoh's coffin in the middle of the night. Are you trying to get some fresh air? Pharaoh, don't scare me. I'm here to protect you. Ji Qianming swallowed and said stutteringly. That's not right. Even the Egyptian pharaoh wouldn't understand if I spoke Chinese. Can you speak English? Ji Qianming asked tentatively, but the coffin fell into silence. Ji Qianming waited for 10 minutes, but there was no knock on the door, and no mummy suddenly jumped out of the coffin as if everything that had just happened was a dream. What should I do? Should I notify my teammates? But I can't just leave the coffin alone in this situation. What if someone attacks the coffin? What if the mummy pops out? After pondering for a moment, Ji Qianming took out Gou Chen's special mobile phone and sent a text message. I think Pharaoh might want to come out for some fresh air. What should I do? Waiting online urgent. Chapter 67. Attacked. Bite. The sound of an incoming letter rang out from inside the SUV, and the screens of Yuzuru Hanyu and Zhang Fan's phones lit up at the same time. The three of them were suddenly awakened from their dreams. Zhang Fan picked up his phone and took a look at it with a strange expression on his face. In the group, humble little Ji and his big brothers, Ji Qianming sent a message at all members. I think Pharaoh might want to get some fresh air. What should I do? What the hell? He felt that he might not have woken up yet. What mess? Something happened. Zhang Fan and Yuzuru Hanyu looked at each other and said the same thing at the same time. They opened the door, got out of the car, and ran towards the black carriage. What? You all understand this. He was stunned, then followed. Creak. The door of the carriage was slowly opened, and Ji Qianming was seen in the carriage with a mirror knife hanging beside him. He was staring at the coffin with an expression as if he was facing a great enemy. What happened? Zhang Fan reached into his pocket, grabbed a few metal balls, and asked. Hinyahara said nothing. The ring on his finger flashed, and Snow White appeared out of thin air in his hand. There's a knock on the door. Ji Qianming pointed at the pharaoh's coffin and said in a low voice. Knock on the door. The three of them frowned slightly. He hesitated for a few seconds and asked, Are you sure you heard it right? It can't be wrong. Ji Qianming shook his head decisively. It knocked 3 times. Under the gazes of the crowd, the pharaoh's coffin just lay quietly in the carriage without the slightest movement. The mystery surrounding this special item has not yet been revealed, and no one knows what will happen. I will report this matter to the academy, and everyone must be careful in the future. Yeni nodded and said seriously, I'll guard next. Just as Hinyahara was about to speak, a stream of light fell from the sky. A small purple tower rapidly enlarged in the air. Mysterious runes flashed on the tower. In the blink of an eye, it was above everyone's head. The divine weapons. Disperse quickly. Yinyi's expression changed, and he shouted loudly. At the same time, a strong light burst out from the leaf pattern, and a strong wind suddenly blew up, crashing towards the small tower. Ji Qianming and the other two quickly dispersed without thinking. Protect the coffin. Zhang Fan reacted the fastest, and the golden light from the leaf pattern in his left eye shone brightly as he ran. The door of the black carriage slammed shut as if pushed by an invisible hand, and several heavy locks on it were locked one after another. Someone from a god realm is coming. Where is he hiding? Ji Qianming's brain was working rapidly, and the mirror knife turned into 13 pieces that shot up into the sky. A dazzling light descended from the sky, illuminating the dark forest like daylight. In the light and shadow, a figure in a black robe was suspended in the air, with his feet on a long sword, looking down at everyone indifferently. In the sky, Yiqianming shouted. At the same time, the wind and clouds changed color, Thick dark clouds gathered above everyone's heads, and lightning rolled. The purple magic weapon has turned into a real tower, pressing down on Yun Yi's head. Light is flowing on it, and a large formation appears faintly, covering Yun Yi. Can the Tongxian realm trap me? Yun Yi's white clothes rustled in the strong wind. A white light flashed in his eyes, and he pointed to the sky with one hand. Sizzle. Several bolts of lightning as thick as buckets struck the top of the purple tower fiercely. Every time a bolt of lightning struck, the tower shook and the formation flickered. At this moment, another black shadow emerged from the forest like lightning at an extremely fast speed and rushed straight towards the black carriage. Zhang Fan and Ji Qianming's attention was on the sky, and by the time they noticed it, it was too late. The black shadow had already reached the side of the car and stretched out a hand to touch the car. Bachin one-sword style, Sumeru flash. A yellow figure suddenly appeared beside the car, and then a flash of snow-white knife light rapidly expanded in front of the black shadow's eyes. The black shadow paused, and a talisman shot out from his chest, transforming into a small white sword to meet Henyahara's sword light. Bite! When the two collided, Yuzuru Han felt a huge force coming from the small sword. The domineering sword intent rushed into his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Oomph! The black shadow snorted coldly, touched the black carriage with his hand, and the huge carriage disappeared out of thin air. It's a storage ring. Ji Qianming reacted immediately. This is not an imitation like the one made by Yuzuru Hanyu that can only hold a sword, but a genuine storage ring from the divine realm that can hold both the coffin and the car. Several flying knives cut through the air and stabbed straight at the black shadow, making a slight sound of breaking through the air. After collecting the carriage, the black shadow immediately took out another talisman, gently slapped it on his body, and quickly sank into the ground. 3 of the flying knives flew into the air, and only one passed by his waist, leaving a deep bloody mark and cutting off a large piece of cloth. Ah! The black shadow screamed, and the whole person sank completely into the ground and disappeared. Earth Escape Talisman. In the practical class, the teacher had introduced to them in detail some magic tools from the divine world, among which talismans were widely used, locking all kinds of spells directly into paper, making them extremely quick to use. However, this kind of talisman can only be engraved with some low-level spells, and the Underground Escape Talisman is one of them. After using it, it can take people to travel freely underground, which is a great tool for escaping. Damn it! Ji Qianming and the others looked extremely ugly. At this time, the pagoda that suppressed Yun Yi had been smashed to pieces. The man in black robe who was flying the sword in the sky saw that his mission was accomplished, so he urged the flying sword to turn into a stream of light and flew away into the distance without looking back. Yun Yi snorted coldly, took off with the wind, and chased after him at an extremely fast speed. He left a quick message before leaving. With the intervention of a powerful divine being at the Tongxian realm, the danger level of the mission has increased significantly. You are not able to handle it. You should quickly withdraw to the academy and do not interfere anymore. Watching the 2 streaks of light passing across the sky one after the other, the 3-member team fell into silence at the same time. The evening breeze blows, cooling my heart. The first mission failed like this? Ji Qianming was stunned for a while, then spoke slowly. Let's go. Senior Yun Yi is right. The Tongxian realm is equivalent to a 3rd-level ability user. We're no longer able to deal with them. Ji Qianming walked to the off-road vehicle, but Zhang Fan and Yuzuru Henyahara still stood there, looking at the sky. Qianming Jun, are you willing? Henyahara suddenly spoke. Ji Qianming was stunned. Willing? How could he be willing? The escorted items were snatched away in front of them. Who would be willing to fail like this on their first mission? I'm unwilling, but Ji Qianming is right. It's too dangerous to continue the mission. Zhang Fan interrupted Ji Qianming and turned to walk into the forest. You guys go back. I'll go take a look around. Henyahara was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I kind of miss udon noodles. I was planning to come down to eat it during this mission. Qianming Jun, you go back first. I'll be back after I finish eating. Chapter 68 Paramount. No, would I believe such a poor excuse? Ji Qianming was speechless. Wait a moment. Ji Qianming suddenly spoke, and the 2 figures suddenly stopped. Zhang Fan slowly turned around and spoke expressionlessly. If you want to stop me, then... No, I don't think this mission is as dangerous as Senior Yun said. Ji Qianming said seriously. There were 2 people who attacked just now. Only the one who entangled Senior Yun was at the Tongxian realm, and the one who stole the coffin was not very strong. Zhang Fan and Hanyahara's eyes lit up. Yes, if that person was also in the Tongxian realm, there would be no need to act secretly. He could easily kill the three of them and then work together to deal with Yun. However, he had been planning to steal the coffin when no one was paying attention from the very beginning. He only used 2 talismans from beginning to end and did not show any strong strength. Look, our mission is to escort the coffin, not to hunt down the Tongxian realm, so we only need to— As long as we find a rat that stole the coffin, we can take it back. Zhang Fan said in accordance with Ji Qianming's meaning. That's right, and that Tongxian realm master is being hunted down by Senior Yun, so he can't pose any threat to us for the time being. Ji Qianming added with a smile. Zhang Fan frowned slightly. But we don't have any clues now. Where can we find them? Hanyahara pondered for a while, then said, when I was fighting that man just now, I saw his face clearly. I will definitely recognize him if I see him again. Not only that, Ji Qianming smiled and walked to the place where the black shadow had just escaped, picked up the half piece of clothing that Zhang Fan had cut off, and took out a card from it. Paramount. Zhang Fan walked forward and read out the words softly. Hanyahara's eyes lit up. This should be the bar's membership card. We can start from here. The gloom in the hearts of the 3 people was immediately swept away. They looked at each other, with the corners of their mouths slightly raised. Now, we have the reasons and clues. Our first mission has not ended yet. It has just begun. Ji Qianming showed a bright smile on his face. Paramount. It was already midnight, but the entrance of the Paramount was still brightly lit, with brilliant lights shining from inside the door. Young men and women of all kinds came in and out, enjoying the fun of nightlife. An off-road vehicle slowly stopped at the entrance of Paramount, and 3 young men got out of it, attracting the attention of the women around them. Most of the eyes were focused on the young man in black. He had a handsome face, an upright figure, and the temperament of a noble prince. His deep, star-like eyes touched every woman's heartstrings. At the same time, the handsome young man from Japan also attracted a lot of attention. He was wearing a yellow haori, with long black hair tied to his waist. Next to a few strands of flowing hair was a face full of sunny smiles, and a pair of crescent-shaped eyes fascinated countless people. As for the rat among them, well, just skip it. Boss, why do I feel like they're all looking at me? Ji Qianming looked strange. You think too much, Zhang Fan said lightly, and his cold attitude caused several women to scream. The coffin was stolen, and they didn't care about the advice of try not to go into the city, and drove directly to the main road and sped all the way to the address written on the card. The 3 of them walked into the Paramount. The deafening music and screams made them all frown. Countless men and women in the dance floor twisted their bodies to the DJ's rhythm, wantonly showing off their youth and beauty. In such an environment, the trio at the edge of the field stood there in a daze, not knowing where to start. Boss, have you ever been to the bar? What did you say? I say, have you ever been to a bar? Zhang Fan shook his head. Ji Qianming looked at Hanyahara hopefully. Hanyahara was silent for a few seconds. I have been here, but I came to kill people. Ji Qianming. Then I won't ask you anymore. Ji Qianming grabbed a waiter, took out the card, and asked loudly, have you registered the basic information of each member? Where can I see it? The waiter looked at him warily. Who are you? We are from Gou Chen Academy, and we protect the earth. Psycho. The waiter rolled his eyes and walked away. Suddenly, a sharp flying knife blocked his way. Zhang Fan had a cold expression and spoke indifferently. Answer his question. The waiter swallowed and said nervously, these are all confidential information of the store. Only the boss lady has them. I know nothing really. Who is the boss lady? The waiter pointed tremblingly to the middle of the dance floor. The one in red is our boss lady. Zhang Fan silently retracted the flying knife. Several people looked towards the center of the dance floor at the same time. They saw a hot beauty wearing a red leather jacket, twisting her body to the music. There were several men around her who were staring at her graceful body. Oh my God, the owner of the bar is a beauty. Ji Qianming widened his eyes. He used to think that the owners of such shops were all greasy middle-aged uncles, but this time he was really enlightened. What should we do next? Tie her up. Zhang Fan asked calmly. Ji Qianming had a few black lines on his forehead. Brother, we're just here to investigate. We are not kidnappers. Is this okay? Boss, only you can conquer a beauty like this. As long as you become the male owner of this bar, you will be able to get the membership information. Ji Qianming patted Zhang Fan on the shoulder with an expression that said, I am optimistic about you. Hinyahara stood by and smiled without saying anything. Zhang Fan frowned slightly, but I don't know how to strike up a conversation. Just do your best. With your temperament, the cooler you are, the more women's interest will be piqued. Ji Qianming saw that there was a chance and quickly flattered him. Okay, I'll try. Zhang Fan pondered for a few seconds and walked onto the dance floor. Zhang Fan walked into the dance floor and everyone looked over. His icy temperament was incompatible with a hot dance floor, but even so, almost all the women's eyes were sparkling. Handsome boy, do you want to dance with me? A beautiful woman with heavy makeup and a proud figure stopped in front of Zhang Fan with a smile and spoke charmingly. However, before she could finish her words, Zhang Fan pushed her away with one hand without even looking at her. Sorry, you're blocking my way, he said calmly. You. The woman was stunned for a long while, pointing at Zhang Fan and saying you for a long time without saying anything, her face full of disbelief. Everyone made way for Zhang Fan. The sexy proprietress in a red leather jacket frowned slightly and looked at Zhang Fan in confusion as he walked toward her. You want to talk to me about something? Excuse me, can I be the host of this store? Chapter 69, My Peach Blossom is so horrible. The lively dance floor suddenly fell into silence, and Ji Qianming outside the dance floor covered his eyes in despair. Oh God, I asked you to perform normally, but I didn't ask you to be so normal. The proprietress was stunned for a long while, then suddenly laughed out loud. This is the first time I've seen someone flirt with me like you do. It's quite interesting, but unfortunately I don't buy it. Her smile gradually faded and she waved her hand. Security, take him away from me. Several burly security guards surrounded Zhang Fan with unfriendly looks. Zhang Fan frowned and was about to say something, but he saw Ji Qianming making crazy gestures to him outside the venue. After hesitating for a moment, he obediently followed the security guard down to the dance floor. Why don't you let me continue speaking? Zhang Fan asked Ji Qianming after he came down. Boss, if you keep talking, people will call the police. Ji Qianming sighed softly and turned his gaze to the smiling Hinyahara. Hinyahara's smile froze, and he said, I don't like this kind of girl. Yuan, this is not a question of whether you like it or not. Now it's time for you to devote yourself to the team. The boss lady doesn't like Zhang Fan style. I think you have a great chance. But I still. Besides, don't you want to conquer the boss's wife to prove that you are more powerful than the boss? Ji Qianming looked into his eyes and threw out his trump card. Hinyahara's eyes lit up. He nodded slightly, tidied his hair a little, and walked quietly to the dance floor. The dance floor regained its previous frenzy, and under the flashing lights was a youthful carnival. Just as the proprietress was dancing happily, a figure suddenly stuck to her back. Who is it? The proprietress turned around unhappily. Hinyahara's handsome face was almost close to hers, with a warm smile like the sun on the corner of his mouth, making him look like a boy next door. Who are you? The proprietress raised her eyebrows and asked. Let me introduce myself. Hinyahara bowed slightly and said softly in a gentle voice, My name is Hinyahara, and I think you look like someone very much. Oh, who is it? Like my sweetheart. Ji Qianming was speechless. You used such an old-fashioned sentence, but at least it's much better than the boss's. Maybe it will work. The proprietress looked him up and down and asked in confusion, Japanese? Hinyahara nodded gentlemanly. Get lost. I hate the Japanese the most. Hinyahara. Well, it's cold again. Ji Qianming sighed helplessly. These two guys really wasted their good looks. Hinyahara came back embarrassedly and spread his hands in a very bachelor-like manner. It's not my problem. At least it's much better than Zhang Fan Jun. Then what should we do next? Tie her up. Zhang Fan was silent for a few seconds and proposed again. Ji Qianming's mouth twitched slightly. Boss, there's me too. You? Zhang Fan and Yuzuru Hanyu were both shocked. Who gave you the courage? Ji Qianming. Why? How ugly must the image of me be in your minds? In order to restore his own image and let these two ignorant brothers broaden their horizons, he has to fight for it. Hey, boss, please hold this for me. Ji Qianming took out the brocade bag that Duanmu Qingyu gave him from his chest and said seriously, You must keep it for me, otherwise things will be very serious. Although Zhang Fan didn't understand what Ji Qianming was going to do, he still solemnly put away the brocade bag. Next, it's time to show off your high-end skills. Ji Qianming straightened his clothes, used his visionary ability to conjure up a bouquet of roses, and walked straight to the dance floor. Under the brilliant lights, the young man held a bouquet of roses and walked towards the dance floor with deep affection. Suddenly, all the women in the bar turned their eyes to Gou Chen, and a strange feeling surged in their hearts. This man has an average build and average looks and exudes the air of poverty, but why do I blush and my heart beat fast unconsciously? This feeling was strange yet familiar. At this moment, all the men around them were eclipsed. Gou Chen had become the only one in their world. From 16 years old, because the youngest customer in the store was 16, to 45 years old, the cleaning lady, all the women blushed at the same time, and 4 big words popped out from the bottom of their hearts. Love at first sight. Of course, this also includes the proprietress. She fell in love with Gou Chen at the first sight, and her eyes began to blur. He is the one I'm waiting for. In the dead silence, Gou Chen slowly walked onto the dance floor, gazing at the proprietress affectionately with his clear eyes. I don't know your name, I don't know who you are, but I have to say 3 words to you. I'm sorry. From the first moment I saw you, I couldn't help falling in love with you. I was itching and anxious. I ran 10 blocks away to buy you this bouquet of flowers, just to have a chance to stand in front of you and express my feelings. Can you give me a chance? The proprietress stared at Gou Chen in a daze. She was completely stunned. After a few seconds, she finally reacted. A blush appeared on her cheeks. She clenched the corner of her clothes tightly and spoke hesitantly. Yes. Objection. A sharp voice rang out. Suddenly, a rich girl wearing an expensive long dress and glittering jewelry jumped up from a booth in the audience, strode to Gou Chen side, and looked at him affectionately. Forget her. Be with me. Everything I have is yours. I won't allow you to snatch my dream lover. Another female voice was heard, and a hot beauty rushed forward and shouted loudly. No, he's my only one. If you try to snatch this from me again, I'll die here today. I'll see who dares to snatch my man away from me. Big brother, can you please stay with me? All the women in the venue rushed forward like crazy and surrounded Gou Chen. At the same time, Gou Chen noticed pink messages flashing on the mirror in his mind. Li Yin's Soul Collection +3. Zhang Lingling's Soul Collection +3. Zhao Runan Soul Collection +4. Gou Chen was stunned. He had thought that his romantic life would be prosperous, and thought that all he had to do was to win over the boss's wife. But he never expected that she would be so powerful. He even seduced her wife and children. Men all over the world were shocked. Wife you? This kid actually dared to seduce the boss's woman. Brothers, fuck him. Daughter, don't go over there. Several burly men with tattoos suddenly stood up, smashed the glass bottles in their hands, and rushed towards Gou Chen ferociously. Security, protect my man. The proprietress shouted anxiously, opening her arms to protect Gou Chen. Where are the bodyguards? Stop them. Who dares to touch my man? I'm the Asian boxing champion. Chapter 70, Mirror Pupil. The whole bar was suddenly divided into 2 factions. One faction was the men who were ready to beat up the cuckolded gigolo, and the other was the crazy women who were ready to protect Gou Chen and withstand everything for him. Everyone wrestled with each other and fell into a melee. At this moment, red and pink information appeared alternately in Gou Chen's mind, and the progress bar of the version update skyrocketed like a rocket, approaching 1,000 points in the blink of an eye. For the first time, Zhang Fan's face showed an expression of shock, and Yuzuru Hanyu opened his eyes as wide as possible, and one could even vaguely see his eyeballs. What should we do now? Henyahara asked blankly. Of course, to save people. Zhang Fan picked up a broken wine bottle next to him and rushed into the crowd. Henyahara's ring flashed, and holding Snow White, he joined the melee. After a while, the 2 men finally arrived beside Gou Chen. At this moment, Gou Chen was already stunned. There's a back door this way. The proprietress pointed in the opposite direction of the crowd. Under the protection of 2 powerful generals, Zhang Fan and Yuzuru Hanyu, they finally broke out of the siege and escaped to a remote alley. Scare me to death. Gou Chen was breathing heavily with a frightened expression. He never dreamed that one day he would be hunted down for cuckolding someone. Still a bunch of green hats. My peach blossom calamity is so terrifying. If I hadn't sealed the peach blossom, I might have really died. Thank you, Duanmu. I don't know your name yet. After the proprietress recovered from the shock, a blush appeared on her face again, and her pair of autumn-watery eyes looked at Gou Chen as if they could speak. Don't worry about the name for now. I actually have something I want you to help with. Gou Chen scratched his head and said embarrassedly, My dear, just tell me. I will satisfy any request you have. The The proprietress replied shyly and threw him a coquettish look. Ji Qianming felt like an electric current running through his body. He shivered, and his eyes involuntarily turned to the proprietress's hot body. Bang! Ji Qianming slapped himself in his heart. There is an abyss ahead, brother. Can I see your bar? Our bar membership information? Ji Qianming said halfway, felt something was wrong, and changed his words. Zhang Fan and Yuzuru Hanyu rolled their eyes at the same time. Why didn't I realize before that you were such a shameless person? Ji Qianming. Of course, what's mine is yours. When the proprietress heard Ji Qianming say she was so happy that she took out her cell phone from her pocket. Well, the membership information is all here. Take a look, my dear. I'm willing to help you with any difficulties you have. The proprietress fiddled with her cell phone twice, handed it to Ji Qianming, and said sincerely. Ji Qianming handed the phone to Hanyahara. When he heard the word Lang Jun, he shuddered again and forced a smile that said, "Don't worry, I love you." It's him. Yuzuru Hanyu suddenly spoke, and Zhang Fan and Ji Qianming's eyes suddenly lit up. Finally, there's a clue. It's worth it for me to take such a big risk to get the lucky bag. Ji Qianming was somewhat relieved. The address is on it. Let's go. Hanyahara returned the phone to the proprietress, turned around, and ran towards the SUV. Ji Qianming was just about to follow when a delicate hand grabbed the corner of his clothes. He turned around stiffly and saw the proprietress with tears in her eyes and a look of reluctance on her face. My dear, wherever you are going, I am willing to go with you to the ends of the earth. Ji Qianming pondered for 2 seconds, took the brocade bag from Zhang Fan, and held it tightly against his body. Are you still willing now? The proprietress was startled. It seemed that the man in front of her had not changed, but the surging love in her heart suddenly disappeared. An inexplicable feeling of emptiness lingered in her heart. Thank you in any case. Ji Qianming sincerely thanked the proprietress, turned around, and left without any hesitation, leaving the bewildered proprietress alone and in a mess. In the evening breeze, Ji Qianming suddenly felt that he had the potential to be a scumbag. Sitting in the passenger seat, Ji Qianming suppressed his excitement and immersed himself in his own thoughts. It is detected that the soul energy collection has been completed. Do you want to update the version? Weather. Ji Qianming clicked on the version update without any hesitation. Flowers in the Mirror has been upgraded to version 2.0. Activate the ability Mirror Pupil. Reprint opens the second reprint slot. The ability Non-Flower has been upgraded to level 2. The ability Mirror Pupil has been upgraded to level 2. The replica ability Dreamer has been upgraded to level 2. Ji Qianming was stunned when he saw several system messages appearing on the mirror, and then he was ecstatic. I actually gained a new ability. Does it mean that every system update will unlock a new ability? This is too awesome. Ji Qianming couldn't wait to click on the newly appeared Mirror Pupil ability, and a pop-up window quickly popped up. Mirror Pupil. Perfect imitation, perfect memory. Note 1. Imitation is only effective for body movements. Note 2. Prolonged single use may cause irreversible damage to vision. Level 2. Comment. It's you. Gymnastics Flower. Ji Qianming began to ponder every word carefully. This time the introduction of the ability was unusually concise. It seemed like it said nothing, yet it also seemed like it said everything. It seems useless at first glance, but upon closer thought, Ji Qianming's eyes gradually brightened, and he seemed to have understood the use of this ability. This ability is very strong, very abnormal, but this comment is still as bad as ever. Ji Qianming secretly activated the Mirror Pupil and observed his eyes in the mirror. At first glance, there seemed to be no changes, but a closer look revealed that his pupils were clearly printing out everything in front of him, as if a mirror was embedded in them. He looked around with his pupils. The shape of every cloud and the position of every stone were imprinted in his mind like a movie that he could rewatch anytime with his eyes closed. Not only that, every movement of Zhang Fan while driving was perfectly analyzed in his eyes. As long as he wanted, he could imitate it exactly. This is to record driving. What if the mirror pupil is used to record Hanyahara's swordsmanship, the hot weapon teacher's shooting skills, or even the fighting methods of the world martial arts champion? Ji Qianming took a deep breath, his heart pounding. He had found another treasure. At this moment, his eyes suddenly began to ache and the picture in front of him began to blur. Ji Qianming immediately closed his pupils. His pupils instantly returned to their original state, and the bonus of photographic memory and perfect imitation had disappeared. The single use time does not exceed 10 seconds. Ji Qianming glanced at the time and secretly remembered this feature. This ability also has a flaw, which is that it can only imitate body movements, not special abilities. But this is normal. If I can even imitate Yi Wen's ability, I will be invincible. Chapter 71. Nothing. Mr. Qianming, why are you grinning like an idiot? Yuzuru Hanyu saw Ji Qianming's expression through the rearview mirror and asked in confusion. Oh, we're almost there. I'm a little excited. Ji Qianming coughed lightly and said awkwardly. He focused his attention on the mirror again, and, as expected, the levels of all his abilities rose to the second level. Don't ask. The only thing I know is that our strength has skyrocketed. When his eyes swept across the soul energy collection column, his smile suddenly froze. I saw that the progress bar for the version upgrade had lengthened a lot. The original upgrade requirement was 1,000 points, but now it had skyrocketed to 5,000. Directly increased 5 times? Ji Qianming's face turned ugly. It seemed that it would be impossible to advance to the third level in a short period of time. While he was in distress, Yulongbei had already appeared in front of the three of them. Yulongwan community. Ji Qianming and the other two stood stealthily outside the gate of the community, looking at the layout here. Every door here is guarded by security guards. There are high-voltage power grids above the walls, and there are cameras everywhere. It may not be easy to sneak in, Henyahara said after he skillfully figured out the situation. Zhang Fan frowned. It was already the middle of the night. It would be almost impossible for the three of them to sneak in with others. What should they do? This is not difficult, Ji Qianming said with a smile. He felt that he was the MVP of the group tonight. He found a more secluded corner and controlled a piece of mirror knife fragment to cover the camera. At this moment, the fragment was representing the previous scene, and no one would suspect it at all. Then, the fantasy leaf pattern in his mind flashed slightly, and a long ladder appeared and was placed on the wall. Isn't this a problem? Ji Qianming said with a smile. Although their abilities are not very lethal, they are extremely practical. Several people climbed up the ladder into the community and quickly found the address they remembered. 402, this is it, Zhang Fan said softly. Ji Qianming swallowed his saliva and controlled the mirror knife to float beside the door. Yuzuru Han also held Snow White in his hand, ready to unsheathe at any time. Seeing that the two were ready, Zhang Fan's leaf pattern on his left eye flickered slightly, and the keyhole of the door actually made a click sound by itself, and then slowly opened. Henyahara rushed in like lightning, followed closely by Ji Qianming and Zhang Fan. Under the dim moonlight, the empty house was silent. Several people searched the bedroom, study, and bathroom one by one, but found nothing. The spy from the divine world who stole the coffin had already left. The three of them returned to the living room silently and fell into silence. In fact, they had already thought of this result. After completing the mission, no spy would return to this open residence unless they were stupid. But this was their only clue, so they had to give it a try anyway. What should we do now? Henyahara asked softly. Zhang Fan suddenly stood up and began to search through boxes and cabinets. Since he has lived here, he must have left some traces. We are not completely hopeless. Ji Qianming also stood up silently and started looking for it. The east gradually brightens. The three people with big dark circles under their eyes collapsed on the sofa again. After a thorough search all night, there were still no valuable clues. People couldn't help but wonder whether the person living here was a human or a ghost. It's dawn. It's time for us to leave. Henyahara looked at the first ray of sunlight in the east and slowly stood up. Ji Qianming climbed up from the sofa haggardly and yawned. Let's find a place to rest for a while, and then slowly think of a solution. After climbing over the corner again, the three of them walked aimlessly along the street, and their figures slowly disappeared in the morning sun. Chongqing Mountains. In the sky, a purple light streaked across the horizon, followed closely by a figure in white. Gou Chen Uni, you have already chased me from Guizhou to Chongqing, and you still don't give up? The man in black robe who was flying the sword had an unsightly look on his face. Flying the sword for a long time had consumed a huge amount of his spiritual energy. However, Yin, he was like a dogskin plaster and could not be shaken off no matter what he did. Gou Chen and the God Realm are mortal enemies, and they must be killed on sight. Yun Yi, who was stepping on a strong wind, said lightly. The man in black robe snorted coldly, suddenly stopped running, and stared at Yun Yi with a pair of cold eyes. Since you are so determined to die, I will grant your wish. He made a hand gesture and mobilized his spiritual power. He also stopped, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and waited with interest for the man in black robe to make a move. Primordial C. Suppression Seal. The spiritual power of the man in black robe surged with a peculiar rhythm. He quickly formed seals with his hands and then pushed forward fiercely. The majestic spiritual power moved the avenue of heaven and earth, and an extremely huge and mysterious handprint came towards Yun like an overwhelming force, with unparalleled momentum. This is the first time I've seen a seal. Yun Yi's mouth curled up slightly, and the dark clouds that had been rolling above his head for a long time flashed with lightning. Several ball lightnings burst out from the clouds, and the terrifying lightning was concentrated in them, and the electric charge in the entire area became disordered. The ball lightning met the Jinhai seal without any frills. The thunder concentrated in it exploded with a loud bang, turning the entire sky blue. The majestic Jinhai seal was directly annihilated. He waved his hand lightly, and 3 more balls of lightning rushed out from the clouds, heading straight towards the man in black robe who was flying in the air with a sword. The man in black robe frowned slightly and took out a wooden box with 7 toothpick-sized swords quietly placed in it. Beidu's sword formation rise. A spell was cast on the small swords, and the 7 small swords rose up into the wind, rapidly expanding in size. There were flashes of spiritual light on them, and it was obvious at first glance that they were not ordinary items. 7 flying swords flew towards the ball of lightning, and under the control of the man in black robe, they formed a complicated sword formation and soared into the sky. 3 balls of lightning exploded the moment they touched the 7 flying swords, but the sword formation did not encounter any hindrance and rushed straight into the clouds. As long as this cloud is with you, you can release endless lightning. I will destroy this cloud. Let's see what you can use to compete with me. The man in black robe sneered. In the inky black thundercloud, the light of the 7-star sword formation shone brightly. An endless blue sword energy cut through the dark cloud madly, and a big hole appeared in the dark cloud in the blink of an eye. Oh, really? He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. At this time, the dark clouds had been completely destroyed by the sword formation. Just when a man in black robe was feeling proud, his expression froze. I saw that above the dark cloud just now, a bigger and thicker dark cloud was floating like a cover covering the sky and the earth. The man in black robe turned pale and activated the sword formation again. After a while, this dark cloud was destroyed, but another large dark cloud was suspended above it. You'd better not waste your energy. I have just placed 33 layers of thunderclouds in the sky, and I can summon clouds very quickly. You won't be able to cut them all down even if you wait until next year. He spoke slowly, his eyes full of teasing. The man in black robe nearly vomited blood and glared at him angrily. Okay, since I can't destroy Yun, then I'll just come and kill you. A cruel look flashed in his eyes, and he approached Yun like lightning on the flying sword, with the 7-star sword formation surrounding him. Chapter 72 Fading. Yun raised his eyebrows, and a strong wind blew under his feet. He retreated at a faster speed. At the same time, he flicked his sleeves, and an extremely cold blizzard rolled towards the man in black robe. The man in black robe gritted his teeth and rushed forward. His sword formation crushed the ice spikes mixed in the blizzard into pieces, but he could not catch up with Yun. Not only that, the sword formation could block ice spikes, but it could not block low temperatures. The nearly minus 20 degrees Celsius freezing him stiff. Damn it! The man in black robe finally couldn't help it and cursed. The clouds can't be dispersed, and I can't get close to them. Moreover, I'm being frozen like a dog by the blizzard. What's the point of fighting? You forced me to do this, the man in black robe said viciously, biting his tongue hard and spurting out a mouthful of blood. Spiritual transformation technique. In an instant, the spiritual power surging in his body surged, and his body gradually grew larger like a balloon, bursting his black robe. The raging spiritual power soared into the sky, and both the heaven and the earth changed color. Yunyi's expression finally became serious. He also knew that this Jieling Hua Xiangong was a martial art used by practitioners in the god realm to fight for their lives in critical moments. With this bonus, the combat power could at least double. The wind is rising. Yun opened his hands, and a flash of white quickly spread in his eyes. In an instant, a strong wind blew and swirled around the man in black robe. Clouds surge. Lei Sheng. 33 layers of thunderclouds were sucked into the tornado. Violent lightning swirled in it. Black and blue light surged and raised the green mountains beneath their feet to the ground. It was the same moves as the practical test at the beginning of the school year. The only difference was that the scale this time was 5 times larger. The real destruction of heaven and earth. Ha ha. Gou Chen Uni, our Tianji department has already obtained your information. Your ability is very strong, but there is a huge weakness, which is that you yourself will be involved. If I get close to you, you will die. When the man in black robes saw Yun use this move, he laughed wildly, with an expression that showed he was sure of winning. He frantically urged his spiritual power, and the giant sword under his feet suddenly increased in size. 7 flying swords intertwined around him, protecting him tightly. Fast! The man in black robe roared and rushed towards Yun like lightning. His speed was completely different from before. The majestic spiritual power mixed with sword energy smashed towards Yun like a meteor. Under such an attack, even a mountain would be directly pierced through. Yun stood quietly in the air, with no intention of dodging at all. Looking at his half-smile, the man in black robe felt a sudden shock in his heart. The devastating thunderstorm tornado was heading straight towards the two of them. The terrifying thunder contained in it roared in the wind, and just one look at it made people feel despair. How is this possible? He wants to die with me. The black-robed man's pupils suddenly shrank. However, he had no time to think at this moment, as a thunderstorm tornado hit the middle of the two of them and exploded with a loud bang. Boom, boom, boom. Endless thunder leaped in the air, and huge explosions razed several hilltops to the ground. The thunderstorm lasted for 2 minutes before slowly receding. In the air, a figure that was electrocuted beyond recognition fell straight down, and the aroma of barbecue could be faintly smelled. You! The dying man in black robes saw Yun who was unharmed, and his eyes widened like copper bells, as if he had seen a ghost. Your information is false. Yun walked up to him with a smile and shook his head gently. No, my ability can indeed hurt myself, and that's my weakness. And you, although people on Earth cannot practice cultivation, there's one thing that you cannot understand or imagine, and that is science. Yun pointed to his white robe. I keep wearing this dress not because I like white, but because it is the brainchild of scientists from the Gou Chen, our D department. It allows me to remain unscathed in thunderstorms. Don't be so self-righteous, cultivator from the divine world. The methods used by the earthlings are beyond your imagination. Yun brushed the dust off his body and left without looking back. The scorched man in black robe opened his mouth slightly and uttered a few words softly. Then his head tilted and he was completely dead. Intelligence, it's hurting me. Welcome to the morning news. According to our reporter, at 5 a.m. this morning, a rare thunderstorm occurred in the mountains around Chongqing, and there were also signs of tornadoes, blizzards, and other natural disasters. According to a drunken eyewitness, 2 gods were seen fighting in the air. Is this a rare natural phenomenon, or is it caused by some unknown force? Our reporter continues to report for you. In the steamy bathroom, the sound of the TV echoed. The sleepiness in the eyes of the 3 teenagers who had booked the whole place disappeared, and they stared at the TV screen intently. Do you think this is? Ji Qinming swallowed and spoke softly. It must be him, Zhang Fan said without blinking and without any hesitation. Ji Qinming took a deep breath. I told you he let the actual test go. Look at that thunderstorm photo. It was like the end of the world. Hinyahara pondered for a while, then slowly said, he actually chased all the way to Chongqing. I wonder if the person in the Tongxin realm is dead. He must be dead. Who could survive a thunderstorm like that? Ji Qinming said as a matter of course. In any case, we were unable to recover the coffin. Zhang Fan spoke lightly, and the entire bathroom suddenly fell into silence. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Water drops slowly fell from the ceiling, hitting the water surface in front of the 3 people, making people feel upset. Let's head off to find Senior Yun after we have rested. Ji Qinming was the first to break the silence. Without any clues, no matter how hard they searched, it would be useless. The people in the God Realm were not fools. They might have sent the coffin back to the God Realm. This mission was a complete failure. Zhang Fan's expression remained unchanged, but his fists under the water were clenched into a ball. The calm water surface suddenly surged, as if it was about to boil. Boss, this is not our fault. Who knew that a powerful person from the Tongxin realm would suddenly appear and steal things? Ji Qinming said comfortingly. Using your abilities to vent your emotions is really incompetent. Yuzuru glanced at Zhang Fan and said indifferently. Ji Qianming's heart tightened. Something bad happened. Say it again. Zhang Fan turned his head suddenly. A golden light flashed in his left eye, and a murderous aura burst out his eyes. The surging water surface suddenly became violently agitated, like the sea surface when a typhoon comes, causing huge waves. I say, you are wasting your abilities, you coward. Hinyahara's expression remained unchanged, and every word he said was heart-wrenching. Boom! The water in the bathtub was completely boiling, and a wave 2 people high hit Hinyahara hard, and suddenly more than half of the water in the bathtub was gone. The ring on Hinyahara's hand flashed, and Snow White appeared in his hand. He gently turned the scabbard and immediately repelled most of the waves, but some of the waves still poured onto his arm. Suddenly, Ji Qianming and Zhang Fan's eyes widened at the same time. Hinyahara frowned, followed their gaze to look at his arm, and his pupils suddenly shrank. I saw that the black leaf pattern on his left shoulder had faded. A bolt from the blue flashed through Ji Qianming and Zhang Fan's minds. His leaf patterns are actually fake. Chapter 73. The Incompetent Hinyahara. Hinyahara, who has amazing fighting power, is actually a powerless person. The scene of the first practical class reappeared in his mind, and Hinyahara spread his hands and spoke with a smile. I don't have the ability. At the time, the two of them just thought it was a joke, but now seeing this scene, Zhang Fan was stunned for a while and was about to speak. Base. A white light flashed, and Snow White's slender blade was already placed on Zhang Fan's neck. The sharp blade cut a small hole in his skin, and trickles of blood flowed out. Hinyahara's eyes were full of bloodshot, and the usual smile on his face disappeared, replaced by raging rage and pure murderous intent. He really wants to kill me. Zhang Fan looked into Hinyahara's eyes, and this thought suddenly flashed through his mind. My mother died when I was 3 years old. My father left me this Snow White sword, then hanged himself and went to heaven to reunite with my mother. I was begging and wandering on the streets of Japan with Snow White in my arms. When I grew up, I started to investigate the cause of my mother's death. I found the notebook she left behind. It was then that I realized that there was a divine world and a Gou Chen in this world. My mother was a member of Gou Chen. She died bravely in order to protect the people of Tokyo. From then on, I looked forward to the day when I could also possess the leaf pattern, become a member of the Gou Chen clan, and avenge my mother. I waited for 13 years. During these 13 years, I went to every kendo gym in Japan, learned from masters, and used all kinds of dirty and despicable means to gain strength. But until I was 18, I still hadn't gotten my own leaf pattern. In order to get clues about Gou Chen, I joined the Japanese underworld and used my swordsmanship to help them kill people. Finally, through their intelligence network, I finally found the legendary messenger of Gou Chen. I begged him desperately to let me join Gou Chen, but he told me that Gou Chen only recruited people with leaf pattern abilities. Even when I put Snow White on his neck, he didn't give in. Later, I drew a leaf pattern on my body and used the speed I trained hard since childhood to disguise myself as a person with special abilities. 2 years later, I bumped into him again, and he told me he would apply. 2 months later, I finally got my acceptance letter. I gambled everything to get this opportunity. I want to become the strongest in Gou Chen. I want to use my identity as a powerless person to defeat you who is gifted. Zhang Fan, how come you have such talent? Since you have such a talent, why don't you take on the responsibility that goes with it? Are you worthy of this power? Han Yu was in a crazy state, and the Snow White in his hand stabbed forward a little bit, just a hair's breadth away from severing Zhang Fan's blood vessels. Blood dripped down the blade of Snow White's blade. Yuan, do you want to kill him? Ji Qianming shouted, and the madness in Yuzu Yuan's eyes receded a little, and there was a hint of calmness. Hinyahara took a deep breath, the ring on his hand flashed, and Snow White disappeared out of thin air. Zhang Fan's tense body suddenly relaxed, but he did not move at all. His pair of star-like eyes looked at Hinyahara quietly. Don't follow me. Hinyahara walked out without looking back, leaving behind a few cold words. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Hinyahara's figure disappeared from their sight. Ji Qianming quickly ran to Zhang Fan and asked with concern, Boss, are you okay? I'm Phoenix. Zhang Fan answered softly, his brows revealing fatigue. He looked in the direction where Hinyahara left, wondering what he was thinking. Boss, don't be angry, I believe you. Ji Qianming hesitated for a long time, and finally spoke well of Hanyahara. I'm not angry. Zhang Fan interrupted Ji Qianming directly. He and I are the same kind of people. I understand his feelings. It's just that I'm more worried about what Gou Chen thinks of him. Ji Qianming's eyes widened. How could Gou Chen know? Didn't he sneak in successfully? Have you forgotten the sky eye? Zhang Fan pointed to the sky and said calmly, the sky eye is Gou Chen's eye. Only after a thorough investigation of his background and abilities will we issue an admission letter. I'm afraid Gou Chen has already known about his plan, which he thinks is flawless. But boss, why does Gou Chen only recruit students with leaf patterns? I believe there are many people with strong martial arts skills on Earth, right? For example, the Shaolin Temple's sweeping monks. Why don't you let them fight against the God Realm as well? Zhang Fan sighed softly. Gou Chen only accepts young people. The people you mentioned are certainly powerful, but most of them are not young anymore. Besides, the potential of martial arts is limited. No matter how hard you try, you can't break the laws of physics like Yuan. Gou Chen actually has several guests with strong martial arts skills, but at most they can only contend with third-level ability users. Let them fight against gods? Isn't that courting death? Ji Qianming thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed true. If a martial artist was asked to fight against a flying sword, who could withstand it? Not to mention anything else, I can't even catch up with him if he flies on a sword. Then why did Gou Chen accept Yuan? Ji Qianming murmured to himself. Gou Chen College, principal's office. Your Majesty, you are finally back. Qingya, who was cleaning, saw the visitor, bowed respectfully, and said with a wry smile, well, those crazy people in Adam College won't let me leave. It's really troublesome. Zhang Jingyan, with messy hair, cursed and lay down on the sofa with his legs spread out, not looking like Emperor Yin at all. Qingya seemed to have gotten used to it. He picked up the document on the table and handed it to Zhang Jingyan. Zhang Jingyan raised his eyebrows. Qingya consciously took back the document, opened it himself, and said, Your Majesty, you have not been home for a long time. The new students of this class have already been divided into groups, and some have gone out to take up tasks. Oh, read it to me. Qingya adjusted his black-framed glasses and read out the members of each group one by one, as well as their own positions. Team number 9, Zhang Fan, Hanyahara, Ji Qianming. Zhang Jingyan uttered a light exclamation, as if he had thought of something, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This grouping is interesting. Your Majesty, this Hanyahara is the Japanese boy you recommended, right? Qingya suddenly remembered something and asked. That's right. Zhang Jingyan's eyes flashed with reminiscence. He rubbed his beard with his right hand and said with a smile, There are not many people who dare to put a knife on my neck. Your Majesty, what did you say? Qingya suddenly widened his eyes and spoke in disbelief. Oh, nothing. This boy is very interesting. Although he doesn't have leaf patterns, I believe in his potential. Zhang Jingyan said lightly. Qingya hesitated for a while, then said, Your Majesty, Gou Chen has a rule that if there is no leaf pattern. Chapter 74, Tokyo Boy. Humph. Zhang Jingyan snorted coldly and interrupted Qingya's words. Qing Dao, you're too rigid. Rules are dead, but people are alive. If you have the guts, resurrect the senior who made the rules and let him beat me up. Now I'm the principal. This is my territory, and I have the final say. As Zhang Jingyan was talking, he began to hum along with Jay Chou's rhythm. Qingya was speechless for a while. He really couldn't stand Zhang Jingyan's tone, so he quietly left the principal's office. When the door was closed, Zhang Jingyan suddenly fell silent and slowly closed his eyes. 2 years ago, Tokyo. It was raining heavily. In an alley in Kabukicho, a young man in a black haori stood in the rain, raindrops dripping down his hair, his eyes bright as stars. The messenger of Gou Chen. The young man's voice trembled slightly. The pink neon light opposite shone into the dim alley and reflected on Zhang Jingyan's face. He withdrew his gaze from the sign of the Free Information Center and carefully looked at the young man in front of him. He was 15 or 16 years old, with calluses on his hands and blood all over his body. He must have killed many people. Is there something? Zhang Jingyan, holding a black umbrella, asked lightly. I want to join Gou Chen, the young man blurted out, clenching his fists, his face full of hope. Zhang Jingyan frowned slightly and said nothing. Wow. The rain seemed to pour down from the sky, falling on the stone pavement in the alley and on the boy's body. I want to join Gou Chen, the boy repeated loudly again. How did you know that name? Zhang Jingyan's cold voice made the young man shudder, but there was no sign of retreat on his face. My mother is a member of Gou Chen. Now that she is dead, I want to continue protecting her. The young man's shoulders trembled slightly, and he said with all his strength. Rain mixed with tears slid down his cheeks, and his young face was full of determination. Zhang Jingyan trembled all over and said slowly, "What's your mother's name?" "In no way my. My mother is in no way my." The boy's eyes were full of pride. "It's her." A slim figure with long black hair suddenly appeared in Zhang Jingyan's mind, and his pupils shrank slightly. "Oh my, Xiaoyan has to work hard. Otherwise he will be left far behind by Fatty Chui. Xiaoyan, my senior, has given birth to a baby. Let me show you his photo. Isn't he cute? Xiaoyan, this time, I will come back to make udon noodles for you. Are you looking forward to it?" A gentle face appeared before his eyes, and the smile was like the winter sunshine, sweeping away the haze in his heart. "My senpai, is this boy your child?" Zhang Jingyan looked at the boy's expectant eyes, even though he couldn't see them at all, and shook his head slowly and firmly. "No, why not?" The boy began to tremble all over and shouted loudly. "Gou Chen does not accept students without leaf patterns," Zhang Jingyan said coldly. The cold rain slid down the boy's neck to his chest. His chest was heaving violently, and a feeling of unwillingness and anger surged in his heart. "I'll say it again. I want to go to Gou Chen." The young man gritted his teeth and said word by word. Through the rain sliding down the umbrella, Zhang Jingyan quietly looked at the boy's red face. "I'll say it again. Gou Chen does not accept students without leaf patterns." A faint voice echoed in the alley. "Base." With a slight sound, the knife light was like a white silk, passing through the rain curtain in the blink of an eye and resting on Zhang Jingyan's neck. Wow, wow, wow. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the bean-sized raindrops fell on the slender blade, making a pleasant tinkling sound. Zhang Jingyan stood in the rain holding an umbrella, without moving at all, his gentle eyes quietly looking at the young man in front of him. "Why don't you hide?" the boy asked viciously. "You won't kill me. You're a good kid." "Bullshit," the young man roared, and the snow white in his hand moved forward a little bit again, leaving a faint bloody mark on Zhang Jingyan's neck. "I have committed many evil deeds and helped Ji Dao kill countless people over the years. You'd better agree to my request, otherwise you will really die." The boy's roar echoed in the rain. A ferocious expression appeared on his face, and his beast-like eyes stared at Zhang Jingyan. Zhang Jingyan remained silent, but just moved the umbrella in his hand slightly forward to block the boy's head. The rain hit the big black umbrella, making crackling sounds. "You!" The young man opened his mouth viciously and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. The rain slid down the ends of Zhang Jingyan's hair, hit his windbreaker, and opened his mouth softly. "Your mother will be very sad to see you like this." He knew my mother. The boy's whole body trembled. Pain and struggle appeared on his face. He roared to the sky, and his young face was covered with tear marks. Click! With a slight sound, Snow White was put back into the sheath by the young man. He looked at Zhang Jingyan deeply and left without looking back. 2 years. What? The boy paused and turned his head slightly, as if he didn't hear what he said clearly. 2 years later, when you're an adult, I will return to this place. If you gain my approval by then, you can enter Gou Chen Academy. You? The young man was stunned and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Zhang Jingyan. I have another request. Leave Ji Dao, practice meditation, and stop killing people. After Zhang Jingyan said this, he looked at him deeply, threw the umbrella to the boy, and then a flash of fire appeared on his body, and the whole person disappeared. 2 years, 2 years. The boy subconsciously took the umbrella, stood there in a daze, an expression of ecstasy on his face. 2 years later, I must enter Gou Chen College. He clenched his fists and swore to himself. In the morning glow, Henyahara stood on the rooftop, staring at the rising sun, lost in thought. The memories from 2 years ago are still as clear as yesterday. Now he has become a member of Gou Chen and has become what he wanted most at that time. He did it. Even without Yuan, he could still protect what his mother had protected with his hard-trained swordsmanship. Creak. The iron door of the rooftop slowly opened, and Henyahara remained motionless. Didn't I tell you not to follow me? He said coldly. Zhang Fan and Ji Qianming looked at each other, and Ji Qianming spoke first. Yuan, so what if you don't have the ability? You are much stronger than the others in Gou Chen. You are my idol, the Zoro in One Piece, Zenitsu Agatsuma in Demon Slayer, Kenpachi Zaraki in Bleach. Don't compare me to that idiot Zaraki Kenpachi. Well, anyway, you're my idol. You have no ability but still choose to protect the earth. And you can also become the strongest among your peers. I'm not the strongest. Henyuhara slowly turned around, pointed a finger at Zhang Fan, and said lightly, he is. Chapter 75, It's Time to Believe in Metaphysics. Zhang Fan was silent for a while. Then he said softly, you are very strong. I recognize you. Boss, if you can't speak, then don't speak. Ji Qianming was about to cry. Recognize me? Why should you recognize me? A gifted person like you doesn't understand my feelings at all. You are wrong. Zhang Fan walked forward expressionlessly, his eyes fixed on Henyuhara. I was indeed gifted, had a loving mother, and had a bright future. Later, an illness took away everything I had. I suffered severe pain for 4 years. My mother spent all her wealth on my illness. In the end, I chose to commit suicide. Henyuhara's pupils suddenly contracted. I fell to my death from the roof of the hospital, but I suddenly gained powers and crawled out of my own grave a few days later, and my illness was completely gone. I thought it was God's mercy, but my mother was killed by the evil puppeteer in order to lend me money on the day I jumped off the building. The gift you mentioned was bought with my future, the ridicule and pain I went through for 4 years, and my mother's life. If possible, I am willing to give up everything in exchange for my mother's safety. Zhang Fan narrated calmly, but Henyuhara just stood there in a daze. It turns out that we are the same kind of people. Yiqianming sighed softly. He originally wanted to tell his own sad story, but these two big guys were more miserable than each other. He decided not to embarrass himself. As for what you said before, responsibilities that match your abilities, I have never evaded them. You will know later. Zhang Fan walked to his side, looked into his eyes, and said seriously. Yuzuru Han remained silent. All the resentment and anger in his heart had disappeared completely. For the first time, he recognized Zhang Fan. I apologize for what happened just now. Henyuhara suddenly spoke. A smile appeared on Zhang Fan's lips, and he patted his shoulder gently. It's dawn. Let's go find Senior Yun, and go back to Gou Chen. Wait a minute. Ji Qianming suddenly jumped out and said with a smile, just now I suddenly thought of a way to find the coffin. Swish. Zhang Fan and Yuzuru Hanyu turned around suddenly, waiting for Ji Qianming's next words. Since there are no clues, then, it's time to believe in metaphysics. Ji Qianming took out his mobile phone, found Duanmu Qingyu's number, and said with a smile, Metaphysics? The two looked strange. Zhang Fan pondered for a while and asked, Are you looking for Duanmu Qingyu from Team 10? I heard that his ability is related to divination. Henyuhara thought for a while and added, Not bad. Ji Qianming nodded. In this situation, the only option is to give it a try. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. Dad, my son is calling Dad. My son is calling Dad. Hello. Amid the contemptuous looks of Wu Di and Wang Ruoyi, Duanmu Qingyu answered the phone without changing his expression. Divination? Duanmu Qingyu raised his eyebrows and said with a venomous look in his heart, My fees are very expensive. What? No money? Who will tell your fortune if you don't have money? Well, okay. I'll calculate it for you. Isn't that enough? Don't mention taking the land as collateral. After hanging up the phone, Duanmu Qingyu let out a long sigh. He made the wrong friends. Who is it? Wang Ruoyi's voice was like a silver bell, and her pair of autumn water eyes looked at Duanmu Qingyu curiously. Ji Qianming. They said they encountered trouble in their mission and asked me to tell their fortune. Duanmu Qingyu rolled his eyes. You're asking for free, ugh. Wang Ruoyi covered her face and laughed. Wu Di showed an unhappy expression and slammed the table heavily, which scared Wang Ruoyi, sitting opposite her. Damn it, I want to go on a mission too. No, the divination says that we should not go out recently. Let's talk about it next month. Duanmu Qingyu said firmly. Ignoring the cursing Wu Di, Duanmu Qingyu walked to his room, calmed down for a moment, took out the yarrow stick for divination, and a leaf pattern under his wrist sparkled. Click! The hexagram appeared, and Duanmu Qingyu showed an interested expression and began to interpret the hexagram. Humph! Let me see what you are. As he looked at it, his expression changed, his eyebrows gradually twisted together, and his expression became solemn. Suddenly, he stood up, walked quickly to the living room to get his cell phone, and dialed the number directly. Velo, Yiqianming. You figured it out? I knew you were the best. Listen to me. Duanmu Qingyu's expression was serious. Because you are carrying my sealing bag, I can't calculate your hexagram. I can only use Zhang Fan's hexagram to find what you want. What you want is in the southwest, between the mountains and under the water. But Zhang Fan's fortune is not good. I calculated that. He will die on this trip, a death calamity with no chance of survival. Just listen to me. Forget about the mission and go back to Gou Chen immediately. Don't go anywhere during this period of time. Ji Qinming was shocked, remained silent for a while, and then hung up the phone. What? Found it? Henyahara asked curiously. Ji Qinming's face turned pale. He was about to say something, but then shook his head. We can't go. Why? Zhang Fan frowned slightly. Duanmu Qingyu said that if we go to the boss now, we will be in danger of death, a death sentence with no chance of survival. Ji Qinming took a deep breath and said solemnly. The atmosphere on the rooftop suddenly froze. I propose that we give up the mission and directly contact Senior Yun Yi to return to Gou Chen. Ji Qinming raised his hand first and said firmly. Henyahara pondered for a while and raised his hand. There's no need to take risks. Let's go back to Gou Chen, he said with narrowed eyes. Zhang Fan glanced at the two of them. A warm feeling appeared in his heart. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he nodded helplessly. If I'm in danger, you might be in danger too. We really can't take any risks. Ji Qinming finally let go of his worries. He was originally worried that the boss would not give in and would insist on rushing forward. In order to prevent this situation from happening, he did not even mention the location that Duanmu Qingyu mentioned. The three of them contacted Yun Yi, determined the meeting place, and drove away in an off-road vehicle. Duanmu, didn't you already warn them? Why are you still looking so worried? After Duanmu Qingyu hung up the phone, he kept pacing around the room, sighing and frowning. Wu Di couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Warning, warning. Can a fatal sign still be called a fatal sign if it can be avoided with a warning? Duanmu Qingyu said with a wry smile. He sighed softly and looked up into the distance. A fatal sign it is destined. Wang Ruoyi's face turned pale. She had always had a good relationship with Ji Qinming and the other two, but now her face was filled with anxiety. What should we do? Should we tell the instructors and ask them to rescue them? It's useless. Duanmu Qingyu pondered for a long time. Ji Qinming, that brat, has a strange luck. Maybe he can become a variable. Chapter 76, Mudslide. Giang, it looks pretty good. In the off-road vehicle, Ji Qinming put his face against the glass, looking at the city outside the window curiously. The three of them stayed here for quite a while, but most of the time they were worried about the mission. Now that they have put down their mental burdens, they have time to appreciate the beauty of this mountain city. Zhang Fan drove without looking around. Henyahara sat in the back seat with his hands in his sleeves and his eyes squinted, and it was unclear whether he was asleep or open. The place that Senior Yun Yi mentioned seems to be in the next city. It will take at least 3 hours to get there. Ji Qinming turned on the navigation and said, It may take more than 3 hours. It's going to rain heavily. Zhang Fan said lightly. Ji Qinming glanced out the window. Dark clouds had covered the city at some point, and it looked truly terrifying. Then I'll take a nap first, and it'll be your turn when I wake up. Ji Qinming yawned and said to Zhang Fan. The corner of Zhang Fan's mouth twitched slightly, as if he was thinking of some painful memory. No, I'll drive it. The boss is still the best. Ji Qinming lowered the chair a little and lay down comfortably. They hadn't slept all night and fell asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Qinming slowly opened his eyes. Outside the window, it was raining heavily. The dense raindrops hit the glass, making a tinkling sound. Looking out from the thick rain curtain, you can vaguely see the surrounding mountains, but you can no longer see the shadow of Giang. Suddenly, the SUV slowly stopped. Ji Qinming looked out the window and saw that the road ahead was blocked by fluorescent tape, and a collapsed mountain could be seen not far away. It seems there is a landslide ahead. We can't go on this road anymore. Zhang Fan frowned and said calmly, Let me see. There's a small path here. We should be able to go around it. Ji Qinming said as he switched routes. Zhang Fan looked at the route and turned around and drove up the mountain. It is more like a muddy country road than a small road. It is barely wide enough for an off-road vehicle to pass through, and it winds around the mountain, making it extremely difficult to drive on. Although Ji Qinming believed in Zhang Fan's skills, he couldn't help but feel nervous. The car had already reached the halfway point of the mountain. There was a steep cliff next to it, and there was no protection on the side of the road. Boss, be steady. Ji Qinming swallowed his saliva and unconsciously held the handle, his eyes fixed on the cliff below. Zhang Fan didn't say anything, just concentrating on driving. Ji Qianming saw through the rearview mirror that Yuzuru Hanyu had also tightened his grip. I have to say that Zhang Fan drives as steadily as an old dog, and he drove the huge off-road vehicle halfway without any danger. Snap! A ferocious bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and heavy rain poured down from the sky, pouring down on the mountain. Suddenly, the soil on the top of the hill loosened slightly and began to slide down, rolling faster and faster, and more. Boom, boom. A dull sound reached the ears of the three people. Ji Qianming looked toward the top of the mountain suddenly and saw a large piece of collapsed mountain rolling down from the mountain with great momentum. Landslide! He widened his eyes and shouted loudly. Zhang Fan and Hanyahara turned their heads suddenly. Their expressions changed. Damn, right in its path. Get out of the car, quickly. Run to his side. Zhang Fan reacted very quickly, decisively abandoned the SUV, opened the door, and jumped out. Hanyahara and Kichiaki followed closely behind. Large chunks of collapsed mountain turned into a torrent, destroying trees and houses along the way, and rushed towards the three people at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that the three people were about to be submerged, Zhang Fan's left eye shone with golden light, and he stretched out one hand and twisted it with difficulty towards the mudslide. The sliding speed of the front part of the mudslide stagnated slightly, but the momentum of the back part was even more fierce, directly hitting the front part and directly breaking away from Zhang Fan's control. Zhang Fan groaned, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, this brief pause bought them time, and the safe area was just around the corner. Boss! Ji Qianming saw Zhang Fan stagger and suddenly lag behind the two of them, with no time to rush into the safe zone. Just as Ji Qianming was about to turn around, Hanyahara had already rushed out like a phantom. Don't look back, I'm going. His voice came from the heavy rain. There was a trace of struggle in Ji Qianming's eyes, and then he tried his best to sprint towards the safe zone. With his speed, he could not save Zhang Fan at all, and would even become a burden to Hanyahara. In the blink of an eye, Hanyahara arrived next to Zhang Fan, grabbed his collar, and rushed to the safe area at a very fast speed. In an instant, the mudslide had reached them and was about to drown them. Hanyahara took a deep breath, threw Zhang Fan in his hand with all his strength into the safe zone, and then jumped up lightly. Yuan! Ji Qianming shouted, and the 13 pieces of mirror knife fragments in his pocket soared into the sky, forming two small squares, and flew towards Yuzuru Yuan like lightning. Hanyahara was like a dragonfly. He lightly tapped one block with one foot and then lightly jumped to the second block. A rushing mudslide was under his feet. At this moment, a strong wind blew from a distance, and Hanyahara's figure was blown by the wind and slid off the second block. Hanyahara was like a kite with a broken string, floating directly towards the mudslide. It's bad. Ji Qianming's pupil shrank. Hanyahara, as expected of Hanyahara, quickly adjusted his body shape in the air and stepped one foot on a broken log in the mudslide. He did not fall directly into the mudslide, but was still carried down the mountain by the rushing mudslide. Faintly, Ji Qianming saw a yellow figure like a butterfly flying on the mudslide. Hurry down the mountain, he's still alive. Zhang Fan struggled to get up from the ground and rushed down the mountain quickly. Ji Qianming followed closely behind. Down the mountain, Zhang Fan and Ji Qianming were gasping for air. Rain mixed with sweat dripped down their cheeks. Their bodies were covered with scars, and they looked exhausted. It was such a high mountain, and they had already used up all their strength by rushing down from the mountainside. He must be nearby. Zhang Fan searched the surroundings quickly without any hesitation. Original. Ji Qianming yelled at the top of his lungs, but his voice was soon drowned out by the heavy sound of rain. The two ragged boys searched quickly. Ji Qianming used his Jiesun ability to directly materialize a loudspeaker and searched around while shouting Hanyahara's name. In the rain, he vaguely saw a yellow figure being crushed under a broken log. Original. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up, and he ran towards the broken wood quickly. Boss! Here! Ji Qianming ran closer, saw the figure clearly, and immediately shouted loudly into the loudspeaker. He quickly ran to Hanyahara and moved the broken wood away with force. At this moment, Zhang Fan also ran over like the wind. He's still alive, he just fainted. Zhang Fan checked Hanyahara's condition and breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Qianming conjured up a large black umbrella and covered the three people's heads. Let's find a place to hide from the rain first. Chapter 77. Deep in the mine. Zhang Fan nodded, carried Hanyahara on his back, and looked around for a place to stay. There's a cave, Ji Qianming said, holding an umbrella and pointing to a cave on the side of the mountain. The two men took Hanyahara into the cave. It was called a cave, but when they went in, they found that it was an abandoned mine. The mine was 2 people tall, supported by supports from the inside, with tracks laid on the ground. Judging from the dusty lamps on both sides, it had been abandoned for a long time. The leaf pattern of Dreamer flashed in Ji Qianming's mind, and a burning torch appeared out of thin air in his hand. After the visionary was promoted to the 2nd level, he could already visualize things with his imagination, and could even visualize elements such as fire. With the torch, Zhang Fan put Hanyahara down, untied his wet clothes, and began to check his injuries. A bone was broken. Well, the rest are just superficial injuries. How did he do it? The more Zhang Fan looked, the more surprised he became. He was caught in the mudslide and rushed down from the mountainside, but he only suffered such minor injuries. A light hum was heard, and Hanyahara woke up slowly. He looked around blankly before coming to his senses. "Where is this?" he asked softly. Ji Qianming pointed to the top of his head and said, "It seems to be an abandoned mine." Hanyahara struggled to get up from the ground. Ji Qianming hurriedly supported him and said with concern, "Your bones are all broken. Don't try to be brave. It's just a rib. I'm used to it." Hanyahara waved his hand and said nonchalantly. The two did not talk much. They had seen the hideous and horrific scars on his body before. He had been seriously injured countless times. This injury might really be nothing to him. The car is gone. What should I do next? Ji Qianming looked at the heavy rain outside and sighed helplessly. The rain showed no sign of stopping, and thunder could be heard faintly. The 3 of them were trapped in a mine deep in the mountains and didn't know what to do. Wait for it to stop. Zhang Fan sat on the ground without changing his expression. Hanyahara looked into the depths of the mine. His brows furrowed unconsciously, and it was unknown what he was thinking. There's something wrong with this mine. Hanyahara's voice suddenly rang out in the quiet mine. Ji Qianming's hairs suddenly stood up. He turned his head stiffly to look into the dark depths of the cave and swallowed. "We're stuck here now, so telling ghost stories isn't a good idea, right? There is wind there." Hanyahara pointed deep into the cave and said calmly. Zhang Fan frowned slightly, grabbed a handful of dust from the ground, and let go gently. He saw that the dust actually shifted slightly towards the cave entrance. There was wind? How could there be wind coming from deep inside a mine? Did they hollow out this mountain and there was actually a railway here? Many thoughts flashed through Ji Qianming's mind, but he rejected them one by one. Apart from anything else, the mine here was tilted underground, and it was impossible to dig back to the ground from the other end. "What's down here? We're just sitting here anyway, so let's go and take a look." Hanyahara walked towards the depths of the mine. Ji Qianming was just about to say something to persuade him, but he saw Zhang Fan also stood up and followed him, so he had to swallow his words. The light of the torches illuminated the mine. The 3 of them didn't know how long they had been walking, but there was still no end in sight. Ji Qianming looked back and saw that the road they had come from was also plunged into darkness. What on earth is this place? Why is it abandoned? Ji Qianming couldn't stand the dead silence and asked. Hanyahara paused, pointed his finger forward, and said, "We'll know soon." Ji Qianming looked forward and saw that the mine in front of him suddenly expanded, as if it was connected to a wide space. That's not right. How could there be such a place in a mine? Ji Qianming thought doubtfully, feeling that something was wrong. Strange, what's the problem? Ji Qianming began to look for the source of this feeling in his mind, and suddenly, his pupil shrank. He was about to say something, but Zhang Fan covered his mouth and pointed to the front left. Ji Qianming looked in the direction where Zhang Fan's finger was pointing. His whole body shuddered, and his heart skipped a beat. I saw a familiar black van parked in front of me. It was the truck they used to transport the coffin. There was no mistake. There was a mark left by the Gou Chen Academy on the side of the car. Ji Qianming didn't even think twice and instantly dispersed the concrete torches, and the entire space fell into darkness. Since the lost truck is here, will the divine practitioner who stole the truck also be here? Lighting a torch in this situation is definitely a dead end. This is the place that Duanmu Qingyu calculated. Ji Qianming lowered his voice and spoke word by word. Just now, he had found the source of his uneasiness. Duanmu Qingyu's divination said, southwest, between the mountains, under the water. This is the southwest direction. The mine is in the mountains. It is raining heavily outside, and they are now underwater. Damn it, why did I come back here? Ji Qianming's face was extremely ugly in the darkness. Zhang Fan and Yuzuru Hanyu fell silent at the same time. Zhang Fan spoke softly. Everything depends on human effort. We cannot trust everything we see. Now that we are here, we cannot just ignore the mission. Ji Qianming opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't get the words out. That's right. Since the stolen coffin is right in front of them, they can't pretend not to see it. From the moment they become a member of Gou Chen Academy, danger is everywhere. There's no one here for the time being. Yuzuru Hanyu had already searched the place thoroughly before returning to the two of them and speaking in a low voice. No one. Good opportunity. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up. I'll stay here and watch. Yuan hides in the dark and is ready to take action at any time. Qianming, you go and carry the coffin out. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment and came up with a plan. The corners of Ji Qianming's mouth twitched slightly. Carrying a coffin or something. It sounds creepy. Fortunately, he had worked in a haunted house before, so his mental strength was not weak, and he rushed into the carriage with a ruthless heart. Here, a small spark appeared in Ji Qianming's hand, dimly illuminating the carriage. The furnishings inside the carriage were no different from before, and the pharaoh's coffin was still lying quietly in its place. At this moment, Ji Qianming suddenly realized a very serious problem. He couldn't carry this sarcophagus by himself. This coffin is made entirely of stone and weighs at least 300 kilograms. I can't move it even a little bit, even if I push with all my strength. How can I carry it? There are footsteps. Hide first. Zhang Fan's voice suddenly sounded, and the atmosphere among the three of them suddenly became tense. What should I do? Ji Qianming was turning around in a hurry. The footsteps coming from the mine were getting closer and closer and would soon reach this space. Qianming, hurry. Zhang Fan urged again. Damn it, the mission requires the corpse with leaf patterns, not this coffin. It would be the same as long as we carry the corpse away. Chapter 78, Portal. Ji Qianming made up his mind and threw his fear to the wind. He pushed the coffin open, put on his back with his eyes closed, and jumped out of the carriage. Da-da-da. Footsteps entered the space, and with a snap of fingers, a white ball of light floated at the top of the space, shedding soft white light. The space finally revealed its true appearance. It was a huge circular altar with 9 ancient stone pillars standing on the edge. In the middle of the altar was a hexagonal stone platform. At this moment, the carriage was between the stone platform and a stone pillar. Ji Qianming, who was hiding at the bottom of the van, secretly glanced at the person who came. His face was very similar to the photo on the boss lady's phone. It was the man in black who stole the coffin. Where are the boss and the others hiding? Ji Qianming glanced around but didn't see the two of them. The thief, Liu Sanshui, checked the time, lowered his head to straighten his clothes, and looked very happy. I can finally go back to the God realm. Although this earth is interesting, the women here are still not as good as the female practitioners in Hongshu Pavilion. TSK, I missed them so much. Liu Sanshui licked his lips with a hint of lust in his eyes. The ring on his hand flashed with silver light, and several crystals the size of pigeon eggs appeared on the stone platform in the middle, each of which was filled with spiritual energy. Is that the spirit stone of the God realm? Ji Qianming thought of the knowledge he had learned from the history of the God realm. Spirit stones are the hard currency of the divine world. Not only can they be used for trading, but the large amount of spiritual power contained in them can also be used for cultivation. However, the quality of these stones is much better than the pictures I saw in class. Spirit stones are divided into 4 grades: low, medium, and high. The ones in his hand are at least medium-grade spirit stones. Ji Qianming thought to himself. It's almost time. Liu Sanshui murmured to himself. He inserted several spirit stones into the grooves of the stone platform. A red token appeared in his hand, and he thrust it hard into the center of the stone platform. Suddenly, a mysterious wave emanated from the stone platform, and several spirit stones on the platform cracked together. The spiritual energy had been drained away, turning into slag. Open the teleportation array. Liu Sanshui clasped his hands together and pointed at the stone platform, which began to shake. Dust and stones on the surface of the stone platform fell down one after another, and runes lit up one after another on its surface. A black dot suddenly appeared above the stone platform, and then it grew bigger and bigger, expanding to the size of a door in the blink of an eye. Teleportation array. Not only Ji Qianming, but also Yuzuru Hanyu and Zhang Fan, who were hiding in the dark, were shocked. There are not many borders between the divine world and the earth, and they're all guarded by special people. But occasionally there will be practitioners from the divine world with low cultivation levels who run away. Most of these practitioners come from the same organization, and their purpose is to collect intelligence about the Earth and find a way to unlock the seal from the Earth. These practitioners are scattered all over the world, and teleportation arrays are a means they use to teleport over long distances. They can transfer directly from one place to another, which is why spies from the divine world are difficult to catch. However, the layout of the teleportation array is extremely complicated. It takes at least a year to build 2 locations at the same time. Moreover, the consumption is extremely high each time it is opened, and it will not be used unless in special circumstances. There is actually a teleportation array here. What is the opposite side of the teleportation array? Ji Qianming suppressed his shock and began to speculate. At this moment, a figure emerged from the black hole. This was a burly man, fully 2 meters tall, with bronze skin, a stern face, and explosive power all over his body. "Welcome, Lord Gijiang." Lu Sanshui bowed his head respectfully, his eyes full of reverence. "Yes." Gijiang looked him up and down and said sternly, "Are you Lu Sanshui? Are the things ready?" "It's ready, just waiting for you to take it away." Lu Sanshui smiled. "Sir, now that this mission is over, can I go back to the God realm?" Gijiang nodded slightly. "Any dead warrior who has made great contributions can return to the God realm. This is the rule of Yug. Do you have any doubts about this?" No, I dare not." Lu Sanshui's face showed ecstasy, and he replied respectfully. Gijiang glanced at him coldly. "Where is the thing?" Lu Sanshui took Gijiang to the black van, pointed at the pharaoh's coffin, and said, "The thing is here." The two were less than 2 meters away from Ji Qianming at this moment. Ji Qianming held his breath and dared not make the slightest movement. "Sir, these are some gifts for me. Please take care of me on the way back to the God realm." Lu Sanshui quietly handed a bag of spirit stones to Gijiang and said with a flattering smile. Gijiang raised his eyebrows slightly, took the spirit stone calmly, weighed it gently, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Yes, very well done. Thank you very much." Before Lu Sanshui finished his words, a dark golden hand suddenly stretched out and patted him lightly on the top of his head. Bang! Lu Sanshui's head was like a watermelon, split into several pieces, and a mixture of red and white liquid flowed down his body. With a slight poke from across the river, the headless corpse fell down. "If you want to return to the divine realm, just reincarnate. Let me take the credit." Gijiang sneered. Ji Qianming, who was under the van, widened his eyes as he looked at the blood and brain matter flowing on the ground. His stomach twitched wildly, and he almost vomited. Are all the people in the divine world so cruel? He walked slowly onto the carriage across the river, opened the coffin, and took a look, and the smile froze on his face. "Where's the stuff? Are you kidding me?" An angry look appeared on Gijiang's face. He roared and stomped on the car. Bang! The entire van made a loud noise. All 4 tires burst, and the huge body of the van fell straight down. Ji Qianming's pupils suddenly shrank, and without thinking, he quickly rolled out holding the mummy. "Who?" The furious Gijiang keenly noticed Ji Qianming's actions and jumped out of the car. "I saw a young man with a mummy lying on the ground, breathing heavily. Interesting, they actually sent it to me. God have mercy on me." Gijiang ignored Ji Qianming and looked at the mummy. The anger on his face disappeared, and he laughed. He then turned his attention to Ji Qianming and sneered, "Since you have done a great service for me, I will let you die quickly." After saying that, a dark golden light emanated from his hand again, and it transformed into a huge millstone and smashed towards Ji Qianming. Bachin one sword style, Sumaru slash base. An unparalleled blade light suddenly slashed out from behind him and landed on his neck without any hindrance. A hint of joy appeared on Hanuhara's face as he held the blade. However, Snow White, who was so powerful that she could break hair, only penetrated to the depth of half a fingernail before being stuck firmly in his muscles. Hanuhara's pupils suddenly shrank. What kind of body is this? It's so hard. Gijiang paused, turned his head slightly, and looked at the shocked Hanuhara with a cruel smile. Chapter 79, Desperate Situation. At this moment, Ji Qianming on the ground jumped up, holding the mummy, and stepped back a few steps, with 13 mirror knife fragments surrounding his body. The leaf pattern of Dreamer flashed in his mind, and a black pistol appeared in Ji Qianming's hand. The second-level visionary can allow Ji Qianming to visualize more precise objects, which can be said to be a qualitative leap compared to the first-level one. Ji Qianming quickly raised his gun, aimed, and fired 3 shots at Gijiang's head. Bang, bang, bang. Gejong snorted coldly and stomped his foot hard on the ground, creating a crack. A statue of Dharma vaguely emerged behind his burly body, blocking all the bullets. Creak. At this moment, the black van stood up straight, and the huge body weighing several tons slammed heavily across the river. Gejong snorted disdainfully. A dark golden light flashed on his right hand, and he suddenly raised his arm, and a huge fist smashed towards the chassis of the van. Clang! Gejong's fist hit the chassis without any fancy moves, making a loud noise. The huge van actually cracked inch by inch from the chassis, and then the whole van flew out. Gejong's figure did not retreat at all, as if what he had just knocked away was not a truck weighing several tons, but a pillow. This person is at the Tongxian realm, and he's also the most difficult physical cultivator. Zhang Fan walked out from behind the pillar and said solemnly. Ji Qiming's heart skipped a beat. The Tongxian realm is equivalent to their third-level ability users. Although the three of them now have combat power beyond the second level, they still don't have much chance of winning against the Tongxian realm. What's more, he is a physical cultivator who refines his body into a magical weapon. We have no chance of winning. Qianming, you should take the pharaoh's body away quickly. Yuzuru Hanyu, and I will cover your retreat. Zhang Fan said calmly. Hee, you two ants are worthy of fighting me. Gejong said sarcastically as if he had heard a joke. It seems that you still don't realize the gap between us. After saying this, the Dharma image covered his body again, and the surging spiritual power surged in every corner of his body. The pressure alone made the three of them feel a little breathless. Ding! Gejong stomped the ground hard, leaving behind several afterimages, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Ji Qiming. So fast, the three of them only felt their eyes blur, and a huge fist hit Ji Qiming's head like a meteor. If this hit hard, the end would definitely be worse than Liu Sanxue. Henyahara moved the fastest. Shirayuki drew her sword in an instant and used the fastest sword-drawing slash. The sharp blade slashed directly at Gejong's arm. No knife take. Suddenly, two hands burst out from Gejong's back. One hand was wrapped in dark golden light and grabbed towards by Shueji's blade, while the other hand struck Henyahara's chest like lightning. With a dull thud, Henyahara was knocked flying by the punch, leaving a deep fist mark on his chest, while the other hand holding the knife across the river only shed a few drops of blood. Almost at the moment when his fist hit Ji Qiming, the mummy in Ji Qiming's hand suddenly shook, and the mummy's head directly blocked Gejong's fist and took the blow head-on. Ji Qiming was knocked back dozens of steps by the powerful impact and fell to the ground. Gejong frowned slightly, as if he didn't expect that his fatal attack would be blocked by this kid. Not only him, Ji Qiming was also looking at the mummy next to him with a confused look on his face. That was definitely not his action just now. How did the mummy suddenly appear in front of him? Could it be a resurrection from the dead? Ji Qiming shuddered, but no matter what, it was this mummy that saved his life. Yuan, are you okay? Ji Qiming quickly ran to Hanyu Yuan's side. Henyahara spat out large mouthfuls of blood and struggled to stand up with a distorted expression. Ahem, I'm fine. Brother, your chest is sagging. Is this okay? Ji Qiming looked anxious. Zhang Fan's brows were furrowed at this moment. The opponent had seriously injured two people in just 2 seconds. If this continued, the whole team would be wiped out. Qinming, take him and the mummy and run away quickly. Zhang Fan's left, I suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. He stared at Gejong and shouted loudly. Ji Qiming was shocked all over, suddenly thought of something, and turned his head sharply. Boss, you. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Fan clenched his hand and pulled hard. The two huge stone pillars suddenly trembled and then rose from the ground, raising a large cloud of smoke and dust. Go! Zhang Fan yelled again, the golden light in his left eye burning wildly, a trace of blood and tears sliding down from the corner of his eyes. He had already overdrawn his mental strength to the extreme. Yuan, I have fulfilled my responsibilities that match my abilities. He took one last look at Henyahara and said calmly. Boom! 2 huge stone pillars were suspended at the entrance of the mine tunnel and smashed down fiercely. The stone pillars easily pierced the ground with their own weight, perfectly blocking the entrance to the altar and the mine tunnel, and trapping Ji Qinming and the others on the other side. Boss! Ji Qinming yelled hysterically, 2 lines of tears sliding down from the corners of his eyes. Hinyahara, in his arms, stared blankly at the entrance of the mine tunnel, as if he had lost his soul and had not yet recovered from Zhang Fan's words. Inside the altar. Interesting. You're willing to sacrifice yourself to save your companions. I admire you. Gou Chen watched this scene with great interest. So, I will kill you and then go out and kill everyone else. I will let them go down with you. Really? Zhang Fan saw Ji, Qianming, and the other two escape successfully, and the smile on his face was fleeting. Then he looked at Gou Chen expressionlessly. You can't do it. He suddenly pulled out a flying knife from his pocket and stabbed it toward his left eye like lightning. You! Gou Chen was startled by this action, and then he stood there in a daze. The flying knife pierced his left eyeball, and blood flowed out wildly from the corner of his eye. His face was twisted in pain, and he tried hard to hold back a roar of pain. After piercing his own eyeball, Zhang Fan endured the severe pain and pulled out the knife. His left eye socket was already covered in blood, and a bloody hole appeared in his eyeball, with a golden leaf pattern shining in it. The entire leaf pattern is shrouded in golden light. If you look closely, you will find that the surface of the leaf pattern is covered with black lines. At this moment, the black light is flashing, forming an extremely mysterious formation, sealing most of the leaf pattern inside. From the moment Zhang Fan's eyeball shattered, an overwhelming force began to fill the entire space. What is this? Gou Chen's whole body began to tremble violently. His knees bent uncontrollably, and there was deep fear in his eyes. If it weren't for his years of body training, he would have probably crawled on the ground at this moment. Golden leaf patterns flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes. With his face covered in blood, Zhang Fan stood quietly there with a cold expression, like a demon. Looking at the young man who saw both holiness and evil coexisting in front of him, Gou Chen finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell to his knees with a thud. Zhang Fan slowly stretched out a hand and pointed across the river. Chapter 80. I wish you would lose all your power and become as strong as a child. Zhang Fan's calm voice echoed in the altar. Gou Chen, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His spiritual power was visibly dissipating in the air. His cultivation level also declined from the Tongxian realm. Finally, a crack appeared directly on his spiritual root, completely cutting off his path of cultivation. At the same time, the sturdy body began to shrink violently. The strong muscles kept wriggling, and in the blink of an eye became a skinny and small figure. The once invincible Tongxian realm has now completely turned into a mortal who is powerless. Impossible, this is impossible. Gou Chen's skinny arms kept touching his body, his eyes full of fear and disbelief, and his voice trembled. At this moment, Zhang Fan's voice came from afar. I wish you to be plagued by all kinds of diseases and have endless inner demons. As soon as he finished speaking, all kinds of spots and tumors appeared all over Gou Chen's body. He felt itching and severe pain at the same time, and his dry hands scratched his body frantically, bringing up large amounts of blood and pus. Ugh. He screamed for a long while, then spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then blood began to flow from all 7 orifices, and different symptoms appeared in his internal organs. Not an inch of skin on his body was healthy. This was not the end yet. He vaguely saw Liu Sanshui turning into an evil ghost, staring at him with bright red eyes and grabbing his head. Why are you killing me? Why? Behind him was a large pile of corpses. They were all people he had killed. Each of them had a hideous face, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Give me back my life. I'm just blocking your way. Why are you killing me? Give me back the lives of my wife and children. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Why are you skinning me and whipping me to death? Endless inner demons overwhelmed Gou Chen's mind. His spirit and body simultaneously endured the most painful curse in the world. He wanted to commit suicide, but he couldn't. I beg you, please give me a quick death. Zhang Fan had just uttered 2 words when someone across the river started screaming, rolling in a pool of blood, begging bitterly. I wish that your heart stops suddenly and your soul disperses. Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment and changed his original sad wish. Gou Chen, who was struggling in a pool of blood, trembled all over and lay down straight. His soul was already scattered, but there was a smile of relief on the corner of his mouth. Zhang Fan finally couldn't bear it anymore. He knelt on the ground weakly, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The golden leaf pattern in his left eye slowly extinguished and melted into the broken eyeball. Breaking the seal by force, and using his abilities, even with only 3 sad wishes, had already overdrawn all of his mental strength, and his body had gradually begun to collapse. Is this the end? He muttered to himself. Thump! His entire body fell in a pool of blood, and he slowly closed his eyes. Before he lost consciousness, he vaguely heard a loud noise. Boom! The 2 stone pillars at the entrance of the mine tunnel suddenly exploded. Large pieces of rubble rolled to the ground, and 2 familiar figures appeared in the smoke and dust. Ahem, this TNT is really powerful. Gou Chen coughed a few times and shouted loudly, Boss, we are here to save you. The 2 entered the altar and froze in place when they saw the sure scene before them. Boss! Gou Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly ran to Zhang Fan and shouted loudly. He's still breathing, but he's weakening quickly. Henyahara looked pale. He stretched out his fingers to feel his breath, then checked his injuries. Henyahara's whole body trembled, and his face looked extremely ugly. At this moment, an unhealthy blush appeared on his face, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Well, his life is gone, he can't be saved. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said hoarsely. Gou Chen stood there. His eyes seemed to have lost focus, and he muttered to himself, How is this possible? He's the boss. He can't just die like that. Henyahara looked at the dying Zhang Fan and fell silent. Haru, I did what matched my ability. The look and tone of Zhang Fan's voice when he said this reappeared in his mind. Yuzuru Hana clenched Snow White tightly in his hands, a look of determination on his face. You did it, I didn't. Henyahara staggered to his feet, his eyes fixed on the portal on the stone platform, and slowly moved over holding Snow White. Yuan, what are you doing? Gou Chen noticed Hanyu Yuan's actions and shouted. Henyahara's tattered haori fluttered slightly. His long, blood-stained hair was scattered messily on his shoulders. He moved forward slowly and firmly, his eyes bright as stars. I'll do what I should do, Henyahara replied calmly. Although I don't know what method he used to kill Tong Xian, I will not lose to him. Since he can die with Tong Xian, so can I. If this Tong Xian is dead, there will be many more behind the door. I will go kill a few of them and avenge him. Gou Chen was stunned on the spot, and then he yelled, You are going to die, and the boss is not dead yet. He is still alive. There is still hope. Henyahara seemed not to have heard it, dragging his broken body slowly up the altar. Just as he was about to touch the portal, a knife handle flew over from a distance. Bang! The handle of a knife hit the back of Henyahara's head. He was at the end of his strength and had no chance to resist. He just felt a black screen in front of his eyes and fell straight down. I'm sorry. I can't watch you go to die, Gou Chen said in a low voice. He carried Yuzuru Hanyu to Zhang Fan's side, his brain working rapidly. The boss is not dead yet. I have to find a way to save him. I must save him. Method? What method is there? Life is gone. Life is gone. Gou Chen's hands were shaking slightly, and he paced in front of the 2 of them as if he had lost his soul, with bloodshot eyes. Just as he was beginning to despair, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Who? Gou Chen turned around suddenly, and a pistol materialized and pointed at the other party's eyebrows like lightning. When he saw that person, his pupils contracted violently, his eyes widened, and his heart skipped a few beats. He saw the mummy in the pharaoh's coffin standing crookedly behind him, with one hand on his shoulder. His body wrapped in bandages looked extremely creepy. Looking at the scenes from the mummy movie in front of him, Gou Chen forced himself to suppress the urge to shoot, and his tongue began to get tangled when he spoke. You actually survived. The mummy slowly stretched out his other hand, pointed tremblingly at his chest, and then pointed at Gou Chen. What does that mean? Gou Chen was stunned. Could it be that he was saying that he liked me? The mummy kept tapping his chest, and suddenly one finger exerted force, tearing a crack in the bandage on his chest. A light golden leaf pattern appeared on his chest. You mean give it to me? Gou Chen widened his eyes and said in disbelief. Chapter 81, Son of Light. The mummy seemed to understand Gou Chen's words and nodded slowly. Wait, aren't you an Egyptian pharaoh? How did you understand my Chinese? Gou Chen was stunned. The mummy stretched out his finger again and touched Gou Chen's chest. A flash of lightning passed through Gou Chen's mind. He pointed to my mirror flower. Does he know my abilities? After the version update, his added replica position has been empty. How did this mummy know about it? And who is he? Gou Chen suddenly thought of the knocking sound he heard at the beginning of the escort mission. Was it him who wanted to communicate with me at that time? And the fact that he just blocked a punch from across the river, for me, wasn't my illusion. And this leaf pattern is very special. It has not dissipated even after his death for 200 years and is still present on his body. It is said that before his death, this Egyptian pharaoh saw the revelation given to him by the leaf pattern. This leaf pattern will become the dawn of mankind in the future. He also made a will that his body must be sent to China after 200 years. The rumors about this dangerous item suddenly echoed in Gou Chen's mind. He suddenly figured everything out and pointed at himself in disbelief. This leaf pattern has not dissipated for 200 years. Is it waiting for me? The mummy nodded slowly again. This pharaoh, who is said to have boundless magical powers, predicted everything that happened today 200 years ago, and he also knew that he had the ability to replicate things. So what exactly is the ability of this leaf pattern? The dawn of humanity he mentioned, could it be that he was referring to himself? Can this leaf pattern save my companions? Gou Chen suddenly asked. After getting the mummy's confirmation, Gou Chen placed his hand on the light golden leaf pattern without any hesitation and activated replica. It has been detected that the leaf pattern morning dawn has been touched. Do you want to start reproducing? Weather. Note, the degree of fit between this leaf pattern and itself is 100%, and there is no need to wait for this reproduction. Below these lines of small text, a progress bar with 0/0 appeared. Gou Chen chose yes without any hesitation. In an instant, the light golden morning light appeared on the second replica position. Replica skills. Dawn, unknown. Level 2. Comment. Long time no see, old friend. Gou Chen didn't read the skill introduction. At the moment when the replication was successful, some memory fragments that did not belong to him suddenly appeared in his mind. What are these? Gou Chen held his head with a painful look on his face, his mind tangled in messy memories. In the picture, a huge crack appeared in the sky, and out of it came out a sky full of divine soldiers and gods, carrying countless magical weapons emitting spiritual light, and rushed out with great momentum. For figures were suspended upright in the air. Although their faces were very blurry, each figure was like a towering mountain, standing firmly in front of the divine soldiers and generals, for against tens of millions of gods. The scene changed, and on the top of the clouds, a suspended mountain was slowly rotating, with layers of formations set up on it. Suddenly, a sword split the void, cutting out a small world, and the suspended mountain slowly flew into it. The scene changed again. In the fairy palace filled with fairy air, a middle-aged man wearing a starry Taoist robe and full of Taoist charm was holding a mirror in his hand. He stood on the fairy palace and looked into the distance. After a light sigh, the mirror in his hand turned into a stream of light and hit the body of a baby. There were many more scenes flashing in Gou Chen's mind. He raised his head suddenly. Some of these scenes were the uses of morning light. Gou Chen immediately activated the leaf patterns, and many golden spots of light appeared around him, like golden fireflies, emitting a soft and sacred light. He stretched out his two palms, and the golden light spots gathered in his palms, condensing into a pure ball of light, dazzling. Gou Chen quickly walked to Zhang Fan and Yuzuru Hanyu and slapped the light ball in his palm into their bodies. The golden halo immediately swept across their bodies, and spots of light wandered on the surface of their skin, repairing the injuries inside and outside their bodies. Zhang Fan's gentle breathing no longer weakened, but gradually stabilized, and the wounds on Yuzuru Han's body also gradually healed. Gou Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Chenxi's healing ability was considered top-notch among Yuan. Yuzuru Han's injury was not a problem, but for Zhang Fan, he could only keep him alive for now, and the rest needed to be taken back to Gou Chen for treatment. He had already sent a message to Senior Yun, and he was now on his way quickly. Gou Chen was about to say something to the mummy, but he stood there in a daze. At this moment, the mummy's body has turned into powder, and the white straps are scattered on the ground. Its mission has been completed, and it has finally disappeared from the world. Gou Chen glanced at the altar, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Yuan, you're right. People with abilities should take on responsibilities that match their abilities. He turned around and walked towards the stone platform in the center of the altar. The golden spots of light around him became more and more numerous and denser. The dim altar was now shrouded in a pale golden light, as if the dawn had arrived. I was the weakest of the three. I couldn't help in battle at all. I could only do some auxiliary work. Base. Golden flames ignited from Gou Chen's body. Strands of golden threads spread out from his chest, interweaving into a light golden robe. The halo of morning light surrounded him, purifying all sin and evil in the world. At this moment, he is like the sun of light. Now I have the power, and I understand things. In his mind, Gou Chen suddenly appeared on the mirror where Zhu Yin was imprisoned, and his pair of golden eyes looked coldly at Zhu Yin, who was roaring under his feet. Kid, have you come to your senses? Let me out now. Gou Chen didn't say anything. He pressed his right hand hard on the mirror under him. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the mirror. His hand actually went straight into the 3,000 mirror worlds. What are you doing? Zhu Yin looked at Gou Chen in shock. His right hand was covered with golden light and reached straight towards him. Zhu Yin tried to struggle, but was unable to avoid it. He watched helplessly as Gou Chen took away a strand of blood-red spiritual power from his body. You can actually extract my spiritual power. Who are you? Zhu Yin roared when he realized that his spiritual power was disappearing a little. His huge body crashed into the mirror again, but it was still sealed tightly. In the outside world, a blood-red thread of spiritual power appeared on Gou Chen's hand. He suddenly clenched his right hand and forcibly absorbed the blood-red spiritual power into his body. When he opened his eyes again, the originally golden pupils had turned into red vertical pupils, which were evil and weird. Can I only temporarily upgrade to the 3rd level? This is already my limit, Gou Chen said calmly. He took another step forward, the pale golden holy robe fluttering behind him without wind, and his aura rising steadily. Yuan, leave the things you didn't do to me. Leave it to me to avenge the boss. Without the slightest hesitation, he walked directly into the black portal, his murderous words echoing at the altar. Here I come, you scum of the divine world. Chapter 82, Claire. Abandoned office buildings in Europe. Everyone at Adam College, listen up. If you don't want all of your lovely freshmen to be killed, retreat 10 miles away. A bald man carrying a big knife was standing on the roof, shouting loudly in English. At this moment, the military has set up a tight net outside the abandoned office building. The sky is surrounded by several armed helicopters, and there are tanks and armored vehicles on the ground. In addition, the bald man's spiritual sense has discovered 12 snipers hiding in the dark. On the ground, several men in black windbreakers had serious expressions. Principal, let me go. Those in there are our Adam's hopes, a young man said anxiously. He has long golden hair and a pair of deep blue eyes as bright as stars on his handsome face. Peter, it's precisely because they're all Adam's hopes that we can't take action. The white-bearded principal sighed. The strongest one inside is just a Tongshan. Any one of us here can easily crush him to death, but we can't. Half an hour ago, this group of people from the God Realm took advantage of the freshmen's test and used a magic weapon to move all the freshmen here. They took them hostage and forced them to open a seal of the God Realm. Adam and Gou Chen are 2 organizations whose mission is to fight against the God Realm. However, Adam does not have a small world to hide in like Gou Chen. Their academy is built underground in London, so it was taken advantage of by the people in the God Realm. Upon learning that the freshmen had been snatched away, the entire Adam Academy was furious, and all high-level combat forces gathered here, with the lowest among them being those with 4th-level abilities. But do we really have to agree to their request and open the seal here? Peter frowned. The principal glanced at the abandoned building and snorted. They may underestimate our Adam's strength. They think they can control us by catching the freshmen? How naive. Inside the building, the gloomy man was standing in front of the window, taking in the expressions and demeanor of everyone below, his cold eyes full of madness. Lord Mogo, isn't this too dangerous? Chingy shuddered as he looked at the murderous posture below. Mogo glanced at him and snorted. If it was Gou Chen College, I wouldn't dare to do this, but Adam College, Sir, they still show no signs of retreating. The bald man walked down from the roof and said respectfully to Mogo. Mogo frowned, turned around, and slowly walked towards the center of the formation. Li Ping, how is the 7 killing sword formation arranged? Next to the formation, a man with lustful eyes grinned and said, Don't worry, sir. The 7 killing sword formation has been set up. If they dare to enter the building, they will never come back. After that, he leaned over to Lord Mogo's ear and pointed at Adam Xinxing, who was sealed next to him. Sir, look at the Western women on this earth. They all have hot bodies, and their fair skin and looks. TSK, TSK. There are no such women in our god realm. You really can't pick one. Mogo's eyes turned cold, and he slapped Li Ping on the face. This time he used the spiritual power of the Tongxian realm and directly slapped him into the wall. Don't you know what we are doing? Why do you have to think about women at this time? Trash. Mogo's voice seemed to come from the underworld. Among the Adam freshmen who were sealed nearby, a few timid ones were frightened to the point of incontinence, but only one blonde girl remained expressionless, and her pair of calm eyes kept observing the surrounding environment. Claire, aren't you afraid? A girl next to her asked in a low voice with a hint of trembling in her voice. Don't be afraid. The people from Adam College will definitely save us. Claire shook her head and said firmly. At this moment, Mogo seemed to have heard her words, slowly turned his head, and walked towards her with a sneer. Someone among the freshmen swallowed, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Hee, they can't save you. Mogo lifted Claire's chin with one hand and said jokingly, to tell you the truth, I don't need them to open the seal at all. Most of the seal under this building has been eaten away. In just 10 minutes, we can return to the god realm. So, you are of no value at all. When we evacuate, we will use your remains and blood as gifts for Adam College. Now, are you scared? After hearing these words, some freshmen began to tremble uncontrollably, their eyes filled with despair and fear. I'm not afraid. Claire looked into Mogo's eyes and said firmly, from the moment I decided to come to Adam College, I was ready to make sacrifices. Mogo frowned. His face darkened. He grabbed Claire's hair and slammed her against the wall. Bang! Large amounts of blood slid down Claire's cheeks. The corners of her mouth twitched in pain. Her delicate face was covered in blood, and only her pair of blue eyes were clear as water. Damn it! I'll ask you again. Are you afraid? Mogo said viciously. Don't be afraid. Bang, bang, bang. Mogo held Claire's head and smashed it against the wall again and again. The freshmen around him closed their eyes one after another, unwilling to see such a bloody scene. Sir, she seems to be dying. Chingy swallowed and reminded in a low voice. Mogo snorted coldly, threw the half-dead Claire to the ground, and walked towards the stone platform unhappily. Why hasn't Gijong come yet? Hasn't he got the things yet? This piece of trash. Mogo glanced at the spirit stone embedded on the edge of the stone platform and started cursing. The spiritual power can only last for another half an incense stick. If you don't come soon, our work will be in vain. His eyes swept over his men, and everyone else fell silent. They knew this master's temper clearly. When he was unhappy, they must not provoke him, otherwise they might not even have a chance to reincarnate. At the same time, they didn't notice that a shadow passed silently in the corner of the concrete wall. Outside the building, Peter was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, while the other mentors, although their faces were as cold as ice, were not at all impatient. Principal, they are ready and can take action at any time. The principal nodded slightly. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He was about to give an order when his brows suddenly frowned. Huh, what is that? The seal of the divine realm will be opened soon, and Lord Gijong has not returned yet. The ball man said after checking the time. Mogo felt something was wrong, and after pondering for a while, he spoke decisively. Forget about him. Let's retreat first. Oh, and kill all these students first. He licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue, and his whole body became excited because of bloodthirstiness. The freshman in the corner shuddered all over. At this moment, Claire, covered in blood, struggled to get up and spoke hoarsely. No, don't. If you want to kill me, kill me. Mogo smiled cruelly. A blood-red spear appeared in his hand, and he slowly walked towards Claire. At this moment, a young man in a light golden robe walked out of the portal with murderous intent. Chapter 83. Instant Kill. Ji Qianming walked out of the portal, frowning slightly as he looked at the students who were tied up in the corner and Claire who was beaten to death. Kidnapping? It's scum indeed. Who are you? Across the river? Mogo asked vigilantly when he saw Ji Qianming. Ji Qianming didn't say anything, but secretly sensed the fluctuations of spiritual power in these people. One was Tong Xian, and 3 were Qianjun. Qianjun is the second realm of practitioners in the divine world, corresponding to the second-order ability users on Earth. However, it is difficult for a Yewen ability user to defeat Qianjun in a head-on collision, because at this time Yewen's extraordinary ability does not have too strong attack power. On the contrary, a Qianjun realm user can defeat a second-order ability user through physical fitness and magic weapons. This is the case with the second level, not to mention the first level. Before the leaf patterns develop to the third level, it is difficult for people with special abilities to fight against practitioners. He's dead. Ji Qianming, who had entered the state of telepathy, spoke coldly like a ruthless machine. The faces of the practitioners in the room darkened. They looked at each other and took out their magic weapons at the same time. A greenhorn dares to come here alone. This is one more gift for Adam. Mogo sneered. Ji Qianming stared at them coldly with his scarlet eyes. The dreamer, Yuan, flashed in his mind. Snow White was concretized in his hands. Her body sank slightly, and the power of dawn gathered around him. The next moment, the pale golden holy robe left a trail of shadow in the air, and Ji Qianming arrived in front of Li Ping in the blink of an eye. Bachin one-sword style, Sumeru, slash. Everyone only felt their eyes blurred, and a flash of snow-white knife light like a faint crescent lightly passed across Li Ping's neck. Li Ping's eyes widened and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Then he saw the house spinning around, with his headless body standing in it. Blood gushed out, and Li Ping's head fell to the ground. Li Ping, a practitioner in Qianjun realm, kills instantly with one sword. The faces of the remaining 3 people changed instantly. Mogo looked at the calm young man as if he was facing a great enemy. The attack just now was too fast. By the time he reacted, it was too late to save him. But he didn't care about these. It was just a small matter. If one less person went back, there would be one less person to share the reward. It was just that the speed of this young man made him a little wary. Ji Qianming gently put Snow White back into the sheath, suppressed the slight discomfort in his heart, and looked at the remaining 3 people. Although Zhu Yan's spiritual power temporarily raised him to the 3rd level, his chances of winning against 4 people at the same time were still slim. If he could kill the weakest one by surprise, the pressure would be reduced a lot. Before, when facing Gajiang, Ji Qianming used his mirror pupil to replicate one of Yuzuru Hanyahara's sword skills. With the help of Chenxi and Zhu Yan's spiritual power, he burst out with a speed even faster than Yuzuru Hanyahara and killed him instantly. However, the remaining 3 people are on guard, and the same trick may not work. The bald man shouted loudly and took off the big knife behind him. His powerful spiritual power surged, and his whole body was covered with an ochre light. The second move of the earth-splitting sword technique, Mountain Tribulation. The big knife in his hand was glowing with spiritual light, and it was obviously a magical weapon. At this moment, he swung it at a very fast speed, and the vague shadow of a mountain seemed to be falling towards Ji Qianming. Ji Qianming's expression remained unchanged. He pointed a finger in the distance, and the surging power of the morning light condensed at his fingertips, turning into a golden thread and shooting towards the phantom of the mountain. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the golden thread just lightly fell on the shadow of the mountain, crushing the unparalleled mountain with a sound of collapse. The big knife in the bald man's hand couldn't withstand the impact of the golden thread and broke into pieces. The bald man even spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Ji Qianming raised his brows slightly. He pointed out this finger naturally according to the appearance in the memory fragment, but he didn't expect that the lethality would be so terrifying. However, the consumption was also not small. After this finger pointed out, the morning light around Ji Qianming dimmed a lot. However, it was worth it, as it could kill one more person in an instant. It's interesting that he managed to kill 2 of my subordinates in a row. Mogo stood aside with his hands behind his back, watching his subordinates die tragically, but he had no intention of taking action at all. Qingyu was the only one left in the Qianjun realm, and his expression looked very ugly. Fortunately, he was prepared. A small green bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. He made a gesture with one hand, and a green formation slowly emerged under Ji Qianming's feet. Ziwu Qing Gang Formation Rise. Several mysterious runes flashed in the air, and countless sword auras formed a green formation, trapping Ji Qianming in it. Ji Qianming's expression became solemn. This was the first time he encountered a formation from the divine realm. He did not dare to relax at all. The array patterns on the green bottle flickered, and the sword energy in the Ziwu Qing Gang array shot out, stabbing Ji Qianming from all directions, leaving no blind spots. Ji Qianming instantly calculated the trajectories of all the sword energies in his mind. 13 mirror knife fragments shot up into the sky, emitting blue light on the surface and rapidly spinning around his body. The paper-thin lens was so sharp that it was about to cut through space, and a light sweep could cut a large piece of sword energy in half. The 13 mirror knife fragments surrounded Ji Qianming, forming an absolute defense. None of the thousands of densely packed sword auras could reach Ji Qianming. The small green bottle in his hand is the core of the formation. Ji Qianming's scarlet eyes saw through the flow of spiritual power at a glance. A piece of mirror knife fragment slashed through the formation like lightning, directly cutting the green bottle and the green clothes into two pieces. The Ziwu Qin Gang formation suddenly dissipated. At this moment, all three people in the Qianjun realm were dead. Among them, Qingyi, who delayed Ji Qianming the longest, only lasted for 30 seconds. Everyone in Adam Academy was terrified. The young man dressed in light seemed like a god of war, holding up all their hopes. Not only them, but also the fighters from Adam Academy who were hiding in the darkness and preparing to take action were confused. Who on earth was this young man? He walked out of the portal and killed 3 people easily. Should they still go? Ji Qianming, who was unharmed, took a deep breath and looked at Mogo coldly. The combat power of Tongxian realm was far beyond what Qianjun could match. Even if the 3 people just now were all resurrected, Mogo could kill them again with just one hand. Awesome. Mogo clapped his hands lightly, his eyes full of surprise. You are not from Adam College, are you? You have such fighting power at this age. Even in the God realm, you are a rare genius. What a pity. What I hate most is geniuses. Mogo's face changed as if he was turning over a book, and he sneered ferociously. The blood-red spear in his hand hummed, and actually twisted slowly, turning into a giant bright red snake. The giant snake spit out its tongue, and a strong smell of blood flowed out of its mouth, making Ji Qianming frown. Scum! Ji Qianming roared. Black lightning condensed on his right arm, silk threads wrapped around it, and a black devil's hand slowly took shape. Chapter 84, Battle with Mogo. The third-level dialoguer has reached the level before Run Yi's death. This highly dangerous leaf pattern finally showed its terrifying side. Ji Qianming rushed out like lightning, and the black demon's right hand, with a large flash of lightning, smashed hard on the blood snake's head. The sound of thunder was like the singing of thousands of birds. The blood snake did not dare to withstand the attack at all. It twisted its body to avoid the punch, and then turned into a red rope and tied around Ji Qianming's body. Ji Qianming snorted coldly, and the light golden robe on his body burst into golden light. The power of morning light suddenly spread out with him as the center, directly bombarding the blood snake away. Not only that, when Chinsi touched the blood snake immediately roared, and its body condensed with blood quickly melted. The morning light is the light of dawn, which can dispel the darkness, announce the dawn, and has a natural inhibitory effect on evil things. Mogo's pupils shrank suddenly. His ultimate move was broken so easily. He didn't have time to think about it, because Ji Qianming's devilish right hand was already in front of them, with thunders intertwined on it, with unparalleled power. A blood shadow flashed by, and Mogo disappeared on the spot, barely avoiding the punch. What kind of light is that? Mogo appeared on the other side, his eyes full of shock, and shouted loudly. There was a burnt mark on his cheek, which was caused by the lightning from the demon's right arm. This blow caused his spiritual power to be depleted by half. Mogo is called the blood demon in the God realm because of his blood spirit magic power. Not only can he pollute the cultivation of others, but he can also generate blood spirits to help him fight, making him extremely difficult to deal with. However, the golden light on the young man seemed to be his nemesis. The blood spirit would melt away with just the slightest touch. Not only that, he even used thunder. This is also the nemesis of evil spirits. The corners of Ji Qianming's mouth rose slightly, and the power of morning light surged, directly enveloping his whole body. At the same time, a golden flame suddenly appeared in his left hand. The golden flame radiates endless light and is extremely holy. Unlike other flames which are scorching, it gives people a very gentle feeling, just like the warm sun in winter, sweeping away people's fatigue and darkness. Go! Ji Qianming flicked his hand lightly, and a golden pillar of fire burst out from his palm. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped Mogo's heart. Without thinking, he cut his palm, and blood gushed out, condensing into a shield. Boom! The blood shield disappeared completely the moment it came into contact with the flames. A beam of golden light shot out from the abandoned building, illuminating the gradually falling night like dawn. Principal, Principal, what is that light? Holy light. Peter looked at the scene in shock and asked stutteringly, "What a sacred atmosphere. Who is in here?" The principal's eyes were full of surprise as he muttered to himself. At this time, several instructors nearby hurriedly said, "Principal, can we rush in now?" The principal pondered for a while, then nodded repeatedly. "Start charging." Upon hearing these words, several of Adam's mentors were shocked, and all sorts of abilities burst out as they ran wildly towards the abandoned building. Buzz! Just as they were about to rush in, 7 black swords suddenly floated around the building, and ancient and mysterious formations flashed on the surface of the building. The principal raised his eyebrows. 7 killing sword formation? A trivial trick. Inside the building, the disheveled Mogo stood with difficulty, breathing heavily. If he hadn't used blood demon disintegration at the moment the golden flame broke through the blood shield, he might have turned into ashes by now. Ji Qianming held golden flame in his left hand and black thunder in his right hand. His scarlet eyes stared coldly at Mogo, as if he saw through everything about him. I was lucky enough to meet a person in the Tongxian realm who was completely suppressed by me. Mogo shuddered, and a fear that had not appeared in many years surged into his heart. No, there's no way to fight this. If this continues, I'm really going to die. Boy, you're quite strong, but I don't have time to play with you this time. I'll give you these hostages and we'll say goodbye. As he spoke, he turned into a streak of blood and rushed downstairs at a rapid speed. Base! A light golden flame rushed out, drawing a line of fire in front of Mogo. The blazing wall of fire scared Mogo so much that he stopped immediately. Kid, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. No one who angers me, Mogo, will have a good ending. Mogo secretly swallowed his saliva and said in a pretentious manner. Ji Qianming said nothing. He walked slowly towards him in the morning light, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. I admit that I'm defeated this time, but I advise you not to push me too far. At worst, we'll both perish. You don't come over here. I just remembered that I still have a few treasures in my ring. I'll give them all to you. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me. Mogo's voice became lower and lower. His posture became more and more humble, and his voice began to tremble. Ji Qianming walked in front of him, looking down at Mogo, the golden flame in his hand slowly jumping. Save you? How can I face you on? How can I face the boss? And how can I face the unyielding spirit in my Gou Chen inscription forest? When you invaded the earth and killed innocent people, did you ever think of the word spare? Whoever hurts my brothers will die. Virfa offens hina vildi. Don't you want to go back to the divine realm? Then reincarnate and go back. Ji Qianming gently patted his head with his left hand, and the golden flame instantly burned the frightened Mogo, turning him into a handful of ashes. I forgot to tell you that I will go to the God realm sooner or later. Don't let me run into you again after you reincarnate. Ji Qianming waved his hand to disperse the flames in the demon's right arm, then looked at Mogo's ashes and said calmly. The freshmen in the corner widened their eyes. They have not yet recovered from the shock of Ji Qianming killing Mogo. At this moment, Ji Qianming's image has been deeply imprinted in their hearts. Why is it that he is so strong, even though he looks the same age as us? Bang! A buzzing sound came from outside the window, and a giant hand that covered the sky appeared at some point and slammed hard on the 7 killing sword formation, smashing it into pieces in one go. Then a large group of figures appeared in the air and flew towards the abandoned building. Ji Qianming suddenly thought of something and quickly walked towards the corner where the freshmen were. The golden flame in his hand flickered slightly, and the magic weapon that bound them turned into ashes. Idol, so cool. Are you sent by the academy to rescue us? Can you save Claire? She's almost dying. A girl looked at Ji Qianming with tears in her eyes. Claire, who was lying on the ground beside her, had lost too much blood and was now dying. Ji Qianming condensed the morning light in his palm, turned it into a ball of soft light, and placed it on her wound, stopping the bleeding in the blink of an eye. She should be out of danger, Ji Qianming said in not very fluent English. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have traveled directly to a Western country. Was this considered illegal immigration? He quickly glanced at the portal. It had become much smaller and somewhat unstable, and it seemed like it would disappear soon. Chapter 85. Legend of the Light Knight. I have to go now. Ji Qianming bowed to the grateful freshman and walked towards the portal without looking back. His light golden robe fluttered in the wind, looking very elegant, which made the freshman stunned. Claire slowly got up from the ground and was about to say something when Ji Qianming had already disappeared behind the door. Crack! The several spirit stones on the stone platform ran out of spiritual power and shattered together. The black portal also suddenly disappeared, and the entire building fell into silence. He is so handsome. A girl couldn't help it and said excitedly with stars in her eyes. Yeah, I don't know who he is. He's about the same age as us, but he's so strong. He just looked like a knight of light. He is my idol. Light Knight, I must become as strong as him in the future. I don't know if I'll be able to see him again in the future. At this time, the strong men from Adam College arrived one after another, and were surprised to see the 4 corpses lying on the ground. From the shadows in the corner, a man slowly walked out like a phantom. An oriental boy with golden light all over his body walked out of the portal, killed these 4 people, and rescued the students. He briefly introduced the situation to everyone. Dongfang, a young boy. The principal pondered for a while and shook his head slowly. I have never heard of such a talented young man in the East. The rescued freshmen nearby chattered about the matter, and the name of the Light Knight kept coming out, and soon all the strong men of Adam remembered the name. No matter what, he is our Adam's benefactor. If we have the chance to meet him again in the future, we will definitely thank him handsomely. The principal said with emotion as he looked at the rescued freshman. Knight of Light, Peter muttered to himself, and respect for this mysterious young man rose in his heart. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely be his brother. Guizhou Mountain's altar. Ji Qianming slowly walked out of the portal. The red pupils in his eyes receded, and a feeling of exhaustion surged over him like a tide. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Qianming collapsed to the ground, no longer as carefree and relaxed as before. Forcibly using Zhu Yan's spiritual power to increase his level put too much strain on his body. Zhu Yan's spiritual power carries a bloodthirsty and brutal aura. If an ordinary person uses his spiritual power in this way, they will easily be contaminated and fall into madness. Fortunately, Morning Light has the effect of purifying the soul, which allows him to remain clear-headed. Not only that, there is another cool force that helps him resist Zhu Yan's mental pollution. Ji Qianming took out the jade pendant from his chest, his eyes full of confusion. This jade pendant can actually resist mental attacks. Father, what exactly did you leave for me? Ji Qianming shook his head slightly. He would think about these things later. Since he was able to avenge his boss this time, it didn't matter if he was exhausted for a few days. Just as he looked up, Henyahara was sitting there staring at him blankly. When their eyes met, the entire altar fell into silence. Qianming Jun, you just came back from the opposite side? Henyahara asked in disbelief. As soon as Henyahara woke up from his coma, he saw Ji Qianming walking out from behind the door in a light golden robe with large blood stains on his body. He was shocked. Aren't you a support? Aren't you a weak first-level ability user? How could you just kill your way back from the opponent so calmly? I was curious and went to take a look, but there was nothing in there. Ji Qianming was shocked and said with a smile. The fact that he possesses Qinsi cannot be exposed, as it affects his ability to replicate, not to mention using Zhu Yan's spiritual power to forcibly improve his realm. After all, he had Diasun before he entered Gou Chen, and he had a lot of concrete abilities, so he could get away with it. But it was different for the famous A0. He would be exposed if anyone did a little investigation. But I see you're wearing a golden robe. Ha ha, so you just woke up and your eyes are dazzled. Henyahara. At this moment, a strong wind blew in from the entrance of the mine tunnel. Yun Yi in white clothes stepped on the tip of the wind and landed on the ground, speaking anxiously. Where is the Tongxian realm? Ji Qianming and Yuzura looked at each other, smiled helplessly, and briefly reported the cause and effect of the matter to Yun Yi. However, Yuzura did not mention a word about Ji Qianming coming out of the portal, which made Ji Qianming feel relieved. Zhang Fan killed a Tongxian realm warrior all by himself. Yun Yi's eyes widened. How is this possible? Then he hurriedly checked Zhang Fan's condition, his expression solemn. His condition is very strange. Hurry back to the academy immediately. Gou Chen Academy. Drop, drop, drop. In a white room, various sophisticated medical instruments were connected to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan lay quietly, breathing evenly, as if he was asleep. Outside the huge glass window, Ji Qianming looked anxious. Dr. Chun, How was the boss doing? Dr. Chun was about 40 years old, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his brows were tightly knitted together. Strange, very strange. It's like something has drained his vitality. All the organs in his body have withered. Logically, he should be dead. But there's a kind of energy that I have never seen before that is slowly repairing his body and keeping it in a delicate balance. I have never seen such a bizarre situation before. I dare not make any rash conclusions. I need to call for an expert consultation. When Yuzuru Hanyu heard this, he glanced at Ji Qianming intentionally or unintentionally. He was also seriously injured at the altar, but when he woke up, his injuries were mostly healed, which made him think of Ji Qianming. Jun Qianming is just as important as Jun Zhongfan. Neither of them is simple. He squinted his eyes and looked at Ji Qianming carefully, thinking to himself. Yun Yi frowned, looking at Zhongfan with guilt in his eyes. If he hadn't insisted on chasing after Tong Xian, the three of them might not have encountered this danger. Senior Yun Yi, this is not your fault. Ji Qianming comforted. The boss is not an ordinary person. He will be fine. Yun Yi sighed and shook his head in despair. This matter is my fault. I will go and apologize to the teacher. Ji Qianming looked at Yun Yi's back, ready to say something, but didn't say it. Principal's office. Bang! There was a sound of a door opening forcefully, and Fatty Chui walked into the principal's office aggressively, his eyes wide open. Zhang Jingyan, what on earth are you hiding from me? Zhang Jingyan, who was drinking coffee, almost choked and looked at Fatty Chui innocently. What's wrong with you? Fatty Chui snorted coldly, slammed his hands on the desk, leaned his body slightly, and spoke in a low voice. Tell me the truth. Have you activated the end plan? Chapter 86, The Eighth End. Zhang Jingyan's face darkened. He put away his cynical attitude and looked at Fatty Chui seriously. How do you know about the end? Fatty Chui's expression froze, and he pretended to be tough and said, When I accompanied you to steal the archives room that year, it's not like I didn't read anything. I accidentally came across the information about the end plan. Accidentally? Zhang Jingyan raised his eyebrows. You've probably read almost all the confidential documents by accident. Fatty Chui's body trembled. Am I talking to you about this? Just tell me whether the end has been activated. Zhang Jingyan stared at him for a long while, sighed helplessly, and his expression softened. You fat bastard. If it was someone else, I would have killed him long ago. This matter concerns the future of mankind. You must not leak it no matter what. Fatty Chui saw that Zhang Jingyan had given in, so he nodded desperately and waited quietly for his next words. The end is not only the name of a plan, but also the name of a type of leaf pattern. A kind of leaf pattern? Fatty Chui didn't understand Zhang Jingyan's first sentence. Yes, there's another type of leaf pattern above the S level. They have many names, such as the pattern of creation, the pattern of the end, and the pattern of origin. Above S level, Fatty Chui widened his eyes. Isn't S level the highest level of ability? There are actually higher level leaf patterns above this. You've read the documents, haven't you? What did you read? Zhang Jingyan rolled his eyes at him. There are 9 marks of the end, each of which only exists in legends, and each of which has the power to destroy civilization. Since the emergence of human civilization until now, China has only seen 3 marks of the end. They're the 3rd end, time, and the 7th end, annihilation. And the other one is... And there's the one in Zhang Fan's eye, right? Which end is that? Fatty Chui thought of something and suddenly said, I knew it. That kid's ability must be extraordinary. How could it be a simple mind control? Zhang Jingyan glanced at him and drew 2 strokes on the desk with his hand, one horizontal and one horizontal. The 8th end, sad wish. Fatty Chui stared at the number 8 in a daze. The pattern of the end, the pattern of creation, the pattern of the origin, actually appeared, and it was right in there, Gou Chen. Doesn't that mean that we, Gou Chen, possess the power to destroy the world? Fatty Chui's eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. It's not that simple. The mark of the end is too powerful and can easily get out of control. The 2 that appeared before drained their hosts because they got out of control. Both hosts didn't live past the age of 25. So I used the source array to seal 99% of the power of the end to prevent Zhang Fan from being drained. So now he can only do simple mind control. When his own strength becomes stronger and stronger, the seal can be gradually lifted. The End Project is essentially a plan to train people with the ability of the End Mark and make them grow into the ultimate weapon. We humans are in desperate need of this kind of power. The seals around the world are now unstable. We can't hold out for much longer. Zhang Jingyan finished introducing the end plan in one breath, leaned back on the chair, and lit a cigarette. Fatty Chui pondered for a while and said, "Does he know about this himself?" "Of course," Zhang Jingyan said calmly. "How else do you think he killed Tongxian this time?" "So that's how it is. So he had his mental strength and vitality drained by the mark of the end. But if that's the case, how did he survive?" Fatty Chui suddenly realized, and then fell into deep thought again. Zhang Jingyan glanced at him, his lips curled up slightly. "Then you have to ask the student you picked up from Danyang. This little guy has a lot of secrets. But there's no need to ask. Everyone has some secrets. It's enough for us to know that they are all members of Gou Chen. Ji Qianming." Fatty Chui felt that his brain was not enough. Why are the freshmen this year more mysterious than each other? Zhang Jingyan blew out a smoke ring from his mouth, scratched his messy hair, and sighed softly. Although Zhang Fan's life has been saved, his depleted mental strength shows no signs of recovery. He is now a vegetable. Even the medical level of our college can't solve it. No. Zhang Jingyan shook his head and walked to the window. In this situation, only Adam College can handle it. Adam, then I will take him to Europe myself. No rush. His body functions haven't fully recovered yet. Let's go with the exchange team in half a month. You lead the team. Fatty Chui was stunned and said with a smile, "It's time for the two academies to exchange ideas again. Time flies. Don't tell the other two students in Zhang Fan's team about the mark of the end, at least not now." Zhang Jingyan suddenly thought of something and reminded, since they are in the same team, it is only a matter of time before they find out about this. But they are still too weak now, and it will not do them any good to know about this. New. Adam College. Ji Qianming blinked and looked at Fatty Chui, whose flesh was surging. Not bad. Fatty Chui picked up an apple from the coffee table, took a big bite, and said vaguely, "You should know that there are two academies on Earth that aim to fight against the God Realm, right? Our Gou Chen Academy recruits students from the East, and Adam Academy recruits students from the West. Although the two academies are far apart, they are of the same origin. So where can we save the boss?" "Good. I want to go too." Ji Qianming volunteered. Fatty Chui rolled his eyes at him and said slowly, "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not just you. Half of the students at Gou Chen College have to form an exchange group to go to Europe. To tell you the truth, you and Hanyahara have already been selected. You have to go even if you don't want to." Ji Qianming grinned. "Well, everything was arranged clearly again. So what exactly is this exchange group for?" Ji Qianming asked. "The exchange group, of course, is going to exchange." Fatty Chui looked at Ji Qianming as if he were a fool. But this exchange not only involves verbal communication, but also physical communication. What is physical communication? I'm just going to drag you all out to fight and see which college's students are stronger. Fatty Chui explained the essence of communication in the most understandable language. In addition, the Temple of Life at Adam College will also be opened, which is also a great opportunity for you. The Temple of Life? Legend has it that this is a temple left over from the time of the European gods. There is a holy spring inside, which can not only strengthen the body and wash away dirt, but also greatly enhance mental strength. It can be called a gas station for men and a beauty salon for women. Chapter 87 Bad News. They actually have such good stuff? Wouldn't I be invincible if I soak in it every day? Ji Qianming widened his eyes. How can such a good thing happen? Fatty Chui glanced at him. This holy spring of life appears once every 2 years, and each person can soak in it once. The second time will have no effect. Otherwise, how can you say that this is your chance? Ji Qianming sat down uninterested, and Fatty Chui slowly stood up and prepared to leave. "Oh, by the way, although you didn't complete the mission this time, you killed a Tongxian Realm Master and destroyed a portal, so I will reward you with 10 credits each this time." Fatty Chui suddenly remembered something and said with a smile. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up. This way his credits increased from -2.5 to 7.5 points, which was equivalent to completing 2 C-level tasks. It was not a loss. After seeing the fat man off, Ji Qianming immediately collapsed on the sofa, not wanting to move a finger. The after effects of forcibly upgrading the level have not yet ended. This state of exhaustion will last for at least 2 or 3 days. It seems that I cannot easily plunder Zhu Yan's spiritual power next time. Ever since he finished reproducing Dawn, many scattered memory fragments have appeared in his mind, which he has not yet completely digested. These memory fragments include some uses of the mirror, including the one of extracting spiritual power to enhance ability. Ji Qianming immersed himself in his own thoughts and began to check what he had gained this time. First, he clicked on the pop-up window of Morning Light. Because of the influx of a large number of memory fragments, he had no time to read the ability introduction. However, he was still confused after taking a look at it. The ability description is unknown. What's going on? Ji Qianming fell into deep thought. It was the first time since he had obtained the mirror that he had the ability to not even understand it. Furthermore, the comments below were very intriguing. Long time no see, old friend. Old friend? Has Morning Light been reproduced by the mirror? Or was it originally part of the mirror? In any case, this dawn is definitely not simple. People rated it as a 0 because of the prophecy of the Egyptian pharaoh, but in fact, no one has evaluated its ability and it cannot represent its true level. Since there is no introduction, I can only rely on the usage of memory fragments to use my abilities, and the memory fragments are intermittent and do not cover many usages. There are 4 main characteristics of Morning Light. One is the absolute restraint on evil and filthy things. This can be seen from the easy killing of Mogo before. In fact, any other Ji Qianming in the Tongshan realm would not be able to win so easily. But Mogo's martial arts hit the muzzle of Morning Light and was vulnerable. The second is the all-round strengthening of himself. In the battle with Mogo, Ji Qianming also used the Morning Light to increase his speed, and with the blessing of the light gold robe, his other abilities also improved. The third is the lethality. As the power to break through the darkness, Chenxi itself possesses considerable lethality. Whether it was Ji Qianming's finger that killed the bald man in seconds, or the gushing golden flame, they were all absolutely terrifying skills. The last is the healing ability. Ji Qianming has never seen anyone else with the ability to heal leaf patterns, so he cannot judge what level Chenxi is at. But just from the fact that he was able to save the life of Zhang Fan, who was doomed to die, he must be extraordinary. It seems that Morning Light is a leaf pattern that combines attack, support, and treatment in one, and this was before Ji Qianming fully mastered its usage. I found a treasure this time. Ji Qianming looked at the morning dawn, slowly rotating on the mirror, his eyes shining. This was his biggest gain in this mission. In addition, the information in the Soul Collection column has also been refreshed a lot, basically all black and dark red. Mogo Soul Energy Collection +4, Mogo Soul Energy Collection +5, Mogo Soul Energy Collection +50. There were still 3 people in the Qianjun realm left, and each of them contributed 50 soul energy points to him before they died. Now, the Soul Energy Collection progress bar has become 234 of 5,000. The empty progress bar has finally moved a little, but the next version upgrade is still a long way off. But there is still room for improvement in my strength. Ji Qianming thought to himself. Leaving aside the trump card Morning Light, Dreamer, Non-Flower, and Mirror Pupil have all become second-level abilities and have been improved in all aspects. I have to enrich my martial arts skill library before setting off. After all, I have only learned 1 sword technique in Mirror Pupil so far, and there's still a lot of room for improvement. But that would have to wait until the side effects were over. Ji Qianming hugged the pillow tightly and fell into a deep sleep. 3 days later, fighting skills class. Ji Qianming, full of energy, stood in the team and glanced at his classmates around him, but most of them were nowhere to be seen. Qianming. Duanmu Qingyu squeezed next to him and whispered, "How is Zhang Fan?" Ji Qianming smiled bitterly and shook his head. "He's still in a coma." Fatty Chui said he'll be taken to Adam College for treatment. "By the way, you should be in the exchange team, right?" Duanmu Qingyu nodded and said, "I just received a notice this morning. Not only me, but Wu Di and Wang Ruoyi will also go." "Why are there so few people?" Ji Qianming pointed at the scattered classmates and asked, "Why else? They're all on a mission." Duanmu Qingyu curled his lips, getting a headache when he thought of Wu Di at home, who was always clamoring to go on a mission. A sharp whistle sounded, and Instructor Chun, with a crew cut and wearing tight clothes, walked slowly over. He glanced at the students and paused for a moment on Ji Qianming and Hanyahara. "Just come back alive." Instructor Chun patted Ji Qianming's shoulder gently, left a few words, and walked away without looking back. Ji Qianming's body trembled, and he looked at Instructor Chen's back in silence. Perhaps you don't know, but this morning, all members of Team 11 died. The noisy crowd suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at Instructor Chun. Shock, fear, mourning, all kinds of emotions appeared on everyone's faces. Minke's pupils suddenly shrank. Everyone sacrificed. Wait, isn't Team 11? At the same time, Duanmu Qingyu beside him was shocked, his eyes were blank, and his lips trembled slightly. Take the ground pressure. That lively and optimistic black girl dead? Ji Qianming looked at the dazed Duanmu Qingyu, his heart aching. Hey, babies. I am Nadia from Africa. I love China. I love you. Watching you, baby. Thank you. The dark and plump little girl appeared in front of them again, with a sunny smile on her face. She didn't have the appearance of an angel, but she had the heart of an angel. In the past 2 months, Duanmu Qingyu tried every means to avoid meeting Nadia. He would tell fortunes every time he went out and avoided her like the plague. He thought it would be great if this little fat girl would stop bothering him. Now his wishes come true. But why does his heart hurt so much? Chapter 88, Sacrifice. Qingyu baby, long time no see. Baby, are you avoiding me? No one will have lunch with me tomorrow. Qingyu baby, can you please accompany me? 2 lines of tears silently slid down Duanmu Qingyu's cheeks, leaving a few ink stains on his blue gown, and his handsome face revealed a painful expression. They encountered an ambush from the divine realm, and everyone fought to the last moment. They are heroes. I hope you can turn this grief and fear into motivation. Only by becoming stronger can you protect yourself. Only then can you avenge your dead compatriots. Also, their inscription tablets have been erected in the inscription forest. You can go and pay your respects after class. There was a flash of anger in Instructor Chen's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and spoke with full energy. Ji Qianming opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Duanmu Qingyu gently wiped away her tears, her messy hair fluttering in the wind, and she stared into the distance in a daze. Qianming, I don't want to go to class anymore. I want to... Okay, I'll go with you. Ji Qianming guessed what he was thinking and answered straightforwardly. Duanmu Qingyu looked at him and forced a smile. Duanmu Qingyu turned around, bowed silently to Instructor Chen, then left, with Ji Qianming following closely behind. Instructor Chen looked at the 2 people who were blatantly skipping class, said nothing, and just sighed softly. Following the path to the top of the hanging mountain, the solemn forest of inscriptions appeared before their eyes. The last time Ji Qianming came to the forest of inscriptions was when school had just started. At that time, he was just following the regulations of Gou Chen, admiring the forest of inscriptions and recognizing his destination and mission. Now, he came to pay tribute to his friends who died in the war. After passing through a series of black monuments, the 2 stopped in front of a brand new monument. In 2018, Gou Chen and Adam was ambushed by 3 Qianjun realm masters while trying to save his teammates, and died heroically in battle. Duanmu Qingyu recited softly, and the hazy mist appeared in the corners of his eyes again. He bent down and placed a white flower in his hand in front of steel. The autumn wind is bleak, and the fallen leaves are flying all over the sky. Saw the... Duanmu Qingyu looked at the black steel, was silent for a while, and then spoke hoarsely. He finally stopped holding back his tears, and they flowed uncontrollably. No matter how capable he is at calculating everything, and no matter how mature and steady he is just a boy of 18 or 19 years old. Ji Qianming did not say a word. He squatted down silently and placed the white flower in his hand under the monument, his eyes full of determination. Nadia, let me avenge you. I will kill all the scum of the God realm. At the same time, murderous intent burst out from Duanmu Qingyu's eyes. He clenched his fists and shouted to the sky with all his might. What a bullshit about not going out. What a bullshit about calculating the secrets of heaven. Duanmu Qingyu, you are a coward who is afraid of death. The mystery is used to plot against the enemy, not to save your own life. Where is your passion and fighting spirit? Why did you come to Gou Chen? Are you here to watch your comrades die one by one? Damn God realm. Sooner or later, I, Duanmu Qingyu, will overthrow you. Duanmu Qingyu's expression was filled with anger, and his veins were bulging. The once elegant and graceful young man with ancient charm had disappeared. He breathed heavily, wiped his tears, and walked out of the steel forest without looking back. Seeing this, Ji Qianming hurriedly followed and asked loudly, "Where are you going?" "Go take the mission and kill the god." Duanmu Qingyu said firmly, his long green gown fluttering in the autumn wind, filled with murderous intent. Ji Qianming stopped, looked at Duanmu Qingyu's back, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Look, he's going to overthrow the god realm for you. Gou Chen rubbed the tablet pressed against the ground with his hands and said with a smile, he still refuses to admit it, but he just likes you. Just go with peace of mind and leave the rest to us. Although it is not known whether this change is good or bad for him, at least Duanmu Qingyu now looks more like a Gou Chen warrior. Gou Chen looked at the time and slowly walked down the mountain. Leaf patterns and thermal weapons are our most effective weapons against the god realm. I am not responsible for teaching the use of leaf patterns, but in my class, you must master the use of most thermal weapons. When Gou Chen rushed back to the classroom, the beautiful instructor wearing a leather bodysuit was talking incessantly. She was holding a submachine gun in her left hand and a sniper rifle in her right hand, looking heroic. As for the use of hot weapons, I have already taught the basics in previous classes. There are also differences between guns. Today we will talk about the most difficult type of firearm to use, the sniper rifle. The beautiful instructor carried the sniper rifle in her hand to the platform and began to disassemble the parts at a rapid speed. Densely packed parts popped out from her hands, and the nearly 2-meter-long sniper rifle fell into a pile of parts in less than 10 seconds. The students were dazzled, and the beautiful examiner's mouth curled up slightly. If you want to use a sniper rifle, you must first understand its structure. The care and maintenance of a sniper rifle is very troublesome. If you don't know the sniper rifle well, I advise you to give up using it. The function of each part has been explained in the theory class. Today's focus is on familiarization and assembly. Next, I will demonstrate it to you. How much you can remember depends on your wisdom. The beautiful instructor twisted her neck and moved her hands. She quickly assembled the densely packed parts on the table, and a sniper rifle slowly took shape. At this moment, if someone pays attention to Gou Chen's eyes, they will find that his pupils clearly reflect the movements of the beautiful instructor, and his mirror pupils has been activated. Bang! The last part was assembled, and the heavy sniper rifle fell on the platform. At the same time, Gou Chen suddenly closed his eyes. This process was not short, and his eyes were already starting to feel sore. Okay, have you seen it clearly? Go to the side to get the parts and assemble them by yourselves. The beautiful instructor said with a smile as she looked at the stunned crowd below. Are you shocked by my skills? That's right, she was just showing off her skills this time to establish a great image in the students' minds. When the students were at their wits' end, she had to teach them again without any hope and with great regret. It turns out that the quality of this teaching is exceptionally high. The students received the parts with bitter faces. They held a gun barrel in their left hand and an unknown part in their right hand, looking completely confused. Did you see it clearly? No, what was the first thing she took? I don't know. Gou Chen's eyes were sharp. He had just used his pupils to record the entire assembly process of the beautiful instructor. Now the entire action was completely imprinted in his mind. After receiving the parts, he quickly walked to his seat, took a deep breath, and flew his hands. Chapter 89. The Ordinary Little Firearms Genius. Parts flew between his palms, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Gou Chen's movements were incredibly skillful, and his assembly speed was no slower than that of the beautiful instructor. The whole classroom was dead silent. More than a dozen pairs of eyes stared at Gou Chen's flying hands as if they had seen a ghost. The beautiful instructor's eyes almost popped out. She walked quickly to Gou Chen's side and observed Gou Chen's movements carefully. Perfect, so perfect. Every inch of the parts were assembled just right. The sniper rifle he was assembling in his hands seemed to have become a work of art. His movements were smooth and flowing, making people feel relaxed. Hey, why is this technique so similar to mine? Bang! The heavy sniper rifle was placed on the table. Gou Chen broke away from his concentration and his whole body was shocked. When did the instructor come to me? Why is the atmosphere so strange? Under the gaze of those pairs of burning eyes, Gou Chen couldn't help but shiver. Were you a sniper rifle player before? The beautiful instructor's eyes were gleaming as she stared at Gou Chen, as if she wanted to eat him alive. No. So how did you do that? I just watched you assemble it, instructor and I. Gou Chen was sweating profusely. Was he too outstanding? He just wanted to test the ability of Jingtong. The eyes of the students around me suddenly became strange. You can learn it just by looking at it? Why can't I see anything? Haha, I understand. The beautiful instructor stared at Gou Chen's eyes, as if she had seen through him, and spoke with a smile. Gou Chen's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, did she see that I have the ability of mirror pupil? You are a genius with firearms. The beautiful instructor put one foot on the table, pointed at Ji Qianming with burning eyes, and said firmly, Yi Qianming, do you admit it or not? He knew very well that this was purely due to mirror pupil's contribution and had nothing to do with his own talent. But if he didn't admit it, wouldn't mirror pupil be exposed? Ha, you discovered this, Ji Qianming said with a dry laugh. The corners of the beautiful instructor's mouth twitched slightly. She admitted it now? Why does it feel a bit shameless? An excellent sniper needs talent. Such people are rare. I didn't expect to meet one today. The beautiful instructor put down her feet and kept her eyes on Ji Qianming, as if she was afraid that he would run away. From now on, you will be my disciple, Chen Shanshan. Report to me every day, and I will teach you how to use a sniper rifle. Ji Qianming suddenly froze in place. What did I want to learn how to use a sniper rifle? Instructor Chun, I feel that sniper rifles are not very effective against high-level practitioners in the God realm. Ahem. Ji Qianming hesitated for a while and said tactfully. He was not wrong. Sniper rifles were very useful against enemies below the 1000 gene level, but the threat they posed to practitioners at the Tongxian level and above was very limited. One reason is that practitioners at this level have spiritual awareness that is strong enough to capture the trajectory of sniper bullets. The second reason is that even if ordinary sniper bullets hit the opponent, it is difficult to cause fatal damage to him. Besides, with Ji Qianming's current strength, who below Tongxian can stop him, the sniper rifle doesn't seem to be of much use. Chen Shanshan looked at him deeply and said calmly, ordinary sniper rifles are of course useless, but don't underestimate the power of science. Anyway, you stay today. I believe you will change your mind. Having said that, Ji Qianming naturally would not refuse, and he also wanted to see what kind of sniper rifle Chen Shanshan taught him. After class, Ji Qianming stayed in his seat obediently. Chen Shanshan smiled and waved at him, then turned and walked out of the classroom. The two walked around and finally came to an inconspicuous building. Gou Chen Academy is very large and has many buildings, but Ji Qianming has never been here. There was an old man lazily lying in a rocking chair at the door. When he saw Chen Shanshan coming over with a young man, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Shanshan, what are you doing? Found a talented kid. Take him to Armory number 6 for a look. Chen Shanshan's tone contained a hint of respect. Ji Qianming, this is the director of the Gou Chen R&D department. Ji Qianming widened his eyes, looking at the old man dressed like a bird walker in disbelief. Could this be the head of Gou Chen's famous R&D department? Hello, minister. Ji Qianming greeted respectfully. The old man walking his bird. Oh no. The director of the R&D department narrowed his eyes and looked at Ji Qianming, then smiled kindly. Yes, there are not many people who can use those things. I hope you won't let us down. The R&D department of Gou Chen can be said to be a legendary existence in Gou Chen's new life. The people in this department are elusive, but everything they develop is extremely useful. Any invention can cause a revolution if it is put into the world. His mirror knife, Yuan's imitation ring, and Zhang Fan's weapon set all came from this mysterious R&D department. Instructor Chun is actually from the R&D department. Ji Qianming looked at the heroic Chen Shanshan with some surprise and thought to himself, don't look at me like that. I'm also a member of the R&D department. I'm just a part-time hot weapons teacher. Chen Shanshan seemed to see through Ji Qianming's thoughts and said with a smile. The two walked into the small building. Chen Shanshan pressed the elevator button on the left a few times, and a large silver-white capsule rose out of the elevator shaft. Key. A door on the capsule slowly opened, and Chen Shanshan walked in. What are you standing there for? Goin. She couldn't help but laugh when she saw Ji Qianming standing there in a daze. Ji Qianming finally reacted and quickly walked into the capsule, only to find that it was actually an elevator. There were densely packed buttons on both sides of the elevator. Ji Qianming took a quick glance and found that the highest one was more than 300 floors. Instructor Chun, is this building so tall? Ji Qianming asked puzzledly. Chen Shanshan smiled mysteriously and pressed the elevator button for the 144th floor. Who told you that this is an elevator going up? As soon as he finished speaking, the capsule suddenly started moving and fell straight underground. The surrounding white cover instantly became transparent, and a vast underground space appeared in front of Ji Qianming. This is... Ji Qianming widened his eyes, his heart trembling. In the space outside the capsule, there were densely packed fighter planes of a type he had never seen before, huge floating warships, shuttles surrounded by blue light, and huge gun barrels hundreds of meters thick. Chen Shanshan secretly observed Ji Qiming's expression and couldn't help but feel emotional. I remember having the same expression when I first came to the RD department. Instructor Chun, what are all these? Looking at this scene that would never appear in a science fiction movie, Ji Qiming felt that his worldview was once again overturned. Weapons, Chen Shanshan said calmly. Weapons to deal with the God realm. Chapter 90. The background of the RD department. Ji Qiming took a deep breath. He originally thought that Gou Chen Academy only trained people with superpowers to fight against people with superpowers, but in fact there was a huge arsenal underneath. Are you surprised the surface of the Hanging Mountain is used to serve people with special abilities like you? But after hundreds of years of transformation, the center of the mountain has been hollowed out. Now it is the territory of our RD department, which is 24 times the usable area of the ground. How big is the Hanging Mountain of Gou Chen Academy? Although Ji Qiming has never been to the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, he has been to Guizhou. Among the continuous mountains in Guizhou, none can compare with the Hanging Mountain. Even the largest one is only 1/10 of the size of Gou Chen. The interior of this mountain is filled with arsenals like this. Ji Qiming couldn't believe it. It turned out that the RD department was the proud son of Gou Chen College. He originally thought that he had gotten a pretty good understanding of Gou Chen Academy in the past 2 months, but now he realizes how ridiculous this idea was. The school on the mountainside is just the tip of the iceberg. The capsule slid down rapidly in the transparent passage, and the space was quickly passed by. After a brief darkness, there was another equally huge factory. When Ji Qiming saw the things in the factory, he leaned against the wall inside the capsule, his heart shocked beyond words. This factory is not like the previous one, which is all kinds of heavy weapons. The things here are very simple. Mecha, all large combat mechas. The armored shell with a full sense of technology and perfect appearance design look like pieces of war art. Ji Qiming was so amazed by what he saw. It turns out that the mechas in science fiction movies really exist, and they're even cooler than those in the movies. Since there are so many top-notch weapons, why have they never been used? Ji Qiming was a little excited. The weapons here alone are enough to destroy the Earth dozens of times. With weapons like these, what are the needs of people with special abilities? Chen Shanshan shook her head gently. The weapons in here are the killer weapons of mankind. The killer weapons can only be used at the critical moment. It's not so bad now. The seal is there. It's just that sometimes a rat from the God realm sneaks in. Exposing our trump card for this isn't worth it. If one day the God realm really invades the Earth in full force, and thousands upon thousands of Qianjun and Tongxin break out of their seals, how can you, with less than 100 people with special abilities, resist them? Science. This is the last hope for mankind. Chen Shanshan's words were like a bolt from the blue to Ji Qiming's ears. Yes, there are only 2 superpower academies in the world, Gou Chen and Adam, and the total number of superpowers is no more than 200. If the gods really attack one day, how can they resist? Not to mention that among these less than 200 people with special abilities, most of them are less than level 3. A deep feeling of powerlessness surged from Ji Qiming's heart, and a slight sense of complacency caused by killing a Tongxian realm cultivator alone instantly disappeared. In the face of human crisis, he is so insignificant. Chen Shanshan saw Ji Qiming's frustration and said with a smile, "Don't be discouraged. These mecha weapons can only deal with beings below the level of God General at most. For those above God General, we still have to rely on you." What realm is the Divine General? Ji Qiming was very confused. The textbooks did not mention that there was such a realm as Divine General in the Divine Realm. God General is not a realm, but refers to a type of person. The generals of the God Realm in the Taishu Realm are called God Generals. Ji Qiming suddenly realized that the Taishu Realm is a realm above Tongxian, corresponding to the 4th order ability holders. And those in Taishu Realm who are able to become generals in the Divine Realm are naturally the best among them. So, science is the main force against the gods, and you are the decisive force against the gods. We may be able to kill hundreds of Qianjun Tongxian, but only one Divine General can destroy all the weapons here. It is the responsibility of those with abilities like you to deal with the God Generals and even the God King. Chen Shanshan blinked and patted Ji Qiming's shoulder encouragingly. Divine General, Divine King. Ji Qiming clenched his fist secretly. He was still too weak now. The capsule had passed through countless factories. Finally, All kinds of weapons and equipment passed by Ji Qinming's eyes and finally stopped on the ground of the factory. The factory is filled with hundreds of huge metal racks filled with densely packed guns. These guns are different from guns outside. There's a groove on the gun body, as if it is used to embed something. There are also complicated and mysterious patterns on the surface. The eerie appearance is chilling. Ji Qinming walked out of the capsule and looked at these strange guns carefully, but he had no idea what they were. These guns are called spirit-breaking guns. We at Gou Chen have been trying to combine spiritual power with technology in recent decades to create weapons that specifically restrain spiritual power. These are our third-generation products. Spirit-breaking spear. Ji Qinming muttered to himself, rubbing the patterns on it with his hands, and asked curiously, "What are these grooves used for?" The soul-breaking spear, which is equipped with the spirit stone from the god realm, completely subverts the traditional design of guns. It uses the energy of spiritual power instead of mechanical energy, greatly increasing the range and speed of the bullet. At the same time, we have also created a soul-breaking bullet, which has a strong penetrating effect on spiritual shields. As Chun Shanshan spoke, she walked deeper into the factory. "Come with me. These things are not for you. What you want to see is in the deepest part." Ji Qinming recovered from the shock and quickly followed. The two walked through a long passage and came to a silver-white metal door. There was a small identification device on the left side of the door. Chun Shanshan had her iris and fingerprint scanned in turn, and then she entered a 16-digit password before the door slowly opened. Ding! Researcher number 16, Chun Shanshan. Identity verification passed. As an electronic sound rang out, the two slowly walked through the door. The security here is too tight. What exactly is in here? Ji Qinming was full of curiosity. Even the extraordinary guns like the soul-breaking gun can only stay on the shelf outside. How powerful are the weapons in here? The two walked to a wide space, which was a heptagonal room. In addition to the passage they had just entered, there were 6 dark walls surrounding the room, which were numbered in red. Number 6. Chun Shanshan walked to the wall and stopped, pressing her palm on the middle of the wall. A red light swept across, and the dark wall slowly opened. Chi! As a stream of white gas overflowed, Ji Qinming finally saw what was behind the wall. It was somewhat similar to the scene in the movie Men in Black. It was a wall of weapons that looked very high-tech. The only difference is that there's only one weapon in this huge wall of weapons. A pitch-black sniper rifle. Chapter 91, The Abyss. This sniper rifle is about 2 meters long and all black. Like the soul-breaking gun outside, there's a groove on the gun body. The difference is that the lines on this sniper rifle are dark red, like lines of blood wrapped around it. Technology and mystery are perfectly integrated. From a distance, it looks like a gun from hell that has killed countless people. Its ferocious appearance gives people a great impact. What a fierce sniper rifle. Ji Qinming was secretly shocked. This sniper rifle is the result of the hard work of our R&D department. Its principle is similar to that of the soul-breaking gun outside, but in order to better match the characteristics of the sniper rifle, we have modified it several times. Its energy supply efficiency is 3 times that of those outside, and the bullet flying speed is 20 times that of ordinary sniper rifles. The range reaches 5,000 meters, plus it has an armor-piercing effect on spiritual power. Tongxian, one shot will kill you. Even if you are in the Taishu realm, you will be injured if you take a shot. Chun Shanshan took off the ferocious sniper rifle, rubbed the gun body slowly, and there seemed to be a flame dancing in her eyes. Kill Tongxian instantly. Ji Qinming was shocked all over as he looked at the terrifying sniper rifle and was shocked beyond words. What is the concept of Tongxian realm? Now most of the seniors in Gou Chen are at the 3rd level. Even they may not be able to defeat Tongxian, let alone kill him in one blow. It is true that Ji Qinming killed Tongxian easily, but he mainly relied on Zhu Yan's spiritual power to improve his rank and then relied on Chenxi's ability to break evil. If it were another Tongxian realm expert, it is hard to say whether he could win. One shot, one hit, it's simply a magical weapon. Of course, its restrictions are also very harsh. Chun Shanshan saw Ji Qinming's excitement and spoke slowly. First, it is extremely troublesome to maintain. This gun has 721 parts in total. It takes half an hour to disassemble and assemble it, and there can't be any mistakes during maintenance, otherwise the gun will be scrapped. Secondly, each shot consumes a mid-grade spirit stone. This kind of thing is rare in the god realm, and our reserves are pitifully small. The cost of firing a shot is too high. Third, It takes 5 seconds to charge before it can fire, and it is easily affected by factors such as wind speed and the deflection of the Earth. If you want to hit the target, you must have terrifying prediction and calculation abilities, otherwise this mid-grade spirit stone will be wasted. Yikian Mink frowned tightly. This condition was not only harsh, it was simply hopeless. 721 parts require maintenance, and there cannot be the slightest error. This alone is enough to discourage 99% of people from buying this product. Not to mention that one shot consumes a mid-grade spirit stone. Where can you get a mid-grade spirit stone these days? Even if you get one, the probability of successfully hitting the target is extremely low, and this mid-grade spirit stone is wasted. So what if it can hit Taishu? This is a meaningless weapon. This gun is completely useless. Ji Qinming said with a wry smile. Chen Shanshan looked at him deeply and said, "In all these years, you're the only person I've seen who could possibly use it." Ji Qinming was stunned. Indeed, it was not difficult to maintain and service it with the terrifying imitation ability of the mirror pupil, but he did not know how to use a sniper rifle at all, not to mention such difficult shooting requirements. "Instructor Chun, I don't know how to use a sniper rifle at all," Ji Qinming said with his eyes wide open. "You can learn if you don't know, but you're the only one who has the power of telepathy." A hint of excitement flashed in Chen Shanshan's eyes. "During the entrance exam, I thought of this as soon as I saw your telepathic ability. That terrifying calculation ability and combat intuition. Your innate ability is simply born for this sniper rifle." Telepathy? Ji Qinming was confused. What is that? When did I have this kind of innate ability? However, when Ji Qinming heard Chen Shanshan talk about the terrifying calculation ability and combat intuition, he understood most of it. That state is called telepathy. In that state, I could indeed control the sniper rifle, but I couldn't control myself in that state. Ji Qinming felt a little annoyed. I will only enter that state unconsciously under certain circumstances, such as when I am in danger. Chen Shanshan looked into Ji Qinming's eyes with a half-smile on her lips. "What if I can help you overcome this problem? I can give you the ability to automatically activate your telepathic abilities when you enter sniper mode." Ji Qinming's eyes lit up. If he could do this, he who possessed the mirror pupil and telepathic power might really be able to control this powerful weapon. "So now, are you willing to learn how to use a sniper rifle for me?" Chen Shanshan asked the question again. Ji Qinming just hesitated for a moment and nodded firmly. "I do." Chen Shanshan smiled and said, "Okay, come to the shooting range to find me at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and don't leak anything you see here today." Clear. Ji Qinming knew the importance of the matter. Although it was unlikely that a spy from the divine world had infiltrated the Gou Chen Academy, it was related to the survival of mankind after all. This kind of thing should not be spread out, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. By the way, Instructor Chun, what is the name of this gun? Ji Qinming suddenly thought of something and asked. Abyss. The next afternoon, Ji Qinming arrived at the shooting range on time. There are 3 shooting ranges in Gou Chen College. This one is the most secluded, and almost no one comes here. Firstly, there were few people in the academy, and secondly, everyone understood that firearms were not a big threat to the God realm, so everyone was not very enthusiastic about practicing shooting. Although it had been in use for a long time, the shooting range was still brand new, which showed that someone cleaned it regularly. Ji Qinming pushed the door and entered the armory. Chen Shanshan, dressed in black, was maintaining another sniper rifle with a solemn expression. Ji Qinming did not disturb her. He just found a place to sit down quietly and carefully watched the details of Chen Shanshan's maintenance. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Shanshan slowly put down the gun in her hand, her eyes full of pity and care. Then she realized that Ji Qinming had arrived and spoke with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, I get so caught up in maintaining my gun that I kept you waiting." "Instructor Chun, have you been in charge of this place all the time?" Ji Qinming asked puzzledly. "Yes, I like to come here to practice shooting when I was a student. Now if I don't have classes on weekdays, I will stay here. It makes me feel very relaxed here." The corners of Ji Qinming's mouth twitched slightly. He liked to stay with guns all day long. He didn't realize that such a beautiful instructor like Chun was actually a gun fanatic. Chen Shanshan stood up from the stool, picked up the sniper rifle that had just been maintained, handed it to Ji Qinming, and spoke with full energy. "Okay, let's get started. Let's train you to use your mind power, even when you're in sniper mode. But how exactly should I practice? When do you enter the telepathic state?" "Well, when you're in danger." "That's easy. just practice shooting and beat you up at the same time, so that you always have a sense of danger when you are in sniper mode. Yiqianming. Chapter 92, Arrival in Shanghai. Bang! A figure flew straight through the air and hit a target hard, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Qianming, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, struggled to get up from the ground, holding a sniper rifle tightly to his chest and coughing nonstop. Cool. A slender-legged shadow swept through the air, bringing up a gust of wind, and kicked straight towards Ji Qianming's pig head. Ji Qianming raised his hands to protect his head and shouted, "Save him!" Chun Shanshan paused, slowly put down her foot, and looked at Ji Qianming in confusion. "What's wrong? You've only kicked 12 times, and you're still far from a goal." Ji Qianming's mouth twitched wildly, and he said righteously, "Coach Chun, I don't think this method is feasible." "Why?" "The triggering condition of the telepathic power is that my subconscious mind determines that my life is in danger. Although you, instructor, are really about to kick me out of danger, I know in my subconscious mind that you will not kill me. So this method of practice will not work at all." "Oh." Chun Shanshan raised her eyebrows and pondered for a while. "It makes sense, so I should kick you with the intention of killing you?" Faintly, a murderous aura emanated from Chun Shanshan. Ji Qianming keenly discovered that Chun Shanshan's gaze had changed, as if a lion was looking at its prey and was about to tear him into pieces in the next moment. "Stop! Stop!" Yiqianming shouted fiercely. If he continued training like this, he would really be beaten to death by the instructor. "Instructor, look, I'm just holding the sniper rifle now. I'm not in sniper mode at all, so it's useless even if you kick me to death." Chun Shanshan put away her murderous intent, lowered her head thoughtfully, and muttered to herself, "That won't work. Do I really have to ask him for help?" When Ji Qianming saw that the murderous intent disappeared, he sat down on the ground with an expression as if he had escaped death. Although instructor Chun looks heroic, his brain doesn't seem to be very good. He can even come up with such an unreliable plan. That's the only way. Chun Shanshan sighed softly and made up her mind secretly. "Ji Qianming, come with me to the real world today." Ji Qianming was stunned. Gou Chen's students cannot go down to the lower world without a mission. "I have the authority, just follow me." "Oh, what are we going down for?" "Go find someone who can help you." Ji Qianming breathed a sigh of relief. It would be good if he was not tricked into a small corner where no one was around and continued to be beaten. But it seems that I have just returned for a few days, and I'm going to the lower world again. Who is the person who can solve my telepathic problem? With full of doubts, Ji Qianming followed Chun Shanshan all the way to the Arc de Triomphe. Chun Shanshan selected a place on the star map with her hands. After identifying her identity, the black vortex of triumph appeared again. "Chun Shanshan, where are you going with this, student?" Just as the two were preparing to go down to the mortal world, a deep and grand voice suddenly sounded, startling Ji Qianming. "Who?" Ji Qianming quickly glanced around, but there was no sign of anyone. The voice appeared and disappeared out of nowhere. If he hadn't seen Chun Shanshan's expression, he would have thought he was hallucinating. "Take him to find Li Lanxin. We need his help with something." Chun Shanshan spoke respectfully to the Arc de Triomphe without hiding anything. "Good." Ji Qianming heard it clearly this time. The sound actually came from the Arc de Triomphe. The Arc de Triomphe actually has its own consciousness. What exactly is this Arc de Triomphe that connects Gou Chen and the human world? Is this the spirit of the instrument that the teacher mentioned? Just when Ji Qianming was shocked, Chun Shanshan had already stepped into the black vortex. Ji Qianming followed carefully, but this time the magnificent voice did not appear. After a dizzying spin, Ji Qianming landed steadily. He shook his dizzy head and looked around carefully. This is a room. In this simple room, there is only a hard bed, a futon, and a big word Zen. Zen room? Ji Qianming was stunned. It was his first time entering a Zen room, and he was a little uncertain at the moment. "Let's go." Seeing Ji Qianming following her, Chun Shanshan turned around and walked out the door. Ji Qianming quickly followed and asked in confusion, "Coach Chun, what was that sound just now?" "It is the spirit of the Arc de Triomphe. It prevents people with evil intentions from coming to Gou Chen or the lower world. It has existed since the creation of Gou Chen." Ji Qianming took a breath of cold air. Doesn't that mean this spirit of the weapon is more than 1,000 years old? It turns out that someone has been monitoring the Arc de Triomphe. No wonder such an important place has never been guarded. The two of them walked along the winding path and arrived at the main entrance of the temple. Looking at the dense crowds of tourists and pilgrims in front of them, Ji Qianming was stunned. This teleportation point is so close to the downtown area. Where's this place? Passing through the crowded temple gate, there's a bustling snack street outside. There are long queues in front of all kinds of fried skewers, milk tea, and souvenir shops. There are also several tour guides holding small flags and saying something on loudspeakers. His eyes accidentally swept across a plaque, and his whole body was shocked. Chengwang Temple. This is actually Shanghai. Ji Qianming instantly became excited. Shanghai, the magic city, the economic center of China, is the place Ji Qianming has dreamed of since he was a child. However, because he has no money, he has never left Shanghai, let alone Danyang. Shanghai. Instructor. This is Shanghai. Ji Qianming jumped up excitedly and said to Qin Shanshan excitedly. Qin Shanshan looked at him strangely. I know. And then what? Ji Qianming almost forgot why he came here. He walked here and looked there, as if he wanted to visit the entire city god temple. Qin Shanshan couldn't help but laugh when she saw Ji Qianming's look, so she ignored him and let him walk around. She took out her cell phone from her pocket, a conflicted look on her face again, and finally she made a call. Ji Qianming, stop walking around and don't forget why we are here. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shanshan's mood was obviously much better, and she waved at Ji Qianming. Ji Qianming followed Qin Shanshan for more than 10 minutes and came to a main road where a Hongqi car was parked quietly. Next to the car, a young man in casual clothes was putting his hands in his pockets. Under his black hair was a face as gentle as jade, and his delicate eyebrows looked as if they were painted with a brush, flawless. Shanshan. The young man's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Shanshan approaching, and he smiled as bright as the sun, bewitching the little girls who were secretly watching him. When Qin Shanshan saw Li Lanxin, she looked a little embarrassed, but she still walked up and said hello. Hello, long time no see. Hee hee. You're Instructor Chun from Gou Chen Academy. You're like a fairy who rarely comes down to earth. How can you be so easy to see? Li Lanxin narrowed her beautiful eyes and smiled. Is this the young man you were talking about? After the two exchanged greetings for a while, Li Lanxin looked at Ji Qianming standing beside him, a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's souls. Hello, I'm Li Lanxin from China's No. 0 agency. He stretched out his hand and said in a friendly manner. Chapter 93, Mind Exercises, Li Lanxin. I'm Ji Qianming from Gou Chen College. Ji Qianming extended his hand politely, but was secretly surprised in his heart. Is this the member of the legendary organization Zero? He looks pretty good. Let's talk while we walk. Li Lanxin considerately opened the car door for the two of them, like a gentleman. It was the first time that Ji Qianming received such treatment, and he felt flattered. On the other hand, Qin Shanshan sat down very naturally. The red flag slowly moved forward, and rows of tall buildings passed by outside the window. Ji Qianming widened his eyes, afraid of missing any details. Haha, Ji Qianming, is this your first time in Shanghai? Li Lanxin saw Ji Qianming's expression through the rearview mirror and said with a smile. Ahem, yes. Then spend more time in Shanghai today. I'll arrange a place for you to stay, so you won't leave. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up, and he was about to speak when Qin Shanshan spoke calmly. No, we have to go back to Gou Chen today. Ji Qianming's enthusiasm, which had just been ignited, was instantly extinguished, and he sat back awkwardly. Shanshan, you are still the same. Don't be so rigid. What's your plan? Do you think I don't know? Qin Shanshan rolled her eyes. Li Lanxin laughed awkwardly twice and stopped talking. A quarter of an hour later, the Hongqi car slowly drove into a villa. The villa was not big, but the decoration was extremely exquisite. Such a villa in the center of Shanghai would definitely be an astronomical figure. Ji Qianming glanced at Li Lanxin. He didn't expect that Zero organization was so rich. Walking into the villa, Ji Qianming looked at the furnishings here curiously. Qin Shanshan sat quietly on the sofa, with a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. So, tell me what the situation is. Li Lanxin brought 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of the two of them. Qin Shanshan briefly explained Ji Qianming's current situation. Li Lanxin sat on the sofa, listening attentively, her charming eyes staring at hers without blinking. Qin Shanshan couldn't help but blush. Ji Qianming looked at the two of them with a strange expression. There was something fishy going on with these two people. There was definitely something fishy going on. I understand. Li Lanxin naturally took a sip of the tea that Qin Shanshan had drunk and said thoughtfully. Chun Shanshan was already distracted at the moment. When she saw Li Lanxin's actions, she glared at him fiercely but didn't say anything. Do you want me to use my power to hypnotize him so that he will feel a sense of crisis every time he enters the sniper mode? Good. Well, it's theoretically possible, but I've never tried it before. It's never wrong to try. Yes, I'm afraid that some people won't even give me a chance to try. Li Lanxin glanced at Chun Shanshan, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Chun Shanshan's face froze, and she patted Li Lanxin unhappily. I'm talking to you about serious matters. Ji Qianming, are you guys flirting? You guys are definitely flirting. Qianming, lie down on the sofa, and I will hypnotize you. Li Lanxin chuckled and said to Ji Qianming, hypnosis? Ji Qianming lay down on the sofa and asked puzzledly, I am Li Lanxin, the psychic operator of Organization Zero. My ability is to control minds. Next, I will plant a hint in your mind so that every time you pick up a sniper rifle, you will feel a sense of crisis, thus entering a state of telepathy. Li Lanxin's voice seemed to have a kind of magic that made Ji Qianming involuntarily believe that he had no ill will towards him. Controlling the mind? What a terrifying ability. Ji Qianming thought to himself. Apart from anything else, if this ability is used directly on the leader of a country, it can directly affect a country and enable oneself to possess supreme power. Not to mention money and women. As long as he wants, everyone has to submit to him. This is too terrifying. It is a blessing that this capability has fallen into the hands of the country. Seeing Ji Qianming lying down, Li Lanxin began to hypnotize him. Ji Qianming felt his mind sink, and he fell asleep. Li Lanxin walked up to Ji Qianming and pointed a finger at the center of Ji Qianming's eyebrows. A faint purple light was reflected from his shirt, and a psychological hint was planted in Ji Qianming's mind. Then he withdrew his hand and looked at Chun Shanshan with a smile. Chun Shanshan raised her eyebrows. Is that all? Okay, but he's too tired. Let him sleep a little longer. Now it's time for the two of us. What do you want to do? Chun Shanshan took 2 steps back and said in a cold tone, with 2 blushes on her cheeks. Li Lanxin walked to her side with a smile, sat down, and slowly put his right hand around her waist. Don't do anything rash. Chun Shanshan's cheeks flushed and her whole body trembled, but she did not resist. Li Lanxin looked at Chun Shanshan's panicked eyes seriously and said, Why did you leave on the day you got the marriage certificate? Chun Shanshan was shocked and stammered, I was not prepared at that time. So you left me alone in Gou Chen for 3 years? Do you know how much I missed you during this time? Others look at your appearance and think you have a carefree and easygoing personality, but only I know how fragile you are inside. Even if you become the mechanical queen of Gou Chen, you will always be that fragile little girl in my heart. You don't have to say anything. I know what you're thinking. Did you come down to see me this time because you're ready? Li Lanxin looked into her eyes and spoke word by word. Chun Shanshan lowered her head and closed her eyes, not wanting Li Lanxin to continue reading her mind. I don't know. Li Lanxin looked at Chun Shanshan, who was at a loss in front of her, closed her eyes slightly, and slowly moved her cheek towards hers. Chun Shanshan's face had turned red at this moment. She looked at Li Lanxin's lips and hesitated for a while, but finally closed her eyes. Their faces were getting closer and closer, and they were about to kiss. At this moment, Chun Shanshan suddenly widened her eyes and pushed Li Lanxin away. Li Lanxin was confused and was about to say something, but he saw Chun Shanshan's eyes drifting in one direction. He turned his head, widened his eyes, and looked like he had seen a ghost. When did you wake up? At this moment, Ji Qianming was looking at the two of them with his eyes wide open, his face full of excitement. Seeing that the two did not kiss, Ji Qianming's face showed some regret, and he shook his head slightly. Oh, I've been awake for a while. Seeing you guys are busy, I didn't want to disturb you. Please continue. This couldn't be blamed on Ji Qianming. After he fell asleep, the morning light began to flicker on its own. A warm current flowed through his body, and he woke up unconsciously. When he woke up and saw this scene, he dared not move and could only cheer for the two of them silently. As a result, he was discovered by Chun Shanshan and missed a good show in vain. That's the mechanical queen of Gou Chen. Her melons are so delicious. If this matter were to be exposed, the entire new world would be shocked. What a pity. Now that it's done, we should set off back. Chun Shanshan's cheeks flushed. She jumped up from the sofa awkwardly and said decisively. Li Lanxin was struck by a bolt from the blue. No way. I waited for 3 years, and this guy messed things up before I even kissed him? Oh, okay. Chapter 94, Monster. You can see it too. This is not what I want to go back. But the instructor has given the order, and there is nothing I can do about it. Ji Qinming looked at Li Lanxin helplessly, only to see that the latter had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He wanted to say something to Chen Shanshan, but stopped himself. Ahem, goodbye. Ji Qinming walked to Li Lanxin, said softly, and then stuffed a note into his hand. Li Lanxin was about to glare at Ji Qinming, but was stunned when he felt Ji Qinming slipping a note to him. I'll help you report on Instructor Chen's daily routine. My phone number is 13xxxxxxxx. Write down quickly. This note will automatically disappear in 2 minutes. Li Lanxin's eyes lit up, and she gave Ji Qinming, who was smiling, a thumbs up. Although I can't be with her forever, it's good to know how she is doing in Gochun. Ji Qinming, I owe you a favor. Chen Shanshan, Oh Chen Shanshan, I, Li Lanxin, can see through the hearts of everyone in the world, but I can never see through your feelings for me. Gou Chen Academy. Shooting range. Ji Qinming held the sniper rifle in his hand and put his eyes to the scope. A feeling of life and death crisis suddenly surged into his heart, and a thought kept churning in his subconscious. If the shot misses, I will die. Ji Qinming's hair stood on end, cold sweat kept oozing out, every string in his body was tense, and his brain was working at a very fast speed. Southeast wind, 3 meters per second, air pressure about 1022 HPA, now is 1843 Beijing time. The deflection angle of the Earth is correction of trajectory completed. At this moment, Ji Qinming only felt that his thoughts were extremely clear. The whole world was digitized in his eyes, and he had become one with nature with every breath. Success. Chen Shanshan stood there with her hands behind her back, looking a little surprised. At this moment, Ji Qinming's aura was completely different. There was a faint Taoist rhyme flowing through his body, giving people an inexplicable feeling of palpitations. What on earth is this? Is it really just a normal telepathic state? Can one reach this level simply by using the brain? Just as Chen Shanshan was stunned, Ji Qinming had already pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot was heard, and the bullet left a shadow in the air before flying past the target in the distance. Missed! Chen Shanshan frowned slightly. Generally speaking, for beginners, it is normal to miss the first shot, but for Ji Qinming, who possesses telepathic powers, missing the target is a bit disappointing. Never mind. Maybe I had too high expectations of him. It doesn't matter if you miss the first shot. Many beginners. I hit it. Ji Qinming, holding a sniper rifle, looked into the distance and spoke softly, with no expression on his face. His deep eyes were like an abyss. What did you hit? When Chen Shanshan saw Ji Qinming's eyes, her heart palpitations became more intense. Birds 1.29 kilometri northwest. Chen Shanshan was stunned and looked towards the northwest. It was already dusk, and it was almost pitch black in the northwest. No birds could be seen at all. Is this guy playing a trick on me? Chen Shanshan suddenly had this thought. No, I have to go and take a look. You wait here, I'll go take a look. Chen Shanshan said, and ran in the direction Ji Qinming said. After a long time, in the dark jungle, Chen Shanshan searched carefully with a flashlight. Suddenly, her pupils contracted. It was a pool of blood and flesh. Although it had been beaten into a blur, she could barely find a few gray feathers. This is truly a down bird. She turned her head sharply and looked towards the shooting range, which was indeed a little over 1 kilometer away from here. She was shocked beyond words. A gray flying bird was shot down at a distance of more than 1 kilometer in the dark night. How on earth did he do it? This is not a matter of calculating terror at all. This is simply not human. There's one more monster in Gou Chen Academy. Yiqian Mink. Chen Shanshan walked back to the shooting range with mixed feelings. At this time, Ji Qinming had already put down the sniper rifle in his hand, and the heart-pounding feeling had disappeared. Instructor, did I hit it? Ji Qinming asked when he saw Chen Shanshan coming back. For some reason, he was extremely sure that he had hit the target, but at this moment Ji Qinming was a little doubtful, so he had doubts. Chen Shanshan gave him a deep look and said, You hit it. You are the best sniper genius I have ever seen. He is more than a genius. He is simply not a human being. Chen Shanshan held back the second half of the sentence and did not say out loud. Ji Qinming scratched his head embarrassedly. Come to my place to practice on time these few days and go back today. Yes. Ji Qinming put the sniper rifle in his hand back to its original place, said goodbye to Chen Shanshan and left. Under the night sky, Chen Shanshan sat in the open space in the middle of the shooting range, looking up at the bright moon, wondering what she was thinking. Snap! Ji Qianming, who was hiding in the dark, took a picture of the scene and then typed on the screen with his fingers. Instructor Chun is also missing you today. Picture.jpg. Send. Ji Qianming put his phone into his pocket with satisfaction and walked towards the dormitory slowly. Shanghai, Villa. When Li Lanxin saw the message sent by Ji Qianming, she jumped up from the sofa, and the last trace of depression was swept away. Ha ha ha! I knew she had me in her heart. My baby Shanshan. Oh! Li Lanxin, who was wearing pajamas, gave Chun Shanshan, who was looking at the moon in the photo, a big kiss and started dancing in the villa, not looking like a major general at all. Li Lanxin, what are you doing? A faint voice came from the door. Li Lan, who was dancing with joy, was startled and turned his neck stiffly. A tall and thin young man was standing at the door, holding a sword with a strange look on his face. Xian Xian, standing next to him in a daze, had the lollipop in her hand fallen to the ground at some point. No, my brother Lan Xin is not like that. Who are you, you pervert? Gao Yu, Xian Xian, why are you here? Li Lanxin moved his body stiffly and started to do flexion and extension exercises. Ah, I suddenly felt like exercising today. Well, when did you come? Oh, it started when you kissed the phone. Li Lanxin. It's over. My lifelong reputation, my personality, has collapsed. Li Lanxin suddenly had the urge to draw his sword and commit suicide. Gao Yu rolled his eyes and walked in holding a sword. Xian Xian behind him seemed to have lost her soul and followed him woodenly. Oh, isn't this Xian Xian? Brother Lanxin has a bag of lollipops hidden here. Give them to you. Li Lanxin smiled flatteringly, took out a handful of lollipops from under the coffee table, and stuffed them into Xuan's hand. I don't want to eat lollipop today, and I don't want to talk to you today. Xian Xian pouted angrily, turned her face away, and didn't even look at the lollipop. Li Lanxin's mot wisha wildly. Gao Yu was still okay, but what if Xian Xian leaked what she saw today? Li Lanxin shudarat. He could already imagine the way everyone from Organization Zero was looking at him. Or should we just brainwash her? Li Lan looked at Xian Xian with ill intentions. Chapter 95. The Poison Master Escapes from Prison. Ahem. Let's talk about business first. Gao Yu coughed twice, interrupting Li Lanxin's evil thoughts. Li Lanxin finally reacted, and he regained his personality. He made a pot of tea for the two of them and sat on the sofa calmly. So, what brings you to me so late at night? Gao Yu's expression became serious. It's the Poison Lord. He escaped from prison. What? Li Lanxin frowned, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? That's Forbidden God Place number 6. How did he escape? The Forbidden God Facility number 6 is a prison specially built by Organization Zero to detain superpowered criminals, most of whom are members of the Shangxia Society. The interior is made entirely of Forbidden God metal, and no matter how powerful the people inside are, they cannot use leaf patterns. Moreover, this prison was built in the deep sea, so even if someone escaped, they would not be able to return to the surface alive. All in all, no one has ever successfully escaped from Forbidden God Facility number 6 since its establishment. But now, Poison Lord, one of the 4 special envoys of Shangxia, has become the first person to escape from prison. It's still unclear. No one has entered or left the Forbidden God during that period, and there are no traces left in the room where the Poison King is imprisoned. It's as if he evaporated from it. Gao Yu frowned, unable to figure out how he did it. What about the surveillance? Did you find anything? No. Within the 15 minutes when the Poison Lord escaped, all the monitoring equipment in the Forbidden God Center failed. We are still investigating the cause. Li Lanxin's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and her face looked a little ugly. This jailbreak is not simple. There must be help from outside forces. Li Lan thought to himself. We thought so too. With the ability of the Poison Lord, it is impossible to affect the surveillance, let alone evaporate directly from the deep sea prison. The Forbidden God can block all powers. This should not be done by Shangxia's people. The only one who can do this is... Gao Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. You mean the God realm? Li Lanxin sighed softly and said, only the gods can rescue Goin from the forbidden deep sea prison. No one else has this ability except the gods. The Shangxia Society is actually colluding with the God realm? Gao Yu's eyes flashed with anger. These beasts are no longer simple terrorists. They are directly standing on the opposite side of all mankind. What good will they think if they join forces with that group of people? Gao Yu's eyes became stern, and a surge of murderous intent surged out. The whole person was like a sword, eerie and terrifying. These are just my guesses. Don't be reckless before you get evidence. Li Lanxin patted Gao Yu's shoulder and said. His voice seemed to have a magical power that gradually calmed Gao Yu's mood. Anyway, we're here to inform you that we're preparing to launch another drug roundup. Did Sky, I find him? An hour ago, Sky, I found his trace near Zhoushan. When do we act? Right now, our people are still narrowing down his hiding place, and we will take action in about 3 days. Good. All right. Gao Yu suddenly remembered something. This operation is not about arresting. If we find a poison master, we will kill him on the spot. Li Lan was startled for a moment, then nodded. It seemed that the higher-ups were serious this time. Maybe some people had already guessed that they were in collusion with the God Realm. Should we ask Gou Chen to send someone to help this time? Li Lanxin asked. I've already talked to Gou Chen, but there's been no reply yet. It said that they're going to Adam College in Europe for exchanges, so they may not be able to send anyone this time. Gao Yu said helplessly. But at this critical juncture, Li Lanxin frowned slightly. If the gods really intervened this time, the plan to encircle and suppress the Poison King might be subject to changes. Okay, we've already notified them, so we'll leave first. Gao Yu looked at the time, got up, and left. Xian jumped down from the sofa angrily, made a face at Li Lanxin, and followed her out with her twin ponytails swinging. Li Lanxin couldn't help but laugh when she saw that Xian really didn't talk to her tonight. Wait, I forgot to brainwash myself. Li Lanxin's face suddenly changed. 3 days later, bang! In the shooting range, the sound of sniper rifles echoed, startling all the birds in the forest and flying away into the distance. Chen Shanshan looked at Ji Qianming's expressionless face and felt a little bitter. After 3 days of training, Ji Qianming's sniping skills have improved to such an extent that the moment he picked up the sniper rifle, the whole world seemed to become his target. Ji Qianming slowly put down the sniper rifle, came out of the telepathic state, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Coach Chun, I think I hit it again. Chen Shanshan looked at him helplessly, without any desire to go over to confirm. It was a waste of time to run out to see the dead bird every time. I trust you. After 3 days of training, Ji Qianming, who had entered that mysterious state, had reached a terrifying sniping level. Not to mention reaching the top of the world. At least he would have no problem surpassing himself. Monster, what a monster! Instructor Chun, the college has sent a notice asking us to set off for Europe tomorrow to attend an exchange meeting. So, I may not be able to come starting tomorrow. Ji Qianming suddenly thought of something and said. Chun Shanshan nodded gently. It's time for the exchange meeting. Your sniping level is already good enough. At least I can't teach you anything anymore. Come with me to the R&D department later, and I'll give you the abyss. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Can I use the abyss now? But is it really okay to give such an important weapon to me? It should be about done. Abyss is just sitting there and no one can use it, so I might as well just give it to you. Chen Shanshan said indifferently. Chen Shanshan took Ji Qianming and entered the underground factory of the R&D department again. Puff! White gas spurted out, and the weapon wall slowly opened, revealing a ferocious sniper rifle. Chen Shanshan held the abyss carefully and rubbed it with her hands, as if she was caressing her own child. Ji Qianming, I'm handing abyss over to you. You must maintain it regularly and use it to kill more scum in the God Realm. Chen Shanshan solemnly handed the abyss to Ji Qianming, looked into his eyes, and said seriously. Ji Qianming slowly took over the abyss, only to feel his arms sinking. The coolness brought by the abyss spread along his palm, and he spoke solemnly. Don't worry, Instructor Chun. I will make sure that the fierce reputation of the abyss spreads throughout the God Realm. Ji Qianming liked the abyss more and more as he rubbed it in his hand. Now, he had an additional means of ultra-long-range attack, and it also possessed extremely terrifying lethality. Abyss, please give me more advice. Chapter 96, Human Nature. This ring is for you. It is custom-made for the abyss. The storage space inside it is just enough to hold the abyss. You don't have to carry it around anymore. Chun Shanshan handed over a black ring, which was very similar to the one on Hanyahara's hand, except for the color. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up. He had been coveting Yuzuru Hanyu storage ring for a long time. This time, he finally got one, and it had a bigger space than his. He put the ring on his left hand, and with a slight movement of his mind, the abyss in his hand disappeared out of thin air and was stored in the storage ring. And this, Chen Shanshan produced a small box from nowhere and handed it to Ji Qinming. Inside are 3 middle-grade spirit stones. They're given as gifts. I believe you know their value. If you want middle-grade spirit stones in the future, you can only exchange them with credits or money. Ji Qinming opened the box, and a dense spiritual energy hit him in the face. In the black box were 3 crystal jades. Just placing them in front of him made him feel refreshed. This is the middle-grade spirit stone? It is indeed extraordinary. It was the first time that Ji Qinming saw a mid-grade spirit stone. It was completely different from the low-grade spirit stones that the teacher used for demonstration in class. The spiritual energy stored in this spirit stone was at least 100 times that of the low-grade spirit stones. A spiritual stone like this is worth over 1 million. With Ji Qinming's current subsidy, he can only buy 7 yuan at most in a year without eating or drinking. It can be seen that the abyss is also a money-losing product. If only he could rob the cultivators directly. Ji Qinming couldn't bear to part with so much money, so he couldn't help but set his sights on the cultivators in the God realm. Isn't this their hard currency? They always have a few on them, right? Thank you, instructor. Ji Qinming put the spirit stone into the storage ring and said sincerely, "This is 3 million for free. I have to remember this favor." Principal's office. Zhang Jingyan was holding a cup of cappuccino, leisurely reading the newspaper in his hand, sitting by the window, basking in the warm sun of the autumn afternoon. Creak. Fatty Chui pushed open the door, swaggered in, and grinned. "Lao Zhang, what do you want from me?" The harmonious and beautiful atmosphere was instantly destroyed without a trace. Zhang Jingyan rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, "Can you please knock before you come in? I am one of the 4 emperors, after all. Can't you give me some face?" Fatty Chui laughed heartlessly and sat down on the sofa. Zhang Jingyan looked at him helplessly and said, "We are leaving for Europe tomorrow. Have you found the accompanying assistants?" "I found it, Park Ji-min." Fatty Chui was a little proud. "This girl is pretty good, brave, and careful, and she is also very capable. She is worthy of being my student." Zhang Jingyan nodded slightly. "Add one more." "Who? Ho You Bean." Fatty Chui raised his eyebrows. "That stuffy guy from the intelligence department? You were the dean of studies after all. Is it okay for you to say this to your own students?" Zhang Jingyan was speechless. Why is this Fatty Chui still so hypocritical? He just praised Park Ji-min, and now it's Ho Yubin's turn? Fatty Chui chuckled and said, "That's just what I said. Although this guy is not very reliable sometimes, he is still very useful at critical moments." "Okay, he's going there on a mission from the intelligence department this time, so you should assign him less work." "Mission?" Fatty Chui raised his eyebrows. "What mission?" The corner of Zhang Jingyan's mouth twitched slightly. "If I don't specify what the task is, it means I don't want to tell you. Why do you still have a nerve to ask me?" "Confidential," Zhang Jingyan said lightly. "Isn't it related to Plan 4? How many confidential documents have you peeked at?" Zhang Jingyan's face suddenly turned pale. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he resisted the urge to slap the fat man to death. Fatty Chui chuckled and said, "I just mentioned it casually, just casually." However, Fatty Chui's expression quickly turned serious. "Does launching this plan mean that the seal has already?" Zhang Jingyan sighed softly and remained silent, but his worried expression had already given Fatty Chui the answer. Fatty Chui suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. The all-out attack from the God Realm is not far away. It will surely be a catastrophe for all of humanity. Are you really not going to announce this to the world? Tell them that the gods are about to invade? That world is full of practitioners who can fly and hide. Are you trying to cause a global riot? But if the God Realm launches a full-scale attack, the flames of war will cover every inch of land. They will know about it sooner or later. Isn't it better to let them prepare now? You are wrong. Zhang Jingyan looked into his eyes seriously. Let me tell you the consequences of them knowing this. The global order will collapse, and all the people will be in panic. The darkest side of people's hearts will erupt in despair. Robbery, murder, rape. The entire human society will be reduced to hell. After all, they will soon meet their end. But we still have us. We still have Adam. And the technological power of all countries in the world. We may not be able to resist the attack of the gods. Besides, that's the lives of billions of people. Go ahead and say these words to the irrational people. Besides, why would they believe that you are stronger than the gods? They don't even know the existence of Gou Chen and Adam. I bet 60% of them want to join the gods and become immortal practitioners. But people on Earth simply can't practice cultivation. Fatty Chui was a little anxious. Haha, You underestimate the greed of human beings. Even if there's only a 1 in a billion chance, they will still try. Fatty Chui was speechless. He stood there, as if he had aged several years in an instant. He knew clearly that what Zhang Jingyan said was right. How many people have been pursuing immortality since ancient times? Even when there was no hope, countless people continued to pursue it. If a true practitioner stood in front of them, they would definitely defect without hesitation. They say that people on Earth cannot practice cultivation. Does that mean they really cannot practice cultivation? What if I am gifted? How can I know if I don't try? This is their mentality of taking chances, and coupled with the instigation of the gods, the disaster that will occur at that time is simply unimaginable. Zhang Jingyan walked over to Fatty Chui, patted him on the shoulder, and said softly, "We have already used up all our strength to resist the god realm. Our base camp must not be in chaos again. If we are attacked from both sides, we will have no chance of winning." Fatty Chui shuddered all over and stood there like a sculpture, silent. The next day, Gou Chen Square. Several new students of Gou Chen University stood in the square, carrying large and small bags, their faces full of excitement. Qianming. Natalia's eyes lit up when she saw Ji Qianming standing in the crowd, and she waved with a smile. Chapter 97. Survival Experience? Ji Qianming looked over when he heard the voice, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he waved his hand. "Natalia, you're going to Europe with the exchange team too?" "Yes, it seems at this time, except for Team 12 and Team 14 who are on a mission outside, and Team 11 who died in the battle. Everyone else participated in this exchange mission. There are 18 freshmen in this year's Gou Chen Academy, divided into 6 teams. Among them, Ji Qianming's team number 9 is the first in the sequence, followed by Duanmu, Qingyu's team number 10, and then team number 14. Now team number 11 has been wiped out, leaving only 5 teams. Natalia's team number 13 also participated in this exchange." Ji Qianming nodded and glanced at his companions who were participating in the exchange team. As expected, there were only 8 people. Himself, Hanyu Hara, Duanmu Qingyu, Wu Di, Wang Ruoi, Natalia, Norodom Sihanouk from Cambodia, and a Mongolian whom Ji Qianming was not very familiar with. Zhang Fan is still in a coma and should be sent to Europe alone. If he is included, there will be 9 people in total. Most of them are acquaintances. Ji Qianming also had a deep impression of Sihanouk, who got 3rd place in the practical test for admission. Ji Qianming had become somewhat familiar with him over the past 2 months. He was a taciturn man. I heard that there are still 7 or 8 days before the exchange officially begins. So why were we notified to set off today? Ji Qianming suddenly thought of the information provided by Fatty Chui and spoke in confusion. "I don't know, but I haven't been to Europe yet. It's exciting just thinking about it." Natalia's light blue eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. She grabbed Ji Qianming's arm and spoke. "Qianming, can we play together then?" Ji Qianming felt the softness coming from his arm, and his heart skipped a beat. He swallowed his saliva and said with a smile, "Okay." Yuzuru Hanyu next to him rolled his eyes silently, while Duanmu Qingyu, who had been staring at Ji Qianming, was so angry that his teeth were itching. My magic trick must have failed, right? Otherwise, how could this brat make Natalia pay for him? I don't believe it. Ji Qianming also noticed Duanmu Qingyu, and his eyes lit up. Duanmu Qingyu's temperament at this moment was completely different from before. Although he was still wearing a green gown and had hair in a hairpin, he had a sense of sharpness, which was completely different from his previous image of a weak boy. Brother Qingyu, shall we go play together then?" Wang Ruoi's face flushed. She tugged at the corner of Duanmu Qingyu's clothes and said in a low voice. Duanmu Qingyu was stunned, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. "What's wrong with this girl? She blushes all the time since the mission ended. Is she sick?" Duanmu Qingyu thought suspiciously, completely ignoring Wu Di, who was looking livid. "Ruoi, why don't you come with me?" Wu Di couldn't help but ask. This. Wang Ruoi's body trembled, and she mumbled for a long time without saying anything. She glanced at Duanmu Qingyu from time to time, and her face was as red as a red apple. "There is a story. It seems that something happened during their mission." Ji Qianming's eyes were sharp, and he saw through everything at once. The fire of gossip in his heart was burning fiercely. Everyone is here. We'll be ready to set off soon." A fat man in a black windbreaker walked over from a distance, glanced at the crowd, and said in a casual manner. Fatty Chui was dressed very smartly today. He wore so many tight clothes that his originally football-like body suddenly turned into a rugby ball. He then put on a black windbreaker, looking very serious. Behind him were a man and a woman. Park Ji-min was carrying a silver suitcase and wearing a red dress that swayed gently in the breeze. Her long golden hair shone brightly in the sun. In contrast, Ho Yubin looked like a complete otaku, wearing a black and white plaid shirt, with messy hair scattered on the black glasses frame, covering half of his face. He held the laptop in his left hand, gently adjusted his glasses with his right hand, and glanced at Park Ji-min from time to time. Before we set off, let me introduce our two teaching assistants to you. This beautiful girl is my favorite student, Park Ji-min, and this sultry guy. Ahem, this is Ho Yubin from our Gou Chen Intelligence Department. Hello. Park Ji-min smiled and waved to everyone. A sunny smile appeared on her delicate face, making everyone feel dazed. Ho Yubin just nodded slightly, so much so that everyone completely ignored him. Well, let me talk about some things to note for this exchange. First, this communication is entirely based on Fatty Chui suddenly stopped and hesitated for a long time. Park Ji-min, next to him, couldn't bear it anymore and reminded him quietly. Yes, in the spirit of kindness and friendship, we will. Fatty Chui spoke intermittently for more than 10 minutes, and the audience yawned continuously. It was not until Fatty Chui finished his last point that everyone woke up from their dream. It's finally over. Is it time to set off now? Ji Qianming thought. Okay, that's all I have to say. See you at the Tower of London. After Fatty Chui said his last sentence, he waved his hand, turned around, and left with his two assistants. The excited expressions of several students suddenly froze, and they looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became weird. Director, where do we sit on the plane? Wu Di couldn't help but ask. Fatty Chui turned around, raised his eyebrows, and said with a half-smile, Plane? Who said there is a plane? When Ji Qianming saw Fatty Chui's expression, his heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. So how we get there? Find a way to get there yourself. Fatty Chui chuckled. Your luggage can go with the three of us, but you have to go down to the mortal world by yourself. Find a way to get to London within 8 days. We'll wait for you there. Students. The atmosphere suddenly fell into dead silence. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, as if they had not heard clearly what Fatty Chui had just said. Then, Director, you should give us our passports and visas. Natalia said bitterly. We don't have that kind of stuff. Fatty Chui waved his hand. Oh, by the way, you better take out all the money and cards in your pockets. Today's Arc de Triomphe, you're not allowed to bring those things. We were asked to get to London in 8 days without passports, visas, or money. The faces of the 8 students were livid, while Park Ji-min and Ho Woo-bin had a smile on their faces. Is this a training? The silent Hanyahara suddenly asked. Fatty Chui glanced at him and nodded approvingly. Yes, this is what every freshman has to go through, a survival test. The training goal for this class is to reach the Tower of London within 8 days with nothing. Those who are late will lose 3 credits, and those who complete the training will be awarded 3 credits. Chapter 98. The Arc de Triomphe. Hiss. Ji Qianming took a breath of cold air. He thought this trip to Europe was a place to relax, but it turned out that there was a survival experience waiting for him here. It normally takes 24 hours to fly to London, but they cannot take a plane at all because their identity information has been completely erased in the information of the underworld. In other words, they are complete ghosts on Earth. They can't even take a bus, let alone a plane. And even if I could get on the plane, I didn't have a penny on me, not even enough to afford a meal, let alone a plane ticket that cost nearly 10,000 yuan. I solemnly remind you here that you can use your abilities, but you must never do anything that is harmful to the interests of the people, nor do you do anything that endangers national security. Fatty Chui said seriously. Ji Qianming pondered over Fatty Chui's words. You can't do anything that harms the people. That is, you can't steal, you can't rob, you can't kidnap or extort, and you can't hijack a plane. Endangering national security means that one should not steal important national items, such as transport planes, helicopters, etc. If you think about it carefully, it is not impossible for them to do these things. Ji Qianming's eyes looked at the weak Wang Ruai. If she relied on her ability, it would not be impossible for her to steal a plane and drive away. But with her personality, it is absolutely impossible for her to do these things. But if it was just a simple hypnosis of the ticket inspector, it should be possible to sneak onto the London plane, right? No one's interests will be violated, let alone endangering national security. Wow, what a convenient ability. Ji Qianming looked at Wang Ruoyi with envy and saw that her eyes were bright, as if she had already thought of this method. Okay, that's all I have to say. It's up to you from now on. Fatty Chui chuckled, turned around, and left gracefully. Then a group of staff in white took away everyone's luggage and followed Fatty Chui towards the apron. As the autumn wind blew, the large and small bags of luggage disappeared, leaving only the confused students. Their excitement seemed like a dream bubble, vanishing without a trace. Inyahara was the first to take a step and walked quietly towards the Arc de Triomphe. Then the other students looked at each other and followed him. Yuan, do you have a method? Ji Qianming asked. I have some clues. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up. Is there any way? Hinyahara said calmly. If we can't fly there openly, then we can only sneak across the border. Smuggling. Ji Qianming widened his eyes. I took over this kind of business when I was in the Yakuza in Japan. This kind of highly profitable business is usually controlled by the largest local gangs. I think it should be similar in China. But smuggling is against the law. Hinyahara looked at him meaningfully and said slowly, first, it did not infringe on the rights of the people, and second, it did not endanger national security. It is completely in line with the rules. Ji Qianming was speechless. He really didn't expect this. It seems that smuggling would be the choice of most people. After all, not everyone has the same ability as Wang Ruoyi. Everyone can follow me later. I will take you on the plane. Wang Ruoyi said timidly. The eyes of several people around him suddenly lit up, but Ji Qianming frowned and was about to speak when Duanmu Qingyu spoke first. I don't think it's that simple. Why? Wang Ruoyi's eyes were full of confusion. If we could just stick together so easily, it wouldn't be called a survival experience. Duanmu Qingyu shook his head slightly. What does this mean? Wang Ruoyi still couldn't understand. Ji Qianming said, what he meant is that we are likely to be separated by the Arc de Triomphe. But didn't the Arc de Triomphe allow you to choose your own location in the underworld? The Arc de Triomphe didn't steal money and cards before. Duanmu Qingyu said with a smile. Anyway, we'll know after we try it. Today's Arc de Triomphe is probably not simple. After walking for a few minutes, they arrived in front of the Arc de Triomphe. The quaint and mysterious Arc de Triomphe was still the same as before, with no difference. Wu Di touched the black stone door frame with his hand, curled his lips, and said unhappily, what? It's still the same as before. Duanmu Qingyu didn't say anything. He opened the operating panel of the Arc de Triomphe, pondered for a while, and chose the light spot of Shanghai. Brother Qingyu, why don't you order the Tibetan one? Isn't it closer to London? Wang Ruoyi asked puzzledly. That's just the straight line distance. But looking at the map, the quickest way is to start from Shanghai, pass through the Bering Strait that separates Asia and North America, enter the Arctic Ocean, then cross the Arctic Circle to Northern Europe, and then go south to the UK. However, this route is very dangerous. After all, not all ships dare to sail among icebergs. It is very likely to end up like the Titanic. The most practical way is to go south from Shanghai to the Taiwan Strait, then through the Strait of Malacca into the Indian Ocean, and then through the Mediterranean, the Strait of Gibraltar, and the English Channel to reach the UK. Both options must start from Shanghai. Of course, it would be best if everyone could get on the plane with you. Shanghai also has the most flights. So that's how it is. Duanmu Qingyu is indeed very attentive. Ji Qianming secretly gave Duanmu Qingyu a thumbs up. Then, who will go first? Duanmu Qingyu looked around and asked. The first person to enter the Arc de Triomphe takes the greatest risk because no one knows what changes have taken place in the Arc de Triomphe today. Let me do it. The Mongolian brother strode out and said heroically, okay, then Hassan will go first. Duanmu Qingyu pressed the button, and a black vortex slowly appeared in the black stone frame, like an abyss. Hassan did not hesitate. He straightened his back and walked into the Arc de Triomphe like a warrior. What a courage! Is this a Mongolian man? Ji Qianming thought to himself. Hey, there's something wrong with the star map. Wang Ruoyi had been staring at the operating panel. The moment Hassan entered the Arc de Triomphe, she suddenly shouted. Everyone looked and saw that the light representing Shanghai suddenly disappeared, and the light representing Ningxia lit up instead. You want a Ningxia? Wu Di widened his eyes and said in disbelief. Sure enough, the transmission of the Arc de Triomphe had been changed, and Ji Qianming frowned. Most likely, it's a random teleportation. Duanmu Qingyu pondered for a while. The next wave of 2 people will go in together. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's right. Since the destination is random, It's better for everyone to be teleported to one place together than to be scattered everywhere. I'll do it. And me. Sin Auk and Wu Di raised their hands at the same time, looked at each other, and after Duanmu Qingyu finished modifying the Shanghai light spot, they walked into the Arc de Triomphe together. At this moment, the light spot in Shanghai disappeared again, a light spot lit up in Xinjiang, and another in Africa. Chapter 99 action begins. Sure enough, the Arc de Triomphe would never let them be together no matter what. The remaining 5 people looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and shook their heads. Everyone, see you in London. Duanmu Qingyu clasped his fists, left a few words, turned around, and entered the Arc de Triomphe. Wang Ruoyi gritted her teeth and followed in closely. Then Yuzuru Hanyu tiptoed and walked in lightly. On the star map, 3 light spots appeared simultaneously in Cambodia, Russia, and Jiangsu. Ji Qianming smiled bitterly at Natalia. The last one left. Natalia hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, walked forward, and gently hugged Ji Qianming. Qianming, see you in London. I'll be waiting for you to go around London together. Ji Qianming was shocked. Before he could fully enjoy the feeling, Natalia had already jumped into the Arc de Triomphe with a smile on her face. The light, representing South Korea, lit up on the picture. Soul energy collected from Natalia +3. Soul energy collected from Natalia +5. In the mirror, the pink font floated up again, and Ji Qianming couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that Natalia really had a good impression of him. At this moment, another beautiful figure rose in his heart. It was a girl with long silver hair. She looked at Ji Qianming with pure eyes like water, like an elf. Zhao Qi Xue. Ji Qianming muttered to himself. Ji Qianming shook his head, threw away these messy thoughts, looked at the Arc de Triomphe in front of him, and took a deep breath. Just let me see where a non-African like me can be teleported to. He strode into the Arc de Triomphe, and his figure slowly disappeared in the black vortex. Zhoushan. A black jeep was speeding on a remote road. Next to it was a steep mountain wall, and below it was a rough sea. How's it going? Have you figured out the whereabouts of the Poison King? Asked Li Lanxin, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the jeep. Yes, sir. We already have accurate intelligence that the Poison King is hiding in the nearby Big Cat village. We are further narrowing the encirclement. The young man driving the car said respectfully. In the backseat of the car, Xian was sucking on a lollipop with gusto, wearing pink headphones, shaking her little head to the music, not worried about the drug husband at all. Is there any movement from Shangxia? Gao Yu, who was also sitting in the back seat, holding a long sword, spoke lightly. According to the intelligence sent back by Sky Eye yesterday afternoon, 4 core members of Shangxia appeared near Zhoushan, and one of them is a 4th-level ability user. Several people frowned and looked a little ugly. 3 at the 3rd level, 1 at the 4th level, plus Lord Du, who is one of the 4 special envoys of Shangxia and is already at the peak of the 4th level. We also have to take into account the practitioners from the divine world who may be hiding in the dark. This lineup is simply beyond the ability of the 3 of them to handle. Didn't the headquarters send anyone else? It's hard to deal with just one Poison Lord, and now so many reinforcements have arrived. Li Lanxin's tone was a little heavy. I heard that a big shot has come, but he doesn't seem to like showing up, so he won't act with you, the young man said. And it seems that Gou Chen has also sent a big shot, but he has an eccentric personality. He probably won't act with you either. The 3 people's expressions suddenly became strange. What? None of them are reliable. Xian pouted, with a look of displeasure written all over her face, and spoke. Li Lanxin and Gao Yu also smiled bitterly. So in the end, the 3 of them had to fight alone? After all, it was not reliable to pin all hopes on the so-called big shots. After more than 10 minutes, the jeep slowly drove into a small hotel. This small hotel looks no different from other hotels. It is a 3-story red brick building. Its exterior has been completely changed by time. Large patches of ivy cover half of the building, and there are a few small red words on the old glass. Seaside Cottage. Several people got off the car and followed the young man into the extremely simple guest house. A smell of stale rotten would hit them in the face. Xian couldn't help but frown, tug at the corner of Li Lanxin's clothes, and asked, Brother Lanxin, why did we come to this shabby little hotel? Li Lanxin smiled slightly. This is not a shabby hotel, but a temporary command center specially arranged by our Organization Zero for this operation. You will know it when you go in. When they walked to the reception desk, a fierce-looking man glanced at them and said coldly, Documents. After taking out their respective number 0 agency certificates, the fierce man checked them carefully one by one. After confirming that they were correct, he saluted everyone with a standard military salute. Major generals, we have been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. If someone else saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. The 3 young men in white robes in front of them all have the rank of Major General. This included the little girl holding a lollipop in her mouth. She looked about 12 or 13 years old, wearing a white robe and holding her head high, looking quite decent. The 3 of them followed him upstairs, and Xian then realized that everything outside was just a disguise. The entire second floor has been opened up and turned into a huge combat center, filled with all kinds of advanced equipment and instruments. More than a dozen soldiers in military uniforms are walking around in a hurry. A detailed map was displayed on a large screen in the center. Red circles were slowly flashing on it, marking several approximate ranges. After careful investigation and calculation, we have narrowed our targets to these few areas, the man said, pointing to several circles. The 4 core members of Shangxia who came to support Du Gong may have already gathered and are hiding in this area. The circle with the first serial number suddenly lit up. It was a dense forest on the island, which also covered 4 factories. Are those 4 factories still in use? Gao Yu asked, looking at circle number 1. Only one of them is still in use, and the other 3 have been abandoned for a long time. No one has been to this logging site for 30 years. We speculate that they are very likely hiding there. Li Lanqin pondered for a while. Shangxia's style of doing things is changeable. Whether it is abandoned or not cannot be used as a basis for judgment. They may also be hiding directly in the factory that is still in operation. But why is it impossible for them to hide in the jungle? Xian asked puzzledly. Li Lanqin smiled and touched her head. The trees in this jungle are not very old. They are not yet so tall that they block out the sun. Under such circumstances, it will not be easy for the 4 of them to hide if they use drones. Besides, the people of Shangxia are all extremely arrogant. It is absolutely impossible for them to hide in this wilderness. Xian nodded thoughtfully. It turned out that Brother Lanqin was the best. Without further delay, let's start checking one by one immediately. Li Lanqin glanced at the 4 factories and said lightly, Chapter 100. This place is absolutely safe. Zhoushan, abandoned factory. If this factory is placed on the map of Organization 0, this is not the logging site that has been abandoned for 30 years, nor is it the factory that is still in use. It is not even within the red circle they have locked on. At this moment, 3 masked men were standing in the underground storage room of the factory. I say, Dream Master, is this place really safe? The man wearing the black and white threaded mask looked around and asked suspiciously. Don't worry, I've sneaked into the dreams of those people from Organization 0 and found that we are not within their search range at all. Those idiots didn't realize that I had tampered with their thoughts. Organization 0 is nothing special. The Dream Master, who was wearing a blue and white mask, chuckled, crossed his legs, and spoke leisurely. Alas, there's not even a signal in this desolate mountain area. Otherwise, I could play a game. Xiao, don't forget why we are here. If Lord Xin sees you, you will be beaten again. Wan, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly spoke. His voice sounded like metal friction, extremely unpleasant. Xiao rolled his eyes and snorted. What a bullshit, Lord Xin. Isn't he just a 4th level? What's so great about that? What you said is quite interesting. If you have the ability, why don't you try to break through to the 4th level? The Dream Master spoke slowly, his voice somewhat disdainful. Xiao stopped talking for a moment and sat down awkwardly. By the way, do you know that rumor? Xiao was like a chatterbox. He was silent for less than 10 seconds and then couldn't help but speak again. What rumors? The Dream Master asked in a supportive manner. Let me tell you something. Xiao lowered his voice and spoke stealthily. Do you know why the organization sent so many people to rescue Du Gong this time? The Dream Master raised his eyebrows. Isn't he a special envoy? What's so strange about this? It's not that simple. I heard that it's because Du Gong found the whereabouts of something. Xiao said with some pride. What? I have no idea. Are you kidding me? The dreamer almost burst into curses. You have been talking mysteriously for so long, and now you just say you don't know? Although I don't know what that thing is, it is said to be related to the origin of leaf patterns. Xiao added quickly. The origin of leaf patterns? What the hell is the origin of leaf patterns? The Dream Master had a strange look on his face. Could it be that this kid was just arguing? Just as the Dream Master was about to say something, Wu Wen suddenly stood up. The pure black mask on his face seemed to swallow up all the light, which was extremely weird. Mr. Meng, are you sure this place is safe? Wu sensed for a while and suddenly spoke. The two people who were arguing were startled by Wu's sudden action. Meng Zhu raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, Wu, are you sick? I've already told you that no one knows about this place. Do you want me to repeat it a few times? Meng Zhu patted his chest heavily and said with confidence, I, Meng Zhu, guarantee with my personal integrity that this place is absolutely safe. Creak. As soon as he finished speaking, the small door on the side of the storage room suddenly opened, making a harsh friction sound. As the dreamer stared in astonishment, a confused young man walked out from behind the door. Ji Qiming looked around in confusion. Where is this dark place? Was he teleported to a refugee camp in Africa? Wait, this place seemed to be similar to the Nazi underground headquarters. The next moment, his body shook. On his left, 3 men wearing different masks were standing stiffly. When their eyes met, the whole atmosphere suddenly froze. This seems to be someone from Shangxia. Ji Qiming was shocked. There were 3 of them. Could he have been teleported to Shangxia's headquarters? Impossible. The connection points between the Arc de Triomphe of Gou Chen and the real world are fixed and will not be randomly teleported. Could it be that they knew I would come here and came to block me? You, who are you? The dreamer felt like his scalp was about to explode. He just said that this place was absolutely safe, but suddenly someone jumped out. He had clearly checked the door, and inside was just an ordinary storage room. Where did this young man come from? Could it be that the people from Organization Zero knew that they would hide here and specially prepared an ambush? Not only him, Xiao and Wu's heartbeats also skipped a beat. Is this young man a human or a ghost? Ji Qinming pondered for a while, then asked tentatively, Am a Nazi? The 3 Shangxia people? What the hell are Nazis? Which Nazi would say, I am a Nazi in Chinese? Wu reacted the fastest. He snorted coldly and pointed a finger forward. Dark. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Qinming felt a black screen in front of his eyes, as if he had gone blind and fell into a world of absolute darkness. Ji Qinming's hair stood on end, and he activated morning light without thinking. Light golden spots suddenly appeared around him. A warm current flowed through his eyes, turning his pupils golden. The darkness in front of his eyes suddenly receded. At this moment, Xiao slapped the wall on the left with one hand, and the reinforced concrete wall suddenly turned into a ball of liquid. After twisting for a while, it turned into a spear and stabbed towards Ji Qinming fiercely. Ji Qinming's pupils suddenly shrank. In a flash, he imagined a wall of fine iron blocking him. Clang! With a loud bang, the steel spear easily pierced through the wall, brushed past Ji Qinming's ear, and cut a thin line of blood. You actually broke my visual deprivation? Wu said in surprise. Ji Qinming had just escaped death and was breathing heavily. From a brief fight just now, he could see that these 2 people were both 3rd-level ability users. What kind of non-African attribute is this? Random teleportation can teleport me to 3 3rd-level ability users? Ji Qinming's mind was filled with 1,000 horses galloping through it. I am only a 2nd-level ability user. How can I fight against 3 3rd-level ones? Even if I plunder Zhu Yan's spiritual power again, there is no chance of winning against 3 alone. This is a dead end. At the moment of life and death crisis, Ji Qinming once again entered the state of telepathy and began to calculate every possibility. This should be a basement. The terrain is too narrow, and I can't escape even if I want to. I must return to the ground first. Ji Qinming lightly slapped his pocket with his left hand, and the fragments of the mirror knife shot up into the sky and combined into a huge mirror, emitting dazzling golden light. In this dark basement, a sun seemed to appear, almost blinding the 3 people's eyes. The owl, who was about to continue attacking, had to close his eyes. Even so, the golden light was so dazzling that it burned his eyeballs even with his eyes closed, and he immediately screamed in pain. What the hell is this? I'm going blind. Wu frowned and spoke again, and Xiao and Meng Zhu suddenly felt their eyes darken, and the golden light had disappeared. This time, Wu did not release it on Ji Qinming, but directly deprived the 3 of them of their vision to prevent them from being affected by the golden light. Chapter 101 Breakthrough. Wu, I can't see anymore, Xiao said hurriedly. Idiot, is the only thing you can do to use your eyes? Use your ears to listen. Wu scolded. At this moment, a bundle of black explosives suddenly appeared in Ji Qianming's right hand. He threw it towards the three people. The 13 mirror knife fragments quickly returned to his side and formed a whole mirror. Hardness increased. Fire resistance increased. Ji Qianming added 2 states to the mirror in a flash, and then detonated the TNT in the air. Boom! A violent explosion resounded through the sky. Blinding flames burst out from the abandoned factory, and thick smoke rose. The people from Organization Zero who were searching a logging site not far away suddenly looked up in the direction of the explosion. Li Lanxin and Gao Yu's faces changed at the same time. They looked at each other and ran away at the same time. Hey, wait for me. Seeing the two people running very fast, the petite Xianxian quickly chased after them with her short legs. Abandoned factory. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing sound was heard. An owl crawled out of the collapsed underground storage room. Although he looked embarrassed, he was not injured. The moment the TNT exploded, he sensed the danger and quickly condensed the surrounding steel bars and concrete into a wall, blocking the three people and resisting most of the damage from the explosion. This kid is too insidious. The Dream Master crawled out from the ground, cursing. Oh no, there's such a loud noise. Zero's people will be here soon. Wuen's brows were furrowed under the mask, and his tone was a little heavy. A trace of hatred flashed in Zhao's eyes. Damn it. What should I do now? The well-planned plan was ruined by the sudden appearance of Ji Qianming. Now the three of them have been exposed, and the mission to pick up Poison King has ended before it even began. On the other side, the dusty Ji Qianming stealthily climbed out of the ruins, glanced at the three people in the distance, and walked away cautiously. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. Boy, where are you going? A gritted teeth voice came from behind. Ji Qianming felt a chill on the back of his head and lunged forward without thinking. A huge sword narrowly missed his scalp and cut off several strands of hair. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his head would have been chopped off. At this moment, Ji Qianming felt a wave of sleepiness coming over him. He felt his eyelids drooping and he was about to fall asleep. In the distance, the blue and white mask of the dreamer was strangely distorted, as if the dream and reality overlapped. Ji Qianming's eyes blurred, and a giant as big as a hill suddenly appeared in front of him. The giant roared and raised 1 foot, which was as big as 3 or 4 football fields. He stomped towards Ji Qianming fiercely, and the sky and the earth changed color. Is this a dream? Ji Qianming was in a trance, and the morning light flowed, and he regained some consciousness. What would happen if you died in a dream in reality? Ji Qianming didn't dare to think about it. His consciousness quickly sank into the mirror space, and he stretched out a hand towards Zhu Yan. He has been forced into a desperate situation. If he doesn't use his trump card, he will definitely die. It doesn't matter if he can't move for the next few days. The worst that can happen is that 3 credits will be deducted. No matter what, he can't lose his life here. Just when Ji Qianming was about to draw out his spiritual power, a figure in a white robe dropped from the sky and suddenly landed in front of him. The figure in white robe held a long sword in his arms. His face was stern, and his pair of indifferent eyes seemed to hide a sword light, full of murderous intent. Base. The sharp blade was unsheathed. Gao Yu held the long sword and lightly pointed it at the giant's foot, and the scene in front of Ji Qianming suddenly shattered. Now it seems that the giant has disappeared. At this moment, a gray-brown spear is hanging above his head, just about to pierce his head, but is blocked by the sword. The murderous intent in the dream was real. Ji Qianming couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Gao Yu snorted coldly, shook his sword, and the invisible sword energy cut the spear made of reinforced concrete into pieces. His pair of cold eyes swept over the 3 people in the distance. The person for number 0, Xiao said in a low voice with a stern look on his face. Ji Qianming was stunned and looked carefully at the swordsman in the flowing white robe in front of him and was secretly shocked. He is from the same organization as Li Lanxin. Wow, he is much more handsome than Li Lanxin. Shangxia, Gao Yu said lightly. You want to deal with the 3 of us by yourself? The Dream Master laughed. Ji Qianming's face suddenly fell. What? Am I not considered a human being? He must have teammates. Let's end this quickly. Wen said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed a finger at Gao Yu from a distance and slowly uttered a word. Dark. A darkness suddenly enveloped Gao Yu's eyes, and from that moment on, his vision was completely deprived by the darkness. Gao Yu just frowned slightly. then relaxed his brows, holding the sword quietly in his hand, his expression not changing at all. Xiao sneered and hooked his right hand slightly. The metal, earth, rocks, etc. in the ruins turned into liquid and rolled in front of him. Despair. He snapped his fingers lightly, and the liquid instantly turned into 8 different weapons, flying towards Gao Yu, who had lost his vision. Seeing this, Ji Qianming hurriedly stood up to help him block the attack, but Gao Yu suddenly stretched out a hand to block him and shook his head slightly. Ji Qianming was stunned. Couldn't he see? 8 weapons arrived in front of Gao Yu like lightning. Gao Yu raised his eyebrows, and the long sword in his hand left a trail of afterimages. The whole movement was smooth and accurate, and he accurately hit the weakest point of each weapon. Snap! The shattering sounds rang out one after another, and the 8 weapons shattered almost at the same time. Owl's eyes widened. Wuan, didn't you take away my vision? That's right, he really can't see anything now. Wuan was stunned for a while and spoke slowly. He couldn't see anything, but he could cut off 8 weapons that were as hard as fine iron in an instant. Xiao took a deep breath. Dream Master, what are you doing? Why don't you come out? Xiao looked at the Dream Master in annoyance. What happened to the quick decision? If you had taken action just now, you might have succeeded in killing him. However, he was stunned when he was halfway through his words. The dreamer seemed to be drunk, swaying slightly on the spot, and no matter how he was called, he didn't respond at all. He met a strong man in the same spiritual realm. Wu just glanced at him and immediately came to the conclusion. At this moment, in the dreamer's spiritual world, it was a blood-red sky, with no sun, no clouds, only endless silence. All kinds of hideous and terrifying plants grew on the dark ground, and there were piles of corpses everywhere, and it was impossible to tell whether they were human bones or animal bones. The Dream Master looked around and frowned. I was dragged into someone else's dream? He, who was in control of dreams, was forcibly dragged into a dream by others. This was a great shame for him. Who? Don't hide yourself. Come out and let's have a good fight. The Dream Master shouted loudly to the sky. In the distance, on the dark ground, a man in a white robe was walking slowly towards them, with a smile on his lips. Chapter 102 Dream. The person with number 0? The Dream Master's face looked a little ugly when he saw the man in white robe. Li Lanqin walked to a distance of about 10 meters from the Dream Master and stopped. A brilliant smile appeared on his handsome face. It's been a long time since I met a psychic ability user like me. I am Li Lanqin from Organization 0. Shangxia, the Lord of Dreams. The Lord of Dreams gave his own name. Then, Li Lanqin took out his hand from his pockets and said with a smile, "Please do it." The Dream Master snorted coldly, and the blue and white mask suddenly twisted, and the space behind him also twisted, and a huge figure emerged from the space crack. Roar, roar, roar! A deafening roar resounded through the sky, and a giant black beast appeared, as if it had walked out of a science fiction movie. It was more than 30 stories tall, with thorns all over its back and a long tail. A blue light flowed slowly behind it. Li Lanqin raised her eyebrows. Godzilla? That's awesome. The Dream Master did not say anything, but he was very proud in his heart. In the dream, he was the absolute master, and what he thought was the will of this world. Let alone Godzilla. Summoning the entire Ultraman family was not a problem. Godzilla stared at Li Lanqin intently, and suddenly rushed forward with his huge body. The ground trembled with every step he took, and he rushed towards Li Lanqin with unparalleled momentum. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would have been frightened to the point of collapsing on the ground. But Li Lanqin just watched with a smile. Roar, roar, roar. Godzilla opened his mouth wide, and azure flames gushed out. The extreme heat burned and distorted the space, rolling directly towards Li Lanqin. Li Lan's heart finally moved, and he took a light step forward. The azure flames and Godzilla suddenly stopped, and the whole picture seemed to be paused. Godzilla's ferocious expression remained, and the burning flames were frozen in the air, looking extremely gorgeous. The Dream Master widened his eyes and pointed at Li Lanqin, extremely shocked. Ow, how did you do that? This is impossible. This is impossible. He gritted his teeth and pointed to the sky. The blue and white mask twisted again, and a spot of light suddenly appeared in the bloody sky. As the light spot grew larger, Li Lanqin could see clearly that it was a planet several times larger than the Earth. The movement of the planet was like pressing the fast-forward button. It arrived in the sky in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the surface of the planet could be clearly seen. The entire sky was covered. The distance between the two planets was getting smaller and smaller, and the final collision point was exactly where Li Lanqin was at the moment. Li Lanqin looked at the planet that was about to hit him with some surprise. He had to admit that the Dream Master's mental power was indeed extraordinary. But compared to myself, there is still some gap. Li Lanqin took another step forward, and the planet with extremely powerful kinetic energy suddenly stopped in the air, and even the flames generated by friction with the atmosphere stopped beating. The end of the world was stopped at this moment. The dreamer was shocked and looked at everything that was frozen, his eyes full of confusion. How is this possible? I am a master of the dream world. How do you do this? You can absolutely control dreams, which is very powerful. Li Lanqin slowly walked towards the dreamer and said lightly, "Unfortunately, from the moment you appeared here, your consciousness has been completely controlled by me. You will fantasize about whatever I want you to fantasize about, and you will stop whatever I want you to stop. But you can't feel my control at all because that is your subconscious mind." The dreamer felt as if struck by lightning. He stared blankly at Li Lanqin, who was slowly walking towards him, without moving at all, because Li Lanqin wouldn't let him move. "I've looked through your memory. Blackmail, fraud, rape. People like you are unforgivable." Li Lanqin's voice became increasingly harsh. He walked up to the Dream Master and gently placed one hand on his head. "Since you like to use dreams to play tricks on others, I will help you do that. Now, be trapped in your own dream forever." As soon as Li Lanqin finished speaking, the Dream Master's eyes suddenly lost all their luster. The blue and white mask fell off, and he stood in this bloody world like a sculpture. Li Lanqin glanced at him indifferently, turned around, and left without looking back. Outside world, Goin and Xiaomeng turned to look at Meng Zhu, only to see that the other party's blue and white mask suddenly shattered, revealing a gray face under the mask. He was clearly still breathing, but seemed to be dead. Wuin's face darkened and his brows furrowed. He lost. Then what should we do? When Xiao saw the Dream Master's appearance, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. "Go. He is alone. We still have a chance," Wuin said decisively. He looked at Gao Yu with a cold expression and pointed out with 4 fingers one by one. "Quiet. Widow. Light. Wood." Every time he pointed his finger, Gao Yu was deprived of one of his senses. The first is hearing deprivation. Second, deprivation of smell. The third finger is taste deprivation. Fourth finger, deprivation of touch. Counting the vision that was taken away before, Gao Yu has now completely become a useless person isolated from the world. Having lost all his senses, he can't perceive the world at all. So how can he fight? He's already disabled. "Hurry up," Wuin shouted. Zhao's eyes were stern, and he raised his hands as if holding something. Large chunks of gray-brown liquid were extracted from the surrounding metal and stone, gathering into a 2-story-high water ball. "Go," Xiao shouted. The gray-brown liquid ball rolled towards Gao Yu and gradually condensed into a giant brown python. The python opened its mouth, revealing densely packed saber teeth, and bit towards Gao Yu. Gao Yu, who had lost all his senses, stood quietly, pointing his sword at the ground, as if he was completely unaware of the giant python's arrival. Seeing that the giant python was about to swallow Gao Yu, Ji Qianming thought to himself that something was wrong and was about to block the attack for him, when Gao Yu, who looked like a sculpture, suddenly moved. He raised the sword in his hand and rushed directly towards the giant python. The distance between the ferocious giant python and Gao Yu in white robe was getting closer and closer. Buzz! A dazzling sword light suddenly burst out, and Ji Qianming only felt his eyes blurred. Gao Yu had arrived behind the giant python without him knowing, and his sword slowly returned to its sheath. Snap! The giant python that was still sprinting was suddenly cut into countless small pieces, disintegrated in the air, and then scattered on the ground, raising a large amount of smoke and dust. Zhao's strongest killer move was actually broken so easily. Gao Yu's expression did not change at all. He slowly walked towards Xiao and Wuin, his white robe swaying slightly in the wind. "This is impossible. How did you solve my sensory deprivation?" Wuin roared in disbelief. Sensory deprivation has always been an ability he is proud of. This ability is simply an invincible skill in a single battle. No matter how strong the opponent is, as long as all his senses are deprived, he will be at his mercy in the end. Now this ability has completely failed. Chapter 103 Hardened Eyes. Gao Yu didn't say anything, as if he didn't hear anything, and walked slowly and firmly towards the two of them. The sword is unsheathed. A sword shadow flashed through the air, and Wuen's mask was cut like a piece of paper. A faint line of blood ran from his forehead to his abdomen, with beads of blood oozing out of it. Cut through all darkness with one sword. Gao Yu suddenly felt like something was broken. His lost senses returned one after another, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. What a terrifying ability. If I hadn't restrained myself, I might have really fallen into your hands. Gao Yu said lightly. Zhao's eyes widened. He was completely frightened by Gao Yu. He pointed at Gao Yu and said tremblingly, "Ew, what kind of ability is this?" Gao Yu raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "It's just a sea-level ability, not worth mentioning." Sea level? Not only Xiao, but even Ji Qinming was shocked. Such combat power was only sea level, but if you think about it carefully, Gao Yu didn't seem to use any supernatural powers except swordsmanship. The only weird thing was that he was deprived of his senses but could still move freely. Mind's Eye C46 is indeed not a very powerful ability. Not only that, he is also a third-level ability user like you. A gentle voice came from the forest, and Li Lanxin said with a smile. Ji Qinming was delighted that Li Lanxin was here too. Impossible. How can a sea-level third-order ability be so powerful? Xiao felt that this world must be crazy. He and Wuen's abilities were both A-level, but how could they lose to a C-level? My ability is to use my heart as my eyes, which can see through the movement trajectories of all objects. So even if you deprive me of all my senses, it will not affect my fighting at all, because the heart sees more and in more detail than the eyes. Gao Yu glanced at the dead Wuan and spoke lightly. The reason they failed was that they were too confident in their own abilities. There is no absolutely powerful ability in this world. Even a C-level ability can suppress an A-level ability. Let me tell you another little secret. Gao Yu is China's true swordmaster. Li Lanxin stabbed Zhao's young heart again. Gao Yu rolled his eyes at him, as if he thought he had said too much. The long sword was swung lightly, and another line of blood drew across the owl's neck. This sword, like the previous one, did not cause heavy bleeding, but it had already severed the internal blood vessels. At this point, all three of Shangxia's third-level ability users were killed. This is martial arts. This is the master of swordsmanship? Ji Qinming was shocked. Apart from Yuzuru Hanyu, this was the first time he saw someone who could achieve such a level with just martial arts. Moreover, Gao Yu's swordsmanship was even stronger than Yuzuru Hanyu. Li Lanxin saw Ji Qinming standing aside and asked in surprise, "Ji Qinming, why are you here?" Ji Qinming explained the whole story with a bitter face, and Li Lanxin laughed without any image. "You mean, they regard the teleportation point between Gou Chen and the human world as a safe house? These three idiots. But we can't blame them. Even we didn't know that there was a teleportation point here." Li Lanxin patted his shoulder. "But you are really lucky to be teleported here. Now that you are here, why don't you come with us? We are short of manpower right now." Although the two had only met a few days ago, Ji Qinming had been sending him messages about Chun Shanshan's daily life in Gou Chen every day during this period. Ji Qinming became a bridge, making Li Lanxin feel for the first time that he was so close to Chun Shanshan. As for Ji Qinming, Li Lanxin had already regarded him as her own. Ji Qinming was stunned. Was he temporarily recruited by Organization Zero? Huff, huff, huff. "You two, why are you running so fast?" Ji Qinming was about to speak when a half-dead little lowly came running towards them breathlessly from distance. Xian felt like she was about to faint. Such a long distance was really nothing for Gao Yu and Li Lanxin, two well-trained men. Her two short legs were about to break from running. Li Lanxin's mouth twitched slightly, and he suppressed a smile and said to Ji Qinming, "We'll talk about the details in the car. You have done a great job this time." After saying that, he quickly ran to Xian and picked her up. Xuan's body collapsed and was carried away by Li Lanxin like a piglet. Ji Qinming couldn't help but laugh. After pondering for a moment, he followed Li Lanxin and Gao Yu. "I was caught in a fierce battle as soon as I was teleported here. I didn't know where this place was. And maybe the powerful Zero organization could help me get to London. This was better than blindly looking for a ship." In the jeep, Gao Yu drove through the jungle at night. For him, who had a smart mind, this was not difficult at all. Ji Qinming was sitting in the back seat. Next to him was Xian, who was like a puddle of mud. Her little face was pale, and she still hadn't recovered from the intense exercise just now. "Brother Lanxin, where is this place?" Ji Qinming scratched his head and asked embarrassedly. "This is Zhoushan." Zhoushan. Ji Qinming had an impression of this place, Zhoushan, known as the Lake of Thousand Islands. It is made up of thousands of small islands, which account for nearly 1/5 of the islands in China. Do you know Poison King? Li Lanxin asked. Ji Qinming was stunned. He seemed to have seen this name somewhere, but he couldn't remember it anymore, and finally shook his head. Poison Lord is one of the 4 special envoys of Shangxia. More than 2 months ago, we launched an operation to siege Poison Lord and successfully captured him alive and put him in prison. 2 days ago, I don't know how he managed to escape from prison. More than 2 months ago, Ji Qinming suddenly had an idea, and he finally remembered where he had seen this name. He had just entered Gou Chen, and when he first saw the missions on Gou Chen Square, he noticed the mission of assisting Zero in encircling and suppressing the Poison King. He still remembered that the mission's danger rating was A, which was very dangerous. Have you found help in Gou Chen? Ji Qinming asked. Li Lanxin raised his eyebrows. You also saw that mission? Yes, you should have just entered Gou Chen at that time. So you want to capture him back now? No, this time we plan to kill him on the spot. There was a hint of murderous intent in Li Lanxin's voice. Ji Qinming was stunned for a moment, then nodded. For an extremely dangerous criminal who was able to escape from prison, it would be better to kill him directly. I have a question. What realm are the 4 special envoys of Shangxia? Ji Qinming suddenly thought of something and asked a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Do you know what level the Quasi-Emperor is? I'm not sure. Then you should know that a 5th level ability user is called an Emperor. This is also the peak of 5th level ability users on Earth in the past 1,000 years. The so-called Quasi-Emperor is at the peak of the 4th level, just 1 step away from the Emperor level. Chapter 104 Genius Girl Xianxian. Only 1 step away from reaching the Emperor level, Ji Qinming suddenly thought of Fatty Chui. He seemed to be a Quasi-Emperor. How could this fat guy be so strong? You have 5 Quasi-Emperors in Gou Chen. This number is really terrifying. Our organization, Zero, only has 2. Some countries, such as North Korea, South Korea, and the Philippines, don't even have a Quasi-Emperor. Li Lanxin sighed. There are actually 5 Quasi-Emperors in Gou Chen. Ji Qinming was shocked by this number. His mind immediately flashed through the Gou Chen bosses he had met during this period. Are there any Quasi-Emperors among them? Li Lan looked at him meaningfully and said slowly, the Quasi-Emperors of Gou Chen are all named June. Some are fat men with eccentric personalities. Some are old men selling health products. And some are little girls who like to stay at the shooting range. Ji Qinming was shocked, and a look of shock appeared on his face. The eccentric fat guy must be Fatty Chui. The old man selling health products should be the one who gave him the admission letter. He is also a prospective emperor. The most important thing is that the little girl likes to stay in the shooting range. Yiqian Minkus pupils shrank suddenly. You mean Instructor Chun is also a quasi-emperor? Ji Qinming said in disbelief. Li Lanxin's mouth curled up into a smile. Chun Shanshan, the lord of the machine of Gou Chen, is my lover. See Yun. Ji Qinming swallowed his saliva. In his mind emerged the image of a beautiful woman sitting alone in the shooting range, gazing at the stars, and her focused and doting eyes as she maintained her gun. That gun fanatic with a not-so-bright brain turned out to be a quasi-emperor. I actually secretly photographed a future emperor for so many days. Oh my god. Ji Qinming felt that he might be hopeless. We've gone a bit off topic. Let's talk about the special envoy. Li Lanxin felt relieved when she saw Ji Qinming's stunned expression. Ji Qinming's mouth twitched slightly. So you said so much just to show off that your girlfriend is a quasi-emperor, right? Shangxi's envoys are all 4th level, stronger than ordinary 4th level, but most of them are weaker than quasi-emperor. Only the Fate Master is at the quasi-emperor level. The Fate Master. Ji Qinming counted on his fingers, including the Puppet Master and the Poison Master. He already knew 3 of the 4 envoys. Then why are there always 4 people? Has there been no 5th envoy appearing in all these years? Ji Qinming asked puzzledly. Shangxia's 4 special envoys have been famous since a long time ago. No matter what period it is, there are always 4 of them. Is there never a period when there is 1 more or 1 less? Li Lanxin shook his head. The 4 special envoys are not divided by realm, but by the 4 strongest members of Shangxia. There may be 6 or 7 4th level ability users in the same period, but only the 4 strongest among them can get the title of special envoy. This is why there are always 4 special envoys of Shangxia, but the candidates often change. Ji Qinming suddenly understood. So, where does this Poison Lord rank among the 4 envoys? Fourth, as expected, you have to pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. Gou Chen thought to himself. So what is the content of your training this time? Li Lanqing suddenly thought of something and asked. London in 8 days. 8 days? That's really difficult. Do you have any idea? Gou Chen pondered for a while and briefly explained Duan Qingyu's plan to take the boat. Gao Yu, who was driving, shook his head after listening. It's true that it's a good idea to take a boat from Shanghai to London, but do you know how long it takes? Gou Chen was stunned. He had never thought about this question, and Duan Qingyu had not mentioned it at that time. Gao Yu slowly stretched out 2 fingers. At least 20 days. Gou Chen took a deep breath, and his face suddenly turned ugly. 20 days? Daylily. Bah, the exchange meeting is over, right? Therefore, this sea route is also blocked. The only way is to take a plane. But I'm not like Wang Ruoyi, who can become invisible through psychology. Where can I hide as a big person? Seeing Gou Chen in distress, Li Lan couldn't help but laugh. How about this? You temporarily join our team to encircle and suppress the drug lord. After the mission is accomplished, I will use my authority to let you board a plane to London. How about that? Li Lanqing said. Gou Chen's eyes lit up. Isn't this what he has been waiting for? Xian gave him a strange look and said with some dissatisfaction. He is only a second-level one. Isn't he too weak? I have to distract myself to protect him, which is troublesome. Gou Chen's smile suddenly froze, and he turned his head stiffly to look at the little girl. He hadn't noticed it just now, but now he found that Xian was wearing the same white robe of the Zero organization as Gao Yu and Li Lanqing. Although it was a mini version, the emblem on it was shining. This little lowly is also a member of Zero. Wait, I was actually looked down upon by a little brat, and you even try to protect me? Am I that fragile? This little Lolita. My name is Xian. Xiao Xian. May I ask what realm you are in now? Xian raised her head proudly, put her hands on her hips, and said in a baby voice, I'm level 3. Puff. Gou Chen almost vomited blood. His eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Level 3? This little lowly is actually level 3. What kind of concept is this? None of the freshmen in their class of Gou Chen have reached the 3rd level yet, and even a small number of seniors have not reached the 3rd level. She looks only 12 or 13 years old, but she is actually a 3rd level ability user. In other words, she could hang me up and beat me? Of course, this was assuming I didn't force myself to improve my realm. But this was already horrifying. Don't underestimate Xian. She is the treasure of our organization Zero, and is known for her absolute defense. Li Lanqing laughed when she saw Gou Chen's shocked look. Absolute defense? Gou Chen thought for a moment, which means it has no offensive power. But from his point of view, their action team of Organization Zero is very interesting. One is Xian who can absolutely defend. One is Gao Yu who has amazing lethality. And the other is Li Lanqing who can control a mind. This combination is simply the perfect lineup for team battles. Although Xian and Gao Yu were only at level 3, and Li Lanqing's level was still unknown, it was definitely not lower than level 3. Even a level 4 ability person would be defeated if they met such a team, right? Okay, Xian, Gou Chen will not participate in the battle head-on this time. He will act as a long-range fire suppression, which will just make up for our last shortcoming. Li Lanqing knew that Gou Chen was good at sniping. It was he who personally implanted the psychological hint in Gou Chen. Of course, he didn't have high hopes for Gou Chen's sniping skills. After all, it had only been a few days. Even if Gou Chen was gifted, he couldn't become a sniper master, right? His original intention was just to find an excuse to help Gou Chen complete his training, and also to repay the favor of Chun Shanshan for helping him to take the photos. Chapter 105 Temporary Member Gou Chen. A long-range firepower, that's okay. Xian glanced at Gou Chen with a reluctant expression. The corners of Gou Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Oh my god, he was despised again. This time, thanks to Gou Chen, we killed 3 3rd-level core members. This way, the pressure of future operations will be reduced a lot. Li Lanqing gave Gou Chen a thumbs up. Gao Yu also nodded slightly. If Gou Chen hadn't caused such a big fuss this time, they might have found nothing. After all, the abandoned factory was not within their investigation range at all. Xian frowned, her little face full of confusion and seriousness. After a while, she reluctantly handed Gou Chen a lollipop. Here, this is for you. Be careful next time you fight. I can't protect you if you stay too far away from me. Don't blame me if you get hurt. After saying that, she rolled her eyes proudly and turned to look out the window, as if she was afraid that he would change his mind and take the lollipop back. Ji Qianming was immediately happy. He took the lollipop and rubbed her little head. She looked so cute no matter how he looked at her. Seaside cottage. Ji Qianming followed the three people out of the car and looked at the dilapidated building in front of him, his heart full of suspicion. That's not right. When did Organization Zero become so poor? They even started living in a black shop. It's a shady shop, so what? Ji Qianming has no money now, so it's good enough that he has a place to live. Walking into the simple reception desk, Ji Qianming's hair suddenly stood on end, and a sense of crisis surged in his heart, as if a ferocious beast was staring at him. He suddenly stopped. The leaf patterns on the mirror surface flickered slightly. One hand was placed on the pocket containing the mirror knife, and a little golden light covered his pupils imperceptibly. 1, 2, 5, 6. In this small reception area, there were 6 guns pointing at him. Moreover, the locations are extremely hidden. If Chinsi had not enhanced his vision, he would not have been able to detect it at all. Sirs, who is this? The man with the ferocious face appeared again. Looking at Ji Qianming, who was following behind the 3 people, his brows slightly frowned. It's okay. He is from Gou Chen. I asked him to help us complete this mission. Li Lanxin was a little surprised when he saw Ji Qianming, who was acting as if he was facing a great enemy. This kid was very alert. Li Lanxin had known that such a scene would occur when entering the seaside cottage, but she did not notify him in advance. Her purpose was to see Ji Qianming's reaction and to roughly estimate his strength. Judging from the current performance, Ji Qianming is performing very well. So that's how it is. When the vicious man heard the word Gou Chen, his expression suddenly relaxed. He waved his hand secretly, and several guns in secret were immediately withdrawn. Ji Qianming felt that the threat had disappeared and heaved a sigh of relief. The golden light in his pupils slowly faded away. It seems that this place is not simple, but the name of Gou Chen is unexpectedly useful, Ji Qianming thought to himself. After going up to the second floor, Ji Qianming was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Xian secretly glanced at Ji Qianming's expression and raised her little chin proudly. Didn't expect our Organization Zero to be so powerful? Li Lanxin looked at Xuan's expression and thought of her same expression a few hours ago. He burst out laughing, causing Xian to glare at him fiercely. Commendations, it was our fault this time. I will write a self-criticism when I return. A young officer listened to Gao Yu's brief account of the action, his expression full of guilt. They were too confident in their calculations and experience, and such a fatal mistake occurred, and they almost let 3 core members go. Li Lanxin waved her hand and said, "This is not your fault. The Dream Master is very powerful. He entered your dreams one by one and tampered with your thoughts, so you all subconsciously excluded that place." Li Lanxin had looked through the Dream Master's memories, so he naturally knew these things. But what concerned him was that all the contents about Shangxia's location and high-level secrets in the Dream Master's memory were locked. This was not the first time Li Lanxin had encountered such a thing. Almost every member of Shangxia had their memories in this regard tampered with, just to prevent people with special abilities like Li Lanxin from obtaining important information from them. However, he did not gain nothing at all. At least he had already understood some arrangements of the Drug Lord Rescue Plan. The 4th level ability user who escaped this time is codenamed Xin. He is very powerful and ranks 4th in their internal combat power, second only to Goin. Go and collect some information about this person. Li Lanxin recalled the contents of the Dream Master's memory and instructed. By the way, there are rumors that Shangxia went to such great lengths to rescue Goin this time for something, which may involve the origin of Yuan. Li Lanxin frowned slightly. The authenticity of this information needs to be discussed, but if it is true, then Shangxia's people must have come prepared this time. The origin of leaf patterns? The people present were stunned and fell in a deep thought. Could it be the world tree? Ji Qianming thought of a knowledge that the teacher had taught in the leaf pattern history class. All leaf patterns came from that mysterious world tree. This poison lord actually had information related to the world tree? The 3 members of Zero held a combat meeting with the intelligence personnel here, mainly about the follow-up work arrangements of this drug siege operation. Ji Qianming, as a temporary combatant, also participated in this meeting. Although the core members of the 3rd level are all dead, they're just small fry for this encirclement and suppression plan. The really difficult ones to deal with are the 4th level ability user Xin, who escaped the net, and the fugitive envoy Goin. The information collected from Zero shows that although Sheen is not a special envoy, his strength is very close. Nearly 10 members of Zero Agency have died at his hands. According to the analysis of Zero Agency, if any of the current 4 special envoys dies, Sheen will definitely be the next special envoy. Needless to say, although the strength of the Poison Lord ranks last among the 4 envoys, his ability is extremely insidious. Before he became an envoy, he used poison to massacre dozens of villages, so he became Zero's #1 target. In short, this is a walking biological weapon, extremely difficult to deal with. Are these 2 special envoy-level powerful Shangxi masters really enough? Gou Chen frowned. Even if the 3 of them cooperated perfectly, Xian and Gao Yu were both at level 3, plus he was at level 2, how could they fight against 2 special envoys? Li Lanqin saw his worry and said with a smile, "Don't worry, someone from your Gou Chen team is here this time." Gou Chen was stunned. Who? I don't know, but I heard he was a quasi-emperor. Quasi-emperor? Gou Chen's eyes lit up. Fatty Chui had already gone to London. If it was Chun Shanshan, she would definitely come to find Li Lanqin. Could be the old man selling health products? Or one of the 2 remaining mysterious quasi-emperors. Chapter 106 Fisherman. After the meeting, Gou Chen was taken to the 3rd floor and found an empty room to rest. Although there were many people here, it was a hotel after all, so there were enough empty rooms, but they were not that luxurious. It can be seen that this hotel is very old. The furnishings in the house are very old, but the room layout is still the most old-fashioned one. 2 rooms are connected in a corner and share an air conditioner. Gou Chen looked at the antique air conditioner and gave up the idea of turning it on. This room is connected to the next room by a green wooden door, and the most important thing is that this door is not locked. This means that people in both rooms can easily enter each other's room. Gou Chen's mouth twitched slightly. What was this place used for before it was requisitioned by Zero? Forget it. It's good to have a place to live. Gou Chen accepted this reality calmly. It is estimated that many of his companions who have been training with him can only sleep on the street. Besides, everyone living here is from the Zero organization. No one should be able to break into his room casually, right? Boom, boom, boom. Just as Gou Chen was getting ready to go to bed, there was a knock on his door. He opened the door and found the petite Xian standing at the door, struggling to hold a large black box. Her little face was flushed red, as if she was going to be crushed by the box in the next moment. Seeing this, Gou Chen hurriedly took the box. Xuan's legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Brother Lanqin, let me give this to you. I'm so tired. Xian wiped the sweat off her forehead, her face full of dissatisfaction. Even I had to use it. Gou Chen couldn't help but find it a little funny. He reached out and touched her head. Thank you, Xian. He put the box in his hand on the ground. The box was very heavy. No wonder Xian was so tired. He wondered what was inside. Xian paused for a while and sat down next to Gou Chen, looking curiously at the box that almost crushed her. Click! Gou Chen fumbled for a long time and finally found a button. After pressing it, the box automatically popped open, revealing camouflage parts inside. Xian frowned slightly, with a look of disappointment on her face. She thought it was something else, but it turned out to be just a pile of useless parts. Gou Chen's eyes lit up. He was very familiar with this thing. He took out the parts one by one and assembled them quickly. His hands flew and a sniper rifle slowly took shape. Xian was stunned by the terrifying assembly speed. When Gou Chen assembled the last component, the sniper rifle finally revealed its appearance. This sniper rifle is more than 1 meter long and is lighter and more agile than the Abyss. In addition, it is painted with camouflage all over, making it very suitable for use in this jungle. Unfortunately, this gun does not have the Abyss groove and is not a soul-destroying gun, but even so, its performance is much better than that of an ordinary sniper rifle. However, it is enough to deal with this action. After all, Sheen and Du Gong are not practitioners from the divine world. They do not have terrifying divine consciousness and spiritual power shields, and do not need to use a powerful weapon like the Abyss. After all, one shot from the Abyss is a mid-grade spirit stone. Xian looked at Gou Chen holding a sniper rifle, with little stars in her eyes. She said excitedly, "So cool. So playing with a sniper rifle is so cool. I want to learn it too." Gou Chen looked at Xian, who was as small as a bean sprout, and said with a smile, "You are still too young. You can't even hold a sniper rifle. How can you learn?" Xian curled her lips, glared, put her hands on her hips, and said, I don't care. I want to learn. Ji Qianming just smiled bitterly and shook his head. Seeing this, Xuan's eyes gradually became misty. She held Ji Qianming's hand pitifully and rocked it gently. Brother Qianming, please teach me. Brother Lanxin and the others said I was too young and wouldn't let me touch a gun, but I really wanted to learn. Teach me a little, just a little. I promise I won't tell anyone. Under Xuan's violent and coquettish offensive, Ji Qianming felt overwhelmed. It's so late. Why don't you go back to bed? Ji Qianming tried to change the subject. Xian pointed to the next door and said maliciously, That's where I live. If you don't teach me, I will sneak over here in the middle of the night to scare you. Ji Qianming slapped his forehead and sighed in despair. It turned out that Xian was the one living next door. Judging from this situation, he would not be able to sleep tonight if he didn't teach her something. Since you want to learn, I will teach you some. Ji Qianming glanced at Xian, who was pestering him, and came up with an idea. Okay. Xuan's eyes were as bright as stars. She sat down respectfully with the look of a good baby. If you want to learn how to use a sniper rifle, you must first remember the purpose of each of its parts and how to maintain it. I will only tell you once. Ji Qianming said with a teacher's attitude. Xian nodded repeatedly, took out a small notebook from somewhere, and began to carefully record what Ji Qianming said. However, the composition of a sniper rifle is very complex, and the maintenance of each part has different details. Coupled with Ji Qianming's deliberate expansion, her little notebook has been filled up unknowingly. Okay, that's all I'll teach you today. When you've memorized them all, I'll teach you the next step. Ji Qianming said proudly as he looked at Xian, who had a bitter face. So much content. Memorize it all? Xian almost cried, but then she made up her mind and memorized it. She looked at the little notebook over and over again, muttering to herself as she walked back to her room. Ji Qianming lay down comfortably and could finally have a good sleep. Zhoushan, a small island somewhere. The waves beat against the huge rocks on the shore, creating white foam. Under the starry sky, the vast sea merged into the darkness. Only a full moon hung high in the sky, emitting a faint glow. A hunched figure holding a fishing rod sat on a boulder. He wore a brown bamboo hat and a worn straw raincoat that fluttered slightly in the sea breeze, like a fisherman walking out of a painting. Under the bamboo hat was a white mask with a resentful face, which looked extremely creepy and strange in the moonlight. Suddenly, the world fell into silence. The waves were still beating against the rocks and birds were still circling overhead, but everything was as if someone had pressed the mute button and the whole world was plunged into absolute silence. In the silence, loud footsteps suddenly appeared, coming from far away and approaching at an alarming speed. The hunchbacked old man who was fishing didn't move at all and kept his head down as if he was asleep. Mr. Du is really in a good mood. He is still fishing here in the middle of the night. A voice came from afar. The voice was not loud, but it kept lingering in Mr. Du's ears. The tone of the voice kept changing. Sometimes it was a man, sometimes a woman, and sometimes a child. Chapter 107 Xian and Dugong. The poison master snorted coldly, turned his head slightly, and looked in one direction with a white, resentful mask on his face. There stood a figure wearing a purple mask, standing on a reef, looking at the poison master who was fishing. Xian, you're late. An old voice came out from under the white mask of resentment, seeming a little displeased. Xian laughed like a silver bell, pleasant to the ear. You hit it too well, Dugong. I've been looking for it for a long time. The brows under the mask of the poison lord frowned slightly. Don't talk to me in that voice. It's really disgusting. Oomph. What an unromantic old man. Xian spoke again, this time in a strong male voice. Dugong glanced at him and said nothing. This Xian had joined Shangxia for so many years, but he still didn't know whether she was a man or a woman, and he had never seen her appearance. Every time he thought that the person who made such a delicate voice might be a big man who picked his feet, Dugong felt a chill. Did they send you alone? Poison Lord asked after glancing around. I am enough alone, Xian said lightly. Poison Lord sneered, his tone full of disdain. Who do you think you are? It seems that the president is still not interested in that thing. He actually sent a useless person like you. Before Dugong finished speaking, his voice suddenly disappeared. His lips were still moving, but no sound came out. Xian looked at him coldly, raised his finger, and a transparent sound blade suddenly appeared in front of the Poison King's mask, just a hair's breadth away from piercing into it. Old man, be careful with your words. Don't let the sound of your own voice kill you. Sheen's voice sounded like it came from the underworld, extremely cold. Seeing that he could not make any sound, Goin simply closed his mouth. He shook the fishing rod in his hand, and blue spots suddenly appeared on Sheen's skin, spreading very quickly, and the covered skin began to fester. Sheen felt that his breathing was about to stagnate, as if something was strangling his neck. Not only that, a deep feeling of powerlessness spread throughout his body, and his body began to shake. This old guy, when did you poison me? Sheen gritted his teeth and dispersed the sonic blades in front of Poison Lord, returning Poison Lord's voice. The green spots on his body began to fade slowly, and his breathing finally became smooth, gasping for breath in big mouthfuls. Sheen, have you become more capable after not seeing you for a few years? How dare you attack me? The Poison Lord spoke lightly, emanating the aura of a superior. At this moment, he was not a fisherman fishing, but the evil Poison Lord who slaughtered millions of people. Sheen's eyes were filled with hatred. Don't be too proud. You actually dared to threaten the president. Those who threaten the president will never have a good ending. When you die, I will be the special envoy. Goin didn't care about Shi Yin's threat and said calmly, so what if he's the president? Who has seen him take action in all these years? He's just a coward. The others didn't have a good ending because they were too weak and too stupid. So what if I threaten him? Don't I still have to ask someone to rescue me and let you pick me up? An aura of looking down on the world emanates from Goin. He has been dominating the world for so many years. How could he be scared by the title of president? Now that I'm here, shouldn't you tell me the whereabouts of that thing? Sheen found it a little funny to see Goin's appearance. Impossible. Once I get abroad safely, I will tell the president the whereabouts of that thing. Who do you think you are to know such a secret? Sheen was about to explode, but reason forced him to calm down. Now is not the time to turn against Goin. So how are my retreat arrangements going? Goin could imagine that Sheen's expression under the purple mask must be very interesting, but it is not advisable to stimulate him too much now. After all, his retreat is still in the hands of the other party. Everything is ready. Tomorrow at noon, a helicopter will come to pick you up on the rooftop of Zijin building. Remember to fulfill your promise to the president. Sheen didn't even want to look at the annoying old man again, turned around and walked into the darkness. A few seconds later, the long-lost sound came back to this land. Listening to the rolling sound of the waves, Goin felt relaxed. Early morning, Ji Qianming, with his messy hair, got up from the bed, stretched, and was about to get out of bed to wash. Bump! The green wooden door connecting the two rooms was suddenly pushed open and hit the wall behind it, making a loud noise. Ji Qianming was startled and looked towards the door quickly, only to see Xian, with big dark circles under her eyes, holding a small notebook and walking quickly to his bedside. You, what are you doing? Ji Qianming was stunned by this scene and crawled back into the bed. Now, he was only wearing a pair of shorts, with only his head sticking out. Xian stared at Ji Qianming with her panda eyes and suddenly handed the small notebook in her hand to Ji Qianming, saying loudly, I have memorized it all. Test me now. Ji Qianming's eyes widened. Did she really stay up all night to memorize this? Cough, cough, cough. Ji Qianming coughed twice, took the small notebook, and then randomly asked a few questions. Xian answered them all fluently. Wow, she actually memorized all of them. Ji Qianming's eyes changed when he looked at Xian. Could it be that this little girl is really good at learning how to use a gun? How about it? Everything is correct, right? Xian said proudly. That's indeed true. You are worthy of being the talented girl of Organization Zero. But can you go back to the room first? Let me change my clothes first. Ji Qianming said with a wry smile. Xian then realized that Ji Qianming was not wearing any clothes in the bed, and her face immediately turned red like an apple. Well, then quickly change your clothes and teach me how to use a gun. After saying that, she quickly ran back to her room and closed the green wooden door forcefully. Ji Qianming smiled and shook his head, changed his clothes, washed up, and slowly opened the door. I saw Xian lying on the bed with her arms and legs spread out. She had fallen into a deep sleep, and her little face was full of fatigue. Ji Qianming did not say anything to disturb her. He walked up to her gently, covered her with the quilt, and closed the door. Walking down the second floor, Ji Qianming was slightly stunned. A group of people were gathered around a table with gloomy faces. No one was talking, and the atmosphere was very weird. Li Lanxin saw Ji Qianming and waved to him. What's going on? Ji Qinming walked to his side and asked puzzledly. Li Lanxin smiled bitterly and said, last night, the Municipal Public Security Bureau received a report call from an old lady who said she knew that the Poison Master was going to enter Zhoushan City today, and his destination was Zijin Building. Ji Qinming's eyes widened. Could this be a prank? Li Lanxin shook her head. I don't know. When Municipal Police Department received the call, they thought it was a harassment call, but the other party specifically asked to pass it on to Agency Zero. The director happened to know something about us, so he sent us the recording of the call. Chapter 108 Arrangement. You want to tell Zero by name? And you know Poison Master. Yikian Mink Bonderd. There are not many people in this world who know that Zero and Poison Master are on the run. The person who made the report call is definitely not an ordinary person. Then who is she? Why did she tell Zero this information? The strangest thing is that neither Zero nor Gou Chen has a strong person who meets the identity of the old woman. She seemed to have appeared out of thin air, left such a message, and disappeared out of thin air. Li Lanxin siga legally. Did you check that phone number? I checked, and it was a pay phone on the roadside. The camera near the pay phone was broken at the same time last night. It's very likely that the person who called did it. Judging from this situation, it is very difficult to find out the identity of the person who called, which means that the credibility of this information cannot be assessed. No wonder the people in Organization Zero are in such a difficult situation. What should we do now? Ji Qinming asked. Li Lanxin pondered for a while and said, there are two possibilities now. The first is that this information is false information, which is intended to distract our attention and create an opportunity for the Poison Lord to escape. But if this is the case, there is no need for them to go through so much trouble. They can just send someone to the city to cause a riot, and the effect will be better than this. The second possibility is that this information is true. But if that's the case, letting the Poison Lord move freely in the city is like a nuclear bomb that explodes at an unpredictable time. Once he has the intention to kill, all the people in Zhoushan will be buried with him. Then block all the entrances to the city. Gao Yu suddenly suggested, and several number zero members around him nodded in agreement. No, Ji Qinming suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. Blocking the road may cause him some trouble, but it will definitely not stop him from entering the city. On the contrary, it will arouse his vigilance. Since his goal is the Purple Gold Building, he will not reveal his identity before he completes his goal. But if he finds that the road into the city is suddenly blocked, he will probably change his target, and we will miss this opportunity. Li Lanxin's eyes lit up. You mean, pretend not to know this information, set up a tight net in the Zijin Building, and secretly evacuate nearby residents. After he enters the Zijin Building, take him down with lightning speed. Ji Qinming said, but wouldn't it be too dangerous to have a conflict with the drug lord in the city center? There are tens of thousands of residents there, a member suddenly said. So the key is to use lightning speed. You must be sure of winning with one strike. Ji Qinming just finished speaking when he realized that he was just a temporary member of the team. Ahem, those are just my personal opinions. It's up to you to decide how to do it. The atmosphere became quiet again. After a while, Li Lanxin finally spoke. Just do as Ji Qinming said. Immediately mobilize personnel to go to Zijin Building. Yes. 20 minutes later, a jeep was shuttling through the city center of Zhoushan. Ji Qinming looked out the window. Although the buildings here were not as prosperous as those in Shanghai, they were full of the atmosphere of a coastal city, which made him very curious. Next to him, Xian, with dark circles under her eyes, was dozing off and swaying her head. Poor Xian. She was dragged out of bed after just a dozen minutes of sleep and was carried directly to the car by Gao Yu. Qinming, what did you do last night? Li Lanxin saw Xian, who was unconscious in the rearview mirror, and asked with a strange look on his face. It's not what we did last night. It's what she did last night. Ji Qinming smiled bitterly and told the two of them what happened last night. She actually has a talent for learning guns? I thought she just thought it was fun. In that case, I'll talk to Xian later and ask her to accept another disciple. Li Lanxin was a little surprised to hear that Xian had talent. Ji Qinming rolled his eyes quietly and said, why don't you talk to her? You can't even see her, so you can only rely on yourself for this. But if she really accepted Xian, she should be able to meet Li Lanxin often, right? Ji Qinming suddenly thought, good guy, so this is what you are thinking. After a few minutes, the jeep slowly stopped under a tall building. The location of this building is neither far nor near from the city center. At a rough glance, it has about 30 or 40 floors. It should have been built not long ago. The top floor is a large platform with the four big words Zijin Building hung on it. Most of the surrounding areas are short bungalows, and the flow of people is not very large. For people got out of the car. A middle-aged man in police uniform saw them, trotted over, and saluted them. Are you the major generals from Organization Zero? Li Lanxin nodded slightly, but Ji Qiming's heart was filled with shock. Major General? I'm Li Jin, the director of the Public Security Bureau. We have evacuated the residents in the surrounding area as instructed. Do you have any further instructions? Li Lanxin smiled gently and said, No more. You should leave this place quickly. It may be very dangerous here in a while. Yes. Looking at Li Jin's departing figure, Ji Qiming couldn't help but ask, You are all major generals? Yes. All members of the Number Zero Organization's action team have the rank of Major General. This is mainly to facilitate the completion of tasks. When necessary, local police forces can be mobilized, Li Lanxin said with a smile. Ji Qiming took a breath and couldn't help but look at Xian, who was still sleepy. This little guy was actually a major general? We have almost cleared out all the people around us. Let's go in and prepare. Ji Qiming, you don't have to follow us. Just find a suitable sniping point on the upper floor nearby. Li Lanxin said after pondering for a while. This operation was very dangerous. Ji Qiming was recruited by him temporarily, so there was no need for him to take the risk with them. If something really happened to him, how would he explain to Chen Shan? Ji Qiming was about to say something when Li Lanxin interrupted him. This is an order. The Poison King's ability is too insidious. If you are not careful, you will be poisoned. It is very important to have a long-range fire support at this time. Ji Qiming, we need a sniper. Li Lanxin looked into his eyes and said seriously. Ji Qiming was silent for a while and then nodded. Gou took out 4 gas masks from the trunk of the car and distributed them to everyone, saying, The poison used by the Poison Lord is hard to defend against, and the gas masks can only play a weak role, so we must kill him before he uses the poison. Otherwise, we will have almost no chance of survival. Then he took out several large bundles of special explosives from the trunk, carried them on his back, and walked into the building. Explosives? Ji Qiming couldn't help but ask. This amount of explosives is enough to blow the entire building up. Are they planning to die together with the Poison Lord? Chapter 109. The murderous intent at that moment. Xian took out a lollipop from her pocket and put it in her mouth and said calmly, That's the Poison Lord. If we fail, we can't let him walk out alive. Otherwise, this whole city will become a dead city. Ji Qiming was shocked, and Xuan's matter-of-fact expression made him feel pain in his heart. At this moment, he realized that he had never really understood this little lowly. She was Xian, who loved eating candy, acting coquettishly, and pestering others to learn how to shoot, but she was also a warrior who was willing to give her life to protect China. A hint of death appeared in her eyes that were as bright as black gemstones. The same hint of death also existed in the eyes of Li Lanxin and Gou. Xian, let's go. Li Lanxin took out another lollipop from her pocket and handed it to Xian, then touched her head lovingly. Xian nodded obediently, then followed Li Lanxin towards the Zijin building with a lollipop in her mouth. 3 white robes fluttered in the wind, and the golden emblem of Organization Zero shone brightly in the sun. Ji Qiming stared at the scene in a daze. For a moment, Ji Qiming wanted Xian to be with him. He felt that it was unfair to let such a delicate child go through life and death with him. Now he realized how ridiculous his idea was. From the moment she was sworn in to join Combat Team Zero, she had dedicated her life to the people, which is very similar to Gou Chen. Powerful and fearless, this is Zero. Yiqian Mink, return to your position. Li Lanxin's voice came from a distance, and Ji Qiming woke up as if from a dream. He tightly grasped the black box in his hand, turned around, and walked towards the tall building next to him. I won't let you die. Ji Qiming's eyes flashed with determination. He quickly found a suitable sniping point, which was a small 3-story building, about 800 meters away from the Zijin building. This was not difficult at all for Ji Qiming, who possessed telepathic powers. What's more, the sniper rifle in his hand was a special number 0 with an extremely long range. In fact, for the sniper, the best option at this time is to occupy the commanding heights. But according to the plan, Li Lanxin and others will launch an attack the moment Goin enters the Zijin building, that is, on the 1st floor. In addition, the houses nearby are relatively dense, so occupying the commanding heights at this time is not a good plan. This small low building was the sniper location he carefully selected. There was no obstruction between it and the Zijin building, and his firepower could cover 3 floors of the Zijin building. It was definitely the most ideal location nearby. Ji Qianming checked the small building and found that everyone inside had been evacuated. He easily climbed to the roof, raised the sniper rifle in his hand, and observed the situation inside the Zijin building through the scope. Inside the Zijin building, Li Lanxin and Gao Yu skillfully placed the explosives in their hands in a hidden corner and put the detonator in Li Lanxin's hand. Brother Lanxin, can we really defeat the Poison King? Xian couldn't help but ask as she watched this scene. Li Lanxin was silent for a while, then said, "To be honest, with just us, the chance of success is less than 30%. I hope our 2 strong men hiding in the dark can take action in time. Do they really exist? Why don't they show up?" Xian looked a little annoyed. For such a long time, she hadn't even seen the shadows of these 2 so-called reinforcements. Xian began to doubt their existence. Li Lanxin smiled and touched her little head. "You must believe in the organization." Xian nodded obediently. 3 hours later, a black car slowly stopped near the Zijin building. An old man in a tattered cotton coat got out of the car, tremblingly. He leaned on his old walking stick and limped towards the Zijin building, looking like an old beggar. Several pedestrians walked by and deliberately kept a distance from him. Some even threw a few coins at him. The old man just smiled and nodded to express his gratitude, then bent down to pick up the coins and put them in his pocket. Ji Qianming's heart suddenly lifted. He had not relaxed for the past 3 hours and had been observing the surroundings. The pedestrians on the road were all pretending to be the staff of the Zero organization. After all, the residents around had been evacuated, and the empty streets would definitely make the Poison Lord suspicious. It could be seen that this was not the first time for them to be extras, and they all acted very naturally. Ji Qianming knew very well that this old man was definitely not a member of Team Zero. At this moment, his headset rang. "The Poison Master has arrived. I repeat, the Poison Master has arrived. We have confirmed his identity. Receive." Those extras just now were not there to watch the fun. Through close contact with the old man, they confirmed his identity at the first moment. Ji Qianming took a deep breath, tightly gripped the sniper rifle in his hand, and entered the state of telepathy, with the crosshairs always hovering near the Poison King. He didn't dare to lock onto it directly, because people with a certain level of mental power like this could easily sense danger, and he absolutely could not alert the enemy at this time. It took Du Gong 5 minutes to walk the 200 meters, and then he walked into the Zijin building through the revolving door. Du Gong was like an old man who came to the city for the first time, looking around blankly. If Ji Qianming hadn't known his identity in advance, he would have been fooled by him. This is the real actor. "Old man, is there anything I can help you with?" A young man in a suit and tie walked quickly to his side and said gently. When Ji Qianming saw the person coming through the telescope, his heart skipped a beat. This young man was none other than Li Lanxin, who had changed his clothes. Du Gong hesitated for a long time, then pointed to the rooftop and said, "Ami, I'm here to see my grandson." Li Lanxin showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, looked into his eyes, and said kindly, "Your grandson works here? What's his name? I'll call him for you." His name is... Du Gong's eyes suddenly became dull, and he froze in place. A sharp sword light flashed from the top of Du Gong's head, like a flash of lightning, slashing straight towards Du Gong's neck. Gao Yu, dressed in white, appeared like a ghost, and his first move was a thunderous move. At this moment, Li Lanxin was still staring at Du Gong's eyes, drops of sweat oozing from his forehead, and his face was pale. Li Lanxin started hypnotizing Du Gong from the first moment he saw him. His eyes, movements, and every word he uttered became the medium of hypnosis, and he finally succeeded in dragging Du Gong into his consciousness. However, Du Gong's mental power was too strong, and Li Lanxin's hypnosis could only control him for 2 seconds. These 2 seconds are the moment that decides life or death. It's like a race. Both sides are competing for time and gambling with their lives. Gao Yu's sword was very fast, and 2 seconds was enough for him to kill the Poison Lord dozens of times. However, in order to avoid being noticed by the Poison Lord, he hid far away, which wasted most of the time. In a flash, his sword had reached Poison Lord's neck, but Poison Lord had not yet escaped from hypnosis. Chapter 1:10 Sudden Changes. Victory is in sight. At this moment, a sharp sound was heard, and the invisible sound waves gathered into a gray beam of light visible to the naked eye, shooting towards the 3 people like lightning. This attack appeared too suddenly and at an extremely fast speed, definitely reaching the speed of sound. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the entire reception area on the first floor was shattered by this blow. Gao Yu and Li Lanxin flew backwards in a panic, coughing violently. At the same time, Xian, who was hiding in the dark, swayed slightly and almost fell to the ground. Just when the sound wave was about to hit the two of them, Xian opened a barrier in front of them. But because she acted too hastily, she could only block a small part of the attack, and it put a huge burden on Xian. Ji Qianming, who was in a telepathic state, saw this scene without any mental activity. He was like a machine, rapidly calculating the angle of the attack in his brain, and after coming to the conclusion, he looked suddenly in one direction. A figure wearing a purple mask was standing on the rooftop on the other side, looking coldly at everyone in the Zijin building. Suddenly, two sound waves burst out from under his feet, and his whole body suddenly bounced up and flew lightly towards the purple gold building. 0. Poison King had already broken free from hypnosis, anger flashing in his eyes. Just when Xian's attack hit him, Dugong activated his own ability and condensed a dark green protective layer on the surface of his skin. In addition, he was between Gao Yu and Li Lanxin and was also protected by Xuan's ability, so he was not as embarrassed as them. Dugong stared at Xian, who walked in from the door, and said gloomily, "You actually used me as bait?" Being able to become Shangxia's special envoy, Dugong is naturally not stupid. He knows that only Xian and he are the ones coming to Zijin building. Now there are people from the Zero organization lying in ambush here. There is no doubt that Xian has betrayed him. Xian smiled and said, "How can you say it's a bait? I just want you, the special envoy, to show your remaining energy before you fly away. Besides, aren't you fine?" The face of the Poison Lord was extremely ugly. If it hadn't been for Shi Yin's attack just now, he would have been beheaded. He was one of the 4 special envoys, the dreaded Poison Lord, but he was played around by this defeated general. It was really aggrieved. I advise you not to do anything stupid. Don't forget that your life is still in my hands. Xian smiled coldly. He naturally knew the character of the Poison Lord. He must be thinking of secretly poisoning him to teach him a lesson, so he spoke in advance. The Poison Master stared at his eyes intently, his chest heaving violently. After being silent for a long while, he finally compromised and slowly withdrew his right hand that had poisoned him. Now it's time to clean the fish that have been hooked. Xian was secretly happy to see that Dugong was so sensible, and looked at Li Lanxin and the other 2 beside her with a smile. Dugong also followed his gaze. These 3 people almost took his life, just now. He was feeling very angry and naturally wanted to find someone to release them. Li Lanxin's face looked very ugly. Facing an angry Poison King and a powerful 4th-level ability user at the same time, they had almost no chance of winning. Li Lanxin, peak of the 3rd level, leaf pattern danger level S. 22 mental control, right? Xian spoke slowly, already knowing all the information about Li Lanxin. Don't think that only your Zero Club is collecting intelligence. It's a waste for you to be in Zero Club with your talent. Come to our Shangxia Club. Your power is the nightmare of this society. It shouldn't be buried like this. Li Lanxin snorted coldly, took out a coin from his pocket, and said lightly, "I don't want to associate with jackals." Bite. Li Lanxin lightly flicked the coin in her hand, making a crisp sound that echoed in everyone's ears. At this moment, Dugong and Xian both froze in place, with a hint of confusion in their eyes. At this moment, Gao Yuan sheathed his sword and moved rapidly towards Dugong, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. After years of fighting side by side, the 3 of them have already formed an invisible tacit understanding. In this extremely disadvantageous situation, they must first use thundering means to get rid of the Poison King. The Poison Lord's methods of poisoning are mysterious and unpredictable. According to the intelligence collected by Zero, he often only needs one move, or even a glance, to poison hundreds or thousands of people, and his poison is extremely strong. Basically, anyone who comes into contact with it will die, so we must never give him the opportunity to use his ability. However, Dugong was the best among the 4th level after all, and his mental power was far superior to Li Lanxin. He was in a trance for a while before he came back to his senses. Looking at the enlarged cold light in front of him, he had no intention of dodging at all. The longsword pierced straight into Dugong's left eye. Gao Yu looked happy, but then his expression changed drastically. The left eye of the Poison Lord suddenly opened, and a white fleshy worm opened its ferocious mouth and bit Gao Yu's sword tightly. The color of this fleshy worm was very similar to the white of the eye, and its lips were black. It curled up in the eye socket of the poison lord like a real eyeball. In addition, the poison lord had drooping eyelids, so he didn't notice anything at all. Gao Yu's body suddenly stopped. In an instant, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of Poison Lord's mouth, and his gray palm lightly slapped Gao Yu's body. Although this palm looked very light, it was extremely fast, and Gao Yu could definitely not dodge it at this time. Bang! Just when Gao Yu was in despair, the window beside him suddenly shattered, and a high-speed spinning bullet hit Du Gong's palm at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. The kinetic energy of this bullet was so great that it directly shattered the entire left arm of Du Gong into pieces, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Ah! Du Gong was stunned for a moment as he looked at his left arm that suddenly disappeared, and then he roared in pain. Yikia Mink. Gao Yu's mind instantly flashed with the image of a young man holding a sniper rifle, and his heart was shaken. He knew Ji Qianming's sniper location. At a distance of 800 meters, Gao Yu never expected him to be of any use. After all, this distance was very difficult even for the world's top snipers. But Ji Qianming was able to hit the Du Gong's palm so accurately. What kind of sniping level is this? Gao Yu's impression of Ji Qianming changed drastically. The poison master looked at Ji Qianming with resentment. Dense poisonous insects crawled out of his clothes and smeared some disgusting liquid on the poison master's broken arm, stopping the bleeding in just a few seconds. There's actually a sniper. Before Du Gong finished his words, his face changed and another bullet came. The bullet hit Du Gong's head squarely, but Du Gong, who was on guard, dodged the bullet by turning sideways like lightning. What kind of shooting skill is this? Du Gong's expression changed from resentment to shock. Through the trajectories of the two bullets, he had successfully calculated Ji Qianming's location and couldn't help but exclaimed in horror. On the rooftop in the distance, Ji Qianming frowned slightly. Chapter 111, Spiritual Corridor. Just as he thought, when using sniping as a means to deal with fourth-level ability users, only the first shot is the most effective. Once the first shot fails to eliminate the opponent and the opponent is prepared, it will be difficult to hit the opponent with a second shot. This is also the reason why he had not fired before. He didn't wait for the right moment to kill. But if the shot was not fired, Gao Yu would surely die. Seeing that Du Gong was distracted, Gao Yu swung the long sword in his hand and slashed at Du Gong. The poison lord sneered, and two balls of dark green gas spurted out from his sleeves, rapidly rolling towards Gao Yu. At the same time, a wisp of gas enveloped the area around his body, and the whole person hid in the poisonous fog. A blue barrier suddenly condensed in front of Gao Yu, blocking the poisonous fog. But the poisonous fog became more and more, spreading in the blink of an eye, forming a dark green cloud that would soon fill the entire room. Xian frowned and threw the lollipop in her hand. A blue barrier spread in the air and enveloped the poisonous cloud in the blink of an eye. It turned into a big bowl and dunked all the poisonous cloud on the ground without any spillage. The Poison King, who was also covered by the barrier, looked at Xian in surprise. Although his poison mist could erode the barrier, it was stronger than he had imagined and could not be broken in a short time. Successfully restrained one, Xian and Gao Yu looked at each other with a hint of joy in their eyes. Being able to temporarily trap Poison King is undoubtedly the best news for them. Next, as long as they cooperate with Li Lanxin to kill Xiyin with 4-1, they are not without a chance of winning. Fight! At this moment, a slight sound was heard from the side, as if shackles were broken. The poison master who was trapped in the barrier turned his head to look at Li Lanxin, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. This kid actually broke through to the 4th level at this time. At this moment, Li Lanxin felt that his brain was empty and his whole mental state was refreshed. Surging mental power surged out of his mind, and his control over his leaf patterns improved greatly. In fact, he had already reached the edge of a breakthrough. Coupled with the fact that he had just forcibly restrained Xiyin, who was at the 4th level, under tremendous pressure, he finally broke through that layer of window paper and was promoted to the 4th level. Now he is on the same level as Xiyin, and he may not lose even in a one-on-one fight. Not to mention he has the help of Gao Yu and Xian. The chances of winning have increased. On the other hand, Xin's expression was very ugly. Li Lanxin's ability was already extremely difficult to deal with, and now that it had been upgraded to the 4th level, she was afraid that she would not be able to gain any advantage. Poison Lord, what are you waiting for? Sheen suddenly shouted. He knew Dugong very well. Don't be fooled by his current miserable appearance. This old scoundrel must have a trump card hidden. He probably wants to make fun of himself now. The Poison Lord chuckled. As you can see, I'm trapped. At this moment, an unknown poisonous insect was crawling on the broken part of his left hand. In a short while, it repaired half of his arm. If given more time, the whole left arm would be restored. Bullshit, Sheen cursed. Do you still want to leave? Let me tell you, your helicopter will be here in 2 minutes. If you don't deal with him now, you will be left in China forever. Dugong's face darkened. He didn't expect the plane to arrive so quickly. In this case, he really couldn't delay any longer. Li Lanxin suddenly felt a little nervous, and without thinking, she tossed the coin in her hand again. Bite! The crisp sound echoed in the space again. Sheen's face suddenly froze, and his pupils suddenly blurred. The same was true for Dugong. Spiritual corridor. A ripple appeared in Li Lanxin's pupils, as if there was a breathtaking power. At the 4th level, Li Lanxin's ability to control his mind is at least 10 times better than before, and the moves he can use are much more powerful. He didn't know whether the Poison Master had any hidden tricks, but his intuition told him that he couldn't delay any longer. At this moment, Sheen felt dizzy and suddenly found herself in an unfamiliar corridor. The corridor was not wide and could only accommodate 2 people. Both the walls and the ground were painted white. Standing in a white corridor, Sheen's face looked very ugly. One could tell with one's toes that she had fallen into Li Lanxin's trap again. He tried to use his ability, but Yuan didn't react at all. He frowned and looked around, but found nothing. He tried to use brute force to break down the walls around him, but he didn't know what material the walls were made of, and not even a sound was made when he punched them. He could only bite the bullet and walk forward along the corridor. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour. This straight corridor seemed to have no end. No matter how he walked, he could not see the end. For a moment, he even thought he was standing still. Is there really no end to this place? Sheen's brows were tightly knitted together, and her heart sank. Although Li Lanxin's methods were originally tricky, he could always break them successfully with a little struggle relying on his powerful mental strength. But now this white corridor made him feel a little scared. If the world Li Lanxin had constructed was a house of cards, then now it was a fortress. With his mental strength, he could no longer use brute force to break through. The endless white was like an ocean, drowning him. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Sheen's footsteps suddenly stopped, and a trace of confusion appeared in his eyes. Who am I? Where am I? He reacted quickly and was shocked by his own thoughts. At that moment, he felt that there was only white in his mind, and even his memory was almost washed away. This place is weird. A few drops of cold sweat oozed from Sheen's forehead. After hesitating for a while, he continued to move forward, but this time he kept muttering, I am Sheen, I am Sheen. Sheen walked along the endless corridor for an unknown period of time. The clarity in her eyes gradually disappeared and became cloudy. I am Sheen, I am Sheen, I am she. I am. Who am I? He stopped in a daze, staring blankly at the soles of his shoes, feeling as if he had forgotten something, but couldn't remember it no matter how hard he tried. Who I am? His mind was blank. He had no impression of himself at all. The only thing he remembered was to continue walking along the corridor. He took a step forward, moving his body stiffly like a zombie. The spiritual world of the poisonous man. Dugong looked at the endless corridor in front of him, laughed coldly, and did not choose to move forward. Instead, he put his palm against the white wall. I saw a streak of black spreading out from his palm, spreading rapidly in the corridor like a virus. After a few seconds, the entire corridor was dyed black. Just because Sheen can't do it doesn't mean he can't do it. Chapter 112, Taking Action. Outside world. Only 1 second had passed from the time Li Lanxin tossed the coin. Sheen's pupils had turned completely white, which made Li Lan breathe a sigh of relief. But the next moment his face suddenly turned pale. Poison Lord had escaped from the mental corridor at some point, with a mocking smile on his face. Puff! Li Lanxin only felt that his mental power suddenly shook, and suddenly he spurted out a mouthful of black blood. He squatted down in pain, and a black line was spreading on his face. What does my spiritual poison taste? The Poison Master said with a sinister smile. Li Lan felt a chill in his heart. He never thought that the Poison Master had poisoned his spiritual world as well. The poison spread along the spiritual corridor he left behind into his mind and began to devour his mental strength while corroding his body. In simple terms, he was poisoned by the poisoner. Brother Lanxin, what's wrong with you? Xian saw Li Lanxin suddenly vomiting blood, her little face full of anxiety, and she took a step forward to walk towards Li Lanxin. Don't go over there. Gao Yu suddenly stretched out his hand to stop him, his face extremely ugly. He's poisoned, don't get close. Xian was shocked, but listen to him and don't come over. Li Lanxin suddenly spoke, interrupting Xuan's words. He knew what Xian wanted to say, but now was an extraordinary period, and the poison of the poison master was no joke, and he didn't want Xian to be poisoned because of him. Black lines quickly spread across his body, and large areas of skin began to fester. Li Lan felt that his internal organs were churning, and then gradually became numb. What? Do you think they are not poisoned? Poison Master pointed at Gao Yu and Xian and laughed. The hearts of several people suddenly sank. At this moment, blue spots appeared one after another on Gao Yu and Xian's bodies. Their bodies gradually trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat oozed from their bodies like a waterfall. When did he poison her? Li Lan was shocked, and a sense of despair enveloped his heart. Are you curious about when I poisoned you? The poison master looked at the three people's expressions and laughed happily. When I came in and you attacked me, I'd already planted the poison into your bodies. Now, the time has come, and the poison will naturally take effect. How is it? My poison doesn't feel good, does it? Li Lanxin and the other two stared at the poison lord. Their vision began to blur, and the whole world was spinning. Now, they had already exhausted all their strength, not to mention fighting. Even standing, the poison of the poison lord was eroding their lives bit by bit. At this time, the poison master finally succeeded in corroding the barrier set up by Xian. The latter was like an eggshell full of holes, which was shattered by the poison master with one finger. Xuan's barrier actually trapped Poison King for 2 minutes, which was enough to show how strong the barrier was. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great, and being able to achieve this was already extremely remarkable. This piece of trash. Du Gong looked at Xiyin, who was trapped in the spiritual corridor, and smiled coldly, with no intention of helping him escape. It has come to this point. It no longer matters whether Xiyin is awake or not. He's about to leave China by plane anyway. If he was not worried that killing Xiyin would attract Shangxi's pursuit, he would have done it long ago. The poison master slowly turned around and looked at Li Lanxin and the other two who were gradually losing consciousness. The poison had already penetrated into their bone marrow, and it would be difficult to save them even if they were carried to the hospital now. However, Du Gong was an old scoundrel who had been in the underworld for decades. He knew the importance of finishing off the enemy and slowly walked towards the three people who had completely lost their ability to resist. As for the sniper hiding in the distance, Du Gong didn't take it seriously. After all, he was hundreds of meters away, and the other party didn't shoot again, so he must have escaped. The helicopter was about to arrive, and he didn't want to waste a few minutes chasing a little mouse. Li Lanxin had already fallen to the ground at this moment, without even the strength to stand up. She could only watch Du Gong walking towards them with a sinister look. Is this the end? He used all his strength to place his finger on the detonator button in his pocket. Just as Xian had said before, even if they both died, he could not let the Poison King walk out of the building alive. Xuan, Gao Igriku, I am sorry. Boom! Just as he was about to press the button, a golden pillar of fire suddenly appeared and turned into a burning wall, separating Du Gong, Li Lanxin, and the other two. Li Lanxin's fingers paused, and a flame of hope suddenly ignited in his heart. Are the reinforcements finally coming? Poison Lord's pupils suddenly shrank, and he took a few steps back, staring at the direction of the gate. A young man in a light golden robe was standing there quietly, with bits of morning light flickering around him and a golden flame slowly dancing at his fingertips. The weirdest thing is that his pupils are weird vertical red ones. The moment Ji Qianming saw the three people being poisoned, he knew the situation was not good. He ran here as fast as he could, and at the same time extracted a trace of Zhu Yan's spiritual power again, forcibly raising his realm to the 3rd level. Facing the Shangxia envoy, he did not dare to hold back at all. At the 2nd level, he was not even qualified to fight against the Poison Lord. Only after he was promoted to the 3rd level and added his 4 abilities could he barely deal with him. Ji Qianming. Li Lanxin was shocked when he saw the person coming. Bastard, what are you doing here? This is a battle between Zero and Shangxia, Why are you a level 2? Here to join the fun. I transferred you to such a far place because I don't want you to die here with us. If Li Lanxin could speak at this moment, he would have definitely burst into curses. Gao Yu and Xian Xian behind him had also fallen into a coma. Otherwise, the same thing would probably have happened. Who are you? Du Gong frowned slightly as he looked at the young man who suddenly appeared. The golden energy on the young man made him feel very uncomfortable. There was no expression on Ji Qianming's face. His pair of blood-red vertical pupils looked coldly at Du Gong. He stretched out his hand and made a fist, and Hanyuhara's Snow White appeared out of thin air. The one who killed you, Ji Qianming said coldly. He lowered his body slightly, put Snow White on his waist, and placed one hand on the hilt of the knife. The light of dawn flickered faintly beside him. Bachin one sword style, Sumaru slash. Ji Qianming moved, and his whole body turned into a golden lightning, stirring up a gust of wind and arriving in front of Du Gong. A Snow White sword light grew from small to large, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a white ocean, slashing towards Du Gong's body. So fast, before Du Gong had time to think, a cloud of dark green smoke burst out from his body, and his whole figure suddenly disappeared. Ji Qianming's knife directly cut through the air and slashed on the wall next to it, leaving a several-meter-long knife mark that was extremely hideous. Chapter 113. Immunity to all poisons. The figure of Du Gong slowly gathered in the distance, and a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. His eyes were like he was looking at a dead person. The move he just made was not just for escape. The poisonous gas he released could kill several elephants. There was no need to inhale it. As long as it touched the skin, the person would die. This boy is dead. Beichin's sword style, Raging Wind. The Snow White in Ji Qianming's hand drew an arc in the air, and a gust of wind rolled up from the blade, blowing away the poisonous gas lingering around. Even if some of the poisonous gas touched Ji Qianming's body, it was like snowflakes encountering a torch and melted directly in the air. During the time Ji Qianming stayed in Gou Chen, he was not idle. In practical classes, he often sought out Yuzuru Hanazono to practice with him, and secretly learned most of his sword skills using his mirror pupils. If Yuzuru Hanazono knew that the sword skills he had practiced for many years were so easily mastered by Ji Qianming, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. Even if Ji Qianming could perfectly imitate Hanyuhara's sword skills, if the two of them were to fight purely with sword skills, Ji Qianming would definitely be defeated. Imitation is just imitation after all. Hanyuhara's will concentrated in sword skills is something he cannot learn. His sword skills are just a form. Even so, as long as you don't face a sword master like Gao Yu, it is definitely enough. The poison master's eyes widened. How could this be possible? Why didn't his poison have any effect on him? Spots of morning light flowed on Ji Qianming's body, purifying every inch of his flesh and blood. He stood there, emitting a holy aura from head to toe, and was the nemesis of all evil things. Poison is also considered an evil thing. Ji Qianming did not continue to attack, but took a few steps back and came to the side of Li Lanxin and the other two. Li Lanxin looked at Ji Qianming, whose whole body was surrounded by a light golden glow, and had a strange feeling as if something had changed, but he couldn't tell where it was. Don't move. The poison in your body has already penetrated into your bones. Ji Qianming's scarlet eyes seemed to be able to see through Li Lanxin's body, and he said lightly. He urged the morning light and placed his palm on Li Lanxin's forehead. Spots of golden light flowed, and the power of the morning light poured into Li Lanxin's body and began to purify the toxins in his body. But the Poison King is the Poison King after all, and his poison is not so easy to cure. Moreover, the poison is deep in Li Lan's heart, and it will take a long time to completely remove all the poison. Now it can only temporarily prevent the poison from spreading and keep him alive. Ji Qianming stood up and injected the power of morning light into the foreheads of the unconscious Gao Yu and Xian Xian respectively, and their complexions immediately looked much better. After doing all this, the morning light around Ji Qianming dimmed a lot. Detoxifying 3 people in a row consumed a lot of his energy. Boy, I don't care who you are, just stay out of other people's business. At this time, Du Gong's arm had almost recovered. He looked at Ji Qianming with resentment and said viciously. He snorted coldly and took out a wooden box from somewhere. After opening the lid, a palm-sized purple spider jumped out. On the back of the spider was a pale, human face, which was extremely creepy. Not only that, dense centipedes, small snakes, and spiders crawled out from his sleeves, gathering into a torrent of poison, crawling towards Gou Chen. Gou Chen frowned, and the leaf pattern of Dreamer on the mirror shone brightly. A ball of blazing flame appeared out of thin air in front of him, more than 2 meters wide. The temperature of the entire reception hall began to rise sharply. Gou Chen held the ball of fire in his palm. As the torrent of poison approached, the ball of fire suddenly exploded and turned into flaming meteors that smashed towards the ground. Each flame that hit the ground could burn several poisonous insects to death. His area had become a sea of fire. The reason why he didn't use the Flame of Dawn was because the main function of the Golden Flame of Dawn was to break evil, and its temperature was not high. If he wanted to burn these poisonous insects to death, he still needed a flame with better ignition performance. I have to say that this attack was very effective. Most of the poisonous creatures were burned to death directly. The remaining ones were covered with black light, and the flames could not pose any threat to them at all. These poisonous insects are actually fire-resistant. Gou Chen's face looked a little bad. He swung his sword and killed several poisonous creatures that tried to jump onto him, but there were too many of them. Some of them even bypassed Gou Chen and crawled directly towards Li Lanxin and the other two behind him. Despicable. Gou Chen cursed inwardly when he saw this scene. Gou Chen slapped his pocket, and 13 mirror knife fragments shot up into the sky, spun around, and flew towards Li Lanxin and the other two, beheading several poisonous insects that were crawling on their bodies. At this moment, Gou Chen not only had to face the endless poisons in front of him, but also had to distract himself to let Mirror Knife protect Li Lanxin and the other two. If it weren't for his extremely terrifying calculation ability in the state of telepathy, he would have collapsed long ago. Gou Chen's brain was working rapidly, and he successively visualized lightning, frost, and even used pesticides. Some of them could indeed cause damage to these poisons, but the effects were not obvious. I don't know how the poisonous man raises these poisonous creatures. They are even more poisonous than cockroaches. At this moment, the purple human-faced spider among the poisonous creatures suddenly jumped up and passed Gou Chen's knife light like lightning. In a trance, Gou Chen saw that the human face on its back actually showed a weird smile. Puff! The spider's body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. The human face on its back twisted violently. A pale arm broke through the spider's flesh and blood and slapped Gou Chen's chest directly. It all happened so fast that Gou Chen had no time to draw his sword back and was forced to let the palm hit his chest. Gou Chen only felt a huge force coming from his chest, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and the snow-white figure in his hand also shattered. It's cold, so cold. Gou Chen struggled to get up from the ground. A chill from the underworld spread from his chest to his whole body. He pulled open his clothes and saw a dark palm print appearing on his chest, with strands of black lines spreading outward. The power of morning light rushed towards the chest frantically, surrounding the black palm print. However, no matter how it was purified, it could not be removed. The most it could do was to eliminate the black lines. What is this? Even a morning light can't get rid of it. Gou Chen was not at all panicked. He looked at his chest with cold eyes, as if it was not his own body but a broken machine. Ha ha, kid, you've been hit by my blood-transforming palm. Even the immortal can't save you. When Du Gong saw Gou Chen being hit by the palm, he laughed sinisterly. The next moment his laughter stopped abruptly, and his small eyes looked at Gou Chen as if he had seen a ghost, his face full of disbelief. Impossible. The blood-transforming palm didn't even spread. What kind of ability do you have? Chapter 114, Holy Temple. Gou Chen felt it for a while and found that the palm print on his chest seemed to have only contaminated a small part of his blood. The purifying power of the morning light could purify it. Except for looking a little scary on the outside, the actual damage caused was not high. If Du Gong knew of this idea, he would most likely draw his sword and commit suicide. The blood-transforming palm is the unique skill that made him famous. Anyone hit by this palm will have all the blood in his body turn black within 3 seconds, and the whole person will turn into a pool of pus within 5 seconds. But now this boy is still standing there with a calm expression. Is he a human or a ghost? The Poison King gritted his teeth, and poisonous insects rushed forward again like a tide, surrounding Gou Chen. Since poison can't kill him, then drain him to death. Gou Chen frowned slightly. As he possessed the morning light, he was indeed immune to all poisons to a certain extent. It was difficult for the Poison King to kill him directly, But he couldn't kill the Poison King either. Not to mention anything else, these poisonous insects alone are enough to exhaust him to death. Not to mention that there is no way of knowing how many hidden tricks the Poison King has. The most important thing is that the time for him to forcibly improve his realm is almost up. The spiritual power he extracted can only be effective in a short period of time, and this is the maximum limit he can bear now. If it is more, he will probably be affected by Zhu Yan's will and lose himself. If the time is up, he will fall into the same state of exhaustion as before and will surely die. This is a dead end. Time passed minute by minute, and Ji Qiming's brain was working rapidly, trying to find a glimmer of hope in the desperate situation, but he had no clue at all. His strength began to gradually fade away, and Du Gong's eyes became brighter and brighter. Although he didn't know why this kid's strength was declining, for him, just one result was enough. Damn it, the time is up. Ji Qiming felt a sense of fatigue surging from every corner of his body. His whole body swayed, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Good opportunity. Poison Lord's eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance. At this moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind him. In an instant, 12 blood holes appeared on Poison King's body, and large amounts of blood gushed out like blood-red roses. Ji Qiming's pupils suddenly contracted. Everything happened too fast. The Poison Lord's face was still fixed with a cruel smile, but there were 12 big holes on his body. Du Gong's eyes froze, and he turned his head stiffly, only to see a plain-looking man in black looking at him, holding a dagger in his hand, with blood dripping from the tip of the knife. When did he get behind me? Why didn't my mental power react at all? Poison Lord staggered and fell to the ground. A pool of blood slowly formed under him. His eyes were full of disbelief. Sorry, I'm late. The man in black just glanced at Du Gong, then turned his gaze to Ji Qiming, Li Lanxin, and the other two, and said apologetically. The Poison King's face was pale. He called back the poisonous insects one after another and tried to repair the blood holes on their bodies, but it was too late. Blood gushed out like crazy, and his consciousness began to blur. Suddenly, he thought of something. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he pointed at the man in black and spoke as if he had a last burst of energy. You are the quasi-emperor of Zero, Holy Hall Xiling. Xiling glanced at him coldly, and the dagger in his hand left a trail of afterimage, accurately cutting his throat. The whole action was clean and neat, without any delay. Quasi-emperor. Ji Qiming looked at Xiling in surprise. Is this the reinforcement for Zero? Li Lanxin, who was lying on the ground, saw Xiling, and her eyes were filled with joy. Since this person had come, their lives were saved. How are your injuries? After Xiling dealt with the Poison King, he quickly walked to the four people and asked with concern. I'm just exhausted. The three of them are still poisoned by the Poison Master, but their lives are not in danger now. Ji Qiming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the crisis was over. But why did you come so late? Ji Qiming's face looked a little ugly. Since number 0 had sent a quasi-emperor as reinforcement, why didn't he show up at the beginning? You know, if he hadn't saved Li Lanxin and the other two just now, they would most likely have died. Even if the other party is a quasi-emperor, he can't be so indifferent to the life of member 0, right? Xiling's figure trembled, and a bitter look appeared on his face. Shangxia's action this time was much more complicated than you thought. I was ambushed on the way here and fought with the enemy for several hours. Fortunately, a reinforcement came to stop him from me. Otherwise, I might really become the center of Zero. He looked at the three people lying half dead on the ground and felt a fire burning in his chest, his eyes filled with guilt and anger. Xiling suddenly stood up and walked towards the gate. A murderous intent that was almost tangible emanated from him. And behind him seemed to appear a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Where are you going? Ji Qiming felt like his breathing was about to stagnate under this pressure and couldn't help but ask. Go kill the guy who just stopped me, Xiling said without turning his head. Suddenly, he stopped. I saw a figure standing next to the body of Poison King at some point, with an exaggerated smiling face painted on the white mask, as if mocking his incompetence. Master of life and death, you actually chased me here by yourself. Xiling's eyes burst with murderous intent. He clenched the dagger in his hand tightly and growled. Ji Qiming felt his heart skip a beat. He stared at the figure wearing the white mask, his heart trembling wildly. The leader of the 4 special envoys of Shangxia, a powerful man in the quasi-emperor realm, the master of life and death. The person who just fought with Xi Ling turned out to be him. In fact, he should have thought of it earlier. The only one who could hold back the quasi-emperor was the quasi-emperor. It seems that I'm still a step late, but fortunately it is not too late. The voice of the fortune teller came slowly from under the white, smiling mask, and he said something incomprehensible. He picked up the Poison King's body like he was picking up trash and snapped his fingers lightly. Clatter! The next moment, Xi Ling's dagger had already stabbed into the mask of the Xi Ming Shi, but unfortunately, it was only an afterimage. At the moment when he snapped his fingers, he disappeared into thin air with the body of Du Gong. Ji Qiming looked at this strange scene with his brows furrowed tightly. Is this the strength of the quasi-emperor realm? Whether it was Xi Ling's instant killing of the Poison Lord just now, or the mysterious method of the Xi Ming Shi, it was far beyond his imagination. At the moment when the Fate Master disappeared, Xi Ling seemed to sense something. He suddenly looked up at the roof, and then turned into a shadow and rushed towards the stairs. Just stay here and don't move. Zero's backup team will be here soon. Xi Ling's figure had disappeared before these words came to his mind. Ji Qinming breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes looked towards the roof, and a thought flashed through his mind. Chapter 115 Bureau. Zijin Building Rooftop. The figure of the Master of Life and Death suddenly appeared. He casually threw away the body of the Poison King in his hand, slowly raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers again. Clatter! Du Gong's eyes suddenly opened, and he jumped up from the ground, his face full of fear. However, after looking around, a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. The Master of Destiny. Du Gong saw the Master of Destiny standing aside and asked in surprise, "What happened to me? I'm not dead yet." "You are already dead." The fortune teller coldly broke the Poison Lord's fantasy. "I have exchanged your fate with that of a poisonous insect, so you can be resurrected temporarily, but only for 5 minutes. When Du Gong heard this, his whole body trembled and his face instantly turned ugly. "Are you here to find out the whereabouts of that thing?" The Fate Master sneered. "Otherwise, why would I spend so much effort to resurrect a piece of trash like you? Hee hee, I never thought you would dare to betray Shangxia, Poison Lord. Oh, Poison Lord, you are so brave." So what if you resurrected me? The original condition I gave was to let me escape from China. Now that I'm dead, you still want to know the whereabouts of that thing? What wishful thinking. The Poison Master showed a cold smile. Anyway, he was already dead. What else could he do to him? And you wanted him to tell you the whereabouts of the thing he had obtained with great difficulty? Why? It seemed as if the Fate Master already knew that the Poison Lord would say this. He did not show any anger. Instead, he patted the Poison Lord on the shoulder and spoke slowly. "Du Gong, do you really think there will be a plane to pick you up and escape from China?" Du Gong's expression froze. He felt something was wrong. Sheen had told him long before that the helicopter would arrive soon. So how come there was no sign of it until now? "These are all fake," Poison Lord said while gritting his teeth. He was very uncomfortable with the feeling of being teased. "Hey, you're a traitor to Shangxia. How could I let you run away like this? You guys never wanted to let me go from the beginning. What about the whereabouts of that thing? Don't you want to know?" The fortune teller didn't say anything. The exaggerated smile on the white mask seemed to be mocking Du Gong's ignorance. "Do you think that we won't be able to know if you don't tell us?" The fortune teller laughed. At this moment, the space behind Du Gong suddenly twisted, and a man in a green Taoist robe walked out with a smile. This man's clothes and accessories were of a completely different style. There was a faint aura lingering around him, and it was obvious at first glance that he was a practitioner from the divine world. "It's you, Qin Ji." Du Gong looked at the man who walked out of the void, his face full of surprise. He knew this man. When Du Gong was still trapped in the Forbidden God Facility number 6, it was this man who used a magic weapon to open a passage and rescued him from the Forbidden God Facility. It can be said that the reason why Du Gong could stand here was thanks to him. "Didn't you tell me that you were going back to the God realm?" Poison Lord widened his eyes, with a vague, ominous premonition lingering in his heart. After Qin Ji rescued him from the Forbidden God, he said goodbye to the Poison Lord, saying that the deal between Shangxia and them had been completed and they would have no other connection in the future. "I have been hiding in the void behind you and have never left," Qin Ji said with a smile. These words of confession fell into the ears of Du Gong, but they did not move him at all, but instead made him shudder. During the time he escaped from the Forbidden God, there was actually a pair of eyes staring at him from behind, observing his every move. It's a pity that he has been lurking for so long and still hasn't found any clues related to that thing. So now we can only use the simplest and most direct method. The fortune teller said with some regret. What method? Dugong's heart skipped a beat. Soul search. Qingji showed a kind smile. I also have some understanding of the soul search method, but I don't know how to control the strength of the attack, and I will accidentally scatter the soul of others. Soul searching is a unique method used by practitioners in the divine world. They use their spiritual consciousness to forcibly enter the minds of others and extract the memories they want. However, after using this method, the person being treated will suffer from dementia at the very least, and at worst, their soul will be destroyed. Poison Lord's expression changed completely. Although he was dead now, his soul still existed. But if his soul was dispersed by others again, there would be nothing left. I understand. So you instructed Sheen to reveal my whereabouts to Zero. On the one hand, you can use me, a traitor, to kill the members of Zero. On the other hand, you can let Zero weaken my strength so that you can easily subdue me and search my soul. What a deep calculation. What a cruel heart. Dugong finally figured everything out and discovered that he had been under Shang Xie's control from beginning to end. He once thought that he had outwitted Shang Xie, which was really ridiculous. You are worthy of being a veteran. It's a pity that a waste is still a waste after all. He couldn't even kill one person. The fortune teller said coldly. Okay, I admit defeat. I'll tell you the whereabouts of that thing right now. Dugong was a smart man after all, and he quickly changed his mind. Anyway, he was dead now, and it would be foolish to die for this secret. Sorry, it's too late now. The voice of the fortune teller came slowly, with a hint of teasing. The pupils of Dugong suddenly contracted. He was about to move, but found that he couldn't move at all. You, why do you have to kill us all? Dugong shouted angrily. The master of life and death leaned over to Dugong's ear and spoke softly in response to the other's horrified expression. No one who dares to betray the president will have a good ending. As soon as he finished speaking, Qingji's hand suddenly stretched out, pressed his palm on Dugong's head, and began to search his soul. Poison Lord's body began to tremble violently, as if he had been electrocuted. His eyes were full of struggle and pain. It felt as if someone was tearing his brain open and spying on his thoughts. After more than 10 seconds, Qingji slowly withdrew his hand and nodded to the fortune teller. At this time, Dugong's eyes were dull and he stared blankly ahead. His whole body shook twice and then collapsed to the ground. His willpower is quite strong. He didn't even die. Qingji looked at Dugong in surprise and said, The Fate Master sneered. Then let him make use of his remaining energy. After saying that, he pointed a finger at Dugong's forehead. At this moment, a dagger suddenly slashed across his wrist, cutting off his palm directly, and blood gushed out immediately. The fortune teller and Qingji were stunned, and then a scream came from the fortune teller's mouth. Qingji stepped back repeatedly, staring at Shi Ling, who appeared from nowhere. You can actually block my spiritual sense? Qingji frowned and said in surprise. Shi Ling's ghostly figure flashed, and the dagger in his hand swung towards the Shi Mingshi again. The godfather stood where he was, without any intention of dodging. When Shi Ling's dagger was about to pierce his throat, he raised his right hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Shi Ling seemed to see something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Clatter! A beam of white light burst out from the bodies of Shi Mingshi and Dugong in the distance at the same time. And the next moment their positions were swapped. Because Dugong was very short, Shi Ling's original stab to Shi Mingshi's throat could only barely graze Dugong's scalp. At the same time, Shi Mingshi's figure suddenly appeared behind him, with a cold light flashing in his hand and a grim dagger stabbed straight at the back of Shi Ling's head. Shi Ling only felt a flash before his eyes, and without any hesitation, he tensed every inch of muscle in his body and turned sideways like lightning, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Humph! People who can predict the future are really disgusting. The fortune teller said with some dissatisfaction when he saw that the fatal blow missed. Shi Ling took several steps back, keeping a distance from the fortune teller, with a solemn expression. If he had not seen the future 2 seconds in advance, he would have been dead for sure. You're the most disgusting one, right? 12, Exchange of Fate. Shi Ling sneered. The Fate Master chuckled, covered his broken palm, walked to the side of Dugong, and snapped his fingers again. I saw a flash of white light at his wrist, and the palm that was cut off by Shi Ling returned to his wrist without leaving any scar, as if it had never been broken. At the same time, Poison Lord's hand was cut by an invisible dagger, and the entire palm was cut off from the wrist and fell to the ground. At this time, Poison Lord could no longer feel the slightest pain and stared blankly ahead. Shi Ling stood there, looking around with a pair of cold eyes from time to time, his brows slightly furrowed. He did not forget the existence of another person, Qin Ji. Qin Ji's figure disappeared from the rooftop at some point, but Shi Ling knew very well that he did not disappear. He could always feel a vague, murderous intent locking onto him, as if a thundering attack would be launched at the next moment. Suddenly, a picture flashed through his eyes. Without thinking, he leaped forward suddenly. Qin Ji's figure suddenly appeared from the void behind him. A large translucent hand slapped toward Shi Ling, but only a residual shadow was captured. Qin Ji exclaimed, "Can you really see the future? The leaf patterns of you Earthlings are really interesting. They actually have such incredible effects. I really want to take them back and study them carefully." Shi Ling steadied his body, his face a little solemn. The methods of this cultivator were strange and unpredictable, and he was also in the Taishu realm, which was equivalent to their fourth order ability user. With the addition of a quasi-emperor fate master, his chances of winning against two alone were not great. Research? What a coincidence. I also want to take you back for research. A voice came from the air. The three of them felt that the surrounding environment suddenly distorted, and the colorful world was reduced to only black and white. The three looked up and saw a man in a black and white Taoist robe hanging in the air, looking at Qin Ji with great interest. Under his feet was a huge Tai Chi diagram, with yin and yang energies flowing and giving birth to each other, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. "You're chasing pretty fast," the Taoist of Gou Chen. When Shi Mingshi saw the person coming, his face became serious under the mask. Shi Ling's eyes lit up. He had been ambushed by Shi Mingshi on the road before, and the two fought for several hours. In the end, it was Daojun of Gou Chen who stopped Shi Mingshi for him, so he was able to arrive here in time. "No one can run as fast as you. Your ability is really unique in escaping." Daojun sneered at Shi Mingshi. The Dao Lord of Gou Chen. Qin Ji's face changed. He had been lurking on Earth for so many years, so he naturally knew the name of Gou Chen and the meaning of the Lord in Dao Lord. The man in front of him was actually also a quasi-emperor. Although Qin Ji's skills were strange, his realm was not high. It was okay for him to sneak attack or surveil, but if he really had to fight a quasi-emperor, he would die. Moreover, all the quasi-emperors of Gou Chen were extremely powerful. They had killed countless gods and were familiar with the methods of the gods, making them extremely difficult to deal with. The Destiny Master's gaze moved between Shi Ling and Dao Jun, with a gleam in his eyes, as if he was comparing the strength of both parties. Just now, they had a great advantage of 2-1, but now a Taoist master suddenly appears, and there are two quasi-emperors on the opposite side, and their chances of winning suddenly drop. Forget it. Our goal has been achieved this time. See you next time. The Fate Master quickly made up his mind and stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. "Oh, by the way, I also left a gift for you. I hope you like it." Clatter. With a snap of his fingers, the figure of the Godfather suddenly disappeared, and a little frog appeared where he was just now, looking around blankly. Daojun snorted coldly. It was not that he did not want to stay, but the Zimingshi's ability was too abnormal. If he wanted to leave, almost no one could stop him, but the remaining one was different. Daojun's eyes fell lightly on Qin Ji, who couldn't help but shudder and broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn it, Master Destiny, you run pretty fast. What should I do?" Qin Ji gritted his teeth. The space behind him suddenly twisted, and the whole person was about to be swallowed into the void. Daojun raised his eyebrows, stretched out a finger, and pointed it slowly towards Qin Ji. The yin and yang energies were flowing, and the void behind Qin Ji suddenly paused and then twisted in the opposite direction. A repulsive force suddenly burst out, and half of Qin Ji's body that was immersed in it was directly sprayed out. Qin Ji staggered and almost fell to the ground, his face looking extremely ugly. "My fellow Taoist, I was only following orders. I did not cause any harm to Gou Chen's people. Please show mercy and don't kill them all." Qin Ji knew that he could not escape by brute force, so he could only admit his mistake honestly. Daojun raised his eyebrows, looked at Qin Ji coldly, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and uttered two words clearly. "Nonsense." His figure suddenly blurred and turned into black and white gas and dissipated in the air. Just when Qin Ji was stunned, he appeared in front of him and pointed a finger at Qin Ji's brow. Yin and yang are reversed. The voice of Daojun came from afar, and Qin Ji's pupils suddenly shrank. He only felt that the cultivation in his body suddenly dissolved and split into two poles, like two uncontrollable thin snakes, rampaging in his body. Not only that, his body suddenly twisted, as if every inch of flesh and blood was not where they were supposed to be, and began to dislocate uncontrollably, causing unspeakable pain. Ah! Qin Ji felt as if his whole body was being torn apart, his expression filled with pain. Just when Dao Jun was about to make another move, Shiling suddenly spoke, his voice a little hurried. Tao Lord, Poison Lord is about to explode. Dao Jun turned his head suddenly and saw that Du Gong, who was kneeling on the ground like a dead man, suddenly swelled up like a balloon. Chapter 117 shocks the whole city. The Poison King's skin gradually became transparent, and the blood vessels underneath were clearly visible. There was also a little dark green gas flowing under the skin. He looked like a pufferfish that was about to explode, a highly poisonous pufferfish. Not good. Dao Jun's heart skipped a beat, and a mysterious aura emanated from his body, with black and white energies spreading wildly. When Qin Ji saw that Dao Jun was distracted, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart, which directly detonated the chaotic cultivation in his body. His realm dropped directly from Taishu to Tongxian, but at this moment he finally had the opportunity to take action. The mysterious art of soul transformation. Qin Ji did not hesitate at all and immediately used this skill that could kill 1,000 enemies but injure 800 of his own. The spiritual power in his body rolled violently, and in an instant a door of void opened behind him and swallowed him in. The space rippled slightly and soon returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. All this happened too fast, and Dao Jun was expanding his domain with all his strength. So even if he noticed Qin Ji's actions, he did not distract himself to stop him. He could still distinguish between the survival of an entire city and a small cultivator. What's more, Qin Ji was already disabled and would never be able to pose a threat to the earth again. Bang! The body of Poison Lord finally exploded, and a dark green gas overflowed madly, engulfing the bodies of Shi Ling and Dao Jun in the blink of an eye, and then spread out at an extremely terrifying speed, soon covering the sky within 2 kilometers around. Hey, look, why is there a green cloud over there? In the distance, passers-by suddenly noticed this scene and asked in confusion. I don't know. It appeared suddenly. Could it be that a chemical plant exploded nearby? Oh my God, it won't be poisonous, right? Shouldn't there be flames from an explosion? How come there are clouds? And the smoke from a chemical plant isn't green, right? Which brother was cheated on to have such a strange phenomenon? At this time, Ji Qianming was dragging his tired body with great effort, walking step by step toward another building in front of him. Logically, he should have stayed where he was and waited for rescue like Li Lanxin, but his curiosity was too strong. You know, there were 2 quasi-emperors fighting on the roof of the Zijin building. He didn't want to miss such a wonderful scene anyway, but going directly to the roof to look would undoubtedly be a suicidal act. So he wanted to climb up a nearby building of similar height and observe secretly with the telescope. This should not affect him, right? Suddenly, he felt the sky darken. He looked up involuntarily and stood there in amazement. Oh my God, isn't Poison King dead? Ji Qianming felt his heart skip a beat. He had just fought with the poison bus, so he was very familiar with this dark green gas. However, the poison bus had obviously been stabbed to death by Shi Ling, so how could he still release poison gas over such a large area? This is the rhythm of massacre in the city. The poison gas showed no sign of stopping spreading. Pushed by the wind, it even spread faster and faster. Just when it was about to cover the sky and the sun, something strange happened. An extremely huge Tai Chi diagram enveloped the entire sky, covering all the rapidly spreading poisonous gas. Above it, black and white Qi were spinning in tandem, actually fixing the poisonous gas directly in the air. An ancient and mysterious aura came from the sky, shocking the whole city. Shit, am I dazzled? What is that? Tai Chi diagram. Where did it appear from? Which Taoist fellow is going through the tribulation of ascending to immortality? Please come out and see me. Damn it, take a picture. This will definitely be the headline news that will shock the whole country tomorrow. Master, take me away. I don't want to work hard anymore. Half of the city's population saw the huge Tai Chi diagram hanging in the air, causing a huge commotion. Ji Qianming opened his mouth wide. This Tai Chi diagram covering the sky was too shocking. Even in a movie, it would never produce such an effect. Whose hand was this? Xi Mingshi and Xi Ling didn't have similar abilities? Could it be the legendary reinforcements from Gou Chen? Ji Qianming's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickened his pace, took the elevator straight to the top floor, flipped his hand, and directly conjured up a high-magnification telescope and looked towards the roof of the Zijin building. Zijin building. The Taoist was standing in the air, his black and white Taoist robe fluttering in the wind. He was making a Taoist seal with his right hand, and his eyes were as bright as stars. Wuji gives birth to Taiji. Taiji moves and gives birth to Yang. Movement reaches its extreme and then becomes still. Stillness gives birth to Yin. Stillness reaches its extreme and then moves again, one moving and the other still. They're each other's roots. Carrying Yin and embracing Yang, it transforms all things. Yin and Yang, the world of life and death, collected for me. A clear voice came out of his mouth, and he took a step to the east, west, south, and north. His hairpin had fallen off, and his long black hair moved in the wind. He clasped his hands together and shouted loudly. The huge Tai Chi diagram began to spin rapidly, shrinking drastically at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dark green gas, and it was firmly fixed in it, becoming smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a small dark green bead, which fell lightly into the hands of Daojun. At this point, the disaster of massacre in the city was finally completely averted by the Taoist master. Daojun put the bead into his bag, and suddenly an unhealthy flush appeared on his face, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Daojun, are you okay? Xi Ling ran to Daojun and asked. I'm fine, I just overused my domain. But you were just caught in the poisonous gas. Are you poisoned? Daojun waved his hand gently and asked back. Xi Ling smiled. Other people's abilities are ineffective against me, so this poison naturally can't hurt me either. Daojun was a little surprised when he heard this. Immune to other people's abilities? This is not easy. He carefully looked at Xi Ling again and felt that he was more extraordinary. Apart from other things, how many quasi-emperors can fight with a Fate Master for several hours without losing the upper hand? You know, the Fate Master is almost the ceiling of Shangxia's combat power. Except for the president who has never appeared, the Fate Master is the strongest. Anyone who underestimates this seemingly ordinary young man will definitely suffer a great loss. I'm Shilling from Zero. I'm grateful to Daojun for saving me before. May I ask your name? Shilling thanked Daojun solemnly. If it weren't for him, Zero would have suffered heavy losses this time. The most important thing is that although Xi Ling himself is not afraid of poison, his ability is unable to stop the spread of the poison gas. If it were not for Daojun's intervention, tens of millions of lives in this city would have died. Huang Xiaojia. Daojun returned the greeting and spoke lightly. Ji Qianming held the telescope and couldn't help swallowing. He saw clearly the scene where the Taoist lord took back the Tai Chi diagram just now and secretly guessed the identity of the man in the black and white Taoist robe. His strength was undoubtedly that of a quasi-emperor, but he didn't know which family he was from. At this moment, a void door slowly opened in the air behind him. Chapter 1:18 I and the Lord of Hell. This void door was extremely unstable, constantly switching between reality and illusion. A disheveled figure slowly walked out of it, then stumbled and fell to the ground. Bang! When Ji Qianming heard the voice, he looked back suddenly, and a pistol suddenly appeared in his hand, pointing in the direction of the voice like lightning. It was a man with a twisted body. His limbs and torso were twisted into a weird angle. His face was covered with sweat. He was breathing heavily, and there was a hint of ecstasy in his eyes after surviving a disaster. Until he saw Ji Qianming. Qin Ji's smile froze on his face. Ji Qianming's eyes widened, and their eyes met, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. A cultivator from the God realm? Ji Qianming's heart skipped a beat. You know, he is now in a state of exhaustion and has almost no fighting ability. If he encounters a cultivator from the God realm at this time, he will definitely die. A pistol appeared out of nowhere. He was a person with special abilities from Earth. Qin Ji's eyes showed a trace of despair. Not only had his cultivation fallen to the Tongxin realm, but he had just used the Linghua Xiangong. Now even a second-level person with special abilities could kill him. God wants to kill me. Qin Ji roared in anger in his heart. Ji Qianming let out a sigh in his heart. This cultivator also looked seriously injured, and there was a trace of despair in his eyes. Well, he must have been teleported here accidentally, and he didn't know his current condition. So as long as he acted in a bluffing manner, this seriously injured cultivator would definitely not dare to attack him. Cultivators, interesting. Ji Qianming's brain was working rapidly, and he entered the movie star mode. An unfathomable smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he spoke lightly. Qin Ji's heart tightened. He was indeed a person with special abilities, and he was not surprised to see me appear out of thin air. This meant that his realm was not low. I wonder who you are? Qin Ji asked cautiously. Ji Qianming rolled his eyes and said slowly, Do you know Gou Chen? I know. Qin Ji's heart skipped a beat. He had met his mortal enemy. Hey, I'm a lord of hell of Gou Chen. Have you heard of my name? Ji Qianming was also very nervous. If the other party had really dealt with Fatty Chui, he would be in trouble. But apart from Fatty Chui, he didn't know any other big shots in the world of Gou Chen. He couldn't say that he was Zhang Jingyan, the Emperor of Yan, right? Lord of Hell. How come there is another quasi-emperor? Qin Ji's face turned pale. This was the third enemy quasi-emperor he had encountered today. He was just an ordinary Taishu realm. What sin had he committed? Gou Chen Mingjun. I have admired him for a long time. Qin Ji said with a stiff face. I am Qin Ji, and I have never hurt anyone in Gou Chen. It was just a coincidence that I disturbed Mingjun this time. I hope Mingjun will show mercy and let me go. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up. Then he regained his composure, with a hint of a smile on his lips. His eyes contained the majesty of a superior, full of the demeanor of a master. Have you admired me for a long time? We are in the enemy camp. Okay, I am really scared by the title of Hades, and I am saying all kinds of words. Ji Qianming suppressed his smile and continued. You are a little kid from the Taishu realm, right? I'm a very gentle person, and I don't want to kill innocent people. Since you have never hurt anyone from my Gou Chen realm, you can leave on your own. Qin Ji was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. He turned around and was about to leave, for fear that this king of hell would change his mind and keep him there, etc. Ji Qianming's voice suddenly came. Qin Ji paused, and his heart sank again. I heard that you have a lot of good things in the God realm. Why don't you open my eyes? Ji Qianming looked at Qin Ji with a smile, an expression that said, You know what I mean. Qin Ji's face turned pale, and then he gritted his teeth. A flash of light appeared on the ring, and a dazzling array of things suddenly appeared on the ground. Ji Qianming was dazzled by the magical weapons of various shapes, spiritual stones filled with spiritual energy, and some books on martial arts. Suddenly, his mind moved, and among these things, he saw 3 medium-grade spirit stones. This wave of huge profits. Ji Qianming was overjoyed. These are what I have collected over the years. Consider them as gifts to Lord Hades. Goodbye. Qin Ji didn't want to stay any longer. He took out a flying sword from his pocket and used the little spiritual power he had left to propel it, then flew shakily into the sky. Looking at the azure sky, he couldn't help but burst into tears. He had survived such a life-threatening disaster. He was really blessed. As the saying goes, those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune in the future. This time, when he returns, he will surely be able to rise to prominence. Ji Qianming looked at Qin Ji's receding figure and silently took out a box from his storage ring. A black and red sniper rifle was lying quietly inside it. Abyss. Ji Qianming picked up the middle-grade spirit stone on the ground and embedded it into the groove of the abyss. The blood-red lines on it gradually lit up, and a terrifying wave emanated from the gun body. The sniper rifle seemed to come alive and began to reveal its ferocious fangs. Don't blame me for being cruel. If I let you go, I don't know how many innocent people will die at your hands in the future. Scum of the divine world. Ji Qianming, holding the abyss, seemed like a different person. His eyes were motionless, and a heart-pounding aura emanated from his whole body. Although Qin Ji's figure had already rushed into the clouds, Ji Qianming still seemed to be able to see his movements clearly. The muzzle of the abyss's gun kept moving, locking onto the fast-moving Qin Ji. The bloody lines on the surface of the abyss became brighter and brighter, like lines of blood beating, and Ji Qianming's finger slowly placed on the trigger. The north wind is 3.2 meters per second, and the air pressure is about 1,010 HPA. Considering the influence of clouds on the trajectory, it is now 15:13 Beijing time, and the deflection angle of the Earth is... Ji Qianming's brain was like an absolutely precise machine, calculating all the factors that affect the bullet's flight trajectory and constantly correcting the angle. Charging complete. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in Ji Qianming's eyes, and he pulled the trigger hard in one direction. Puff! There was no loud gunshot as imagined. There seemed to be no friction between the soul-destroying bullet and the gun barrel. It only made a slight sound, and then a red light flashed from the muzzle of the abyss and disappeared without a trace. The trajectory of the soul-destroying bullet could not be captured by the naked eye. Above the clouds, Qin had completely relaxed. He was now at least 2 kilometers away from the ground, and with the clouds blocking his view, he no longer had to worry about anyone catching up with him. He put a talisman on himself to avoid being detected by nearby planes or radars. After hesitating for a moment, he put on a spiritual shield for himself. After all, it is better to be cautious on this dangerous earth. After doing all this, he finally sat cross-legged on the flying sword and began to treat his injuries. At this moment, a red light appeared from under him like a ghost and hit his spiritual shield. His spiritual shield was like paper and was directly shattered by the red light. Chapter 119, Death of Qin. Qin's pupils suddenly contracted, and just as he was about to turn around, a red light instantly pierced through his body, leaving a big hole in his chest, but not a drop of blood flowed out, as if all the blood nearby had been evaporated dry. Qin widened his eyes and looked down his chest stiffly. Strands of blood-red spiritual power were coming out of it. He could even clearly see his own flesh and organs. This is what? Before he could figure out what was happening, Qin's vision suddenly went dark. His consciousness had been crushed by the blood-colored spiritual power, and his soul was completely destroyed. The flying sword under him broke with a sound, and Qin's body fell straight down from the clouds. The confusion and unwillingness on his face were frozen at that moment, and he died with his eyes open. Although Ji Qianming did not see this scene, he knew very well in his heart that Qin was doomed to die. This was his first time using the abyss. The power of this gun was even stronger than he expected. The moment the soul-breaking bullet was fired, even he, the shooter, felt a palpitation. He just used this gun to kill a practitioner in the Taishu realm. Ji Qianming put down the abyss in his hand and came out of the telepathic state. His heart beat rapidly, and an indescribable sense of accomplishment surged up. He solemnly put the abyss back into the storage ring, and also put all the things left by Qin back into the storage ring. Fortunately, the storage ring that contained the abyss had a large space, which was just enough to store all of them. After doing all this, Ji Qianming dragged his tired body and moved back to the Zijin building step by step. When they returned to the Zijin building, Zero's backup team was busy carrying Li Lanxin and the other 2 to the ambulance. Various advanced medical facilities were connected to them, like white hedgehogs, which made Ji Qianming laugh secretly. Several people also put the God-forbidden chain on the unconscious Shi'in and put her into a dark van, tied her up tightly, and no one knew where she was going. In addition, there were loss assessors and post-processing personnel, totaling about 100 people. It was also the first time that Ji Qianming saw Zero's formation. He swept his eyes across the scene and paused slightly. Shi Ling and the man in Taoist robes were standing in the front, talking to several people who looked like officers. Shi Ling saw Ji Qianming coming from a distance and hurriedly said something to several medical staff around who were carrying stretchers. The latter glanced at Ji Qianming and trotted over. Ji Qianming's eyelids twitched, and he quickly waved his hands. "I'm fine. I'm not hurt." Several medical staff said firmly, "Please cooperate with our work." After saying that, regardless of Ji Qianming's resistance, he forced him onto a stretcher and into an ambulance, and soon he turned into a white hedgehog. "You are kidnapping me." Ji Qianming's face was full of bitterness. He finally became the person he hated the most. However, before getting on the car, Ji Qianming saw Shi Ling talking to the man in Taoist robes. The latter looked at him with some surprise and smiled at him friendly. Is he really from Gou Chen? Is he one of the remaining 2 quasi-emperors? Seeing this, Ji Qianming pondered secretly. Soon his ambulance started and drove at high speed in a certain direction. Several fully armed medical staff kept checking his physical condition. Ji Qianming looked at the sweaty and dilemma-stricken people and closed his eyes consciously. Afterwards, the ambulance took him to a small building, which did not belong to any hospital and had no sign on it. However, as soon as the ambulance got out, experts surrounded him in 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside, pushing his mobile bed forward rapidly. For a moment, Ji Qianming almost thought that he was dying. They pushed Ji Qianming into a white sterile room and carefully checked his physical condition. 2 hours later, when Ji Qianming was pushed out in a wheelchair by the nurse, even the oral ulcers in his mouth had been sprayed with medicine. Ji Qianming, who was sitting in a wheelchair, looked at the blue sky, and let out a long breath. He finally relaxed completely and swore that he would never want to come to this place again. How are Li Lanxin and the others? Ji Qianming suddenly thought of something and asked. The nurse behind him was stunned and replied thoughtfully, their conditions are much more serious than yours. They're still receiving detoxification treatment, and it will probably take 2 days for them to be discharged from the hospital. Ji Qianming nodded, and at this moment, 2 figures walked out from the other side. They were Shi Ling and the man in Taoist robes. Shi Ling saw Ji Qianming, waved at him, and the 2 of them walked straight towards Ji Qianming. Ji Qianming, I just knew your name. I'm Shi Ling, the leader of the Special Operations Team of Organization Zero. Shi Ling showed a gentle smile on his face and spoke first. Ji Qianming was stunned for a long while. Looking at his appearance, he could not connect him with the quasi-emperor who was full of murderous intent at that time. The current Shi Ling was more like an older brother next door, and his whole body exuded a peaceful and warm aura. I have heard their reports. This time, the encirclement and suppression of Lord Poison was all thanks to you. First, you found 3 third-level Shangxia Corps members by yourself and fought against 3 of them without losing. In the Purple Gold Building, you shot off Lord Poison's arm, and you bravely fought against Lord Poison and saved the lives of my subordinates. Gou Chen is really full of talents. Shi Ling's face was full of admiration, and he gave Ji Qianming a thumbs up, which made Ji Qianming's old face blush. He found 3 core members all by himself. He fought 3 of them alone without losing, and even bravely challenged the Poison Lord. Ahem, although the last one was indeed like that, Ji Qianming knew exactly what happened to the first 2. Hearing Shi Ling's praise, Ji Qianming suddenly felt that his contribution seemed to be really great. Hee, it's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Ji Qianming said happily. Yes, it seems that this class has produced some very good students, bringing honor to our Gou Chen school. Huang Xiaojia nodded slightly, his eyes full of admiration. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up. Excuse me, who are you? Gou Chen Huang Xiaojia, but more people call me Dao Jun. Dao Jun. Ji Qianming took a breath and thought of the Tai Chi diagram that covered half of the city. It was indeed the work of the quasi-emperor. Ji Qianming suddenly thought of the mysterious jade pendant his father had left him. It also seemed to be a yin-yang fish, and according to what the old dean said, he saw his father wearing a strange Taoist robe that night. Could it be? Ji Qianming immediately rejected this idea. Huang Xiaojia didn't look very old, so it was okay to call him brother, but if he called him dad, he would be too young. However, after hesitating for a while, Ji Qianming took out the yin-yang fish jade pendant that was close to his body and handed it to Huang Xiaojia. Dao Jun, can you help me take a look at this jade pendant? Ji Qianming looked at Huang Xiaojia expectantly. When Huang Xiaojia saw the jade pendant, he raised his eyebrows and exclaimed softly, as if he had seen something rare. Chapter 120 Mysterious Jade Pendant. When Ji Qianming saw Huang Xiaojia's expression, his heart skipped a beat. This jade pendant, where did you get from? Huang Xiaojia turned it over and observed it for a long time, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. Ji Qianming only hesitated for a moment before answering. This is what my father left behind. Huang Xiaojia was stunned and looked at Ji Qianming strangely for a while, then said, this jade pendant is very strange. Although it is jade, it is different from the jade I have seen before. It does not look like the stuff on earth. Holding it in my hand can calm my mind and concentrate my spirit. Most importantly, it is full of Taoism. Daoyan, yes, others may not be able to see it, but my ability is related to Taoism. I can feel the aura emanating from this jade pendant. It is as powerful as the sea and mysterious. Even I cannot comprehend the mystery, even just a small part of it. Ji Qianming was startled. It sounded very impressive. Even the Tao master couldn't comprehend the Tao rhyme. What on earth was this jade pendant? Who was his father to leave him such a thing? That is to say, my father might be an old Taoist priest. Ji Qianming suddenly understood something and exclaimed. The corner of Huang Xiaojia's mouth twitched slightly. I don't think there is any Taoist on earth who has such a high level of Taoism. I think it is very likely to come from there. Huang Xiaojia pointed his finger at the sky, and Ji Qianming instantly understood what he meant. The divine world. Could it be that his father was a cultivator from the divine world? This thought suddenly flashed through Ji Qianming's mind, and his whole body trembled. His brain went blank. If that was the case, then he should also be considered a person from the God realm. But why did his father send him to an orphanage on Earth? Was it related to the people who were hunting him? Ji Qianming fell into confusion. The practitioners from the god realm were enemies invading the earth. He had sworn an oath when he entered Gou Chen. Up to now, he had killed 5 practitioners with his own hands. He had only hatred for the god realm. But if he himself was from the god realm, then what was the meaning of all this? Don't think too much. There are many items from the divine world that have spread to earth. Maybe your father just picked them up by luck. Huang Xiaojie saw what Ji Qianming was thinking and said with a smile. Ji Qianming finally realized, that's right, who said that if you have things from the god realm, you're from the god realm. Qin Ji's entire belongings are in his storage ring. Thank you, Dao Jun. Ji Qianming took the jade pendant handed back by Dao Jun and expressed his gratitude sincerely. Huang Xiaojie waved his hand and said, I can't help you much, but I know an expert in jade identification. I'll give you his contact information. You can go directly to him to help you identify it. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up, and he thanked him repeatedly. Ji Qianming, you have made great contributions in this operation. I heard from Li Lanxin that in 5 days we will have a plane carrying out a secret mission heading to London. You will take this plane and stay with us during this time. Seeing that the two had almost finished their discussion, Shi Ling spoke. Ji Qianming was overjoyed. It was only the 2nd day of the training. Even if he took a flight 5 days later, he would definitely be able to reach London within 8 days. Now, his training was completed, and the 3 credits were basically firmly in his hands. Oh, by the way, in order to commend your performance this time, the higher-ups have decided to give you a merit. The specifics are still under discussion, but it will be delivered to you before you leave. It's a small token of our appreciation from Zero. Shi Ling suddenly remembered something and said with a smile. Merit. Ji Qianming's eyes widened. He never expected that he could get a merit this time. He couldn't help but get excited. Which boy didn't have the dream of making achievements when he was a child? Now it has come true. If he took it back to the orphanage to show it to the director, he would probably be so happy. Ji Qianming's mind already appeared the image of the old dean's wrinkled face with a smile on it, and he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. After saying goodbye to the two, Ji Qianming got on a special car of Zero organization, which took him back to Shanghai from Zhoushan. After all, his flight 5 days later would also depart from Shanghai, and the appraiser recommended to him by Huang Xiaojie was also in Shanghai. Fortunately, Zhoushan is not far from Shanghai. Ji Qianming just took a nap in the car, and when he woke up, he was at Li Lanxin's villa. Ji Qianming looked at the luxurious villa in front of him and smacked his lips. It seemed that he had been here just a few days ago. He didn't expect that he would stay here again as a recuperator. Through the introduction of the Zero staff, Ji Qianming learned that this was not Li Lanxin's villa. Legally speaking, this place belonged to the Zero agency, but on weekdays, only Li Lanxin lived here for a long time. It seemed that the housing prices in Shanghai were too high and Li Lanxin could not afford it. Good fellow, I thought he was tall, rich, and handsome, but it turned out he was just a guest staying overnight. Ji Qianming rolled his eyes secretly, unlocked the door with his key, and walked in. Ji Qianming walked to his room, covered his head, and fell asleep without saying anything. After using Zhu Yan's spiritual power to improve his realm, he was completely exhausted and didn't want to move a finger, and this state would last for 3 days. Fortunately, no one disturbed him, so Ji Qianming stayed in bed for 2 days. Except for going to the toilet and eating, he never got out of bed. Only then did he recover a little. While Li Lanxin and the other two have not returned yet, Ji Qianming plans to take a good inventory of this harvest. First, he entered the mirror space. There was no change in other pages. Ji Qianming directly clicked on the Soul Energy Collection column. Speaking of which, the last time he looked at it was right after he returned to Gou Chen Academy. After that, he never paid attention to the Soul Energy Collection situation again. Before he knew it, he had already seen a lot of information. At the bottom is a group of blue information representing shock, but Ji Qianming had rarely collected this kind of soul energy before. He only received the shocked soul energy from several foreigners when he was beating Mogo. Wang Ruoyi's Soul Energy Collection +2, Sen Ao's Soul Energy Collection +3, Wu Di's Soul Energy Collection +2, Chen Shanshan's Soul Energy Collection +3. Ji Qianming was stunned. These are all his classmates. When did he do something that shocked the whole class? Suddenly, Ji Qianming's mind flashed through the scene of himself assembling a sniper rifle in the thermal weapons class, and he immediately understood. Thank you all for the shocking red envelopes. Ji Qianming continued to scroll down, and the most common ones were blue messages from Chen Shanshan. There was even one message that appeared together with Li Lanxin. Each of them contributed 6 points of shocking soul energy. So shocked. Wait, this couldn't have come out when I was peeking at them kissing. Continuing to scroll down, I came to the point where I met the Dream Master and his three companions. First, I saw a few big, shocking soul energies, and then red, angry soul energies, which added up to almost 100 points. Chapter 121, Where is My Iron Lump? Poison Lord also contributed some shock and anger soul energy, but not much. The most conspicuous was Qin Ji's soul energy collection information, which came out like a stream of water, and they were all black fear soul energy. Finally, he contributed a blood-red 50-point pre-death gift package. Altogether, Gou Chen current version upgrade progress bar has increased a lot. Soul energy collection progress, 893/5000. More than 800 soul points, which would have been almost the maximum during the first version update, but now it is only 1/5. Gou Chen frowned secretly. This speed was too slow. If he continued like this, he would not be promoted to the 3rd level until next year. You know, even Xian had reached the 3rd level, which made him very ashamed. If everyone in Gou Chen Academy knew his idea, they would probably vomit blood. 1 year to advance from level 1 to level 3. Is that too slow? You have to know that other people who don't have a soul energy collection system can only advance by constantly meditating and training their mental strength. And each time they need a stressful environment. So being able to advance from level 2 to level 3 in 3 years is an astonishing speed. It seems that I have to do more things during this trip to Europe. Gou Chen thought, should I go to a place with a lot of people and try to get the secret bag? If this is the case, he estimated that he could be promoted to the 3rd level in less than an hour. But not to mention the social impact caused, it is even a question whether he can survive 5 minutes in the rioting crowd. Never mind. There will always be a way when you reach the mountain. All you have to do is go with the flow at the right time. Gou Chen withdrew his consciousness from the mirror world, and the storage ring in his hand flashed with light. A large number of dazzling things appeared on the ground. They were all the spoils of his action this time. Change of clothes, useless books, and a few love letters sent to him by the female monks. Gou Chen threw them all aside. He didn't even read any of the last love letters. Well, he didn't read them. After throwing away the scattered useless things, there are not many truly useful things. The first are 56 low-grade spirit stones and 2 medium-grade spirit stones. In fact, there were originally 3 medium-grade spirit stones, but Gou Chen consumed 1 when using the abyss. This is 2 million. Gou Chen's eyes were bright, and he happily collected all the spirit stones. Those low-grade spirit stones were not useless. They could be sold to the people in the RD department. They had been purchasing spirit stones of various grades for a long time, but they only exchanged them with currency, not credits. In other words, students could use money or credits to buy spirit stones, but if they sold spirit stones to the RD department, they could only exchange them for money. Otherwise, credits would become tradable items. If Gou Chen remembered correctly, the lower grade ones seemed to be 10,000 each, which means that he made 2.56 million spirit stones alone this time. Of course, he would not sell the middle grade spirit stones, as they were the food for the abyss. After putting away the spirit stone, Gou Chen turned his attention to 2 other magic weapons, a small white sword and a black umbrella. Gou Chen picked up the small sword curiously and started playing with it in his hands. If he was not mistaken, this was the flying sword used by practitioners. Gou Chen had only seen flying swords in battles, but had never been in close contact with one like this, so he couldn't help but feel curious. Unfortunately, he had no way to use these 2 magic weapons. Gou Chen put the 2 magic weapons aside with regret, preparing to sell them to the RD department, but he didn't know how much they could be sold for. Gou Chen looked at the last 2 books. One was the complete collection of monsters in the divine realm, and the other was the essentials of qi refining. The former was a thick illustrated guide to monsters, while the latter was an introductory book for practitioners. Gou Chen picked up the essentials of qi refining, and his eyes lit up. Is this the legendary cultivation method from the divine world? He couldn't wait to open the book and read it carefully. The book mainly talked about how to open up Dantian, how to draw qi into the body, temper the flesh and blood, and also contained simple little spells. It was an introductory book on qi training. Gou Chen flipped through it and put it aside, feeling a little regretful. It's a pity that the Dantian of earthlings cannot be opened, let alone drawing qi into the body. This book can only be regarded as a collection and has no practical value. Gou Chen just silently looked at the essentials of qi refining that he had thrown aside, blinked his eyes, and after a while, he snatched it back. You've seen it. How do you know it won't work if you don't try it? Ji Qianming sat, cross-legged excitedly, and according to the contents of the first chapter of the Essentials of Refining Qi, he used his mental power to sense his dantian. He felt that his spirit had turned into a thin stream of water, flowing slowly along the meridians in his body, gradually sensing every corner and finally converging at the dantian. According to Essentials of Qi Refining, everyone's dantian is wide open before birth. After birth, as time goes by, the dantian will slowly close, forming a barrier of turbid air, which hinders the interaction with spiritual energy. So generally speaking, the earlier you start practicing, the better, otherwise it will be difficult to break open the dantian. The situation of earthlings is even more outrageous. Their entire dantian has been completely closed from the moment they are born, like a piece of iron. No matter how they practice perception, they cannot break through it. This is why earthlings cannot practice. It is a congenital defect. Ji Qianming's spiritual power slowly flowed through his body and gathered in his dantian, sensing every inch of the structure of his dantian, and then, gathered in dantian? Ji Qianming was stunned. Where's the iron lump? Where did such a big piece of iron go? He urged his mental power to circulate in dantian a few times, but he couldn't find the legendary iron lump that sealed dantian. In his perception, the entire dantian was like a back garden. He could enter and exit as he pleased, without any obstacles at all. Not to mention the iron lump, even the shadow of the so-called barrier was not seen. What's going on? Is it because I opened it the wrong way? Ji Qianming was stunned. What was going on with him? He hesitated for a while, and then followed the next step of Essentials of Qi Refining and began to sense the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. This step was crucial for practitioners in the divine world because it involved the absorption rate of spiritual energy. The dantian was like a sieve full of holes, some of which were large and could absorb 70% of the spiritual energy into the body, while some were small and could only allow 15% of the spiritual energy to be absorbed into the body, thus making the difference between geniuses and mortals. This is the moment to determine your personal qualifications. Ji Qianming adjusted his breathing. His chest rose and fell rhythmically, and his whole body seemed to be integrated with the world with an indescribable temperament. He emptied his mind and used his heart to feel the air around him, as if he was looking for something. Suddenly, his consciousness sensed a trace of spiritual power. This strand of spiritual power was like a tiny fish swimming around him. Ji Qianming expanded his consciousness again and discovered that countless fish were swimming near him, like a vast ocean. This is spiritual power. Chapter 122, Making a Fortune in Quiet Places. Ji Qianming suddenly opened his eyes, and a suction force appeared in his dantian. The spiritual power near him seemed to be pulled by something and poured into Ji Qianming's dantian madly, without any outflow. Ji Qianming didn't have time to think about it, as he had entered a mysterious state. He unconsciously guided the spiritual power in his body to flow along a certain path, and the faint spiritual power filled every one of his meridians. Puff! With a slight sound, Ji Qianming suddenly opened his eyes, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. The first level of Qi Refining. At this moment, Ji Qianming's entire temperament changed subtly, becoming less morbid and more otherworldly, and his eyes also became a little brighter. Ji Qianming stood there in a daze. What has happened? It seems that I have just broken through like this? Ji Qianming's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. He suddenly jumped up from the ground. At this moment, he suddenly found that his body suddenly became much lighter. He simply moved his body and found that some black solid had seeped out of the surface of his body, emitting a foul odor. Ji Qianming hurried to the bathroom to wash himself. Looking at his figure in the bathroom mirror, Ji Qianming was shocked. His originally dark skin became much whiter, his figure became more well-proportioned, and he even seemed to be taller. He seemed to be more handsome. Ji Qianming looked at himself in the mirror, rubbed his eyes, and finally confirmed that it was not an illusion. Could this be the marrow, cleansing, and meridian cutting mentioned in the Essentials of Qi Refining? I really succeeded in breaking through to the first level of Qi Refining? I can actually practice cultivation. Ji Qianming was not as excited as he had imagined. Instead, his heart sank. What did it mean that he could practice? Why could he do something that the earthlings could not do? Was he really an earthling? Thinking of the mysterious jade pendant, Ji Qianming seemed to have the answer in his heart. He sat on the sofa in a daze, his eyes full of confusion. What should he do? Or, in other words, from what standpoint should he join the game between the Earth and the God realm? Is he from Earth? He has the blood of the God realm flowing in his body, and his parents are probably both practitioners from the God realm. Is he from the God realm? He grew up on Earth, breathing the air here and eating the rice here. He was raised in an orphanage and has never set foot on the land of the God realm. What should I do? Brother Qianming. Just when Ji Qianming was stunned, a crisp voice came from outside the door, and Xian jumped in and threw herself on Ji Qianming. Xian, why are you back? Where are Gao Yu and Li Lanxin? Ji Qianming was surprised to see Xian and asked, their injuries are quite serious and they need to rest for a day or two. I couldn't stay there any longer, so I came back first. Xian raised her head with stars in her eyes. Brother Qianming, I heard about you. It was you who saved us and fought against the Poison King alone and even ended up in a draw. The corners of Ji Qianming's mouth twitched slightly. This story is getting more and more outrageous. Also, I saw with my own eyes that you shot the Poison King's arm to pieces. It was so cool. You must teach me how to use a gun. Xian grabbed Ji Qianming's arm and said excitedly, you're still too young. It's easy to hurt yourself if you play with guns. Ji Qianming touched her little head and said with a smile. Xian pouted, I don't care. I'm going to learn how to use a gun. I want to be as powerful as Brother Qianming. You don't know, every time I see Brother Lanxin and Brother Gou fighting desperately in the front, I can only hide behind and put up a shield. This feeling is really too uncomfortable. I also want to become a qualified warrior and protect Brother Lanxin and Brother Gou. Ji Qianming was shocked. Yes, why should he be so entangled with his position? Didn't he go to Gou Chen to protect and realize the value of his existence? A person from the divine world or an earthling, it doesn't matter. He can't choose where he was born, but he can choose his future path. I, Ji Qianming, am a native of Earth. I am a member of the Gou Chen clan. It seemed as if something was burning in Ji Qianming's chest. The haze that shrouded his heart suddenly dissipated, and even his breathing became much easier. Brother Qianming, did you hear that? Xian acted coquettishly for a long time, but when she saw Ji Qianming still standing there in a daze, as if he didn't hear anything, she became a little unhappy, and tears welled up in her eyes. Ji Qianming quickly picked her up and coaxed her softly. Don't worry. I've already told your brother Lan Xian that there will be a teacher who is better than me to teach you how to use a gun. Xian blinked her eyes, tears flowing back, and said pitifully, really? Of course it's true. A smile finally broke out on Xuan's face. She jumped off Ji Qianming's body and walked out the door with her long ponytail swinging, humming a little tune, looking very proud. Ji Qianming hurried back to the room and put all the things on the ground into the storage ring to avoid being seen by Xian. Just as he was putting away the complete collection of monsters in the divine realm, a small bamboo stick fell from the middle, as if it had been stuck in the book. Ji Qianming let out a light exclamation and bent down to pick up the bamboo stick. After picking up the bamboo stick, a cool feeling spread through Ji Qianming's hand and his whole body. Only then did he realize that it was a jade stick, but it just looked like the color of bamboo on the outside. What is this? Ji Qianming looked at it carefully. This jade sign was the same size as an ordinary bookmark, but when he picked it up, he found that it was actually very heavy. It felt like holding a piece of stone. There was no pattern on the surface, and it was extremely smooth. It's strange. If it's just a bookmark, is it necessary to use such a heavy bookmark? Ji Qianming frowned slightly and fell in a deep thought. Suddenly, he remembered the jade slips of martial arts techniques that his teacher had mentioned in the God Realm history class. These were items used by practitioners in the God Realm to record important martial arts techniques, and one needed to use divine consciousness to penetrate them in order to clearly see the contents. Is this a jade slip? But it is much smaller than what the teacher described, and the spiritual consciousness will only appear when one reaches the Qianjun realm. I can't open it all now. Ji Qianming shook his head slightly and threw the jade sign back into the storage ring. Let's talk about it after I reach the Qianjun realm. The content in Essentials of Qi Refining is just enough to cultivate to the Qianjun realm, Ji Qianming thought. Now that he has let it go, no matter the cultivation in the God realm or the leaf patterns on the earth, they're just tools for him to achieve his goals. He has no aversion to practicing the God realm techniques. Of course, it must not be known to outsiders. Ji Qianming suddenly discovered that he had quite a few secrets. the mirror in his mind, his own ability to replicate, Zhu Yin in his body, and Chen Shi, and now he had an additional identity as a cultivator. Wow, is this what it feels like to make a fortune in silence? Cool. Chapter 123, Zhao Laosan. Ji Qiming lay in bed for another 2 days before the aftereffects of using Zhu Yan's spiritual power to forcibly improve his realm completely disappeared. He walked out of the villa, took a deep breath of the natural air, stretched, and felt refreshed. Gao Yu had returned from Zhoushan a day ago, but he went out again not long after resting. It seemed that he had some urgent task. Ji Qinming couldn't help but smack his lips. It seemed that the business of the Zero organization was really busy. Gao Yu said that the mental poison in Li Lan's heart was very difficult to deal with. Now the situation was considered stable, but he had to wait for some time before he could be discharged from the hospital. Xian has been living with Ji Qinming these 2 days. She doesn't live here usually, but in order to learn how to use a gun, she follows Ji Qinming like a little tail every day. Ji Qinming taught her some basic knowledge, but never let her touch a gun. Tomorrow is the day to leave for London. Ji Qinming got up from bed early and went out according to the address given by Huang Xiaojia. This address is very remote. Ji Qinming took the subway for more than an hour and then took a taxi before he found this address. Only then did he realize that there was not only one antique shop here, but an entire antique street. People of all kinds were shopping and selling goods there, and it was very lively. It was the first time for Ji Qinming to come to such a place. He couldn't help but feel curious and walked into the antique street. There were 2 types of transactions here. One was the antique shops with storefronts on the street. These shops were generally deserted and did not have much business. The other was the stalls on the ground. The items on them were mixed. Some looked decent, while others were pure nonsense, like the mobile phone pendant that Ji Qinming had just seen, which claimed to be produced during the Qianlong period. Ji Qinming shook his head. There were indeed some things that interested him, but firstly, he didn't know much about antiques, and secondly, he had no money. Even the money for the subway and taxi ride just now was sponsored by Xian. Ji Qinming walked along most of the street and finally found the store that Huang Xiaojia mentioned. He looked up and found that the store was empty, without even a customer, and it was extremely deserted. After hesitating for a moment, Ji Qinming stepped in. Not to mention the guests, there was not even a doorman. Aren't they afraid that someone would come and steal things? Ji Qinming walked around the display case and took a deep breath. The items inside were all priced in 6 figures. No one came to see them. He walked to the counter and pressed the bell, only to find that the bell was no longer ringing. He simply knocked on the table, and then there was some movement in the backyard. Does the boss here not want to do business anymore? Ji Qinming thought suspiciously. Who is it? A sloppy middle-aged man with droopy eyelids walked out from behind the curtain, yawning as he walked. If you want to buy anything, just take a look. We don't bargain for anything here. Ji Qinming raised his eyebrows. Is this the treasure appraiser Huang Xiaojia mentioned? This image is too eye-catching. In his mind, treasure appraisers should be old men wearing tang suits, with eyes full of wisdom and erudition. I'm here to appraise treasures, Ji Qinming replied. The sloppy middle-aged man was startled and looked at Ji Qinming suspiciously. Then his eyes slowly lit up. Are you the young man that Huang Xiaojia was talking about? Ji Qinming nodded. It seemed that Huang Xiaojia had already informed him in advance, so that some unnecessary trouble could be avoided. The sloppy middle-aged man nodded, waved at Ji Qinming, turned and walked into the backyard. Come in. Ji Qinming followed him in and couldn't help asking, aren't you afraid that someone might come in and steal things? Just steal them. They're just some worthless gadgets. The prices are used to fool those suckers. In fact, they're only worth a few dozen dollars. The middle-aged man waved his hand nonchalantly and said, Ji Qinming, my goodness, is this a shady shop? The 2 men walked to a stone bench and sat down. The middle-aged man scratched his messy hair and spoke. Everyone in the circle calls me Zhao Laosan. When it comes to appraising and identifying treasures, no one in this street can compare to me, and I am the only one who can verify the things you brought. Zhao Laosan boasted first and looked at Ji Qinming meaningfully. Ji Qinming was stunned, and a thought flashed through his mind. Do you know the things there? Ji Qinming pointed to the sky. Since Zhao Laosan had communicated with Huang Xiaojia, he should know that the things in his hands were most likely from the God realm. How could he even identify things from the God realm? Zhao Laosan chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. You and Huang Xiaojia both come from the same place, so you naturally understand what I mean. To be honest, my ancestor once personally entered a seal and stayed in the god realm for 10 years. Ji Qianming was shocked. He had been in the god realm for 10 years. That was a god realm filled with cultivators. Did he come back alive? Ji Qianming just opened his mouth and realized that he had asked a stupid question. Zhao Laosan rolled his eyes. Of course, otherwise where would I come from? The seal that my ancestor passed through was in a very hidden location in the god realm. At that time, it was not yet controlled by practitioners, so he was able to sneak in without anyone noticing. Although there are many practitioners in the god realm, most of the people in that world are just mortals like us. He just dressed up a little, and no one could detect it. Later, he wandered in the god realm for 10 years, secretly collecting intelligence from the god realm and learned how to appraise treasures. Later, he seized an opportunity and successfully escaped from the god realm. He also passed down this treasure appraisal skill from generation to generation. So I can say that I'm the only one in the world who can appraise the treasures of the god realm. Zhao Laosan became more and more excited as he spoke. He stood up excitedly, looking like he was the best in the world. Ji Qianming nodded thoughtfully. In that case, Zhao Laosan was indeed the best person for him to appraise treasures. However, he was also very interested in the fantastic adventures of Zhao Laosan's ancestors. After all, the history of the gods class was full of boring knowledge. What exactly does the gods look like? Maybe one day he would be able to go and see it? Ji Qianming took off the jade pendant hanging on his body and handed it to Zhao Laosan. When the latter saw the jade pendant, his brows suddenly frowned. He took Ji Qianming's jade pendant in his hand, observed it repeatedly, and used special tools to observe the details. His frown relaxed slightly, and the light in his eyes became brighter. Xianyu. This is Xianyu. There is such a big piece of Xianyu. Zhao Laosan was shaking with excitement. Xuanyu? What is this? Ji Qianming looked at Zhao Laosan in confusion, waiting for him to give him an explanation. Ha. I will die without regrets. This is definitely the Xuanyu that my ancestors mentioned. Zhao Laosan's face flushed red, and he almost danced with joy. He stared into Ji Qianming's eyes. Where did you get this jade? My father gave it to me. Ji Qianming replied with a strange look on his face. What exactly is Xuanyu? Chapter 124, Mysterious Jade. Xuanyu is an extremely rare jade in the god realm. It can be called the Emperor of Jade. Legend has it that it has the ability to carry the Great Tao. My ancestor was fortunate enough to participate in the largest auction in the god realm. The finale item at that time was a Xuanyu the size of a grain of rice. Countless forces competed for this rare treasure, and in the end, it was bought by a powerful person from a hidden holy land at a huge price. Ji Qianming's eyes widened. A black jade the size of a grain of rice is so valuable? Then this jade pendant of his. Ji Qianming looked down and saw that it must be at least the size of 1,000 grains of rice, right? Could you have seen it wrong? If Xuanyu is really as valuable as you said, how could such a jade pendant appear? Ji Qianming couldn't help but speak. Zhao Laosan shook his head solemnly and said firmly, the ancestors described the characteristics of Xuanyu in detail in their notes, so it is impossible to make a mistake. I won't say anything else. Put this jade pendant next to your ear and try it out. Ji Qianming placed the jade pendant to his ear suspiciously and let out a soft, ah. He could faintly hear a whisper coming from the jade pendant. The voice was very strange, neither male nor female, and the tone was obscure and strange, not like a sound that a human could make. The most important thing was that after just listening for a few seconds, Ji Qianming felt like his head was going to explode, and he quickly took off the jade pendant. There's a sound inside the jade pendant? Ji Qianming said in disbelief. That's right. Zhao Laosan nodded. This is the most important feature of the black jade. It is rumored that this black jade is the carrier of the Great Tao, which can emit the sound of the Great Tao and cover the mysteries of all things in the world. This is why countless forces want to obtain it. Ji Qianming took a deep breath, which meant that the jade pendant in his hand was really made of black jade. Ji Qianming could not imagine the value of such a large piece of black jade. If you sell the jade pendant in your hand, you can probably buy several cities. Zhao Laosan sat down, not daring to believe what he said. Several cities? Ji Qianming felt that his breathing was about to stagnate, and his mind was blank. What kind of concept was this? This is like someone saying that his wealth can buy the whole of Shanghai or Tokyo. If others heard it, they would definitely laugh their heads off. But such a thing actually happened to me. At this time, Ji Qiming's first reaction was to kill Zhao Laosan. He must not expose this jade pendant, otherwise he would face endless pursuit, and now only he and Zhao Laosan in front of him knew the value of this jade pendant. But Ji Qiming is Ji Qiming after all. He would never do such a thing as killing innocent people. Moreover, knowing the value of the jade pendant, Zhao Laosan still returned it to him as if nothing had happened. Ji Qiming was silent for a while, put away the jade pendant, and took out the night pearl that the dean returned to him. Zhao Laosan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "You didn't do anything? Most people would kill the witness in this situation, right? I am me, not an ordinary person," Ji Qiming said lightly. Zhao Laosan looked into Ji Qiming's eyes seriously, confirming that there was no trace of murderous intent in them. He slowly loosened the button in his pocket, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "As expected of a Gou Chen man, kid, don't worry. Even if my soul is destroyed, I will not tell this matter to anyone. I, Zhao Laosan, am just that kind of person." Zhao Laosan patted his chest and guaranteed. He picked up the night pearl from the table again, gave it a simple appraisal, and returned it to Ji Qiming. Although this night pearl is also a rare item, it can't be compared with the thing just now. If it is sold, it can only be sold for 100 or 200 million. After a careful appraisal, Zhao Laosan showed a look of disappointment on his face, as if it was a pity. Ji Qiming's mouth twitched wildly. "It's only sold for 100 or 200 million. Aren't you afraid of slipping your tongue when you speak?" However, his father actually gave such a valuable thing to the orphanage as the cost of raising him. What a generous act. The mysterious jade pendant that could shock the gods, and the night-shining pearl worth over 100 million yuan. Who is this mysterious father of his? What happened back then? Ji Qiming felt that his life experience was like a fog, and the more he tried to understand it, the more unfathomable it seemed. "If you want to sell it, I can introduce you to a buyer and guarantee the price is right," Zhao Laosan said kindly. After all, Ji Qiming is just a teenager. If he just finds someone to buy this night pearl, it will inevitably cause a sensation. But with his help, all these problems can be solved. Ji Qiming hesitated for a while and shook his head slowly. This night pearl was one of the few things left by his father. Besides, he was not sure of money in Gou Chen, so there was no need to sell it. Seeing this, Zhao Laosan didn't say anything else. The two chatted briefly, and then Ji Qiming said goodbye and left. With the help of Xian, Ji Qiming returned to the villa safely. At this moment, Xian was sitting on the sofa, watching TV with a lollipop in her mouth. The Tai Chi diagram that suddenly appeared in the sky of Zhoushan a few days ago sparked heated discussions among netizens. Some said it was an immortal descending to Earth, while others said it was a treasure that had just appeared. This led to a large number of people flocking to Zhoushan to look for the so-called treasure. In this regard, we must advise everyone not to spread rumors or believe them. Experts have clearly stated that this is due to the high temperature in the city, which causes the light to refract. Ji Qiming also stopped and watched the news on TV with a slight smile on his face. As one of the participants, he naturally knew what was going on. At that time, he was worried that Dao Jun would make too much noise, which might cause Yi Wen's existence to appear in the eyes of the public. It seems that his worries were unnecessary. Now let me report the next piece of news. 2 days ago, London was hit by a thick fog that is not seen in a century. The visibility was no more than 2 meters, causing the entire city to be completely paralyzed. Some people even claim to have seen a battle between a dragon and a knight in the thick fog. In this regard, we must advise everyone not to spread rumors or believe them. The corners of Ji Qiming's mouth twitched slightly. It would be weird to broadcast these two news together, right? "Brother Qiming, isn't that where you're going tomorrow?" Xian suddenly thought of something and said crisply, "That's right." Ji Qiming's brows furrowed slightly. Adam College was in London, so was this heavy fog really a coincidence? Was the battle between the dragon and the knight real or fake? What happened in London? Ji Qiming faintly smelled the sense of coming storm, and he could feel that this trip to London might not be simple. Chapter 125 Departure. That night, someone brought Ji Qiming's achievements over. First-class merit. Ji Qiming's eyes almost popped out when he looked at the medal in the small box. First-class merit is already a very high honor. The main reason is that Ji Qiming turned the tide this time, saved 3 major generals, and indirectly killed 3 third-level generals. Even the Poison King died because of him. This time Shi Ling gave him a big surprise. He originally thought that he would be thankful if he could get a second-class merit, but it turned out to be a first-class merit. How many people can get such an honor? Ji Qianming had already imagined the old dean's expression when he saw this achievement. He couldn't help but feel excited and almost couldn't sleep due to excitement. Fortunately, after obtaining the essentials of qi refining, Ji Qianming studied hard day and night and finally mastered the qi refining technique. Moreover, when practicing breathing spiritual energy, he could restore his energy even without sleeping. Therefore, Ji Qianming had no intention of sleeping and practiced alone in the room. The next morning, Ji Qianming took a special car and embarked on a journey to London. He learned from Xi Ling that the plane to London had a secret mission, so it would take off directly from a military base. He was also repeatedly told not to spread the matter to anyone else and not to ask any questions after getting on the plane. He should get off the plane directly when he arrived in London, and someone would take him directly to the Tower of London. Ji Qianming was a little confused, but he did as he was told. After all, it involved state secrets, and it was already very good that the other party could force him into the plane, and it would naturally not cause any trouble. After the routine inspection, the special car slowly drove into the military base. Ji Qianming keenly discovered that this military base was different from the one he had seen in Guizhou. Although it covered a small area, its armed forces and security measures were much stronger than the latter. Ji Qianming took out the certificate of Gou Chen College 7 or 8 times alone. The special car took him directly to the tarmac, where a huge transport plane was already waiting. Soldiers in military uniforms were transporting something into the transport plane, and several people in size 0 white robes were standing together, discussing something. Ji Qianming got out of the car and looked from a distance, only to find that he didn't recognize anyone. At this moment, an officer ran over from a distance, looked at Ji Qianming, and spoke. "Are you Ji Qianming?" "Yes." Ji Qianming nodded. "Come with me." The officer didn't ask any more questions and turned around and walked towards the transport plane. Ji Qianming followed closely behind him. Some soldiers and members of Organization Zero who met him on the way were also a little surprised to see Ji Qianming, but they didn't say much. The two men walked directly onto the plane. This transport plane must have been modified. 90% of the entire plane was used to load cargo. There were not many seats left, and there was a black door in the middle, which made it impossible for Ji Qianming to see what was loaded in the back. The officer took Ji Qianming to a separate seat. Unlike the seats on civilian aircraft, since most transport aircraft are military, there are no comfortable cushions. There's only a hard small seat board lowered from the wall and a seat belt. Just sit here and try to talk less. Get off the plane directly after arriving in London. The officer emphasized again. Ji Qianming nodded, and just as the officer was about to leave, he seemed to suddenly think of something and pulled out a backpack from under his seat. "This is a parachute. If there is an emergency, you can use it to escape." The officer opened the parachute backpack and gave him a brief demonstration of how to use it. He also emphasized a few points with an extremely serious and earnest expression. Ji Qianming panicked immediately. "I was just taking a plane, but it was like I was on a dangerous mission and I could be shot down at any time." "Wait, isn't this military transport plane used to carry out missions?" Ji Qianming's heart skipped a beat. This flag was not set well. In order to save his own life, Ji Qianming even opened his pupils and memorized the instructions for using the parachute. Only then did the officer turn around and leave. It was Ji Qianming's first time on a plane. He was a little excited at first, but after being treated like that by the officer, he became a little nervous. The figures working outside gradually thinned out, as if the cargo had been almost loaded. Teams of well-trained soldiers boarded the plane in an orderly manner and sat opposite Ji Qianming. They all looked at Ji Qianming as if they were looking at some magical species. Under the gazes of so many people, Ji Qianming couldn't help but straighten his back and look straight ahead, feeling extremely embarrassed. The last to come up were two members of Organization Zero, wearing white robes. One of the young men had a smile as warm as the sun on his face, while the other had a stern face, as if everyone owed him a million. "You're Ji Qianming, right? My name is Lin Sumo, and he is Wang Goin. I heard that you fought Poison King to a draw. That's awesome." The smiling young man sat on Qianming's left and spoke. The corners of Ji Qianming's mouth twitched slightly. "My goodness, didn't you agree not to spread or believe rumors?" "Rumors, all rumors," Ji Qianming said firmly. Lin Sumo chuckled and patted his shoulder. "Anyway, thank you for saving that little girl Xian Xian. She is our number zero's treasure." My goodness, Li Lanxin and Gao, you must have fainted in the toilet from crying, Ji Qianming complained inwardly. Are you going to London with us? Ji Qianming asked. Lin Sumo nodded, leaned over to Ji Qianming's ear, and whispered, London is in a mess right now. I can't say much about the details, but you must be careful when you get there. Ji Qianming nodded, and the news he saw yesterday came to his mind again. He had a feeling that a storm was about to come, which made Ji Qianming inexplicably excited. The plane started slowly and continued to accelerate along the runway. After a strong feeling of pushing back, the entire transport plane took off steadily and headed towards the blue sky. Only when the plane stabilized did Ji Qianming loosen his hands that were tightly gripping the seat. He let out a long sigh of relief and relaxed completely. First time on a plane? Lin Sumo looked at Ji Qianming with interest and asked. That's right. I've never traveled far before, so I was a little nervous taking a plane for the first time. Ji Qianming said with a smile. Lin Sumo nodded and continued chatting with Ji Qianming. He was like a chatterbox, always with various topics popping up naturally. On the other hand, Wang Gan next to him had closed his eyes since getting on the plane, as if he was going to sleep all the way to London. Ji Qianming felt that Lin Sumo was easygoing and there were no entertainment activities on the plane, so he was happy to chat and joke with Lin Sumo, adding a little fun to this boring journey. Chapter 126, Jumping from the Plane. The journey from Shanghai to London took about 20 hours, and the two chatted for 7 or 8 hours. Later, they ate some meals provided by the plane and fell asleep. However, military transport planes were not that comfortable after all. Ji Qianming slept very lightly, and when he opened his eyes, it was already pitch dark outside. Looking out the window, you can clearly see the starry sky, with flowing clouds below. Looking down again, it is basically pitch black. Only when the moonlight shines through the clouds can you see the sparkling sea. The Indian Ocean, the world's third largest ocean, is located between Asia, Oceania, Africa, and Antarctica, and accounts for approximately 20% of the world's total ocean area. From Shanghai to London, you will pass through the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea and finally reach the Atlantic Ocean. Britain and Ireland are countries on the Atlantic Ocean, so it seems that you're only halfway there now. Ji Qianming couldn't help but sigh. A few months ago, he was just an ordinary student studying hard in the classroom, but now he had to go to the other side of the ocean alone for a mission. Fate is wonderful beyond words. Ji Qianming looked at the time. It was just past 11 o'clock. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. He slept soundly this time. He had a long dream. The scattered fragments of memory in the dream reappeared, and this time his perspective was clearer. The four figures rushing into the sky, the mysterious man standing on the palace, and the scene of the sword slashing the void and entering the mountain. What is that? Ji Qianming suddenly saw a spear being thrown out from the palace, breaking the barrier of the world, and then passing through the desolate universe, turning into a ray of light and falling on the earth. This scene had never appeared in previous memory fragments. It was as if it suddenly popped out of Ji Qianming's mind, trying to remind him of something. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just when Ji Qianming was sleeping soundly, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded, and everyone in the cabin was suddenly awakened from their sleep. At this time, the warning light turned the cabin red. Before Ji Qianming could recover from his shock, the soldiers on the other side had already entered combat mode, looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Not only that, the two members of the Zero organization beside him also looked solemn. What happened? It was the first time that Ji Qianming saw such a scene, and he was a little nervous. Lin Sumo frowned, his eyes constantly looking for something outside the window, and said seriously, "Danger is approaching." Ji Qianming also looked out of the window. It was still early morning. The bright moonlight sprinkled on the clouds, reflecting a faint halo, which seemed no different from before. Ji Qianming was about to say something when he suddenly felt a darkening in front of his eyes. It seemed that a black shadow flashed past their heads. He looked up, but could not see anything due to the limitation of his vision. At this moment, he found a shadow on the clouds, overlapping with their plane and rapidly enlarging. The transport plane suddenly tilted sharply and made a difficult mid-air turn. The entire cabin was almost vertical. Ji Qianming felt that he was almost hanging in the air. If he had not been tightly fastened with a safety belt, he would definitely bounce around in the cabin like a ball. The moment Ji Qianming's side was rotated to face the sky, a huge black object passed through the porthole on his side, and all the portholes on this side of the transport plane fell into darkness. It took several seconds for the figure to appear and disappear, which shows that its size is definitely much larger than this transport plane. Ji Qianming widened his eyes. Although it was blurry, he seemed to have seen a pair of huge black wings and a ferocious giant claw. Shit, what was that? Before Ji Qianming could finish his words, the transport plane made another difficult turn and his internal organs were nearly thrown out. This time, the sharp claws almost brushed past Ji Qianming's porthole, making his heart almost jump out. Everyone put on your parachutes. We are very close to Britain in a moment. The emergency light came on and a hurried voice came from the loudspeaker, but stopped abruptly before he could finish. A sharp friction sound resounded through the sky, and Ji Qianming felt that his eardrums were about to explode. Suddenly, a sharp bone claw inserted into the front cabin, and then it moved all the way towards their cabin. An unparalleled strong wind poured into the cabin through the cracks, directly blowing away two soldiers whose seat belts were cut. The bone claw scratched Ji Qianming's ear and continued to move backwards, finally breaking the entire transport plane from one side. Countless cargoes were swept into the strong wind and fell into the sea. Under the head-on impact of the strong wind, Ji Qianming was almost suffocated. Lin Sumo next to him shook him and said something loudly to him. However, the sound of the wind had covered everything at this moment, leaving only intermittent syllables. What did you say? Ji Qianming opened his mouth wide and said 4 words loudly. Lin Sumo pointed at his seat belt, then pointed at the parachute under his seat and made a skydiving gesture. At this moment, the transport plane had completely lost power. It was like a broken kite, spinning nonstop in a strong wind and falling downward at a high speed. The feeling of weightlessness made Ji Qianming feel dizzy. Parachute. Ji Qianming understood what he meant. In such a situation, falling with the plane would only lead to death. However, there was a vast ocean below. Even if he jumped down, where could he escape to? However, he still decisively carried the parachute. At this time, most of the people in the cabin had already parachuted to escape. Just as they jumped out of the cabin, a huge tail swept across the sky and directly smashed several people into pieces. Oh my god! Ji Qianming was in a state of confusion. At this moment, Lin Sumo stretched out his hand and pieces of paper flew out of his suitcase. He unbuckled his seatbelt and was thrown out of the cabin by inertia. The spinning pieces of paper around him condensed together and turned into a pair of white paper wings, which flapped lightly and rushed towards the black shadow. Ji Qianming stared at Lin Sumo, who looked like a god descending from heaven, for a long while, then gritted his teeth and unfastened his seatbelt. At this moment, the transport plane was very close to the sea surface, and if he didn't get out, he would be smashed into pieces along with the transport plane. Falling from such a high altitude, it made no difference whether there was sea water or concrete ground below. Inertia pulled Ji Qianming out of the broken cabin. He was like a doll thrown out of a washing machine, spinning in the air. Ji Qianming managed to control his body with great difficulty and was stunned when he saw the scene in the sky. In the clouds, a figure with white wings on his back was fighting with another huge black shadow. It was a dragon, a black western dragon with huge wings and sharp claws. Chapter 1:27 Drifting. This black dragon is at least as big as 5 transport planes. The strange thing is that most of the flesh on its body has rotted away, and in some places there are only white bones. Its eye sockets are empty, which is extremely weird. Rather than the giant dragon described in mythology, this is more like a moving dragon corpse, a dragon of the undead. Ji Qianming was shocked when he saw this scene. Dragons actually existed in this world. Compared with the huge dragon, Lin Sumo's figure seemed extremely small. He could only passively avoid the dragon's attacks. At this moment, another white-robed figure fell from the sky, holding a huge red sword and stabbed it into the dragon's head. Another member of Organization Zero, Goin. However, even though its head was pierced by the giant sword, the undead dragon was not affected at all. It flapped its wings and directly threw Goin off its head. Then a deep blue energy condensed in front of its mouth, and the next moment a deep blue dragon breath sprayed towards the two of them. Ji Qianming had no time to see the result of this attack, because he was already very close to the sea surface. He pulled off a strap as the officer taught him, and a parachute suddenly popped out of his backpack. Ji Qianming only felt that he was pulled by a huge force, and his rapidly falling body was barely stabilized. He then breathed a sigh of relief, frowned, and looked around. It should be around 4 o'clock in the morning. The sky was still pitch black, and visibility was extremely low. not to mention confirming the direction. He couldn't even determine the distance between himself and the sea. Gou Chen urged the morning light, and the light golden light covered his eyes. He looked around, but even with the blessing of the morning light, he could not see any continents or islands within his field of vision, which made his heart sink. As he got closer and closer to the sea surface, Gou Chen slapped his pocket, and a piece of mirror knife fragment flew out, directly cutting the rope of the parachute hanging on his body. In this situation, if the rope was not cut in time, the parachute that fell into the sea would drag him directly and eventually drown him in the sea. After the rope was cut, Gou Chen fell straight into the sea. The freezing cold water made him shiver. Then the leaf pattern of Dreamer in the mirror flickered, and a kayak was concretized by him. Gou Chen climbed onto the kayak and lay down directly. His tense body finally relaxed, and he let out a long breath. Reproducing the Dreamer was definitely the wisest choice he had ever made. Although this ability was not very useful in actual combat, it had saved his life countless times. If it weren't for the Dreamer this time, he would definitely have died of exhaustion in the seawater. Gou Chen looked up at the sky. The terrifying dragon and the figures of Lin Sumo and the others had disappeared. He didn't know whether the two people from Zero survived. After all, he didn't think that anything could defeat the terrifying dragon. Gou Chen encountered a plane crash on his first flight and was chased by a giant dragon. In the end, he had to drift on the sea. He felt that he was really unlucky. But thinking from another perspective, he might be one of the few people who survived the plane crash. So, in a sense, he was lucky. Gou Chen lay alone in the kayak, looking at the gray sky. The plane crash came too suddenly, and all his luggage was lost. Fortunately, the important things were with him, so it didn't matter if the luggage was lost. But this place is not close to the land, and he has no food or water. How long can he last? Fortunately, he is now a practitioner in the qi refining stage. Breathing in and out of the spirit energy can help him replenish some nutrients, but he can't last too long. Now he can only hope to find land or an island, or be discovered by a passing ship. Gou Chen stood up and breathed in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Since he had nothing to do now, he might as well seize the time to improve his realm and increase his chances of survival. The sky gradually brightened. The first ray of sunlight shone on Gou Chen, and a slight sound came from his body. The second level of qi refining. Gou Chen slowly opened his eyes, without much joy in them. It was recorded in Essentials of Qi Refining that there were 10 levels of Qi Refining, each one stronger than the last. Only after cultivating to the 10th level could one impact the Qianjun level. Now, he only had more spiritual power, but his strength had not changed much. In fact, this speed is already extremely terrifying. You should know that he only started practicing 2 days ago, and he broke through to the second level in a short period of time. If he were in the God realm, most people would not even be able to sense the spiritual energy. Gou Chen stood up and looked around again. There was still a vast ocean with no end in sight. A world map appeared in Gou Chen's mind. Before going to London, he specially used his mirror pupil to carefully record the entire world map. He flew for about 20 hours until the plane crashed, which means that he should be in the Atlantic Ocean now, and it is even possible that he is in the English Channel, very close to the United Kingdom. The English Channel is a strait separating Britain and France, about 560 kilometers long and 240 kilometers wide. Trade ships often pass through here, but the strait is too large, so the probability of Gou Chen encountering a ship is not high. He simply determined the direction, made a gesture towards the sea in one direction, and then dipped his fingers into the seawater. A whirlpool suddenly appeared, and the kayak instantly turned into a speedboat, moving quickly on the sea. This is a simple spell recorded in Essentials of Qi Refining, the Wind Whirlwind spell. The whirlwind technique mainly relies on spiritual power to stir the surrounding air to create wind vortices. This spell is used to help children who have just started practicing to train their spiritual power control. It is completely useless in actual combat. However, Gou Chen used it in seawater, which is equivalent to adding a turbo engine to the kayak, which naturally increased the speed. The kayak flew straight towards the British mainland, occasionally being bounced up due to the high speed, riding the wind and waves. Fortunately, no one saw this scene, otherwise they might have been surprised to the point of their eyes popping out. After driving at high speed for about 5 minutes, Gou Chen withdrew his hand. Although the spell did not consume much spiritual power, he was only at the second level of Qi Refining after all, and needed to continue breathing in spiritual energy to recover. This process was repeated for more than 3 hours. The sun was already high in the sky, but Ji Qianming still hadn't seen land. After being exposed to the sun in the kayak for a long time, he was a little thirsty. The repeated recovery and consumption of spiritual power made him a little physically exhausted. After 6 hours, Ji Qianming could no longer hold on and gave up the idea of using the tornado technique to speed up his journey. He just sat in the kayak and drifted. The sun was very strong on the sea today, and he was seasick and had vomited several times, so he was already showing initial symptoms of dehydration. Just then, Ji Qianming saw a boat silhouette looming in the distance. Chapter 128. All Chinese people know Kung Fu. Boat. There's a boat. Ji Qianming became excited and used the last bit of his spiritual power to activate the whirlwind technique and move closer to the boat. The ship is very big and looks like a cargo ship. The name of the company is written in English on it. It is a local British wine company. After entering the field of vision of the cargo ship, Ji Qianming stopped the wind whirl technique to prevent the other party from becoming suspicious. He then pieced the mirror knife together to form a mirror, which continuously reflected sunlight towards the cargo ship's cabin, 3 long and 3 short. Soon the cargo ship discovered him and slowly changed course towards him. Ji Qianming stood on the kayak and kept waving at the cargo ship. When the cargo ship passed by him, it lowered a ladder. After Ji Qianming climbed up the ladder, he saw a group of foreigners with thick eyebrows and big eyes surrounding him. Who are you? Why are you drifting on the sea? A man with a scar on his face looked Ji Qianming up and down and spoke in English. I am a passenger who survived the plane crash. I am Chinese. May I ask which direction your ship is heading? Ji Qianming also answered in English. His English level is not bad. At least there is no problem with daily communication. The men looked at each other and exchanged glances. The scarred man said again, Our destination this time is More Lakes. Since you are a shipwrecked passenger, you should have a good rest on the ship. More Lakes? Ji Qianming was stunned. He searched for this address on the map in his mind and found that it was a city on the French coast, completely opposite to the direction he was heading to London. Never mind, it's good enough to be alive. Today is already the 8th day anyway, and he will definitely not be able to reach London. Failure of the training is a foregone conclusion, so he is not in a hurry. It's just a pity to lose the 3 credits that were originally a sure thing. Ji Qianming nodded, and a burly man led Ji Qianming towards the hold. Before leaving, Ji Qianming glanced at everyone and felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. There were not many bedrooms in the hold. The burly man took Ji Qianming to the innermost room, opened the door, and stared at Ji Qianming with his narrow eyes. Kid, you stay here. Someone will bring you some water and food soon. The sea is rough, so don't go out unless necessary. The sturdy man said in a low voice. Ji Qianming heard a hint of threat in the voice and couldn't help but frown slightly. Are all foreigners so unfriendly? But now I am a guest after all, and it is good enough to have a place to rest, so I can't say too much. Ji Qianming glanced around the room and smelled a faint fragrance, as if a woman had originally lived here. He also found a large amount of women's underwear under the bed, which further confirmed his guess. There was still water in the teacup. Strange. Could it be that the original owner of this place had moved to another room to make room for him? Ji Qianming frowned slightly. But there were no women among the people I just saw outside. Were they driving the boat in the cockpit? Ji Qianming shook his head. He was still feeling a little uncomfortable due to seasickness. He didn't want to waste his brain cells on these strange questions, so he just lay down on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. Soon a man knocked on Ji Qianming's door with some fresh water and food. Ji Qianming thanked them again and again for their generosity, but the man just looked at him coldly and turned away. Ji Qianming curled his lips, took a few sips of water after returning to the room, and then ate the bread in small bites. For a person with dehydration symptoms, he must not drink too much water at one time, but only a small amount and multiple times. Moreover, Ji Qianming had no appetite at the moment, so he only ate most of the bread. Perhaps because of his practice, Ji Qianming's seasickness symptoms were very mild compared to other people. Most people who went out to sea for the first time could only lie in bed for several days, unable to move even a finger, and could not eat any food at all, and they would lose a lot of weight. Ji Qianming put down the bread in his hand, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he realized what was wrong just now. There's something wrong with those sailors. Among the group of people who just surrounded Ji Qianming, 1/3 were black and 2/3 were white. These white people were obviously from different countries. Some of them were even dressed as Portuguese. Ji Qinming heard some of them whispering, and it seemed that they were also speaking Portuguese. For a local British wine company, it is not surprising to have a few foreign crew members, but there are too many foreign crew members on this ship, and it is a bit excessive for a British company to communicate in Portuguese. Ji Qinming frowned slightly, with a bad premonition. He stood up and searched the room. He found a group photo of the crew in the drawer, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The background of this photo is this cargo ship. Several crew members in the photo are smiling brightly, including 2 female crew members. These people are definitely not the same group of vicious crew members outside. 2 words flashed through Ji Qinming's mind. Pirate. He looked abruptly at the leftover fresh water and food he had just eaten, and suddenly he felt dizzy. The morning light in his body flickered automatically, and a warm current flowed through Ji Qinming's whole body, instantly purifying the medicinal power in his body. Sure enough, they were pirates, putting drugs in the food. Ji Qinming's eyes flickered. Oh my God, am I so unlucky? After drifting on the sea for so long, I was finally rescued, but the other party turned out to be a group of fierce pirates? Outside the cabin, the scar man looked at the time and said to the sturdy man beside him, "It's almost time, bring our fat sheep out." The burly man showed a cruel smile, called a few of his brothers, took out a few submachine guns from under the deck, and walked into the cabin aggressively. "Boss, why didn't we take action when he just came up? Why did we wait so long?" asked a man who looked like a mole. "How do you know he has no weapon? Didn't he say the plane crashed? It's impossible for him to bring weapons on board, right? Did you see any plane wreckage along the way? Since it was a plane crash, where are the other passengers?" The scarred man shook his head. The mole man was speechless. If that was the case, this boy was indeed very suspicious. Besides, the scarred man added seriously, "You have to know that the Chinese are good at kung fu. Even without weapons, we may not be able to defeat them. Is that so?" The mole man was a little confused. At this moment, the burly man had already brought his men to the door of Ji Qinming's room. He kicked the door hard with a side kick and broke in directly. The next moment, they were all stunned. The young man was looking at everyone with a half smile on his face, and 13 mirror knife fragments were surrounding him, flashing with cold light. Chapter 129 Pirates. While everyone was stunned, 13 mirror knife fragments flew out of the air. The extremely hard submachine gun was like tofu and was easily cut into 2 pieces by the mirror knife. The burly man widened his eyes, looking as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed his finger at Ji Qinming and spoke tremblingly. "What kind of magic is this?" Ji Qinming's mouth corners slightly raised. A piece of debris cut directly through the neck of a pirate who was trying to escape. A large amount of blood gushed out, dyeing the aisle of the cabin bright red. "My goodness, isn't this too bloody?" Ji Qinming hesitated for a second. Then he rushed forward and hit the stunned tough guy in the jaw with an uppercut. A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard, and the tough guy screamed and fell to the ground, holding his chin. With Ji Qinming's current physical strength at the 2nd level of qi refining, he is already far superior to these pirates who only have brute force. Even without using his abilities, he can still defeat a bunch of them. The pirates behind him reacted quickly, pulling out several shiny knives from their waists and stabbing directly at Ji Qinming's vital points. Ji Qinming raised his eyebrows, and the sharp knives in the pirates' hands suddenly stopped in the air, then suddenly slipped out of their hands, and in turn stabbed several bloody holes in their own bodies. Their knives also have a certain degree of reflective ability. Ji Qinming's ability to control objects with reflective ability is now much stronger than before, and he can easily kill several people. Several pirates had looks of disbelief on their faces, totally unable to understand what had just happened, and then they fell straight down. Only 3 seconds had passed since Ji Qinming made his move, minus 1 second of hesitation. Of the 7 fully armed pirates, only the sturdy man was left alive. Ji Qinming clenched his right hand, and a black pistol appeared out of thin air in his hand, pointing at the burly man's eyebrows. "I ask you answer." The burly man was so scared at this moment. They were a group of pirates who had been roaming the ocean for many years and had always bullied others. Now, 6 people died so easily, and he didn't even know how this young man did it. In his eyes, Ji Qinming was like a devil. "Who are you?" "We are pirates. Pirates who specialize in robbing cargo ships at sea, kidnapping crew members, and extorting compensation from their families." "No need to explain to me what pirate means. I understand." Ji Qinming grinned, looking at the shaky man trembling in front of him. He had the illusion that he was the villain. "Where are the crew of this ship? Half of them are in the bottom compartment. What about the other half? The sturdy man suddenly hesitated. There were a few others who wanted to resist, but we killed them directly. There were also a few good-looking women who were locked in the boss's room. Ji Qianming's face suddenly darkened. How many of you are there? 54. New. Ji Qianming replied calmly, and without waiting for the burly man to say anything, he pulled the trigger. The burly man widened his eyes, as if he didn't understand why he wanted to be killed when he had already cooperated so well. A ball of fire suddenly appeared in Ji Qianming's hand, burning the corpses on the ground into ashes. Then, 13 mirror knife fragments were combined into a mirror knife, which he held in his hand. He walked out of the cabin step by step, with murderous intent in his eyes. He was originally worried that he had gone too far, but now it seems that is not the case. If these pirates don't die, who knows how many more innocent people will die at his hands in the future. On deck, the scar man's face changed when he heard the gunshot. Logically speaking, the burly man and his men only brought Ji Qianming, who had lost his ability to resist, to the deck. They should not have killed him directly. Could something have gone wrong? Everyone, pick up your weapons. Get ready for battle. The scarred man was an experienced pirate. He quickly smelled a hint of danger, took a heavy machine gun from his men, and aimed it steadily at the entrance of the cabin. The dozen or so younger brothers around him each took up their weapons, and some of them ran around to inform others. After all, this cargo ship was quite large, and a large part of the combat power was dispersed. In order to prevent any accidents, he also specially left a few people to guard the crew members tied up below. But pirates are just pirates after all. They have not received any professional training, and only about 30 people have been gathered so far. However, such a formation is definitely more than enough to deal with a teenager. Seeing more than 30 black gun muzzles pointing at the cabin entrance, the scarred man showed a grim smile on his face. He didn't think that anyone could escape from such firepower coverage, even if they knew kung fu. Light footsteps were heard from the cabin, and a young man holding a mirror knife slowly walked out of the passage. He just glanced at everyone lightly, and everyone shuddered unconsciously. Ji Qianming looked at the densely packed gun muzzles and raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the pirate leader was smarter than he thought, but he was not panicked at all. The gap between them and a capable person like Ji Qianming could not be made up by numbers. I felt there was something wrong with you from the moment I saw you. Now it seems to be true. Are you a special forces soldier? From the UK or France? The scarred man snorted coldly, with an expression that said, I've seen through you a long time ago. Ji Qianming remained silent, and the man with the scar was a little annoyed. Why don't you answer me? I'm sorry, you're speaking too fast. Could you please slow down and repeat yourself? Ji Qianming's expression was very sincere. His English was only at the level of a high school graduate. He was fine for simple daily communication, but the scar man spoke too fast just now, and there were many words he had not learned, so he was naturally confused. The scar man was speechless and had no intention of repeating himself. He simply pulled the trigger of the machine gun, flames spurted out, and bullets poured out. Hearing the boss firing, the younger brothers around him also pulled the trigger, and dense bullets poured towards Ji Qianming. Ji Qianming stretched out his right hand, and a huge mirror appeared out of thin air in front of him. Several rays of light flashed, and the hardness was increased to the highest. The bullets that swarmed were bounced away by the mirror and could not leave any marks on it at all. The scarred man and others were stunned and rubbed their eyes. They confirmed that a mirror appeared out of thin air in front of the young man and blocked such intensive gunfire. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Are you done fighting? Once you're done, it's my turn. The mirror in front of Ji Qianming suddenly disappeared, and a ball of fire suddenly emerged from his left hand, releasing a scorching breath. Unknowingly, 13 mirror knife fragments had surrounded him, and a light blue light flashed by. Ji Qianming's figure flashed, and he rushed into the crowd at an extremely fast speed. He swung the handle of the mirror knife in his right hand, and 13 fragments seemed to have eyes, and they wiped towards the necks of several people around him like lightning. Chapter 1:30 Massacre. The pirates around only saw a flash before their eyes, and then the world was spinning. In a trance, they could still see their bodies standing on the deck, with blood gushing out like a fountain. Kill 8 people with 1 sword. The scar man next to him suddenly narrowed his eyes. Without having time to think about how Ji Qianming did it, he pointed the machine gun in his hand at Ji Qianming and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da. Ji Qianming turned the handle of the knife, and the 13 fragments combined into a slowly rotating hexagonal small shield. The pouring bullets hit the mirror surface with a harsh sound, but each bullet would suddenly turn and slide to another angle when hitting the surface of the small shield. Ji Qianming eliminated the friction of the mirror, so that the kinetic energy of the bullet hitting its surface was almost not lost, and it ricocheted directly to the surroundings. In an instant, several pirates around Ji Qianming were shot one after another, and large amounts of blood were splashed. The Scar Man's eyes were full of murderous intent, his index finger tightly gripping the trigger. Even when he saw his companions falling down one after another, he had no intention of stopping, for fear that Ji Qianming would rush towards him if he let go. However, there were a lot of pirates around, and they were desperate criminals. Some of them braved the hail of bullets, holding the bodies of their teammates as shields in one hand and holding scimitars in the other, and rushed towards Ji Qianming at a high speed. Ji Qianming snorted coldly and rushed into the crowd in a flash. He clenched his right hand and held by Shueji in his hand. North Star sword style, tornado. The sharp tip of Snow White's knife danced in the air, stirring up a gust of wind. In an instant, several pirates' bodies were covered with bloody wounds, and they fell down screaming. The next moment, Ji Qianming's figure suddenly shook, leaving a blurry afterimage on the spot. The overwhelming bullets passed through the afterimage, but none of them hit him. If someone could see through the flow of spiritual power, they would find that Ji Qianming concentrated most of the spiritual power on his feet. He performed a mysterious footwork, and the whole person passed through the air like a ghost. The mysterious step was a basic step recorded in the essentials of Qi refining. It was a common step in the God realm and was unremarkable, but it was more than enough to deal with this group of pirates. Ji Qianming moved around the battlefield, dodging bullets while harvesting the lives of pirates with his mirror knife, just like cutting leeks in his own garden. Less than 10 seconds after the battle began, the pirates had already suffered a lot of damage, but they didn't even touch Ji Qianming. The difference in strength between the two sides was obvious at a glance. Click! The machine gun in the Scar Man's hand made a slight noise, and a wisp of green smoke came out of the barrel. His face froze, and he gritted his teeth, pulled out a pair of Swiss Army knives from his waist, pointed them at Ji Qianming, and shouted loudly, "Come together! Don't give him any room to hide." He has already seen some clues. Ji Qianming mainly relies on his strange body movements and those rotating fragments to hurt people. As long as they block his movement and then use more people to increase their numbers, there's a chance of winning. The remaining dozen or so pirates rushed forward and formed a circle surrounding Ji Qianming. Among a dozen fierce and ferocious pirates, Ji Qianming was like a lamb to be slaughtered. Ji Qianming dodged a cold gunshot by turning his head and observed a second of silence for these pirates. He then held a black submachine gun in his hand. The pirates were shocked. It's fine if you could transform into a mirror or a knife, but how can you even transform into a gun? Just as they were preparing to retreat in a hurry, Ji Qianming pulled the trigger. The submachine gun spewed flames mercilessly, turning a dozen pirates into a hornet's nest. After a few seconds, Ji Qianming and the Scarred Man were the only ones left standing on the entire deck. You. The Scarred Man looked at Ji Qianming and began to tremble uncontrollably. Are you a human or a ghost? Ji Qianming put away the submachine gun in his hand and slowly walked towards the Scarred Man. The 13 fragments were assembled into a complete mirror knife, which flashed coldly under the sunlight. I'm a human, but unfortunately you are not. Ji Qianming replied indifferently. The Scarred Man's eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. He roared and swung the Swiss Army knife in his hand towards Ji Qianming. The mirror knife in Ji Qianming's hand suddenly flashed, waving out a dazzling blade light. And the next moment, the two Swiss Army knives were cut off at the same time, and the broken ends were extremely smooth. Without waiting for the Scarred Man to make any move, Ji Qianming swung the knife again, leaving a long knife mark on his chest. Blood gushed out. The Scarred Man widened his eyes, his body swayed slightly, and then he fell heavily to the ground. The sea breeze blew, and Ji Qianming was the only one left standing on the deck. More than 30 fully armed pirates only lasted less than a minute before they were wiped out by Ji Qianming. Ji Qianming put away the mirror knife, walked quickly to the bottom of the cabin, found a thick wooden board, pushed it open, and came to a dark small compartment. Inside, several crew members were tied up and lying on the ground. They were covered in wounds, with cloth strips stuffed in their mouths, and their eyes were full of fear and despair. Ji Qianming climbed down the ladder. When several crew members saw Gou Chen, they were stunned at first, then their pupils suddenly contracted. They stared at behind Gou Chen, struggling to remind him of something, and kept making humming sounds. Two pirates holding machine guns were standing behind Gou Chen, aiming their guns at him with a cruel smile on their faces. The next moment, two flashes of white light suddenly flashed, and two shining lenses pierced the chests of the two pirates without knowing when, and had already pierced their hearts. They fell silently, their expressions still frozen in the smile before death. The crew members were all dumbfounded. The young man clearly did nothing. But how could these two cruel and brutal pirates die so easily? Gou Chen manually retrieved the two mirror knife fragments to avoid exposing his identity as a person with special abilities in front of the crew. After all, everyone on the ship who knew about his abilities was dead. In fact, he was already on guard when he just went down to the compartment. These hostages were tools used by the pirates to exchange for ransom, so they would definitely be guarded to avoid any accidents. Therefore, he always hid two pieces of mirror knife fragments behind him to prevent any accidents. Are you a policeman? Are you here to rescue us? What about the pirates outside? Gou Chen took the cloth strip from the mouth of an old man who looked like a captain, and the latter couldn't wait to speak. I'm not a policeman, but I am indeed here to rescue you. As for the pirates, they're all dead. The old captain was stunned. Are you from another merchant ship? How many people are there in total? In fact, I was a passenger who met with a plane crash and was rescued by pirates. Then they wanted to kill me, but unfortunately, I killed them instead. Gou Chen only concealed the part about how he met with the plane crash and told the rest truthfully. Chapter 131 Target, London. Air crash passengers? Killing pirates? Several crew members were full of disbelief. After all, they had witnessed the brutal pirates killing their companions. They all had guns. No matter how powerful you are, can you defeat them alone? However, the old captain did not choose to question it. He was lucky to escape from the pirates. As long as this Oriental boy had no ill will towards them, why bother to pursue anything else? Gou Chen untied the ropes that tied up the crew members one by one. As they had been tied up for too long, there were deep marks on their hands and feet. Fortunately, these crew members were in good physical condition and the impact was not great. Several people came out of the compartment and saw the sun hanging in the sky. They couldn't help crying with joy. After several days of inhuman torture, they finally regained their freedom, as if they were reborn. However, when they ran to the deck and saw the pirate corpses all over the ground, their faces turned pale. They were just ordinary crew members. When had they ever seen such a bloody scene? Several people covered their mouths and ran to the side of the ship and vomited. The old captain didn't react much, but just frowned slightly and asked several crew members to throw the pirate's body into the sea and carefully clean the deck to make sure there was no trace of blood left. During this period, Gou Chen searched the entire ship again and found two female crew members in a cabin. Their hands were handcuffed to the corners of the bed and their bodies were covered with scars. When Gou Chen found them, one of them was trying to bite her tongue to commit suicide. Fortunately, she was rescued in time by Chensi. Sir, no matter who you are, please accept the thanks of all the crew members of the Helen. The old captain, together with all the crew members, said to Gou Chen seriously. The old captain was not a stupid man. When he saw the bodies of more than 30 pirates and the guns cut into several pieces by the mirror knife, he knew that the young man who suddenly appeared was no simple man. But he knew very well what to ask and what not to ask. Now it was enough to just know that the young man had no ill will towards them. Gou Chen smiled and said, "It's just a piece of cake, but may I know the destination of your ship?" Moor Lakes. Our Helen is a merchant ship traveling between Brighton and Moor Lakes. This time we were carrying a shipload of precious red wine to Moor Lakes, but we were targeted by this group of pirates. It's so unfortunate. The old captain did not hide anything and said bitterly, "Moor Lakes, it seems that the pirates did not lie. But how should I go to London? Should I find a black ship after arriving in France? If so, the exchange meeting will probably be over by the time I reach London. Is there anything I can help you with?" The old captain took the initiative to speak when he saw Gou Chen frowning. "Actually, my destination is London. Do you know any ships that go to London and Moor Lakes? The kind that doesn't require identification?" Gou Chen did not hesitate. Since the old captain often traveled between Moor Lakes and Brighton, he must know something about the route in this regard. If he could get his help directly, it might save a lot of trouble. The old captain was stunned, pondered for a while, then turned around and talked to the crew. As everyone nodded in agreement, The old captain turned around and said, "If that's the case, we could just turn back to London. The crew's mental state is not very good after the pirate attack, and we have lost several companions. It is not suitable for us to continue to more lakes. If we turn back now, we can reach London within 2 days." Ji Qianming's eyes lit up. It would be best if he could go back to England directly. Moreover, Brighton was not far from London. Maybe he could reach the Tower Bridge before the exchange began. That's the best. You really help a lot. Ji Qianming didn't expect such a reversal and expressed his sincere gratitude. Above the vast ocean, the Helen turned its bow and headed at full speed towards Britain. London, Adam College. In an ancient clock tower, Fatty Chui sat on a luxurious European leather chair, leisurely crossing his legs and chewing an apple. Creak. The ancient and heavy door was slowly pushed open. Park Ji-min was wearing a black long dress that outlined her charming curves. Her long golden hair fell to her waist. She looked like a princess from a fairy tale and slowly walked towards Fatty Chui. "Director, Professor Baker from Adam College invites you to lunch." Park Ji-min's bell-like voice echoed in the empty VIP room. Fatty Chui raised his eyebrows. "Baker, this short and ugly old man. Why should I have lunch with him? Oh, forget it. It's my Emily's fault that she went out on a mission. She didn't miss me at all after 2 years of not seeing me. Tell Baker to pick me up at noon. Also, tell him that if he makes me that disgusting steak with mustard sauce again, I will tear down his kitchen." Park Ji-min burst out laughing. "I know, Director Chui, but when I came here for exchange, you were chasing after Professor Emily, right? Haven't you succeeded yet?" Fatty Chui's mouth twitched slightly, and he raised his proud head. "What do you know? How can it be called love if you have never experienced setbacks?" Park Ji-min suppressed his laughter and was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly remembered something. "Director, today is the last day, and only 4 new students have arrived." "Oh, let me think. Henyahara arrived on the 5th day, right? Sihanauk arrived on the 7th day. Who else arrived today?" "Duanmu Qingyu and Wang Ruoi." It seems that Duanmu Qingyu used the Finding People hexagram to meet up with Wang Ruoi, and then the two of them secretly flew here together. "Interesting. Where are the remaining little guys?" "Let me see." Park Ji-min took out his tablet and swiped it a few times. "Natalia is on a ship to London, but judging by the time, she shouldn't arrive until the 10th day. Hassan is still wandering around Ningxia, and Wu Di, he was caught by security personnel for trying to force his way onto the plane and is now being held in the police station. As for Ji Qianming, what happened to Ji Qianming?" Ji Qianming was first transferred to Zhoushan, just in time for Zero to encircle and suppress the Poison Lord. It is said that he indirectly killed 3 third-level warriors and even fought the Poison Lord to a draw, winning the first-class merit. He should be on a material transport plane being sent to London by Zero. Park Ji-min raised his eyebrows. Ji Qianming could even fight the Poison Lord to a draw? Is this true? I guess Zero is talking nonsense again. But then again, why hasn't Zero's supply transport plane arrived yet? Fatty Chui was speechless for a while, then showed a hint of confusion. He knew that Zero had sent a supply transport plane, and it should have arrived in London this morning. But now there was no news at all. Chapter 132 News. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Fatty Chui picked it up. After a few seconds, his face changed drastically, and he jumped up from the sofa. "Director, what happened?" Park Ji-min's heart tightened when he saw Fatty Chui's expression. Generally, when a teacher shows this kind of expression, it is probably when something big has happened. Fatty Chui's chest rose and fell violently, and a flame was burning in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said word by word. The transport plane that Ji Qianming was riding on was attacked by a giant dragon. Dragon attack? Park Ji-min was shocked all over, and the immature appearance of Ji Qianming when she first met him in Zhenjiang emerged in her mind. After Ji Qianming came to Gou Chen College, the two met several times, and she liked this junior brother very much. What are the chances of him surviving the dragon's attack? 10 minutes ago, a member of Zero flew back to London with his seriously injured teammates. Now the search and rescue team is searching near the crash site, but Ji Qianming's body is not found in the wreckage of the plane. According to that member of Zero, he should have jumped out of the plane, but he was not found in the nearby sea. Fatty Chui's face looked extremely ugly. Those supplies were nothing, but his students were also on that plane. Could it be that Ji Qianming encountered a nearby merchant ship and was rescued by them? Park Ji-min asked nervously. Fatty Chui shook his head. There is no flight route nearby. The nearest flight route is more than 30 kilometers away from the crash site. Park Ji-min's face turned pale. More than 30 kilometers away was a hopeless distance. No matter how good Ji Qianming was at swimming, he couldn't swim that far in one breath. Moreover, his ability was only related to the mirror. No matter from which angle, Ji Qianming had no chance of survival. If it's Ji Qianming, maybe there's still hope. Fatty Chui looked out the window and muttered to himself. The scene of him and Zhang Jingyan in the office suddenly emerged in his mind. Zhang Jingyan said that Ji Qianming was not an ordinary guy either. Maybe he could create a miracle? Boom! Fatty Chui punched the desk, and the desk worth millions shattered. Flames of anger flickered in his eyes, and an extremely cold atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire office. Park Ji-min couldn't help but shiver. Park Ji-min, cancel your lunch with Baker. I'm going to settle accounts with that old man Adolf. My students were killed in his territory, and even a dragon came out. I want to ask him what the hell he's doing. Fatty Chui said, gritting his teeth. Park Ji-min hesitated for a few seconds and said tentatively, Director, he is the principal of Adam, the only royal level in the UK. We can't beat him. What's wrong with the emperor level? Fatty Chui snorted coldly. I have 4 emperor levels in China. If he dares to touch me, believe it or not, I will beat him to death. Unparalleled, domineering aura burst out from Fatty Chui's body. His momentum rose to its peak, and he rushed towards the principal's office with great momentum. Adam, principal's office. Muhammad handed the report in his hand to Adolf, hesitated for a while, and said, in summary, although we successfully killed the tower in this operation, we lost a 4th-level student, and Claire is also missing. On the classical sofa opposite him, a white-haired old man stroked his long white beard. His eyes narrowed behind his monocle, and he looked carefully at the report in his hand with a serious expression. What on earth are these people from the dark church thinking? After being silent for so many years, why are they jumping out at this time, causing chaos everywhere like mad dogs at all costs? Muhammad was about to speak when he suddenly shuddered all over and looked up in the direction of the corridor. He keenly felt that the temperature nearby was dropping rapidly and a murderous aura was approaching. He frowned, and a ball of dim energy slowly flowed in his palm, as if he was facing a great enemy. Adolf sighed softly and shook his head at him. Bang! The door of the principal's office was kicked open by a fat man. Fatty Chui had a frosty face, his eyes slightly narrowed, and walked in with a murderous look. Lord of the Underworld, this is Adam. You are too presumptuous. Muhammad frowned and shouted loudly. Fatty Chui sneered. What's wrong with Adam? You can't even clean up the pests on your own territory, and you still want to resist the invasion of the gods? It's ridiculous. Muhammad glared at him and was about to explode, but Adolf stopped him with his hand. Muhammad, you go back first. Let me personally entertain this oriental guest. Adolf spoke slowly, his tone calm, without any emotional fluctuations. Muhammad hesitated for a moment, glared at Fatty Chui fiercely, strode out of the principal's office, and did not forget to close the door behind him. Lord Hades, please take a seat. Adolf made a gesture of invitation, like an ordinary old man entertaining his friends. Fatty Chui did not hesitate and sat down openly. Looking at the white-haired old man in front of him, he put away his devilish attitude. After all, Adolf was an old senior who was over 100 years old, so he should not be treated too harshly. After all, respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue of the Chinese people. Adolf stood up and made a cup of coffee for Fatty Chui and pushed it in front of Fatty Chui. This is authentic Blue Mountain coffee. The coffee beans are picked from the best estates in Jamaica. You can't get such good coffee anywhere else. Fatty Chui took a sip of coffee. It had a slight bitterness with a hint of indescribable sweetness, but he didn't like the taste. He gently put down the expensive coffee cup in his hand and spoke softly. Our emperor, Yin of Gou Chen, usually drinks the most ordinary tea. The furnishings in his office are even simpler than those of our tutors. The most valuable thing is just the sofa worth 600 yuan. He has always believed that students are the core of Gou Chen, so most of the funds are used to improve students' lives. When it comes to luxury and enjoyment, His Excellency, the Supreme Arcane, is far ahead of us. Fatty Chui said sarcastically. Adolf smiled slightly. Mingjun, you are joking. The furniture here is all antiques. All the successive principals of Adam have worked here. The tables, chairs, and bookshelves here have been there since the founding of Adam. I just bought a few ancient books at most. And this coffee was also given by someone else. I only take it out when entertaining distinguished guests. Fatty Chui felt like he had punched cotton, feeling a little unhappy. So he went straight to the point. The transport plane that was attacked by the dragon this morning had my students on board. How are you going to take responsibility, Adam? Chapter 133, The Catastrophe, is coming. Uh-huh. Lord Ming, don't get excited. I have asked our academy's fortune teller to do a divination. The boy is still alive, but there seems to be a force blocking his existence. I don't know where exactly he is. Upon hearing that Ji Qianming was still alive, Fatty Chui's expression immediately eased a lot. In fact, if it was metaphysical means, Duanmu Qingyu should be able to do it, but he was too excited just now and forgot about it. Who exactly is the attacker? Asked Fatty Chui. Adolf stroked his long beard and sighed softly. I'm a little ashamed to say that this matter may require the help of the Lord of Hell. Fatty Chui raised his eyebrows, but said nothing, waiting for Adolf to continue. About 80 years ago, an organization of people with special abilities called the Dark Church suddenly appeared. Most of its members were level 3 or level 4, and used tarot cards as their code names. At that time, Britain was in chaos because of them. It was a dark and bloody era. After a long struggle, Adam joined forces with a superpower organization in the UK to destroy the Dark Church. Except for the fool who escaped, the other dozen members all died. The organization never appeared again, and we all thought it was completely destroyed. Fatty Chui frowned. More than 80 years ago, that means the fool is now over 100 years old? Can an average person live that long? As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had asked a stupid question. Wasn't there an old man over 100 years old sitting in front of him? Adolf chuckled. When we were suppressing the Dark Church, everyone who had come into contact with a fool died, so we are not very clear about his specific abilities. But it seems to be related to energy, which is very strange. We cannot rule out the possibility that this ability can make him live longer. If that's the case, then why did the Dark Church appear again after so many years? Was it simply to cause a riot? Adolf shook his head. It's not clear yet. So far, they have only attacked some ancient ruins, as if they were looking for something. Just last night, one of our teams went to Brighton to hunt down the Dark Church member tower. Although we succeeded in killing him, we also lost a 4th level student, and a freshman is missing. So what do you mean by needing my help? Fatty Chui asked, not forgetting what Adolf had just said. Adolf's face showed bitterness. In recent days, there have been repeated terrorist attacks caused by the Dark Church in the UK, causing panic among the people. The most important thing is that the target of each attack is random. Sometimes it is a building in the city center, sometimes it is a church in the suburbs. In order to ensure the safety of the people, we have to send a large number of people to various parts of the UK to prevent some important areas from being attacked. So now the London headquarters is seriously short of manpower. It sounds like a trap. Fatty Chui pondered for a while and then spoke. The opponent's meaningless random attacks seem to be specifically designed to tie down Adam's combat power. By constantly causing riots in the UK, they forced Adam to respond. As a result, there were only a few people left in the London headquarters. This was no longer a conspiracy, but a complete open conspiracy. Wait, the London headquarters is short-staffed? Do you know what is going to happen in London? Fatty Chui keenly captured the key in Adolf's sentence. As expected of you, you're the lord of the underworld. Your keen observation is truly extraordinary. Adolf praised Fatty Chui. To be honest, one of our students has the ability to predict the future. In some cases, he can see fragments of the future and draw them. To be honest, his recent paintings have made us a little worried. Something about London? Yes, most of the painting is set in London. Countless houses have been destroyed, corpses are scattered all over the ground, and the whole of London is shrouded in flames and fear. Fatty Chui took a deep breath. If what Adolf said was true, then this would be an unimaginable catastrophe. What on earth would happen to London in the future? What else is in that picture? One of the paintings clearly shows a snake, an extremely huge snake. It was wrapped around the Tower Bridge of London, twisting it into pieces, spitting out its scarlet tongue, and the Thames became a sea of fire. Another painting's content was more vague, showing a huge creature that looked like a wolf or a dog gnawing at Big Ben, breaking it into pieces. There was another painting. The content of the painting was very strange, like an abstract painting, with black and red, dividing the entire painting into 2 parts, as if they were competing with each other. Adolf showed the contents of several of the paintings to Fatty Chui and said. Fatty Chui looked at the hellish pictures on earth in his hands, and his heart was shocked. This was no longer just a crisis in London. This disaster would have a huge impact on the cognition of the whole world and might very well trigger riots around the world. Are you crazy? You didn't even ask for help from the outside world for such a serious matter? Do you know what consequences will be caused if these are true? Fatty Chui jumped up from the sofa with an extremely serious face. In fact, those paintings were only made last night. I haven't slept since I saw them last night. Adolphe leaned back on the sofa, feeling extremely tired. Besides, I asked China for help right away. It's just that you were in Adam and didn't know about this. Fatty Chui finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down slowly. He suddenly thought of something and said, "If that's the case, is it still necessary for the exchange between the two houses to proceed?" Adolphe was silent for a few seconds and nodded. Because of the shortage of manpower, the freshmen of Adam will also have to fight when this catastrophe comes. The exchange between the two houses will be of great benefit to their teamwork. Moreover, after bathing in the fountain of life, their chances of survival will be much greater. By the way, there's no need for you freshmen of Gou Chen to get involved. After all, this is our Adam's home ground, and we won't let the freshmen of Gou Chen pay with their lives for this. Fatty Chui was stunned, and a hint of admiration rose in his eyes when he looked at Adolphe. He was silent for a while, and finally nodded. As the quasi-emperor of Gou Chen, he naturally had the strength to participate in this catastrophe. But those freshmen had only been in school for less than 3 months and were still too weak. Although avoiding fighting was a cowardly act, he hoped that they could survive. Walking out of the principal's office, Fatty Chui's face became even more solemn. He looked up at the gray sky and suddenly felt a little depressed. Chapter 134. The Almighty Magician. Standing on the deck of the Helen, Ji Qianming looked forward with the telescope in his hand, and a coastline vaguely appeared in his sight. "Sir, Brighton is just ahead." The old captain walked to Ji Qianming's side with a relaxed look on his face. "It feels so good to be home." Ji Qianming put down the telescope in his hand, feeling a little excited. Ahead was the other side of the ocean, a completely different country. The United Kingdom, whose full name is the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, is a country consisting of England, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and a series of affiliated islands, with a total population of over 64 million. Of course, if this population were placed in China, it would not be as large as the population of a province. As the world's first industrialized country, Britain was a veritable world hegemon from the 18th to the 20th century. Known as the empire on which the sun never sets, it won both world wars. Although its dominant position in capitalism has now been replaced by the United States, it is still a superpower that cannot be underestimated. Sir, Brighton and London are not far away. The straight line distance is only about 70 kilometers. If you take the train, it will only take about an hour to get there. But considering your identity, I still suggest you take a black car. Although it takes 2.5 hours, you don't need an ID card. The old captain did not forget Ji Qianming's destination and took the initiative to speak. "A legal car? Where to take it?" Ji Qianming asked with his eyes lighting up. The old captain handed over a piece of paper with an address and a name on it and said, "This is a friend of mine. You can go to him for help. Tell him my name, Old Ryan, and he will give you a very fair price." Ji Qianming took the note and solemnly thanked the old captain. Brighton Coast. A middle-aged man with a big beard suddenly narrowed his eyes, picked up the telescope in his hand, and looked around as if he had discovered something rare, then stood up and ran towards the harbor. "Old Ryan, wasn't your Helen heading to more lakes? Why did you turn back?" The bearded man waited until the Helen docked and shouted to the old captain. "We were attacked by pirates, and many crew members were killed or injured. Everyone's mental state is not very good, so we came back to rest for a few days." The old captain said with a wry smile. "Pirates?" The bearded man widened his eyes and spoke in disbelief. "That's really unfortunate news, but how did you escape from the pirates?" "God heard our prayers and sent a messenger to rescue us from the pirates," the old captain said piously, vaguely mentioning Ji Qianming's existence. He looked behind him quietly and found that Ji Qianming, who was originally standing on the deck, disappeared after docking. "Old Ryan, come to my house tonight. Tell me what happened along the way." The bearded man was very interested in the old captain's experience along the way and said loudly, "Then you better get that bottle of whiskey out." "Ah, you old Ryan, I got it. I've opened the wine and am waiting for you. I look forward to a wonderful story." Ji Qianming walked on the bustling streets of Brighton, looking at everything around him curiously. The weather in the UK was gloomy in December, and Brighton was a coastal city. A cool breeze blew by, and Ji Qianming couldn't help but shiver and wrapped his coat tightly. The buildings on both sides are full of Western European style. Most of them are 2- or 3-story buildings made of bricks and tiles of various colors. Walking among them, you can feel the artistic impact and rich historical heritage brought by each building. What Ji Qianming didn't expect the most was that there was a Christmas tree placed in front of almost every store, with colorful lights and candies hanging on the branches, attracting many children to stop and watch. There were smiling faces of Santa Claus on the glass windows, and the whole street was full of Christmas atmosphere. Ji Qianming then realized that today is December 15th, and there are only 10 days left until Christmas. Christmas is to Western countries like the Chinese New Year, the biggest festival of the year. It is said that Western countries will start preparing for Christmas a month in advance, which is why this dreamy scene is happening before his eyes. Hey, Oriental friend, do you want to buy a Christmas jumper? When Ji Qianming walked past the store, a white clerk greeted him enthusiastically and shook the sweater in his hand. There was a big Santa Claus head on it, which looked very funny and cute. Ji Qianming smiled and waved his hands. He then realized that most people on the street were wearing Christmas-related sweaters, some with Christmas trees, some with reindeers, and some with Santa Claus. It was very interesting. Unfortunately, he didn't have a penny on him, let alone buying clothes. Even eating became a problem. Hiss, why did I forget to ask the old captain to borrow some pounds? Ji Qianming suddenly had a headache. How could he take a bus to London without money? The most urgent thing was to get some money to pay for the bus fare. Fortunately, Ji Qianming had just eaten lunch on the boat an hour ago, so he was not hungry. However, it was very difficult to find a job in such a strange city, not to mention that he was a complete illegal immigrant. He could forget about working, so how could he make money? Ji Qianming walked aimlessly along the street, and soon came to an open square, where his eyes lit up. In the square, a little white girl was squatting on the ground, breaking the bread in her hand into small pieces. Large white doves landed in front of her and gently pecked her palms, as if they felt itchy. The little girl smiled and scattered the bread in her hand, and the white doves fluttered into the sky. The melodious sound of the violin echoed in the square. The little girl jumped and turned in circles in the square. She listened to the street performer's violin solo for a while, then patted the shoulder of the sculpture that was performing performance art. Her eyes suddenly lit up as if she had seen something new. In a corner of the square, there stood a young man from the east with a large mirror at his feet, on which was written Omnipotent Magician. What can you conjure up? The little girl walked up to the boy and asked curiously with her head tilted. I can change into anything. What do you want to see most now? Ji Qianming smiled gently. The little girl's big sapphire eyes flashed, and she suddenly thought of something. Then can you turn into a white dove for me? Is that okay? Of course. Ji Qianming picked up the mirror under him and wiped his palm across the mirror. A white dove appeared in the reflection of the world, flapping its wings and flying around the little girl. The little girl opened her mouth into an O shape and looked around herself. There was no trace of the white dove at all. How did you do that? The little girl exclaimed. Don't blink. The best is yet to come. Ji Qianming showed a mysterious smile. Chapter 135. Meeting the girl again. The little girl held her breath and stared at the white dove circling in the mirror with her big eyes, not wanting to miss any details. Ji Qianming tapped the mirror lightly with his hand, and the white dove circling in the mirror suddenly changed direction and hit the mirror surface. The next moment, the white dove appeared directly outside the mirror, flapped its wings, circled around the little girl twice, and then flew into the sky. The little girl's eyes widened, and she clapped her hands excitedly. Oh my God! It actually flew out of the mirror. You are the most amazing magician I have ever seen. The people watching around saw this wonderful performance and applauded. The next moment, many people took out some change from their pockets and gently placed it on the ground in front of Ji Qianming. Ji Qianming picked up the change on the ground with a smile. At this moment, the little girl squatted down, looked at Ji Qianming curiously, and said, You are so amazing. Is this magic? Hee, little girl, you have to believe in science. There is no magic in this world. Ji Qianming looked at the cute little girl in front of him, reached out and rubbed her head. He couldn't help but think of Xian. He flipped his palm, and a bunch of yellow flowers appeared out of thin air in his hand, emitting a light golden glow in the sun. This bouquet of flowers is for you, but it will disappear in a few minutes. The little girl took the flowers in surprise and said with a smile, You said you don't know magic. A tall white woman, who seemed to be the little girl's mother, walked behind her. The little girl ran to her with flowers in her hands and said something happily. After listening, the latter gave Gou Chen a friendly smile and left with the little girl. This trick was not difficult for Gou Chen. In fact, the flower he had conjured would not disappear until he conjured the next thing. In other words, the things a dreamer conjured were almost permanent, but only one could exist. And the white dove he had just conjured was not actually a real white dove, but just the shell of a flying white dove. Dreamers at present were not able to conjure living things. Gou Chen counted the change in his hand, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This little trick using the dreamer and non-flower helped him earn 10 pounds in one afternoon, which was equivalent to more than 80 yuan in RMB. It was enough for his train ticket to London. He picked up some mirror knife fragments on the ground and turned to walk towards the street. The address the old captain gave him was a car repair shop. Gou Chen had asked someone about it. It was a little far from the city, but not very far. Poor Gou Chen decided to walk. After all, taxi fare here is not cheap. The starting price alone is 2.5 pounds, which is a quarter of his entire belongings. Prices in the UK are generally recognized to be expensive, especially London, which is known as the most expensive city in the world. Although this place is not London, it is not far behind. Fortunately, Gou Chen is not in a hurry. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be able to reach London today and experience the charm of Brighton along the way. After walking for about 20 minutes, the streets near Gou Chen gradually became deserted. It was already dusk, and the dim sunlight fell on the old streets, giving it a unique charm. Just as Gou Chen was walking through an alley, he suddenly stopped and looked into the depths of the dark alley with a frown. Smell of blood? Gou Chen is no longer a rookie who has just entered Gou Chen. His perception of things is now much sharper. He can sense the slight smell of blood coming from this alley. After hesitating for a while, he stepped in. The power of morning light covered his eyes, and he could clearly see his surroundings even in the dark alley. He put one hand in his pocket, gripping the hilt of the mirror knife, his body tense, ready to fight at any time. Just when he was almost at the end, he suddenly stopped. There was a dead body lying on the ground 5 or 6 meters away from him. Gou Chen's pupils shrank slightly. After making sure there was no hidden danger around, he walked forward quickly and observed carefully. This was the body of a young girl. Her body was twisted in many places, with many broken bones and some flesh torn as if pierced by something. Judging from the temperature of the body, she had been dead for a long time. When his eyes fell on the girl's face, he was suddenly shocked. It was a familiar face, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Foreign girl. When have I ever seen a foreign girl? Suddenly, a scene of passing through the portal to kill Mogo emerged in his mind. After killing Mogo, he saved a dying hostage girl. If he remembered correctly, it should be the body in front of him. First she was taken hostage, and now she died here without a sound. This girl was too unfortunate. Yiqian Ming sighed. This should be the first familiar face he saw after arriving on the other side of the ocean. What a pity. Gou Chen hesitated for a moment and planned to go to a nearby phone booth to make an anonymous call to the police. He couldn't let her die in the wilderness, and he had to notify her family. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, a slight sound came from the ground. Click. Gou Chen was stunned, turned around suddenly, and stared at the corpse on the ground. He didn't know when a broken arm had been restored to its original position, and a trace of blood appeared on the girl's pale body. Holy shit, what's going on? A corpse? Soft sounds echoed in the alley. The torn flesh on the girl's body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her whole body was twisted strangely, and every broken bone in her body was automatically returning to its place. Gou Chen widened his eyes and slapped himself hard to make sure he was not dreaming. A minute later, the girl's body had returned to normal. If it weren't for the torn clothes and bloodstains on her body, Gou Chen would have thought that she had just fallen asleep. Gou Chen walked cautiously to the girl, looked at her rosy face, and swallowed. This scene was so magical. Suddenly, the girl's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her pair of star-like bright eyes opened. When she saw Gou Chen, she was obviously startled and quickly got up from the ground. You are resurrected? Gou Chen was also frightened by her and couldn't speak clearly. The girl looked at Gou Chen carefully, was stunned at first, and then her eyes became brighter and brighter. Knight of Light, it's really you, the girl exclaimed, and ran quickly to Gou Chen, her eyes full of little stars, as if she had seen her idol. Gou Chen was stunned. What knight? Who are you? Are you also a leaf pattern user? Chapter 136. Claire, the Immortal Daughter. The girl just remembered that she hadn't introduced herself yet, and quickly said, I'm Claire, a freshman at Adam College. You were the one who saved me when I was kidnapped by the people from the God Realm. Don't you remember? Adam College. Ji Chiming's eyes widened. Could it be that all the people who were kidnapped that day were freshmen of Adam College, and he rescued them all? Ji Chiming felt that what happened to him today was too dreamy. He suddenly thought of something and spoke. So all your freshmen know me? Of course, Claire said excitedly. When we were kidnapped by the villains from the God Realm, an oriental boy wearing a robe of light descended from the sky and easily killed the enemy, saving the hope of Adam College. This incident has spread throughout Adam College, and everyone knows about it. I wonder how many people are looking for you. Ji Chiming's mouth twitched slightly. My goodness, his people have become so famous before they even arrived at Adam. If they were seen by the freshmen at Adam, they would be exposed. Everything would be exposed. Ji Chiming was immediately upset. Who knew that the person he saved was a freshman from the famous Adam College? Who knew that after just a few days, he would end up in someone else's territory? Cough, cough, cough. Can you keep this matter a secret for me? Ji Chiming coughed a few times and asked in a low voice. Claire had a confused look on her face. Why? Don't you want to be Adam's hero? No, not at all. Ji Chiming was shaking his head like a rattle in his heart. Well, for some reason, I can't reveal the fact that I saved you. So I hope you can help me keep this secret and don't let anyone know. A little secret between the two of them? Claire's eyes lit up immediately. Okay, but you have to tell me who you are first. A new student at Gou Chen College, Ji Chiming. Claire's face was filled with disbelief. The Knight of Light was actually a freshman? Were all the freshmen of Gou Chen so strong? Wouldn't Adam have no chance of winning the exchange meeting? Thinking of how a group of freshmen were easily subdued by a few people from the God Realm, she felt indescribably frustrated. Hee, don't worry. Not all new Gou Chen students are as strong as me. Ji Chiming said this shamelessly. Claire's eyes finally regained their spirit. Ji Chiming slapped his head and almost forgot something important. What did you just do? Oh, this is my ability. Immortality. Immortality? Ji Chiming took a breath of cold air. Could this ability really exist? But I'm not truly immortal. If you cut me into a dozen pieces or burn me to ashes, I'll still die, Claire said with a smile. Ji Chiming raised his eyebrows and asked, Is it really okay for you to say things like being cut into dozens of pieces and burned to ashes so happily? So why did you die? Well, I participated in a mission to hunt down members of the Dark Church. Although I succeeded in killing them, a senior died, and I almost died too. It took me a whole day to revive. The Dark Church. Yes, the Dark Church is... No, wait a minute. Ji Chiming pointed at the light of spring that leaked out of Claire's tattered clothes. Before we start introducing each other, do you want to go buy a set of clothes first? Only then did Claire realize that she was naked, and two blushes appeared on her cheeks. However, after hesitating for a moment, she straightened her chest, looking very confident about her figure. Ji Chiming coughed a few times, tried to look away, waved his hand, and conjured up a coat, which he put on Claire to block the unbridled spring light. What an upright night. Claire stuck out her tongue, smiled, and wrapped herself in her coat. Ji Chiming started coughing violently again, as if he didn't hear Claire's words, and took her to the nearest women's clothing store. More than 10 minutes later, Claire, wearing new clothes, walked out of the store, followed by Ji Chiming, who looked embarrassed. So you don't bring any money with you when you come to do the mission? Ji Chiming couldn't help but ask. Claire answered as a matter of course. I brought it. It all fell off during the battle. The prices in the UK are really outrageous. This dress costs more than 20 pounds, but Ji Chiming only has 10 pounds on him. Under the strange gaze of the proprietress, Ji Chiming silently took out a 50-pound note, and later the proprietress gave him 30 pounds in change. Well, the rules say that we cannot do things that are harmful to the interests of the people. The British people should not be included in this list. Ji Chiming secretly comforted himself. After all, this was the first time he used his ability to do something bad, and he felt a little guilty. Never mind, I'll just pay it back with real money in a couple of days. Ji Chiming made up his mind. So you're going to London by bus now? Can you take me with you? Claire's eyes lit up when she heard Ji Chiming talk about his current situation. She also wanted to find a way to go back to Adam, but she had no money on her now. Following Ji Chiming was the most ideal solution. Yiqian Ming nodded. In fact, He would have done the same even if Claire hadn't told him. He just didn't know whether the black car charged by person or was chartered. Even if it was £10 per person, he could afford it. After all, he now had £30 in cash. On the way, Ji Qianming stopped by a gift shop and bought a reindeer mask to hide his identity. It cost him £3. Before leaving, the clerk was still trying hard to promote their sweaters with Christmas patterns and was very enthusiastic. By the way, I haven't wished you a happy holiday yet, Claire said suddenly. Holiday? Isn't there still 10 days until Christmas? Ji Qianming was stunned. It's not Christmas. Today is Jumper Day, the day when British people will wear sweaters with Christmas patterns to prepare for the arrival of Christmas. Ji Qianming suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he saw people wearing Christmas sweaters everywhere along the way. The nearby stores were also selling sweaters. If he had enough money, he would be happy to buy one and put it on to feel the atmosphere. The two men chatted and soon arrived at the auto repair shop mentioned by the old captain. When a middle-aged driver heard that it was introduced by old Ryan, he agreed readily and only charged one person for each of them, which was £10. After getting in the car, Claire fell asleep quickly, probably because she had consumed too much energy on the mission. Ji Qianming, however, was very energetic and not at all sleepy from jet lag. He kept observing the city outside through the car window. Soon, London shrouded in fog appeared in his sight. Chapter 137 Tower Bridge. Do you want me to take you directly to the Tower Bridge in London? The black car driver asked considerately. Ji Qianming was about to agree, but Claire, who had just woken up, answered first. No need, just leave us here. Ji Qianming was a little surprised, but did not refuse. As the car slowly stopped, Ji Qianming and Claire got out of the car. They were now on an ancient street with many pedestrians. The surrounding buildings were exactly the same as the London that Ji Qianming had imagined, full of a strong European atmosphere. This is Baker Street. Let's walk forward and there will be a very interesting place. Claire was like a tour guide, taking Ji Qianming in one direction and introducing him to the life and history here along the way. Unfortunately, Ji Qianming's English was not very good, and he only understood a small part of some religious and historical descriptions. The two walked along Baker Street for a few minutes and stopped in front of a small house. There were many pedestrians stopping in front of the house to take pictures, which made Ji Qianming curious. 221 Baker Street. I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Ji Qianming fell in a deep thought. Number 221 Baker Street is the residence of the famous detective Sherlock Holmes. As the greatest detective in London history, his stories were compiled into novels by his assistant Watson and published under the name of Conan Doyle, becoming a legend of a generation. You should have heard of his name, right? Claire introduced the history of this attraction. In fact, Ji Qianming thought of this place when she mentioned Sherlock Holmes. As a senior fan of detective novels, he has read every case of Sherlock Holmes. He was filled with regret when he saw the famous 221 Baker Street right in front of him, but did not have a mobile phone to take a picture. Walking along Baker Street, we passed Francis Crick College, the British Library, St. Pancras Railway Station, and King's Cross Station. Unfortunately, the National Library was not open to the public that day. The Eurostar train at St. Pancras Railway Station is world famous and is said to reach London within 2 hours. As for King's Cross Station, that is the station where the train to the Magic School in Harry Potter stops. Claire also took Ji Qianming in to see the legendary platform 9 3/4. In reality, this platform is a wall instead of a pillar, which Ji Qianming did not expect. Going along Charing Cross Road, you will reach the famous Oxford Street. It is now 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It gets dark very quickly in the UK. It is already night at around 4 o'clock. Now Oxford Street is crowded with people. As Christmas is coming soon, colorful holiday lights are hanging above Oxford Street, which is like a dream. Due to the large flow of people, the two did not stay here and went all the way to the south bank of the Thames. The London Eye exudes an intoxicating light at night. Across the river is London's landmark building, Big Ben. There are bright lights along the riverbank. It has to be said that London's attractions are very concentrated. It didn't take the two of them long to finish their tour. Of course, the most important thing was that Claire, the tour guide, was helpful enough to save them a lot of unnecessary journeys. Qianming, look at London at night. It's so incredibly beautiful. Claire held onto the fence by the river, taking in the dreamy scenery. The breeze blew through her golden hair, forming a beautiful picture. Ji Qianming smiled as he looked at the London, eyes slowly rotating in the distance. He couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. After experiencing so many hardships, he finally arrived at this place. He felt indescribably happy. Are you from London? Claire smiled and nodded. Her eyes curved into a pair of crescents. Yes, I grew up in London, and I love this city. So after I knew I had the leaf mark, I chose to join Adam College. I don't want such a city to be destroyed by the God realm, and I am willing to protect it with my life. The two stopped for a while on the bank of the Thames, and then walked towards the Tower Bridge of London. Not long after, Ji Chiming vaguely saw this huge structure hanging over the Thames. The Tower Bridge of London is the first bridge on the Thames estuary. It has 4 stone towers connected to each other. The 2 tallest main towers are 43 meters high and are called the Gate of London. They are also the main passage between our Adam College and the human world. Claire pointed to the Tower Bridge and introduced it to Ji Chiming. Won't there be any problems if we place the passage in an area with such heavy traffic? Ji Chiming asked, looking at the dense crowds of people on the Tower Bridge of London. Claire shook her head. Although it is indeed a bit troublesome, there is nothing we can do about it. A long time ago, this was just a wooden bridge. No one would have thought that it would later become the famous London Gate. However, the dense flow of people also provides us with cover, and it is not easy to be discovered. Yikian Mink noted Totfali. This should be what is meant by the most dangerous place is the safest place. The two walked along the passage of the Tower Bridge, entered the interior of the Tower Bridge, and climbed up along the spiral staircase. After Ji Chiming came in, he found that the inside was much larger than it looked from the outside. The wooden stairs and walls exuded the afterglow of history. There were not only various sculptures, but also a long glass passage, through which he could clearly see London at night. The two walked into an exhibition hall, where some collections of historical value were placed, and tourists were taking pictures of the collections. So, where's the entrance? Ji Chiming looked at the dense crowd around him and couldn't help but ask Claire. Claire smiled mysteriously, took Ji Chiming's hand, and walked to a corner of the exhibition hall. There were no collections here, and the space was very small, which was in the blind spot of tourists in other exhibition halls. Follow me, Claire said softly, grabbed Ji Chiming's arm, and bumped sideways into an old brick wall. Ji Chiming was dragged by Claire and crashed into the wall. The pain he imagined did not appear. He only felt a flash before his eyes, and then he came to an ancient hall. Ji Chiming opened his eyes wide and looked back, only to find that there was a green brick wall behind him. He touched it with his hand and found that it was solid. We just came in from here, Ji Chiming said in disbelief. The scene just now was just like the platform 9 and 3/4 in Harry Potter, full of magic. Claire smiled brightly. Yes, isn't it amazing? But if that's the case, what if someone accidentally bumps into it? Like a child or something. Chapter 138, Adam College. This wall is much more powerful than you think. Claire rolled up her sleeves. There was a small mark on her wrist, like a spear. This is the entrance permit to Adam College. If you don't have this mark, you can't get in even if you get your head broken and bloody. Good fellow, you have to swipe your work ID to get in. Ji Chiming secretly complained to himself. No wonder Claire had to grab his arm to come in together just now. He couldn't get in by himself without the mark. Ji Chiming carefully looked around the hall he was in. It was about half the size of a track and field stadium, surrounded by ancient green walls. It looked like the Hogwarts castle. There was an elevator in the center of the hall. Next to the elevator was a small bench. An almost bald old man was sitting on the bench with his legs crossed, flipping through a newspaper in his hand. Claire took Ji Chiming and walked straight to the central elevator. The old man glanced at Claire and the other man, and then looked away. Hey Claire, you back with the guest from Gou Chen Academy? That's right, Robert. Go back quickly. Everyone is worried about you and the guest behind you. Ji Chiming raised his eyebrows. How did he know that I was from Gou Chen? And from his tone, he seemed to know me. This is old Robert, Adam's caretaker. He's been here since I arrived. And I heard from the seniors that old Robert was also there when they arrived. It seems that there is no one more senior than him in Adam College now, except the principal. Claire walked into the elevator, pressed the only button, and introduced to Ji Chiming. Ji Chiming nodded. Adam College, like Gou Chen, was full of secrets. Whether it was the magic wall or this old Robert, they could give him an invisible pressure, just like Adam's demonstration against outsiders. The elevator went down at a very fast speed. Since there was no floor indicator, he didn't know how low he had gone. Claire started to introduce the situation at the right time. Adam College is different from your Gou Chen College. It doesn't have its own little world, so this place is right under the Tower Bridge. I don't know how far it is from the ground, but it is definitely beyond our imagination. Ji Chiming smacked his lips. You know, this place is under the Thames. When Adam College appeared, The Industrial Revolution hadn't started yet, right? How did they dig out such a deep space at that time? Ding dong. The elevator slowly stopped, and as the electronic sound rang, the elevator door slowly opened. Ji Qinming walked out of the elevator and suddenly stopped, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. There were a few pedestrians walking on the medieval European street. Directly opposite him was a hot weapons store. Ji Qinming saw the RPG rocket launcher in the window at a glance. Next door was a Western restaurant with a poster of 20% off for members and a glittering Christmas tree at the door. Looking into the distance along this road, an ancient castle was located on the hillside. Claire, you said before that this place is underground? Ji Qinming pointed at the sun in the sky with a strange expression. There were a few clouds floating in the blue sky. Then what are these? It's virtual weather, Claire replied. Adam has a weather message board where everyone can write down what weather they want for the next day, and then the TNE Club will select one person's message to set the weather for the next day. You have to know that people will go crazy if they stay in the dark underground for a long time. Ji Qinming opened his mouth wide and took a long time to digest this fact. Adam College really gave him too many surprises. Let's go. This is the entertainment area, and the academy is over there. Claire pointed to the ancient castle in the distance and took Ji Qinming in that direction. Ji Qinming hesitated for a moment, took out the reindeer mask he bought on the road and put it on his face, and reminded again, Claire, remember not to reveal my identity. I understand, Lord Light Knight. Claire stuck out her tongue playfully. The two walked along the path to the front of the castle. Ji Qinming had never seen such a magnificent castle. Even Hogwarts in a movie was not as big as this one. As expected, as Adam College, which is known as one of the only two superpower schools in the world together with Gou Chen College, it has a terrifyingly profound foundation. Claire, crossing a small square in the castle, a young man with short blonde hair saw Claire, and his eyes lit up, and he ran over in surprise. Claire, they said you were missing. I was just about to call Alan and the others to look for you, but I didn't expect you to come back on your own. Senior Peter, I'm fine. It's just that Senior Harlan. Claire was delighted at first when she saw the person coming, but then her expression gradually dimmed. Hearing the word Harlan, Peter's eyes flashed with pain. He patted her shoulder and comforted her. Harlan is a true warrior. I will definitely avenge him. Claire, I'm glad you're okay. Who is this? It's Ji Qinming, a freshman at Gou Chen College. Thanks to him, I was able to get back in time. Claire introduced. Peter saw the reindeer mask on Ji Qinming's face, and there was some confusion in his eyes, but he still showed a bright smile and extended a hand to Ji Qinming. I am Peter, Adam. Welcome to you, friend of Gou Chen. Ji Qinming shook Peter's hand and introduced himself, and then Peter said with an apologetic look, I have an important meeting to attend, so I'll leave first. Claire, please entertain Ji Qinming for me. I know, Senior Peter. Claire smiled and sent Peter away, then turned to look at Ji Qinming. What do you think of Senior Peter? Ji Qinming pondered for a while, then said, he exudes positive energy, and it's very comfortable to communicate with him. Claire showed an expression of as expected. Yes, do you know the 8 virtues of chivalry? I've heard of some, and they seem to be humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, mercy, honesty, spirit, and justice. That's right. Claire's lips curled up slightly. Senior Peter possesses all these qualities. He is a knight of Adam College, a true knight. Knight! Ji Qinming looked in the direction where Peter was going away and muttered to himself. Afterwards, Claire took Ji Qinming to register his information as a visitor and then took him to the residence of the Gou Chen exchange team. As soon as he entered the yard, Ji Qinming ran into a familiar figure. Duanmu, you're here so early. Ji Qinming saw a young man in green clothes with an imposing manner in front of him, walked up to him, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile. When Duanmu Qingyu saw the reindeer mask on his face, he was stunned at first. When Ji Qinming saw that there was no one else around, he took off the mask. Ji Qinming. When Duanmu Qingyu saw Ji Qinming, he opened his mouth wide with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 139, Fatty Chui and Emily. What's that expression on your face? Aren't you missing? Missing? When did I disappear? How come I didn't know? Ji Qinming looked at the shocked Duanmu Qingyu with a puzzled expression. Ha ha ha. I told you that my divination can't be wrong. You must be alive. Duanmu Qingyu was shocked and then ecstatic. Some of them said that you were dead, and then Director Chui directly made a scene in Adam and challenged the British Royal. Later, I told you divination. Although I can't see clearly where you are, I can be sure that you are still alive. Fatty Chui made trouble for Adam? Ji Qianming's eyes widened, and he figured out what was going on. Most likely, they didn't salvage him after the dragon attacked the transport plane and thought he was dead. After all, no one could have thought that he could turn into a kayak with a speed comparable to that of a speedboat out of thin air and run directly to another route. Many people speculated that you might have been captured by the Dark Church or drifted to a nearby island along a certain ocean current. Director Chui was extremely anxious and sent many people to look for you, but you actually returned to Adam with a beautiful woman? You're not here for vacation, are you? Duan Mu Qingyu saw Claire beside him at a glance and felt a little upset. To be honest, I just came back from a trip. Ji Qianming complained in his heart. Then take me to see Director Chui quickly. Claire, you go back and have some rest. Ji Qianming understood what had happened. Now he had to go and report to Fatty Chui that he was safe. He turned and said to Claire. Claire nodded and suddenly thought of something. Her face flushed. Qianming, let's go out and play after the discussion is over. There are still many places we haven't visited yet. It's settled. Without waiting for Ji Qianming to answer, she trotted out of their sight. Duan Mu Qingyu's face looked a little ugly. Has the magic hit I gave you lost its effect? Why do you always have romantic encounters wherever you go? Humph. Let's see what you'll do when Natalia gets here. Duan Mu Qingyu said unhappily, with dissatisfaction written all over his face. The corners of Ji Qianming's mouth twitched slightly. It was unfair. I didn't do anything. Why did I suddenly feel like there was a fire in the harem? So, when Natalia isn't here yet? That's right. Only me, Wang Ruoyi, Sihanauk, and Hanyahara arrived within the specified time. You're already 1 day late. Duan Mu Qingyu puffed out his chest, looking very strong. How did you get here? I used the finding person divination to find Wang Ruoyi. She relied on her ability to come here on a civil aviation flight. Oh, you're just a gigolo. I got the upper hand through my own ability. What right do you have to say that I'm a gigolo? Duan Mu Qingyu staggered and almost fell to the ground. It was the first time in his life that someone said that he was a gigolo, but he couldn't refute it. After all, Wang Ruoyi delayed her departure for 3 days to wait for him. What about the others? Will they miss the exchange meeting? Ji Qianming asked. It would be a pity if they could not attend the exchange meeting because they were delayed on the road. Duan Mu Qingyu shook his head. No, there was a plane to pick them up yesterday. They should be here today. In fact, if they couldn't find you, you would have come here by plane with them. Before they knew it, the two had arrived at Fatty Chui's room. Ji Qianming knocked on the door and pushed it open. Inside the house, the vinyl record was spinning slowly on the record player, and the beautiful melody echoed in the luxurious office. At this time, Fatty Chui was dancing the waltz with a tall white beauty, holding hands. Emily, you are so beautiful. Fatty Chui put his arms around the slender waist of the white beauty, looked into her deep blue eyes affectionately, and said softly. Fatty Chui grabbed one of Emily's hands, and the latter stood on tiptoe and turned around gorgeously, then slid down Fatty Chui's arm into his arms, with a hint of shyness on her face. Chui, I missed you so much in the past 2 years. Emily said softly, her jade-like arms wrapped around his neck, and her fiery red lips gently kissed Fatty Chui's cheek, leaving a distinct mark. Fatty Chui changed his dance steps, turned around gracefully, and hugged Emily in his arms again. I thought you didn't like me. No. Emily put a finger against Fatty Chui's lips, a trace of heartache and resentment in her eyes. I admit that I really hated you when you first came to Adam. But as time went by, I found that I would unconsciously wait for your arrival, Chui, and I have fallen deeply in love with you without realizing it. Fatty Chui's body shook. He held Emily tightly in his arms and spoke slowly and firmly. I will always love you, Emily. I'll always love you too, Trey. At the door, Ji Qianming and Duan Mu Qingyu looked at this hair-raising scene, standing there like sculptures. Every inch of their skin from head to toe was charred on the outside and tender on the inside by the thunder, and the goosebumps on their bodies could circle the earth 10 times. Is this what you said? Running around in circles? He was really running around, but I didn't see him being in a hurry. Ji Qianming swore that the scene he just saw would definitely be his nightmare for the next 6 months. Duan Mu Qingyu opened his mouth wide, completely unable to refute. Just as Fatty Chui was spinning around in the office with Emily in his arms, his peripheral vision caught sight of the 2 people standing dumbfounded at the door. His expression suddenly froze. Emily, who was in his arms, felt his body tremble, and spoke in confusion. What's wrong, Choi? You. Fatty Chui pointed at Gou Chen and hesitated for a long time without being able to utter a complete sentence. I came at the wrong time. Gou Chen turned around with a dark face and was about to leave. Fatty Chui's brain suddenly twitched, and the classic line of a scumbag came out of his mouth. No, you came at the right time. You Mink? I mean, you actually came here like this? Fatty Chui's face was full of embarrassment. He let go of Emily in his arms and coughed a few times. Gou Chen raised his eyebrows and said, I knocked on the door, but you didn't hear it. I'm not talking about this. Shouldn't you be captured by the dark church and locked up for interrogation or swept to France by the ocean currents, waiting for me to bring people to rescue you? Fatty Chui was confused. This script was wrong. Without waiting for Gou Chen to speak, Fatty Chui strode up to Gou Chen and gave him a big hug. No matter what, as long as you come back safely. Fatty Chui's face showed a rare, serious expression. His eyes were full of bloodshot. He must have not had a good rest for a long time. Gou Chen felt warm in his heart and did not continue to argue with him. Although Fatty Chui was very unreliable on weekdays, Gou Chen knew very well that this carefree man valued feelings more than anyone else. He was a real man of temperament. Although I know it's not the right time, the smell of the perfume in your arms really makes me feel uncomfortable. Gou Chen couldn't help but complain. Chapter 140 Nidhogg. After Emily and Duan Muqingyu left, only Gou Chen and Fatty Chui were left in the office. Gou Chen sat on the sofa and told Fatty Chui the whole process of the transport plane crash in detail, but did not mention how he was rescued. Fatty Chui listened carefully to Gou Chen's description, frowned slightly, and muttered to himself, a huge undead dragon. Could it be the poisonous dragon Nidhogg? Nidhogger? What is that? Gou Chen heard Fatty Chui's whisper and vaguely felt that he had heard this name somewhere before, but he had no impression of it at all. Fatty Chui shook his head. A dragon in Norse mythology. Don't ask too much about this matter. It is beyond your ability. But don't worry, if the Dark Church dares to attack my students, I will not let this matter go. Norse mythology? Gou Chen was stunned. How could this be related to mythology? He suddenly remembered that when he was in Gou Chen, he had a course called History of Western Mythology, which involved Norse mythology. He still remembered asking Natalia why she wanted to take this course. Gou Chen clearly remembered Natalia's answer. It seemed that some of the stories in mythology were real. Could it be that the creature that attacked him was really a mythical creature? This guess suddenly flashed through Gou Chen's mind, and he secretly decided to go back and check Nidhogg's information. Maybe he could find some clues. What kind of organization is the Dark Church? Is it similar to Shangxia in our country? Gou Chen remembered that Claire was almost killed because of the encirclement and suppression of members of the Dark Church. What kind of organization is this Dark Church? Fatty Chui pondered for a while and said, in a sense, they're similar. They're both evil superpower organizations, but the Dark Church is much crazier. Anyway, don't get too involved in these things. After the communication, try to stay in Adam and don't go out and wander around. Gou Chen frowned slightly. This was the second time that Fatty Chui reminded him not to get close to these things. This gave him a bad feeling, as if something was about to happen. Coming out of Fatty Chui's office, Gou Chen still felt heavy-hearted. If he wanted to find clues related to Norse mythology, the best place would be the library. Unfortunately, this was Adam, and he was not familiar with the place. Moreover, most of the documents here were in English, and he found it very difficult. If that's the case, then I can only go find that guy again, Gou Chen thought to himself. Adam College, dormitory of the Gou Chen exchange team. Nidhogg, Duan Muqingyu took a sip of tea and raised his eyebrows slightly. Why are you suddenly interested in Norse mythology? In the luxurious living room, there's a slightly sunken area where long European-style sofas form a circle. Various kinds of tea and coffee beans are placed on the coffee table, and above it is a huge crystal chandelier. It can be said to be full of class. It has something to do with the plane crash I encountered. Gou Chen did not hide the fact that Duan Muqingyu was the most intelligent among the freshmen. He ranked first in every written exam, which naturally included history of Western mythology. Nidhogger is a black dragon that hovers over Yggdrasil, tree of life, in Norse mythology, constantly gnawing at the roots of the world tree. The gods in Norse mythology predicted that when the roots are eaten up and the tree of life decays, the world will be destroyed. This is also a sign of the coming of twilight of the gods. Without waiting for Duan Muqingyu to answer, Yuzuru Han walked quietly to Ji Qianming and sat down, saying with a smile, "Original." Ji Qianming's eyes lit up. "I heard that you arrived early. How did you get here?" Henyahara held Snow White in his arms and said calmly, "I first went to Laos, kidnapped a wealthy man, and then took his private plane to England." "Good man. This really didn't harm the interests of the country, but went directly to a foreign country to harm others. Kidnapping and hijacking are too hardcore." Ji Qianming was dumbfounded. "That's right. In the final war of the gods recorded in mythology, the Tree of Life and Nidhogg were burned to ashes by the all-consuming fire," Duan Muqingyu added. "So Nidhogg is not dead? Or rather, he was resurrected from the dead." Ji Qianming murmured to himself. Henyahara and Duan Muqingyu looked at each other. The latter hesitated for a moment and said, "But myths are just myths after all. How did you know that the one who attacked you is Nidhogg?" Ji Qianming repeated the conversation between Fatty Chui and him to the two. Yuzuru Hanyu frowned slightly. "So the atmosphere in Adam these past 2 days is also very strange. It's completely different from when I first came here. It feels like the eve of a storm. In any case, it's better to be cautious. This matter may have exceeded our capabilities." Duan Muqingyu and Fatty Chui agreed. After arriving at Adam, Fatty Chui returned the money, Visa cards, and mobile phones to them. Several people called Wang Ruoyi and Sihanauk who had already arrived and had a Western meal at Adam College together. Ji Qianming had spent most of the past few days on the plane or on the sea, and finally had a good meal. The way he ate everything in a flash surprised everyone. Due to their status as members of the Gou Chen exchange team, the Western restaurant was very considerate and gave them a 30% discount. Even so, Ji Qianming ate 40 pounds of food alone. Late at night, the plane carrying other Gou Chen students arrived in Adam. At this point, all 8 members of the exchange team were present. However, only 4 people, namely Henyahara, Duan Muqingyu, Wang Ruoyi, and Sihanauk, completed the training mission. In contrast, Natalia, Wu Di, and Hassan all had bitter expressions on their faces. The worst was Wu Di, who was still wearing a straitjacket when he got off the plane. He looked dejected, but he said the food in the police station was not bad. Now that everyone is here, I'll give a brief summary of this survival experience. Fatty Chui was standing in the lobby of the exchange team's dormitory, with Ji Qianming and other members of the exchange team sitting below. He first praised the 4 people who completed the training and rewarded them with 3 credits. Later, he commented on the performance of Natalia, Wu Di, and Hassan and deducted 3 credits from each of them. Finally, I want to talk about Ji Qianming in particular. Fatty Chui cleared his throat. He participated in the hunting mission of Shangxia's special envoy in Zhoushan, found the hiding place of Shangxia's 3 third-level corps members, participated in the battle, and killed them all. In the ambush against Dugong, he shot and shattered Dugong's arm. When his teammates lost their ability to move, he stepped forward and fought Dugong alone until reinforcements arrived. He was awarded the first-class merit. Chapter 141, The Broken Asgard. I was on a transport plane carrying Zero to London when it was attacked by the Dark Church. I survived the plane crash and successfully arrived at Adam College. This is truly the most thrilling survival experience I have ever seen. Fatty Chui smacked his lips and said with emotion. The other 7 people looked at Ji Qianming, their expressions suddenly a little strange. Why did they feel that their experience style was different from his? Others were trying to reach London through various means, but Ji Qianming was like he had acted in a whole movie, a special operations plus wilderness survival theme, which was extremely exciting. Although he failed to arrive in London on time, in view of his outstanding performance, the penalty of deducting 3 credits will be waived. Fatty Chui announced, and no one else had any objection to this. Now that everyone is here, have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow we will begin our communication with Adam's new life. Everyone looked at each other. Park Ji-min, who was standing next to Fatty Chui, was also stunned. In the past, the work would only start a week after everyone arrived. Why was it so urgent this year? Director, how do we communicate specifically? Do we have to fight? Wang Ruoyi asked first. Fatty Chui shook his head. It's not such a boring way. This exchange between the 2 colleges is also a good opportunity to promote your teamwork. There is not much meaning in fighting. In fact, each exchange project is different, but this year is particularly special. You've all heard of Asgard, right? Asgard? Ji Qianming's heart skipped a beat. Although his history of Western mythology was not very good, he still knew about the famous hometown of the gods in Norse mythology. Seeing everyone nodding, Fatty Chui continued. Asgard is also known as the home of the gods in Norse mythology. It is where the Aesir live. Asgard was broken into pieces during Ragnarok. Although some of it was restored after the war, there's still many fragments scattered around the world. Our communication this time will take place in the broken Asgard. The entire living room fell into dead silence. The students stared with their eyes wide open, not yet reacting to what Fatty Chui had just said. But aren't those all myths? Hassan couldn't help but ask. Fatty Chui looked at them meaningfully and spoke slowly. Many mythological stories are true stories. Norse mythology is one of them. Although most of the versions circulating now are compiled by later generations, some things have been recorded, such as Asgard. Ji Qianming, Duanmu Qingyu, and Yuzuru Hanyu looked at each other at the same time. Since Asgard really exists, there's a great possibility that Nidhogg also exists. In other words, Ji Qianming was really attacked by a mythical creature. Where are the fragments of Asgard? It's an atom, Fatty Chui said shockingly. The ancestor who founded Adam College traveled all over the hemisphere, collected fragments of Asgard, and made them into a crystal ball. Now it is stored in a very hidden place as one of Adam's heritage. Making a crystal ball out of the fragments of the god's homeland? Who was the ancestor who created Adam? This method is too shocking. The students just felt their brains buzzing. Fatty Chui talked about too many secrets tonight, and each one of them was impacting everyone's worldview. So Norse mythology is related to the world of gods. Duanmu Qingyu pondered for a long time and suddenly asked. Fatty Chui glanced at him, as if a little surprised that he had found the key points so quickly, and nodded slowly. What is certain is that the first passage between the earth and the god realm appeared in northern Europe. So the two are likely to have some kind of connection, but because the time is too long, it is impossible to verify it. Ji Qianming frowned slightly, and the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger. The divine world, the dark church, the ancient mythical creatures. What kind of connection is there between them? The specific details will be explained tomorrow. Everyone should go to bed early today and don't embarrass Gou Chen tomorrow. Fatty Chui looked at the time and said to everyone. Everyone returned to their rooms. Ji Qianming felt his mind was in a mess. Looking at the picture of the Tower Bridge of London hanging on the wall, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, so he simply sat up and started practicing. Somewhere in London, a man in a black cloak walked slowly on the deserted street. Thick fog enveloped London late at night. The street lights flickered in the fog. Silence and mystery enveloped the whole of London. Suddenly, the fog in front of him rolled violently, and a hunchbacked old man stood in front of the man at some point, with a haggard face, pale skin, and a cold aura emanating from his whole body. He narrowed his eyes, looked at the cloaked man carefully, and said hoarsely, "Follow me." He put his hands behind his back, turned and walked into the fog. The cloaked man hesitated for a moment and followed him. The hunchbacked old man raised his skinny arm and lightly pointed at the fog. A rotating black passage suddenly appeared in the air. The surrounding fog seemed to be boiling, constantly shrinking around the black passage. The hunchbacked old man walked into the passage, followed closely by the man in the cloak. Behind the passage was a narrow basement that obviously had not been used for a long time. There was a thick layer of dust on the ground, and large spider webs covered the entire ceiling. The cloaked man frowned slightly under his hood and said with some disdain, "The headquarters of your dark church is in a place like this? Are you born in the year of the rat?" The hunchbacked old man glanced at him and said calmly, "Don't be impatient, young man. Don't forget that you are one of us now." "Oomph." The cloaked man snorted coldly and stopped talking. The hunchbacked old man lightly drew a line on the wall with his finger, and a secret passage appeared silently on the floor. A faint fire flickered in the secret passage, and the two men walked down the stairs. After the man in the cloak went down, he discovered that there was another world below. This is a huge underground space. Candles hanging on the walls can barely illuminate the environment. They're standing on a glass plank road embedded in the wall. There's a huge hole under their feet, which is bottomless. A cold wind blows from below, making the man in the cloak shiver. What's underneath this? The man in the cloak stood at the edge of the plank road and looked down. There was only darkness. The hunchbacked old man took a torch from the wall and threw it down. The light of the torch illuminated a small area of darkness and continued to descend at an accelerated speed. The torch was about to turn into a small dot and finally fell to the bottom of the space. The cloaked man's pupils suddenly contracted. Although it was only a moment, he could see clearly what was underneath. It was a snake so huge that it was unimaginable. Chapter 142, The Dark Church. Jormungandr, the child of the evil god Loki, is the giant snake that died together with the god of thunder, Thor, during Ragnarok. Don't worry, it's just a corpse. The hunchbacked old man saw the shock in the cloaked man's eyes and spoke with a sneer. Mythical creature? Why are you collecting its corpse? The cloaked man gasped, but quickly regained his composure and asked in confusion. It's interesting, isn't it? The hunchbacked old man looked at the darkness under his feet with his narrow eyes, as if he was looking at a work of art. Let the dead myths return, and let pure evil descend upon the world again. This is the belief of our dark church, and it will also become your belief. Hearing this, the cloaked man seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, You want to revive this mythical creature? The hunchbacked old man shook his head, a hint of madness in his eyes. This one? No, it's not enough. We have only achieved 1/3 of our goal. Only 1/3 of the task was completed, which meant they still had 2 more mythical creatures to target. Wouldn't one Jormungandr be enough to kill Thor? The cloaked man was secretly shocked. Don't stand here, come with me. The hunchbacked old man looked a little unhappy when he saw that he had wasted so much time here. After passing through a long corridor, an ancient hall appeared in front of the cloaked man. Dim candlelight flickered in the grooves on the brick wall. A huge round stone table was placed in the center of the hall. It was engraved with countless intricate patterns. There were 13 seats around it. Each seat was made of an unknown black stone. The back of the chair alone was 2 meters high, and a red single "I" was engraved in the center. It was extremely weird. Most of the 13 seats were empty, with only 4 stone chairs occupied by people. The faces of these 4 people were shrouded in shadow, and their appearance could not be seen clearly, but they all turned their heads to look at the cloaked man who was approaching, with a half-smile on their face. The man in the cloak felt as if he was being stared at by a group of poisonous snakes. His back felt cold, but there was no expression on his face. He glanced at them coldly. Okay, our new member, there's one last ceremony before you officially join. The hunchbacked old man walked to a wall and lightly tapped with his finger. A bloody box popped out from the wall, engraved with dense red lines, as if sealing something. When a man in the cloak saw this strange box, he felt a cold breath enveloping his whole body, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. Ritual? Am I not already one of you? The cloaked man sounded somewhat displeased. The hunchbacked old man smiled cruelly. Don't be nervous. You are indeed one of us. But in order to prevent spies from infiltrating, we have to take some measures. As he spoke, he slowly opened the blood-red box in his hand. Under the layers of seals, a dark little man was sitting cross-legged in it, surrounded by dense spiritual energy. He seemed to sense that the box was opened and suddenly opened his eyes. His scarlet eyes stared at the cloaked man in front of him, and an evil and cold aura emanated from him. Soul? The soul of a cultivator? The cloaked man was so frightened when he saw the dark little man that he took a few steps back with endless fear in his eyes. I know. You are all practitioners. He pointed at the 4 people sitting on the stone chairs and exclaimed. Then a ball of black mist suddenly burst out of his body, and his figure rushed out at a very fast speed. The hunchbacked old man sneered and had no intention of taking action. Instead, the black man in the box licked his lips, his scarlet eyes filled with excitement, and his whole body turned into a ball of black light, piercing through the body of the cloaked man in the blink of an eye. The cloaked man, who was running wildly, suddenly stopped, and his face twisted violently, as if he was struggling desperately. However, this situation lasted less than 2 seconds. The whites of his eyes turned black, his body relaxed, and with a smile on his lips, he turned around and walked towards the hunchbacked old man. Just like I said, you will eventually become one of us. Of course, only the body. The hunchbacked old man sneered as he looked at the cloaked man approaching. What took so long? I'm getting bored to death in there. The man in the cloak showed a look of displeasure on his face. He stretched his muscles as he walked, as if he was getting familiar with this new body. The hunchbacked old man said helplessly, We have to find a suitable body, which will take a lot of time. As he spoke, he pulled out a deck of tarot cards from his pocket and spread them out one by one on the stone table. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Come and give yourself a code name. Oh, and because 9 cards have already been picked, you only have 13 options left. The cloaked man glanced at the 13 tarot cards on the table and picked up one at random. Devil, sounds good. The hunchbacked old man raised his eyebrows, not surprised by the result. Not bad. It suits you very well. Now that you have chosen, take a seat. The meeting is about to begin. A low voice was heard. The devil turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was the man sitting on the stone chair in the center of the hall. If he guessed correctly, this should be the master of the dark church. The devil then noticed that there was a tarot card in front of each of the four people, and there was also one on the stone table in front of the man who had just spoken. Fool! The hunchbacked old man put away the tarot cards on the table, hobbled to the seat next to the fool, placed the priest card in front of him, and slowly sat down. The cloaked man followed suit, walked to an empty chair, and sat down, placing the devil he had just obtained on the table. The whereabouts of the second mythical creature have been found. The body of the underworld dog Garm was buried in Asgard after Ragnarok, as Asgard was shattered and lost in history. According to reliable information, it is now stored in the collection room of Adam Academy. The fool went straight to the point and threw out important information as soon as he opened his mouth. Garm, the evil dog of the underworld, was raised by Hela, the queen of the underworld. He killed Tyr, the Norse god of bravery and war, in the final battlefield of the gods. He was one of the most powerful demon helpers of the evil god Loki at that time. Hearing the fool's words, several people frowned, as if they felt something was wrong. So we are going to confront Adam head-on? This is not a good idea. The figure with the hangman card in front of him suddenly spoke. The hangman is right. Even if Adam is weak now, we have no chance of winning if we break into his headquarters. After the hangman, the queen also directly objected. The fool waited for the two to finish speaking before he said slowly, "When did I ever say we were going to force our way into Adam's headquarters?" Chapter 143, Tactics. Isn't Asgard in Adam's storage room? If we don't break in and rob it, do we have to wait for them to send it out to us? The hangman was puzzled. The fool remained silent, but the newly joined demon suddenly thought of something and spoke slowly. "So, can I ask a question first? The priest just said that 9 cards have been chosen, but there are only 6 people here, including me. Where did the other 4 go?" When he said this, the hangman and the queen were stunned, and then they seemed to think of a possibility and fell into deep thought. "Yes, there were indeed 9 of us before you came, but Tower and Chariot died one after another while taking Jormungand's body. Now, Hermit and King are carrying out their respective tasks and cannot participate in this meeting, so there are only 6 of us now." The fool replied calmly. The devil nodded. If counted in this way, they had a total of 8 members, which was not a lot, but definitely not a small number. In short, this mission requires the participation of 3 people. In addition to the hangman and the world, we also have our newly joined devil. The abilities of your body will be very helpful to our operation this time. I will tell you the details alone after the meeting," said the fool. The hangman nodded slightly, and there was no expression on his face, like a sculpture, which was considered as his agreement. The devil raised his eyebrows, but did not refuse. This was his first battle after joining the Dark Church, and it was a time to show his value, so he would not give up. However, after such a meeting, he also had a preliminary guess about the members present. The fool sitting in the middle must be the master of the Dark Church and the helmsman of the Myth Revival Plan. The hunchbacked old man who just brought the owner of this body and should be the second in command here, and the fool's right-hand man. The hangman and the queen must have joined quite some time ago, and there is also the world that has been silent. Interesting. Whose souls do they belong to? Are the people I know well among them? The devil's mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, the earth is an interesting place. The next day, Adam College. Today, Adam's weather is set to cloudless, which is extremely rare even in London on the ground. Under the blue sky, Adam's castle exudes vitality and vigor. There's a huge fountain in the center of the castle. The golden sunlight sprinkles on the sparkling surface of the pool, like broken gold. Around the fountain are statues of the 12 constellations. Next to the statue of Virgo, the 8 members of the Gou Chen exchange team have gathered. They all have a red bracelet tied on their wrists, and it is unknown what the purpose is. On the other side of them were 8 freshmen from Adam College, with blue bracelets tied around their wrists. Since it was an exchange, the number of people had to be equal, so Adam College selected these 8 freshmen by drawing lots. In fact, the number of freshmen in Adam and Gou Chen was about the same, or even less than Gou Chen, so almost all of their freshmen were standing here. Ji Qianming looked at the members of Adam's team curiously, and indeed saw many familiar faces among them. They were all the boys and girls who were tied up at Claire at that time. However, now they no longer had the cowardice and hesitation they had back then, and They had almost become completely different people. The enrollment time of new students of Adam College is 1.5 months later than that of Gou Chen, which means that when Gou Chen and Adam saw them last time, they were all rookies who had just entered Adam for less than half a month. Therefore, in front of Mogo and Gajiang, two powerful masters in the Tongxin realm, they had no ability to fight back at all. Qianming, why are you wearing a reindeer mask? Natalia quietly moved to Ji Qianming's side and asked curiously. Ji Qianming said seriously, to celebrate the upcoming Christmas. Natalia was stunned, as if she had not expected this answer, but she did not worry too much and continued to chat with Ji Qianming. At this moment, Ji Qianming suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. He turned around and found that Claire from Adam's team was staring at him, and Natalia with an unhappy expression. Ji Qianming couldn't help but shudder. He turned his head silently and pretended nothing had happened. Qianming, do you know that girl from Adam College? Natalia keenly sensed Claire's murderous intent, and her thin eyebrows slightly frowned. Ahem, when I first arrived in Adam, she took me for a walk, nothing else. Ji Qianming coughed awkwardly a few times and replied. Natalia didn't say anything. Her woman's intuition told her that things were not that simple. The two women's eyes kept colliding in the air, almost creating sparks. Hey, Duanmu, what do you think of this exchange? Are there any tactics? Ji Qianming felt that something bad would happen if this continued, so he took the initiative to ask Duanmu Qingyu. This question did divert Natalia's attention, and the two women's eyes finally separated. Duanmu Qingyu pondered for a while, then slowly said, I studied it for a long time last night, and I do have some ideas. But until now, we still don't know the specific details, but I speculate that it is likely to be a flag-planting battle or a battle, and the battle is most likely. If this is the case, they will probably separate everyone when entering Broken Asgard. Since both sides have 8 people, the team that gathers together first will have a greater advantage and can quickly eliminate the lone enemy players through the advantage of numbers. In other words, we have to find a way to gather first. That's right. My suggestion is to find a way to expose our position the moment we enter Asgard. However, doing so is likely to attract enemy players. So the best way is for us to select a few people to do this, and the rest of us will move closer to them the moment we see their position. On the one hand, we can gather together as quickly as possible, and on the other hand, we can attract the enemy's attention and increase the chances of survival for players who are not good at fighting. In other words, we need targets to attract attention, and we need at least 3. The others nodded one after another. Duanmu Qingyu's proposal was very reasonable and would allow them to gain a great advantage in the early stages. As expected of a military strategist, he is much better at command than himself. Ji Qianming thought to himself, I'll be one of them. Wu Di volunteered after listening to Duanmu Qingyu's analysis. Duanmu Qingyu nodded. Wu Di's combat ability is very strong, and his ability is also very recognizable. He is indeed a suitable candidate. And me, Sihanauk suddenly raised his hand. Ji Qianming remembered that his ability seemed to be related to sand, and he was also a good candidate. Then there's only one left. Duanmu Qingyu glanced at the crowd. Me, Ji Qianming's voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 144 Single Dog. Hearing Ji Qianming speak up, there was a hint of surprise in everyone's eyes. You know, Ji Qianming got a blue bamboo stick in the entrance exam, which means that his frontal combat ability is not strong. Becoming a target will not only attract teammates, but also enemies. Can Ji Qianming handle it? Duanmu Qingyu looked into his eyes seriously, with some hesitation on his face. You are the commander. Wang Ruo's ability is not suitable for fighting. Natalia and Hassan do not have the ability to reveal their positions. Yuan is more suitable as an assassin, so I am the best choice. Ji Qianming naturally did not want to be a target on a whim, but he knew very well that there was no better candidate besides him. Besides, with his current strength, anyone who treats him as an auxiliary will definitely die miserably. Duanmu Qingyu seemed to have made up his mind and nodded slowly. Okay, that's it. Then he continued, during the time I was in Adam, I also collected some intelligence about the other side. There are a few people who need special attention. First, the one with the backpack on his back. That's right, that's the kid who looks only 13 or 14 years old. His name is Alex, and his ability is brain development. Although his danger rating is not high, he can be said to be the smartest person on the entire planet. His brain is developed to 23%, more than twice that of Einstein. He has built his own robot army. It is said that if he is given enough time, he can build a fortress in the desolate desert. That black-haired boy is called Alan. His ability is to transform into a giant. He is very troublesome. The girl next to him is the famous immortal girl Claire. She can recover from any kind of damage. When Natalia heard Duan Muchinyu talking about Claire, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Isn't it too abnormal that she is not dead? How can we determine whether she is eliminated? Wu Di couldn't help but say, an ordinary fight will definitely not work. We can only restrict her movements. If we could trap her, she should be out of the game. Duan Muchinyu said. In addition, there is the vampire Duke Xiao, the werewolf Kevin, the Iron Man Simon, and the painter Isaac who can predict the future. Did you see the man in the black windbreaker? His name is Cooper. His ability is to change the movement trajectory of objects. His bullets can even turn corners. Duan Muchinyu listed the abilities of the 8 people on the opposite side in detail, which made Ji Qianming admire him very much. A few minutes later, Fatty Chui, wearing a coat, came from a distance with Emily on his arm, and there was a light bulb, Muhammad, beside him. Fatty Chui had specially done a hairstyle today, with his head held high and his chest puffed out, looking very proud. Behind the 3 people, there were 2 figures. One was Park Jimin carrying a silver suitcase, and the other was Peter, whom Ji Qianming had met once. Under the contemptuous eyes of everyone in Gou Chen Academy, Fatty Chui cleared his throat and said in English that Gou Chen and Adam would be best friends forever. He once again emphasized that friendship was the first priority in this competition, and that competition should stop when necessary, and that no one else's life should be harmed. After he finished speaking, the silent Muhammad began to explain the rules. This is a battle. In a palace in broken Asgard, there is a small flag with the Adam School emblem printed on it. The team that takes it down first wins. In addition, although our people have explored every corner of Asgard, it is the former residence of the gods after all, and there may still be potential dangers. We must be careful. In addition, each college will have an assistant teacher following in to prevent any unexpected situations. They are Park Ji-min from Gou Chen College and Peter from Adam College. Muhammad briefly introduced the 2 accompanying assistant teachers. Everyone in Gou Chen Academy looked at each other with joy on their faces. As expected, Duan Muchinyu had guessed it right. Muhammad took out a crystal ball the size of a football from somewhere. There were a dozen small fragments floating inside it. If you hold it in your hand and look carefully, you can recognize palaces and streets from the surface of the fragments. This is the miniature Asgard. This time we will only open one of the fragments. Don't think that one piece is too small. In fact, this piece is half the size of London. I will separate you in the process of entering Asgard to avoid a melee at the beginning. Then each team will send a representative to play rock, paper, scissors to decide the order of entry. Muhammad said. Hearing about rock, paper, scissors, Ji Qianming took a step back consciously. He was always confident in his luck, and it was impossible for him to win at rock, paper, scissors. At the same time, everyone focused their attention on Hanyahara, whose European attributes were well known in Gou Chen. Feeling everyone's expectant gazes, Hanyahara sighed and took a step forward. At the same time, Adam also sent out Alex, who was carrying a school bag, and they attacked at the same time under the guidance of Muhammad. Draw again, draw. Again, draw. After guessing for more than a minute, Hanyahara finally won against Alex's cloth with a pair of scissors. Yikianminkis Skelp Timglet. Is this a showdown between European emperors? Then Gou Chen College advanced. Muhammad's face was expressionless. He raised the crystal ball in his hand, and a light blue light shone out. The 9 people from Gou Chen Academy suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, a white light flashed on a piece of debris. He then pointed the crystal ball at the people from Adam Academy, who also disappeared in a ray of light. Muhammad put the crystal ball on the ground, took out a small stool from behind him, and sat down silently. Next to him, Fatty Chui was hugging Emily and spoke softly. My dear Emily, stingy Muhammad only gave us 1 chair. Please come and sit down. Fatty Chui spoke affectionately and handed the small stool to Emily. Oh, my dear Chui, I'm not tired. Please sit down. No, you sit down. No, you sit down. How about I take the chair and you sit on my lap? That's a great idea, my sweetheart. The corners of Muhammad's mouth twitched slightly. He suppressed the urge to kill the 2 dog lovers next to him and stared at the crystal ball without blinking. Boom! There was a loud bang, and Fatty Chui's fat body crushed the small stool under him into pieces. Emily on him seemed to be frightened and hugged Fatty Chui's neck tightly. Just when Muhammad was feeling very happy, Fatty Chui spoke again. Did that scare you, Emily? No. As long as I'm with you, I'll never be afraid. I suddenly feel that as long as you hold me, it would be comfortable to sit on the ground. That's what I thought, too. Just stay still and let me feel your charming aura. Muhammad. Chapter 145, The Exchange Begins. Asgard. A beam of light descended from the sky, and Ji Qianming's figure emerged from it and landed steadily on the ground. Ji Qianming looked up. There was no sky, no sun, only a light blue light covering the sky. Not only that, above his head he could see pieces of floating continents. One of them was very close to him, hanging upside down in the air. He could even see every street on it. Why does it feel so much like Inception? Ji Qianming thought to himself. He lowered his head and was suddenly stunned. Under his feet was a broken bridge, which was shining with colorful lights, as if it was made of LED screens. The reason why it was called a broken bridge was because Ji Qianming was standing on the edge of the bridge at the moment, and behind him was the end of the fragment. Rainbow Bridge. Ji Qianming was a little surprised. He didn't expect to see the famous Rainbow Bridge as soon as he came in. In Norse mythology, the Rainbow Bridge is a huge bridge connecting Asgard and Midgard. It has 7-colored light flowing on it, and is also known as the Swaying Road to Heaven. Ji Qianming only took a quick look and then walked toward the other end of the bridge. He was less than 800 meters away from Asgard, and with his speed, he soon stepped on the land of Asgard. In the distance, magnificent and mysterious palaces appeared before his eyes. Although most of them had collapsed, many were still well preserved. The last battle of the gods took place in Vigrid, so Asgard was not directly attacked. Only the fire giants tried to rush into Asgard, but because they were too many and too heavy, they directly broke the Rainbow Bridge, so they did not enter Asgard. Ji Qianming walked on the ancient stone road, carefully observing the surrounding environment. He should be at the entrance of Asgard. There were no luxurious palaces around, but mostly some small houses, which should be where the servants of the gods lived. Boom! There was a loud noise. Ji Qianming looked up and saw a beam of fire rising in the distance, like a torch, very conspicuous in the light blue space. The moment Ji Qianming saw the fire, he thought of Wu Di. This guy's ability was just like his personality. He was always so irritable, but he was perfect to be used as a target to mark the direction. Wu Di was not close to him. Ji Qianming estimated that he was more than 10 kilometers away. Fortunately, the terrain of Asgard was very flat, and his fire could be seen even from such a distance. At the same time, a yellowish-brown tower slowly rose in the other direction. It was 50 or 60 stories high, and the school emblem of Gou Chen College was condensed with sand and stone. This should be Sihanouk's ability. His position is also not close to Ji Qianming, and he is in the opposite direction of Wu Di. The positions of the three people are like an equilateral triangle, which is the most ideal result. Because if the distance between the two targets is very close, someone must have to travel a long distance to meet with everyone, which is too dangerous. Seeing that the other two targets had exposed their positions, the leaf pattern of Dreamer on Ji Qianming's mirror flickered, and a huge sphere was concretized by him. The surface of this sphere was like a mirror, clearly reflecting Ji Qianming's reflection. Under Ji Qianming's control, the sphere slowly rose into the air. When it reached a certain height, it burst out with dazzling golden light, just like a sun hanging in the air, making it impossible not to notice it. After releasing the sphere, Ji Qianming sat down cross-legged. He was currently at the top of the tallest house nearby, and he had a panoramic view of the surrounding environment. His eyes were dyed with a layer of light gold as he watched the situation around him. The next step is to wait, but I don't know whether the person waiting will be a friend or an enemy. Another ruin. Alex looked at the fire, the sand tower, and the sun in the distance, his brows slightly furrowed. So that's the plan? Very clever indeed. He muttered to himself, then put down the backpack on his back and pressed a red button. The backpack immediately turned into tiny grains of sand and quickly spread out. Alex took out a pair of goggles from his pocket and put them on. Virtual pages suddenly appeared on the surface of the goggles, giving a full sense of technology. Okay, have the nanorobots analyze the nearby materials and start processing those that can be used. At the same time, look for substances that can be used as fuel. Try to build a mobile fortress within 2 hours. Received, starting to analyze the ingredients. Ingredient analysis progress 23%. An electronic sound suddenly came from the goggles, and a tide of nanorobots crawled over every inch of land nearby. No grass grew wherever they passed. Huge bricks and stones were eaten into various shapes. Then robots carried them to an open space and assembled them as parts. The division of labor was very clear, and the efficiency was terribly high. In just a few minutes, the base had taken shape. The materials used in the construction here are of a composition I've never seen before. If the parameters are like this, then the things on that drawing might actually be able to be made. Alex's little face was full of excitement. Then he seemed to remember something, took out a handful of metal balls from his pocket, and threw them into the sky. A red light appeared on the balls, and they hovered steadily in the air. Alex snapped his fingers, and the balls suddenly scattered in all directions, going nowhere. You guys want to fight in the early stage, but I'll wait until the late stage. Once my masterpiece is completed, the victory will belong to our Adam. Alex looked at the target in the distance and waved his fist excitedly. Roof. Gou Chen had been sitting here for nearly 10 minutes, but still no one showed up. However, he still did not relax and checked every street carefully. Suddenly, his brows frowned slightly. On the rooftop not far from him, there was a black shadow constantly jumping between the buildings at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was only a few hundred meters away from Gou Chen. An ordinary person might not even be able to see the black shadow, but with the blessing of the morning light, Gou Chen could clearly see what the jumping black shadow was. He slowly stood up, slapped his pocket with his right hand, and 13 mirror knife fragments floated in front of him. The black shadow jumped to the roof in front of Gou Chen and did not choose to move forward. Under the golden sun, a 2-story tall giant wolf was standing there arrogantly, staring at Gou Chen with a pair of vertical pupils. The next moment, he lifted his front feet off the ground, and his body shrank rapidly. His hair, which was as thin as steel needles, fell off, revealing large areas of skin. The giant wolf transformed into a human form in the blink of an eye. Gou Chen's heart sank suddenly. It seemed that the first person to arrive was an enemy, not a friend. Chapter 146, The Evil Slaying Sword. Adam Kevin, thank you for your guidance. The werewolf said politely with his upper body naked. Go Chun, Gou Chen. Gou Chen returned the greeting, then said with a wry smile, Kevin, your image and abilities don't quite match. Gou Chen had seen this man in Adam's exchange team. At that time, he was dressed like a gentleman and was very polite. After noticing Gou Chen's gaze, he gave him a kind smile. It was difficult for him to connect this gentleman with the ferocious giant wolf just now. Kevin chuckled. It can't be helped. If possible, I would also like a more elegant ability. But now that I have it, I shouldn't complain. This is not a gentleman's emotion. Good fellow, this is a native werewolf from England, who has learned all the gentleman's ways, Gou Chen thought to himself. To be honest, we also analyzed your Gou Chen team members before the war. In the list of dangerous people, there was only the Japanese with a knife, the Cambodian who controlled the sand, and the blonde Russian lady, but not your name. But the first time I saw you, I had a sense of danger, similar to the intuition of a wild animal. Maybe you were the one hiding the deepest, Mr. Gou Chen. Gou Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Can I understand that you are praising me? Then again, it was normal that his name was not on Adam's danger list. Whether it was Hinyahara, Sihanauk, or Natalia, they all had strong lethality, and his role was just a support. But if they heard the rumors about the Zero organization, they might not think so. You think too much. I'm really just an ordinary assistant. But let me ask, will your pants really not burst when you turn into a wolf? Gou Chen finally asked this question. He just found that Kevin was still wearing pants when he was in wolf form, and now that he has turned into a human form, the pants are still fittingly on his legs. Kevin was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, delaying time is indeed a wise choice, but out of gentlemanly courtesy, I will still tell you the answer. No, these are pants specially made for me by the Academy. Even if they are twice as big, they will not burst. Next, let me see how strong Gou Chen students are. As soon as Kevin finished speaking, his body swelled up violently, like a balloon. Dense black hair emerged from his body. His hands fell to the ground. Sharp claws pierced out from his fingertips, and the polite gentleman turned into a giant wolf in the blink of an eye. Oh, Kevin roared, then jumped up, turning into a black shadow and rushing towards Gou Chen on the roof. His sharp claws drew a cold light under the light of the sun. Gou Chen swung the handle in his hand, and the 13 fragments in front of him formed a complete mirror knife. A few blue lights flashed, and the hardness and sharpness were increased to the limit. He swung the knife towards Kevin in the air. Bite! The sound of metal colliding echoed in the air. The mirror knife and Kevin's claws collided with each other, creating a series of sparks. Then Ji Qianming felt a huge force coming from the mirror knife, like a high-speed truck hitting him, and the whole person flew backwards. Ji Qianming was knocked down from the roof by this claw and fell heavily to the ground. A sharp pain came from his back, and he grimaced in pain. If it weren't for the breathing of spiritual energy to enhance his physical strength, this blow might have directly broken him apart. What a strong force! Ji Qianming got up from the ground and looked at Kevin with shock in his eyes. The force of this attack just now could not be blocked even by Qianjun realm, which was almost at the level of Tongxian. However, Ji Qianming could clearly sense that Kevin was still a second-level ability user, which meant that this was just a simple ability increase. I can't compete with him head-on in strength, Ji Qianming thought to himself. The next moment, Kevin, who had transformed into a giant wolf, jumped down from the roof, stabbing Ji Qianming on the ground with his sharp claws, his pupils full of cruelty and brutality. Ji Qianming dodged flexibly, and the next second, Kevin smashed the ground under Ji Qianming's feet into pieces. Seeing Ji Qianming dodge, Kevin kicked his strong hind legs without any useless movements and rushed towards Ji Qianming again like a sharp arrow. Every move he made was full of wildness. This was the fighting mode of a wolf born purely for killing, and he would never give his opponent a chance to breathe. Ji Qianming performed the phantom steps, leaving a trail of afterimage on the spot. When Kevin missed again, he placed the mirror knife horizontally across his waist, as if he was about to unsheath it. He lowered his body slightly, and then slashed with the knife. Bachin one-sword style, Sumeru, slash. A flash of snow-white knife, light grew from small to large, and lightly landed on Kevin's side, leaving a blood mark on his body. Since Ji Qianming had already used fantasy to visualize the sun as a target, he was no longer able to visualize Snow White and could only use the mirror blade to perform this move. Roar, roar, roar. Werewolf Kevin roared in pain, digging his claws into the ground and staring at Ji Qianming. Although the attack was successful, Ji Qianming's face was not happy at all. The sharp mirror knife could only leave a bloody wound on Kevin's body, and it was not deep, which showed that Kevin's hardness was comparable to that of gold and stone. Fortunately, although Kevin's strength and defense points were full, due to his huge body, he was not as agile as Ji Qianming. So if he continued like this, he would be exhausted to death. There was a gleam in Ji Qianming's eyes, and he took the mysterious step and actually rushed towards Kevin. Kevin roared. His eyes became even more ferocious, and his huge body ran on the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. With a sound of breaking through the air, Kevin's claws swung towards Ji Qianming at an extremely fast speed. Since its claws could withstand the mirror knife, it goes without saying that they were very sharp. If it caught Ji Qianming firmly, Ji Qianming would most likely be cut into 5 pieces. The light of morning light flickered slightly in Ji Qianming's eyes. He didn't dare to use the morning light openly anymore. He could only let the morning light secretly strengthen his physical fitness. He waited for the right moment and squatted suddenly, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Kevin's attack missed, and he immediately opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Ji Qianming. His mouth was half the size of Ji Qianming, and his densely packed teeth were like sharp swords, biting towards his body. Ji Qianming didn't expect there was such a trick, but he was not panicked. He swung the mirror knife in his hand and used it as a sword, performing a fierce sword technique. The knife flashed, and half of Kevin's fangs were broken. This is not Hanyahara's kendo. The master of this sword technique is the Zero Kendo Master Gou Yu. After Gou Yu had all his senses blocked, he only used one sword technique to break Zhao's killing move. At that time, Ji Qianming used his mirror pupil to completely replicate this sword technique as a trump card. Since he didn't know the name of this move, Ji Qianming shamelessly gave it a name himself. Kill the Evil. Chapter 147 Siege. Gou Yu killed 2 core members of Shangxia with one sword, so let's call it Zhanxia. As the evil-slaying sword technique was used, Kevin lost half of his fangs, took several steps back in pain, and kept shaking his huge head with traces of blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Ji Qianming did not pause. The mirror knife in his hand suddenly scattered, and 13 pieces shot towards Kevin at different angles. He gently waved the handle in his hand, and the fragments spun rapidly, forming a terrifying sword blade storm, which scraped dense wounds on Kevin's body. Kevin roared again, and his huge body swelled again. In the blink of an eye, it became a circle bigger than before. The blood dyed his black hair dark red, and his eyes had turned completely blood red. A murderous intent surged towards Gou Chen, and he looked like he was determined to tear Gou Chen into pieces. Oh my God, how can it still run wild? Gou Chen looked at the terrifying giant wolf in front of him and couldn't help but shudder. Kevin's speed after going berserk was much faster than before, leaving a trail of shadows on the ground, stirring up a gust of wind, and rushed towards Gou Chen again. Just as Gou Chen was about to fight back, an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly enveloped his heart, and he jumped to the side without thinking and rolled on the ground. Whoosh! A slight sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Gou Chen's pale golden eyes clearly saw a bullet flying past his nose, leaving a faint mark. This was not the end. The bullet drew a large arc in the air, turned rapidly, and shot towards Gou Chen again. The bullet flew at an extremely high speed. If it were not for Chenxi's blessing, Gou Chen might not even know how he was shot. Fortunately, Duanmu Qingyu had introduced the opponent's abilities to him, so after seeing himself dodge the bullet, he did not relax his vigilance. He decisively dispersed the sun in the sky, and a mirror shield appeared out of thin air in front of him. Clang! Almost at the same time as the shield appeared, a crashing sound was heard, and the bullet hit the shield in Gou Chen's hand. If it was half a second later, Gou Chen would definitely have been hit. Cooper, the one who can change the trajectory of an object. Gou Chen clearly remembered what Duanmu Qingyu emphasized. His bullets can turn. The bullet lost all kinetic energy after hitting the mirror shield and fell to the ground. Before Gou Chen had time to rejoice that he had escaped, Kevin's sharp claws appeared in front of him. All this happened so quickly that Gou Chen had no time to make any other response. He subconsciously raised a mirror shield in his hand to withstand the attack. A harsh friction sound was heard, and Gou Chen, holding the mirror shield, was blown away by Kevin like a kite. The terrifying kinetic energy directly caused him to crash into two broken walls before he barely stopped. Smoke and dust filled the air, and Gou Chen felt as if his internal organs were being mixed up. After going berserk, Kevin's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. If he had not activated the Dawn to protect his body before hitting the wall, he might have lost consciousness immediately. Even so, he felt severe pain all over his body. Cough, cough, cough. A coughing sound came from the smoke and dust. Cooper, who was standing on a rooftop in the distance, let out a light exclamation and was very surprised that Gou Chen had not lost his fighting ability. Soon he raised the rifle in his hand again and aimed at the cloud of dust where Gou Chen was. This exchange meeting allowed the students to bring in some personal equipment, such as Yuzuru Henyuhara's Snow White, Alex's nanorobot army, and his rifle. Of course, he hid at least a dozen guns under his black windbreaker. After all, his ability would be greatly reduced without guns, so his mobile arsenal was brought into Asgard as an object, just like the nanorobot army. However, the ammunition he used was processed, and the lethality was reduced a lot. Even if it hit the vital point, it would not be fatal. After all, this was just a friendly exchange meeting. Gou Chen struggled to get up from the ground. Chenxi was quickly repairing his injuries. He frowned, and his brain was working rapidly. Without exposing Chenxi, it was still a bit difficult for Feihua and Dreamer to deal with the attacks of the two at the same time, but it was not without hope of winning. The main disadvantage was that he was ambushed. Besides, he never thought of eliminating both of them at the same time by himself. As long as he could hold on until his teammates arrived, it would be fine. Having decided on a tactic to delay time, Gou Chen took a deep breath, looked in the direction where the bullet had just come from, and started to think in his mind. Cooper gripped the rifle tightly in his hand, squinted his eyes, and stared at the gradually dispersing fog, his attention highly concentrated. Suddenly a figure flashed by, and Cooper pulled the trigger without any hesitation. At the same time, the leaf pattern on his wrist flashed, constantly correcting the trajectory of the bullet. Clang! The bullet hit the figure perfectly. There was a muffled sound. Cooper was stunned. When the smoke and dust dispersed a little, he saw that it was just a mirror with a human figure reflected in it. His pupils suddenly shrank. Fell into a trap. He quickly stood up holding the rifle and ran to other places. At this moment, several white lights flashed and the fragments of the mirror knife were already in front of his eyes, stabbing straight into his limbs. Cooper did not panic. The leaf pattern on his wrist shone brightly, and the trajectory of several mirror knife fragments suddenly changed. They drew a strange arc in the air and flew past his hair without causing any harm to him. Gou Chen narrowed his eyes. What a tricky ability. He can change the movement trajectory of objects, naturally including the mirror knife fragments. In this way, almost all long-range attack methods have no effect on him. I just don't know if his ability can affect the human body. If it can, it would be too perverted. Kevin, there he is, Cooper shouted. Kevin, who was far away, heard Cooper shout and immediately looked in the direction he was looking. With a fierce light in his eyes, he rushed towards Gou Chen with great momentum. At the same time, Cooper threw away the rifle in his hand, wiped his hands under his windbreaker, held two pistols in his hands, and fired several shots at a random angle. Several bullets drew an arc in the air and flew towards Gou Chen as if they had eyes. Gou Chen frowned as he fought with the giant wolf Kevin. The morning light allowed him to clearly see the trajectory of the bullet, but he had already spent a lot of his energy just dealing with Kevin. At this moment, facing Cooper's tracking bullet siege, he felt a huge crisis. Just when Gou Chen was about to enter the state of telepathy, a yellow figure appeared in his field of vision. Yuzuru Hanyu stood behind Gou Chen, facing the direction where the bullet was coming from. He put his right hand on Snow White, squinted his eyes, and watched the high-speed flying bullet. Snow White drew her sword in a flash. Mirror Heart Mingji Style, / Chapter 148, Reunion. A few flashes of Snow White knife light flashed in the air, accurately cutting each bullet. Hinyahara's yellow Haori rustled due to his movements. With a click, Snow White was sheathed. Cooper's eyes widened with a look of astonishment. It was the first time he saw someone block his bullet in this way. What kind of eyesight and what kind of knife skills were needed to achieve this? When Gou Chen saw Hinyahara suddenly appear, he was overjoyed. He dodged Kevin's claw by moving sideways and slashed at him with a knife. At this time, Kevin's body was covered with bloody wounds, and a trace of fatigue appeared in his sharp eyes. Yuan, hold him back. I will eliminate this werewolf. Gou Chen's eyes were bright, and the speed of swinging the knife in his hand increased a bit. Hinyahara squinted at Cooper, nodded gently, and put his hand on Snow White again, like a hunter waiting for an opportunity, staring at his prey, ready to launch a thundering attack at any time. Cooper's face looked a little ugly. Hinyahara was on their danger list. In addition, the scene of the opponent splitting the bullet just now, the terrifying speed and swordsmanship made him want to retreat. At this moment, a small metal ball slowly fell from the air and stopped steadily beside Cooper. A red light scanned Cooper's face, and then a familiar voice came from the metal ball. Cooper, don't take any risks. Migratory Bird has detected another student from Gou Chen approaching you. Take Kevin and leave immediately. Alex's voice came from the small metal ball. I know. Cooper's face darkened, and then he shouted loudly to Kevin, who was fighting with Gou Chen. Kevin, enough. Alex, let us retreat. Ouch. Kevin howled and suddenly jumped backwards to avoid Gou Chen's knife. After sinking for a while to accumulate strength, he suddenly leaped towards the roof in another direction and left without looking back, dragging his wounded body. Gou Chen gritted his teeth and chased after Kevin, who was jumping at the fastest speed. He could see that Kevin's frenzy time was almost up. If he continued to fight, he would be able to eliminate Kevin within a few rounds. When Cooper saw Kevin leaving, he took a deep breath, dropped the guns in his hands, and ran in the opposite direction of Kevin. Hinyahara raised his eyebrows slightly and put his hand on Snow White again. Run away separately? Very smart. Just as he was about to draw his knife and chase after him, Cooper, who was running wildly in front of him, took out a submachine gun from under his windbreaker and pulled the trigger in the direction of Hinyahara behind him. Flames spewed out from the muzzle of the submachine gun, and bullets poured out like crazy. The corner of Hinyahara's mouth twitched. He gave up the idea of pursuit and quickly ran towards a nearby bunker. He could only kill a few bullets, but how long would it take him to kill so many bullets? However, he soon discovered something was wrong. Most of the bullets were shot in a straight line, and only a few turned and shot towards him. It seemed that the opponent could not control many trajectories. If he could really control the trajectory of every bullet, he would have nowhere to hide. After he cut off a few deflected bullets, he found that Cooper had already run away. He shook his head helplessly, sheathed Snow White, and ran in the direction Gou Chen left. Gou Chen could barely see Kevin's shadow by using the phantom steps, but he couldn't chase him at full speed for too long. Judging from the current situation, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up. But he was very unwilling to let the opponent, whom he had finally beaten badly, escape like this. Kevin, who was jumping between the eaves in front, looked back at Gou Chen, who was gradually exhausted, and breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a figure appeared again on the street in front of him. A young man wearing a green gown and a wooden hairpin in his hair saw Kevin jumping, raised his eyebrows, and uttered a light exclamation. Kevin recognized this young man. His name seemed to be Duanmu Qingyu. His abilities seemed to be related to metaphysics. He did not have much attack power. This made him determined that such an auxiliary would not be able to stop him, just like he did not expect Isaac, the painter, to fight. However, when Kevin thought that he was being hunted by an auxiliary, he suddenly felt a little upset. At this moment, the young man in green reached behind his back and pulled out a peach which soared with a piece of yellow paper with a strange pattern on it, pointing at him from distance. The Xianling Jiarong will forever maintain longevity. The Taishan Sanyi will maintain its true form. The 5 internal organs gods will each maintain peace. The Dumu Xianling curse. Cast it for me. The strange and mysterious incantation came out of Duanmu Qingyu's mouth. The peach with sword shook slightly, and a flame came out of the yellow talisman on it, and then disappeared completely. The next moment, Kevin felt his body stiffen, and he couldn't move even a finger. Tragically, he was in the air between 2 houses, and he fell straight down from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. What the hell is this thing? Kevin's eyes widened. The wolf body shrank rapidly, and the black hair on its body gradually faded away. It turned back into a human form, but now his body was covered with scars, and half of his teeth were broken. He looked extremely miserable. Gou Chen, who was chasing behind, saw this scene, and his eyes lit up. He quickly ran to Kevin, put the mirror knife in his hand under his chin, and a bright smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. All right, I give in, Mr. Gou Chen. You are more of a beast than me. Kevin spoke bitterly, revealing a mouthful of broken teeth. Now that his transformation was complete, he had no strength left and could not resist at all. He could only helplessly admit defeat. Gou Chen looked at his horrible teeth, scratched his head embarrassedly, and reached out to pull him up from the ground. Those hits you made were pretty hard. Gou Chen said with a friendly smile. Kevin from Adam Academy is eliminated. Park Ji-min's voice came from high in the sky, clearly spreading to every corner of Asgard. Gou Chen looked up, but could not see her at all. By the way, the 2 assistant referees knew it as soon as he eliminated Kevin. Could it be that they had some kind of props to monitor the entire Asgard? Otherwise, it would be difficult to report the situation in real time, which means that every move he made was seen by them. Duanmu Qingyu walked over slowly, with a smile on his face. I had a fortune teller tell me to wait in this direction before I came. Sure enough, there was a surprise. I don't know how Hanyahara is doing, but it's good enough to eliminate one opponent first. At least we have the advantage now. Gou Chen said with satisfaction. Hassan from Gou Chen Academy is eliminated. Simon from Adam College, eliminated. Gou Chen Academy Sihanauk is eliminated. 3 consecutive broadcasts came from the air, and Gou Chen and Duanmu Qingyu's faces darkened at the same time. Chapter 149 Giant. These 3 reports are undoubtedly very unfavorable for Gou Chen Academy. They were just happy that they had eliminated an opponent, but now the number of people on both sides is tied again. Gou Chen and Duanmu Qingyu looked in the direction of the sand tower. At this moment, the sand tower had collapsed and turned into flying smoke. Something happened in Sihanauk's place. If I'm not mistaken, Hassan was also there. What on earth did they encounter? Why were they both eliminated? Gou Chen speculated with a frown. There are at least 3 of Adam's students over there, otherwise Sihanauk would not be eliminated. He is very strong, not to mention that Hassan is there. Duanmu Qingyu slowly squatted down, drew 3 circles on the sand below, and muttered to himself, if there are 3 of Adam's people over there, we have 1 here, and you just said that Hanyahara also has 1, right? That means Wu Di should have at least 2 people, and if we are unlucky, there will be 3 people. Now that the battle in Sihanoukville is over, if student Adam from there rushes to Wudina, Duanmu Qingyu raised his head and exchanged glances with Gou Chen, and they said in unison, go and support us. After saying that, the 2 of them took steps at the same time and ran wildly towards the direction of the fire column. On the way, they met Hanyahara, who was very fast. After a brief exchange, Hanyahara directly left the 2 behind and ran towards Wu Di alone. Above the sky, Park Ji-min and Peter, who were sitting on a disc, were watching the floating display screen in front of them with great interest. The screen was showing the students' fighting scenes. Peter was holding a huge sand table in his hand, which showed the position of each student. The one for Adam Academy was blue, and the one for Gou Chen Academy was red, the same color as the bracelets they were wearing. At this time, the sand table in Peter's hand was mainly divided into 4 parts. One part was 3 red dots, one part was 2 blue dots, and a red that was far behind. They were all moving quickly towards the middle part, and at this time, there were 2 blue dots and a red dot entangled in the middle part. The last part was an open space far away from the battlefield, with only 2 blue dots standing there motionless. Now each side has eliminated 2 members, and they are all moving towards the direction of Wu Di, Natalia, and Alan in the middle. Interesting, that girl named Wang Ruoi has been following Xiao and the others secretly. What does she want to do? And why are those 2 little guys, Alex and Isaac, huddled there motionless? Adjust the coordinates to 1314, 521. Peter looked at the sand table in his hand with an interested expression on his face. Park Ji-min swiped his finger, and the picture on the floating display screen changed. A huge half-formed fortress appeared in front of the 2 of them. Alex and Isaac were sitting in the middle of the fortress, surrounded by circles of robots processing and moving materials with terrifying efficiency. Holding it back for the later stage. This little boy of your Adam is really extraordinary. If he lets this thing take shape, Gou Chen's chances of winning will be pitifully small. Park Ji-min sighed as he looked at Alex, who was operating the robot on the screen. That's hard to say, Peter said with a smile. The masked boy who just challenged Kevin and Cooper is no ordinary man. And the Japanese swordsman is no ordinary man either. And by the time they all get to the battlefield in the middle, Gou Chen will have 6 people, while Adam will only have 4. Our chances of winning are not great. It's hard to say now. Let's wait and see. Park Ji-min swiped his finger and cut the screen back to the middle battlefield. Under the pillar of fire, flames kept bursting out from Wu Di's hands, and his eyes were fixed on the black-haired boy at Adam, full of fighting spirit. So, even if it's 1 against 2, you're still going to take action? Natalia looked at Alan with her sapphire eyes and said lightly. Alan's mouth curled up slightly. I have long wanted to meet Gou Chen students. I don't want to miss this opportunity. Besides, the famous Gou Chen should not disdain to bully the minority with his numbers, right? Wu Di raised his eyebrows and was about to challenge him to a duel, but Natalia spoke first. Sorry, this is not a one-on-one duel, but a team battle. There is no such thing as outnumbered people bullying the minority. This is our advantage. As she spoke, Natalia suddenly raised her hand, and the purple leaf pattern on her chest sparkled. The next moment, a thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky and landed accurately in her hand, turning into a purple spear with arcs of lightning jumping on it. Alan saw this visually impactful scene, but there was no expression on his face. Instead, he slowly walked towards the 2 of them. Well, in that case, you 2 can come together, Alan said calmly, but these words sounded full of arrogance in Wu Di and Natalia's ears. Wu Di was the first one who couldn't help himself. He roared, and a ball of fire burst out from under his feet. The huge impact force swung him directly in front of Alan. He raised his right hand like lightning, and a terrible explosion was brewing in his palm. Alan's pupils shrank, and a yellow lightning came from the sky, striking him and knocking Wu Di away in the air. Wu Di was confused. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Why would he chop himself? At this moment, Alan's body suddenly swelled up in the yellow electric light, like a balloon, and in the blink of an eye, he became an extremely huge giant. He was as tall as a 20-story building. There was no trace of Alan's features on the giant's body. It was like a pure humanoid beast with bulging muscles all over its body. Just by gently waving its arms, it created a gust of wind. What the hell is this? Wu Di's eyes widened as he looked at this giant who was taller than Ultraman, and his mind was trembling wildly. Natalia's eyes were also filled with shock. She knew from Duanmu Qingyu that Alan's ability was gigantic, but she didn't expect him to be so big. This was completely beyond the scope of human. Moo! A dull sound came from the giant's throat. It seemed that Alan had lost his ability to speak and could only make this sound. Far away. Damn, what the hell is that thing? Ji Qianming looked at the towering giant and couldn't help but swear. Duanmu Qingyu's expression was very unsightly. It's Alan. I didn't expect him to grow so big. We should speed up. As they spoke, the 2 of them increased their speed. Wu Di reacted quickly. He was a fearless person. Even if you're taller than me, So what? I will still beat you up. He stretched out his hands forward, and a ball of blazing fire shot out from his palms, landing on the giant's body and exploding, causing the giant's body to sway slightly. Then the giant slowly raised his right hand and slapped the two men as if slapping a fly. Chapter 150. Strong enemy arrives to help. Natalia suddenly jumped up. Her eyes were fierce. The purple spear in her hand flashed with lightning, and she met the giant's palm with great momentum. Bump! The giant's palm was slightly paused by Natalia's blow, and then continued to slap down, hitting the ground hard, turning the surrounding houses into ruins and raising a large amount of smoke and dust. Natalia! Wu Di shouted anxiously when he saw this scene. I'm Phoenix. Natalia's voice came from under the giant's palm. Wu Di then realized that the giant's palm did not completely touch the ground, but stopped more than 1 meter above the ground. Natalia was using the spear in her hand to support her palm to withstand the blow. At this time, the ground under her feet had cracked and half of her calf was sunken. Wu Di turned his head to look at the giant. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he actually ran directly up along the giant's arm, putting his hands behind his back. Continuous explosions sounded, like boosters that increased his speed to the limit. The giant soon realized his intention, raised his other hand, and with a raging gust of wind, slapped the ant on his arm hard. Wu Di's eyes flashed, and he suddenly squatted down, with his two palms facing downwards, creating a terrifying explosion. The air wave directly swept him into the air, avoiding the giant's arms, and the position was just above the giant's head. Wu Di clasped his fists, and a crackling sound burst out from between his two hands and slapped the giant's head fiercely. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and a piece of the giant's head was burnt. His head was buzzing due to the horrible impact force, and his huge body fell backwards. At the moment of falling, one foot suddenly stretched out and stepped on the ground, barely stabilizing his body. This is not over yet. Natalia, who broke free from the giant's hand, threw the spear in her hand fiercely into the sky. It turned into a purple lightning that drilled into the clouds. Then a water snake-like lightning with tremendous force struck down from the clouds and hit the giant in the face accurately. Moo! The giant wailed as the lightning smashed his face into a bloody mess. Finally, he could no longer control his body and fell straight down. The entire Asgard was shaken. Oomph, you're still going together? That's all, Wu Di said disdainfully. Natalia's brows were still furrowed as she said sternly, he hasn't completely lost his ability to fight yet. Hurry up and finish him off. As she spoke, she caught the purple spear that turned into thunder and flew towards the giant's head, with Wu Di following closely behind. The giant at this moment seemed to be drunk. He struggled on the ground for several times, but couldn't get up. He watched the two men rushing towards him with murderous intent, but he didn't respond at all. Natalia leaped with all her strength, and the purple spear in her hand stabbed straight at the giant's forehead. At this moment, something strange happened. A thin rapier stabbed down from the sky, deflecting Natalia's fatal blow to the giant. Then a long boot kicked Natalia's waist hard, knocking her directly down from the air. It was a young man wearing European medieval-style clothes. His skin was pale, and his pair of scarlet eyes looked coldly at Natalia, who was falling. He turned gracefully in the air and landed steadily on the ground. The whole movement was as smooth as flowing water. He was about to step forward to avenge Natalia when a pair of jade-like arms suddenly wrapped around his neck. A huge force came over him, and Wu Di felt dizzy. His head was smashed hard on the ground, and he grimaced in pain. In his eyes, the lying Claire gave him a bright smile. This was not over yet. Claire took 1 foot forward and knelt directly on Wu Di, with her arms firmly clamped around his neck and her legs wrapped around his body. An Israeli guillotine was quickly taking shape. Wu Di's pupils shrank suddenly. If he was really asked to complete the guillotine, it would be no joke. Once this move was formed, it would be extremely difficult to get rid of. It could lock him into shock in a short period of time. He flipped his hands, and violent flames suddenly broke out. Claire decisively gave up the guillotine and nimbly avoided most of the damage with a backflip, but some of the flames still burned her arms. Claire shook her hands nonchalantly, and the burned skin was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was back to normal in the blink of an eye. What a pervert! Wu Di couldn't help but curse when he saw Claire's recovery ability, which was almost cheating. Claire smiled and said, I understand that you are praising me. After saying that, Her eyes fell on Natalia, who was fighting with Xiao, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Natalia had a headache. The young man in front of her, dressed in European medieval clothes, was too fast and incredibly strong. The most annoying thing was that he had spread his pair of red wings. When flying at low altitude, he was like a ghost, and it was difficult to catch his trajectory. "Miss, can I invite you to dinner after this boring game?" A charming smile appeared on Xiao's overly handsome face, and the red wings behind him fluttered slightly, making his long red hair flow elegantly. Natalia raised a brow. "I have no interest in having dinner with a man who kicks women in the waist. This is really bad news." Xiao spread his hands helplessly. "To be honest, you are the second woman who rejected me. I thought only Claire was indifferent to my charm." Natalia burst out laughing. She had always heard that vampires were extremely handsome, and now it seemed to be true. However, she was not one of those brainless people who only cared about appearance. A good-looking appearance meant nothing, and the kick from Xiao just now had definitely brought out her anger. "Moo!" At some point, the huge giant stood up again, staring at Natalia and Wu Di with a pair of empty eyes. He slowly raised his right foot and was about to step toward the place where several people were fighting. Hey, Alan, we are still down there." Claire saw the feet that blocked out the sky. Her mouth twitched slightly, and she shouted loudly. The giant seemed to have heard Claire's words. He hesitated for a moment, and his feet stopped in the air without falling. This made the four people breathe a sigh of relief. Hearing the sound, Natalia looked towards Claire, frowned, gritted her teeth, and left her opponent behind, rushing towards Claire, who was fighting with Wu Di. "Wu Di, change players!" Natalia shouted. Wu Di was stunned, but did not refuse. He went straight to meet Xiao in the air. The immortal girl in front of him was too abnormal. No matter how hard she was hit, her wounds would heal quickly. Moreover, her terrifying fighting skills made his scalp numb. He was about to be knocked unconscious. Chapter 151: Claire and Natalia. When Claire saw Natalia rushing towards her with a purple spear in her hand, she was not surprised but delighted, and a strong fighting spirit burst out in her eyes. Natalia shook the spear in her hand. Purple lightning covered the surface of the spear, and she swung a spear shadow directly towards Claire's body. Claire twisted her body into an incredible posture as if she had no bones and narrowly avoided the shot. Then she rushed towards Natalia along the spear like a sharp arrow and put her arms around her waist. She was very fast, and Natalia's spear became a burden in close combat. This time, he failed to dodge and was held tightly around her waist. Claire's mouth corners turned up, and she leaned back. With her terrifying flexibility and strength, she picked up Natalia and threw her to the ground with a back throw. Natalia reacted extremely quickly, stabbing the spear in her hand into the soil to slow down the momentum. Then the leaf pattern on her chest burst into a dazzling light, and purple arcs of electricity jumped all over her body, flowing along Claire's arms and enveloping her. Claire frowned as the electric current paralyzed her whole body. Her hands that were holding Natalia's waist loosened involuntarily. Natalia seized the opportunity and used a fishback move to directly shake off Claire, who was like a leech attached to her. The two of them took a few steps back together and met each other's gazes at the same time, their faces full of seriousness and earnestness, and the air seemed to be filled with sparks from the collision of these gazes. Wu Di and Xiao stopped fighting at the same time without knowing it. They looked at the two women fighting in silence and felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird. Are all women so cruel in a fight? They don't make a sound, but every move is deadly. Wu Di scratched his head and said puzzledly. Xiao looked at the two women with interest, patted Wu Di on the shoulder, and said, "Brother, you still don't understand women well enough. I'm familiar with this situation." Looking at Natalia again, she threw the spear in her hand far away, clenched her fists, and took a fighting stance. When fighting against an agile enemy like Claire, who was good at close combat, her spear would only become a burden. So she simply threw it away at the beginning, and the two of them fought purely by physical skills. Seeing Natalia's posture, Claire showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Not bad, a wise choice, but you may not be able to beat me without weapons." "How do you know if you don't try? Your jiu-jitsu is very strong, and my sanda is also strong," Natalia said lightly. After a brief conversation, the air fell silent again. After a silent eye contact, the two women rushed towards each other at the same time. Natalia's sanda skills are indeed strong. Her moves are precise and fierce, with great momentum. Claire, on the other hand, is like a swimming fish. Her movements are agile, but every move is deadly. The two of them fought at an extremely fast speed, and their movements almost left after images. Wu Di and Xiao were both stunned. It was the first time for them to see two stunning beauties fighting in such a primitive and violent way. It was simply a wonderful visual feast, more exciting than any boxing match. Ahem, how about we fight too? It doesn't look good from the perspective of this. Xiao suddenly felt that he and Wu Di were just spectators. If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be an academy exchange meeting. I agree. Wu Di nodded repeatedly. A ball of fire burst out from his right hand, and he rushed towards Xiao beside him. Xiao raised his eyebrows. Good fellow, I didn't expect that you, who looked honest and simple with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would attack by surprise. He twitched his wings behind him and dodged the attack easily. The rapier in his hand stabbed at Wu Di at an extremely tricky angle. The giant that Alan turned into just stood aside stupidly, watching the fight between the people. He didn't know what to do for a moment, so he simply sat down and supported his head to watch them fight. Alan, what's going on? Cooper, wearing a black windbreaker, jumped onto the giant's shoulder, breathing heavily, and asked. The giant pointed at the four people fighting in boredom, helplessly spreading his hands, with an expression that said, I can't do anything about it. Cooper looked in the direction of the giant's hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, took out a gun from under his windbreaker, and aimed at Wu Di, who was fighting with Xiao. This young man, named Wu Di, had the greatest lethality, so it was the wisest choice to eliminate him first. Just as he was about to shoot, a dagger was suddenly placed on his neck, and Cooper's pupils suddenly shrank. You are eliminated. Wang Ruai spoke crisply. She had touched the giant's shoulder at some point and silently put the dagger against his throat. Neither the giant nor Cooper noticed her presence until she took action. You, when did you come here? Cooper's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. He had always been very alert, so it didn't make sense for him to not notice the girl touching his back. What kind of ability was this? Cooper from Adam College is eliminated. Park Jimin's voice came slowly from the air, and Cooper's face suddenly turned pale. Huh, how did that guy get eliminated? Ji Qinming paused while running and asked in confusion. You know, Henyahara couldn't stop him just now. Who did he run into? Duan Mu Qingyu pondered for a while and said, Look at that giant. He just sat there for a long time. This means that the group of Adam students who eliminated Sihanouk have arrived. We need to speed up. Why is the giant moving again? The giant in the distance suddenly stood up and slapped his shoulder with one hand, as if a fly had landed on his shoulder. Wang Ruoi was so frightened by this scene that her face turned pale. She was just thinking about how to eliminate people secretly, but she didn't expect that she was still on the giant's shoulders. Now that the giant stood up, the distance from the ground was very high. If she jumped down, she would definitely die. But if she didn't jump, the whistling sound of breaking through the air had already demonstrated the terrifying power of this palm. Her ability was not enough to protect herself, and if she was hit, she would be eliminated. Just as she closed her eyes and prepared to meet the palm, a yellow figure rose into the air, and the snow white on Henyahara's waist was unsheathed like lightning. An unparalleled blade, light, grew from small to large and directly chopped the oncoming palm. Baichin one-sword style, Sumaru slashed. This blow directly cut the giant's palm, but no blood flowed out. At the same time, the giant's face twisted violently and his whole body twitched wildly. Henyahara was like a butterfly, lightly landing on the giant's shoulder, picked up Wang Ruoi and ran down the giant's arm at an extremely fast speed. Before the giant's arm swung, he leaped and jumped onto a nearby roof with Wang Ruoi. Wang Ruoi closed her eyes tightly, her heart almost jumping out of her throat. She had never experienced such a thrilling high-altitude project before. After her feet touched the ground, she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Thank you, Henyahara-san. Chapter 152. Fire in the Backyard? Wang Ruoi thanked Henyahara in a low voice, but the latter just nodded slightly and turned his gaze back to the angry giant. At this time, Alan was staring at Henyahara closely. After a roar, he clenched his right fist and smashed it towards the roof where the two were with a strong wind. With one punch, all the nearby houses were razed to the ground, and the whole place was filled with smoke. Yuzuru Hanyu stopped not far away, carrying Wang Ruoi, and was about to draw his sword to meet the giant. But suddenly a large amount of steam burst out from the latter's body, covering his entire huge body. Just as Yuzuru Hanyu frowned, the steam dissipated and the giant's figure disappeared. It's time for Alan to transform into a giant. Xiao, who was fighting with Wu Di, saw this scene. His beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he flapped his wings and directly shook off Wu Di and flew in the direction where the giant disappeared. Hey, young man, you have no martial ethics. Why are you running away? Wu Di covered the wound on his body and shouted stubbornly. At this moment, Wu Di was in a very miserable state, with tiny bloody wounds all over his body. Xiao's speed was too fast, and Wu Di's explosion could not hurt him at all. Instead, Xiao took the opportunity to stab him a few times from time to time. In fact, if the two continued to fight, Wu Di would definitely lose. But Xiao actually abandoned himself, who was almost dying, and flew in another direction. What on earth was he going to do? Wu Di frowned and looked at Xiao, who was going away, and he couldn't figure it out. In the steam, Alan lay on the ground like a corpse, looking helplessly at the sky. Although his ability to transform into a giant was very powerful, it was unfortunately not long-lasting. Once the giantization time was over, he would fall into this semi-paralyzed state, unable to move even a finger. This state would last at least half an hour. As expected, the side effects of this ability are very serious. A male voice came from the fog. Alan's expression suddenly became ugly. He turned his head with difficulty. A young man wearing a yellow haori and a long sword on his waist was walking slowly towards him, with his hands in his wide sleeves, squinting his eyes and smiling. It seems that my luck is bad today. It was the people from Gou Chen who found me first. Alas, Alan seemed to have accepted his fate. He sighed deeply and closed his eyes. Just as Henyahara was about to step forward to eliminate Alan, the steam mist next to him suddenly rolled, and a red figure emerged like lightning and swung a long and narrow western sword straight toward Henyahara's neck. Henyahara frowned, unsheathed the snow-white sword at his waist, and blocked the sword at the critical moment. Japanese swordsman Henyahara, the first person on the danger list. I have always wanted to find an opportunity to fight with you. Xiao, holding the sword, showed a bright smile. Henyahara still had his signature smile on his face and replied calmly, "Please give me your guidance." As soon as she finished speaking, Snow White suddenly retreated. Henyahara turned his feet, and Snow White put the sword back into the sheath and unsheathed it again in an instant. This time, the speed was even faster, leaving a residual image in the air. No knife take. What a fast speed. Xiao's pupils shrank suddenly, and the wings behind him shook. He retreated very quickly, but was still cut by the tip of the knife, leaving a faint blood mark on his chest. The medieval-style clothes were cut into a mess by the knife. After just one encounter, Henyahara gained the upper hand. Xiao felt a little annoyed. From the time he joined Adam until now, no one of his peers could surpass him in speed and swordsmanship. But now there was an Oriental swordsman in front of him who was not inferior to him in speed or swordsmanship, and might even be better than him. Xiao took a deep breath, his scarlet eyes focused on the young man in yellow in front of him, and he flapped his wings and rushed towards Henyahara at a very fast speed. Henyahara narrowed his eyes and held Snow White in front of him. When Xiao rushed over, he suddenly took a step forward and ran toward Xiao. The two figures, one red and one yellow, were moving so fast that they could not be captured by the naked eye. When they collided, a sharp sound of metal clashing was heard. Although there was only one collision sound, the two had actually fought several times at that moment, but the speed was so fast that even the sound were mixed together. Two monsters. Alan, who was lying on the ground, saw the two people fighting with swords and sabers, and muttered silently. Ji Qianming and Duanmu Qingyu ran breathlessly to the battlefield where Wu Di and Natalia were. Seeing Wu Di standing silently on the side with nothing to do, Duanmu Qingyu couldn't help but speak. "What are you standing here for? It's not that I want to stand there stupidly, but I can't join in the fight over there," Wu Di said aggrievedly, pointing at Natalia and Claire who were fighting each other. The two women seemed to know no fatigue, still maintaining a terrifying frequency of movements, like two brutal fighting machines. In terms of pure melee skills, Claire was better, but Natalia's fists were already wrapped in lightning, and each punch could leave a charred mark on Claire's body. But Claire's ability was not to be underestimated, and the next second her terrifying recovery ability healed the wound as before. Duanmu Qingyu and Ji Qianming opened their mouths wide and shuddered as they watched the two women fighting fist to fist. See what I said? When these two women meet, the situation will be out of control. Duanmu Qingyu looked at Ji Qianming with sympathy and said with glee, Ji Qianming was dumbfounded. What happened between you two that made you fight so fiercely? I don't think I did anything. Why don't you all stop for a moment? If you have anything to say, we could just slow down. Roll. Receive. As soon as Ji Qianming opened his mouth, the two girls who were fighting fiercely shouted in unison. The sound scared Ji Qianming half to death. Ji Qianming had no doubt that if he intervened forcibly, they would kill him first and then continue fighting. Ahem, it doesn't seem right for me to watch them fight here. I'll go find Henyahara first. You and Wu Di watch here. Don't interfere with their fight, and don't let others interfere with their fight. Ji Qianming whispered in Duanmu Qingyu's ear. Duanmu Qingyu looked at him sympathetically and nodded. You go ahead. Leave this to me. I can also give Wu Di a simple bandage while I'm at it. Ji Qianming turned and ran towards where the giant was just now. He also glanced at Natalia and Claire furtively. The two of them still looked like they were determined to fight to the death. Ding, ding, ding. The swords of Henyahara and Xiao collided several times in an instant, creating a series of sparks. Henyahara calmly analyzed Xiao's swordsmanship, and Xiao was also secretly testing Henyahara's limits. The two separated briefly and fell silent at the same time. Henyahara sheathed the snow white, placed one hand on the hilt, lowered his body slightly, adjusted his breathing, and raised his condition to the peak. His intuition told him that the next battle would be the decisive one between the two of them. Chapter 153, Swordsman Duel. Another ruin. Alex was sitting in a half-built fortress with his brows tightly furrowed. He had just clearly seen the end of the transformation of the giant Aaron, and had a vague foreboding in his heart. Isaac, I can't get away now. Please go to the battlefield for me. If I'm not mistaken, Gou Chen should have the upper hand now. Please go and rescue them. Alex was sitting in the central control chair, wearing windproof glasses and calculating the probability of winning the fight between the two sides. Isaac's expression froze. Alex, I'm just a painter. What do you want me to do to save them? Should I give each of their people from Gou Chen an autograph and beg them to let my people go? Alex rolled his eyes and pressed a few times on the console, and a heavy exosuit was slowly pushed in front of him. Who told you to go empty-handed? The materials I have are only enough to make one mecha, and due to the limitations of Asgard's material properties, it is very bulky, but it has excellent defense. I have also equipped it with enough firepower. You can wear it. Alex said. Isaac touched the bulky mecha and said bitterly, Can I choose not to go? Alex raised his eyebrows. Okay, but the whole school will know that you peeped at Jimmy taking a shower yesterday. Do you want to be ruined, Isaac? I know. Isaac felt like he was about to cry. He gritted his teeth and put on the gray mecha. Let me make this clear first. You can't tell anyone about this, or I'll really be socially dead. Go. Alex waved his hand and pressed a button. The gray mecha started up immediately. A red light emanated from the helmet of the mecha, making it look domineering and unparalleled. Isaac skillfully switched to manual operation mode. An orange-red flame spurted out from under his feet, and the entire mecha slowly rose. As the flame boosters on both hands opened, it quickly flew towards the direction of the battlefield. Alan, lying on the ground, swallowed his saliva, feeling the tense atmosphere between the two, and his heart was lifted. After all, if Xiao lost, he would be eliminated as well. Original. Ji Qianming's voice suddenly came from afar, and Henyahara and Xiao seemed to have received some signal, and they rushed towards each other at the fastest speed at the same time. Xiao's scarlet eyes revealed a crazy look, and he tightly grasped the rapier in his hand. Kingshin Mingji Ryu, kissing. Henyahara groaned, and the snow-white sword on his waist was unsheathed like lightning, bringing out a dazzling blade light and slashing towards Xiao's right hand. Right now, Xiao's eyes burst into a brilliant light, and the rapier in his hand swung away Henyahara's snow-white at an incredible angle, and then stabbed straight into Henyahara's chest. Bachin one-sword style, annihilate. Henyahara's scabbard and hilt were combined, and the whole person suddenly flashed to the side, leaving a residual image on the spot. The scabbard hit Shujikin's wrist from below, directly knocking the rapier in his hand away. At this moment, Henyahara's snow white had already reached Xiao's neck, and the cold sword would cut off his blood vessels if it moved forward just a little bit. The whole process happened so fast that Alan only saw a flash before his eyes, and the outcome was decided. I lost. Xiao was stunned for a while, with a bitter look on his face. He knew very well that Henyahara was better than him in both swordsmanship and speed. In this battle, he was convinced of his defeat. Henyahara silently sheathed the Snow White and said slowly, "Your swordsmanship is very strong. This trip to London is well worthwhile to have such a hearty swordsmanship duel." Adam College Shio is eliminated. Park Ji-min's voice came slowly. Seeing the wonderful scene of the final duel between the two, Ji Qianming was now very upset. He was so engrossed in watching it just now that he actually forgot to open his pupil. He suddenly felt that he had missed 100 million. Good job. Another one has been eliminated. Ji Qianming gave Henyahara a thumbs up. That means 4 have been eliminated, and we have only eliminated 2. What a great advantage. No, it should be 5, Henyahara said, pointing at Alan, who was lying on the ground with despair. At this time, Alan already knew his fate. Lien Xiao was eliminated, and he, who had no power to resist, would not be spared. In this way, Adam might really lose. Wang Ruoyi from Gou Chen College is eliminated. Natalia from Gou Chen Academy, eliminated. Adam College Claire, eliminated. When the 3 announcements were made, Ji Qianming and Henyahara's faces changed. Ji Qianming knew that one of Natalia and Claire would be eliminated, or they might both die. But how was Wang Ruoyi eliminated? Where was she? Henyahara reacted very quickly and swung his knife at Alan on the ground. He knew that he could not delay any longer. Before, only Xiao, Alan, and Claire were here. Now Alan was in front of him. Xiao had just been eliminated by him. Claire should be with Natalia. Adam simply did not have the manpower to eliminate Wang Ruoyi, which meant that the other party might have reinforcements. Just when he was about to hit Alan, a missile with a long flame tail came towards him. Henyahara's pupils suddenly shrank, and he jumped back without any hesitation. The missile hit the ground next to him and suddenly exploded. Boom! The wind wave blew Alan next to him unconscious. Henyahara's expression was very solemn. He turned his head to look in the direction where the missile came from. I saw a gray humanoid mecha slowly landing on the ground, causing the soil beneath its feet to collapse slightly. The RPG rocket launcher on its shoulder was emitting green smoke, and its red mechanical eyes were staring at Henyahara and Ji Qianming. Mecha. Ji Qianming's eyes widened, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. Isn't this a college exchange war? Can you bring your own mecha into Asgard? Yeah, it seems I arrived just in time. The mecha's helmet moved up, revealing Isaac's sickly face. Seeing Alan on the ground, he said with some relief, "You are committing a foul." Ji Qianming couldn't help but speak. Foul? No, we didn't foul. Isaac said with an innocent expression. This mecha was built by Alex in Asgard. It doesn't count as foreign equipment. Besides, I'm just a poor painter who was forced to fight. I don't want to drive this thing at all, not at all. A mecha built in Asgard? What did he make it out of? And how long has it been since then? And he has actually built a mecha. Ji Qianming took a deep breath. Although the mecha in front of him was crudely made, it was still a real mecha. He suddenly thought of Duanmu Qingyu's evaluation of Alex. If he was given enough time, Alex could even build a fortress in the desolate desert. Is this Yi Wen's brain development? It's so terrifying. Chapter 154 Isaac. So you were the one who eliminated Wang Ruoyi as well. Ji Qianming suddenly thought of something and asked. Isaac sighed helplessly. I didn't mean to do that, but she just happened to see me on the way here, and she briefly trapped me in an illusion. When I finally managed to break free, her dagger was only 1 centimeter away from me. I had no choice but to eliminate her in a hurry. The corner of Ji Qianming's mouth twitched slightly. Although this sickly painter looked very cowardly, Ji Qianming inexplicably felt that he deserved a beating. Henyahara silently placed his hand on the hilt of the knife. Seeing this, Isaac's face turned pale. The heavy mecha took a step back suddenly, and its 2 sturdy arms kept swinging. Good man. Good man. Let's talk it over nicely. I'm not here to fight. I just want to save my lovely teammate. Please let me take Alan away, please. Isaac said anxiously. Henyahara was stunned, and his hand that was drawing the sword suddenly stopped. It was the first time he saw someone so cowardly after fighting for so long. At the moment when Henyahara hesitated, Isaac's mecha arm suddenly popped out, carrying powerful kinetic energy and hitting Henyahara's chest, directly knocking the latter away. Original. Ji Qianming immediately became furious. Sure enough, this painter was not a good person. He seemed submissive on the surface, but would attack people with heavy punches when they were not prepared. He slapped his pocket, and the 13 mirror knife fragments quickly formed a complete mirror knife. His left hand materialized a pistol and fired several shots at Isaac. Isaac made a face and put his helmet down again. He was wrapped tightly in the mecha. Ji Qianming's bullets only left a few shallow marks on the thick shell. The RPG rocket launcher on Isaac's shoulder made a click sound. Ji Qianming's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, "Fuck." Without even thinking, he conjured up a mirror shield to cover his entire body. A missile was shot out at high speed and hit the mirror shield concretized by Ji Qianming straight away, exploding with a loud bang. Thick smoke billowed, and for the first time a crack appeared on the mirror in front of Ji Qianming. Although it was still some distance away from breaking, one had to know that with Ji Qianming's blessing, the hardness of this mirror shield had reached an extremely terrifying level. Just as Ji Qianming stuck his head out from behind the mirror shield, another missile hit him. The terrifying air wave directly blew away the nearby bricks and stones. "You are shameless," Ji Qianming said angrily. "I'm just worried about being killed, so I can only kill you before I get killed." Isaac's helpless voice came from the mecha. Now he has moved to Alan's side and carried him on his back. At this moment, a yellow figure rushed towards him at a high speed. Hinyahara had a gloomy face, and Snow White had already unsheathed. "Isaac, don't fight too long. Come back immediately after rescuing Alan." Alex's serious voice came from the helmet of the mecha. Isaac didn't dare to stay. Orange flames spurted out from under his feet, and hot smoke and dust rolled. Before Hinyahara's knife arrived, he flew into the sky with Alan, waved at the two of them, and rushed in another direction. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Qianming was choked by the dust blown up by Isaac and started coughing. "Yuan, are you okay?" Hinyahara shook his head, sheathed Snow White, looked at Isaac's receding figure, and said calmly, "You'd better pray that I don't meet him again otherwise." Ji Qianming felt a faint murderous intent coming from Yuzuru Hanyu and couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, Wu Di and Duanmu Qingyu came running from a distance. Wu Di's body was wrapped in circles of bandages, making it a little inconvenient for him to move. What just flew away? Iron Man. Duanmu Qingyu saw Isaac flying away from a distance and asked in confusion. Ji Qianming showed a bitter smile. It was a mecha built by Alex. Just now, the painter named Isaac wore the mecha to eliminate Wang Ruoi and took away the seriously injured Alan. Also, if you see that painter next time, beat him to death. As he spoke, Ji Qianming waved his fist angrily. "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless." Duanmu Qingyu nodded thoughtfully and analyzed. From the beginning to now, 5 of Adam's Kevin, Simon, Cooper, Xiao, and Claire have been eliminated, which means they only have Alex, the painter Isaac, and his seriously injured Alan. And we still have Ji Qianming, Hinyahara, Wu Di, and me. So we have more people. We have the advantage. Wu Dian sorted quickly. Duanmu Qingyu rolled his eyes and continued. "I don't think so. Haven't you noticed that Alex hasn't shown up yet? I guess he must be hiding somewhere building something, waiting to give us a fatal blow later." "You mean he's building something else besides mechas? He's not really building a fortress." Ji Qianming widened his eyes. "This possibility cannot be ruled out. Then what should we do now? Take the initiative? While their Alan has lost his ability to move, and whatever Alex is building is not yet completed, if we directly attack the base camp, our chances of winning will be very high." Ji Qianming's eyes lit up, and he spoke. Duanmu Qingyu did not answer immediately. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, since he dared to hide and build something by himself, he must have made some arrangements there. If we attack rashly, it may be exactly what he wants. After Duanmu Qingyu finished speaking, everyone fell silent. With Alex's terrifying IQ, he would not make such a low-level mistake. So what should they do now? Should they wait for Alex to build the fortress and then wipe them out? Duanmu Qingyu glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "Don't forget what the winning conditions of this competition are." Ji Qianming was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. This time, they were competing for the prize, and the team that got the flag hidden in the palace first would win. In other words, as long as they found the flag before Adam, they would win. There was no need to drag it out until the later stage to fight them head-on. But there's so many palaces here. How long will it take to find them all? Wu Di frowned and pointed at the palace complex standing in the distance. Duanmu Qingyu's smile grew brighter. He straightened his chest and said with a smile, "Have you forgotten what I do? There is no need for us to look for them one by one. I can find the location of the small flag by searching for objects." Everyone's eyes lit up. They had been fighting since they entered Asgard and had never expected this. With Duanmu Qingyu, a human GPS, who was there, were they afraid that they wouldn't be able to find Xiaoqi before Adam? "Good guy, what are you waiting for?" Ji Qianming patted Duanmu Qingyu's back heavily and said excitedly. Duan Muqingyu took out 3 copper coins from his pocket and threw them lightly into the sky. With the sound of jingling, the 3 copper coins fell irregularly on the ground. Li on top and Gon on the bottom, Huatian de Yugua, in the southeast direction. Chapter 155, Isn't It Just Probability? Above the sky, Park Jimin was leisurely eating a small tomato that she had taken out from somewhere, looking at Ji Qianming and others who were grinning foolishly on the screen, and burst out laughing. This exchange program is really interesting, much more fun than ours. Peter sat quietly beside him, a smile on his face. Yeah, we had a normal big fight back then. I still remember that we fought so hard that no one could win. I can't beat you now. I heard that you have been promoted to the 4th level and are Adam's knight. You were the one who fought the dragon in the news 2 days ago, right? Park Jimin looked at Peter curiously. Peter smiled, but said nothing. That's tacit agreement. So what exactly is that dragon? Why did it attack the transport plane from China? Nidhogger is probably something created by the Dark Church. Even though it's just a resurrected corpse, it's really strong. I can't beat him at all. If it weren't for Professor Muhammad's intervention, I would have been torn into pieces by him. As for why they attacked that plane, I have to ask you what exactly you Chinese have shipped here. I don't know that either. Peter did not hide anything. Park Ji Min curled her lips. Mythical creature. I also saw one a few months ago, but it was alive. If it weren't for His Majesty Yin Di's intervention, no one could have stopped it. It was really terrifying. It's been so many days. Why haven't you dealt with the dragon yet? Aren't you afraid that it will appear again and attack the people directly? Peter shook his head lightly and said helplessly, We have never stopped searching for it, but Nidhogg seems to have evaporated from the face of the earth. We searched every corner of London, but could not find any trace of its existence. Park Jimin put a small tomato into his mouth and then swiped the screen to Alex's side. A fortress had already taken shape in the screen, with long gun barrels mounted on it, which looked extremely intimidating. It's amazing. He actually built a small fortress in such a short time. If he were in our class, both of us would probably be defeated by him. It seems that these little guys from Gou Chen are in danger. Park Ji-min looked at the screen in surprise and sighed. That may not be the case. Peter said, The point of this competition is not to eliminate the opponent, but to find the hidden flag. You people from Gou Chen have already started looking for it, and Alex has to operate the bulky fortress. He's far less maneuverable than you. It's hard to say who will win or lose. Park Ji-min opened her cherry lips and ate another tomato without making any comment. In the fortress, a mecha was slowly landing. Isaac was struggling to take off the heavy mecha. Next to him was Alan, who looked like a corpse. Alex, why don't you equip the mecha with an automatic takeoff function? This thing is driving me crazy. Isaac said with a sad face. Alex rolled his eyes. Come on, we're in a competition, okay? We don't have that much time to improve your comfort. Just make sure it's lethal enough. And I advise you not to take it off so quickly. You'll have to put on again later. Isaac's body trembled, and he fell into deep thought as he looked at the mecha that was almost taken off. Don't look at me like that. It will take at least 20 minutes for Alan to regain his ability to move. Do you plan to rely on this fortress alone to fight against the 4 of them? It's not impossible, but there is still a risk of failure. Alex said lightly, What if they suddenly attack us now? This should be the time when we are weakest. Isaac suddenly thought of something and asked. Alex's mouth curled up slightly, and then a trace of worry flashed across his face. If that's the case, that's exactly what I want. I've already set up an ambush nearby. Not to mention 4 people. Even if 8 people come together, they'll be trapped here. But I'm afraid they'll give up this opportunity and go straight to Xiaoqi. With so many palaces, it will take them at least half a day to find them all, right? Don't forget that there's a man named Duan Muqingyu in their team. He is a master of metaphysics from the East and is said to be able to calculate all the mysteries of heaven. It shouldn't be difficult for him to find Xiaoqi. Hearing Alex's words, Isaac immediately became dejected. So, we're doomed to lose. There is no master of metaphysics in our team. Alex didn't say anything, but stared at Isaac with his bright eyes, which made Isaac shiver inexplicably. Alex, why are you looking at me? I'm not a finder, but you can predict the future. Alex's eyes became brighter, like a hunter who suddenly found his prey. You can draw where they will find the flag in the future, and then we can drive the mobile fortress directly over there. Isaac shook his head repeatedly. You know my ability? I can only enter the state of foresight when I lose consciousness, and I can't control which time period of the future I see. Even if you knock me out, what I draw may be our breakfast tomorrow, the scene of my marriage to little Elizabeth in 10 years, or the scene of the destruction of the earth in a few years. Also, those paintings I drew a few days ago really scared me. Have you seen the painting of Alex? That was the end of the entire London. I have no way of knowing when it will happen. It could be 10 or 20 years, or it could be in the next second. To be honest, I now have some doubts about predicting the future. Isaac seemed to recall something, and his body trembled involuntarily. Alex fell silent, then slowly spoke. Isaac, if that is the inevitable future, then we just need to do our best to stop it. Besides, Adam College has so many powerful professors, as well as His Majesty the Supreme of Arcane, so London will definitely be fine. And even if this catastrophe will come tomorrow, can't we just live today? What will happen in the future is a matter of the future, and what we have to do now is to seize the present. Isaac's body shook, and the confusion in his eyes mostly disappeared. Alex was right. Even if the catastrophe would come tomorrow, he couldn't give up on himself today. Besides, maybe that would be a matter of hundreds of years, so why should he hold on to it? As for what you said about being unable to control and predict something, Alex's mouth corners slightly raised, and he said with a smile, "It's just a matter of probability. As long as I keep knocking you out, I will always draw something, right?" Isaac suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart and looked at Alex in horror. "Alex, we are best friends. You can't be so cruel to..." Bump. As the mecha behind him cut Isaac's back of the head, Isaac's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Chapter 156 Two Paintings. Sorry, Isaac. After the conversation is over, I will treat you to the best steak in London. Alex spread his hands and said apologetically. Isaac, who was knocked unconscious, was twitching slightly on the ground, like a frog that was electrocuted. Suddenly, he kicked his legs and sat up abruptly, with a pair of eyes with only the whites of the eyes staring blankly ahead. He stood up mechanically, took out a drawing board, white paper, and a box of paint from his backpack, and began to paint at a very fast speed. His whole body trembled from time to time, and the whole picture looked very strange. This was obviously not the first time Alex had seen Isaac in this state, so he walked straight behind Isaac and watched him paint silently. Time passed by minute. Isaac, who entered the predictive state, painted at an astonishing speed. He painted 6 paintings in just 10 minutes. Alex was a little disappointed. These 6 paintings had nothing to do with this competition. Most of them had no practical significance. Some were the facade of a cafe, and some were a stray cat. Isaac's ability to predict the future sounds impressive, but it is actually quite useless because most of his paintings are of no reference value. The white in Isaac's eyes slowly faded away. The paintbrush in his hand suddenly stopped, and he was gradually waking up. "Alex, I drew that." Bang! Isaac, who had just woken up, finally regained a bit of consciousness. Alex silently operated the mecha to hit him again. The latter rolled his eyes and fainted again. "Isaac, I decided to treat you 2 steaks," Alex said in a low voice, seeming a little guilty. Alan, who was lying on the ground watching all this, couldn't help but burst out laughing, and almost laughed out his abdominal muscles. Alex glared at him, made a hush gesture, and pointed at Isaac, who was painting frantically, signaling him not to wake Isaac up, otherwise he would have to hit him again. After an unknown amount of time, Isaac woke up slowly, subconsciously covered the back of his head, and curled up on the ground. "Alex, how many times did you hit me? I feel like I have a concussion." Isaac covered the back of his swollen head and cried bitterly. Alex held the 2 scrolls in his hands, his expression extremely solemn. "Get up, Isaac, it's over." Isaac let out a long sigh of relief, got up from the ground with difficulty, and walked towards Alex. "So, I really drew it. It's drawn, and there's something incredible about it. Look at this first." Alex handed a painting to Isaac. The background of the painting is a palace. Next to the palace are 4 students from the Gou Chen Academy. In front of them is Alex's war fortress with Isaac's mecha standing on it. The 2 sides are on the verge of a fight, as if they are about to start a fight at the next moment. "Hey, is this the flag?" Alan, who had regained his ability to move, walked to Isaac. With his sharp eyes, he immediately saw a small flag hidden in the palace and exclaimed. Alex nodded. "Yes, this is the palace where the flag is hidden. I have found its exact location. It is not far from us. Then what are we waiting for? Just push forward," Isaac said excitedly. Alex didn't say anything, but handed him another painting in his hand. "Take a look at this one." Isaac and Alan took the scroll curiously. When they saw the picture, they were stunned at first, and then they frowned at the same time. The background was still Asgard, but a man in a black cloak appeared in the middle of the painting. The surrounding palaces had turned into ruins, and their extremely solid fortress had become riddled with holes, with thick smoke billowing out of it. In front of the cloaked man, there were several figures lying in a mess. They saw themselves and the people from Gou Chen Academy among them. Only a boy wearing a reindeer mask was still standing, as if he was confronting the cloaked man. What does this mean? Who is that man in the black cloak? Are we dead, lying on the ground? Isaac felt that his brain was not enough. Wasn't this an exchange competition between the two colleges? The man in the cloak must not be a freshman. How did he get in? Alex shook his head. I don't know either, but I'm sure this cloak man is definitely not a simple person. This Asgard crystal ball is one of the foundations of Adam Academy. Let's not talk about the two assistant coaches who are always watching the game overhead. You have to know that there are two quasi-emperors sitting outside the crystal ball, and this is at the headquarters of Adam Academy. In this case, how did he get in, and what is his purpose? The atmosphere between the three people suddenly became solemn. This friendly exchange seemed to have become very complicated, far beyond their imagination. So what should we do now? Alan spoke up, breaking the silence. Alex hesitated for a moment before speaking firmly. Report to the teaching assistants. This matter is definitely not simple. This exchange cannot continue. As soon as he finished speaking, Isaac and Alan nodded in agreement. Now that things were developing in an uncontrollable direction, it was definitely not a wise choice to fight for the flag for the so-called honor. Then how are we going to tell the teaching assistants? We don't even know where they are. Isaac asked with a frown. Just go outside the fortress and yell. Alex said seriously, since the assistants can see the eliminations in real time, they must have some way of monitoring the entire Asgard. As long as we get their attention, they will definitely respond. The three of them walked out of the fortress quickly. Isaac waved and shouted impatiently at the sky. Alex silently formed the nanorobots on the ground into a string of big letters. Things have changed, requesting an end to the game. The three of them waited there for more than 10 minutes, but there was no sign of the teaching assistants. Alex's face suddenly turned ugly. Why is this happening? Didn't they see it? Or do they think it's not a big problem and want to continue the game? Alan asked puzzledly. Alex stared at the sky with his deep eyes and spoke hoarsely. Something must have happened up there, otherwise the teaching assistants would not have just left it alone. The three of them fell silent at the same time. The light blue light above their heads was like the aurora, but no one had the heart to appreciate the beauty. In this vast and silent Asgard ruins, the three of them suddenly felt like they were on an isolated island, isolated and helpless. After waiting for another 5 minutes, Alex walked towards the fortress without saying a word. Alex, where are you going? The teaching assistants won't be here. We'll drive the fortress to find Gou Chen's people. They don't know about this yet. The most important thing now is to meet up with them. Alan and Isaac looked at each other and quickly followed. Chapter 157, The Hermit. Above the sky, looking at the screen in front of him that suddenly fell dark, Park Ji-min's face looked very ugly. Strange, how could this happen? Why is there no picture at all? Peter fiddled with the display screen for a long time and said with a frown, could it be that there's no signal? Impossible. Don't underestimate this crystal ball containing Asgard. We Adam maintain its monitoring system every year, and there has never been any problem over the years. Peter said firmly. Park Ji-min raised an eyebrow. So how do you explain the current situation? This. Peter scratched his head, speechless. Fortunately, their two teams are still far away from each other and won't fight for a while. However, it is better to report this matter to the two teachers outside as soon as possible. Park Ji-min sighed helplessly, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and called Fatty Chui outside. The phone in her hand was specially made by Gou Chen. She could communicate with people who also had a mobile phone in any corner of the earth. Even if the other party was in Gou Chen Academy or other small worlds, she could still talk. This was definitely a groundbreaking black technology. Hello. Director, there is some problem here in Asgard. The display screen is broken. Yes, I can't see the picture below. Okay, I get it. Park Ji-min briefly described the current situation and then hung up the phone. The director said to send someone to fix it right away and asked us to wait here. Park Ji-min said to Peter, who was still concentrating on repairing the display screen. That's great. Damn, which part is wrong? Peter, who is always gentle and polite, was sweating profusely and rarely swore. Outside the crystal ball. What happened? Muhammad frowned and asked. Fatty Chui put the phone back in his pocket, gently woke up Emily, who was sleeping in his arms, and replied in a low voice. Oh, Asgard's display screen is broken, and we can't see the situation below. Let's find someone to fix it quickly. Muhammad frowned even more, his eyes full of doubts. It's impossible. Adam would not make such a low-level mistake. Although he said this, he still stood up from a small stool and turned to walk towards the technical department. However, just as he took 2 steps, the world in front of him suddenly became blurred, and his whole body began to stagger, as if he was drunk, and he staggered and fell to the ground. What's wrong with you? Upon seeing this, Fatty Chui immediately sat up from his chair. The same feeling suddenly came over him, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Weird, what's wrong with me? Fatty Chui is now like a spectator, able to clearly perceive the outside world, but completely unable to control his body. This is the first time he has experienced this feeling. It's you. Muhammad widened his eyes, looked in the direction of Fatty Chui, and spoke weakly. Fatty Chui was stunned and was about to say that he did nothing. Then he suddenly thought of something. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked behind him with difficulty. Emily was looking at the 2 dead bodies on the ground with a smile on her face. She took out something like incense from her pocket and waved it in front of them. The divine confusion powder is a rare substance even in the god realm. It is colorless and odorless. How does it feel to completely lose control of your body? In order to knock out the 2 of you quasi-emperors, I used 3 times the amount. I even pretended to sleep in the arms of this disgusting fat man for so long. Finally, I completed the task. A bolt from the blue flashed through Fatty Chui's mind. He stared at the stranger Emily, his lips trembling for a long time, and he couldn't speak. Stop it, Emily, what do you mean? Don't you love me the most? Give me the antidote quickly. Fatty Chui couldn't accept the fact before him. No, she's not Emily. Muhammad gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, I should have thought of it long ago. How could a woman with Emily's personality be so proactive in throwing herself into my arms? Who are you? Not Emily? She is not Emily? Then who was the one who was flirting with me before? Fatty Chui's mind went blank, and he stared blankly at the Emily in front of him. Emily's mouth corners slightly raised, and she took out a black tarot card from between her snow-white breasts. On it was a hermit in a robe, holding a lamp, walking alone in the darkness. Unlike the tarot cards on the market, the hermit's face was extremely hideous, which made people's scalps numb. Tarot card, the hermit. Hermit, you are from the dark church. Muhammad exclaimed. Well, it's time to play house. Goodbye, my beloved Chui and respected Professor Muhammad. The hermit bowed to the 2 of them like a performance artist at the end of a play, took out a black chess piece from his pocket, and threw it into the air. The black chess piece suddenly exploded and turned into a shadow door. 3 figures walked out from behind the door one after another, looking at the surrounding environment curiously. The devil, the hanged man, the world. Is this Adam College? So this is what it's like inside. It really knows how to enjoy life. The hangman looked around and sighed. The hangman, we're not here for tourism. Let's quickly enter Asgard with the devil and find the evil dog Gam. The hermit and I will leave with the crystal ball. The world whispered. I know. The hangman waved his hands, his face looking a little unhappy, but he still grabbed the crystal ball on the ground. The next moment, the whole person turned into a ball of white light and disappeared on the spot. The demon in the black cloak did not hesitate and followed the hangman into the crystal ball. The crystal ball lost its support and fell from the air and landed steadily in the hermit's hands. Dark church, where are you taking my students? Fatty Chui's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared with all his strength. His whole body was shaking violently, and he tried to struggle to get up from the ground. The hermit stepped on Fatty Chui's back, pinning him to the ground, and looked at Fatty Chui as if he was looking at an ant. Can I kill this fat man? The hermit looked at the world and spoke lightly. Shiji frowned slightly. No, he is from Gou Chen. If you don't want to be hunted down by the 4 emperors of China, you'd better give up this idea. Also, we should leave. The Arcane Supreme has already sensed the fluctuations of my chess piece and is heading here. The hermit shook his head with some regret, but suddenly exerted force with his feet and stepped hard on Fatty Chui's right hand. With a click, Fatty Chui's right hand was broken by the kick. Then teach him a lesson. It's not easy to take advantage of me, the hermit said coldly. Fatty Chui bit his lips tightly, enduring the severe pain without saying a word, and looked at the hermit with eyes full of anger and murderous intent. Chapter 158, Spear of Judgment and Oath. You are just an ant. How dare you be so presumptuous in my Adam College? An angry roar came from a distance and instantly resounded throughout the entire Adam College. The hermit and the world's faces changed. They saw dark clouds rolling in from the distant sky, and a white light streaked across the sky, falling towards their location at a very fast speed. Let's go. Shiji took out another black chess piece from his pocket, crushed it, and another shadow door appeared in front of the two. The people of Arcane Supreme Adolf have not arrived yet, but endless pressure has already enveloped the entire square. Sweat has already seeped out of the foreheads of Hermit and the world, and they can hardly hold on any longer. The world steps through the shadow gate, and the Hermit follows closely behind, dragging the crystal ball in his hand. Just as the shadow door was about to close, Fatty Chui, who was lying limp on the ground, roared angrily, and a burst of strength burst out from somewhere. He kicked his legs and followed in at the moment the shadow door closed. Lord of the Underworld, Mohammed looked at the disappearing Fatty Chui. His heart was shocked. He couldn't imagine how he did it. Adolf fell on the square with terrifying energy and trampled the square into pieces. His old face under the big-brimmed hat was full of anger, and his eyes burst into bright light. Want to jump through space? How can it be so easy? Adolf pointed the staff in his hand forward, and the mysterious and terrifying arcane condensed at the tip of the staff. Invisible ripples spread from this point, and the surrounding space was distorted. Spatial counterattack. The old voice echoed throughout Adam, and a blurry beam of light shot out from the tip of the staff, piercing into the place where the shadow gate disappeared, as if it had penetrated the barrier of the world and disappeared without a trace. Adolf did not stop there. The arcane elements around him rolled violently. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he was calculating something. After a few seconds, he spoke lightly. I found you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a white space tunnel formed in front of him. The wind made his gray robe rustle. He reached out to hold down the large-brimmed hat on his head and stepped into it. The elements gradually subsided, and as the white tunnel disappeared, the entire square fell into silence again, leaving only the broken square and the despairing Muhammad. Asgard. Ji Qianming and others followed Duanmu Qingyu through twists and turned for a long time and finally arrived at a palace complex. The palaces here were different from the ones they had seen before. Most of them were well-preserved and more magnificent than the ones they had seen before. This should be the place where the 12 main gods live. This is the hometown of gods in my heart, Ji Qianming exclaimed as he looked at the glittering palace in front of him. Duanmu Qingyu stopped and pointed to the most magnificent palace in the distance and said, If I'm not mistaken, the thing should be in that palace. Everyone's eyes lit up. Victory was just around the corner. Take down the small flag right away before the people from Adam College arrive. Wu Di waved his fist excitedly. The four of them couldn't help but quicken their pace and walk between the palaces. After passing the palaces of several main gods, a wide open space appeared in front of everyone. In the open space, a magnificent statue stood in the center. A tall man dressed in gray clothes, a green robe with gray stripes, and a large green hood stood there majestically. If you ignore the cracks on his body, this is definitely the most perfect work in the world. Is this Odin? Ji Qianming pondered for a few seconds and said uncertainly, That's right, except Odin. Who else would dare to erect a statue here? See the spear next to him? That should be the legendary weapon, Panagorn, the spear of judgment and oath. It is said that once you swear on the tip of the spear, you cannot go back on your word. Duanmu Qingyu said, pointing to the spear that was slanted into the ground in the distance. Ji Qianming turned his head to look at the spear. His whole body shook, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He recognized this spear. On the transport plane to London, the spear that passed through the world barrier in his dream was exactly the same as the one in front of him. Why did he dream about it when he was about to arrive in London? If it was really Odin's weapon, why did it pass through the world barrier and land on the earth? Ji Qianming, what's wrong with you? Duanmu Qingyu noticed that Ji Qianming was distracted and asked. Ji Qianming swallowed his saliva, shook his head and said, Nothing, I just wondered if this spear was real or fake. Duanmu Qingyu pondered for a while. I don't know either. Logically, when the gods fought at the battlefield of Vigrid, Odin should have taken it with him. Unless he threw Panagorn back before he died, it shouldn't be here. But there is only one Panagorn in the world, and no one dares to imitate the spear of judgment and oath. If you want to know whether it is real or fake, you can go and try. Try it. Ji Qianming was stunned. That's right. Except for Odin or the gods with Odin's blood, no one can pick up Panagorn. If you can't pull it out no matter what, it should be the real one. If you can pull it out, it must be a fake, Duanmu Qingyu said with a smile. After hearing Duanmu Qingyu's words, Wu Di became eager to take action. Without waiting for Ji Qianming to speak, he ran directly to the side of Panagon, grasped the spear tightly with both hands, and pulled it out with all his strength. Ji Qianming and others who were watching could clearly see the blue veins bulging on Wu Di's neck. Wu Di even caused a slight explosion under his feet to help him, but Panagon did not move at all. No, I can't pull it out at all. Is this true? Wu Di walked back panting and said in confusion. Then Yuzuru Hanyu and Duanmu Qingyu tried it one by one. No matter what method they used, Panagon remained motionless, as if it had merged with the earth. As everyone failed, they all turned their attention to Ji Qianming. Ji Qianming was silent for a few seconds and did not try. He smiled and said, "You all can't pull it out, which means this spear must be real. I don't need to try it. I might as well take a photo with it. After all, it is the weapon of Odin, the king of gods." As he spoke, Ji Qianming took out his cell phone from his pocket with a smile, took off his mask, ran to Panagon, made a scissors hand gesture, and took the photo with a click. After hearing Ji Qianming's words, everyone was a little moved, so the four of them took a group photo around Panagon. Wu Di also wrote a few big words. "I was here at Gou Chen College" on the ground under Panagon, but of course he wiped it off after taking the photo. After playing, everyone went straight to the Temple of Odin. Ji Qianming, who was at the end, looked at the spear silently, then turned and left. Chapter 159. Tensions Rise. In fact, the moment he saw the spear of judgment and oath, he had some vague feelings, as if someone was whispering in his ear, constantly urging him to pull out the spear, so he knew from the beginning that the spear must be real. However, he could also feel that if he really pulled out Panagon directly, something would definitely happen. So he gave up. Maybe it's not the right time now, Ji Qianming thought. But why could he sense Panagon's call? Who was he? When he found out that he could practice, he thought that he had the blood of the gods, but now he seemed to be related to the Norse gods. His life experience was like a fog. The more he tried to understand it, the more confusing it became. Just as the four were about to enter the Temple of Odin, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. A large cloud of dust rose in the distance, and it seemed that a huge monster was approaching quickly. Everyone looked up in the direction where the sound came from. "Damn, what is that thing?" Wu Di said in disbelief with his eyes wide open. Amidst the smoke and dust, a huge fortress was approaching at high speed. It had large tracks underneath and densely packed gun barrels and spikes on top. Its outer shell was made of the hardest and heaviest bricks and stones. Although it did not look beautiful from the outside, it was definitely a terrifying war machine. A fortress, he actually built it. Although Duanmu Qingyu had thought of this possibility a long time ago, he was still shocked when he actually saw the real thing. After all, it was the first time he had seen such a horrifying thing. Looking at the approaching war fortress, the four people from Gou Chen Academy all looked solemn. Duanmu Qingyu silently took off the peachwood sword behind him. Wu Di's hands were faintly glowing with fire. Yuzuru Han put his right hand on the hilt, and Ji Qianming held the mirror knife in his hand, as if facing a great enemy. At this moment, the upper floor of the fortress suddenly opened, and Isaac, wearing a mecha, flew out. He shuddered when he saw the four fully armed men. "Wait, don't hit me. What happened before was really a misunderstanding. This time I have something important to tell you." Isaac waved his hands and spoke in panic. "It's that shameless painter again. Don't fall for his trick. Just do it." Ji Qianming was so angry when he saw Isaac's face that asked for a beating. With a wave of his hand, the four of them rushed directly to the fortress. Henyahara was the fastest. He stared at Isaac with his squinting eyes, and his whole body turned into a yellow lightning. He kicked his legs on the surface of the fortress and leaped high in front of Isaac, and Snow White suddenly unsheathed. Bachin one sword style, Sumaru, slash. Isaac was stunned. When did I attract so much hatred? However, his reaction was not slow. When Henyahara's sword was about to touch him, a ball of fire burst out from under his feet. He suddenly stepped back, trying to avoid the sword light. However, Henyahara's sword light grew from small to large, and the tip of the sword lightly slashed across the chest of the mecha, leaving a deep scar with sparks jumping inside, as if some circuits had been cut off. "No, I'm really not playing tricks this time. I really have something important to tell you." Isaac was about to cry. Why was this guy called Henyahara so vindictive? He just made a small sneak attack. Why was he acting like he wanted to cut him into pieces? Boom, boom, boom. A huge ball of fire exploded onto the fortress. Wu Di was like a human cannon, bombarding this huge building continuously. The horrific explosion shook the fortress slightly, and thick smoke billowed. Ji Qianming swung the hilt of the knife, and 13 mirror knife fragments flew straight towards Isaac on the top of the fortress. The sharp fragments surrounded him, ready to remove several parts at any time. "Stop it!" A childish voice came, and the door of the fortress's cab slowly opened. Alex walked out with a serious expression, followed by Alan. Seeing that Alex had actually given up guarding the fortress and walked out without any protective measures, everyone in Gou Chen Academy stopped their attacks at the same time, looked at each other in confusion, and waited for Alex's next move. Alex breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the others finally stop, and then he said solemnly, "Everyone from Gou Chen Academy, we must end this game." Wu Di raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, "Just because you said so, you can terminate it? Do you think you're going to lose, so?" Wu Di. Duanmu Qingyu interrupted Wu Di's rude remarks in a deep voice. "Listen to him first." Wu Di curled his lips and swallowed the rest of his words silently. Although he was the kind of person who was not afraid of anything, he still listened to Duanmu Qingyu's words. When they were on missions, they had escaped danger countless times because of Duanmu Qingyu's reminders. Unconsciously, he had developed an absolute trust in Duanmu Qingyu. Seeing that Wu Di no longer questioned, Alex cleared his throat and continued. "What I must tell you is that this game has changed in some way. The crisis is about to come. Now is definitely not the time for us to kill each other." Hearing this, everyone in Gou Chen Academy frowned slightly. Duanmu Qingyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Alex with a serious face and slowly said, "I don't really understand what you mean. You should know Isaac's ability, right? He drew a picture more than 10 minutes ago. You will know when you see it." Alex threw the scroll in his hand to Duanmu Qingyu. Ji Qianming and Wu Di also gathered around curiously. Only Henyahara still held the knife on Isaac's neck with no intention of letting go. "Brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. If you have anything to say, can't you just put down the knife and let's talk it out?" Isaac said tremblingly, not daring to move. Now he wanted to slap himself. If you want to rob someone, then rob him. Why did you have to sneak attack this unreasonable god of death? Henyahara narrowed his eyes and looked at him with his signature smile on his lips, still showing no intention of letting go of Snow White. Seeing the painting thrown by Alex, Duanmu Qingyu and Ji Qianming's faces suddenly darkened. Only Wu Di was completely confused and couldn't understand the meaning of the painting at all. We were all knocked to the ground by this cloaked man, and only Ji Qianming was still standing. "What does this mean? Are Adam's gang of bastards making fun of us?" Wu Di muttered in a low voice. "If this painting is real, then something terrible must have happened outside." Duanmu Qingyu quickly grasped the key point, and after a few seconds of silence, he said to Alex, "Why should I believe that this painting is not a forgery by you?" Chapter 160 Arrival. Alex didn't say anything, but silently jumped down from the fortress, walked in front of the three people, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and handed it to Duanmu Qingyu. "Eliminate me." Alex looked into Duanmu Qingyu's eyes and said seriously, "What did you say?" "Eliminate me, and I'll prove it to you." Duanmu Qingyu stared at him for a while, reached out to take the dagger from Alex's hand, and slowly put it against his neck. If it moved forward a little further, it would cut off his trachea. 1 second, 2 seconds. Duanmu Qingyu's face suddenly darkened, and he looked at Ji Qianming with a serious expression. "No. Why did you let it go?" Wu Di felt that his brain was not enough. There is no elimination notification, which means something really went wrong. Ji Qianming looked up at the sky. The light blue sky was hanging down, vast and desolate, but he still could not see the shadows of the two assistant coaches. Henyahara silently removed Snow White from Isaac's neck. Since it was certain that the game could not continue, there was no need for him to hold Isaac anymore. Isaac's legs went limp, and if he hadn't been wearing a mecha, he would have collapsed to the ground. "Oh my God, I just thought I was really going to die." Isaac muttered softly, as if he had escaped death. "How about it? Are you ready to cooperate now?" Although Alex had guessed this result a long time ago, he was still a little nervous when Duanmu Qingyu put the knife to his neck. After all, no matter how smart he was only a 13-year-old boy. Duanmu Qingyu and Ji Qianming exchanged glances briefly and then nodded. As for Wu Di, the brainless man's opinion was not important at all. But who was the person in this painting? Ji Qianming asked puzzledly. Just when Alex was about to answer that he didn't know either, something strange happened. 2 beams of light suddenly fell from the sky. Unlike the white light that Ji Qianming and the others saw when they came in, these two beams of light were completely black, emitting a dark and evil aura from top to bottom. It seems like we're going to know soon. Duanmu, Qingyu murmured to himself. The two beams of light fell on the top of the Temple of Odin. As the light beams faded, two figures emerged from them, one wearing a black cloak and the other wearing a brown jacket, with a cigarette in his mouth. The two men were stunned when they saw the war fortress next to them, and then looked at the students standing below with some surprise. The hangman in the jacket spoke with some surprise. Fortress? Aren't they having an exchange competition? How did this thing appear? Did they know we were coming? It's the shortest guy. The demon glanced at everyone and said calmly, his name is Alex. There is information about him in the memory of the original owner of this body. He seems to be an extremely smart guy. It's not surprising that he built a fortress. So the original owner of this body might be from Adam College? Interesting. Then I'll leave these little guys to you. I'm going to retrieve the body of the vicious dog Yam. You quickly kill them and come back to me. The two people in the sky have noticed us coming. The hanged man showed an interested expression and said to the devil. The devil nodded, and the hanged man took out a pointer from his pocket. He identified the direction and snapped his fingers. A cool Harley motorcycle appeared in front of him. The hanged man got on the motorcycle and twisted the handlebars. He sped away with the sound of the engine buzzing and the flying sand all over the sky, leaving the students below stunned. Turning into a motorcycle out of thin air? This is too cool. Wu Di widened his eyes, and little stars were already twinkling in his eyes. Duanmu Qingyu slapped him on the head and cursed. Can you use your brains? Is this the time to focus on the motorcycle? Didn't you see the way the cloaked man looked at us? That's the enemy in the painting who beat us all. Is it similar to the ability of a visionary? It's not that he can't do something similar, but he is not at a high enough level now and can't visualize such a detailed object. He should be able to do it when he reaches the third level. Ji Qianming thought. Senior Eric, is that you, Senior Eric? Isaac shouted in surprise as he looked at the cloaked man standing on the top of the temple. After he said that, Alan finally realized that this man looked so familiar. Isn't this Senior Eric from the Adam Secret mobile team? He couldn't see his face clearly in the painting before, but now he has a familiar feeling when he sees the real person. Senior? Is he from your Adam College? Ji Qianming asked doubtfully. Isaac replied excitedly. Of course, Senior Eric is the senior who brought me into Adam. How could I be wrong? Alex, on the other hand, was not as excited as Isaac and Alan. His brows were almost twisted together, and his eyes were full of confusion and suspicion as he looked at the man in the cloak. The devil looked at the two excited people, his mouth corners slightly raised, as if he thought of something interesting, and jumped down from the top of the temple. Above the sky, Peter, something must have happened outside. Part Jimin looked at Peter seriously and said firmly. Peter frowned slightly. Calm down, Jimin. Those two beams of light just now might have been sent by Adam to repair the equipment. You know, we are at Adam's headquarters, and there are two quasi-emperors guarding outside. How could something go wrong? Don't you trust your teacher? Park Ji-min was speechless, so he took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Is there something wrong? Just call and you'll know. As the phone rang continuously, no one answered the call. Park Ji-min's expression became more and more solemn. He called again, but still no one answered. Peter's expression changed now. Although he didn't want to accept this fact, something might have really happened outside, and it happened right under the nose of Adam College, which made him very ashamed. Now you should believe it, right? Park Ji-min jumped up, picked up his silver suitcase, and looked anxious. Peter also quickly stood up, took out a token from his pocket, and injected his mental power into it. But the token did not react at all. No, the exit is also locked. Although Peter was anxious, he remained calm. We can't get out now, so our first priority is to protect the freshmen of the two colleges. I don't know who are in the two black beams of light that just descended, but if they touch the freshmen, the consequences will be disastrous. Can this disc fly? Unfortunately, this is a fixed monitoring point. It is just suspended in the air and does not have the ability to move. So we can only jump down and then run on foot to where the light column descends. Park Ji-min's face looked very ugly. Chapter 161 Demon. I have the ability to glide, but I can only glide about half of the distance. The rest I have to run. Peter estimated the distance and said. Park Ji-min gritted his teeth and said, that's enough. Take me with you and slide over. Jimin, we might not even get halfway through this. It's okay. I'm very fast, and I should be able to catch up if I use all my strength. Park Ji-min's eyes were full of determination. Peter nodded without saying anything more. The leaf pattern behind him suddenly burst into a ball of golden light. Golden knight armor appeared out of thin air and fit tightly on Peter's body. A pair of white wings spread out from behind him. The whole person was shrouded in a sacred light, which was extremely shocking. A13, Paladin. Sorry, Jimin. Peter in the holy light picked up Park Jimin and jumped down from the air. His white wings fluttered lightly, drawing a perfect arc in the sky, and slid towards the direction where the light column fell. The strong wind blew Park Ji-min's eyes into slits. She was held in Peter's arms at the moment, but she had no strange thoughts in her mind. Although Peter looked extremely handsome in his armor, her mind was on the students who might be in danger. Now was definitely not the time to be infatuated with him. Peter, with Park Ji-min, did glide a lot shorter distance. He glided only about a quarter of the way before landing heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Without waiting for Peter to speak, Park Ji-min jumped out of his arms like lightning and ran away. A leaf pattern was gleaming on the exposed skin behind her black dress. She made a mysterious hand seal with her left hand, and an ancient figure was looming behind her. "Please let the martial spirit possess me," Park Ji-min shouted, and the figure behind him suddenly shone brightly, and the figure of the martial spirit also became clearer. The speedy walker, Daizong. Daizong is ranked 20th among the 108 heroes in water margin. His star sign is Sky Speed Star. His Taoist magic of speed is unrivaled in the world. He has 4 pieces of armor and horse tied to his legs and can travel up to 800 miles a day. He is truly a speed star. As the martial spirit possessed him, the 4 golden armors on Park Ji-min's legs became more solid, and his speed increased several times, faster than a modern private car. In the blink of an eye, he left Peter behind. Looking at Park Ji-min walking away, Peter opened his mouth wide and was stunned for a long time before he reacted. "Pervert, what a pervert," Peter muttered to himself. The devil jumped down from the top of the temple and walked towards the people of Adam College with a smile, like a friendly senior coming to reunite with his juniors. "Isaac, long time no see." "Yes, Senior Eric. They said you were sent on a confidential mission and won't be back for a while. I thought I wouldn't be able to see you this year." Isaac walked up quickly and said enthusiastically, "Hee, as you can see, infiltrating the Dark Church is my mission." The devil opened his arms, as if to give Isaac a big hug. Just when Isaac was about to touch the demon, a ball of fire suddenly burst out of the mecha on his body, and the reverse propulsion force pulled him backwards. At this moment, the demon's hands suddenly became thicker, and it stretched out its sharp claws and slashed in front of its body, just a hair's breadth away from cutting off Isaac's head. If the mecha hadn't suddenly exploded backwards, Isaac would have been beheaded by now. Senior Eric? Isaac's mind went blank. The life and death situation just now made his whole body tremble, and fear occupied his mind. The demon put away his mutated arm and sighed softly, seeming a little regretful. He looked up at Alex, who had a gloomy face, and asked in confusion, "How did you see through me?" "I don't even need to watch it," Alex said in a deep voice. "No matter how realistic your performance was later, the murderous intent in your eyes at the beginning was real. No matter if you were Senior Eric or not, you really intended to kill us at that moment. Besides, which member of a secret mobile team going on an undercover mission would openly say that he is an undercover agent? Your team just walked a short distance, right? Aren't you afraid of being exposed?" The demon narrowed his eyes and looked at Alex, praising him and saying, "As expected of you, Alex. In the impression of the original owner of this body, you are the kind of person who wants to protect Adam's hope at all costs." Duanmu Qingyu raised his eyebrows. "The original owner of this body? In other words, this body was not originally yours." The demon's expression froze, and then a dangerous smile appeared on his lips. "You accidentally revealed something terrible. In this case, I have no choice but to kill you all." "Senior Eric, why are you?" "Isaac, he is no longer Senior Eric." Alex interrupted Isaac and stared into the demon's eyes. "He is likely to have been possessed by another body. The one in this body is a practitioner from the divine world. A cultivator from the divine world." The expressions of the people present suddenly became ugly. Possession is a technique used by practitioners in the divine world to separate their spiritual consciousness from the physical body and forcibly occupy the body of another person. However, there are many restrictions. First of all, only practitioners who have reached the Taishu realm can practice it, and a practitioner can only possess a body once in his life. Secondly, the consciousness of the person who takes over another's body cannot be stronger than one's own, otherwise one may be killed in return. Also, if the opponent has a magic weapon that can counter possession, he will end up with his soul destroyed if he is not careful. Ji Qianming couldn't help but think of Zhu Yin in the 3,000 mirror world. If it weren't for the mysterious mirror in his mind, he might have been successfully possessed by Zhu Yin. In other words, the body of a fourth-order ability user contains the soul of a Taishu Rel practitioner. Alex explained the demon's current state in the most understandable language. A fourth-order ability user plus the Grand Void Realm? You have to know that everyone present is still a second-order ability user. Even a simple fourth-order ability user can easily defeat everyone. Not to mention that there is a cultivator's consciousness hidden inside. It is very difficult to control the body's abilities after taking over another's body. Moreover, the bodies of people on Earth are different from those of people in the God realm, which will repel the consciousness of practitioners in the God realm. In other words, he is now weaker than his peers in terms of both ability and consciousness. It's not that we don't have a chance of winning. Duanmu Qingyu couldn't help but add a sentence when he saw the low morale. After hearing this, everyone started to gain some fighting spirit. As long as the enemy was not completely unbeatable in theory, they would not give up. Haha, interesting, that's it. Struggle with all your might, so that I can kill more happily. The devil's tongue wiped across his lips, and a crazy look appeared on his face. Chapter 162, Mutation. If I remember correctly, Senior Eric's ability is Mutation. He can transform any part of his body and has extremely strong combat and survival capabilities. It is because of this ability that Senior Eric is known as the ace of the secret mobile force. Alex compiled and collected Senior Eric's information in his mind and briefly introduced his abilities to everyone. Knowing the enemy's abilities at this time can greatly increase their chances of winning. You actually took over Senior Eric's body. I'm going to kill you. Isaac roared, and a ball of fire burst out from the flame thruster under the mecha's feet. The mecha's right arm twisted and turned into a high-speed rotating sawtooth, waving towards the devil fiercely. The devil sneered, standing in place without dodging. One of his arms gradually turned red and twisted violently, completely changing its shape and finally solidified into a red sword. The red sword met Isaac's serrations and was stuck directly between the latter serrations, unable to rotate at all. The red sword was made of unknown material, and not even a scratch was left on it. The demon was extremely fast. He blocked Isaac's attack with one hand, and a light flashed on his other hand, which turned black from the fingertips. He clenched his palm into a fist and hit Isaac's chest hard with a huge force like a mountain. Bang! There was a dull sound, and the heavy mecha on Isaac's body exploded from his chest. An unparalleled force came from his chest, and he and his mecha flew backwards violently, smashing through a wall behind him. The weight of the mecha on Isaac is definitely as heavy as a car, not to mention its hardness. It can withstand a head-on attack from a missile without any problem. Yet, it was easily blown up by a single punch from the devil. Cough, 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 cough. Isaac was lying in the ruins, coughing up blood. The mecha on his body had turned into a pile of scrap metal. Not only that, he also had at least 2 broken ribs. If it weren't for the mecha protecting him, this would have been enough to kill him. Everyone be careful, don't get hit head-on by him. Alex reminded with a very ugly look on his face. Wu Di stared at the demon. A ball of fire burst out from his hands, and he put his hands together. A thick red light wave came out from his palms, containing terrifying energy fluctuations, and shot towards the demon. Wu Di, who has always been the most reckless, also knew that he could not let the devil get close to him easily. Otherwise, Isaac would be their fate. What's more, they did not have a mecha as solid as Isaac, so they chose long-range attack. Seeing the light wave shooting towards his eyes, the color of the demon's body changed again, and he stood in place to withstand the attack. Boom, boom, boom. A mushroom cloud rose from the location where the demon was. The aftermath of the explosion blew everyone's clothes rustling, and dazzling flames rolled in the smoke and dust. This terrifying lethality surprised Alex a little. The strength of Wu Di's attack was completely comparable to that of a missile. If he was allowed to bombard it, the fortress that he was proud of seemed to not be able to hold on for long. Successful, Wu Di said in surprise as he looked at the billowing smoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the smoke and dust in front of him suddenly dissipated as if someone had stirred it, and he saw the crystal-clear demon standing steadily in the same place. without even a trace of scar on his body, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Duanmu Qingyu frowned and slowly uttered 2 words, diamond. Everyone's face changed. Diamond not only symbolizes eternal love, but is the hardest object in the world. Almost nothing can cause damage to it. Super strong lethality plus abnormal defense. How to fight it? What? That's not enough. I haven't even started seriously yet. The devil looked at the students in front of him and sneered. Just as he released the diamond form, a yellow figure appeared silently behind him. Hinyahara was like a ghost, with his right hand on the hilt of snow-white sword. A blade light suddenly burst out and slashed towards the devil's neck like lightning. Bachin one-sword style, flash. Hinyahara's movements were too fast, and the students facing him couldn't see clearly, but the devil seemed to have eyes on his back, and he suddenly squatted down to avoid the fatal blow. Then his back suddenly twisted, and several white spikes pierced out of his skin, stabbing accurately at Hinyahara's vital points. Hinyahara reacted extremely quickly. He smelled the danger the moment the demon's back twisted. He retreated violently, and at the same time held Snow White in front of him to block a sharp spike that was heading for his heart. If he had been a step later, he would have been stabbed to death. Just as the devil was about to speak, dense artillery fire rang out. Alex had entered the war fortress without knowing when. The densely packed artillery muzzles on the fortress fired a volley of shots, followed by a series of explosions that resounded through the sky. A yellow lightning fell from the sky and struck Aaron accurately. A cloud of white smoke burst out of Aaron's body, and then the giant Aaron reappeared in the smoke, letting out a dull growl. Moo! The giant Alan clenched his fists and smashed towards the devil like a meteor. However, just as his fist was about to hit the ground, a huge force came from the ground and blocked his full-strength attack. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and the black demon actually used only one hand to withstand the full-strength attack of the giant Alan. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Alan, your strength after you grow bigger is just this much. As he said that, he suddenly clenched his other hand into a fist and hit Alan's fist hard. A strong wind surged out from between their fists. Alan's fist suddenly made a dull sound, followed by a series of explosions like firecrackers. The giant's thick arm hung down softly like cotton. Alan's face twitched wildly, revealing unspeakable pain. Moo! The devil's punch actually broke one of the giant Aaron's arms. The 9 stars move in the order of the Yuan-Shi, and the Hua Jing Mingming Yuanling disperses. The endless flow of light descends on me and casts it on Zhu Jing to relieve my stagnation and open my mind. I can stop at Feixia and soar into Ziwei. I know everything in the world, and it's as urgent as the Jade Emperor's order. Duanmu Qiu held the peachwood sword across his chest, pinched his fingers with one hand, and quickly recited an unknown formula, with the leaf pattern on his wrist shining. As the last syllable fell, Duanmu Qingyu's temperament suddenly became deep and mysterious. With stars entwined around him, 9 stars surrounded the peachwood sword, and a terrifying wave emanated from the peachwood sword. Ji Qianming held the handle of the mirror knife in his left hand, with 13 fragments surrounding him. His right hand materialized the long sword in Gao Yu's hand. His pair of light golden eyes stared at the demon in front of him, and every inch of muscle in his body was tensed. Chapter 163. Crushing. Bite. The peachwood sword in front of Duanmu Qingyu made a soft hum. His eyes flashed with a gleam, and he rushed towards the demon in a strange way. Ji Qianming used the morning light to increase his speed and followed closely behind. The demon looked at Duanmu Qingyu, who was surrounded by stars, with an interested expression. It seems to be somewhat similar to the magic of the God realm, but it does not use spiritual power. Is this the Taoism on Earth? Interesting. Duanmu Qingyu and Ji Qianming, one on the left and one on the right, faced the devil at the same time. Duanmu Qingyu, who had never been exposed to swordsmanship, seemed like a different person. He moved his wrist flexibly, and the peachwood sword with 9 stars around it slashed on the dark left arm, leaving a long, bloody wound. Evil slaying sword. The long sword in Ji Qianming's hand suddenly burst out with a dazzling sword light and slashed towards the devil's right hand. In addition, he secretly covered the blade with the power of dawn. In an instant, dense wounds appeared on his arm, but because the devil's arm was too hard, he could not advance any further. The demon's pupils suddenly shrank. He never expected that these 2 ants could actually break through his defense. Duanmu Qingyu relied on the strange starlight, and Gou Chen and relied on a light golden energy to directly cut through his demonized skin. This had never happened in his memory. This is not over yet. Hinyahara suddenly dropped from the sky and landed steadily on his shoulder. He held Snow White in his hand and stabbed directly into his eyes. It is true that the devil can change his body structure, but his eyes are always his weakness. At this moment, the 3 second-level boys in front of him actually posed a fatal threat to him. The devil roared, and a pair of flesh wings suddenly spread out behind him, flapping them fiercely to force his body to move away. Hinyahara's attack did not pierce his eyes, but hit his forehead instead, making a sharp impact sound, as if it had hit a piece of metal or stone, and he could not move forward at all. The demon's body suddenly swelled up, and hideous barbs and blood appeared on the surface of his skin. His 2 hands broke free from the control of Gou Chen and Duanmu Qingyu, and he punched towards Duanmu Qingyu's body. Duanmu Qingyu's pupils suddenly shrank, and the peachwood sword in his hand was across his chest. The stars around him burst into dazzling light, but as the devil punched the starlight, Duanmu Qingyu's face turned red, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. The whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and the starlight around him was already shattered. Hinyahara's attack missed, and he was about to make another attack, but 2 arms suddenly grew out of the demon's shoulders, grabbed his feet tightly, and threw him into the palace like a sandbag. Hinyahara, with huge kinetic energy, directly crashed into several walls, spit out several mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, and most of his bones were broken. The demon took care of the 2 people in the blink of an eye, turned to look at Gou Chen with a ferocious smile. Gou Chen reacted extremely quickly. The long sword in his right hand dissipated, and a mirror shield was materialized by him. Almost at the moment when he had added the maximum hardness, the devil's fist had already landed on the mirror shield. Clang! Visible sound waves penetrated from the place where the fist and the shield met, and spiderweb-like cracks suddenly spread on the surface of the mirror shield. Although Gou Chen blocked the attack head-on, he was unable to offset the huge kinetic energy transmitted from the mirror shield. He was directly knocked back more than 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground. The mirror shield in his hand shattered for the first time. This was the first time he encountered a mirror being shattered since he mastered non-flower. Even when it was shot by pirates before, there was no trace at all, but now it was shattered by a punch from the devil. Gou Chen coughed and got up from the ground. The mirror shield had just blocked most of the attacks for him. In addition, his physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people after he possessed the dawn and started practicing, so the damage he suffered was not serious. "You are proud enough to have forced me to become half-demon," the hideous devil said viciously. His whole body was covered with disgusting lumps and tumors. Just one look at him made people feel their stomachs boiling. "Damn it, what did you do to Senior Eric's body?" Alex's angry voice came from the fortress. He had seen Senior Eric fighting, and this disgusting form was definitely not something he could possess. The demon raised his eyebrows. "I just helped him develop the potential of his abilities. The things he transformed into on Earth have limited power, so I used some local specialties from the God realm to stimulate his abilities. Look at this powerful demon body. You can't imagine how strong he is." The demon's flesh wings on the back shook, and the whole person turned into a black shadow and rushed towards the fortress where Alex was. The gun barrels on the fortress were aimed at the demon and launched another round of volleys, but the demon was flying too fast and easily avoided most of the attacks. The remaining shells were torn apart by him with his bare hands, leaving no trace on him. Boom! The demon smashed into the surface of the war fortress like a cannonball, smashing the nearby solid bricks into powder. Then he twisted the spiked gun barrels in a twist with his bare hands. In his hands, this so-called war fortress was like a toy, allowing him to knead it. Alex in the control room was sweating. The demon was too powerful. The fortress's firepower could not threaten him at all. It would not take long for the fortress to be torn into pieces. He stretched out his hand, and a tide of nanorobots gathered towards him. A thin nano-armor was forming on his body. Boom! Boom! The demon's third punch landed, smashing through the center of the fortress, revealing the innermost control room. Just as he was about to get in, a silver figure rushed out with a flame booster under his feet and flew into the sky holding the demon's waist. Alex, wearing a silver battle armor, put his right hand on the demon's head. After charging, a blue flame spurted out. The temperature was even enough to melt metal. However, The demon's head was twisted directly onto the spine, avoiding the frontal spray of the blue flame. This terrifying scene made Alex stunned for a moment, and then the second pair of arms on the demon's shoulders clasped their fists and smashed down hard on Alex's head. Bang! Alex was shot down by the devil like a meteor and was deeply embedded in the ground. The nano armor covering his head had burst open, and blood kept flowing from Alex's forehead. He tried to get up from the ground, but his limbs did not obey him at all, as if he had lost control of his body. Alan's transformation time ended, and he fell to the ground, holding his shattered right arm, groaning in pain. Wu Di was hit by the demon and flew dozens of meters away. He lay there motionless, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Chapter 164, Goodbye Light Knight. When Gou Chen got up from the ground, he was the only person standing besides the devil. The terrifying spiritual awareness of the Taishu realm cultivator can allow the demon to predict all attacks. Coupled with his modified mutation ability, the demon's combat power has reached a very terrifying level. Gou Chen even suspects that he has reached the combat power level of the Shangxiao envoy. Although he was able to fight against the Poison King alone for so long, that was purely because of Chen Xi's immunity to all poisons. Facing such a combat-type 4th-level ability user, they had no power to fight back at all. Gou Chen took a deep breath, and a snow-white sword materialized out of thin air in his hand, with bits of morning light looming around him. It has come to this point. If we continue hiding, we will all be dead. Let's just give it a try. Seeing the light golden glow appearing around Gou Chen, Alex and Isaac, who were lying on the ground, felt vaguely familiar. But for a moment, they couldn't remember where they had seen it before. Even if you're the only one left, you still want to stand up and resist? I admire your courage, so I will let you die with more dignity. When the devil saw Gou Chen, who was on high alert, a hint of surprise and anger flashed in his eyes. After he showed such powerful strength, the young man dared to resist, which made him very unhappy. Gou Chen, who was wearing a reindeer mask, had no expression on his face. He lowered his body slightly, put his hand on the hilt of Snow White's sword, and rushed towards the demon like lightning, much faster than before. Beichen's sword style, Raging Wind. The tip of Snow White's knife swept through the air, bringing up a gust of wind that blew towards the demon's body. The demon sneered and grabbed Snow White's blade with his left hand. Gou Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. A flash of knife light passed by, and the demon's palm was cut into 2 parts by the knife, and blood gushed out. The demon's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. This arm just split several shells and demolished a fortress. How could it be cut off by such a light knife? Not only that, there's an unknown light golden energy flowing at the fracture, which can actually prevent the regeneration of the palm. How did you do it? The devil frowned and looked at Gou Chen in the distance. Although his palm was cut off, he did not panic. Firstly, this was because this body was not his, and secondly, the palm could be completely regenerated through the means of the divine world. Gou Chen held Snow White in his hand without saying a word. In fact, he had just noticed the other party's semi-demonized state. This state was naturally very tricky for others, but his Chen Xi was the nemesis of evil. The damage caused to the demonized enemy would increase exponentially. Therefore, he could only succeed in one blow when the demon was careless. But this situation would be difficult to replicate a second time. The devil saw Gou Chen was silent, and the anger in his eyes grew stronger. His only remaining arm turned into a red sword, and the 2 arms on his shoulders turned into black sickles. The whole person looked like a ferocious spider. The wings behind him suddenly flapped, and the whole person turned into a black shadow and attacked Gou Chen at an extremely fast speed. Hey, be careful. Alex, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but speak up to remind him. Although he didn't know how Gou Chen had just injured the demon, he was not optimistic about Gou Chen. In his impression, this young man was not as fast as Hanyuhara, and his damage was not as good as Wu Di. He had no strengths at all, and the possibility of him surviving the hands of the angry demon was too small. Seeing this scene, the students lying on the ground around them were also worried. Isaac even closed his eyes directly, not wanting to see Gou Chen's blood and flesh flying everywhere. Yuzuru Hanyu crawled out of the ruins and saw Gou Chen in danger. He tried to get up to help, but now he even had difficulty standing up. Looking at the speeding demon, Gou Chen was not panicked at all. No one noticed that the eyes behind his mask had turned into scarlet vertical pupils. Ji Qianming did not dare to be careless and directly plundered Zhu Yan's spiritual power to improve his realm. Otherwise, even if he used Qinci, he would definitely not be able to withstand the demon's attack. At the moment the two collided, the demon raised his sword high and smashed it hard on Ji Qianming's head. He might not be good at swordsmanship, but now the demon can crush Ji Qianming with pure strength. This is the case of force-defeating skill. Ji Qianming dodged the demon's sword by moving sideways like lightning, but the two sickles on his shoulders seemed to have predicted his movement and came at him from the left and right. Ji Qianming blocked one with Snow White's right hand and swung the mirror knife towards the demon's neck with his left hand, forcing the other sickle to defend. At this moment, a mocking smile appeared on the devil's face, and his neck was pulled back like a water snake, brushing against the tip of the mirror knife to avoid the attack. At the same time, the sickle on the right also arrived in front of Ji Qianming. Ji Qianming didn't expect the devil had this trick. He had no time to defend himself and could only lean back to try to avoid the attack, but the devil's sickle still scratched his cheek. Click! Ji Qianming's reindeer mask was cut into two halves and fell straight to the ground. The true appearance of this mysterious student of Gou Chen was finally revealed to everyone. Alex and the others widened their eyes, with shocked expressions on their faces. The little bit of morning light just now gave them a familiar feeling, but they didn't think about it all. After all, they couldn't think that the one who saved them at that time was actually a new student of Gou Chen. But now Ji Qianming's face was in front of them, and they immediately thought of his identity. You are the Knight of Light at that time, Alex said in horror. Ji Qianming's face was expressionless, and he didn't even look at them. In his telepathic state, he only had the enemy in front of him. He waved his hand to disperse the Snow White in his hand, and a thread of lightning swam in his right hand. The dark thread was entangled into a ferocious arm, and an astonishing lightning burst out. At the same time, the power of dawn completely erupted, condensing into a light golden robe behind him. Holiness and evil appeared on his body at the same time, and two completely different temperaments spread out, giving people a feeling of being unfathomable. Seeing this familiar appearance, Alex and the others seemed to be back in that dilapidated building in a trance, with the same powerful enemy, the same powerless themselves, and the same impressive Knight of Light. When did this kid become so powerful? Duanmu Qingyu stared at Ji Qianming, who looked like a god descending from heaven, and muttered to himself. Yuzuru Hanyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Ji Qianming, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 165, Fierce Battle. The demon felt Ji Qianming's breath, which was as bright as a candle flame in the dark. For some reason, the light golden light made him feel a little palpitated. Ji Qianming exerted force with his feet and rushed towards the demon like a golden lightning. It didn't take long for him to use Zhu Yan's spiritual power to improve his realm, and even if he was promoted to the 3rd level, he would have almost no chance of winning against the 4th level demon. He could only delay time and wait for reinforcements. Although he didn't know what was happening outside, he believed in Fatty Chui and Adam Academy. When the devil saw Ji Qianming rushing towards him, he sneered, clenched his right fist, which was covered with barbs and flesh, shook the wings behind him, and punched towards Ji Qianming's chest. Ji Qianming's eyes flashed with cold light. Not only did he not try to avoid the attack, but he also raised the demon's right arm and swung it to meet the demon's punch. The jumping black electric arcs condensed on his hand, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Boom! After a loud bang, a violent gale surged out from the fists of the two men, blowing the sand and gravel on the ground into the sky. The ground under Ji Qianming and the devil's feet collapsed at the same time, and dense cracks spread to a nearby house, directly collapsing a wall. After one punch, the devil couldn't help but take a step back, while Ji Qianming took 3 steps back in succession. His body swayed slightly, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, as if he had suffered internal injuries. Duanmu Qingyu and others who felt the impact at close range squinted their eyes to prevent the flying sand from entering their eyeballs. Their eyes were full of shock. They knew very well how powerful the demon was when it entered the semi-demon state. It was a demon that could break through a fortress with 3 punches. Ji Qianming actually fought with him and was only slightly at a disadvantage. However, the people from Adam College were not too surprised. After all, he was the legendary Knight of Light, so it was natural for him to be able to do that. The devil looked at his right fist and frowned slightly. The light, golden energy was burning his body at the place where he had just fought with Gou Chen. Although it had little impact on him, it was a great shame for him. Boy, I don't know why you suddenly became so strong, but you won't be able to maintain this state for long, right? When your strength is exhausted, I will crush your bones piece by piece and let the spirit-eating rats gnaw on your body inch by inch, making you regret appearing in this world. The devil's voice seemed to come from the underworld, and it was extremely gloomy. Gou Chen looked at the devil indifferently, automatically filtering out the other party's meaningless threats. The punch just now caused his internal organs to shift slightly. Now Chensi was racing against time to repair his body, and he had no interest in arguing with the other party. Gou Chen raised his left palm, and a ball of golden flame suddenly appeared, slowly dancing in his palm, emitting a breath of holiness and light. Of course, this breath was like a rat in a garbage dump in the eyes of the devil. Extremely disgusting. Since I can't gain the upper hand in strength, I'll just rely on the attribute restraint to deal with him. Gou Chen clenched his palm into a fist, and golden flames covered his left arm. He punched out, and a thick golden flame column shot towards the demon. The demon felt the purifying power in it and did not dare to resist it head-on. It flapped its wings to dodge the attack and flew towards Gou Chen from the air. Gou Chen raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the threat of the dawn flame to the demon was greater than he had imagined, so he simply covered both hands with the dawn flame and rushed forward to meet the demon's attack. The devil and Gou Chen fought each other. Gou Chen's fists wrapped in the flame of dawn left a trail of afterimages. The devil didn't dare to resist and could only dodge passively, secretly cursing Gou Chen's shamelessness. He used most of his mind to avoid Gou Chen's attacks and had few opportunities to counterattack. Therefore, Gou Chen actually had the upper hand for a while. The students around were dumbfounded. Gou Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he punched faster and faster. The demon's dodge finally had a loophole, and Gou Chen seized the opportunity to hit the demon on the chin with a hook, knocking the demon away and leaving a light golden burn mark on the chin. The devil got up from the ground and looked at Gou Chen as if he was a dead man. Before he could continue to say harsh words, Gou Chen came up to him again. The violent attack made the devil swallow his harsh words. However, Gou Chen could only take advantage of the opposing attributes to gain the upper hand. Such an attack alone could not get rid of the demon at all. Once the time for him to improve his realm was over, he would be at the mercy of others. Damn it, if reinforcements don't come, we're really going to be in trouble. Although Gou Chen was suppressing the demon, his heart was sinking. The demon was busy dealing with Gou Chen's attack at the moment and did not realize that Gou Chen's realm had begun to loosen, and the dawn flame in his hand was smaller than before. Just when Gou Chen was anxious, the smoke and dust in the distance was rolling towards him at an alarming speed. A graceful figure in a black skirt with golden light under her feet was running at the forefront of the smoke and dust, rushing towards Gou Chen like a meteor. Park Ji-min. Gou Chen's eyes showed an ecstatic look. He seized the opportunity and punched the devil in the face. Then he silently took 2 steps back and spoke with a sneer. You said some harsh words, but you can't even beat me. Now our senior sister from Gou Chen Academy is here, and you still want to leave? My senior sister is a battle maniac, known as the Valkyrie. How many lives do you have to dare to fight us? The devil turned to look at the murderous Park Ji-min with an ugly expression, but the pride in his heart did not allow him to retreat without a fight, and he still acted as if he was the best in the world. Park Ji-min ran to Gou Chen like a gust of wind. The Daizong martial spirit statue behind her dissipated. Looking at the students lying on the ground in disorder, a raging rage burned in her chest. Senior, it's up to you next. The time for Gou Chen to advance to a higher realm has come. Endless fatigue surged from his heart, and he couldn't even stand steadily. He forced a smile at the corner of his mouth and said to Park Ji-min. Park Ji-min patted his shoulder, looked into his eyes with her beautiful eyes, and said gently, "Leave it to me. It's been hard for you to hold on until now." As she spoke, she pressed her fingers lightly on the silver briefcase, and the briefcase deformed at a rapid speed. The densely packed parts rotated inside, and finally turned into a silver spear in her hand. Park Ji-min narrowed his eyes and looked at the demon in front of him, his murderous intent almost solidified into substance. It's you who dares to bully our students of Gou Chen? Behind her, a golden martial spirit statue was looming. It was a woman holding a gun in one hand and a shield in the other. The moment she appeared, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared, making the demon breathless. Ji Qianming stared at the statue behind Park Jimin in a daze. He seemed to have seen this image in a book. Goddess of War Athena, Chapter 166, Escape. Please let the martial spirit possess me. Park Ji Min murmured, and the statue of Athena behind him suddenly burst out with a strong light, turning into a white light and flying into Park Ji Min's body. An ancient and terrifying aura descended upon the world. Park Ji Min's black skirt fluttered without wind, and her whole body exuded a powerful aura. Her eyes stared at the devil coldly, and a monstrous, murderous aura burst out from behind her, as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were lingering around her. If the devil gives people the feeling of being evil and powerful, then Park Jimin is now like a real god of war, an invincible, domineering, and unparalleled god of war. The spear in Park Jimin's hand made a soft humming sound, and the entire spear body was vibrating in a peculiar rhythm, as if it was excited and longing for a hearty fight. A huge sense of threat hung over the devil's heart. Before he could utter a harsh word, Park Jimin on the opposite side stomped his foot on the ground, directly breaking the ground beneath his feet, and approached the devil at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. So fast, the demon's pupils shrank suddenly. With his consciousness at the great void realm, he could only barely catch Park Ji-min's trajectory. This woman's speed had reached an outrageous level. He didn't have time to think about it. His right hand turned into a red sword and met the silver spear in Park Ji-min's hand by feeling. Bite! There was a crisp sound of clashing, and the demon's entire right arm was numbed by Park Ji-min's shot. But Park Ji-min only shook his arm slightly to remove the demon's strength, and with a swing of his arm, another shot stabbed at the demon's head. In terms of strength, I'm not as good as this woman. The demon's mind was shocked, but he didn't have time to think too much. The two sickles behind him crossed in front of him like lightning, barely blocking Park Ji-min's second shot. But Park Ji-min twisted her body expressionlessly, her black skirt flying, and a side kick hit the demon's waist fiercely. The demon felt a huge force coming from his waist, which caused his internal organs to shift slightly. After spurting out a mouthful of blood, he was kicked directly into the air. He could only control the pair of flesh wings behind him to barely stabilize his body and landed lightly on the ground. What kind of monster is this woman? The devil looked at the cold Park Ji-min, and he, who was fearless, began to feel palpitations. In the distance, Peter, who came hurriedly, saw Park Ji-min's magical kick and couldn't help but be dazed and muttered to himself, "You're still talking about me. Didn't you secretly break through to the 4th level? Now it seems that I may not be able to beat you." Peter showed a bitter smile on his face. The devil covered his waist and half crouched on the ground. He was badly injured by the kick just now. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked in another direction, his face pale. Peter, wearing a golden armor, was walking towards him. A golden holy sword appeared in Peter's hand. The dazzling holy light alone made the devil terrified. The intensity of this holy light was much greater than Ji Qianming's 2nd level dawn. If he was hit head-on, he would lose half his life if he didn't die. Park Ji-min and Peter sandwiched the devil on the left and right and slowly approached him. "Demon, the recovery is successful. Retreat quickly." The figure of the hanged man suddenly appeared on the top of the palace behind the demon. He lifted up one of his sleeves, and the dense tattoos on it seemed to come alive and twisted violently. Park Ji-min and Peter frowned at the same time. Before they could make any move, the tattoo on the hanged man suddenly detached from his arm and turned into high-explosive grenades all over the sky, which were thrown toward the trainees lying on the ground. "Oh my God!" Wu Di, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but curse when he saw the grenade flying towards him. At the moment when he was filled with despair, a golden figure suddenly appeared in front of them. A strong holy light suddenly burst out from Peter's body and condensed into a huge holy shield. Countless grenades exploded, making the holy shield buzz, but there was not even a crack on its surface. On the other side, Park Ji-min also arrived in time, and gun shadows pierced through the sky, accurately piercing the grenades in front of Han Yuhara. Dozens of grenades did not explode successfully. At the same time, the devil seized the opportunity and crushed the black stone in his hand. The two dark light beams that had appeared before descended, and the next moment their figures disappeared from the spot. Seeing the two disappear, Park Ji-min snorted coldly and said slowly, "This is the second time. Remember, you have one last chance to summon me." After saying that, the terrifying aura emanating from Park Ji-min suddenly disappeared, and a wisp of white light overflowed from her skin, as if some mysterious existence was leaving her body. Park Ji-min's legs softened, and she almost fell to the ground. A strong hand supported her body in time. The golden armor on Peter's body had already dissipated, and he gave a bright smile to the exhausted Park Ji-min. "How are you? Are you okay?" "It's okay. The guy just now was too strong, and my body couldn't support it. I just feel a little exhausted now." Park Ji-min waved his hands and said while gasping for air. Peter nodded, and then said with a sigh, "Goddess of war Athena, you can actually let her become your martial spirit. It seems that almost no one below the quasi-emperor level can be your opponent. No, your combat power has almost reached the quasi-emperor level in the state of martial spirit possession. TSK, it seems that I am still far behind you." Park Ji-min gave a forced smile. "I just did something for that person, and he promised to lend me his power 3 times, and now there's only one last time." Peter nodded thoughtfully, and then checked the injuries of the students one by one. Alan was the most seriously injured, and his entire right arm was almost shattered into powder. Then there were Wu Di and Isaac, and there was almost no intact skin on their bodies. Although Alex only had a wound on his forehead, he could no longer feel his body. After checking Alex's body with the holy light, Peter fell silent. "Senior Peter, am I?" Alex was very smart. He could tell something just by observing Peter's expression. In addition, he also had some knowledge of medicine and had a vague guess about his own situation, but he was unwilling to face it. Peter's eyes flashed with pity. He touched Alex's head and said with a smile, "It's okay. God will not give up on a smart child like Alex. Believe me, you'll get better." Alex was shocked. A trace of despair appeared in his eyes, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Peter did not answer his question directly, which meant that his guess was correct. "He is useless." "Alex." Isaac staggered to Alex's side and opened his mouth to say something, but saw Peter shaking his head slightly at him and swallowed his words back. Wailing cries echoed in the broken Asgard. The eternal blue light curtain descended, and a sense of sadness and sorrow enveloped everyone's heart. Chapter 167. The Wrath of the Underworld Lord. Outside world. The hermit holds a crystal ball of Asgard and follows the world through the gray space channel. "I say, that old guy Adolf shouldn't be able to catch up, right?" The hermit said a little uneasily. After all, he disguised himself as Emily and sneaked into Adam, snatched Asgard in public, and fooled the 2 quasi-emperors. This is definitely an irreconcilable feud. Moreover, the look of Adolf rushing over in a menacing manner at the end really scared her. The world glanced at her coldly. "If you walk faster, he won't be able to catch up." The hermit rolled his eyes, and his steps suddenly quickened. At this moment, a white light suddenly penetrated the entire space channel, and hideous cracks quickly spread on the walls of the space channel. Snap! The pupils of the world and the hermit suddenly shrank, and before the 2 could react, the entire passage was shattered by the white light. The hermit hugged the crystal ball in his hand and fell out of the space channel. Only then did he realize that they were now in midair. Below them was a dense, primeval jungle, and there was no end in sight at a glance. 2 figures fell into the forest one after the other. The hermit said in annoyance, "World, what's going on?" World frowned, looking at the cracked chess piece in his hand with a serious expression. "Is this the power of the arcane supreme? It can interrupt my space transmission so easily. Hermit, we should hurry up and leave. That guy is probably calculating our current location. We don't even know where we are. How can he catch up with us?" the hermit asked in surprise. The world glanced at him. Never underestimate an emperor, especially one as almighty as Adolf. As he spoke, he took out another black chess piece from his pocket, ready to open the shadow door for the second time before Adolf caught up. Bang! Just as the 2 were about to leave, a fat figure fell from the sky with a dull sound. If the movements of the hermit and the world falling into the forest just now were like a dragonfly skimming the water, then this time the movement was like a meteorite falling into the sea, directly scaring away the birds within a few miles. Who? The hermit and the world were shocked at the same time. Could it be that Adolf caught up so quickly? Just when the 2 were facing a formidable enemy, the fat figure of Fatty Chui struggled to climb out of the pit, dragging his broken right hand. After failing several times, he finally succeeded in getting up, looking at the hermit in front of him with red eyes. Gou Chen's Hades, the hermit exclaimed. How could you still move? How did you catch up? Fatty Chui didn't say anything. The temperature of the surrounding environment dropped sharply. Layers of white frost condensed on the surrounding tree trunks. A cold and chilly air, as if coming from the underworld, emanated from Fatty Chui's body. He's just a half-crippled quasi-emperor. He can't stop us. When the world saw the person coming, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Adolf didn't come after them personally, it wouldn't be a big problem for them. What's more, this was just a quasi-emperor who had difficulty moving. Give me back my students. A ball of pure darkness suddenly exploded under Fatty Chui's feet, engulfing everything around it, and the underworld instantly enveloped the world. What the hell is this? The hermit and the world stood in Fatty Chui's netherworld and couldn't help but shiver. The sky had disappeared, and the dark underworld sky covered their heads. The ground was covered with white frost condensed from the netherworld's netherworld energy. The surrounding trees seemed to be embedded in the night, not moving at all. Above the hermit's head, a fallen leaf seemed to have been paused, frozen in the air, looking extremely weird. The world looked around and replied in a low voice. It should be the netherworld domain of Lord Ming. He can actually release the domain in this state. He is worthy of being the man closest to the 10th emperor of the earth in the legend. What should we do now? Can the two of us defeat him together? The hermit was extremely upset now, regretting that he didn't kill the fat guy directly. Now, he was forced into such a passive position by him. How could this disgusting fat guy be so strong? If he was in his prime, the two of us combined wouldn't be enough for him to defeat with one hand. But now he's been hit by your magic powder and has a broken arm. It's hard to say who will win. Besides, there's no need for us to fight him. Don't forget that our mission is to send the evil dog Gam back, not to kill the Hades. Shiji was very clear-headed and quickly formulated a strategy. However, before he could finish, a huge black flaming battle axe came down from the air towards the two of them. The hermit and the world reacted extremely quickly, dodging to the left and right. The black flame battle axe directly cut a 2-meter-wide gully on the ground under their feet. The raging black flame spread to both sides, but the strange thing was that the black flame had no effect on the trees embedded in the darkness on both sides, as if they were part of the black flame. The hermit was stepping on a dim spot of light, and she was moving quickly in the shadows cast by the trees. The black flames spreading behind her could not catch up with her at all. Just as she was secretly rejoicing, the shadows of all the nearby trees disappeared at the same time. The hermit was shocked. The light spot under her feet flickered and finally faded into the air. The next moment, her consciousness suddenly sensed something. She leaped forward to the left like lightning. A pitch-black sword pierced out from her back and pierced her shoulder blade directly. Fatty Chui walked out of the black flames, holding the long sword in his hand, with a gloomy expression. In this netherworld, he was the absolute master. After just noticing the hermit's means of escape, he decisively wiped out all the shadows in the domain, and then walked out of the darkness behind her and dealt a fatal blow. Unfortunately, the hermit's spiritual awareness was extremely sensitive at the Taishu realm, and he actually detected his intention in advance and barely avoided the fatal blow. Lord Hades, you shall not die a horrible death. The hermit forcibly pulled her body away from the long sword in Fatty Chui's hand. She could feel that the netherworld power contained in the pitch-black sword was constantly devouring her body. At the same time, her meridians were gradually blocked. The severe pain made her face distorted violently, and she cursed viciously. Fatty Chui's netherworld power can greatly weaken the enemy's strength. At the beginning, the third-level visionary run, E fell to the third level after being hit by Fatty Chui. His strength was locked by 80%, which is why Ji Qianming succeeded in a sneak attack. After being hit by Fatty Chui, the hermit clearly felt that his ability had dropped by 10%. Not only that, even his spiritual consciousness was weakened a lot. His netherworld power was actually effective against spiritual consciousness. The hermit was shocked. Chapter 168, Instant Kill. Fatty Chui had a blank expression on his face, but his extremely deep eyes contained murderous intent. The long sword in his hand swung out a black flaming blade and slashed towards the pale-faced hermit. The hermit's abilities are very good at undercover and assassination, but in frontal combat, she is no match for those of the same level, not to mention that her opponent is the strongest quasi-emperor, Gou Chen Mingjun. The seriously injured Hades is still the Hades. The hermit rolled to the side again without caring about her image, but Fatty Chui's flaming blade was too fast, and she couldn't dodge in time. Her right arm was chopped off by Fatty Chui's blade and fell to the ground, blood gushing out. Along with her arm fell the crystal ball of Asgard. Fatty Chui's figure turned into a ball of darkness, and the next moment it condensed again near the crystal ball. He swung out a black flame that burned the hermit's right arm to ashes, and then put the Asgard crystal ball into his arms. Ah! The hermit's face turned pale, and he wailed in pain, covering the broken end of his arm. He rolled around on the ground, and his blood dyed the frost-covered ground red. You stepped on my right hand and broke it, so repay it with your own right hand. Fatty Chui looked at the hermit, who was in great pain, and said coldly. Just as he was about to swing his sword to take the hermit's life, a shadow gate suddenly opened, and the world rushed out of it like lightning, picked up the wailing hermit, and was about to turn around and go back into the shadow gate. But Fatty Chui blocked the gate at some point and looked at him expressionlessly. Cold sweat slid down Shiji's cheeks. Fatty Chui's terrifying aura made it hard for him to breathe. Suddenly, two rays of light flashed out from the crystal ball in Fatty Chui's hand and turned into two figures falling to the ground. The devil and the hangman were stunned when they saw the surrounding environment, and then the world shouted, "Watch out behind you!" The demon reacted extremely quickly, flapping the wings behind him violently and lunging forward without thinking. However, the hangman was far slower than him, and just as he turned around, a long sword burning with black flames pierced his heart. The hangman's pupils suddenly shrank, and he stared blankly at Fatty Chui, who was holding the long sword, his face full of fear and horror. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but Fatty Chui shook the long sword in his hand, burning his internal organs into ashes. Damn it! The world cursed angrily and threw the seriously injured hermit in his hand to the ground as if he was throwing away garbage. Then he snatched back the body of the hangman before the black flames burned his whole body. Seeing the tattoo on the hangman's arm, the world breathed a sigh of relief. The devil's eyes widened. He hadn't recovered from the shock of what had just happened. The hangman had just helped him escape from Park Ji-min and Peter's siege, but the next second he was killed instantly by the fat man in front of him. The face of the world was gloomy to the extreme. The hanged man was killed, the hermit was seriously injured, and the devil looked miserable. How could such a group of defeated soldiers compete with the king of hell? World, devil, save me. The hermit lay half dead on the ground, groaning in pain. Without waiting for the devil to speak, the world walked to the side of the hermit and punched the hermit in the chest with one hand. Bang! The hermit's chest collapsed under the blow of the world, and her heart was directly shattered. Her eyes were wide open, and she could not understand why the world wanted to kill her until her death. Shouldn't they be companions? I'm sorry, I have to take the body of the hangman back with me. I don't have time to take you, a fool who is in the way. In order to prevent you from falling into Adam's hands, I can only let you die first. The world looked at the hermit who died with his eyes open and said lightly, not hiding the disgust in his eyes at all, "If it weren't for this troublesome woman who insisted on wasting time to teach the Lord of the Underworld a lesson, they would have returned to the dark church safely by now and would not have ended up in this situation." The death of the hangman was a small matter, but if Gam's body was lost, they would all be killed by the fool. Seeing that the world solved the hermit with one punch, Fatty Chui raised his eyebrows but did not try to stop him. Shiji carried the body of the hangman on his back, looked at Fatty Chui coldly, cut open his lower abdomen with a knife, and took out a chess piece. This chess piece was different from the one he had taken out before. Not only was the color deeper, but it also exuded a faint ancient atmosphere. Mingjun, see you another day. The world crushed the chess piece, and a dark shadow directly swallowed it and the demon next to it. Fatty Chui thought to himself that it was not good, and waved his hand to draw a huge black flame blade, which directly cut through the two dark shadows, but nothing happened. The world space jump this time was too fast. From the crushing of the chess piece to the disappearance of the two people, it took less than half a second. Even if Fatty Chui was very fast, he was unable to stop it. Seeing the two disappear, Fatty Chui's face suddenly turned pale, the netherworld around him shattered, and his legs softened and he fell to the ground. He resisted the effect of the god-defeating powder and forcibly opened the netherworld, which had already put a huge load on his body. If it weren't for his strong strength, he might have fainted by now. Fatty Chui slowly took out the crystal ball of Asgard from his arms, and a relieved smile appeared on his bloodless face. A white light gate suddenly appeared in the air, and the surrounding elements immediately rioted. Adolf, with a gloomy face, walked out from behind the light gate, and a terrifying pressure immediately descended on the entire forest. "You are late, Your Majesty the Supreme Lord of Arcane." Fatty Chui looked at Adolf, who was late, and said with a wry smile. Adolf looked around and did not see any trace of the enemy. He then quickly walked up to Fatty Chui and checked his injuries. His old face was filled with guilt and anger. "Your Excellency, Lord Ming, this time it is our Adam Academy's fault." Let's not talk about this for now." Fatty Chui waved his hand to interrupt Adolf's review. "Let's go back and rescue the students first." Two members of the Dark Church just entered Asgard. Although Park Jimin and Peter are inside, I'm still worried that something might happen. Adolf nodded repeatedly and helped Fatty Chui up. After seeing the hermit's body in the distance, he hesitated for a moment, then pointed the staff in his hand into the air, and the hermit automatically floated up and followed behind the two of them. "This corpse is still of some use. Those rats from the Dark Church actually dared to invade me, Adam, so brazenly. I will make them pay the price." A murderous intent flashed in Adolf's eyes. This time, the Dark Church's actions were no longer just provocations. They barged into Adam with great fanfare, snatched away Asgard and the newborn Gou Chen who came to communicate in front of him, and severely injured the quasi-emperor of Gou Chen on their territory. It was simply trampling on Adam's glory. If Adam and the Dark Church were just fighting a little bit before, the situation between the two has now escalated. Next, it will be a war to the death. Chapter 169. Thanks. The setting sun is like fire, and the rays of light are endless. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled through the window onto the floor tiles, illuminating the entire room with a red glow. The long gauze-like curtains fluttered by the window, like a graceful dancer spinning her snow-white dress in the sunset. Ji Qiming woke up slowly from his sleep, looked at the setting sun outside, and stretched. He had to say that Adam's virtual weather system was extremely realistic. In a trance, he really felt like he was on the ground admiring the beautiful sunset. 5 hours had passed since they were rescued from Asgard by Adam's rescue team. He still remembered that after he was teleported out of Asgard, he was surrounded by circles of people. Some were Adam's seniors, some were professors, and he even saw the legendary Principal Adam, His Majesty Adolf the Arcane Supreme. At that time, Adolf looked at the students who were carried out, his face so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out. After leaving Asgard, they were sent directly to Adam's treatment room. Ji Qiming's injuries were not serious. After the devil and the hangman left, he used the dawn to heal most of his injuries. Therefore, he was also the first to leave the intensive care unit. He even had time to sleep in bed for a while. After all, he was exhausted after forcibly increasing his spiritual power. After about a few minutes, the nurses pushed the bed in again. The person on the bed was tightly bandaged, with only his eyes and nose exposed, like a mummy. "Ahem, who are you?" Ji Qiming looked at him for a long time, but couldn't figure out who he was. The mummy on the bed rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Why do you get to be so carefree, while I have to be tied up like a dumpling?" Hearing this familiar voice, Ji Qiming burst out laughing. "Isn't this the suave Master Duanmu? What? Has he become an Egyptian citizen?" Duanmu Qingyu was seriously injured. Ji Qiming remembered that he took a punch from the devil head-on. Although he was protected by the mysterious starlight, the remaining force still broke several of Duanmu Qingyu's bones. Speaking of which, in Ji Qiming's impression, Duanmu Qingyu has always been an image of a powerless military strategist and charlatan. Unexpectedly, he could actually fight the devil for 2 rounds, and that mysterious starlight, like his morning light, could cause damage to the devil. So it must be extraordinary. Duanmu Qingyu rolled his eyes at him and was too lazy to argue with Ji Qiming. "How are the injuries of the others?" Ji Qiming left early and didn't know the situation of the others, so he asked. "As for us at Gou Chen, it's relatively okay. Han Yuhara came out at about the same time as me, and Wu Di should be able to come out in a while. On the contrary, over at Adam College." Duanmu Qingyu paused and continued. "The painter named Isaac is fine. He won't have any serious illness. Alan's arm bones were shattered. Even after he recovers, he won't be as flexible as he is now, but that's not too bad. The worst case is Alex. It is said that his nerves have been devastated and he can no longer control his limbs. He will never be able to walk or eat on his own. In other words, he is now like a conscious vegetable." Duanmu Qingyu shook his head, his face full of regret, and Ji Qiming also fell silent. Alex is definitely the most promising teenager he has ever seen. At only 13 years old, he can build fortresses and mechas by himself. His value to mankind is no longer as simple as a person with special abilities. As long as he grows up, he may be able to lead the Earth's technology to a whole new level. This is something that several fourth-level people with special abilities cannot achieve. Doesn't Adam claim to have the best medical equipment in the world? How can this not cure him? Gou Chen frowned. It's impossible with current science and technology, but maybe he can find a way to treat it himself in the future. Although he lost his healthy body, he didn't hurt his brain. With his intelligence, he might be able to create a miracle. Gou Chen nodded. Besides, there are so many leaf patterns in the world. Maybe one of them can repair his nerves. As soon as he finished speaking, Gou Chen was stunned. Speaking of Yuan, maybe he could also try his own Chensi? After all, this mysterious leaf pattern has given him too many surprises, and perhaps it can help Alex recover. However, he has to do this in secret and cannot expose the fact that he owns Dawn. Wait, it seems like I've been exposed. He suddenly felt a little bit of pain in his balls. Gou Chen suddenly thought of how he had revealed almost all his cards except for his identity as a cultivator in order to resist the devil. Zhu Yan's spiritual power was still okay, as it was not obvious at all. But after he blatantly used Chensi, it would be exposed as long as someone checked it out. Then, by following the clues, the fact that he had the ability to replicate would be exposed. Just when Gou Chen was in despair, there were several knocks on the door. Kevin, Cooper, Claire, and Simon from Adam College were standing outside the door, carrying some fruit snacks. Although they all had smiles on their faces, Gou Chen could feel their hidden sadness. My lord, Knight of Light, we were not aware of your identity and offended you before. Now we come together to apologize to you and also to thank you for saving our lives a few months ago. Kevin scratched his hair and said embarrassedly. Cooper nodded slightly, a rare smile on his icy face. I'm sorry. Yes, just accept it. There are not only gifts for us, but also gifts for the freshmen who couldn't attend the exchange meeting. And we heard from Isaac that you blocked the devil alone at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would have killed everyone, Claire said with a smile. Gou Chen smiled bitterly at the four people in front of him. This time, they were eliminated early, so they did not face the devil head-on. It was a blessing in disguise, otherwise no one knew what would happen. However, their enthusiasm made Gou Chen a little at a loss. Ahem, you guys are too polite. It's all my duty, all my duty. It was the first time that Gou Chen received so many sincere thanks from people. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Claire and others placed the gifts on the table next to the bed, piling them up into a small mountain, which made Gou Chen feel embarrassed. Several people chatted with Gou Chen and Duanmu Qingyu for a while and gradually became familiar with each other. Although the people of Adam College were ruthless on the battlefield, it was all for the honor of the college. Now that the exchange meeting was over, there was naturally no need to fight to the death, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. After about 10 minutes, Claire and the others stood up and said, "We still have to go visit Alex. His condition is not very good. We'll leave now." Chapter 170, The Hound of the Underworld. Speaking of Alex, everyone's mood suddenly became depressed. As Alex's companions who had been with him day and night, they naturally couldn't be happy to hear that their teammates would become useless in the future. Gou Chen did not try to keep them. After comforting them for a few words, he watched them leave. After they closed the door, Duanmu Qingyu slowly spoke. I can't believe it. I've heard of the Light Knight since the first day I came to Adam. It was so magical that I thought I must see him with my own eyes if I had the chance. But the famous Light Knight has been by my side all along. You're such a hidden genius. Everyone thought you were a weak auxiliary like me. I didn't expect you to have secretly become famous overseas. When did you come to Europe? Gou Chen told Duanmu Qingyu about the situation at that time, with a smile and tears in his eyes, but he omitted the matter of his own improvement in Realm and how he rescued Adam and the others. So what is your golden ability? Don't tell me it's your non-flower. A simple mirror ability can't do this. Duanmu Qingyu asked curiously. Of course, you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Gou Chen hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Sorry, this matter is too complicated. I can't tell you. At least it's not the right time now. Duanmu Qingyu did not ask any further questions and changed the topic of conversation. Gou Chen and Duanmu Qingyu spent the following days in the ward. Every day, a nurse would come to check on their physical conditions. Ji Qianming had mainly some skin injuries, which could be cured by applying some medicine. However, Duan Muqingyu's treatment was much more painful. He had a bone-setting massage once in the morning and once in the evening every day. He cried out in pain and did not look like a master of metaphysics at all. Dark church. In the dim underground space, only 5 people were sitting on the 13 ancient seats. The faint candlelight flickered and a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire room. So, you lost both the hermit and the hangman this time? The fool's low voice echoed in the air, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. This extreme calmness made the atmosphere even more tense. The demon was silent for a while, then nodded. The queen covered her mouth and chuckled. Tower and chariot died when we recovered Jormungand, and 2 more died when we recovered Garm. Who will be the next one? Shiji glanced at him and said calmly, "That woman, the hermit, is just a troublemaker. I hope the rest of us, the queens, can control ourselves and not end up like her." The queen's face darkened, and just as she was about to say something, the fool's deep voice rang out again. "That's enough. Anyway, the mission has been completed. We have successfully recovered Gam's body. We are 1 step closer to the final Ragnarok. The deaths of the hermit and the hangman are not meaningless. They have completed the mission given by the Phantom Chamber. They will be reincarnated in the God Realm." The fool stood up and walked to the body of the hangman. He lightly scratched his arm with his finger and cut it off easily. Then he grabbed the arm and walked into the deep passage. The remaining 4 people looked at each other, then stood up and followed. Passing through the winding corridors, several people came to the deep pit where Jormungandr's body was stored. The demon stepped on the rusty aerial plank road and looked down. It was still bottomless. A cold and evil breath emanated from the bottom of the pit. The fool walked to the center of the space, took out the arm of the hangman in his hand, and carefully observed the densely packed tattoos on it. The shapes of these tattoos were all kinds of strange. Some were motorcycle-shaped, some were grenade-shaped, but the largest one was the black figure. It was blurry and unclear what it was, but it almost occupied the entire right arm of the hangman. The fool draws his finger across the hangman's arm, cutting off the entire black figure. Then the black figure suddenly twists violently, turning from a flat surface to a 3-dimensional shape, and its volume expands rapidly. The fool did not hesitate and threw the skin in his hand into the air. The black breath almost filled the vast space, and then fell downwards at a high speed under the action of gravity. You should know that the area of this deep pit is equivalent to the size of 2 birds' nests. You can't see the end at a glance, but it can only barely fit this black shadow. It can be seen how big this thing is. Due to its huge size, the demon could not make out its outline. But before it fell into the pit, its head was facing the crowd. Seeing the head of this thing, everyone except the fool suddenly stopped breathing. The demon swore that he had never seen such a ferocious face in his life. Even though the underworld dog Garm was dead, its remains alone could become a nightmare in everyone's heart. It was the embodiment of fear and cruelty in the world. The demon almost lost his mind just by looking at him. His consciousness was at the realm of Taishu. Even when he was besieged by Park Ji-min and Peter before, he was not afraid. But this time, he only took a look at Garm's appearance, and fear occupied his mind. The Hound of Hell is a giant undead dog that guards the underworld. Its status in the underworld is second only to that of Hela, the goddess of death. It is the largest canine animal besides the demon wolf Fenrir. It died together with Asgard's god of war Tyr during Ragnarok. The fool introduced the corpse indifferently, as if he was introducing his favorite food. This is the mythical creature they want to resurrect. After a brief moment of fear, the members of the Dark Church came to their senses, and madness and excitement filled their chests. How powerful can it be after it is resurrected? The devil licked his lips and asked curiously. The fool glanced at him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he slowly uttered 2 words, Emperor level. Not only is he a hound of the underworld, but Jormungandr is also an emperor after his resurrection. If we can successfully recover the strongest demon wolf Fenrir, our Dark Church will have 3 absolutely loyal emperor creatures. Emperor level. 3 emperor levels. Everyone's mind went blank. They were actually about to revive 3 emperor levels. What does this mean? You should know that China, which is known as the chosen country, has only 4 emperors, and Britain has only 1 Adolf. If they really succeed in resurrecting these 3 mythical creatures, the number of emperors in the world will increase from 9 to 12, and their Dark Church will occupy 1/4. By then, Who on the entire earth can stop them? Although 4 of their men had died in the attempt to retrieve the 2 bodies, none of this seemed to matter now. The morale of the entire Dark Church had reached an unprecedented high. Chapter 171, Fenrir's Whereabouts. Where is the body of the last demon wolf Fenrir? The queen asked excitedly with her chest heaving violently. The situation with the demon wolf Fenrir is a bit complicated. Let's continue the meeting and talk about it slowly. The fool did not answer directly, but turned around and walked away. After everyone was seated, under everyone's expectant gaze, the fool spoke slowly. The demon wolf Fenrir is the child of the evil god Loki and the culprit who caused the destruction of the gods in Norse mythology. He represents the tide of evil in the world. His mouth is open, and his upper and lower jaws can hold up the heaven and earth. At Ragnarok, he not only swallowed Odin, the king of the gods, but also the sun, the moon, and all things in the world. Of course, these are all descriptions and myths. Although the real Fenrir is not as exaggerated as they describe, it is enough to show how powerful it is. Perhaps except for the most powerful emperor recognized now, that is, China's Yin Emperor, no one can defeat it. The fool's description reminded everyone of Fenrir's power, and a blazing fire burned in their hearts. But the fool's next words directly extinguished their expectations. In fact, we cannot recover Fenrir's body. Everyone's expressions suddenly froze, and several people frowned. They suddenly felt like they were being made a fool of. Their dream of being invincible had just begun, but it was shattered by the fool's words. What do you mean? The demon narrowed his eyes, with a hint of anger in his tone. Sensing the devil's malicious look, the priest who had been sitting silently next to the fool raised his eyelids slightly and gave the devil a warning look. You may have misunderstood me. The fool said calmly, what I meant is that Fenrir is still alive, so we naturally cannot retrieve his body. The fool's words were like a bombshell. Everyone present was shocked, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. The strongest creature in Norse mythology was still alive? It's still alive? How is that possible? Exclaimed the queen. Nothing is impossible. The fool glanced at her. Fenrir grew up by consuming all the evil in the world. In essence, he is no longer just a wolf. He represents pure evil. Destroying his body will not eliminate him. You don't mean to say that as long as the evil in people's hearts does not disappear, it will exist forever? The devil said with some amusement. He would not believe such a childish line. The fool shook his head. Although Fenrir is strong, he is not this strong. After it was killed by the son of Odin during Ragnarok, only an eyeball was left. It contains its spirit and power. As long as this eyeball exists, it will be immortal. Everyone suddenly felt like they were listening to mythological stories when they were children. Even in the god realm, they had never heard such an outrageous story, but the queen still couldn't help but speak. Where's this eyeball now? Greenwich Observatory. The fool slowly uttered a place name. Where? The Greenwich Observatory was built by King Charles II of England in 1675. It is located on a hill in Greenwich Park and has the most standard time in the world. When Charles II was building the observatory, he received a mysterious sphere as big as a room from his subjects. It was said to have mysterious energy. Charles II studied it for a long time, but found nothing special about it. So he ordered craftsmen to make it into a huge globe and store it in the Greenwich Observatory collection. The fool told this unknown history. The queen showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. So the globe is Fenrir's eye? Then let's go and grab it. Knowing Fenrir's whereabouts, several people's minds suddenly became active, and they couldn't wait to collect the last piece of the puzzle and revive the myth as soon as possible. The fool shook his head. Now is not the time. Why? You just made such a big fuss in Adam. They must be digging deep into the ground to dig us out. The whole of London is on high alert. Now is not the time to act. Anyway, we already know Fenrir's whereabouts, so there is no need to rush. The fool's thinking was very clear. After hearing the fool's words, no matter how impatient the queen was, she could only temporarily suppress her inner restlessness. After all, the furious Adam was no joke, and they would be wiped out if they made the slightest mistake. I have a question. The devil suddenly thought of something and spoke. Everyone at the table looked at the devil, waiting for his next words. Since we now have the bodies of Jormungand and Garm, why don't we revive them first and then seek Fenrir's after we have 2 Emperor-level combat forces? After all, there is only 1 Emperor level in the entire United Kingdom. If we have the help of these 2 mythical creatures, our actions should be smoother, right? As soon as the devil's words came out, The whole room fell into silence. The queen and the world heard the devil's question without much emotional fluctuation, as if they already knew the answer. Priest, please answer the newcomer's question. The fool did not seem to have the leisure to answer the devil's questions, and directly threw the question to the priest. The priest did not refuse. He drooped his eyelids and spoke hoarsely. Do you think it's easy to revive the emperor-level mythical creatures? If that were the case, they would have been resurrected long ago. In order to revive such creatures, in addition to the ability of my body and the soul-gathering secret technique provided by the Nether Pavilion, Fenrir's power is also indispensable. In other words, before we get Fenrir, the Jormungandr and Garm we collected are just simple corpses. The demon showed an expression of I see. In fact, he was skeptical about the resurrection process. How could a mythical creature be resurrected just by saying so? Now it seemed that it was indeed the case. Well, the meeting is over. It won't be long before we recover Fenrir. It will definitely be completed before Christmas. Everyone, enjoy these 2 days of vacation. The fool slowly stood up from the first seat, and his low voice echoed throughout the underground space. Adam College. 3 days had passed since Ji Qinming was hospitalized. Now the after-effects of using Zhu Yan's spiritual power to forcibly improve his realm had completely disappeared, and some scars left by previous battles had basically healed. Ji Qinming jumped off the hospital bed and stretched his muscles facing the rising sun. Duanmu Qingyu next to him was not so lucky. He had several broken bones in his body. Even though he had the world's top medical equipment for treatment, it would not be completely healed in just a few days. However, Adam's bone massage technique was indeed magical, and now his broken bones have mostly recovered. Chapter 172, Fatty Chui hurt by love. So, you plan to leave me alone and go out to have fun? Just as Ji Qinming was changing into his clothes, Duanmu Qingyu's mournful voice came from afar. The corners of Ji Qinming's mouth twitched slightly, and he rolled his eyes involuntarily. Why do you sound like a nagging woman? If others hear it, they will think I did something to you, and I just went out for a walk. Duanmu Qingyu hummed twice and simply closed his eyes to rest. He had been trapped for a few days, miserable, and couldn't even use his mobile phone. Every day, he chatted with Ji Qinming like a chatterbox. This was the only bit of fun left in his boring life. Ji Qinming was speechless for a while. He put on his shoes and walked out of the house. After hesitating for a while, he said, I'll bring you some food later. What do you want to eat? One steak cooked to medium rare, black pepper, no spicy, and a cappuccino with less sugar. Thank you. Ji Qinming resisted the urge to turn around and beat him up, slammed the door shut, and walked out along the bright and clean corridor. The characteristic of Adam College is that its architectural style has a conflicting beauty. For example, the headquarters is an ancient castle like Hogwarts, but there's a medieval-style street next to it. Now they are in a pure, white, independent building. This building is full of technology from the inside out. The smart sweeping robots and smart vending machines that can be seen everywhere make Ji Qinming very interested. Ji Qinming walked to the activity area behind the small building and found that the terrain here was very high. From where he stood, he could almost see the entire Adam College. The headquarters castle and the streets next to it were all in his sight. Not only that, Ji Qinming also noticed the nearby, super large training ground, 90s-style dance hall, and cinema. A breeze blew by, and Ji Qinming simply sat on the grass below him, holding his head and looking at the scenery. Just then, a fat man with thick bandages staggered over here and waved his crutch at Ji Qinming, full of joy. Teacher, Ji Qinming was stunned. He hadn't seen Fatty Chui since he came out of Asgard. He was wondering why he was not seen when the students of Gou Chen Academy were injured. He didn't expect that he was injured too. Fatty Chui limped to Ji Qinming's side and sat down. Ji Qinming found that he had lost weight visibly. If Fatty Chui's body was like a football before, now it was like a rugby ball, and his face looked haggard. I've heard it all. You're a good kid. What Zhang Jingyan said is indeed right. You have a lot of secrets. Fatty Chui patted Ji Qinming's shoulder with his intact arm and said with emotion. Ji Qinming scratched his head a little embarrassedly, then asked, Your injury? Fatty Chui's face suddenly turned ugly, and he told Ji Qinming what had happened with a sigh. In fact, even if he didn't say it, Ji Qinming would have heard about it from others sooner or later. After all, it involved too many things, so it was better for him to have a preconceived idea and narrate the story with a little exaggeration to preserve his image. After all, If the news that he was played with by the fake Emily and believed it to be true and almost fell in her hands was reported back to Gou Chen, he would have no place to save his face. So, you realized in advance that it was the fake Emily pretended to fall in her trap and turn the situation around at the critical moment to save us from them. Ji Qianming had a strange expression, and the scene of Fatty Chui holding the fake Emily and spinning around in the room that day appeared in his mind. Was the fat guy really acting at that time? It didn't seem like it. Although Ji Qianming was somewhat skeptical, he had no evidence, so he listened patiently. Isn't she just a woman? We Chinese have a saying that goes, we wish to be a pair of wings in the sky, but when disaster strikes, we fly away, separately. It shows that love is not a good thing. I have let it go. Fatty Chui, who was deeply hurt by love, suddenly seemed to have seen through the world. He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, looking like a sad, handsome man. Ji Qianming opened his mouth wide, as if he couldn't believe what he just heard. Is this the next sentence of, I wish to be a pair of wings in the sky? Isn't it? But it seems to be correct when reading it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Fatty Chui didn't want to continue this sad topic, so he waved his hand and said, the situation this time was too dangerous. Fortunately, neither Adam nor Gou Chen suffered any casualties. You did a great job this time, the legendary Knight of Light. Ji Qianming Khan, obviously it is a good thing, but why does this nickname sound so shameful when translated into Chinese? Why did those two members of the Dark Church who attacked us invade Asgard? Didn't Adam College search through everything in here? Is there anything else worth their risk? Ji Qianming asked the question that concerned him most. From what Fatty Chui said, the other party sent out 4 members at once in order to obtain Asgard, and 2 of them lost their lives for this. This completely angered Adam Academy. What on earth made them do such a crazy thing? Fatty Chui remained silent. Ji Qianming frowned slightly and spoke again. Teacher, we are no longer freshmen who have just entered Gou Chen. We are not as fragile as you think. We can't live under your wings forever, right? Fatty Chui struggled, but he finally made up his mind and said, you're right. After all, we still have to stay in London for a few days. Telling you in advance will allow you to be prepared. How about this? When everyone is discharged from the hospital, I'll gather everyone together and tell you about these things. Adam College is still collecting intelligence, and we should have some clues in a couple of days. After listening to this, Ji Qianming raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I just happen to be bringing food for Duanmu Qingyu. Are you interested in having a steak? Fatty Chui raised his eyebrows and said with a half smile, why? You're treating me. Ji Qianming rolled his eyes and said unhappily, they're teachers inviting students. How can you be so shameless to say such a thing? Fatty Chui spread his hands and said shamelessly, I didn't bring any money with me, and Alipay can't be used here, so of course you have to treat me. The corners of Ji Qianming's mouth twitched wildly. He glared at him unhappily, then stood up and said slowly, let's go. Just consider this as a thank you on behalf of all of us students for saving us once again. Fatty Chui chuckled and limped after him. The two walked to the medieval-style street and found the Western restaurant they had been to before. The owner here was already very familiar with Ji Qianming, and he waved his hand and gave him a 50% discount. Fatty Chui took the thick menu and happily ordered a pizza and steak worth nearly 100 pounds. Chapter 173, Fatty Chui's Voice. I still remember the first time I saw you in Danyang. Fatty Chui picked up a piece of steak with one hand with difficulty, took a big bite, and said vaguely, you were standing in the mess on the ground, with a blazing house behind you. The fire turned the night into gold, and you were holding a bloody, severed arm in your hand, vomiting while holding it. I was stunned. Ji Qianming thought of the situation at that time, and suddenly felt embarrassed. Fatty Chui took a sip of red wine, and a hint of drunkenness appeared on his face. At that time, I was thinking, is this boy a killer? Will he become a member of Shangxi in the future? Should I cut off the roots of the trouble? Ji Qianming didn't expect Fatty Chui to have such a psychological activity at that time, and asked curiously, then what? Then when you said the first sentence, I put the idea aside. What did I say? You were holding the broken arm, and said you were scared and that holding it made you feel safe. Ji Qianming raised his eyebrows slightly. Do you believe it? Believe it. Fatty Chui grinned. I will never believe that holding a broken arm can make you feel safe, but I do see fear and confusion in your eyes. I have seen many boys and girls who suddenly have abilities. Some of them are ambitious and want to use this power to make profits for themselves, while others are terrified and think they have some strange disease. But the confusion in your eyes is more about the world and your own future. You are like a pure handkerchief. If you're put into a black dye vat, you will be dyed black. If you're put into a white dye vat, you will become white. What kind of person you will become and what you will do with this power are related to the environment around you. So I decided to bring you back to Gou Chen because I believe that Gou Chen, this white dye vat, will cultivate you into a good person and a responsible warrior. Ji Qianming looked at Fatty Chui in a daze. He had not expected that the usually erratic and careless Fatty Chui would have such a side. At this moment, he seemed to understand why the principal chose him as the dean of studies. Once Fatty Chui started talking, he couldn't stop. He took a big gulp of the wine, and the elegant red wine tasted like beer to him. I've been a teacher for so many years, and also a director for so many years. I have personally taught class after class of students and witnessed their growth. From the very beginning, they came to Gou Chen with full of passion, studied hard, and became stronger with the mission of protecting the world, and later became strong people who can stand on their own. I still remember them standing in front of me with a smile, telling me what kind of conspiracy in the God realm they had broken during this mission, how many practitioners who were endangering society they had killed, and confidently telling me that they had lived up to my teachings. I watched them die in battle one after another, turning into cold monuments standing on the top of Mount Gou Chen. Do you know how that feels? Fatty Chui tightly grasped the fork in his hand. His body couldn't help but tremble, and 2 lines of hot tears flowed down his cheeks. Ji Qianming remained silent, with sadness filling his heart. For a man like Chui Pongzi who valued friendship and treated his students like his own children, watching his students wither away was the cruelest punishment in the world. How many students had Chui Pongzi taught over the years? How many of them were still alive? Ji Qianming couldn't imagine what kind of pain Chui Pongzi had to endure alone, and how he had persisted until now. Fatty Chui drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp, as if he had used up all his strength, and said softly, "I am old, and my heart is more fragile. I can no longer bear to see my beloved students die tragically in front of me. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be the last class I teach. Maybe I will find a wife who loves me, give birth to a child, and let her stay away from the war between Gou Chen and the God realm, so that the bloodline of my Chui family can continue." "Are you going to retire?" Ji Qianming asked in surprise. "This is not retirement. Since I have chosen this path, how can I retire? Dying on the battlefield is our best fate. We must not die in a cowardly way on a hospital bed. If we die, we must drag a few scum of the God realm with us to be buried with us. You must know that each leaf pattern will only return to the world tree to recuperate after the death of its host, waiting for the day to descend to the human world again. If I really retire, wouldn't my leaf pattern have wasted decades of time for nothing? I just want to leave a bloodline. I may not be able to watch him grow up, but when I die in battle, at least I won't have any regrets." Ji Qianming shuddered all over. A feeling of sadness arose. He opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. He just silently picked up the wine glass, clinked it with Fatty Chui, and drank the red wine in the glass. He had not planned to drink tonight, but after listening to Fatty Chui's voice, he changed his mind. "Teacher, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Maybe our class can create a miracle and completely solve the problem of the invasion of the gods. Then you can be reunited with your family and enjoy your old age." "Yi Qianming comforted." Fatty Chui laughed. "You guys in this class are all talented, and maybe you can really do it. I look forward to seeing the day when you shine and become the light of this cruel world." As the night deepened, it was already midnight when Fatty Chui and Ji Qianming came out of the Western restaurant. The two of them had been drinking for several hours without realizing it. Because Ji Qianming was worried about the injured and drunk Fatty Chui going back alone, he walked him all the way back to his room and then returned to his own ward. "Overall, I had a great time drinking tonight, but Ji Qianming felt like there was something he hadn't done yet, and he couldn't remember it for the moment. The moment he opened the door, he knew what the problem was. Duanmu Qingyu was lying on the bed, staring at Ji Qianming with a pair of green eyes, as if he wanted to eat Ji Qianming alive. "What time is it?" "11:30. "What about dinner?" Dinner. Ji Qianming hesitated for a long time, cold sweat pouring out. Damn it, how could he forget about this? Duanmu Qingyu didn't say anything, just stared at Ji Qianming silently. An invisible pressure enveloped Ji Qianming's head, making it hard for him to breathe. "Dinner is said to be here soon. I'll go pick it up at the door." Ji Qianming couldn't hold on any longer. He rushed out of the room and headed straight for the Western restaurant. When he arrived at the entrance of the Western restaurant, he found that they had closed. Ji Qianming's face suddenly turned ugly. If he went back like this, Duanmu Qingyu might strangle him to death in the middle of the night, or he might starve to death before midnight. What should he do? Just when Ji Qianming was anxious, his eyes glanced at another store and his eyes lit up. Chapter 174, Whisper of Venus. So, where's my signature medium rare steak? Where is my low sugar cappuccino? Duanmu Qingyu said with a strange expression as he looked at the two unidentified objects in front of him. Ji Qianming opened the package for him and explained cheerfully, scallion oil and sauce meat patties. I specially asked him to fry the beef to medium rare. Don't worry, it's definitely not spicy. And this coffee bag comes with white sugar. You can add as much as you want. Duanmu Qingyu, where the hell did you get these? Do British people also eat meat patties with scallion oil sauce? Duanmu Qingyu couldn't help but complain. Ji Qianming raised his eyebrows. The Western restaurant is next to a Chinese restaurant. Didn't you notice? Duanmu Qingyu rolled his eyes and took a big bite of the cake, as if he was not biting the cake, but Ji Qianming's conscience. Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps echoed in the deep underground. Adolf had a grim look on his face as he walked down the spiral stone steps step by step. He held the white staff tightly in his hand, and he looked like a sleeping beast that was gradually waking up. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a dark underground prison appeared in front of him. Standing at the prison door, Adolf could clearly hear the screams and curses coming from inside, but his expression did not change at all, as if those were just the buzzing of flies. This is Adam's secret prison, which is used to detain practitioners from the divine world and those with evil abilities. Adolf stopped in front of a metal door, opened it, and walked in. The layout of this room was different from the outside. It was more like a morgue than a prison. In the middle of the room was a female corpse, and next to it stood a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. Principal, the middle-aged man said respectfully when he saw Adolf come in. Adolf nodded. Marshall, what's going on? Marshall hesitated for a moment and said, You should come and see for yourself. As he spoke, he reached his hand to the back of Emily's head, where there was a piece of skin that was raised, and it was impossible to detect if you didn't look closely. Marshall pinched the skin with 2 fingers and slowly tore it apart. This body was like a coat, and he peeled off the entire skin directly. Emily, who shed her skin, instantly turned into another completely unfamiliar woman. Seeing this strange scene, Adolf frowned slightly. This is a camouflage method I've never seen before. It looks like it's made of real human skin. There seem to be some mysterious patterns inside to keep the skin fresh. After putting it on, you'll look exactly like a normal person, and you can't tell the difference at all. Marshall handed the leather bag in his hand to Adolf. Adolf squinted his eyes and observed it carefully for a while. There were indeed some silver textures inside, and there was a slight glow flowing. The bloodshot and blue veins on the surface of the skin were clearly visible, and the touch in his hands was exactly the same as normal skin. What do you think? Adolf asked. It was definitely not taken from the real Emily. It is more like an artificial synthesis made by testing Emily's physical data. This kind of workmanship and peculiar performance cannot be produced with the current technical means on Earth, and it does not look like the work of a person with special abilities, so I guess it may come from the divine world. Marshall stated his inference directly without any reservation. Adolf remained silent, his face darkening. How could a British folk evil ability organization have items from the divine world? And these were special items for Adam? It seems that the Dark Church is more sophisticated than we thought. Adolf pondered for a few seconds and spoke hoarsely. Go and get Whisper of Venus. Let me see what the Dark Church is trying to do. Marshall was stunned, his face full of surprise. Principal, are you going to use that holy relic? Adolf nodded. I have a feeling that the Dark Church is definitely not as simple as it seems. It is definitely not a waste to sacrifice one use of the holy relic for this. Seeing Adolf's determined expression, Marshall nodded and walked towards the collection room with Adolf. Adam's collection room is where precious items are stored. Every item in it has some kind of magical power. It can be said that it is the heritage accumulated by Adam College over the past 1,000 years. Each item has a measurable value. The two of them passed through layers of guards, verified their identities again and again, and finally walked into this small and ancient room. The room is not big, about the size of a basketball court. 9 transparent display cases form a semicircle, with numbers from 1 to 9 marked on them. Display cases 3 5, 7, and 9 are empty, and the contents of the other display cases are also strange. For example, display case 1 contains a hand bone, and display case 4 contains an Asgard crystal ball. The two walked straight to display case number 6, which contained half a tongue. It had clearly been stored there for hundreds of years, but it was still bright red and looked extremely strange. Relic number 6, Whisper of Venus. Marshall put on a pair of white gloves and carefully took out half of the tongue, which lay quietly in his palm, like a dead object. Adolf took out a small metal box from the bottom of the display case, opened the lid, and Marshall put Whisper of Venus into it. This holy relic has not been used for more than 200 years. The last time it was used was when the 4 gods invaded Adam. Now it only has 4 chances to be used. After they're used up, it will become a mortal object. Adolf looked at the half-tongue in the box, seeming a little distressed. Marshall smiled bitterly and held the box containing Whisper of Venus in his arms, as if he was afraid that it would be snatched away. The two returned along the original route and came to the body of Hermit again. Adolf solemnly took out half of the tongue from a box and put it into the mouth of the Hermit. The moment it touched the Hermit's tongue, it seemed to melt and merged with her own tongue, becoming unusually bright red. Marshall watched this scene happen with his own eyes, his eyes wide open, afraid to miss any details. After seeing the two completely merged, he nodded at Adolf. Adolf hesitated for a moment and asked the first question. Are the members of the Dark Church related to the God realm? After the words fell, the whole room fell into deathly silence. Adolf and Marshall held their breath, not even daring to breathe. 1 second, 2 seconds. Just when Marshall thought that the relic was broken, a clear and pleasant voice came from the body of the Hermit. Chapter 175 surfaced. Marshall took a deep breath, but Adolf's expression didn't change much, as if he had expected this answer. Whisper of Venus, the 6th relic of Adam Academy, can make the dead answer questions and never lie, but can only give simple answers and can only be used 8 times, after which it will disappear into thin air. What is the purpose of the Dark Church? Adolf asked the second question. After a while, a clear female voice echoed in the room again. The myth is revived, and the evil tide is coming. Adolf's brows furrowed even tighter. These 8 short words conveyed too much information. Although he didn't know the specific goal yet, he at least knew that it should be to resurrect some kind of mythical creature, such as the undead dragon. Adolf's thoughts suddenly became clear. They had previously suspected that the dragon was Nidhogg, the poisonous dragon in Norse mythology. Now it seemed that they were right. The Dark Church must have used some mysterious means to revive the evil dragon. Moreover, the fact that they were still taking action meant that the dragon was not their target yet. What on earth did they want to revive? Snake! And that giant dog! Adolf exclaimed. Isaac's prophecy about London suddenly came to his mind. One of the 2 paintings was a giant snake entangled on the Tower Bridge of London, and the other was a vicious dog gnawing at Big Ben. This quickly reminded him of the prototypes of these 2 creatures in mythology. Jormungandr, the serpent of the garden, and Garm, the evil dog of the underworld. Are they crazy? Adolf connected everything in his mind instantly. The ultimate goal of the Dark Church was to revive these terrifying mythical creatures, and judging from the painting, they actually succeeded. Adolf's expression was extremely solemn. This was no longer a feud between the Dark Church and Adam College. This matter had already threatened the safety of all mankind. How strong were the monsters that kill the gods? Quasi-Emperor or Emperor? He had to report this matter to Gou Chen College immediately. Just as he was about to leave in a hurry, he suddenly thought of something, stopped and asked the third question. What is the next target of the Dark Church? The demon wolf Fenrir. Marshall and Adolf's heartbeats skipped a beat at the same time. Marshall's face turned pale and he stammered, Principal. Principal, did I just hear Fenrir's name? The demon wolf that destroyed the world? Isn't this a myth? What does it have to do with the Dark Church? Adolf remained silent. He certainly knew Fenrir's name. If he guessed correctly, Isaac's last abstract painting was of Fenrir. If Fenrir represented darkness, then what was the red that competed with it? There was only one question left, and Adolf pondered. He had too many questions to ask, but he had to pick the most critical one that would be most beneficial to them. After a few minutes, Adolf slowly spoke. The fool's true identity? Sebastian Shaw. Adolf frowned. He had no impression of this name. It should be said that he had never heard of it before. It was like a person who appeared out of thin air. Just as Marshall and Adolf were thinking hard, the clear and pleasant voice sounded again. With Nangong Jing, Adolf's pupils suddenly contracted. 2 people? Why 2 people? The former's name is undoubtedly that of an earthling, while the latter's name sounds more like that of a Chinese, or a person from the god realm. For some reason, the people in the divine realm and the Chinese have the same appearance, and even their language and culture are exactly the same. It is like 2 Chinas from different periods and with different trajectories. Some researchers believe that the Chinese are the people from the divine realm who drifted into the human world, while others say that the 2 had close interactions thousands of years ago. There are countless such weird and absurd theories, and it can be said that it is a problem that has plagued mankind for hundreds of years. There is a possibility that Nangong Jing is a Chinese, but it is not high. The first question shows that the Dark Church is indeed related to the God realm, so Adolf can almost conclude that the latter is a practitioner from the God realm. But why can the fool be both of them at the same time? Is it a shared identity? Adolf thought about it over and over, but couldn't figure it out. Principal, Venus Whisper has disappeared. Marshall opened the hermit's mouth, and the tongue had returned to its original shape. That half of the tongue had disappeared without a trace, as if it had been sublimated. Adolf nodded. It was not surprising that this holy relic would disappear after reaching its limit of usage. His mind was now full of the conspiracy of the Dark Church and the God realm. He walked out of the underground prison absent-mindedly. Above the underground prison was his principal's office. He sat in his chair in a daze, with messy thoughts flying around in his mind. Just when he was at a loss for words, there was a knock on the door, and the office door was slowly opened. Isaac and Alan were standing outside the door. They looked at each other and spoke to Adolf respectfully. Your Majesty, Alex asked us to remind you of something on his behalf. It's related to the member of the Dark Church who attacked us. Are all of them people with special abilities who have been possessed by practitioners? Their purpose is to revive mythical creatures. After listening to Fatty Chui's description, Ji Qianming and other students almost popped their eyes out, with shock written all over their faces. That's right, at this point I have nothing to hide. The one who attacked Ji Qianming was the poisonous dragon Nidhogg, and they have most likely collected the bodies of Jormungandr and Garm, leaving only the last wolf Fenrir. Fatty Chui repeated what Adolf had told him an hour ago. When he heard the news, he had the same expression as them. He didn't know whether he was crazy or the world was crazy. Ji Qianming and the others looked at each other. They had never expected that they had been involved in such a horrific dispute before, and they felt a little scared for a moment. Then where will their next target be? Duamuqing, you asked. Fatty Chui shook his head solemnly. Not sure. Adam has mobilized all intelligence networks to look for clues related to Fenrir, but there is still no clue so far. That is to say, the opponent may launch an attack at any time and anywhere, which is the most uncomfortable feeling. After the students listened to Fatty Chui's story, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. There's no need to be so nervous. Fatty Chui said at the right time. First of all, it's not your turn to get involved in this matter anyway. Secondly, Adam has entered the highest alert state now. They have a firm control over the whole of London. The people of the Dark Church will never choose to take action in the next few days, so you can rest assured. Besides, even if you really encounter the Dark Church, don't you still have me? Chapter 176, Temple of Life. After saying that, Fatty Chui patted his chest cockily. If you ignore the bandages wrapped around his body, he looks quite reliable. In addition to telling you about the Dark Church, I called everyone here for one more thing, Fatty Chui said. It has been 4 days since the exchange meeting ended. We plan to open the Temple of Life tomorrow. When they heard the words, Temple of Life, the eyes of the students present brightened. The purpose of their coming to London this time was not only for the exchange meeting held every year, but more importantly, for the holy spring in the Temple of Life. Although everyone didn't know what was so special about the spring water, anything that deserved such serious treatment from Adam College must not be an ordinary thing. What exactly is this Temple of Life? Wang Ruoi asked curiously. No one knows the specific origins of the Temple of Life. We only heard that it was stolen from the world of gods by the creator of Adam College. The holy spring in it appears once every 2 years. It is a treasure that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth. It has the functions of repairing hidden diseases, improving realms, nourishing the soul, and strengthening the body. Every time it is opened, many lucky students use it to break through. This is a great opportunity for you. Fatty Chui rubbed his chin with his hand, as if he thought of the scene when he soaked in the holy spring, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. When the others heard about the realm improvement, they suddenly became excited. Only Yuzuru and Ji Qianming were indifferent. The former was because there was no realm to improve at all. The most important function of this holy spring for him should be to repair hidden diseases and strengthen the body. After all, Yuzuru had practiced swordsmanship since he was a child, and he had already developed many diseases. Strengthening his body was also very helpful to him. As for Ji Qianming, his practice is completely different from that of others. Others improve their mental strength through step-by-step meditation practice, and then break through the realm under the influence of some external environmental pressure. But Ji Qianming only needs to collect enough soul energy to be promoted naturally. This alternative method has advantages and disadvantages, and he can't tell whether he has lost or gained. Since he came to London, the soul energy collection page in the mirror has hardly been moved. Except for some shocking soul energy provided by the demon and Duanmu Qingyu and others who were watching when he was fighting the demon alone, there was almost no other income. Therefore, the progress bar of soul energy collection only moved forward slightly, which made Ji Qianming feel desperate. Fortunately, although the improvement of his leaf pattern realm was uncontrollable, his progress in cultivation was rapid. Adam Academy arranged single rooms for them, so Ji Qianming insisted on practicing every night. It had been only more than a week since his last breakthrough, and he had now broken through to the third level of qi refining, and was even vaguely touching the threshold of the fourth level of qi refining. As long as he was given a few more days, he would definitely be able to break through. That's all I have to say. Everyone must gather at the square on time tomorrow. Don't blame me if you missed the opening time of the temple. After Fatty Chui briefly talked about a few things to note about soaking in the holy spring, he dismissed the meeting. The next morning, when Fatty Chui and Muhammad arrived at the square, the freshmen of Adam College and Gou Chen College had all arrived. Moreover, after the exchange meeting, the students of the two colleges had obviously become much closer, and they chatted happily. What surprised Ji Qianming and others the most was that Claire and Natalia, the two girls who were fighting violently in Asgard at that time, were now holding hands with bright smiles on their faces, looking like they were good sisters. Duanmu, do you think they've been hit stupidly? Ji Qianming asked Duanmu Qingyu with a strange look on his face. Duanmu Qingyu's mouth twitched slightly. Maybe they have reached a consensus on your issue. What consensus? Maybe I'll split you in half and give each of us half. That would be better for both of us. Ji Qianming felt a chill on the back of his neck, and he shuddered involuntarily as if he thought of the two women happily dismembering him. At this moment, the elegant Xiao came over with the expression of a love expert. Friendship between women is so magical. They are now both competitors and good sisters. Believe me, I am familiar with this situation. Are you the Sea King? Ji Qianming looked at Xiao, who was full of interest, and secretly complained. In fact, in addition to the two beauties Natalia and Claire, there was another person who attracted most people's attention. That was Alex sitting in a wheelchair. Isaac was standing in the corner pushing Alex in a wheelchair. The latter's expression was very calm, without resentment, anger, or dejection. He was like a spectator, out of tune with the noisy world. Ji Qianming keenly discovered that everyone present was actually secretly looking at Alex, with a hint of sympathy and sadness unconsciously revealed in their eyes. In a strange tacit understanding, the circle of people was moving towards Alex intentionally or unintentionally, trying to bring Alex, who had isolated himself from the world, back to their world. The clever Alex also noticed this. His eyes flickered, and he lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. Fatty Chui counted the people and spoke. Everyone followed the silent Muhammad to the deepest part of Adam College. Soon they saw a golden building. The exterior did not look as luxurious as everyone had imagined. Instead, it had a low-key and restrained feeling. Ji Qianming put his palm on a pillar outside the temple, and a warm and delicate touch came from his palm, making people feel comfortable. No one knew what material it was made of, but it had such a magical effect which made everyone look forward to the holy spring of life even more. Mohammed took an ancient and huge metal key and inserted it into the keyhole of the temple. The door slowly opened, and a refreshing fragrance wafted in the air, making people wonder if there was a sea of flowers inside. After entering, boys take the left aisle and girls take the right aisle. Muhammad was very frugal with his words and closed his mouth after saying these words. Ji Qianming walked along the passage on the left. The room had already been arranged by Adam's staff. After taking off his clothes in the locker room, He walked along the corridor until he came to an open space. A white jade pool was lying quietly in the room, with pale green liquid rippling in the pool and mist rising. Just taking a sip would make people feel refreshed. In the middle of the pool was a wooden partition, dividing it into two and blocking the other half of the pool. Is this the holy spring of life? Ji Qianming muttered to himself as he stood by the pool. Chapter 177. The True Purpose of the Holy Spring. Ji Qianming walked into the pool. The water was neither hot nor cold. The moment his skin touched the water, a surge of life force rushed into his body. Every pore in his body opened up, and he completely relaxed. Huh! A light exclamation came from beside Ji Qianming. Yuzuru Han was seen standing in the pool, looking at his body in surprise. The dense scars on his body faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only white, jade-like skin, as if they had never appeared. Not only that, the injuries suffered by other people in the exchange meeting were healing at an astonishing speed. Even Alan's arms were slowly moving, and his shattered bones were regenerating. Is this the holy spring of life? It actually has such a magical effect that can take away the fortune of heaven and earth. Ji Qianming was extremely surprised. However, it turns out that this holy spring of life is not omnipotent. When Isaac carefully placed the paralyzed Alex in the water, Alex's expression gradually changed from expectation to disappointment. Even the fountain of life could not heal his injuries. Was he really destined to be a useless person forever? Where was his hope? Ji Qianming saw all the changes in Alex's expression and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. At this moment, the sound of rippling water came from the other side of the partition, along with the laughter and playfulness of several girls. "Claire, you have a great figure." Natalia's envious voice came from next door. Sister Natalia, your skin is so white, let me pinch it," Claire said with a smile. "You don't come over here. Don't run on." "Wang Ruoi, you little girl, you actually came over to touch me secretly. Stop right there." The sound of splashing water became louder and louder. The boys on this side of the partition suddenly blushed and felt very embarrassed. Only Isaac was the most excited. His face was full of excitement. He almost climbed directly onto the wooden partition. "I say, this is a rare opportunity. Why aren't you making any move? Don't you have any interest in the girls?" Seeing that no one was moving, Isaac had a look of disappointment on his face. Perhaps his voice was too loud. The girls who were laughing next door suddenly stopped, and the whole space fell into silence. "Haha, Isaac, you can come over and try. If you feel that life is no longer fun, I don't mind helping you get rid of it," Claire said with a sneer. Isaac shuddered violently when he heard the voice, as if he thought of some bad memories, and his whole body wilted. But he still didn't give up. His eyes rolled around, and when he saw Ji Qianming, his eyes lit up and he moved towards him stealthily and spoke in a low voice. "Ji Qianming, you can conjure up a mirror, right? How about this? You conjure up a big mirror and then quietly move it to the ceiling so that we can Ji Qianming looked at Isaac, who was smiling lasciviously, and silently rolled his eyes. "Don't you know that the reflection of the mirror is two-way? When we see them, they can also see us in the mirror, idiot." Isaac was silent for a few seconds, then slowly uttered two words, not a loss. "Yiqianming?" Alan had moved behind Isaac without knowing when, and slapped him on the forehead, cursing, "You pervert, put away your evil thoughts, Isaac. The Temple of Life is not a place for you to peek. Hurry up and practice, idiot. This is the only chance in your life to use the Holy Spring." Isaac then realized that everyone else had already started meditating with their eyes closed, and no one was paying attention to what was happening next door. He had no choice but to sit down and meditate as well. The entire pool fell into silence, with only the sound of dripping water echoing. Almost everyone was seizing the time to practice, fearing to waste a minute or a second. Even Yuzuru was meditating. Although he had no ability, it was never a bad thing to improve his mental strength. Of course, this did not include Ji Qianming. Seeing that everyone had entered the state of cultivation, Ji Qianming hesitated for a moment and also started to cultivate, but he cultivated the essentials of qi refining. Although he could meditate like others, it was not very useful to him, and he was also very curious about whether this legendary holy spring of life was helpful for cultivation. Ji Qianming suddenly opened his eyes, a look of shock on his face. When he circulated his spiritual power in the holy spring of life, he could clearly feel the surging spiritual power rushing into his body. If drawing qi into the body during external cultivation is like drawing water from a well, then now he is like falling into a turbulent sea. It is not him drawing water, but the water pouring into his body. Not only that, the spiritual energy of this holy spring of life is extremely pure, as if it has been concentrated countless times, and it is so pure that it is outrageous. Ji Qianming's eyes towards the holy spring of life have completely changed. He is almost certain that the original purpose of this holy spring was definitely not to eliminate hidden diseases or enhance mental strength. Rather than saying that these are its main functions, it is better to say that these are just additional benefits brought about by the fact that the spiritual energy is too pure. The real purpose of this holy spring of life should be to help people accelerate their spiritual practice. What's interesting is that Adam Academy has guarded this holy spring for hundreds of years, but has not realized its true value. However, this cannot be blamed on them. After all, they themselves are unable to practice cultivation, and it is even more impossible for those practitioners from the divine world to break in, so naturally they don't know the secrets contained therein. After thinking it all through, Ji Qianming immediately seized the time to practice. Wasting a minute or a second here would be a huge loss. Snap! A slight sound was heard from Ji Qianming's body. In just a few tens of seconds, he easily broke through the bottleneck of the 4th level of qi refining. He then adjusted his state and launched an attack towards the 5th level of qi refining. Temple of Life, Side Hall. In the middle of this small house, a spring was bubbling with light green water, which flowed in 2 different directions along the dug groove. Most of it flowed into the large pool where Ji Qianming and the others were, and a small part flowed into the wooden barrel in the side hall. The wooden barrel was not big, and inside it lay a handsome young man with black hair. The young man had his eyes closed, and the light blue spring water covered his ears, almost soaking his entire body. Will this holy spring of life be effective for his condition? Fatty Chui asked worriedly as he looked at Zhang Fan, sleeping in the bucket. Mohammed pondered for 2 seconds and said, his biggest problem now is that his mental strength is exhausted. The only way to treat it is from the source, which is his soul itself. There are not many things on earth that can repair the soul, and the holy spring of life is definitely the best. If this can't save him, then there's really no hope. Chapter 178, Breakthroughs. When will he wake up? I don't know about that. We have done everything we can. The rest depends on him, Muhammad said lightly. Fatty Chui sighed helplessly. Zhang Fan, Zhang Fan, we at Gou Chen can only help you to this extent. You have to fight for your own reputation. You are our future trump card. If you can't even pass this level, what future do you have? Zhang Fan's little finger in the wooden barrel moved slightly, and then returned to calm again, as if nothing had happened. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Qianming trembled all over, his eyes slowly opened, and a hint of joy flashed across his face. The 5th level of qi refining. He quickly raised his head and glanced at the pendulum hanging on the wall. It had been an hour and a half since he entered the temple. Before coming in, Fatty Chui said that the holy spring of life could only gush for 3 to 4 hours each time, which meant that he still had at least an hour and a half left. There is still time. Ji Qianming suppressed his inner excitement and once again devoted himself to intensive training. At this time, some students could no longer bear the surging life force of the holy spring of life and climbed out of the pool. Because the life force contained in the holy spring of life was too overbearing, it could repair hidden diseases and improve realms in a short period of time. But if you soak for a long time, you will feel pain all over your body. Fatty Chui also reminded you before coming in that when you feel that you are about to reach your limit, don't hold on. Leaving the holy spring in time is the most correct choice. Isaac was the first to desert, as expected. He sat down by the pool, glancing at the partition from time to time, wondering what he was thinking. But soon Cooper came out of the pool, sat next to him silently, and stared at him with a look that said, I know what you're thinking, which made Isaac feel uncomfortable. The third person who couldn't hold on was Hassan, and after him, everyone stood up more quickly. Xiao Sihanauk, Wu Di Allen. When the pendulum clock on the wall showed that 2 hours had passed, only Alex, Hinyahara, and Ji Qianming were left in the pool. Isaac asked Alex many times, but the latter insisted on continuing. His eyes were full of stubbornness and a little bit of luck. Maybe if he added more bubbles, his body would be healed. After 2.5 hours, Alex, who was sweating all over, finally couldn't hold on any longer and was carried up by Isaac and others. 10 minutes later, Hinyahara also walked out of the pool. Ji Qianming was the only one left in the holy spring of life, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Do you think he's asleep? Isaac asked with a strange look on his face. Alan rolled his eyes. Why don't you try to fall asleep in there? Have you forgotten how painful it is to soak in it for too long? It feels like a group of ants gnawing at your flesh and blood. You're almost fainting from the pain. How can you fall asleep? Isaac curled his lips and said, I just came out when I felt a little uncomfortable. I have never felt what you said. Aren't you asking for trouble? The time has reached 3 hours and 20 minutes. The mentality of the people on the shore has changed from surprise to worry. Will anything happen after soaking for so long? Ji Qianming, are you okay? Duan Mu Qingyu asked loudly. It's okay. Ji Qianming replied calmly, and everyone felt relieved. They looked at Ji Qianming as if he was a monster. What kind of person could endure such severe pain until now? TSK, the Knight of Light is worthy of being the Knight of Light. He's a real man. Simon looked at Ji Qianming with eyes full of admiration and yearning. In fact, Ji Qianming did not feel even a trace of discomfort. Not only was he constantly absorbing the spiritual power from the holy spring to strengthen himself, he was also urging the morning light to flow through his body to resist the attack of the surging vitality outside. He could not miss even a minute of such a precious opportunity to practice. 3 hours and 40 minutes had passed, and the water gushing out of the spring in the side hall became less and less, and finally dried up. At the same time, Ji Qianming suddenly opened his eyes, with an unconcealable surprise in his eyes. The 6th level of Qi refining. In just over 3 hours, he broke through from the 3rd level of Qi refining to the 6th level. If this terrifying speed of cultivation was reported back to the God realm, no one would believe it. After all, it would take at least several years of hard work for ordinary people to break through these 3 realms. Even those geniuses with excellent talents would need at least several months. If there were natural resources and treasures to help, it might be shortened to 1 month. Ji Qianming naturally had no idea what kind of miracle he had created. The holy spring of life was certainly an indispensable reason, but Ji Qianming's own physique was the real decisive factor. Even he himself did not know what the concept of 100% spiritual energy transformation was. Ji Qianming stood up from the pool and was puzzled when he saw the stunned expressions of the onlookers. Why are they looking at me like that? Have my identity as a practitioner been exposed? The holy spring has dried up. Everyone, put on your clothes and come out of the temple. Fatty Chui's voice came from the loudspeaker. Everyone then stopped looking at the rare animals, changed their clothes, and walked out of the temple of life. They felt like they had been reborn. Their steps were light, their bodies and minds were relaxed, and their sensitivity to the surrounding environment had increased a lot. Duan Mu Qingyu and Alan even broke through to the 3rd level in one fell swoop, while soaking in the fountain of life. It can be said that they had gained a lot. Not only that, Ji Qianming keenly noticed that Alex's eyes had become much deeper, and the temperament emanating from his body had also changed slightly. He also broke through to the 3rd level. Ji Qianming secretly speculated that Duan Mu Qingyu and Alan's breakthroughs were both announced by themselves. If Alex hadn't said it, no one would have known that he had also broken through. But why'd he hide this matter? After everyone gathered at the Temple of Life, Natalia and Wang Ruoyi announced that they had broken through to the 3rd level. In comparison, Claire was a little depressed. After all, there were only 3 girls in total, and she was the only one who had not made a breakthrough. In any case, she still felt a little embarrassed. However, this frustration soon disappeared without a trace. After Fatty Chui announced the disbandment, Claire quietly walked up to Ji Qianming and extended an invitation to him. Christmas Eve, Ji Qianming asked with some surprise. Claire's eyes narrowed into 2 crescents, and she smiled and said, Yes. Christmas Eve is the busiest time in the whole of Britain. Oxford Street will be decorated with the most dazzling lights, and the London Eye will become the most beautiful scenery. Countless people will be looking forward to witnessing the arrival of Christmas under Big Ben. What a dreamy scene it is. It sounds good, but don't you know about the dark church? It doesn't seem safe to go out recently. Ji Qianming said with some concern. Chapter 179 Intelligence Meeting. But we can't give up enjoying life just because of the impending disaster. Claire stuck out her tongue. Besides, with Adam Seniors here, I believe those people from the dark church won't dare to take action on Christmas Eve. Besides, didn't we agree to go out and play together after the exchange? Claire's sapphire eyes flashed with an expression that said, You don't want to default on your debt, do you? Ji Qianming spread his hands helplessly. Oh well. Seeing Ji Qianming agree, Claire showed a bright smile on her face. It's a deal then. I'll wait for you at the square the day after tomorrow afternoon. Ji Qianming smiled and said, well, it's settled. When Claire walked away, Duanmu Qingyu suddenly appeared from behind him like a ghost, which scared Ji Qianming. So you choose Claire? You. Are you born the year of the dog? You come over here just because you smell gossip? Besides, we're just hanging out. We don't have any other ideas, okay? Ji Qianming was almost scared to death by him and said in a bad mood. Duanmu Qingyu showed a half smile. A man and a woman are staying out on Christmas Eve, and you told me that you were just going out for a walk? You were kidding me. Why didn't anyone ask me to go out for a walk? Mr. Duanmu, do you have any plans the night after tomorrow? I want to go out and see what Christmas Eve in London is like. Can you accompany me for a walk? As soon as Duanmu Qingyu finished speaking, Wang Ruo's crisp voice came from behind Duanmu Qingyu. Duanmu Qingyu was shocked, turned his neck stiffly, and forced a smile on his face. Well, that's fine. A blush flashed across Wang Ruo's face. She hummed softly, then turned and ran away. Well, a single man and a single woman don't go home on Christmas Eve, but just go out for a walk. Seeing Wang Ruo running away, Ji Qianming repeated Duanmu Qingyu's words with a sly smile. Duanmu Qingyu blushed. Well, just going out for a walk. Duanmu, Ruo has shown it so obviously. Why don't you wake up? Ji Qianming, with the expression of a love veteran, patted Duanmu Qingyu's shoulder and said earnestly, what are you talking about? I just treat Ruo as my sister. Duanmu Qingyu looked strange. Tisk, is this what it means for lovers in the world to eventually become siblings? Duanmu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but why do you always have to wait until you lose something before you know how to cherish it? Duanmu Qingyu's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he remembered something. A trace of sadness flashed across his face. He shook his head and turned away. Ji Qianming looked at Duanmu Qingyu's back and sighed deeply. He knew that Duanmu Qingyu had not yet come out of the shadow of death caused by Nadia. This kind of thing always takes a process and cannot be forced. It would only make the little girl, Ruai, suffer. Adam College, Intelligence Department. Under the shadow of the dark church, the whole of London became the center of the storm. In order to collect relevant information, the Intelligence Department of Adam College worked day and night. The entire Intelligence Department was shrouded in a tense and urgent atmosphere. Good morning, Tom. You don't look well. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Your mind is not very clear. I suggest you go to sleep, Jerry. A haggard, middle-aged man rolled his eyes at the old man in front of him and walked quickly towards the meeting room. No, that won't do. Now is my prime time for work, and there's an important meeting coming up. Right, my old friend? Jerry said excitedly with 2 big dark circles under his eyes. Do you know what this meeting is about? Tom asked in a muffled tone. I heard that the Intelligence Department of Gou Chen sent an envoy with a very important plan that requires our cooperation. It seems to involve the future of mankind. But you know me. I have never been optimistic about those crazy people in Gou Chen Academy. Every proposal they make is extremely crazy. But you have to admit that their suggestions are very effective. Anyway, I'm already busy with Fenner's affairs. Why we have to hold a meeting at this time? He is wasting the time of the entire London. Jerry's face was full of dissatisfaction. Tom drooped his eyelids and said slowly, I don't want to do anything. I just want to have a good sleep. I haven't closed my eyes for 3 days. As they spoke, the 2 walked to the door of the conference room. The core members of Adam's Intelligence Department were basically all present. Even the principal Adolf attended the meeting in person, which was enough to show the importance of this matter. Tom and Jerry looked at each other, found a place to sit down obediently, and tried to cheer up. Mr. Ho Yubin, everyone is here, please start. Adolf saw Tom and Jerry take their seats and made a gesture to Ho Yubin to invite them. In the center of the conference room, a young man wearing black-framed glasses nodded, connected his computer to the large screen behind him, and spoke slowly. My name is Ho Yubin, and I'm from the Intelligence Department of Gou Chen College. I'm here to extend an invitation to everyone at Adam College. This is related to the survival of mankind, and I hope everyone will take it seriously. Now a young boy can talk about the survival of mankind? Is there no one left in the Intelligence Department of Gou Chen Academy? Jerry was immediately contemptuous when he saw that the person who spoke was a young man in his early 20s. He sneered and said, ignoring Tom, who was kicking him under his foot. Adolf glanced at him and said, Jerry, don't be so rude. Ahem, Jerry hasn't slept for days, and he just finished his 6th cup of coffee today. He's not in a very normal state of mind now. Don't mind him. Seeing that things were not going well, Tom quickly came out to smooth things over. Ho Yubin looked expressionless at Jerry, who was full of difficulty, and said slowly, "Excuse me, Mr. Tom, how long do you think the global seal can last now?" Jerry raised an eyebrow. "I'm Jerry." "Oh, sorry. I've watched too many cartoons and couldn't tell the difference." Ho Yubin said apologetically. Based on the current data analysis of seals around the world, China's seal is the most unstable. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be the first place where the seal will be lost. It will completely become ineffective in about 3 years. Jerry has an excellent memory. He quickly retrieved the information related to the seal and answered fluently. Ho Yubin pushed his glasses. "That's last year's data. The seal of China has loosened a bit during this period. The latest calculated expiration time is 6 months." "What? 6 months? How is that possible?" "Half a year. The God realm is about to attack. Our preparations are not even complete yet." How could it be shortened so much in an instant? When the whole conference room heard Ho Yubin's data, it exploded instantly. Chapter 180 Plan 4 Human Shelter. Everyone in the conference room had a look of shock and fear on their faces. Jerry's face was pale. The original 3-year deadline was suddenly shortened to 6 months, a reduction of 5/6. This made it impossible for the preparatory work they were preparing to be completed on time. Adolf's face also turned ugly, but fortunately, his face has always been ugly recently, and there is basically no change now. Ho Yubin coughed lightly, and the noise in the entire conference room suddenly became quieter, waiting for his next words. 6 months. This is the time it takes for China's seal to be broken. The seals of other countries in the world should have at least a year's deadline, so China will be the first to become the main battlefield between the Earth and the God realm. After hearing Ho Yubin's analysis, everyone in the audience nodded. Judging from the speed at which the seal was broken, China was the first country in the world to be invaded by the God realm. It was like the first hole in a dam, which would soon bear the pressure of the entire God realm. In 6 months, China will become a Shura hell. What I want to say here is that we Chinese are not afraid of war. Even if we face an attack from the entire divine world, we will still defend this first and last line of defense for mankind, said Ho Yubin. No one else had any objection to Ho Yubin's statement that it is the first line of defense and the last line of defense, because if even China, the chosen country, cannot withstand the attack of the divine world, then other countries will have even less hope. But we need the support of all mankind. Ho Yubin paused. Protecting the earth is China's responsibility, but it is not just China's responsibility. I believe everyone here understand what I mean. Adolf nodded. I understand. At that time, my Adam Academy will mobilize 70% of its combat power to go to China to await deployment. At that time, as one of the 9 emperors on Earth, I will also go to China in person to guard one side. Hearing Adolf's straightforward and sincere answer, everyone present couldn't help but whisper to each other. Ho Yubin was also a little surprised and cast a grateful look at the white-haired old man. In addition, there is another plan that requires your help. Ho Yubin switched the slide behind him to the next one, and several large black characters were projected behind him. Plan 4, Human Shelter. We Chinese can fight for humanity, but there are still more than 1 billion innocent people on our land who should not be sacrificed for this. Therefore, our Gou Chen Intelligence Department has formulated a plan, the Human Shelter. Ho Yubin said calmly. When it comes to the issue of the people, everyone in Adam College fell silent. This is a problem that no one wants to face. If China really becomes the main battlefield between humans and the gods, the innocent people living there will inevitably suffer heavy losses. They have also thought about moving the population of China to other places, but this is simply impossible to implement. You have to know that China has a population of nearly 1.5 billion, accounting for 1/5 of the entire Earth. No matter how it is dispersed, it will be a disaster for other countries. Moreover, if it is really dispersed, will China really exist? People are the foundation of a country. Even the people have fled to other countries. After the war is over, how many people are willing to return to this wasteland? Then may I ask, how have you discussed the people's problems? What solutions do you have? Tom asked curiously. Build a fortress. Ho Yubin switched to the next slide, and a huge steel fortress design drawing appeared on the screen. 23 steel fortresses distributed throughout China according to population density. Before the God realm completely invades, About 600 million people will be evacuated into them and become war shelters. When the whole conference room saw the drawings behind Ho Yubin, it fell into silence and then became lively. 23 fortresses to accommodate 600 million people? That one fortress would have to accommodate 26 million people. How big is that? Impossible. This is impossible. Taking into account the residential area, the defense area, and the military stationing area, each fortress would be twice the size of Tokyo. So you're going to build a steel fortress the size of 46 Tokyos? Crazy. A bunch of lunatics. This is impossible to accomplish. The whole place was boiling with excitement, and the word impossible was written all over everyone's face. The noisy voice directly covered up Ho Yubin's voice. This time, even Adolf was frightened by this plan. Bang! A loud bang echoed in the conference room, and the noisy sound stopped abruptly. The podium in front of Ho Yubin had turned into a pile of powder at some point. Ho Yubin pushed his glasses calmly. Sorry, I didn't control my strength well. Then he turned the slide to the next page and dropped another bombshell. In fact, China has built 16 fortresses in 15 years. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. You have actually built 16 of them? This is impossible. How did you do it? Wait, 16 such large fortresses. Where did you hide them? Not only did they hide from the eyes of the whole world, but even your own people didn't notice it at all? Tom asked in shock. First, let me answer your first question. Ho Yubin automatically ignored the dumbfounded people below and said calmly, "It's not without reason that China is called the infrastructure maniac. Our country's manufacturing capabilities are truly top-notch in the world. In fact, we formulated this plan a long time ago, but due to insufficient technology, it was not implemented until 15 years ago. As for your second question, China naturally has its own means to hide these 16 fortresses, but I cannot reveal this." After hearing Ho Yubin's words, everyone present realized that China had truly accomplished this impossible task, and the entire conference room was immersed in a shocking atmosphere. "So, what do you need us to do?" Adolf said slowly. "As I said, we still have 7 steel fortresses to build, and 6 months is definitely not enough. At the World Summit in a few days, our leaders will propose that all countries in the world help China build these 7 fortresses. Adam College has the world's most advanced technology, and we hope to get your help." "That's no problem. We at Adam Academy will certainly help you." Adolf agreed to Ho Yubin's request. "But I'm curious, if the whole world is working together to build these 7 fortresses, where do you plan to build them? When the gods invade, how do you plan to transport them back to China?" Chapter 181, Christmas Eve. This problem is the same as before. We Chinese have our own way to solve it, Ho Yubin said calmly. At this moment, when most of the participants were still immersed in China's crazy shelter plan, Jerry raised his hand again. If the shelter plan is really successfully implemented, it can only accommodate 600 million people. What are you going to do with the remaining nearly 800 million people? After hearing Jerry's question, everyone turned their eyes to Ho Yubin. Just now, everyone was worrying about the fortress and almost forgot that even if this plan was really implemented, there would still be 800 million people who had nowhere to go. Ho Yubin was silent for a few seconds. "When the war begins, we will expand the number of troops. In addition, at the summit meeting in a few days, China will also propose a plan for the resettlement of these 800 million people. I will not elaborate on this issue here. In short, China will not abandon any of its people." Everyone present nodded slightly, and Ho Yubin continued. "This is the general situation. Now let's talk about the specific details." Just as Claire expected, in the following days, the Dark Church seemed to be aware of the tight net that Adam College had quietly laid throughout London and did not take any action. The whole of London was immersed in the joy of the approaching Christmas, peaceful and harmonious, just like in previous years. It is worth mentioning that the Special Operations Department of Adam College rescued Professor Emily, who had been missing for many days on a small island near the strait. It is said that after learning the news, Fatty Chui rushed thousands of miles to escort Emily back to Adam, and now the latter is receiving treatment in the medical department. After questioning, it was learned that Emily was suddenly attacked during the mission and was imprisoned on the deserted island after waking up. If Adam itself did not have the means to monitor the life status of important professors, and the Dark Church happened to need to use her identity to invade, she would inevitably be doomed. Christmas Eve. Beautiful colored lights have been installed on the square of Adam College, and a huge Christmas tree has been placed in the center. Merry Christmas songs are echoing softly in the square. On this day, Adam changed the tense atmosphere of the previous few days and was completely immersed in the joy of the festival. Ji Qianming stood in the square, checked the time, and just as he looked up, he saw Claire hurrying towards him from a distance. Claire was wearing a red and white long coat today and a light yellow knitted scarf with Christmas patterns on it. Her long golden hair swayed with her steps, like a Christmas elf, running towards Ji Qianming with a smile. "Sorry, I'm late," Claire said apologetically. Looking at Claire, who was wearing light makeup and looked delicate and lovely, Ji Qianming was slightly distracted and smiled. "It doesn't matter. In fact, I just got here too." Claire's mouth corners slightly raised, and she made a departure gesture, saying energetically, "Then Claire and Ji Qianming's Christmas Eve journey begins now. The first stop is Oxford Street." Seeing her funny look, Ji Qianming burst out laughing. "But haven't we been to Oxford Street before?" No. Oxford Street on Christmas Eve is different from usual. Anyway, just come with me." Claire shook her index finger and said mysteriously. Ji Qianming followed Claire out of Adam, only to find that London outside had completely changed. The Thames was as bright as day, and there were colorful lights and performances all around. The crowded streets made him feel like he was back in China to celebrate the new year. The surrounding shops were basically closed, with only some that used Christmas as a selling point still open. Following the route the two had taken before, the buildings are still the same as they were then, but the feeling they give is completely different. There are often performances and stalls on the streets, and a strong festive atmosphere envelopes the entire London. Being in the midst of it, Ji Qianming realized how much importance Westerners attach to Christmas. A culture completely different from that of China burst out with brilliant light here, which gave him a very novel feeling. The two of them walked through the crowd and arrived at Oxford Street. Looking at the huge crowds of people in front of them, Ji Qianming felt as if he had returned to a scenic spot in China and could hardly move. "Claire, there are too many people here." Ji Qianming moved through the crowd with difficulty and said to Claire. Claire's petite body moved easily through the crowd and said with a smile, "It can't be helped. After all, this is the place with the strongest festival atmosphere in the whole of the UK. It's normal to have more people. There, we're here." When Claire saw a sign, she screamed excitedly and pulled Ji Qianming's wrist to move in that direction. This is a Western restaurant with a Christmas theme. Its business is extremely popular. There are long queues in front of its door, which makes people's scalps tingle. With so many people, can we get a place in line? Ji Qianming couldn't help but ask. Claire giggled, took out a card from her pocket, walked to the front desk, and said something to the waiter, who immediately and enthusiastically took them to the only empty table and handed the menu to Claire. "I booked a table here in advance, and I'm very familiar with the owner here, so I have some privileges." Claire excitedly told Ji Qianming about her own experiences. Ji Qianming then learned that before entering Adam, Claire was considered a London aristocrat with a very prominent status. Later, she gave up everything for her dream, but some connections still existed. Ji Qianming looked at the girl in front of him with some surprise. Both in appearance and temperament, she did have an aristocratic feel, but because of Claire's active personality, he had never noticed this before. Claire ordered some of the most expensive signature dishes with great enthusiasm, including roasted beef sirloin, Iberian ham, lemon sole fish. Although Ji Qianming couldn't understand what was written on the menu, the prices really scared him. It was not until these dishes were served on the table that Ji Qianming realized how luxurious this meal was. After enjoying this top-notch dinner, Ji Qianming originally wanted to pay the bill. After all, it was not right to let a girl pay for it, and with his current income, he could still afford this meal. What he didn't expect was that Claire didn't even have to pay the bill, and she walked out of the restaurant in a swagger after the meal. The waiters along the way were all respectful, and no one even mentioned the bill. Ji Qianming had a new understanding of Claire's power in London. "Well, don't look at me like that. I never dine in free. Someone will pay for my dinner. Besides, you bought me a piece of clothing when we were in Moorlakes before. This time, I'll just return the favor." Claire felt uneasy when she saw Ji Qianming's poor proletarian eyes, so she started to explain. Chapter 182, Where's My Secret Bag? Ji Qianming grinned and couldn't help but think of the counterfeit money he had conjured up with the dreamer, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "So where's the next stop?" Claire looked up at the sky, hesitated for a moment, then her eyes lit up and she said, "Greenwich Observatory. You must go there once. It's the prime meridian of the Eastern and Western hemispheres." Observatory? Ji Qianming was stunned. He had never been to an observatory or looked at the stars in the sky with an astronomical telescope. He immediately became interested and nodded in agreement with Claire's suggestion. Are you worried about Sister Natalia? Walking through the busy streets, Claire looked into Ji Qianming's eyes and suddenly spoke. Poof! Ji Qianming almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I didn't. Forehead. Actually, it was Natalia who should have been with you this time, but she gave this opportunity to me, so? Claire said slowly. Ji Qianming was stunned. What does this mean? I can feel that Natalia really likes you. We had a good talk after the fight in Asgard. After all, Qianming, you are so outstanding. It is normal for other girls to like you. Then we reached a consensus on your issue. Claire said seriously. Consensus? In London, you belong to me, and when we return to China, you belong to Natalia. We both use our own methods and compete fairly. In the end, no matter who you choose, the other one will not have any complaints. Ji Qianming was stunned and couldn't say anything for a while. He did have a good impression of Natalia, but it was just a good impression. He never thought about anything happening with her, and the same was true for Claire. They were both good, but there was another figure in his mind a long time ago, occupying his mind. I'm not saying this to make you make a choice now. I just want you to know the concessions Natalia made for us. She's a good girl. You have to think about it carefully. Of course, if possible, you can also think about me. Claire's face flushed, and she showed a shy smile. Then, head to the observatory now at full speed. After walking for more than half an hour, the two finally arrived at the Greenwich Observatory. The Greenwich Observatory has a long history. With its brick red walls and white round dome, it looks like a miniature castle from the outside and is visited by many pedestrians and tourists. Isn't this an observatory? Why is no one looking at the stars? Ji Qianming looked around and said puzzledly. Claire burst out laughing. This is no longer an observatory. The Greenwich Observatory was built in 1674. It was mainly to cooperate with the Ordnance Department's surveying work at the time and was dedicated to correcting the celestial motion star charts and star positions. But now it has become a museum storing cultural relics of that era that are of collectible value. But if you want to see the stars, I remember there is an astronomical telescope on the rooftop, which is specially for tourists to watch the stars. After Claire finished explaining, Ji Qianming suddenly understood, but he was not in a hurry to go to the rooftop. After all, it was a rare opportunity to come here, so he had to take a good look around here first. After entering the collection hall of the Greenwich Observatory, Ji Qianming discovered that there were so many tourists here. Most of the collections here were clocks and various globes. Ji Qianming really didn't have much interest in these things. Just as he was swaying, he was suddenly bumped into on the shoulder by a blonde beauty. Ji Qianming was stunned, then said sorry. The blonde beauty just blinked at him. A playful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, then turned and left. What's wrong with this person? He has no manners at all. Claire looked at the blonde beauty walking away and frowned slightly. Ji Qianming shook his head. It's okay. It might have been an accident. Claire was about to say something else when she was suddenly shocked and felt that Ji Qianming in front of her seemed a little different. In the crowd, the blonde beauty kept gently bumping into the bodies of tourists and finally returned to a hunchbacked old man, reaching out to support him, as considerate as a granddaughter. The hunchbacked old man glanced at her and said with a warning, Queen, do you know what you are doing? Although Adam's guard may be a little weak today, it is easy for you to steal here so openly. The queen rolled her eyes and said, You are too boring, Mr. Priest. I just stole some things from a few tourists, and with my ability as a thief, they probably won't even find out what they lost when they get home. We have been underground for too long. It's a rare opportunity for us to come out and relax. I warn you, before we get Fenrir's eye, you are not allowed to do anything that puts both of us in danger. The priest oppressed the queen with the aura of a superior, and his tone that could not be refused made the queen frown slightly. All right, I get it. You're Mr. Fool's loyal lackey, the queen said sarcastically. The priest glared at her, but didn't get angry. He looked around for a while and said, See that huge globe in the middle? That's Fenrir's eyeball. With your ability, it shouldn't be difficult to steal it from the display case without anyone noticing, right? Are you questioning my professionalism? I emphasize again with my ability. The queen said halfway with a solemn oath and suddenly closed her mouth as if attracted by something and turned her head to look in one direction. Claire, why are you looking at me in such a strange way? Ji Qianming said with a strange expression. In front of him, Claire was staring at him with fiery eyes, her cheeks flushed, her whole body infatuated, and her whole body almost sticking to him. Qianming, I like you so much. I really like you. Will you be with me? Claire hugged Ji Qianming and said with a light breath, an inexplicable blush on her face, Ji Qianming was shocked and stammered. Claire, didn't you just say? I didn't say anything just now. Claire said loudly. I don't want anything. I just want to be with you. Claire, your voice is too loud. People around us will. Ji Qianming said in a low voice in panic, secretly glancing at the tourists around him with his peripheral vision, his pupils suddenly shrinking. The noisy exhibition hall had become quiet at some point, and everyone was looking at Ji Qianming, especially the women, who were looking at Ji Qianming with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. Wait, why does this scene look so familiar? Ji Qianming's hand suddenly reached into his arms. Damn, where's my secret bag? Chapter 183 Crazy. Queen, what are you doing? The priest looked at the dazed queen in front of him and shouted angrily in a low voice. The queen stared at the oriental boy in the distance, muttering to herself tenderly, I seem to be moved? Who is he? The priest heard the queen's murmur and widened his eyes in disbelief. Do you know what you were saying? Don't forget why we are here. You are. Shut up. You old thing. The queen cursed. I've waited for 20 years and finally found a man who makes my heart beat. What a bullshit mission. Whoever wants to do it can do it. After saying that, she rushed forward recklessly, her pair of green eyes like a lone wolf that saw its prey. Her action seemed to become a fuse. The atmosphere in the entire exhibition hall exploded. All the women rushed towards Ji Qianming like crazy. Not only that, even the way some men looked at Ji Qianming changed, and they squeezed towards Ji Qianming intentionally or unintentionally. The situation suddenly got out of control. Without thinking, Ji Qianming carried Claire on his shoulders and rushed out through the glass window next to him. Because the entrance had been completely blocked by the irrational men and women, and there was nowhere to hide in this narrow space, he had no choice but to resort to this last resort. Of course, Ji Qianming protected Claire's arms very well, and not a single piece of debris scratched her when the car hit the window. Claire hugged Ji Qianming tightly, her face full of excitement and fascination, and she was wrapped around him like a water snake. Her flexibility was simply terrifying. Claire, calm down. I can't breathe because of you. After Ji Qianming escaped from the exhibition hall, he said breathlessly to Claire, No, I don't want it. I want to be with you forever. There was fanatical love in Claire's eyes. Ji Qianming didn't have time to say anything else, because the rioting crowd behind him was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Everyone's eyes were glowing green. The scene was even crazier than a zombie siege. Not only that, Ji Qianming found that the faces of the pedestrians on the street also changed, and they all turned to look at him, which made Ji Qianming's scalp tingle. Damn it, who the hell stole my secret bag? Ji Qianming wailed, carrying Claire on his back and running in one direction. Adam College, Special Operations Group. Lauren was standing by the window in her office, looking at the quiet night sky outside and leisurely sipping the coffee in her hand. Ding ling ling ling. The phone rang urgently. Lauren frowned, put down the coffee in her hand, and walked quickly to the phone. Hello. Team leader. What happened? Lauren's expression changed. Is there any movement from the dark church? I don't know either. I swear, I have never seen such a shocking scene. Speak clearly. It's like this. For some reason, a riot suddenly broke out at the Greenwich Observatory. All the women, and some of the men, were chasing an Oriental boy like crazy. More and more people were gathering. Now, there are roughly 200 people chasing him, and the number is still increasing at a terrifying rate. Oh my God, another group of people rushed out from the mall next door. They actually jumped directly from the building. Are these people crazy? Lauren was stunned for a few seconds, then whispered, Is it someone from the dark church? It doesn't look like that. He ran away very hard. Are you following him now? Where is he? Yes, I'm closing the distance between him and him, trying to take a picture of his appearance. Now I'm near Big Ben. Oh, damn. How can there be such a handsome man? I think my heart is moved. No, don't run. Wait for me. Beep, beep, beep. A busy tone came from the other end of the phone. Lauren stood there like a sculpture, with a blank look on her face. What did he just say? What's going on out there? Is the world crazy, or am I crazy? Ding ling ling. The phone rang again. It was the intelligence department calling. Lauren then reacted and picked up the phone. Hello. We have found Fenrir's whereabouts. If I'm not mistaken, the Dark Church is looking for its eyeball, which is probably stored in the Greenwich Observatory now. Greenwich Observatory, the Greenwich Observatory again. It is indeed related to the Dark Church. Lauren muttered to himself. Lauren, what are you talking about? Nothing. I'll send someone over right away. Lauren hung up the phone quickly without waiting for an answer. I dialed another number. Greenwich Observatory. The priest looked at the empty exhibition hall in front of him, feeling completely confused. He had never seen such a strange situation in his life. What is this? Is that boy a star? But it's not possible that even the queen has betrayed him. Is this a trap set by Adam Academy? Has the queen been brainwashed by some unknown means? Have they noticed the Dark Church's plan? The priest's expression was uncertain. Fenrir's eyeball was right in front of him, within his reach, but he just didn't dare to do it. Whatever. The important thing is to complete the mission. The priest gritted his teeth, and suddenly a dark mass appeared behind him. An ugly zombie monster walked out of the darkness. This zombie monster was 3 meters tall, with circles of bandages wrapped around its body, empty eye sockets, and a foul smell spread throughout the exhibition hall. The zombie monster smashed the glass outside the globe with one punch, held the globe in its hands, and jumped back into the darkness behind it. Success! The priest's eyes flashed with light, and he turned around and walked out of the exhibition hall. At this moment, something strange happened. 2 men in black fell from the sky and landed at the door of the exhibition hall. They happened to see the zombie monster disappearing behind the priest. They looked at each other and rushed towards the priest like lightning. The priest had a very ugly expression on his face, and he snorted coldly. 2 ferocious monsters walked out of the darkness in front of him. One was a 2-meter-tall corpse leopard, and the other was a corpse crocodile with sharp serrations. They fought with the 2 men in black who were rushing towards them. The Greenwich Observatory has spotted members of the Dark Church, requesting support. I repeat, the Greenwich Observatory has spotted members of the Dark Church, requesting support. One of the men in black picked up the radio and shouted loudly. The priest's heart sank suddenly. Now was definitely not the time to fight. In just 3 minutes, no, 1.5 minutes, the densely packed members of Adam's special operations team would surround him, and then he would really not be able to escape. Bastard. If only the queen was here at this time, this damn traitor. The priest cursed in his heart. Chapter 184 Angel. The priest made up his mind, bit his right thumb, and inserted his arm into the darkness in front of him. The darkness suddenly expanded in size and enveloped the entire observatory in the blink of an eye. An ancient and mysterious aura emanated from it. The next moment, a huge black figure flashed out from the darkness and directly blew off the top of the exhibition hall. The violent hurricane blew the 2 men in black out of the exhibition hall and fell heavily to the ground. Only then did they see the true face of the Black Shadow. This is the poisonous dragon Nidhogg, a man in black said in horror. Above the observatory, a gigantic black dragon was flapping its wings, casting the entire street in its shadow. It lowered its rotten head, and its pair of empty eyes were staring at the 2 people on the ground. Invisible pressure filled the space. Nidhogg raised his head and roared silently. Then a ball of blue dragon breath came out of his mouth, burning the 2 men in black on the ground to ashes. The 2 backbones of Adam's special operations team had no power to resist Nidhogg's dragon power. Walk! The priest had climbed onto Nidhogg's back at some point, and as he looked at the place where the 2 men were burned, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Nidhogg flapped his wings, and the strong wind shattered the glass of several nearby buildings. The cars parked on the ground were blown up like pieces of paper and fell to the ground in pieces. Nidhogg soared into the sky, flapped his wings a few times, and then disappeared into the clouds. A dragon. It's really a dragon. Oh my God, what did I see? What was said on the news a few days ago was actually true. Dragons really exist. On the eve of Jesus' birth, a black dragon descended upon the world with endless resentment. Disaster is coming. Countless people witnessed the black dragon burning 2 people to death with its dragon breath and then soaring into the sky. Some people even recorded this scene with their mobile phones. It is certain that this will cause a huge uproar in the future human society. On a tall building in the distance, a young man wearing a white lining and a robe with gold patterns looked up at the sky. The strong wind brought by Nidhogg made his robe rustle. He looked at Nidhogg, who disappeared in the clouds, and frowned slightly. These guys are trying to cause a commotion, he muttered to himself, and then 3 pairs of white wings suddenly spread out behind him. Golden textures spread on his cheeks, just like the 6-winged angel recorded in mythology, holy and mysterious. He flapped his wings, and his whole body turned into a blurry shadow, flying into the sky like lightning, and followed Nidhogg in the direction he went, leaving only a few white feathers floating in the air. Above the clouds, The priest stood on Nidhogg's back, but there was no joy on his haggard face. Although he successfully got Fenrir's eyeball, he still felt uneasy. The queen's straightforward and decisive betrayal made him suspicious, and the process of getting the eyeball was too simple. Now he began to doubt whether what he had in his hand was the real thing. Could it be that he fell into Adam's trap? Just as he was struggling, a figure emerged from the clouds like lightning and blocked Nidhogg's way directly. 3 pairs of huge white wings sparkled in the moonlight, and his expression was grim. When the priest saw the person coming, his face suddenly turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Adam's quasi-emperor, the angel Michael." Megale's eyes emitted a light, golden glow as he looked indifferently at the ferocious and huge Nidhogg in front of him. He clenched his right hand, and a silver sword appeared in his hand. "Dark Church, feel the wrath of Adam." He spoke lightly. An array of light spread out with him as the center, covering Nidhogg and the priest on his back in the blink of an eye. An invisible pressure shrouded the sky. In the center of this ray of light, Megale's body was shining with a dazzling light. Holy light, judgment field. Nidhogg under the priest's feet roared silently, and the frequency of the flapping of his black wings increased a lot. In this quasi-emperor's domain, even a strong man like Nidhogg felt the tremendous pressure. It opened its huge black mouth, and a ball of light blue energy gathered inside it. The next moment, a terrifying dragon breath swept towards Megale. Megale's expression did not change at all. He gently flapped the white wings behind him and easily avoided Nidhogg's dragon breath. Then he left several afterimages in the sky and approached the priest at an incredible speed. Michael slowly raised the silver sword in his hand, and the light area suddenly lit up with dazzling light. A terrifying golden sword shadow condensed behind Michael, which was dozens of meters long. Even compared with Nidhogg's huge body, it was not inferior at all. The priest's pupils suddenly contracted, and the hairs on his body stood up. Nidhogg under his feet seemed to have sensed the great danger and quickly adjusted his flying state, trying to avoid this horrible attack. But Megale's sword was too fast, and the golden sword shadow condensed in the domain was too huge, causing Nidhogg to be unable to completely avoid the attack. The golden sword shadow cut a deep wound on his body. No blood flowed out of the wound. Only a grayish-white, sticky substance rolled. Nidhogg's body suddenly twisted violently, as if feeling extreme pain. Black threads overflowed from the places where the golden sword shadow had scratched him and slowly dissipated in the air. The priest's face turned pale. As the summoner of Nidhogg, he could clearly feel that the latter's function was rapidly declining, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. You know, Nidhogg is a giant undead dragon, and ordinary attacks can't hurt him at all. Damn it, this guy's ability just happens to restrain me. The priest thought to himself that this was not good. Look at the sky. Why is it so bright? A pedestrian on the ground pointed to the sky in surprise, and pedestrians around him took out their mobile phones and excitedly took pictures of this magical scene. Above the pitch-black clouds, there's an area as bright as day, as if there's a sun hidden in the clouds, and there is faint sound of thunder coming from it. This scene has completely surpassed people's cognition. When Megale hit Nidhogg for the 7th time, the latter's size had shrunk by half. His black body was already in tatters, with eerie white bones exposed outside his flesh and blood. Black air was overflowing from it. His wings, full of holes, could no longer support him, soaring into the sky. His huge body was staggering like a drunk and falling uncontrollably. Damn it, the priest cursed angrily. Megale in front of him had no intention of stopping and looked like he would not stop until he had chopped Nidhogg into pieces. The priest's mind was as fast as lightning. He gritted his teeth and jumped off the dragon's back. Chapter 185, The Pursuers. Megale's icy face, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, finally changed, revealing a hint of surprise. But the sword in his hand did not stop at all. The golden sword shadow carried supreme power and slashed fiercely on Nidhogg's broken body. Snap! With just a slight sound, Nidhogg was actually split in half by the sword. The huge body exploded into a ball of black gas, silently disappearing in the air. A huge broken dragon bone fell from the air and was falling to the ground at a terrifying speed. Megale lowered his head, but could not find the priest at all. He frowned slightly, flapped the 6 wings behind him, flew under the dragon skeleton, and held up the falling dragon skeleton. If this huge dragon bone hits the ground, not to mention how many buildings will collapse, the panic it will cause will plunge the whole of London into chaos. The next day, all the media will report on this mysterious dragon bone that fell from the sky. Since the whereabouts of the priest could no longer be found, Miguel simply carried the dragon bone and chose a direction to fly. Toward Dean Street, London. The moment the young man appeared from the other end of the street, the bustling street suddenly fell into silence. All the men and women turned their heads at the same time, as if something on this young man was attracting their attention. Their eyes went from surprise to dullness, and then filled with hunger and desire. The whole street is rioting. Gou Chen was breathing heavily, and he nimbly climbed onto the roof of a nearby building and plunged into the shadows of the street, trying to get rid of this group of out-of-control people in this way. Behind him, there was a crowd as fierce as a flood, densely packed in the street. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 people. 70% of them were women, and the remaining 30% were men, ranging from 5 to 69 years old, all ages. They chased Gou Chen all over the street like crazy, and a noisy courtship sounds resounded through the sky. Don't go. Don't leave me. I love you. Be my lover, and I'll give you £1,000 a day. No, please don't abandon me. Same-sex people can have true love too. Oh my God, if I could just spend one night with him. No, 1 hour. I would have no regrets in my life. The corners of Gou Chen's mouth twitched wildly, and his feet moved faster. He had no doubt that if he fell into the crowd at this moment, he would be torn into pieces by the crazy crowd. Claire on his back kept twisting her body, holding Gou Chen tightly with both hands, her eyes full of confusion and desire, and she would yell at the crowd below from time to time. He is mine. You are not allowed to snatch him from me. Damn it. If I don't find out who stole my treasure bag as soon as possible, I will have 2 choices tonight: dying of exhaustion or being torn to pieces by the crowd. Hello, Duanmu. Save me. Wachi. What's wrong with you? Duanmu Qingyu on the other end of the phone was doing something, and his tone sounded a little strange. Gou Chen glanced at the flood behind him and answered loudly. My lucky sachet is gone. Damn it. I'm being chased by at least 1,000 people now. You can either come to me and give me another lucky sachet, or help me find the whereabouts of the lucky sachet. Otherwise, you will see the news of my death in the Times tomorrow morning. Hearing Gou Chen's urgent tone, Duanmu Qingyu's voice also became serious. No, you can't buy anything for drawing talismans here in London. The sachet I gave you has the effect of shielding the secrets of heaven, and there's no way to calculate its whereabouts, so... Fuck. Gou Chen cursed. Is there no other way? Duanmu Qingyu pondered for a moment, then spoke quickly after a few seconds. I think you should consider the matter itself. With your skills, an ordinary thief would definitely not be able to steal your personal treasure bag directly. The other party is likely to be a person with special abilities. Think carefully about the whole process of the matter and find clues from it. Gou Chen, no one can save you now. You can only save yourself. Okay, I got it. Gou Chen hung up the phone helplessly, thinking quickly about his own experience in his mind. What is certain is that until entering the exhibition hall, the treasure bag was on her body. The first person to notice the change in her temperament should be Claire. So after entering the exhibition hall, what happened before Claire became strange? A flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. The figure of the strange blonde beauty appeared in his mind. Gou Chen clearly remembered that he was hit head-on by her, and she even showed a playful smile. It was from then on that things began to develop in an uncontrollable direction. At this moment, Gou Chen was at least 80% sure that his secret bag was on the blonde beauty. He looked back at the huge crowd and soon got a headache again. London was so big, and the probability of running into that blonde beauty again was pitifully small, almost like finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, in his current situation, there was no way for him to compare other people's appearances carefully. Gou Chen jumped on the roof a few times and entered the suburbs of London. The light around him dimmed and darkness enveloped him, but the aura exuded by Gou Chen was as bright as the sun in the night. Even if he buried himself in the soil, these people could sense his location and dig him out of the ground. In addition, Gou Chen also took the time to look at the soul energy collection panel on the face of the glasses. From the very beginning, the progress bar had been growing wildly as if he was taking drugs. 932, 1300, 1998, 2780, 3458, 3972. The distance to the 5,000 mark was getting closer and closer, and Gou Chen felt both pain and joy. However, due to being close to the suburbs, there were fewer buildings nearby for Gou Chen to take shortcuts. In addition, he had been running at full speed with Claire on his back for so long. So his speed suddenly slowed down, and the distance between him and the crowd behind him was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just when Gou Chen was in despair, a gray area suddenly enveloped him. The people who were chasing him from behind suddenly showed a confused look on their faces. Gou Chen was right in front of them, but they acted as if he couldn't see them and started searching in all directions. What's going on? Gou Chen looked at the strange scene in front of him, full of doubts. From the effect point of view, it was a bit like the sleight of hand he used to deceive the thugs at Qingyuan Heavy Industry before, but he knew very well that the sleight of hand could not block the aura he exuded. So who saved him? At this moment, a bald old man with his hands in his pockets slowly walked towards him from a distance. His breath was erratic. Although he was right in front of Gou Chen, he could not sense his presence at all. "Old Robert," Gou Chen exclaimed. Chapter 186, Crazy Queen. Gou Chen was stunned when he saw the newcomer, but soon he remembered who this plain-looking old man was. When he first entered the wall connecting Adam College and the Tower Bridge, he saw this old man sitting next to the elevator leading to Adam, reading a newspaper. According to Claire, his seniority in Adam was only lower than Adolph's, so he felt that this old man was a bit mysterious. Now it seems that he is also a very hidden person, Gou Chen thought to himself, but this is also normal. How could the person who guards Adam College alone be an ordinary person? "It's you," old Robert exclaimed when he saw Gou Chen. Gou Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. Old Robert continued, "I thought it was the Dark Church who made the noise to divert us away from the Greenwich Observatory. Why are you here? What's going on?" "Ahem, this matter is a bit complicated to explain." Gou Chen's face looked a little embarrassed. This matter involved Zhu Yan. If he just said this, the fact that he possessed a mysterious mirror would not be concealed. So Gou Chen's brain was working rapidly, trying to find a reasonable explanation. "It's like this. When I was in the exhibition hall of the Greenwich Observatory, a blonde woman bumped into me, and then I don't know how I became like this. I think she might be a person with special abilities." Gou Chen said quickly. What he said couldn't be more true. It was indeed because of that blonde beauty that he became like this. However, he omitted important details related to Zhu Yan, intentionally or unintentionally implying that this was all the ability of that woman, and he knew nothing. Old Robert stared at Gou Chen's eyes for a while, but couldn't find any signs of lying. He frowned and muttered to himself, "What kind of strange ability is this? This is not among the abilities that have been recorded. Is it a new ability?" Just when he was wondering, the phone on his waist suddenly rang. After old Robert answered the call, his expression became more and more ugly, and finally he hung up the phone with a hum. "What happened?" Gou Chen asked puzzledly. "Fenrir's I was stolen, and just now Nidhogg appeared at the Greenwich Observatory, killed 2 members of the Special Operations Team in full view of the public, and flew away in a swagger. Damn it, I bet this will be the headline of tomorrow's Times." Old Robert did not hide anything. He paced around the area anxiously. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he spoke to Gou Chen. "I'm going to intercept Nidhogg and take back Fenrir's eye. You just wait for me here. I've already cast a miniature field that disrupts your aura. There won't be any problems in the short term." Without waiting for Gou Chen to answer, old Robert disappeared out of thin air right under Gou Chen's nose. Gou Chen's eyes widened. Before he could recover from the information just revealed by old Robert, the latter had disappeared without a trace. Fenrir's eye was stolen? Does this mean that the Dark Church has obtained all the materials? In other words, they will soon revive the 3 mythical creatures? After learning about the purpose of the Dark Church from Fatty Chui, Gou Chen was really shocked by their madness. However, he did not think that their plan would succeed. After all, the revival of the myth sounded a bit ridiculous. But now, this ridiculous situation seems to be becoming a reality. Gou Chen hesitated for a moment and sat down obediently. After all, he didn't have any secret weapon now, so it was better for him to listen to old Robert and stay where he was. The crowd attracted by Gou Chen was searching around in a daze. Some people even brushed past Gou Chen's shoulders, but did not find him. They could feel that Gou Chen's presence was in this area, but they could not sense the specific location and could only search around aimlessly. At first, Gou Chen was wary of the attacks from the crowd, but then he started yawning. Claire in his arms was knocked unconscious by old Robert at some point. He was probably afraid that her movements would attract the attention of the people around her. Claire lay quietly in Ji Qianming's arms, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, her face filled with a happy and satisfied smile, as if she had had a beautiful dream. Ji Qianming looked at her sweet, sleeping face, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Where is he? Where is he? Why can't I feel him? Who hit him? The queen murmured absent-mindedly while blending in the crowd. She felt her heart was empty, and her whole body was immersed in unspeakable emptiness and loneliness, like a child who couldn't find her favorite toy. Her eyes changed, and an uncontrollable fire of anger burned in her chest. Who hit him? No one could take what I want from me. The queen growled and suddenly opened her arms. Several ordinary people around her were suddenly shocked and fell straight down. They didn't know when they stopped breathing. The queen wandered among the crowd like a madman, her hands passing over innocent people, stealing their lives silently. As more and more people fell, a shrill scream suddenly broke out from the crowd. The queen stood in the middle of the corpses on the ground like a devil, her tongue wiping between her lips and revealing a crazy smile. Since I can't find my lover, I'll kill all of you who are trying to steal my lover. That way, when he comes out, he can only be with me. A commotion broke out in the crowd. Ji Qianming looked in the direction where the scream came from. He suddenly jumped up from the ground and stared straight ahead. It was her. There was no doubt about it. She was the one who stole his treasure bag. He never expected that the thief he had been looking for had been following him all along. Ji Qianming saw the corpses piled up at her feet. His face was extremely gloomy. Combined with the information just revealed by old Robert, he now dared to conclude that this woman was definitely a member of the Dark Church. Why did she steal his brocade bag? Did she know that he had the Juyin mark, and that taking the brocade bag would cause a commotion? No, it was impossible. No one knew about this except Duanmu Qingyu and himself. The Mad Queen was ruthlessly reaping the lives of innocent people nearby. Anyone she touched fell down like cut straw. No matter how the terrified people ran, they would always be caught up by her. Her wild laughter echoed in the dark night sky, sounding extremely creepy. No, I can't let her go on no matter what. Ji Qianming gritted his teeth and made up his mind. The storage ring in his hand flashed, and a pitch-black suitcase appeared in front of him. Ji Qianming opened the box. The abyss of black and red lies quietly in the center. Chapter 1, 87 Two Guns. Although he did not kill these people, they died because of him. Guilt and anger filled Ji Qianming's heart. He took out the abyss from the box with a gloomy face. He is now unable to leave the miniature domain set up for him by old Robert. If he wants to stop the crazy queen, he can only use the abyss. However, he has learned that the members of the Dark Church have been possessed by people from the God realm, and therefore they also possess spiritual consciousness. Although it is inferior to that of other practitioners at the same level, it is no problem to use it to avoid ordinary thermal weapons. Only the abyss can pose a threat to her. Ji Qianming's hands flew, and soon the hideous abyss took shape in his hands. During the time since he obtained the abyss, Ji Qianming would regularly maintain and service the abyss, so until now, the abyss has no flaws. The moment Ji Qianming's fingers grasped the abyss, his entire temperament changed drastically, like a cold and precise machine. The world before his eyes became so simple, like a stick drawing. Ji Qianming could easily see through the essence of the world. He raised the abyss in his hand and inserted a middle-grade spirit stone into the slot. The blood-red lines slowly lit up, and the abyss seemed to come alive, as if a ferocious beast was baring its fangs. At this time, the queen was dancing nimbly among the crowd at an extremely fast speed. In addition, the dense crowd blocked her view, making it extremely difficult to lock her. The charging time of the abyss is 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, the soul-breaking bullet will be fired regardless of whether Ji Qianming is ready or not. So Ji Qianming must grasp the time perfectly without any mistakes. Ji Qianming's brain was working rapidly. The black muzzle of the gun followed the queen's steps, gradually keeping up with her frequency, slowly achieving synchronization, and finally began to predict her movements and those of the people nearby. 3, 2, 1. Ji Qianming's eyes flashed with light. The abyss in his hand finished charging, and a tiny red shadow spurted out from the black muzzle of the gun. The queen's pupils suddenly contracted, and her consciousness sensed a huge threat at a certain moment. But it was too late at this moment. She kicked the man in front of her, and with this force her whole body twisted in extremely strange posture. Puff! With a slight sound, The left half of the queen's body disappeared, and a hideous semicircular wound appeared on her body, with blood gushing out. Ah! The queen was stunned at first, then severe pain invaded her nerves. Her expression was wildly distorted, and sharp screams echoed in the air. This feeling was like scratching a blackboard with fingernails, which made people shudder. She is not dead yet. If it was Ji Qianming at ordinary times, he would be in a state of shock, but he was absolutely calm in the state of telepathy. He removed the discarded spirit stone at lightning speed, inserted another spirit stone into the groove of the abyss, and began to charge again. 5 seconds is enough time for a lot to happen. In the 4th second, after the initial pain passed, the queen used her only remaining right hand to wipe her body, temporarily stealing away her sense of pain, and used a secret method to seal the acupuncture points, quickly calming down. In the 3rd second, the queen looked around, trying to analyze the sniper's position from the angle from which the bullet was fired, but she did not find any trace of him. The 2nd second, she immediately realized that there was a hidden space nearby. She narrowed her eyes and looked in the direction where Ji Qianming was hiding, raising her right hand slightly. At the last second, steal the distance. In Ji Qianming's eyes, half of the queen's body suddenly disappeared, and the next moment she appeared less than half a meter in front of Ji Qianming. She had already passed through the microfield set up by old Robert for Ji Qianming. The moment she saw Ji Qianming, her eyes lit up, but the next moment her smile froze on her face. A red soul-destroying bullet spurted out from the muzzle of Abyss's gun, and at the same time, the queen's upper body suddenly exploded. Blood and flesh flowed like rain, and the queen, with only half of her body and legs left, fell straight down, and her blood soaked the nearby land red. Queen death. Ji Qianming let go of the abyss in his hand. His entire back was soaked with sweat. He gasped for breath, his eyes full of fear. This is a real 4th-level ability user. He also possesses the spiritual consciousness of a Taishu realm practitioner. If it weren't for the domain set up by old Robert, plus the abyss and the first-hand advantage, it would only take her 3 seconds to kill herself. But now, he is the ultimate winner. Ji Qianming did not forget the most important thing. He quickly stood up and ran to the queen and started searching her body. The queen had a lot of small things on her body, such as rings, amulets, watches, jade pendants. They were not worth much, at least compared to her status as a 4th-level ability user. So why did she steal things? Was it just for fun? Ji Qianming fumbled for a while and took out his treasure bag. He finally relaxed and put it solemnly in the inside pocket of his clothes. Just as Ji Qianming was about to get up and leave, a black card suddenly fell from the queen's body. Ji Qianming bent down to pick it up, his eyebrows slightly raised. Tarot card, Queen. Sure enough, they are from the Dark Church, Ji Qianming thought. Now that his peach blossom has been sealed, the people around him feel that the attractive aura has disappeared and finally regained their sanity. Thinking back to their madness just now, their faces are burning. Fortunately, the queen's body is now in the field and has not been discovered by them. However, there are at least 20 people who were just killed by the queen, lying on the ground in all directions, causing panic among the people. Someone soon called the police. Considering that he would be in trouble if the police arrived, Ji Qianming took advantage of the fact that their attention was on the body on the ground and walked quietly into the darkness with Claire in his arms. When Claire woke up, she found herself lying on a neatly made bed. She looked around blankly and realized that this was a hotel. Thinking of what she had done before she was knocked unconscious, her face suddenly turned red. She suddenly remembered something and fumbled around her body for a while, but there was no sign that her clothes were untied. A hint of disappointment appeared on her face. Ji Qianming. She didn't see Ji Qianming in the room, so she spoke in a low voice. Soon there was a sound of footsteps outside the bedroom. Ji Qianming pushed the door open and said with a smile, "You finally woke up. How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Claire shook her head, as if she remembered something. Her cheeks flushed. I did that before. I didn't mean to do that. I felt like I was drunk, and I couldn't control my body, so..." Ji Qianming coughed twice with some embarrassment, waved his hand, and said, "That's not your problem. Don't take it to heart." Chapter 188 Christmas. After hearing Ji Qianming's words, Claire finally felt relieved. She was afraid that her previous inexplicable behavior would make Ji Qianming think that she was a casual person. "Where are we?" Claire quickly changed the subject. "Horowitz Hotel," Ji Qianming replied. Considering that carrying an unconscious beautiful girl on the street in the middle of the night might cause misunderstanding, I secretly found an empty room and broke in. As you know, I don't have a visa or other identification, so this is the only option. Also, I got dirty during the battle just now, so I took a shower here. Ji Qianming said with a bitter face. Fight? With whom? Ji Qianming took out a black tarot card from his pocket. Dark Church, Queen. Claire's mouth opened into an O shape. Dark Church? Isn't that a 4th level ability user? That's right. Do you remember the blonde woman who bumped into me at the Greenwich Planetarium? It was her. Everything that happened to me afterwards was also done by her. Ji Qianming pushed all the responsibility onto the dead queen. Claire showed an expression of I see. She felt that the woman was a little strange at the time. She didn't expect that she was a member of the Dark Church. You didn't kill her alone? Claire asked in surprise. Ji Qianming pondered for a while. And there is old Robert. He and I killed the queen together. He was indeed not lying. Without old Robert's mysterious domain, Ji Qianming would never have been able to kill the queen. It could be said that 80% of this victory was due to old Robert. Claire was only slightly surprised when she heard about old Robert. After all, he was the mysterious Adam gatekeeper. There were many legends about him in Adam College, so it was not surprising that he had a quasi-emperor level. Ding, ding, ding. A dull bell rang from afar. Ji Qianming and Claire were both stunned. Then they walked to the corridor. Below was a bustling street. Everyone's faces were filled with joy and happiness as they welcomed the arrival of this day together. Qianming. Claire turned to look at Ji Qianming, her eyes curved, revealing 2 cute dimples. Merry Christmas. Ji Qianming was slightly distracted, then smiled and replied, Merry Christmas. Claire looked into his eyes quietly. Their eyes stayed on each other's faces. Neither of them spoke. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Well, Claire, do you want to go out for a walk? Ji Qianming couldn't help but ask. A trace of disappointment appeared on Claire's face. So, you really brought me to this hotel just to avoid the limelight? Ji Qianming was sweating profusely, and he stammered, what else? He knew what Claire was thinking, but he really had no such plan. Besides, he would be leaving London in 2 days, and perhaps they would never meet again. If something really happened, it would be too unfair to Claire. Claire didn't say anything. She gritted her teeth and suddenly leaned towards Ji Qianming, stood on tiptoes, and kissed Ji Qianming's lips. Ji Qianming felt a warm touch coming from his lips, and his whole body felt like he was electrocuted. Looking at Claire's light blue eyes and the 2 blushes on her cheeks, his heart melted. This is my Christmas gift to you. Even if there are mountains and seas between us, you must remember that there is a girl in London who will always love you. After their lips parted, Claire looked into Ji Qianming's eyes and spoke seriously. Before Ji Qianming could recover from the feeling just now, Claire grabbed his hand and regained her energetic look. Next, let me show you London at Christmas. Believe me, you will really regret it if you don't see it. Just as the 2 were about to climb out of the window and leave the hotel, Claire was shocked and quickly raised her wrist. The spear-shaped Adam School emblem tattooed on it was shining, as if reminding her of something. Claire's face changed, and Ji Qianming asked in confusion, What's wrong? It's the emergency call signal from Adam College. Claire said solemnly. Adam wants all those who are on missions or acting freely outside to return to Adam. This signal has never been triggered since I entered Adam, and even the seniors have never encountered it. If this signal lights up, it means that Adam College has reached a critical moment of life and death. I'm sorry, but I can't take you around London at Christmas. I have to go back to Adam College immediately. Claire said seriously. Ji Qianming nodded. It's okay. Wait until the storm is over, and before I leave, I'll accompany you for another stroll. Before he finished speaking, his phone suddenly vibrated and a group message from Fatty Chui appeared on the screen. Everyone, return to Adam College. Sure enough, something went wrong. Could it be related to the Dark Church? Could they really succeed in resurrecting the mythical creature? Ji Qianming's mind was racing. Claire, it seems I have to go back with you. Ji Qianming showed the phone screen to Claire and smiled helplessly. When the 2 returned to Adam College, they found that the atmosphere was completely different. Not to mention that old Robert was not there when they got off the elevator. The streets in the entire entertainment district were now empty, and the weather had become gloomy and uncertain. In the castle of Adam's headquarters, the number of people was obviously several times more than in the previous few days, but everyone's face was full of worry, and they were in a hurry, giving people a feeling that a storm was about to come. Senior Peter, do you know what happened? Claire asked anxiously when she saw Peter talking to someone in the square. Peter shook his head. I don't know the details, but it seems to be related to the Dark Church. Ji Qianming's heart skipped a beat, knowing that he had most likely guessed it right. He turned to Claire and said, I'm going back to Gou Chen's temporary dormitory first. If you have anything to say, let's talk on the phone. After the two said goodbye, Ji Qiming walked quickly back to Gou Chen's dormitory. Maybe it was because of the tense atmosphere, but his pace was faster than usual. As soon as he opened the door, he ran into Duanmu Qingyu and Wang Ruoyi. Seeing their clasped hands, Ji Qiming's mouth corners slightly raised. Just hanging out? Wang Ruoyi's face flushed with shame, and Duanmu Qingyu awkwardly changed the subject. Let's not talk about this. How did you get away? Ji Qiming briefly described the cause and effect of the incident, but Duanmu Qingyu's face darkened. Your love affair is growing faster than I thought. The sachet can no longer contain it. You'd better find a thorough solution as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will have to go to your monument to burn incense for you soon. Chapter 189, The Last Hope. Ji Qiming sighed lightly and nodded. Until now, he still had no idea about this matter. He had searched in the library of Gochen for a long time, but there was no information related to Zhu Yin or Tao Huajie. It seemed that he would have to find a metaphysics expert like Duanmu Qingyu after returning to China this time. What's going on now? Ji Qiming walked into the house and found that everyone was sitting on a circular sofa. He seemed to be the last one to arrive. Duanmu Qingyu shook his head. We don't know either. When we received the message, Ruoyi and I were shopping, and then we rushed back directly. When the word shopping was mentioned, Duanmu Qingyu's cheeks turned slightly red, and Wang Ruoyi next to him also lowered her head shyly, wondering what she was thinking about. I don't believe you. Ji Qiming rolled his eyes. I didn't seem to be shopping when I called you. Ji Qiming's eyes turned, and he looked at Wang Ruoyi with a somewhat amusement in his expression. This little girl is really good. She dealt with Duanmu Qingyu in one go. He suddenly realized that Wang Ruoyi was hiding very well. Whether it was when she eliminated Cooper in Asgard, almost killed Isaac in a mecha, or now dealt with Duanmu Qingyu, she seemed to be at ease. This seemingly weakest girl is more powerful than everyone imagined. Wu Di, who was sitting on the sofa, glanced at the two of them and let out a long sigh. The three people in their team became a couple and a single dog. He had already imagined the scenes in the future when he went on missions. From now on, he could only go further and further on the path of the foodie. Ji Qiming found a seat on the sofa and found that Natalia was always looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. Ji Qiming naturally understood what she was thinking and sighed softly. Just as everyone was wondering what had happened, Fatty Chui walked in from the door with a sullen face, followed by Park Jimin and Ho Wu Bin, who had not been seen for a long time. Ho Wu Bin had been missing since he came to Adam, and everyone almost forgot the existence of this assistant coach. Fatty Chui glanced around the room and nodded. It looks like everyone is here. I'm sure everyone is very confused about this emergency gathering, but this is for your safety. For some time to come, this is the safest place in all of London. Everyone looked at each other, and Ji Qiming couldn't help but ask, did the Dark Church's plan succeed? That's right. Fatty Chui's eyes flashed with a hint of solemnity. Just now, the priest of the Dark Church successfully escaped with Fenner's eyeball. Now the Dark Church has recovered all the mythical creatures, and they have also issued a declaration of war. War. 5 minutes ago, all the members of the Special Operations Team sent out by Adam College died in the suburbs. Their blood was smeared on the wall of a nearby farm, and a few crooked words were written on it. The day Jesus was born, the day mythology returned. Darkness enveloped the world. How could Adam return to heaven? Fool! Hiss! Everyone gasped. This was not just a declaration of war against Adam. It was a challenge to the entire human world. The day Jesus comes, that means they will resurrect the mythical creatures today. Duanmu Qingyu frowned and asked in confusion. Fatty Chui did not comment. You are too weak now to participate in this catastrophic war. This is not just a feud between Adam and the Dark Church, but a calamity launched by the God realm against the earth. As the quasi-emperor of Gochen, I will participate in it. China has also sent reinforcements. You just need to stay here and wait for our victory. Fatty Chui gradually exuded a domineering aura. Now he was no longer the erratic director Gochen, but the invincible Lord of Hell. He was the strongest person on earth besides the 9 emperors. Everyone was shocked by Fatty Chui's sudden change in momentum, and they even felt a little nervous looking at Fatty Chui in front of them. Some of Adam's new students will be waiting here soon. Remember my words. Just stay here quietly and don't try to get involved. Do you hear me? Fatty Chui said in a tone that could not be refused. Seeing everyone nodding, Fatty Chui waved his hand, turned around, and walked out the door. His black windbreaker was draped over his body like a touch of night, giving people the visual sense of a general going to war, looking extremely chic. Park Jimin and Ho Yubin didn't say anything, but followed Fatty Chui out with slow and firm steps. The whole room returned to silence again, but everyone's mood was different this time. Some people felt heavy in their hearts. Some were worried about the catastrophe, some were ashamed of their own weakness, and some were angry about what the gods had done. A few minutes later, the door was opened again, and Isaac walked in from outside, pushing Alex in a wheelchair with a very ugly look on his face. Isaac, Alex, where are the others? Gou Chen asked puzzledly when he saw that there were only two of them. They all went to the battlefield. Isaac couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. Hearing Isaac's words, everyone at Gou Chen Academy almost jumped up from the sofa, their faces full of shock. Go to the battlefield? Aren't they basically all at level 2? Wouldn't it be a dead end if they go to the battlefield? Isaac shook his head helplessly. Adam Academy is very short of manpower right now, so we really have no choice. I just found out that the Holy Spring of Life was opened in advance this time in order to improve our strength as much as possible before the war begins. They have already prepared for us to go to the battlefield. Damn it. Why am I just a useless person who can only draw? I also want to accompany them to the battlefield. Isaac, your value is not in fighting, but in me. Upon hearing this, Alex in the wheelchair burst into strong resentment and indignation in his eyes. Why can everyone go to fight, but he has become a useless person who needs to be taken care of by others? Gou Chen opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, and just patted their shoulders gently. We can't just sit here, Sen Alex said suddenly. Wu Di agreed immediately and jumped up from the sofa. Why are you all level 2? You can go to the battlefield, but we have to be protected. I want to go out and fight too. You're not Adam's people. There's no need to take risks. Alex frowned. Director Chui just said that this is no longer a feud between Adam and the Dark Church, but a war between the Earth and the God Realm. Why can't we fight? After hearing Wu Di's words, everyone in Gou Chen Academy became interested. Everyone joined Gou Chen for the purpose of protection, and it would be too cowardly if they stayed here at this time. Bullshit, Alex suddenly yelled. Do you really not understand their intentions? There are only 2 superpower academies in the world, Gou Chen and Adam. If all the freshmen of Adam and Gou Chen die, who will protect the Earth in the future? It's enough to kill one of the 2 academies. You, Gou Chen, just stay here honestly. You are the last hope. Chapter 190, A Day in London. The whole audience was silent. Alex seemed to have used up all his strength. He gasped heavily and slumped in the wheelchair, with deep decadence and fatigue in his eyes. Everyone in Gou Chen Academy seemed to have lost their souls, standing there in a daze. Alex's words just now were like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts, and their heads were buzzing. They are fire. Not to mention others. Even Duanmu, Qingyu didn't think of this intention. After a long silence, everyone sat back on the sofa quietly. Even the most reckless Wu Di did not bring up the idea of fighting again. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Must be safe. Dark Church. The fool, the priest, the devil, the world. The Dark Church, which was once quite lively, now only had 4 people sitting around the ancient long table, but everyone's eyes were filled with madness and excitement. Yes, it's Fenrir's eyeball. The fool carefully examined the globe handed over by the priest for a long time, with a smile on his face. Hearing the fool's affirmation, the demon couldn't wait to speak. Now that everything is in place, can we revive them? The fool slowly stood up, holding Fenrir's eyeballs, and nodded. Yes, follow me. The 3 of them stood up and followed the fool, passing through the long and narrow passage. They returned to the huge pit where Jormungand and Garm were buried. Looking at the deep cave entrance below, their hearts suddenly became hot. All the materials have been collected. Now it's time to revive the myth. It is time for my Dark Church to rule the world. The fool's eyes were filled with madness. He, who was always silent and calm, seemed like a different person. His whole body began to tremble with excitement. Priest, it's up to you. The fool gave the priest a meaningful look. The priest nodded slightly, covered his left chest with his right hand, bowed deeply to the fool with his hunched body, and spoke hoarsely. I am willing to give everything for Master Nangong. The world and the devil were stunned, and before they could react, the priest jumped down from the top of the pit, holding Fenrir's eyeball. Just as the demon was about to make a move, the fool reached out to stop him, shook his head slightly, and a hint of indifference flashed in his eyes. It is impossible for him to resurrect 3 mythical creatures with his 4th-level body, so he must use secret methods to sacrifice his consciousness and soul, and then pay the price of his life in order to have a chance. This is his own choice. The devil and the world stared in a daze at the place where the priest jumped down. Just as they were about to speak, a deep green light suddenly burst out from the bottom of the pit, illuminating the entire dark space. With the help of this green light, they could see the full appearance of the 2 giant beasts underground, and they couldn't help but take a breath. At this time, a green ball of light was quietly suspended at the bottom, and a series of silk threads rushed to drill into their bodies, and some of them drilled into Fenrir's eyes. The whole scene was extremely weird. Yug has taught you the secret technique of gathering souls before, right? If the 3 of us perform it together, we should be able to finish gathering the souls before dawn. Then, these 3 mythical creatures will truly be resurrected. The fool said excitedly. The demon hesitated for 2 seconds and asked doubtfully, "It seems that we still have a member who has not appeared yet. Why hasn't the king appeared at this last moment?" The fool glanced at him and said calmly, "He has a more important mission." The devil nodded without asking any further questions, and together with the fool and the world, activated the secret technique of gathering souls. 3 tiny lights burst out from the fingertips of the 3 people, and a mysterious wave echoed throughout the entire space. The residual souls of Jormungandr and Garm wandering in the world seemed to be guided by something and slowly gathered towards their bodies. Adam College, principal's office. Adolf stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the gray sky outside, his face extremely gloomy. Creak! There was a dull sound of a door being pushed open, and Muhammad walked to Adolf's side with hurried steps. Principal, Gou Chen's new students, as well as Isaac and Alex, have all been settled. Adam has deployed all his forces to every corner of London, ready to deal with the impending crisis. Adolf nodded. I can feel something exerting influence on the soul. The ritual of the Dark Church has begun. We don't have much time left. Muhammad hesitated for a while, but couldn't help asking, Principal, do we really have a chance of winning this time? Not to mention the fool whose rank and ability are unknown. There are also the remaining 4-level Dark Church members. The 3 Emperor-level mythical creatures alone are enough to destroy London several times. On our own, we have almost no chance of winning. Adolf stroked his long beard. Fortunately, China has sent reinforcements. Although I don't know who they are, they seem to be well prepared. This way, our chances of winning are much greater. But this alone is not enough. Adolf seemed to have made up his mind and turned to walk outside. Principal, where are you going? Collection room. You're not going to use that holy relic, are you? Mohammed exclaimed, his pupils suddenly shrinking as if he had thought of something. Adolf said nothing and walked quickly towards the collection room, followed closely by Mohammed. After passing many checkpoints, the 2 finally entered the small and ancient collection room, which was surrounded by 9 display cabinets. Ever since Adolf used the Whisper of Venus last time, this relic had completely disappeared, so 5 of these display cabinets were empty, leaving only the relics in cabinets 1, 2, 4, and 8. Adolf walked straight to the display case with one written on it. A white hand bone was lying quietly inside it, and it didn't seem to be anything special. Principal, this is the holy relic number 1. It has never been used since the establishment of Adam, and there is only one chance to use it. Are you really going to use it this time? Muhammad obviously knew the origin of this holy relic, so he was very nervous when he saw Adolf was going to use it. Adolf said calmly, "The meaning of its existence is to be used, isn't it?" As he spoke, he grabbed the white hand bones inside and took a deep breath. Muhammad stared at the relic in a daze. Relic number 1, the Hand of Time. It is the hand bone of the owner of the 3rd End of Time. It can open a time domain with a very wide coverage. The state of the domain will be recorded at the moment of release. After 24 hours, the data will be loaded and everything in the time domain will return to the original state. It can make the broken mirror whole and the dead resurrect. Not everyone can be resurrected. Adolf took out another short transparent tube from the display case. There was some golden powder in it. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Enemy hit by the heart of Kronos is not within the range of resurrection. As long as we kill them with weapons covered with the heart of Kronos, they will really die. For the next 24 hours, we have the favor of the god of time. Chapter 191, The Heart of Kronos. Whether it's buildings or lives, they will all return to the present in 24 hours. In the next day in London, we don't need to consider the lives and consciousness of the masses. No matter how many people die or how many things are exposed, it will be like a dream to them. This is the most perfect battlefield. After opening the hand of time, as long as we kill all enemies with the heart of Kronos within 24 hours, we will be victorious. Adolf's eyes burst into a gleam of light, and he was in high spirits holding the hand of time. This was Adam's background and also the killer of this war. As he spoke, he crushed the bones in his hand, and an invisible field instantly expanded, with Adam College as the center, covering the whole of London in a breath. Time field. No one present felt anything unusual, as if nothing was different from usual. But the bones in Adolf's hand automatically decomposed and turned into ashes that dissipated into the air. The number one holy relic that had accompanied Adam College for hundreds of years was completely reduced to ashes. Mohammed looked at the exploding hand of time without saying much, with a growing desire to fight in his heart. Mohammed. Adolf handed the heart of Kronos to Mohammed and looked him in the eyes seriously. The number of hearts of Kronos is very small. 2 is enough for each person. In battle, as long as one heart of Kronos touches the enemy's blood, he will be excluded by the hand of time and die completely. This thing is very important. You must personally deliver it to all the combatants. Mohammed nodded solemnly and took the short tube. The heart of Kronos rippled in it like golden sand, exuding a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. Mohammed took a quick look and found that there were probably more than 80 pills in it, which was definitely enough to deal with the Dark Church, which had only a few people. Go! Adolf waved his hand. A trace of fatigue flashed across his face. Using this holy relic was an alternative mental burden for him. He had to win at all costs within these 24 hours. Yes. Mohammed put the heart of Kronos in his arms and walked out quickly. After leaving the collection room, Mohammed first visited the angel Michael and the gatekeeper old Robert, and gave each of them a few hearts of Kronos. Then he found the Lord of Hell and the 2 assistants and gave them a few hearts as well. The remaining fighters were distributed throughout London. Mohammed looked at the time and realized that if he wanted to distribute the heart of Kronos to them personally before dawn, he had to hurry up. Professor Mohammed. When Mohammed was about to leave the headquarters, Peter walked quickly towards him from a distance. When Mohammed saw Peter, he nodded slightly and asked, "How is the thing I arranged for you to do going?" "I have already contacted the research department. When the catastrophe battle begins, they will send mechas and firepower support." Peter said breathlessly, "That's good. Although it's not advisable to expose too many scientific weapons at this stage, the situation is urgent this time, so this is the only way," Mohammed said. And then he suddenly remembered something, took out the short tube containing the heart of Kronos, poured out 2 pills, and handed them to Peter. "This is the heart of Kronos. When you kill the enemy later, remember to inject this thing into the enemy's blood." Peter took the heart of Kronos and asked in confusion, "Why? What is this?" "The principal has activated the number one holy relic, the hand of time. After 24 hours, everything will return to the starting point. If you want to truly kill the enemy, these small golden particles are necessary," Mohammed explained concisely. Peter's face was full of surprise. "Relic number 1? I never thought that our Adam had hidden such a powerful thing. It seems that we have a great chance of winning this time. By the way, Professor, where are you going?" "The heart of Kronos is too important. I need to deliver them to all combatants before dawn." Peter nodded and asked enthusiastically, "Professor, let me help you deliver it, so you can relieve a lot of pressure." Muhammad hesitated for a few seconds and was obviously tempted, but he quickly rejected Peter's kindness. "Forget it. The principal asked me to send it personally, so I'll do it myself." Peter didn't expect Muhammad to be so determined this time. He was stunned at first, then smiled and nodded. "Okay, Professor, be careful on the road." Muhammad hummed, turned around, and walked quickly towards the passage between Adam College and the human world. Scold. The next moment, a golden holy sword pierced out from his chest. The scorching holy light burned the splattered blood clean. Muhammad opened his eyes wide, lowered his head stiffly, and looked at the shining and familiar sword, his face pale. Peter raised the corner of his mouth slightly and slowly pulled out the holy sword that pierced Muhammad's heart. A strange smile appeared on his usually sunny and enthusiastic face. His whole temperament changed drastically, and the golden holy light that enveloped his body turned black in the blink of an eye, revealing unspeakable evil and power. "Thank you for your care over the years, Professor Muhammad," Peter said with a stern smile. Why don't you just let me help you deliver the heart of Kronos? What I hate most is your obedient character. What's so good about that old man, Adolf, that you should work for him like a dog? Muhammad felt that his vitality was rapidly draining away. He stared at Peter intently and spoke with gritted teeth. Are you fake? Fake? Peter seemed to have heard a joke. I'm sorry, my dear Professor Muhammad. I'm not the same as the fake Emily. I'm Peter, the real Peter. I haven't been replaced, nor have I been possessed by someone else. I am who I am. Muhammad was speechless at this moment. He could only stare at Peter, a complete stranger in front of him. Fear and confusion occupied his mind. Actually, a long time ago, I was just like everyone else, thinking about protecting the earth from gods. But one day, I suddenly realized, what's the point of doing this? You have never been to the god realm, nor have you seen what it looks like, my poor Professor Muhammad. Once when I was on a mission, I was almost possessed by a cultivator, but unfortunately, I was too powerful and swallowed up his soul instead. From his memory, I saw what the god realm really looks like. That dreamlike world is beyond your imagination. There are no legal or moral constraints. As long as you have power, you are the absolute master. Money, status, women, as long as I'm strong enough, everything is mine. Chapter 192, The King. I have reached an agreement with the God Realm. They promised me that if I help them complete the myth revival plan and open the Seal of London, I could become a lord. Lord, do you know what a lord is in the God Realm? I can get a territory that is larger than the entire United Kingdom. There, I will be the real emperor. So I fell. It turns out that a fallen knight can gain greater power. A trace of madness appeared on Peter's face, and a dark and filthy light enveloped his body. An aura wave that was no weaker than that of a quasi-emperor burst out from his body. This was the power of corruption. When he excitedly looked at Muhammad, who was kneeling on the ground, his crazy expression suddenly froze, and he snorted coldly and retracted his quasi-emperor aura. At some point, Muhammad had died, his empty eyes staring forward, his face still frozen with anger and regret. Adam's second would-be emperor, Muhammad, dies. How come you died before I showed you my power after my fall? Peter looked at the body kneeling on the ground, inexplicable anger rising in him, and kicked him to the ground. Look, open your eyes and take a look. Professor Muhammad, you have taught a quasi-emperor, a future upstart in the world of gods, a man who will soon own everything. Peter grabbed Muhammad's body and roared like a madman. Whoosh! A silver spear attacked him like lightning. Peter raised his eyebrows, and a black sword appeared in his hand, blocking the attack easily. Oh, Park Jimin, interesting. Peter looked at Park Jimin, who was running furiously in the distance, and gave a playful smile. At the same time, the temperature around him dropped sharply, and a touch of night was approaching at an extremely fast speed, making people shudder. You are here, which means Hades is here too. That's not good. Peter said that it was not good, but he still had a smile on his face, not panicking at all. The flames of corruption burned on his body. The black armor wrapped him up, and a terrifying aura burst out. He was evenly matched with the Hades who rushed over. Peter, the martial spirit statue of Zhao Zilong suddenly appeared behind Park Jimin, and a silver spear light was swung out, and it arrived in front of Peter in a breath. Peter casually swung the sword in his hand and blocked the attack steadily. Then he shook his wrist lightly, and the filthy power spread along the sword in his hand to Park Ji-min's spear. Park Ji-min's face changed, and she pulled back her spear like lightning, but there was still a trace of pollution on her weapon. The shining tip of the spear seemed to have been corroded, with no luster and full of potholes. Peter did not stop, but jumped back suddenly, avoiding the black flame giant sword of Fatty Chui that suddenly appeared from the side. Fatty Chui looked at Muhammad lying on the ground, his face gloomy enough to drip water. You actually killed your master? Fatty Chui spoke hoarsely, his eyes full of anger. Peter chuckled. Yes, I killed my master. His expression was as if he was saying, I've eaten it. It was so natural, but it was extremely creepy in this situation. So, it was you who caused the surveillance failure in Asgard? Damn, I should have suspected you earlier. You deceived everyone. Park Ji-min said in annoyance. Peter spread his hands helplessly. But who would have thought that you were so stubborn and almost ruined everything? I've known you for so many years, but I've never seen your true face. You're so good at hiding it. Sir Knight of Adam. Park Jimin almost bit her teeth off as she looked at Peter, a complete stranger in front of her, with rage burning in her heart. Peter smiled a smile as bright as the sun, like a sunny and kind boy next door, but this warm smile made Park Ji-min feel extremely sick. Was the noise too loud? Well, we will meet again in the future, everyone from Gou Chen Academy. Peter felt something in his heart and raised his head to look at the sky. There were already several figures rushing towards him. The next moment, a black chess piece appeared in his palm. Fatty Chui knew something was wrong the moment he saw this familiar chess piece and shouted. He's trying to escape. A huge black flaming sword dropped from the sky and slashed towards Peter's neck with precision. But the chess piece in Peter's hand exploded first, and a flash of darkness swallowed him up in the blink of an eye, and the black flaming sword could only miss. Damn it! Fatikui kursid. A black card slowly fell where Peter disappeared. Park Jimin bent down to pick it up, and his face changed. Tarot card, king. Boom! In Principal Adam's office, the table and chair under Adolf suddenly exploded. The air in the whole room seemed to boil, and the chaotic and rampaging arcane elements smashed all the furniture in the room to pieces. What did you say? Adolf's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he said through gritted teeth. Fatty Chui sat steadily opposite him, with a trace of sadness on his face. Muhammad was killed by Peter. After hearing Fatty Chui's words, the violent elements in the room suddenly disappeared. Adolf seemed to have lost all his strength. His pupils became dilated, and he looked a little older. Muhammad. Peter. How could this happen? He muttered to himself, his messy hair covering his wrinkled face. At this moment, he looked like a helpless old man, which made Fatty Chui feel uncomfortable. Although Muhammad had always been at odds with him, he could feel that Muhammad was the same kind of person as him. Muhammad devoted all his energy and time to teaching his students and was a teacher who regarded his students as treasures. He felt extremely painful just thinking about being killed by his favorite student. Then, where is the heart of Kronos? Adolf suddenly remembered something and asked hurriedly. Fatty Chui was silent for a while, then slowly said, "No more." Gone. Kronos' heart was gone too. The time domain that he had released had ended up being a wedding dress for the Dark Church. Adolf Forza. The situation is now completely reversed. The Dark Church has the weapons to kill them, while the damage they can cause to them is minimal. From this moment on, the balance of victory has completely tipped towards the Dark Church. Fatty Chui hesitated for a while and took out 8 hearts of Kronos from his pocket. Luckily, Muhammad came to me before he died and gave me and my 2 assistants a total of 8 hearts of Kronos. It seems that the other 2 quasi-emperors of Adam also have quite a few. I don't need so many, so I'll give you 4. After hearing what Fatty Chui said, Adolf finally had a glimmer of light in his eyes. Now is not the time to despair. He is the principal of Adam, the arcane supreme of Europe, and one of the 9 emperors of the earth. He can't admit defeat yet. Chapter 193, Support Group. Your Majesty, please wait here for a moment. I will call Robert and Miguel over. We need to change our strategy now. Adolf was worthy of being Adolf. He quickly regained his composure and said solemnly to Fatty Chui. Fatty Chui nodded and looked at the time. It had been an hour since the time field opened. He hoped that there was still time. Atlantic Ocean, offshore. A huge transport plane was rushing towards London at full speed. This transport plane was larger than the one that brought Gou Chen here before, but much lighter than the previous one. In the cabin, 2 people in white robes sat opposite each other. Next to one of them, there was a woman in a light blue windbreaker with a long ponytail and a smile on her face. If Gou Chen were here, he would be able to recognize these 2 people at a glance. Zero's mind trainer Li Lanxin and Gou Chen's firearms teacher, mechanical master Chen Shanshan. Li Lanxin glanced at the time in the middle of the cabin, slowly stood up, and walked towards the back half of the cabin. The back half of the cabin was made up of huge wooden boxes. In the middle of the boxes, a huge figure was sitting cross-legged, half of his body shrouded in shadow. This is an ancient ape sitting there. It is nearly 2 meters tall. It has to lower its head slightly to barely sit in this cabin. It is covered with dark gray hair, standing up like steel needles, and its chest and back are densely covered with scars. Who knows what kind of tragic battle it has experienced? The longest and deepest scar crossed its left eye. Its right eye slightly opened and looked at Li Lanxin, who was walking towards it. There was absolute calmness and peace in its eyes. This ancient ape just sat there and actually had some Zen spirit. Li Lanxin, how long will it take? The ancient ape actually spoke human words. His voice was deep and loud, like the humming of an ancient bronze bell. There's only 1 hour left. The ancient ape was silent for a while. I hate flying. Li Lanxin smiled bitterly. This is a matter of life and death for mankind, and you're the only one among the 4 emperors of China who happens to have time. I can only inconvenience you for a while. Your Majesty, the Thunder God. Understand. You can leave now. The ancient ape slowly closed its slightly opened right eye and spoke slowly. Li Lanxin bowed slightly and answered respectfully, yes. About 20 minutes later, old Robert and Michael hurried back to Adam. They had heard the news of Muhammad's death and Peter's rebellion on the way, and their faces were very ugly at the moment. In this small principal's office, there are 3 quasi-emperors and 1 emperor. To make a long story short, how many hearts of Kronos do you have? Adolf asked straight to the point when he saw everyone present. Migali took out 4 grains of golden sand from his pocket, and so did old Robert. There were now a total of 16 hearts of Kronos, which, in theory, was enough to kill all the members of the Dark Church, including the 3 mythical creatures that were about to revive. But the problem is that they don't have enough manpower, and the reinforcements from China have not arrived yet. By the time they arrive, if they don't have the heart of Kronos, the enemies will be resurrected even if they are killed. Adolf pondered for 2 seconds. In addition to these, I have reserved 9 for China's reinforcements, so you don't have to worry about China for now. Each of us will take 2 of the 16 first, and the remaining 8? How about this? Select 8 highly mobile people from the students and professors to form a support team. Give each of them a heart of Kronos, and rush to where the battle is happening to use it. How do you think? Fatty Chui's eyes lit up. He originally thought that he would have to hand it over to a few of the most powerful men, but strong men might not necessarily encounter enemy members, and their movement speed might not be fast. If a support team was set up as Adolf suggested, the coverage rate could be guaranteed as much as possible, and the efficiency would definitely be higher than distributing it to fix people. As expected of an old hand, he thinks things through carefully. Fatty Chui smacked his lips. Fatty Chui had no objection, and neither did Miguel and old Robert. So the plan for the support team was finalized, and the next step was to decide on the candidates. Well, these 6 people are the fastest in the special operations team. Together with Xiao, there are 7 people in total, and 1 more is missing. Adolf pondered over the list for a long time, circled 7 names, but hesitated on the last candidate. Fatty Chui hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, "Let's give this spot to Gou Chen." Adolf frowned. "Your Excellency, Lord Mingjun, haven't we reached a consensus? I don't think it's a good thing to completely remove them from this war. They hid in the back this time, and there may be a 2nd or 3rd time in the future. Although I don't want any of them to get into trouble, I definitely don't want them to become cowards." Fatty Chui waved his hand and interrupted Adolf. Seeing Fatty Chui was so determined, Adolf did not refuse. He looked at the list in his hand and nodded slightly. "In this case, the candidates are all here. Let them come to the principal's office. I will personally hand over the heart of Kronos to them." Temporary dormitory of Gou Chen College. Creak. The silent crowd raised their heads and found Fatty Chui walking in from the door. He glanced around the room and said, "Hanyahara, come here for a moment." Everyone turned around and looked at Hanyahara, who was stunned, stood up and followed Fatty Chui out. About 10 minutes later, Hanyahara came back from the door. "Yuan, what does the director want to talk to you about?" Wu Di couldn't help but ask, and everyone around him pricked up their ears. Hanyahara did not hide anything and told the whole story. Isaac and Alex's faces changed instantly. Senior Peter is a member of the Dark Church? How is that possible? Isaac couldn't accept this fact. He killed Professor Muhammad? He actually killed Professor Muhammad. He was the professor's favorite student. Alex's face turned pale, and he muttered to himself. "Anyway, Director Chui wants me to join the support team, observe the situation in various places in London, and bring the heart of Kronos to help when a battle occurs." "Then what do you say?" Ji Qianming asked. Hanyahara looked at Ji Qianming with a smile. Of course I agreed. The eyes of everyone in Gou Chen Academy lit up. Although they themselves could not take part in this battle, at least Yuzurahara participated in it on behalf of the freshmen of Gou Chen, which reduced the guilt they felt for being cowards. Ji Qianming raised the corner of his mouth slightly and gave Yuzuru Hanyu a thumbs up. "No matter what, you must come back alive." Hanyahara didn't say anything, just waved his hand, turned around, and walked out the door. Chapter 194 Dawn arrives. After Hanyahara left, the depressing atmosphere in the room immediately dissipated a lot, and people started talking and laughing. Duanmu Qingyu sat alone at the kitchen table, holding 3 copper coins in his hand. He gently dropped them on the table, making a crisp collision sound. After spinning, they fell steadily. Ji Qianming sat on the chair next to him and asked curiously, "What are you calculating?" "The outcome of this war." "How about it?" "I can't figure it out." Duanmu Qingyu shook his head helplessly. "I've calculated it for the 3rd time, and the hexagrams are still a mess. This war involves too many things, and there are mythical creatures. I can't figure anything out with just the 3 copper coins I brought." Ji Qianming patted his shoulder and comforted him. Metaphysics is not prediction. It is normal to have things that cannot be calculated. Don't take it seriously. Duanmu Qingyu rolled his eyes. "Why do you sound like my master?" "Master? You have a master? Isn't this the ability brought by Yuan?" Ji Qianming was a little surprised. "Of course not." Duanmu Qingyu said, "The ability of Xianji is very special. It must be combined with metaphysical methods to work. If you want to systematically learn the methods of various branches of metaphysics, learning on your own is definitely not enough. When I was a 6-year-old kid, my master, the previous owner of Xianji, found me. He calculated that I would be the next owner of Xianji. So he took me to mountains to systematically learn metaphysical methods, mountain methods, physiognomy, feng shui. I studied in the mountains for 10 years before I achieved some success." There was a trace of nostalgia in Duanmu Qingyu's eyes. Ji Qianming's mouth opened into an O shape. He always thought that Duanmu Qingyu's ability was brought by Yuan, but he didn't expect that he actually went up the mountain to study metaphysics, and studied for 10 years. "Wait, you mean Xianji will not return to the world tree to hibernate? But like the Emperor's mark, it will be passed down from generation to generation." Ji Qianming suddenly thought of something and spoke in surprise. "That's right. Although I don't know the reason, but since the first owner of Xianji, it has never disappeared from the world. Every owner will always calculate the next successor before death, and then pass on all his life's learning to him. This process is indeed somewhat similar to the Emperor's pattern, but it is not the same." Duanmu Qingyu said. "Who was its first owner?" Duanmu Qingyu paused. "Zhuge Kongming." "Hiss." Ji Qianming took a deep breath. "Zhuge Liang? This is a god, known to everyone in China. He is actually the ancestor of Duanmu Qingyu. Duanmu Qingyu is actually the descendant of Wulong." Duanmu Qingyu seemed to see through Ji Qianming's thoughts and showed a cocky expression. Just as the two were chatting animatedly, Isaac pushed Alex to the side of the two. The former opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something. "What's wrong?" Seeing Isaac hesitant to speak, Ji Qianming spoke in confusion. "Isaac, give him his stuff," Alex said, sitting in a wheelchair. Isaac took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, handed it to Ji Qianming, and said slowly, "Because I was a little worried about those going to the battlefield, I took some medicine half a day ago, and then painted a few pictures." Isaac suddenly stopped here, as if he didn't know how to explain the contents of the paintings. Alex spoke for him. "This painting is related to you. To be more precise, it is related to your leader, Gou Chen Mingjun. In order not to cause a commotion, I originally did not want to show it to you. But considering that you are also in the painting, I decided to show it only to you." Ji Qianming felt that these two people were a little mysterious. As the drawing paper in his hand gradually unfolded, Ji Qianming's pupils suddenly contracted. "This is..." Ji Qianming stood up suddenly with an extremely ugly look on his face, which scared Duanmu Qingyu next to him. "What's wrong? What's in this painting?" Duanmu Qingyu took the painting from Ji Qianming's hand curiously and froze in place. In the painting, there was a big hole in Fatty Chui's heart. Blood dyed the ground red, and he fell to his knees. Strangely, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he had seen something that made him happy. Ji Qianming hugged the dead king of hell from behind. His tears soaked his clothes. His face was filled with sadness and anger, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "This..." Duanmu Qingyu looked at the wrinkled painting in his hand and almost cried out. Then he said in a very low voice, "Ji Qianming, calm down. Otherwise, when everyone knows about it, the situation will definitely get out of control." Ji Qianming's chest heaved violently. He finally controlled his emotions and sat down stiffly. "I want to go out," Ji Qianming said firmly. Duanmu Qingyu frowned slightly. "You know that doing this won't change anything, right?" "I know." Ji Qianming nodded, a trace of sadness on his face. "But I still have to go out. I can't just watch him die." Isaac and Alex looked at each other, and Alex slowly said, "We'll help you." Ji Qianming was stunned and turned to look at Alex. whose face was full of seriousness. Since you appear in this painting, it means we definitely can't stop you. Instead of letting you make a sensation, it's better to help you leave quietly. Alex was very clear-headed. Ji Qianming was silent for a while, then said solemnly, "Thank you. I'll pretend to faint in a while. You and Isaac will take me to the medical department, and then you can leave quietly." Alex made a simple plan. Ji Qianming's eyes lit up, and he nodded slightly. Dark church. In the dark underground, a ball of green light gradually dimmed, and a faint green light was flowing on the corpses of the two giant beasts below. Fenrir's eyeballs were suspended in the air, becoming a bridge to connect the two. The fool, the devil, and the world stood at the top of the pit, with the white lights in their hands as bright as stars. Airflow appeared in the closed underground, and it was getting bigger and stronger, blowing the clothes of the three people slightly. The devil and the world had a few drops of cold sweat on their foreheads, and their brows were slightly furrowed, as if they were a little tired. On the other hand, the fool still looked normal, and the white light on his fingertips was dazzling. Before we knew it, a hint of paleness appeared in the distant sky. When the first rays of morning sun descended upon the earth, the fool, the devil, and the world suddenly opened their eyes. The light spots in their hands exploded at the same time, transforming into tiny bits of light that sprinkled into the deep, dark pit. Boom, 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 boom. The ground began to tremble. The demon widened his eyes and was about to ask something when a huge roar came from the bottom of the pit, almost tearing his eardrums apart. Roar, roar, roar. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 195, Resurrection. A huge snake head rose from the deep pit, its dark red tongue spewing out, almost touching the devil's cheek, its cold and empty eyes staring at the three people in front of it. The devil and the world shuddered together, as if they had fallen into an icy cave. Even though they possessed the spiritual consciousness of the great void realm, they were as helpless as little chicks under the gaze of Jormungandr. "This is the serpent of Midgard." Jormungandr, the demon, muttered to himself as he looked at the giant snake in front of him. The fool's mouth curled up slightly. His smile became more and more arrogant. He pointed to the sky and roared loudly, "Go! Take control of the earth, starting with destroying London and wiping out Adam." The next moment, Jormungandr's huge head slammed hard onto the concrete slab above his head. The entire basement shook violently, and hideous cracks spread across it. The hard steel bars and concrete were like paper under Jormungandr's impact and were torn apart easily. "Oh no, this place is going to collapse." Shaji's face changed, and he rubbed his hands lightly. A black chess piece appeared out of thin air in his hands, and then he crushed it with one hand. A shadow door appeared in front of them, and the three of them ran in as fast as they could. The moment it disappeared, dark mud mixed with steel bars and concrete crushed the place into pieces. Ground. A gentleman in a top hat took the change from the waiter and walked out of the clothing store with light steps. The streets with small, colorful balls hanging were filled with a strong Christmas atmosphere. There were also kind pedestrians on the roadside, giving some food to beggars on the ground. He gave the pedestrians a polite smile, then turned and walked towards home. Today is Christmas, and I must not miss the family reunion breakfast. Thinking of the two lovely children at home, the gentleman's mouth corners slightly raised. Suddenly, he stopped and uttered a light exclamation. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble, causing ripples in the nearby puddles. He frowned slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. An earthquake? This is not common in London. A sense of palpitation suddenly flashed through his heart. He shook his head and walked quickly towards home. The vibration became more and more intense. The signs on the surrounding stores made harsh, creaking sounds. Items on the store shelves fell down one after another, and pedestrians on the road began to stagger as they walked. A large golden retriever on the side of the road barked wildly at the ground, as if there was something terrifying there. This is not right. Just as he had this thought, something unexpected happened. The road surface under his feet suddenly cracked into dense gullies, and then suddenly bulged upwards, causing the gentleman, whose balance was unstable, to stumble and fall to the ground. As the bulge became larger and larger, the nearby streets also cracked. Rocks flew everywhere, and a gigantic snake head poked out from the ground. The stench quickly spread from the snake head. Due to its huge size, the ruins of the clothing store were on top of its head. A waiter clung to the pillar tightly and screamed hysterically. As if Jormungandr had sensed something, he shook his head violently, and the debris above his head fell down instantly. The gentleman witnessed with his own eyes the waiter, who had just been alive and kicking, being crushed into a pulp. This. He sat on the ground in a daze, his face pale. He tried desperately to lift his legs and run away, but his legs just wouldn't obey him. Jormungan's huge head turned slightly, and his pair of deep and empty eyes looked at the tiny gentleman on the ground, and his dark red tongue spewed out, making a hissing sound. The gentleman trembled all over, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted under this terrifying pressure, and the gift bag in his hand fell to the ground. Oh, what the hell is that? Oh God, what did I see? Is it a monster? Snake. What a big snake. Damn it, am I still asleep? Seeing this shocking scene, the surviving pedestrians nearby were terrified. The roar and screams broke the quiet London morning. The most tragic and darkest day in London's history had arrived. Jormungan's huge body twisted wildly underground, trying to pull its entire body out of the ground. It stirred the land like it was stirring the sea, encountering almost no resistance, and a bottomless pit was gradually taking shape in the center of London. Feeling the earth shaking, the sleeping residents of London woke up from their dreams and hurriedly opened the windows. Screams and wails were suddenly and clearly heard from outside. Seeing the huge and hideous head in the distance, they also screamed. Cursing, screaming, crying, exclamations, chaos and fear became the main theme of London. Damn it, what the hell is that? Is this a creature created by some insane laboratory? Monster! Get up, Tina. It's coming towards us. Where's the military? Where's the police? Where have they all gone? Why is no one here to take care of it? Buzz! Several sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and the frightened people on the ground looked up with joy on their faces. They saw several fighter jets flying over their heads, leaving long trails in the sky, and were rapidly heading towards the direction of the terrifying giant snake. What the fuck? What the hell was that? A pilot in a fighter jet was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Now Jormungandr's body has come out for nearly 100 meters. Its huge body has crushed all the nearby houses and roads. However, even so, its body has not come out completely, which shows how long its body is. Hiss. Still trying to pull his body out, Jormungandr kept crashing into the surrounding buildings. A 40-50-story building was directly broken in half by it. Half of the building slowly fell from the air and hit the surrounding residential areas. The earth shook violently, smoke and dust billowed, flames rose, and the number of casualties reached a shocking level in an instant. Wailing and screaming resounded throughout the sky. Hell! This is hell! The pilot, who was overlooking this hellish scene from the air, muttered to himself. He suddenly roared, "Request to open fire! Request to open fire!" After a brief silence, he received the order from headquarters to open fire. Several fighter jets instantly locked onto the huge monster on the ground, and terrifying firepower poured out, with dense missiles shooting towards Jormungandr. Boom, boom, boom. After the horrific explosion, the black smoke gradually dissipated, and Jormungandr was completely unharmed, without even a trace of burns. The hardness of the dark snake's skin had reached an outrageous level. It stopped twisting its body, slowly raised its huge head, and locked its empty eyes on the fighter jet flying in the sky. For some reason, a chill suddenly surged into the pilot's heart. Chapter 196 Conditions. After a brief pause, Jormungandr twisted its body a little more violently, and soon its entire body was pulled out of the pit. It coiled up in the pit, and the surrounding ruins became its territory. The pilot looked down from the sky and saw the nearly 200-meter-long Jormungandr. His scalp went numb, and his hand holding the launch button began to tremble uncontrollably. This creature is definitely not meant to be in human society. This is an evil snake from hell. Jormungandr stared at the high-speed flying fighter jets and used his body to withstand several waves of firepower without suffering any damage. He waited until several fighter jets flew over his head again. Then he jumped up like lightning. Its head collided head-on with two extremely fast fighter jets. Two fireballs exploded, and the wreckage of the planes scattered everywhere. Jormungandr landed steadily on the ground and shook his head slightly. There was no trace of wound left, as if he had just knocked away two paper planes. Damn it, which idiot ordered them to pass? These ordinary thermal weapons can't hurt Jormungandr at all, but will hurt our fighters by mistake. Let them retreat immediately. The leader of the special operations team rode a motorcycle, quickly traveling through the streets of London, cursing into the headset. After giving the order, he hesitated for a moment and gave the order again. All combatants do not attack Jormungand rashly. Those below the quasi-emperor level cannot withstand even a single blow from it. Try to conserve your combat power as much as possible and prepare to fight against the members of the Dark Church. We cannot contend with mythical creatures. Leave this to the emperors and quasi-emperors. After saying that, he pulled the handle hard, the motorcycle engine hummed violently, and sped off in one direction at lightning speed. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the whole of London was shrouded in shadow. The drizzle of rain was falling, but could not put out the blazing flames. At this time, the streets of London were already blocked, and countless residents ran away from the giant snake in fear. The scene was extremely chaotic. Look, the fighter jets are going back. A man suddenly pointed to the sky. The remaining fighter jets crossed the sky and flew in another direction, with no intention of continuing to attack Jormungandr. Fear completely took over everyone's mind, and despair arose spontaneously. They left us and went away on their own. Coward, then what should we do? Who can come to rescue us? Are all the military members beeping? I'll beep his beep. A slovenly man raised his middle finger at several airplanes and extended his warmest greetings to every ancestor in his family. At this moment, the earth shook again, and an even larger black shadow jumped out of the deep pit dug by Jormungand, and its 4 huge feet landed steadily on the ground. The rotten corners of its mouth, the ferocious fangs, the scarlet eyes, its whole body was releasing blood and resentment. It just stood there, and behind it seemed as if there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, which was terrifying. This is the guardian of the kingdom of the dead, the underworld Doggarm. Then, a rolling black mist rose from the deep pit. It was larger than Gam. An eyeball was spinning inside it, and a wolf head surrounded by demonic energy was faintly visible. A shadow door suddenly appeared on top of a skyscraper, and 3 figures walked out of it one after another. The devil looked at Jormungandr, who was showing his might not far away, and raised his lips slightly, revealing a cruel smile. Yes, that's it. Destroy their order and trample on their lives. We in the God realm will eventually become the masters here. The fool said nothing. He looked at Jormungand as if he was looking at a work of art, his eyes full of admiration and love. At this moment, another shadow door suddenly opened behind them. The devil turned around suddenly, and his right hand turned into a sharp blade in the blink of an eye, as if facing a powerful enemy. Someone else came here through the shadow gate. The 3 members of their dark church were already here. So who was this person? The world also frowned, but did not make any other movements. The fool let out a light, and smiled playfully. A young man wearing an Adam uniform and with sunny blonde hair walked out slowly, holding a short tube filled with golden powder in his hand, and looked at everyone with a half-smile. Peter, the devil's eyes narrowed. The original owner of this body knew this young man, so he naturally knew that this was Adam's famous knight. His whole body tensed up immediately. It's the enemy indeed. Eric? So that's how it is. You're the new member. When Peter saw the appearance of the devil, he immediately understood the whole story. He also knew that the old friend in front of him had been possessed by a practitioner from the divine world, but he didn't care. False friendship was worthless in his eyes. The fool tilted his head slightly and said calmly, "It ended sooner than I thought, King." King? The demon was stunned and turned to look at Peter in front of him again. His eyes narrowed, and his right hand that had turned into a long sword gradually changed back. So he is the king? No wonder they said they were on a mission in every previous meeting. The famous Adam Knight turned out to be an undercover agent. Interesting. Peter spread his hands helplessly. They trusted me too much. This time, not only did I kill Muhammad, but I also got something very interesting. Something interesting? The heart of Kronos. Peter smiled and briefly repeated the story of the hands of time and the heart of Kronos. The faces of the devil and the world were full of shock. They never expected that there were such powerful items on Earth. This kind of time prop that directly acts on an area is simply a fantasy in the God realm. The avenue of time is one of the most mysterious avenues, and many powerful practitioners have not been able to comprehend it even a little bit. It is unexpected that the leaf pattern ability users on Earth can manipulate time to this extent. This is the value of the Earth to the divine world. The demon's eyes suddenly became hot. The fool was silent for a while, then slowly said, You have made a great contribution this time. Tell me your conditions. He knew very well that if they really went according to Adam's original plan, even if they had 3 Emperor-level creatures, their chances of winning would be greatly reduced under the influence of the time field. The thing in Peter's hand could almost determine the direction of the war. Peter seemed to have expected the fool to say this, and stated his conditions straightforwardly. I want 2 territories. Impossible. The fool said without hesitation. There is no lord in the entire god realm who owns 2 territories. This is the rule set by successive god emperors. No matter how great your contributions are, you cannot shake this rule. Let's change the conditions. Chapter 1, 97 Disaster. Peter's face darkened slightly. The fool's tone that could not be refused was somewhat beyond his expectations. It seemed that this condition was indeed not negotiable. He hesitated for a few seconds and spoke again. In this case, I want the right to choose my own territory. The fool's face looked a little ugly, and he fell into silence, as if he was evaluating the feasibility of this matter. The territories in the god realm are naturally not all the same. Some are rich in resources and have unique locations, while others are extremely barren, with poor mountains and bad water. The difference is very large. According to his original intention, he only promised Peter a territory, and he could just pick the worst and smallest one to fool him. But now it's different. What Peter has in his hand is too important, which forces him to consider it carefully. Except for the 9 territories near the imperial city, you can pick any of the rest. The fool added an additional condition. Peter frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he nodded and threw the short tube in his hand to the fool. Make a deal. The fool reached out to catch the short tube, looked at the golden sand rippling inside, and the corners of his mouth curled up. What he holds in his hands is the power of this war. He poured out all of Kronos' heart from the short tube, half of it to the world, and said, Your abilities are not suitable for combat, so your mission is to assist these 3 mythical creatures in killing Adam's men. There are not many hearts of Kronos, and you only have more than 40. Don't waste them on civilians. As long as we flatten Adam, the others can only be ravaged by us. The world took the handful of golden sand and nodded silently. The fool then divided the remaining half of Kronos' heart into 3 parts and gave them to the devil and the king, with an average of 14 or 15 hearts per person. After doing all this, the fool slowly turned around and looked at the 3 emperor-level creatures that were pushing forward, with a flash of madness in his eyes. The carnival has begun. Ink-like dark clouds gathered in the sky above London. A drizzle of rain floated in the air. The bone-chilling cold made Gou Chen shiver. He quickly climbed to the roof of a building, his eyes tinged with a layer of light gold, and looked up in the direction of the 3 emperor-level creatures. Jormungand was crawling through the city, crushing everything into ruins. At this moment, it had entangled a skyscraper. Under its terrifying power, the skyscraper had begun to gradually deform and was soon twisted into a dough. Gam was running quickly in the west, chasing the surging crowd, as if he was playing with a group of ants. Every time his giant claws fell, he would kill a large number of civilians. When he saw some tall buildings, he would open his bloody mouth and use his abnormal bite force to chew them into pieces. As for Fenrir, he still stayed in the suspended black fog. The black fog was rolling, and it seemed that something was brewing. Wailing was everywhere, and ancient and magnificent buildings were reduced to ruins. London, which was still immersed in the prosperous Christmas Eve yesterday, was now shrouded in blood and fire. London at this moment was a purgatory on earth. Ji Qianming stared at the scene in front of him blankly. Although he knew that under the influence of the time field, everything would return to the starting point after 24 hours, his heart was still filled with sadness and anger. He sneaked out this time just to find Fatty Chui, but in such a big city like London, where should he start looking? He pondered for a while, picked a direction at random, and rushed away. It is very easy to find Fatty Chui. His netherworld domain is highly recognizable. As long as you wait for him to take the initiative, you can find him along the domain. But before that, he can still do something within his ability. Going upstream against the fleeing people, the fear and sadness on everyone's face were clearly visible. In such a chaotic situation, the essence of human nature was instantly exposed. Get off. Let me use your car. A ferocious-looking man suddenly stopped a motorcycle and said viciously. There was a mother and daughter on the motorcycle. They were wearing thin clothes. They must have just woken up from sleep and ran out immediately. Their faces were pale. This This is the car my husband left behind. Why should I give it to you? The curly-haired woman was obviously frightened and said tremblingly. The girl behind her hugged her mother's waist with deep fear in her eyes. The ferocious man looked around. Although there were many people around him, they were all running for their lives. Even if they saw this scene, they didn't have the time to care. Boom! The vicious dog Gam landed on the street near them and bit off the roof of the church. The steel bars and stones were torn apart by it and flew everywhere. The people who were fleeing around suddenly let out shrill screams. The man's face was filled with extreme panic. He gritted his teeth and kicked the woman, kicking her off the motorcycle. He also pushed the little girl in the back seat to the ground. The little girl's delicate arms were immediately covered in blood, and she burst into tears. You bastard! The woman ran quickly to the little girl and cursed hysterically. The man ignored her completely, squeezed the handle hard, the exhaust pipe buzzed, and then sped away. Just as he accelerated, a nimble figure jumped down from the eaves and landed steadily on the back seat of the motorcycle. A pair of jade-like arms wrapped around the man's neck in the blink of an eye. The man was startled, and before he could react, he felt a huge force twisting his neck. He couldn't control his hands and loosened his center of gravity and fell heavily to the ground. Although the motorcycle had just started and was not going very fast, the remaining kinetic energy still caused him to roll on the ground several times, causing him to feel pain all over his body. Fuck! Who? Who did this? The man struggled to get up from the ground, cursing angrily. A blonde girl was standing in front of him, looking at him coldly, not hiding her disgust and anger. Scum! Claire's face was extremely gloomy. Seeing that she was only a girl of 17 or 18 years old, the man immediately looked down on her. He stood up cursing and was ready to fight back. At this moment, a whip kick hit his head like lightning. The man's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Claire didn't even want to look at him. She ran over and helped the injured girl up. After asking her some questions with concern, she pushed the motorcycle back in front of them. The woman looked at Claire with gratitude and said sincerely, "Thank you. You are really an angel. Madam, it's very dangerous here. You should leave quickly," Claire said seriously. The woman nodded repeatedly, started the motorcycle, and looked at her deeply. "May God bless you." Then they rode their motorcycles forward quickly, and just when they were about to leave Claire's sight, a huge foot fell down with a bang. When he lifted it up again, all that was left were pieces of motorcycle on the ground and the twisted bodies of the two men. Chapter 198, Gam's Pursuit. Claire's pupils suddenly shrank, and she stared blankly ahead, her whole body shaking. The two bodies on the ground were no longer recognizable as human beings. The two lives that were alive just now were gone in the blink of an eye. Until this moment, the woman's sincere, "May God bless you," was still echoing in her ears. Gam's ferocious head turned slightly and looked at Claire on the street. A huge shadow enveloped the latter, and the monstrous murderous aura cast a blood-red cast on the dark clouds above his head. This is a gaze from the kingdom of the dead. Claire seemed to have lost her soul and had no intention of running away. Gam's other foot landed, crushing several houses in front of her. His scarlet eyes stared at Claire, and his huge body was getting closer and closer. A gate of shadows opened at Gam's feet, and the world slowly walked out of it. He held a heart of Kronos in his hand and glanced at the dazed Claire with no expression on his face. "Claire!" A roar came from the side street. Claire woke up as if from a dream. Looking at the vicious dog raising its huge claws, her face turned pale. Gam's claws slapped down fiercely. Boom! The ground was slightly shaken by Gam's claw, and smoke and dust rose up. As its paw was raised, a huge palm print was deeply imprinted on the concrete floor, and a blurry pool of blood lay in it. The world snapped its fingers, and a heart of Kronos was driven into the mass of flesh and blood, and then it disappeared as if it had been melted. At this moment, his brows frowned slightly, and he let out a light exclamation. A light golden figure ran to the palm print like lightning, picked up Claire, and then ran in the opposite direction without any hesitation. Gam's eyes widened and his bloody mouth opened, as if he had discovered something interesting. He tightened his giant palms under his feet and leaped lightly into the air. Ji Qianming poured all the power of the morning light into his legs at an extremely fast speed. His pair of light golden eyes stared at Claire, who was no longer in human form in his arms, with great anxiety. "Claire, aren't you the immortal girl? Come back to health. You can't die. You can't die." The morning light around him gathered in his arms and merged into Claire's body, but her internal organs had all been crushed into pieces, and the morning light was like a drop in the ocean, unable to be repaired at all. Just as he roared, a huge shadow suddenly enveloped him. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and an incomparable sense of crisis suddenly broke out. Ji Qianming suddenly changed the direction of his sprint without thinking, and the next moment a huge foot fell with a loud bang. Gam seemed to have not expected that the little golden ant could actually dodge the attack. He then opened his bloody mouth and bit hard in the direction of Ji Qianming's escape. Ji Qianming held Claire in his arms, an unprecedented sense of crisis looming over his heart. In an instant, he entered a state of telepathy, his brain working rapidly, trying to find the best retreat route. When Gam's huge mouth bit down, Ji Qianming rolled over and hid in a church on the street. Then he burst out at the fastest speed, smashed a piece of colorful glass, and jumped out suddenly. Gam bit the roof of the church, and his upper and lower jaws burst out with tremendous force, directly biting it into pieces. The broken building materials were scattered all over the ground, but there was no sign of the little ant in the ruins, which made Gam a little unhappy. Ji Qianming was like a slippery fish, slipping through the densely packed buildings around him, and his trace disappeared in a few flashes. Gam roared, and a red light suddenly emerged from his rotten body. He rolled around inside his body, and painful faces appeared on his skin, trying desperately to escape. The whole scene was extremely creepy. Gam opened his mouth wide, and resentful souls gushed out of his body, condensing into a thick red ray, shooting towards the densely packed buildings where Ji Qianming was escaping. Qianming's pupils suddenly shrank. Boom! The red light fell on the ground, and a horrific explosion swept the entire area. The sound of the explosion seemed to be accompanied by the wails and screams of countless wronged souls, which were then evaporated. After the smoke and dust cleared, a circular explosion pit with a radius of 100 meters appeared. The densely packed buildings had become a ruin, and there was no longer any life activity. Gam's scarlet eyes flickered, and countless dazed souls floated out from the ruins. These were the civilians killed by its attack. It opened its mouth wide, and an invisible suction force came out, causing all the souls to float towards it uncontrollably and be swallowed in one gulp. The next moment, there were a few more wailing, resentful souls on the surface of its skin. Ji Qianming opened his eyes blankly. The surroundings were still in ruins, but at this moment, he was at least 500 meters away from Gam. What happened? Am I dead? He only remembered that Gam had just shot out a ray, and he thought he was dead. Then he seemed to be swallowed by a white light gate, and when he opened his eyes, he arrived at this place. At this moment, another light door opened behind him, and an old man wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a gray robe walked out, holding a magic staff in his hand. He had white hair and beard, and there was a light blue light flashing in his eyes. His aura was mysterious. Arcane Supreme, Adolf. Ji Qianming was stunned, and then a gleam of light burst out in his eyes. Adam's principal, one of the 9 emperors of Earth, is here. Thank you, Your Majesty the Supreme Arcane, for saving my life. Ji Qianming stood up and saluted respectfully. As soon as Adolf appeared, he knew that he was probably the one who saved him. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Gam's attack. Adolf nodded gently. You are a new student in Gou Chen, right? Take good care, Claire, and stay away from this area. Ji Qianming was stunned and looked at Claire in his arms. He found that Claire's body seemed a little different from before. Some bones had automatically returned to their original positions. Ji Qianming was overjoyed. It seemed that with Claire's ability, it was only a matter of time before she fully recovered. He then responded to Adolf, turned around, and ran away. Adolf took off the monocle on his left eye and gently put it into his pocket. He looked at the evil dog Gam in front of him with his deep eyes, and the surrounding arcane elements suddenly rioted. Ji Qianming secretly looked back and saw that the air around Adolf was distorted. The staff in his hand was raised, and a ball of hot energy condensed at the top of the staff. The vicious dog Gam seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head sharply, with all his muscles tensed as if facing a formidable enemy. Mythical creatures should only exist in myths. I will be the one to erase your existence. Adolf said calmly. The staff in his hand shone brightly. Chapter 199 Wolfpack. Brilliant arcane light bloomed in the distance. Even though Ji Qianming was already 1 kilometer away from the battlefield, the terrifying fluctuations still made his heart palpitate. Gam's roars came one after another, shaking his eardrums. Is this a battle between emperors? The aftermath alone can kill hundreds of me. Yiqianming sighed softly. He retreated several hundred meters holding Claire in his arms. At this time, Claire's body had basically recovered to its original state, but the wounds on her body were still extremely hideous. It might take more than 10 minutes to completely repair them. During this time, he had to ensure Claire's safety. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A strange sound came from a distance, and from the completely opposite direction of Adolf and Gam. Ji Qianming raised his head in confusion, frowning slightly. That's Fenrir? He blinked, and his eyes were once again dyed with light gold. After strengthening his vision, he looked towards Fenrir's black fog. I don't know when it started, but the black fog seemed to boil and surge violently, with bits of black ink shooting out of it and falling on the surrounding ground. Black ink? Ji Qianming was stunned. He used his imagination to create a telescope and looked in the direction of Mo. Then he took a breath. Those were not black ink, but ferocious wolves with black bodies. They were larger than ordinary wolves, with fierce light flashing in their eyes, and their long and sharp claws dug into the asphalt road, leaving several scratches. A baby is born, Ji Qianming exclaimed with his eyes wide open. Rather than giving birth to a baby, he felt that this scene was more like Monkey King plucking a few hairs and splitting off a bunch of monkeys. The wolf pack was extremely large in number and was launched to every corner of London by Fenrir's black fog, spreading throughout the city in the blink of an eye. Fuck. The leader of the special operations team swung his knife to kill the wolf that fell in front of him and couldn't help but curse. Before he could get on the motorcycle, 3 more rushed out from the surrounding buildings and surrounded him, staring at him with pairs of aggressive eyes, and one of them even howled. A wool puff. Before it could finish howling, the team leader chopped off its head with a knife. The 2 vicious wolves on the left and right quickly surrounded it and started fighting with him. But the team leader is the team leader after all. Although these wolves are faster and stronger than wild wolves, just a few of them cannot pose any threat to him. At best, they can only delay him for some time. The team leader sneered and was about to put away his knife when densely packed wolf eyes suddenly appeared. There were at least a dozen of them surrounding him. Damn it, it never ends. The team leader spat, his face looking a little ugly. The wolves acted with full discipline. They ignored the fleeing civilians and instead used their keen sense of smell to find the hidden atom fighters. They would quickly call out to their companions around them, just like a well-trained army. There must be a leader who is secretly controlling the situation. The team leader looked up at the black mist surrounding Fenrir, frowned, turned on his headset, and spoke. The wolf pack was created by Fenrir. It is very intelligent and is not at the same level as Jormungand and Garm. All combatants should hide their bodies and try not to be discovered by the wolf pack. Otherwise, it will be easy to get stuck and lose combat effectiveness in vain. He turned off the headset and looked around vigilantly. One after another, vicious wolves gathered around him, which made his scalp tingle. The team leader calmly took out a cigar from his pocket, lit it with a lighter, took a deep puff, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. It's a fierce battle. He muttered to himself, his eyes flashed, and he swung his knife at the wolves. The king, Peter, strolled leisurely on the ruined Baker Street, looking as comfortable as if he was in his own back garden. He even waved at Jormungandr, who had just crawled past. Peter, a member of the Dark Church, was found on Baker Street. I repeat, Peter, a member of the Dark Church, was found on Baker Street, requesting support. The atom fighter hiding in the ruins of Baker Street's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw Peter, and he spoke quickly. Peter let out a light exclamation, turned his head, and looked at him with a thoughtful expression. Senior Brian, good afternoon. Peter finally remembered his name and waved enthusiastically, like an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. Brian's face darkened, and he whispered, "You are not worthy of calling me by my name, the running dog of the Dark Church, the master killer Peter." Peter didn't care about Brian's attitude at all, and said with a smile, "Don't be like that. You forgot that I treated you to a meal. I have to say, that Italian food was really great. I should have poisoned the food to kill you, you ungrateful bastard," Brian said angrily. As he spoke, he swung his right hand, holding a pistol in his hand, aimed at Peter's head and fired 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. Peter stretched out a hand, and the filthy and corrupt power condensed into a small shield, which easily deflected Brian's bullets. When he moved the shield away again, Brian was no longer in front of him. There was no surprise on Peter's face. His other hand was instantly covered with black armor, and without even looking at the target, he punched directly to the side and behind himself. Puff! Brian, who was holding a dagger, had his chest visibly collapsed. He spat out a large amount of blood and stepped back several steps, his face pale. Alas, my poor Brian, your fighting style is too simple. Can't you make some progress over the years? Exchanging positions with bullets is really old-fashioned. Peter said helplessly. Brian covered his chest with his hands, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. He stared at Peter with wide eyes, full of anger and resentment. You know the weaknesses of all of us. Peter, we really misjudged you. Before he could finish, Peter's figure suddenly blurred and appeared in front of him the next second, with a black sword piercing his heart. Looking at Brian, who was dying with his eyes wide open, Peter sighed, Alas, trash is trash. He is not even worthy of my interest. He drew out his sword expressionlessly and shot a heart of Kronos at Brian's body, which merged into his blood. He then took out a white handkerchief from his pocket and carefully wiped off the blood that splashed on his body, without even looking at the fallen Brian, as if he had just killed not a former comrade in arms, but an annoying mosquito. Peter turned around and was about to leave, but his brows suddenly frowned, and he turned his head to look to the other side of the street. A bald old man was walking slowly towards them, and the gray area instantly enveloped Peter. Chapter 200, Save the City. Old Robert, one of the three quasi-emperors and Adam's mysterious gatekeeper. Peter saw that old Robert was not at all panicked, but instead a hint of excitement flashed between his eyebrows. Old Robert glanced at Brian, who was lying on the ground with his eyes open, and his face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Peter, old Robert said coldly, Adam College treated you well. Why did you rebel? And you even killed Muhammad with your own hands. Peter raised his eyebrows. Does it make sense to say this now? It's really meaningless. Old Robert laughed in anger. Since the moment you betrayed Adam, we have been fighting to the death. Feeling old Robert's murderous intent, Peter put away some of his contempt, and a filthy area suddenly spread out with him as the center, overlapping with old Robert's gray area. But the range was much smaller than the gray area. However, old Robert's expression changed. He could clearly feel that a powerful force of corruption was eroding his territory. This force made him feel sick like a stinking ditch that had been deposited for hundreds of years. But it was so powerful. This is my fallen realm. How is it? Does it feel bad? A ball of filthy light burst out from Peter's body, and the black armor covered his entire body. He pointed his sword at old Robert, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. You have become so powerful. Old Robert frowned as he felt the aura emanating from Peter. This is the power of corruption. A strong fighting spirit burst out from Peter's eyes, and a hint of madness appeared on his face. Let me see how strong Adam's gatekeeper is. The cold rain flowed through the broken roof into the dim house, dripping onto the ground. Gou Chen squatted by the broken window and looked outside vigilantly. Only after he was sure that the vicious wolf had left did he breathe a sigh of relief. Since Claire was carrying Adam's special communication device, he had just heard the call from the leader of the special operations team. He decisively carried Claire, who had not yet recovered, and hid in a relatively intact house to avoid the search of the wolves. Claire's body shape on the bed has completely recovered. All the broken bones have been restored to their original positions, and even the half-missing head has grown back on its own. This abnormal recovery ability makes Gou Chen envious. He could feel that Claire had broken through to the third level. Otherwise, she would not have been able to recover so quickly with her second-level recovery ability. You know, when Gou Chen picked her up in Moor Lakes, Claire had been dead for 2 days. After the last wound on Claire's body healed, Gou Chen walked nervously to the bedside, waiting for her to wake up. Claire's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her star-like eyes suddenly opened. The first thing she saw was the anxious Gou Chen. Where am I? She looked around blankly after just waking up. Soon the memories before her death flooded into her mind, and she remembered everything at once. Gou Chen carefully helped her up from the bed and said with a smile, You really scared me to death. When I saw you being photographed by Gam, I thought you were really going to die. Claire felt Gou Chen's concerned gaze, and a blush flew across her face. Did you save me? I guess so. But without the help of His Majesty the Supreme of Arcane, both of us would have turned into ashes. Claire was stunned. Did the principal take action? Gou Chen nodded. He is fighting with Gam now. I don't know how he is doing. If it were the principal, he would definitely not lose. Claire said confidently. Ji Qianming didn't say anything. If it was a one-on-one fight, the possibility of Adolf losing was indeed small. But the people from the Dark Church would not sit idly by and watch Gam get killed. You have to know that there is more than one mythical creature in London now. If Jormungandr rushed over to help, Adolf's chances of winning would be extremely slim, and even surviving would be extremely difficult. Huh? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be staying in Adam's dormitory? Claire finally reacted and asked in surprise. Ji Qianming was silent for a while, then told Claire the general reason why he came out, without hiding anything. After listening to this, Claire also fell silent. Then she looked into Ji Qianming's eyes and said seriously, I understand. Let's separate now. Separate. Your teacher is very important to you, right? You should find him quickly and warn him of everything that might happen. Maybe you can change the future. What about you? You won't come with me? Claire shook her head. You have things you value, and so do I. This city is everything to me. Maybe everything will return to square one in 24 hours, but I really can't just sit back and watch all this happen. I want to do as much as possible for it. After that, she put on her communicator and continued. I am Adam's student. It is my duty to protect London. I can't just leave like this. Ji Qianming stared at the determined girl in front of him and nodded slowly. You be careful. Ji Qianming hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke. Claire was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled brightly. Don't worry, I won't die. Please save this city if you can, Lord Light Knight from the East, she said half-jokingly. Ji Qianming's mouth corners slightly raised. In a sense, he was just a person who had nothing to do with this matter. If it were not for Fatty Chui, he would have stayed quietly in the dormitory as Adam wished, waiting for the end of this cruel war. But now, his identity as the Knight of Light gave him another reason to take action. I'll do my best. After parting with Claire, Ji Qianming climbed up a nearby tall building and observed the situation in the whole of London with the help of a morning light and a telescope. In the distance, Adolf and Garm were fighting fiercely. The brilliant arcane collided with Garm's death power, emitting extremely terrifying fluctuations. Jormungandr moved alone towards the Tower Bridge of London, without any intention of turning back to help Garm. In addition, there was a gray cover on the ground in the west. Ji Qianming was not unfamiliar with it. Old Robert used this field to save him. Who was fighting with Old Robert? Several figures flashed through Ji Qianming's mind, and all of them seemed very likely. Unfortunately, Fatty Chui's netherworld realm has not yet opened, and Fatty Chui's position cannot be locked, which makes Ji Qianming a little anxious. Just as he was about to climb down the building, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the rooftop of a nearby building, and his pupils suddenly contracted,